Since I can remember, all living creatures look like pigs to me. After learning about my condition, the female doctor in black stockings turned on the bright lights and shone them directly in my face. Do I still look like a pig now? What a handsome guy, like two pigs. Unfortunately, that was short-lived. The female doctor, with a complex expression, added the words severely abnormal mental state to my medical record. This condition, if you call it a disease, doesn't really affect my daily life, except for dating. I was hoping to resolve it before the job transfer ceremony, but now it seems unlikely. When I returned to Chingcheng High School, it was already a sea of people. Yay, Yechuan, you're finally here. I was so worried. If you were late, I would have hit you, Su Lingxian threatened while waving her little pink circle. He is plump where he should be and slim where he should be. But in my eyes, he looks like a standing pink pig, waving its pig-like body. At that moment, the teacher's serious voice rang out, instructing everyone to line up in order of their student numbers as the job transfer ceremony was about to begin. In this world, everyone goes to school, learning and exercising to continuously improve their three main attributes: strength, agility, and mental power. The higher the attributes, the greater the chance of awakening a high-level profession. Once someone transitions to a high-level combat profession, it's akin to defying fate, comparable to the imperial examinations of feudal times. In contrast, if one awakens a life profession, they are destined to be an ordinary person. As the job transfer ceremony progressed, 20 people awakened, all of them life professions. When the 24th person awakened, the job transfer altar finally lit up with a dazzling yellow glow. Principal Zhao Ming glanced down and was immediately delighted. The yellow glow indicated a rare-level profession. When Zhao Ming saw the specific type of profession, he was even more thrilled: a combat profession, a rare-level Shadowblade Master. Classmate, what's your name? Zhao Ming asked eagerly. Principal, my name is Lu Jinglong, the boy replied. Lu Jinglong, what a nice name. I will personally visit your home later to discuss your future plans with your parents, Zhao Ming said, patting Lu Jinglong's shoulder. Thank you, Principal. Lu Jinglong was also excited. He knew his fate was changing from today. Soon, I stepped onto the altar. Although I knew I was likely a life profession, I still held on to a glimmer of hope. The combined attributes of ordinary people are usually around 3.0, but mine reached an astonishing 10.0, more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. Boom! The moment I stepped onto the job transfer altar, a blood-red beam shot into the sky. Seeing this, Zhao Ming trembled and pointed, his pupils quivering as well. A divine-level profession really emerged from Chingcheng High School. Divine level? Isn't that a profession level that only exists in textbooks? Principal Zhao, quickly check what profession Yechuan has. Yechuan's homeroom teacher couldn't help but urge. Oh, Zhao Ming snapped back to reality and hurriedly began checking. But when Zhao Ming saw my profession, he was dumbfounded. A life profession, a divine-level butcher. Zhao Ming's eyes turned red, panting heavily. Even if it's a life profession, a butcher? God, is this a joke? Yechuan, what's this? I wasn't surprised at all. It's quite reasonable for the son of a butcher to become a butcher himself. I then stepped down from the altar. For a moment, a mix of surprise, disdain, mockery, pity, and schadenfreude filled the air, with all those complex gazes piercing me like sharp swords. Lu Jinglong clicked his tongue in amazement, openly reveling in schadenfreude. After all the commotion, it turned out I was just a butcher. That's hilarious. It's okay, Yechuan. You've awakened as a divine-level butcher. It's just following in your father's footsteps. Uncle Yi will definitely be happy, and my dad will be too. While everyone else was reveling in schadenfreude, Su Lingxian tiptoed and reached out to pat my head. Thank you, I nodded calmly. It's my turn now. Yechuan, hehe, I wonder if I will inherit my mom's sewing profession or my dad's brewing profession, Su Lingxian teased, sticking out her tongue playfully. She then walked toward the job transfer altar. But just as Su Lingxian stepped onto the job transfer altar, a dramatic change occurred. A thick black beam shot up into the sky, casting the faces of countless people in shadow. In an instant, the previously noisy playground fell silent. It wasn't until a gasp broke the silence that the crowd stirred. A legendary-level profession has been awakened. At the same time, the previously clear sky began to drop pure white snowflakes, and the sound of a crisp sword ringing echoed in everyone's ears. Between black and white, it resembled a landscaping painting, with a woman in the painting as the sole protagonist, a combat profession, a legendary-level bloodline sword master. Zhao Ming's face reddened with excitement. It had been so long since Qingcheng had seen a legendary-level combat profession. It's Su Lingxian who awakened a legendary-level combat profession. But her parents are all life professions, right? Amid the commotion, Zhao Ming quickly approached Su Lingxian, his expression filled with excitement. Su Lingxian, don't worry. Whatever you need, Xingcheng High School will do its utmost to meet your requests. Thank you, Principal. Su Lingxian smiled politely as she slowly stepped down from the job transfer altar. Congratulations. I clapped my hands, smiling genuinely for Su Lingxuan's success. Yechuan, there was a hint of complexity in Su Lingxuan's eyes, an indescribable meaning, acknowledging that we had some misunderstandings before. But from now on, the misunderstandings should be cleared up. We are no longer from the same world. Everyone in the crowd turned to look at me, their faces filled with amusement. Alright, I nodded calmly. I know this is a big blow for you, but you're just a butcher, it's hard to achieve anything significant. Don't blame me for saying this. Su Lingxian looked at me with a hint of pity in her eyes. Lingxian, do you need me to help teach him a lesson and make him see reality? Lu Jinglong gazed at Su Lingxian with fiery eyes. Two tigers cannot coexist unless one is male and the other is female. Seeing that Su Lingxian ignored him, Lu Jinglong, feeling embarrassed, turned his attention to me and shouted, Butcher, come here. Lost in thought about where to find pigs to butcher next, I didn't hear Lu Jinglong's words. Lu Jinglong squinted his eyes. I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? His voice carried a hint of coldness. I glanced at him, ignored him, and turned to leave. Leaving is not that easy. I stepped aside, raised my head, and calmly glanced at the pig in front of me. But that single glance sent a chilling fear through Lu Jinglong. It felt as though he was being targeted by a natural enemy. He involuntarily stumbled back a few steps and then fell to the ground. In an instant, Lu Jinglong's face turned crimson, and he snapped, You worthless fool, how dare you glare at me? You're just a pig butcher. Who do you think you are? Fueled by rage, Lu Jinglong swung his fist directly at my face. This punch was powerful, and Lu Jinglong held nothing back. He Liushou saw this and I didn't dodge and instead threw a punch back at him. Thanks to the bonus from the nemesis of the pig clan, my punch had extra power, while Lu Jinglong's punch was weakened by half. As our fists collided, a loud crack echoed, and the ferocity on Lu Jinglong's face turned into a dazed expression. Lu Jinglong let out a cry of agony and staggered backward. His fist was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. This is impossible. You're just a pig butcher. Lu Jinglong's face was filled with disbelief. Is it so unreasonable for a pig butcher to have strong hands? Meanwhile, you can't even beat a worthless opponent. What does that make you? You, Yichuan, I want your life. A chilling aura surged forth as an illusory long knife appeared in Lu Jinglong's hand. Lu Jinglong activated his shadowless blade master. I focused my gaze on him. A pig that can wield a knife must be taken seriously, but in the end, it's still just a pig. Lu Jinglong gripped the illusory long knife summoned by his skill and charged at me, unable to tolerate losing such face in front of everyone. Before he could make a move, snowflakes began to fall all around, clinging to Lu Jinglong like withered bones, quickly rendering him immobile. Su Lingxian, why are you still helping him? Lu Jinglong exclaimed in shock and anger. Let him go, Su Lingxian said coldly. Yichuan, you've seen it, we're clearly from different worlds now. This will be my last time helping you. It was also a proper farewell to the past. Su Lingxian looked at me with a hint of pride in his eyes. You should leave, find a way to get out of Qingcheng. Otherwise, if Lu Jingrong seeks revenge next time, I won't help you again. I ignored the incessant chatter of Su Lingxian and silently turned to leave. Was it just to salvage his pathetic self-esteem and cover his shame? Su Lingxian shook his head. I was back. As soon as I entered the house, the smell of pig bone broth hit me. How did Xiaochuan's job transfer ceremony go? Was it smooth? Just like you, he's a pig butcher, but he's at a divine level. A divine-level pig butcher. Both Wu Jingzhu and Yi Qiyuan exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, I nodded. Dad, I don't want to go to school anymore. I want to go with you to the slaughterhouse tomorrow. Sure, of course you can. It's perfect to inherit your father's trade. Don't worry, with me around, you'll definitely become the most famous pig butcher among humanity, making all the pigs tremble at your name. Yi Qiyuan was overjoyed. By the way, what about that daughter from the old Su family? Has she awakened? What's her profession? Yi Qiyuan asked. Legendary combat profession, Blood Pool Sword Immortal. As soon as I finished speaking, the dining table fell silent for a moment, and both Wu Jingzhu and Yi Qiyuan looked a bit awkward. Don't worry, son, Yi Qiyuan said reassuringly. As the saying goes, there's no shortage of beautiful grass in the world. Once you learn your father's pig butchering skills, you'll surely find a good wife. That's right, son. Don't be too sad. Just because you like someone doesn't mean you have to be together. As long as they're happy, that's what matters, Wu Jingzhu quickly added, fearing I might think too much. I wasn't sad at all. I was momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, you little rascal, why pretend to be strong in front of your parents? Your feelings are overwhelming. Back when your dad pursued your mom and got rejected for the first time, he felt just as hopeless. Come on, have a drink, it'll drown your sorrows. As Yi Chi-yuan comforted me, he kept drinking. Before I knew it, he was already drunk, so I had to help him to his bedroom to rest. After settling Yi Chi-yuan, I returned to my room, eagerly anticipating tomorrow's trip to the slaughterhouse. Meanwhile, Yi Chi-yuan, who had been completely drunk, suddenly opened his eyes, clarity shining in them. He showed no trace of intoxication. Outside his bedroom window, a shadowy figure stood, appearing out of nowhere. "You've seen it. My son is just an ordinary pig butcher. Don't disturb us anymore. Our family just wants to live a peaceful life," Yi Chi-yuan said solemnly. "Is a divine-level pig butcher still considered ordinary?" The shadowy figure's voice was extremely dry. "What does it matter if a pig butcher is divine level? In the end, he's still just a pig butcher." Yi Chi-yuan shook his head. "Leave this place. TSK, TSK. I never expected that the son of the Grim Reaper would actually be a pig butcher. Is this child really yours, Yi Chi-yuan? Maybe you should check if your wife has been unfaithful," the shadowy figure joked. At those words, the faint murderous aura around Yi Chi-yuan suddenly intensified. "Ah, don't be angry. I was just joking. Since your son is really just a pig butcher, the organization won't trouble you anymore." The shadowy figure laughed eerily and leaped out of the open window, disappearing into the night. "Has he left?" Wu Jingzhu pushed the door open and walked in, her face filled with concern. "Yeah, don't worry. From now on, we can live like ordinary people without anyone bothering us every few days." Yi Chi-yuan sighed in relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. "That's wonderful." Wu Jingzhu hugged Yi Chi-yuan tightly, relieved that he no longer had to live in fear. The next morning, after a quick wash, I followed my father to the slaughterhouse where he worked year-round. "First, I'll demonstrate. You can see how much you can learn." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chi-yuan stepped forward with a knife, effortlessly lifted a pig with one hand, hung it on a hook, and before it could scream, the slaughter knife had already sliced through its neck. Then I witnessed a scene that was almost artistic. The slaughter knife in Yi Chi-yuan's hand danced like a butterfly, slicing through the kidneys, fat, and various cuts of meat. In just a few minutes, a complete pig was reduced to neatly categorized and arranged parts. "Do you understand?" Yi Chi-yuan asked. "I think so," I nodded. "Now you try picking up a knife." I picked up a hefty slaughter knife from the rack. It was incredibly heavy, capable of smashing a person's head even with the back of the blade. At that moment, a notification popped up on my attribute panel. "You have selected your exclusive slaughter knife, the blade of the slaughter god. Each pig killed under this knife will grant you 0.1 freedom attribute points." I mimicked Yi Chi-yuan, using all my strength to lift a pig. It had looked so easy when he did it, but I quickly realized how difficult it was to control a pig. With my strong power attribute, I clumsily hung the pig on the hook and then brought the knife down. The pig hanging on the hook let out a pitiful scream that echoed throughout the slaughterhouse, and bright red blood splattered everywhere as it struggled. Startled, I immediately activated my skill, Blood Shadow Butcher. A terrifying aura solidified like stone as I charged at the pig, forcing it into a state of fear. Seizing the opportunity, I rushed forward and delivered 2 more strikes. The foul-smelling pig's blood splattered all over me, but thankfully, the pig finally stopped struggling. Pig butcher Yi Chuan has slaughtered a large fat pig with the slaughter knife. Level increased by 1%. Extra damage against the pig clan increased by 1%. Gained 0.1 freedom attribute points. Seeing this, Yi Chi-yuan was momentarily speechless. "Not bad, you've learned about 70 or 80%, but unfortunately, you haven't grasped the essence." Yi Chi-yuan reached out and measured a spot on the pig's head. "This is the key point. With just one quick and accurate cut, you can end a pig's life. That way, you can instantly render the pig incapable of any resistance. Aim for that spot and try again." Yi Chi-yuan brought another large fat pig. Under his guidance, my pig butchering skills became increasingly proficient. The attribute panel notifications kept ringing, and as I slaughtered more pigs, my abilities kept improving. A hint of shock flashed in Yi Chi-yuan's eyes. His son's learning ability left him in awe. By the end of the day, I had slaughtered a total of 49 pigs, and the extra damage against the pig clan had increased to 100%. My three-dimensional attributes rose from 10.0 to 14.9. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed, and I worked from sunrise to sunset. My life was all about butchering pigs. During this time, I had slaughtered a total of 250 pigs, leading to a dramatic change in my attribute panel. As a life profession, I even advanced 1 level as an apprentice, gaining only 5 freedom attribute points. Fortunately, thanks to the profession talent, Blade of the Slaughter God, those 250 pigs provided me with 25 freedom attribute points, boosting my 3-dimensional attributes to 45 points. My extra damage against the pig clan increased to 301%. Perhaps it was time to leave the slaughterhouse for a while. I took a leave of absence with Yi Chi-yuan, packed a bag with a slaughter knife and some food and drink, and set off. In this world, countless races coexist, with demons and monsters rampant. Humans no longer had national divisions, they formed the Human Federation, divided into 9 special zones. The location of Star City was on the edge of the 5th special zone. Once you leave the Human Federation's territory and enter the wild, you face threats from various races, many of which prey on humans. Before leaving the city, I registered briefly at the city gate, and the staff kindly handed me a copy of the Wilderness Survival Guide. You are a life profession. Once you leave the city, you can only operate within 1 kilometer outside. Otherwise, you will face life-threatening dangers. Do you understand? The staff member reminded me. I understand. I obediently nodded, turned, and left the city. I walked for a while without encountering any danger. As I ventured deeper into the wilderness, the surroundings grew increasingly quiet. Upon entering a patch of low bushes, I couldn't help but feel a bit more alert. I had a vague feeling that I was being watched. I quickly pulled my backpack in front of me and gripped the slaughter knife inside. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes. In the next moment, a creature about a meter tall jumped out of the bushes, brandishing a spiked iron rod, and let out a roar as it swung down at me, a goblin. Looking at the completely green pig in front of him, Yechuan immediately guessed what race it belonged to. Without any hesitation, he activated the Blood Shadow Butcher skill, unleashing a wave of murderous intent that sent the goblin before him into a state of fear. However, Yechuan did not attack it. Instead, he drew out his pig-killing knife and struck down directly behind him. A goblin sneaking up with a dagger was caught off guard, unable to react in time before Yechuan cleaved it in two. With the 300% extra damage bonus against the pig race, this goblin had no ability to resist. Butcher Yechuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a special pig, increasing his level by 5%, raising the extra damage against the pig race by 1%, and adding 0.1 to his free attributes. It seems that the stronger the pig I kill, the greater the boost to my realm. Yechuan murmured. Killing an ordinary fat pig only raised his level by 1%, but killing a goblin directly increased it by 5%. He could kill goblins at a speed similar to that of pigs, but clearly, killing goblins was a faster way to enhance his strength. The teachers at school had made it very clear, goblins are treacherous and evil, and they are extremely united, they do not act alone. Whenever a goblin jumps out to attract your attention, it often means that other goblins are preparing to ambush you, which is why Yechuan would turn around immediately. When the goblin with the iron rod saw its companion killed, it turned and fled without hesitation. Yechuan did not rush to chase it down but followed at a distance. Goblins exist in tribes. By following one goblin, he could find its tribe. The goblin did not disappoint Yechuan, quickly escaping into a dark cave. Yechuan followed without hesitation. As soon as he stepped into the cave, countless arrows shot toward him from the darkness. Unfortunately for them, Yechuan's mental and agility attributes had already reached 15 points, so these arrows could not hit him at all. Occasionally, one or two would slip through, but he would cleave them in half with his pig-killing knife. In the darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes lit up, and low growls could be heard. Clearly, this cave was the stronghold of the goblin tribe. Looking at the countless goblins before him, Yechuan's lips curled into a gentle smile. So many pigs. Faced with a cave full of goblins, Yechuan was not afraid. Instead, he charged forward with his pig-killing knife. Goblins, unless a goblin shaman is born or they capture powerful females from other races as breeding grounds, are at the bottom of the food chain among the myriad races. If it weren't for their astonishing reproductive capabilities, goblins would have long been extinct. With a swift stroke, the nearest goblin did not struggle or scream, it simply fell to the ground. Butcher Yechuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a special pig, increasing his level by 5%, raising the extra damage against the pig race by 1%, and adding 0.1 to his free attributes. Yechuan's strike had already understood all the life force of this goblin. These ferocious goblins, in his eyes, were no different from the fat pigs in a slaughterhouse. As long as the knife struck the right spot, killing goblins was no different from killing pigs. The death of their companion did not instill fear in the other goblins. Instead, it ignited their inner brutality. The goblins charged at Yechuan with weapons in hand, their faces twisted in rage. If Yechuan fell into their hands, he would undoubtedly be devoured as food. Yechuan tore off his sleeve and bound his right hand to the pig-killing knife. Thus began a massacre. The pig clan's nemesis grants an additional damage bonus of up to 300%, and with the pig-killing techniques that Yechuan learned from his father, Yi Chi-yuan, his speed in slaughtering goblins is astonishing. The knife never misses, almost every swing results in a goblin's death. However, facing such a swarm of goblins, Yechuan quickly sustained injuries himself. But with the pig clan's nemesis in effect, the attacks that landed on him were directly halved in strength. This made it difficult for the already weak goblins to inflict any fatal wounds on him. Instead, Yi Chuan grew more courageous with each battle. For every goblin he killed, his attributes and the additional damage from the pig clan's nemesis kept increasing. The techniques that Yi Chi Yuan taught him also deepened in understanding through practical experience. Killing pigs is simply about the act of killing, using the least effort and the fastest speed to bring a pig to a halt in all its life activities. This is the essence of pig slaughtering, or perhaps the true meaning of it. An hour later, there were no standing goblins left in the cave, only a ground littered with corpses. Many of these bodies were remarkably intact, each with a single cut to the throat. After the battle, Yi Chuan winced in pain. He had sustained several injuries, with a bloody hole in his thigh. Although these goblins were not strong, their attacks were exceedingly treacherous. If he hadn't dodged in time, it wouldn't have just been a hole in his thigh. Yi Chuan would have become Yi Chuan's sister. Despite his serious injuries, Yi Chuan's face was filled with excitement. In just 1 hour, he had killed a total of 73 goblins. To put it in perspective, during his time at the slaughterhouse, he could only slaughter about 50 pigs in a whole day. Although the wilderness was dangerous, the efficiency of improving his strength was far greater than in the slaughterhouse. 1 hour in the wild equated to an entire day at the slaughterhouse. Yi Chuan continued deeper into the cave. In the depths of the cave, a nauseating smell wafted through the air, and Yi Chuan was the first to encounter the breeding area of this group of goblins. One by one, naked and battered females were hung on wooden frames. Among them were humans and other races, all with blank expressions and hollow eyes, showing no reaction to Yi Chuan's arrival. Yi Chuan said nothing more, raised his pig-killing knife, and struck down. Pig butcher Yi Chuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a two-legged pig, leveling up by 1%, increasing the pig clan's nemesis additional damage by 1%, and adding 0.1 to free attributes. Under the torment of the goblins, these individuals had lost their consciousness, their brains completely devoid of function, reduced to mere breeding grounds that could not think. The females rescued from the goblins' lair often lost the ability to live normally. Even if they went outside, they were just walking corpses, and death became a form of liberation for them. When they saw Yi Chuan begin to kill, instead of fear, smiles appeared on their faces, revealing the inhumane torment they had endured in the goblin's lair. Yi Chuan continued to slash through, his knife swift enough to end a pig's life in an instant. When he reached the last woman in the corner, he stopped. This last woman was clothed. Although dirty, she did not appear to have been ravaged by the goblins. Yi Chuan raised his hand and slapped her. With a loud smack, he jolted her awake. "Don't touch me! Don't touch me! I don't want goblins, ah!" The woman screamed in terror, her volume comparable to the most excruciating weight at a red light, causing Yi Chuan's ears to ache. Yi Chuan casually tore off her sock and stuffed it into her mouth, which finally silenced her. "Stop screaming, all the goblins are dead." Seeing that the woman still had some awareness, Yi Chuan sheathed his knife. The panicked woman steadied herself, and when she realized that a human stood before her, she rushed over and hugged Yi Chuan, bursting into tears. Thank you so much. I almost got harmed by those goblins. I can see that. Should I give you an award?" Yi Chuan's voice made the woman's cries abruptly stop. She realized that the person who saved her seemed a bit unusual. She turned her head to glance around and saw the bodies of those who had already been killed by Yi Chuan. They, killed by goblins. Yi Chuan pushed the woman away from his embrace without changing his expression and continued deeper into the cave. The woman hurried to follow him. Only by staying close to Yi Chuan could she feel a bit of safety. "My name is Xia Nan Nan, what's yours?" "Yi Chuan, you're amazing. Are you a combat profession too?" Xia Nan Nan pressed on. Yi Chuan ignored her. At this point, he had reached the end of the cave, where there was nothing but stone walls. He stepped forward and knocked on the stone wall, producing an empty sound. He lifted his foot and kicked forward fiercely. The hard stone wall collapsed with a crash, revealing several goblin pups huddled together in fear, looking like pitiful little puppies. Yi Chuan said nothing and raised his knife as he walked over. "Are you going to kill even the pups?" Seeing the pitiful little goblins, Xia Nan Nan felt a pang of compassion. "Of course, otherwise, should I kill you?" Yi Chuan retorted. Xia Nan Nan instantly fell silent, not daring to speak again. After dealing with the goblin pups, Yi Chuan wiped his pig-killing knife clean and walked out of the goblin's lair. This trip had been quite rewarding for him. Nearly 100 goblins had allowed his rank to leap from a 3rd-tier apprentice to a 6th-tier apprentice, and his three-dimensional attributes had also increased to 70 points. Such a speed of leveling up would surely drop many jaws if it got out. It's worth noting that Yi Chuan had not received any cultivation resources. He had relied solely on his own efforts. Looking across the myriad of races, there probably wasn't anyone like Yi Chuan, who with just a pig-killing knife, could reach the 6th-tier apprentice realm in 6 days. The only downside was that his pig-killing knife had become somewhat dull, but that was to be expected. It was just an ordinary pig-killing knife, and it was normal for it to dull when clashing with goblin weapons. Having tasted success, Yichuan tidied up his things and prepared to continue looking for pigs to kill, but after taking 2 steps, he noticed that Xia Nan was still following closely behind him. "Stop following me. You should go that way, the city gate is over there." Yichuan pointed in the direction of the city gate. I'm too scared." Xia Nan was clearly terrified by the earlier group of goblins. She couldn't imagine what would have happened to her if Yichuan hadn't happened to barge in. Yichuan, feeling a bit impatient, pulled out his pig-killing knife, the cold gleam startling Xia Nan, who turned pale instantly. "Why you wait? Don't cut me. I'm the daughter of Xia Beihai." "Xia Beihai? The Xia Beihai from the Qingqing Xia family?" Yichuan's heart skipped a beat. The Xia family in Xinjiang was quite a formidable presence. The 2 alliances of Shang and Xia represented the 4 top forces in Xinjiang. Among them, the Xia referred to the Xia family, and the head of the Xia family, Xia Beihai, was a 9th-tier master-level transmuter, just a step away from the master realm. "That's right." Xia Nan nodded. "Please help me. Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. You can ask for any reward you want." Yichuan's face immediately broke into a smile. This was truly a case of a pillow arriving just when he needed to sleep. He had been worried about where to find a better pig-killing knife. After all, his parents were just ordinary people and couldn't help him much. The Xia family was wealthy and powerful, and they could surely help him find a blacksmith. "Miss Xia, you misunderstand. You're so beautiful, and I, Yichuan, happen to be someone who cherishes the fairer sex. How could I bear to cut you? I just wanted you to see how nice my knife looks." Yichuan put away the pig-killing knife. "Miss Xia, don't worry. From now on, your matters are my matters. Just tell me, what do you need help with?" Looking at the beaming Yichuan, Xia Nan felt a bit uneasy, but thinking about how this guy single-handedly slaughtered a goblin tribe, she had some confidence in Yichuan's strength. "In a few days, it's my mother's birthday. I want to find a blood moonflower as a gift for her, which is why I sneaked out. Can you help me find the blood moonflower and then safely escort me back to Qingchun? You can name your price, how about it?" Xia Nan asked. "Blood moonflower?" Yichuan took out the Wilderness Survival Guide and quickly found the relevant information. The blood moonflower is a rare treasure, growing in places guarded by blood moon giant pythons. However, the blood moonflower has no effect on enhancing strength. Its only purpose is to delay the aging of one's appearance. Therefore, very few people seek out the blood moonflower. After all, an adult blood moon giant python's strength is comparable to that of a 9th-tier apprentice human class changer. "Wait a minute." Yichuan looked at Xia Nan in confusion. "You can't even defeat a goblin, yet you dare to seek out a blood moon giant python that rivals a 9th-tier apprentice? I can defeat them." Xia Nan was anxious. "When I left, I had protective measures from my dad. Even a class changer at the entry level wouldn't be my match, but that group of goblins was too treacherous. I was ambushed. That's how I got caught." The more Xia Nan spoke, the quieter her voice became, as if she realized how embarrassing it was. Yichuan rolled his eyes. "Well, protective measures that can repel entry-level class changers, yet she got caught by a bunch of goblins. This was like Lu, Guan, and Zhang teaming up to challenge Lu Bu, only to be captured halfway by Xing Daorong. I can help you, but once it's done, I want you to find the best weaponsmith in Qingqing to help me forge a new knife." "Is that all? Easy. No problem." Xia Nan immediately agreed, and both she and Yichuan smiled happily, feeling like they had struck a good deal. Xia Nan took out a map from her pocket and slowly unfolded it. "I bought this from someone else. It marks the locations where the blood moon giant pythons appear. As long as we find the blood moon giant python, we can definitely find the blood moonflower." Xia Nan pointed to a spot on the map. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Yichuan picked up his pig-killing knife and set off. "Don't rush. You still have injuries. You need to treat your wounds first." Xia Nan called out to Yichuan and then handed over her bag. "I have medicine in my bag. You can see what you can use and take it." Yichuan glanced at Xia Nan's bag and immediately gasped. The Xia family is indeed wealthy, they can be so willful. Inside Xia Nan's bag was a dazzling array of various pills, those for external injuries, internal injuries, detoxification, and stamina recovery, everything one could need. And without exception, all these pills were first grade. Yichuan even spotted a few second-grade pills. To know that a first-grade pill can easily sell for tens of thousands, and a second-grade pill can go for over 100,000, while Xia Nan casually carried a whole bag of them. Truly, a young calf is not afraid of tigers. A bag full of first-grade pills, plus a few second-grade ones, is enough to tempt some ill-intentioned people to commit murder for them. "You treat your wounds first. I'm going to wash my face. I'm too dirty. it feels terrible. Xia Nan Nan grabbed a bottle of water and walked aside. Being rich is really nice. Yi Chuan sighed bitterly. If he didn't know she was Xia Beihai's daughter, he might have thought of robbing her. Besides a pig-killing knife, a few bottles of water, and some dry bread, he didn't even have a band-aid in his bag. Compared to Xia Nan Nan, he felt like a refugee. But it was also good. Walking with Xia Nan Nan meant he didn't have to worry about injuries anymore. This little rich girl had enough pills to spare. Yi Chuan took a rejuvenation pill from Xia Nan Nan's bag. The pill was entirely green, brimming with vitality, and as soon as it entered his mouth, it melted away. Under the effect of the rejuvenation pill, Yi Chuan's injuries began to heal at an extraordinarily exaggerated speed. In less than 10 minutes, the wounds inflicted by the goblins had completely healed, leaving only faint scars. At that moment, Xia Nan Nan returned after washing up, her face now free of dirt, revealing a delicate visage, fair with a hint of rosy color. Although she stood nearly 1.7 meters tall with a curvaceous figure, Xia Nan Nan had a very youthful face, creating a striking contrast. Yi Chuan glanced at her and then looked away. "I'm healed, let's go." Xia Nan Nan was momentarily stunned. For the first time in her life, she doubted her appearance. Because just now, Yi Chuan had looked at her as if she were a piece of pork? Was she that ugly? Given Yi Chuan's previous tendency to draw his knife at any moment, Xia Nan Nan dared not ask further and could only silently follow behind him. Yi Chuan followed the map Xia Nan Nan had given him, and soon they encountered a ferocious beast, a silver-horned giant rhinoceros quietly grazing nearby, its heavy silver armor glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. The silver-horned giant rhinoceros is a herbivore and not very aggressive. Let's not provoke it and just go around. Before Xia Nan Nan could finish her sentence, she saw Yi Chuan already walking over with his butcher's knife in hand. If it dares to eat grass today, it will dare to eat people tomorrow. We can't let it live. Xia Nan Nan was terrified and quickly tried to dissuade him. The silver-horned giant rhinoceros has high attack and defense power, comparable to a 7th-tier apprentice. Don't go looking for trouble. Just as her words fell, Yi Chuan swung his knife, and a line of blood appeared on the neck of the massive silver-horned giant rhinoceros, which then crashed to the ground with a thud. Xia Nan Nan was dumbfounded. One strike, and he had taken down a silver-horned giant rhinoceros? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have dared to imagine such a scene. It was well known that the silver-horned giant rhinoceros had exceptionally high defense. Its heavy silver shield-like armor was said to be impervious to blades. Yet, in front of Yi Chuan, the silver-horned giant rhinoceros hadn't even withstood a single blow. Yi Chuan climbed onto the giant rhinoceros and skillfully cut off the long horn from its head. This was excellent material for refining weapons and could fetch a good price if sold. The rhinoceros's armor was also quite good, but it was too heavy and inconvenient to carry, so Yi Chuan left it behind. He stuffed the horn into his backpack and patted the still-dazed Xia Nan Nan. "Let's go. What are you waiting for?" "Oh, okay." Xia Nan Nan was still in shock, following behind Yi Chuan in a daze. Soon, she witnessed an even more unbelievable scene. Along the way, regardless of the type of ferocious beast they encountered, it was basically a one-strike affair for Yi Chuan. If one strike wasn't enough, then two would do. Moreover, Yi Chuan's killing intent was extremely strong. As long as he could see a ferocious beast within his line of sight, he would rush over and take it down with a single blow. His reasons for killing the beasts were also absurd, claiming that this one looked like it had heatstroke, that one seemed sick, and another had fur that was too long. Clearly, they were in a perilous wilderness, yet Yi Chuan acted as if he were slaughtering pigs in his own pig pen, moving leisurely. Xia Nan Nan was left dumbfounded. Was this guy a reincarnated butcher? Yi Chuan, what exactly is your profession? After witnessing Yi Chuan take down a black-scaled giant lizard comparable to an 8th-tier apprentice with a single strike, Xia Nan Nan finally couldn't help but voice her inner question. "Me? I'm just a pig butcher," Yi Chuan replied honestly. "Impossible. You are only a 6th-tier apprentice, yet you can easily kill enemies 2 tiers above you. You must at least be an epic-level combat profession." Although Xia Nan Nan was inexperienced, she came from a prominent family and had a basic sense of discernment. "Forget it if you don't believe me." Yi Chuan shrugged. His relationship with Xia Nan Nan was merely a pure transactional one. He had no obligation to answer her questions. Seeing that Yi Chuan was ignoring her again, Xia Nan Nan gritted her teeth, but she had no way to deal with him. Despite being an epic-level combat profession, her level was not lower than Yi Chuan's, but she had no confidence in dodging that astonishing strike of his. Yi Chuan continued to slaughter his way forward, taking down anything alive that crossed his path. Under this high-intensity massacre, Yi Chuan's level rose again, becoming a 7th-tier apprentice. He checked his attribute panel. Name, Yi Chuan. Profession, God-level pig butcher. Level, 7th-tier apprentice, 13. 1%. Strength, 27. Agility, 27, Spirit, 26, Professional Talent, Pig Clan Nemesis, God-Slaying Blade, Professional Skill, Blood Shadow Butcher, LV1, Pig Clan Nemesis. Attacks against pigs deal an additional 450% damage for each pig killed. This talent's enhancement increases by 1%, and damage dealt to you by pigs is halved. God-Slaying Blade, choose a weapon as your pig slaughtering knife. Every pig that dies under this knife will provide you with 0.1 points of free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher, the pig butcher releases his own malevolent aura, forcing pigs into a state of fear for 1 second. A 7th tier apprentice in Qingcheng could be considered a minor character, let alone with Yichuan's god-level pig butcher profession. Even a 9th tier apprentice would not be impressive in front of him. As for the ascended tier professionals, Yichuan had never fought one, and he didn't know if he could win. After all, the gap between each realm was significant. We're getting close to the location of the Blood Moon Giant Python. Xia Nan Nan glanced at the map, feeling a bit excited, and pulled Yichuan to move. Wait a moment, there are people ahead. Yichuan's gaze sharpened. As a pig butcher, he was very sensitive to the scent of pigs. There were at least 20 pigs ahead, and one of them felt particularly powerful. In the wild, one must be cautious not only of various ferocious beasts and demons but also of human compatriots. Human hearts can sometimes be far more terrifying than ferocious beasts. Who's there? Come out. Yichuan initially wanted to wait for them to pass before continuing, but that powerful pig seemed to have noticed the two of them and shouted directly, "Come out quickly! Don't hide, otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Yichuan remained silent, quietly gripping the pig slaughtering knife in his bag as he stepped out. The moment Yichuan and Xia Nan Nan appeared, both groups froze, because both sides turned out to be acquaintances. The one who had just shouted was Zhao Ming, the principal of Qingcheng High School. Su Lingxian, Lu Jinglong, and a dozen students who had awakened combat professions were following Zhao Ming. It was clear that Zhao Ming had brought these people out for field training. With Zhao Ming's strength, as long as Su Lingxian and the others didn't run around, ensuring their safety would be no problem at all. Yichuan, what are you doing here? Zhao Ming couldn't help but ask. He had a pretty deep impression of this student, a god-level profession, yet he was a pig butcher, truly a waste of talent. Zhao Ming had been waking up in the middle of the night these past few days just to slap himself. How could a god-level profession be a pig butcher? The key was, what was this guy, a life profession, doing in such a wild place? Where were the pigs for him to kill? Just passing by, Yichuan replied honestly. Just passing by? Yichuan, do you believe that yourself? I think you can't let go of Sister Lingxian, so you followed her out here like a sticky plaster, right? A slightly plump girl behind Su Lingxian sneered. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone had a look of realization. No wonder Yichuan, a life profession, would appear so far out in the wild. If he had come to entangle Su Lingxian, then everything made sense. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd towards Yichuan were filled with disdain and mockery, as if they were looking at a fanciful toad. TSK, even after breaking up, you still want to stalk and cling on. That's terrifying. Lingxian, having such an ex-boyfriend is like having a criminal record. Really, so ordinary yet so confident. Yichuan, don't you have a mirror? Sister Lingxian is a legendary combat profession, and you, a pig butcher. What right do you have to keep bothering her? Exactly, you even chased her out to the wilderness. If you're not eaten by a ferocious beast, consider yourself lucky. This guy really looks like a clown. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Su Lingxian hadn't thought much of it at first, but hearing their words, a hint of impatience crept into her gaze as she looked at Yichuan. Yichuan, I think I made myself very clear last time. Why do you have to keep bothering me? It's impossible for us. We are already from two different worlds. Looking at the faces of these people, Yichuan touched the pig slaughtering knife in his bag. But considering Zhao Ming standing nearby, he obediently put the knife back without saying a word. He didn't like to argue with pigs. He could always deal with them later when the opportunity arose. However, his silence clearly appeared as inferiority in the eyes of the people across from him. Lu Jinglong stepped forward with a sinister grin. Yichuan, you actually dared to appear in front of me. Great. I was worried I wouldn't be able to find you if you hid. A long knife appeared in Lu Jinglong's hand, and the moment the blade was drawn, it flashed with a terrifying cold light. Hiss! Jinglong's knife should be considered a true spirit weapon, right? Yes, my uncle is a weaponsmith. I've seen spirit weapons. That knife has already reached the low-grade yellow tier. Spirit weapons are worlds apart from ordinary weapons. Jinglong is already a 4th-tier apprentice, and with that spirit weapon, he could probably handle a 6th-tier apprentice. The crowd's expressions turned serious. Spirit weapons are specially forged by weaponsmiths and are generally divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, each further divided into 4 grades. A powerful spirit weapon can significantly enhance a job changer's strength, even doubling it directly. Yichuan, I warned you to leave Qingcheng. This time, I won't help you again. Su Lingxian couldn't help but shake her head at the sight. She had been so resolute last time, yet Yichuan still followed her like a sticky plaster to the wilderness. If she helped him again this time, wouldn't he misunderstand that she still had feelings for him? Letting Lu Jinglong teach him a lesson would be good. It would help him see reality. Lu Jinglong had hoped to see fear on Yichuan's face, but soon he was disappointed. Yichuan showed no fear at all. Instead, his eyes were fixed hotly on the knife in Lu Jinglong's hand. A low-grade yellow-tier spirit weapon should be quite valuable, right? Yichuan asked Xia Nan beside him. Not bad, it could sell for hundreds of thousands, but that knife's quality is average. Xia Nan nodded. Hundreds of thousands? That's enough. Yichuan nodded in satisfaction. His father at the slaughterhouse wouldn't earn that much even after swinging a pig slaughtering knife for a year. Seeing that Yichuan had already regarded his spirit weapon as his own, Lu Jinglong's anger surged. You filthy pig butcher, what are you pretending for? Lu Jinglong charged over with the knife, slashing down at Yichuan, the blade moving like a shadow, swift as the wind. Yichuan raised his pig slaughtering knife to block. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, sparks flew, and Yichuan's pig slaughtering knife was directly chopped in half. One half of the blade spun in the air for a moment before embedding itself in the ground. In contrast, Lu Jinglong's knife remained sharp and intact, not even a nick on it. Compared to spirit weapons, ordinary blades were as fragile as paper. Ha 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 ha, your pig slaughtering knife is broken. You won't even be able to kill pigs anymore. Lu Jinglong laughed wildly, finally releasing the pent-up frustration he had been holding inside for so long. Unexpectedly, Yichuan directly threw the half-cut pig-killing knife in his hand aside. I don't need a knife to deal with you. As soon as the words fell, Yichuan moved. His speed reached its peak, almost in the blink of an eye. He was in front of Lu Jinglong. The Shadowless Blade Master was also a profession skilled in speed, but at that moment, Lu Jinglong had no time to react. Yichuan's fingers closed, his calf exerted force, and a punch slammed into Lu Jinglong's chest. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-cracking sounds that made one's teeth ache echoed, and Lu Jinglong's entire body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string from Yichuan's punch. His chest caved in at a strange angle, clearly indicating that his ribs were broken. This scene left everyone stunned. No one expected that Yichuan, a pig butcher, could so easily defeat Lu Jinglong. A life profession defeating a combat profession? This was too absurd. It wasn't until Lu Jinglong let out a scream that everyone snapped back to reality. Zhao Ming looked at Yichuan in astonishment. You are already a 7th-tier apprentice? As soon as this was said, the people from Qingcheng High School revealed expressions of disbelief. Even Su Lingxian was no exception. Even she, under the full cultivation of Qingcheng High School, had only reached the 6th-tier apprentice. How could Yichuan possibly level up faster than her? It's just luck. Yichuan stepped forward and picked up Lu Jinglong's knife. Although it wasn't a pig-killing knife, it was still a spiritual weapon, better than his original ordinary knife. He carefully examined the long knife, and at the very bottom of the blade, the words Qingfeng were engraved. A yellow-grade low-tier spiritual weapon, the Qingfeng knife. It seems that during this time, aside from eating and sleeping, you've been busy killing pigs? That's why your realm has improved so quickly. But Yichuan, this is useless. A pig butcher is just a life profession. Zhao Ming sighed and began to explain to everyone from Qingcheng High School. Although the realm division between life professions and combat professions was the same, the methods of leveling up were completely different. Combat professions required hard training, understanding combat techniques, accumulating battle experience, or using resources like elixirs and rare materials to improve their realm. Life professions were different. Taking the pig butcher as an example, he only needed to kill pigs for Yichuan's realm to continuously improve. The same went for weapon refiners and alchemists. They didn't need to fight. As a god-level pig butcher, if he disregarded everything in the apprentice realm and focused solely on killing pigs, his realm would indeed rise quickly. However, once he reached the entry-level realm or even the master realm, the number of pigs Yichuan would need to kill to level up would be astronomical. By then, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for this pig butcher to level up. On the other hand, combat professions only needed to continue training to enhance their strength. It was merely a matter of speed, and they wouldn't face the trouble of difficult upgrades. After hearing Zhao Ming's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. In other words, although Yichuan can easily defeat Brother Jinglong now, in a few years, he will be the one getting beaten by Brother Jinglong? Isn't that normal? After all, a pig butcher is just a life profession. As the realm increases, the skills and techniques of combat professions will become more and more abundant. What good is a higher realm for him? He can only kill pigs, right? No wonder he appeared in the wild. He wouldn't be here just to showcase his realm, trying to win back Sister Lingxian, would he? Damn! I feel like you hit the nail on the head. I thought so. This pig butcher is really disgusting. Sister Lingxian, don't let love cloud your judgment. The principal already said that he only leveled up quickly in the early stages, relying on his high realm and attributes to defeat Brother Jinglong. Once he enters the entry-level realm, how many pigs will there be left for him to kill? Su Lingxian also frowned at Yi Chuan, shaking her head helplessly. Yi Chuan, why go through all this? To be honest, I've already been recommended to Tianqiang Academy. In a few days, the teachers from Tianqiang Academy will come to pick me up. We are now people from two different worlds. Tianqiang Academy. Upon hearing this name, everyone gasped in shock. This is the best academy in the 5th Special District of the Human Federation. It is said that the security guards at the entrance of Tianqiang Academy are all masters, and even those who have transitioned to the master level do not have the qualifications to guard the gate. Every transitioner trained by this academy is, without exception, a significant figure capable of defending a territory. They never expected that Su Lingxian could enter Tianqiang Academy. This is simply like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. No matter how much you do, in my eyes, it's just a show for attention. Go back, Yi Chuan, stop being willful. Uncle Yi and Aunt Wu only have you as their son, don't make them worry. Su Lingxuan's beautiful eyes were filled with indifference, looking at Yi Chuan as if he were a stranger. She had to make Yi Chuan realize the gap between them so that he could completely give up. Yi Chuan, don't blame me, I'm doing this for your own good, Su Lingxian thought to herself. Yi Chuan ignored her, but Xia Nannan was not pleased. When had Miss Xia ever suffered a loss? She stood up with her hands on her hips. Are you done? Yi Chuan came with me to find the blood moonflower. Running into you was just a matter of not checking the calendar before going out. What are you all imagining here? Seeing that Xia Nannan dared to retort, those who wanted to curry favor with Su Lingxian immediately turned their fire on Xia Nannan. Oh, the scum that Lingxian doesn't want, and someone actually treats him as a treasure? Truly blind. This Yi Chuan has no other skills, but he is indeed good at flirting with women. He has already hooked up with another one so quickly. Hee, a match made in heaven, everlasting love slap. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of slapping echoed. Before they could finish their words, Xia Nannan stepped forward and slapped each of them. You dare hit me? You're looking for death. The few of them instantly became furious. They were all combat-type professionals and immediately wanted to fight back. Try touching me. My father is Xia Beihai. Xia Nannan said coldly. Stop. Zhao Ming immediately shouted to halt them and carefully examined Xia Nannan. Just now, he hadn't thought much of her dirty appearance, but upon closer inspection, he realized that this girl was indeed Xia Beihai's daughter. Miss Xia, how come you are here? Zhao Ming's tone softened considerably, as if he were coaxing a child. What does it matter to you? I can go wherever I want. Xia Nannan shot a cold glance at Zhao Ming. But you, Principal Zhao, the quality of your students is truly concerning. Yes, it's my fault. I will definitely discipline them well when I return, Zhao Ming said with a forced smile. Make them apologize to Yi Chuan. Xia Nannan pointed at the group. Did you hear that? Apologize, Zhao Ming said in a deep voice. Although those people were very reluctant, since Zhao Ming had spoken, they could only squeeze out the words I'm sorry through gritted teeth. And what about her? Xia Nannan looked at Su Lingxian. Horror. Zhao Ming's expression became somewhat awkward. Miss Xia, Lingxian is the first legendary combat professional to appear in our Qingchang in 100 years, and she has been recommended to Tianqiang Academy. Given time, she will undoubtedly become a well-known figure in the Human Federation. Even your father wouldn't want to provoke her, would he? So what? If you do something wrong, you have to apologize. Xia Nannan showed no signs of backing down. Zhao Ming was now in a dilemma. On one side was the Xia family, and on the other was Su Lingxian, the super genius already admitted to Tianqiang Academy. Offending either side would be a huge loss for him. Fortunately, at this moment, Yi Chuan spoke up. Forget it, let's go. Yi Chuan didn't want to waste time on these people. He would rather spend that time killing a few pigs to increase his strength. You can't leave. Give me back my Qingfeng knife. Lu Jinglong's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Yi Chuan with resentment. A low-grade yellow-tier spirit weapon was extremely valuable to him. If you have the ability, come and take it back yourself. I'm always ready, Yi Chuan said without looking back as he walked away. Although somewhat unwilling, seeing that Yi Chuan had spoken, Xia Nannan could only glare at Su Lingxian in frustration before turning to follow Yi Chuan. Watching the two of them leave, Su Lingxian felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Although she didn't want Yi Chuan, seeing Xia Nannan defend him so fiercely made her feel inexplicably irked. Forget it, if he can win Xia Nannan's favor and become a son-in-law of the Xia family, perhaps that would be the best outcome for him. Su Lingxian shook her head. She was different from Yi Chuan. Her journey was towards the stars and the sea. The stage of Qingchang was too small for her. I'm so mad. Why did you stop me just now? Xia Nan ground her silver teeth. That average girl. You clearly weren't looking for her. Why didn't you explain it clearly? Is it necessary? Why bother arguing with a fool? Looking at Xia Nan's exasperated expression, Yichuan couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Even if Su Lingxian knows I wasn't looking for her, what difference does it make? What benefit do I get? It's not worth the effort to explain. What you said seems to make a bit of sense, but I'm still really angry. Xia Nan waved her fists. Alright, don't be mad. We should have arrived at the location of the Blood Moon Giant Python by now. Yichuan glanced at the map. They had indeed stepped into the territory of the Blood Moon Giant Python. Yichuan tightened his grip on the Qingfeng knife, and a notification sound immediately rang out. Exclusive pig-killing knife selected. The slaughtering divine blade has been activated. Every pig that dies under the knife will provide you with 0.1 points of free attributes. A faint fishy smell lingered in the air, a scent unique to snakes. The damp air felt as if snake tongues were licking at their skin, making them uncomfortable all over. Xia Nan pulled out 2 spherical objects from her backpack, holding them tightly and watching her surroundings warily. By the way, how can someone as strong as you be a pig butcher? It's normal for a pig butcher to have a bit of strength. What do you have in your hand? Yichuan glanced at the objects in Xia Nan's hand. Thunderfire orbs. Xia Nan looked eager to try them out. Without any defenses, even someone at the entry realm would be heavily injured by this thing. If the Blood Moon Giant Python appears, just leave it to me. Got it. As the two of them ventured deeper, the Blood Moon Giant Python still hadn't appeared, but a strange plant came into view. It was 2 red flowers, the color of congealed blood, shimmering with a translucent sheen and exuding an enticing floral fragrance. The 2 flowers were intertwined, inseparable. Seeing this, Xia Nan exclaimed, "This isn't an ordinary blood moon flower, this is a blood crystal twin flower." The blood crystal twin flower was a mutated form of the blood moon flower. Ordinary blood moon flowers could only slow down the aging process, while the blood crystal twin flower could grant eternal youth. It was said that one could only find a blood crystal twin flower among 100,000 blood moon flowers. Yichuan rubbed his chin, feeling a bit tempted. With the blood crystal twin flower being a twin, he could take one home for his mother, Wu Jingzhu. After all, which woman wouldn't want to maintain her youthful appearance? Wait for me here, I'm going to pick the flowers. If the Blood Moon Giant Python appears, just smash the Thunderfire orbs. Okay. Xia Nan nodded, her face flushed with excitement at the appearance of the blood crystal twin flower. Yichuan held the Qingfeng knife, tiptoeing carefully towards the blood crystal twin flower. Until he reached the side of the blood crystal twin flower, the surroundings remained quiet. The Blood Moon Giant Python seemed to be absent. Yichuan let out a sigh of relief, picked up the Qingfeng knife, and stabbed it into the soil beneath the blood crystal twin flowers. After circling around, he carefully dug out the blood crystal twin flowers along with the soil and placed them gently into his backpack. Just then, Yichuan suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor. He didn't dare to look back and dashed forward. In the next second, a massive red snake head appeared where he had just been, opening its gaping maw to bite down. If Yichuan hadn't dodged in time, he would have surely met his end in the serpent's belly. The Blood Moon Giant Python was covered in crystal-like red scales, its yellow slit pupils filled with rage. Its upright body stood 2 to 3 meters tall, exuding an intimidating presence. Yichuan was taken aback. This Blood Moon Giant Python, even if not at the ascendant level, was definitely close to the peak of a 9th-tier apprentice. Blood Shadow Butcher. Yichuan wasted no time and activated his skill, the powerful malevolence plunging the Blood Moon Giant Python into a state of fear. Xia Nan, attack! Yichuan shouted angrily as he sprinted to the side. Xia Nan was quick to respond, throwing the Thunderfire Pearl she held without hesitation. 1 blue, 1 red, 1 thunder, 1 fire. The 2 pearls shot straight towards the Blood Moon Giant Python, which had just regained its senses from the fear. The Thunder Pearl and Fire Pearl appeared right in front of it. The 2 pearls collided violently, emitting a dazzling burst of light. Lightning arcs and flames intertwined, instantly unleashing a ferocious energy that obliterated everything around. The Blood Moon Giant Python had strong defensive scales, but against the Thunderfire Pearl, it was still insufficient. Its scales shattered one by one, blood splattering everywhere. The blood that splattered out was instantly evaporated by the high temperature of the Thunderfire Pearl's explosion. When the explosive energy subsided, the Blood Moon Giant Python had turned from red to charred black, exuding a scent reminiscent of roasted meat. Yichuan felt a chill run down his spine. If the Thunderfire Pearl had hit him, his fate would likely not be much better than that of the Blood Moon Giant Python. He stepped forward and delivered a fatal blow to the already dying Blood Moon Giant Python. Butcher Yichuan used the butcher knife to slaughter a special pig, increasing his level by 30%, with an additional damage boost of 1% against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 1 points in free attributes. 30% for a Blood Moon Giant Python? Yi Chuan was somewhat surprised, but it made sense. If Xia Nan hadn't blown it up with the Thunderfire Pearl, he would have had to expend considerable effort to kill it. Let's go back. The sun was about to set, and he had been out all day. If he didn't return soon, Yi Qiyuan and the others would start to worry. But at that moment, Xia Nan's pupils suddenly constricted. Yi Chuan, look behind you. Yi Chuan turned around sharply and saw 2 more suns in the sky. No, those weren't suns, they were 2 enormous beastly eyes. A Blood Moon Giant Python, twice the size of the previous one, appeared before Yi Chuan and Xia Nan, radiating the aura of the ascendant level. The Blood Moon Flower has turned into Blood Crystal Twin Flowers, and the Blood Moon Giant Python has gone from 1 to 2? Yi Chuan was startled and asked Xia Nan, do you have any Thunderfire Pearls left? No, my dad only gave me that 1 pair for self-defense. Xia Nan shook her head. Then what are we waiting for? Run! Yi Chuan grabbed Xia Nan and fled. But the Blood Moon Giant Python clearly didn't intend to let the 2 thieves escape. Its massive tail swept towards them, shaking the ground as if an earthquake had struck, snapping the ancient trees around them in half. Yi Chuan raised his arms to block, but was sent flying, his internal energy surging, a salty and fishy taste rising in his throat. If it weren't for the pig race nemesis reducing the impact of that blow by half, he would have been severely injured by the python's tail. The gap between the ascendant level and the apprentice level was still too great. This was a difference between major realms, and moreover, Yi Chuan was only a 7th-tier apprentice at the moment. It seems there's no escaping this, we have to kill it. You help me carry the bag. Find a place to hide. Yi Chuan handed the backpack to Xia Nan and then drew out his Qingfeng knife. Are you crazy? That Blood Moon Giant Python is clearly at the ascendant stage. Xia Nan was startled by Yi Chuan's idea. A 7th-tier apprentice wanting to kill a ferocious beast at the ascendant stage? What kind of nonsense was this? I know. Yi Chuan charged forward, dodging the sweeping tail of the Blood Moon Giant Python, and then struck it with his knife. Clang! Accompanied by a sound of metal clashing, the Qingfeng knife scraped against the scales of the Blood Moon Giant Python, creating a series of sparks and leaving a shallow cut, with some blood seeping out from beneath the scales. Yi Chuan gasped. This ascendant stage Blood Moon Giant Python had such strong defenses? He had the extra damage bonus against the pig race, and the weapon in his hand was a spiritual weapon. He couldn't even imagine what would have happened if he had used his original ordinary pig-killing knife. It probably wouldn't have even broken through the python's defenses. The injured Blood Moon Giant Python was furious, and as its massive tail slammed down, it opened its gaping mouth and lunged at Yi Chuan. The head and tail formed a horn-like position, leaving Yi Chuan no room to dodge. Yi Chuan's gaze sharpened as he locked his eyes on the Blood Moon Giant Python. Its defenses were too strong. If he fought normally, it would be extremely difficult to deal with this Blood Moon Giant Python. The only opportunity left for him was to risk everything. With that thought, Yi Chuan hesitated not at all, pushing off the ground with all his might, and shot himself like a cannonball straight into the gaping mouth of the Blood Moon Giant Python. Yi Chuan! Xia Nan exclaimed in shock. The Blood Moon Giant Python instinctively closed its mouth, intending to swallow Yi Chuan whole. No matter the prey, the Blood Moon Giant Python was confident it could digest it with its super-strong stomach acid. It raised its neck high, continuously writhing its neck muscles to push Yi Chuan into its stomach. But at that moment, a sharp long knife suddenly pierced out from the neck of the Blood Moon Giant Python. Whoosh! The Qingfeng knife swept forward, opening a large gash in the python's throat, and confusion filled its massive beastly eyes. Covered in filth, Yi Chuan jumped out from the python's neck. The Blood Moon Giant Python had clearly underestimated the attack power of its prey. Armed with a spiritual weapon, and with the pig race's extra damage of 450%, entering the Blood Moon Giant Python's body was like Sun Wukong entering Princess Ironfan's belly. He could do as he pleased. Bang! With a muffled thud, the giant head of the Blood Moon Giant Python crashed heavily to the ground, cutting off its life. Pig butcher Yi Chuan used a pig-killing knife to slaughter a special pig, leveling up by 60%, and the extra damage against the pig race increased by 1%, adding 0.1 to free attributes. After killing the Blood Moon Giant Python, Yi Chuan's realm broke through on the spot, reaching the 8th-tier apprentice level. Xia Nan was stunned. She never expected that Yi Chuan, a 7th-tier apprentice, could actually kill a Blood Moon Giant Python at the Ascendant stage. Even if it was just a first-tier Ascendant, it was still an Ascendant. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Xia Nan wouldn't have dared to believe it. Phew, Miss Xia, this task of yours is really hard to accomplish. If you had said we were facing an Ascendant stage ferocious beast, I wouldn't have come. Yi Chuan looked at Xia Nan with a bitter smile. You scared me to death. Xia Nan's eyes were red. Why did you take such a risk? You almost got turned into poop by the Blood Moon Giant Python. Fortune favors the bold, Yichuan shrugged, but as soon as he did, he grimaced in pain. After being swallowed by the blood moon giant python, all his bones felt like they were being crushed, and now even the slightest movement caused him intense pain. Seeing Yichuan's comical appearance, Xia Nan Nan, who had been red-eyed, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Serves you right. Let's see if you dare to take risks next time. Xia Nan Nan took out a bottle of elixir from her bag and handed it over. Here, take this and the pain will go away. After you finish, hurry and wash up. You're covered in the saliva and digestive fluids of that blood moon giant python. It stinks. Yichuan didn't refuse, took the elixir, and swallowed it. The pain in his body diminished significantly. He then took off his soaked clothes, revealing his strong upper body. Xia Nan Nan immediately turned her head shyly, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at Yichuan. Yichuan's physique and looks were both excellent. Otherwise, Su Lingxian wouldn't have been so infatuated with him before awakening her profession. Let's go, we can head back now. Yichuan, bare-chested, slung his backpack and the qingfeng blade over his back. He really had to thank Lu Jinglong. If he hadn't traveled such a long distance to deliver a spirit weapon to him, he wouldn't have been able to handle that blood moon giant python just now. Xia Nan Nan nodded softly, her face flushed, not daring to look at Yichuan. The two split the blood crystal twin flower, each taking one, and hurried back to Qingqing before the sun completely set. As they just entered the city gate, a large group of elegantly dressed, anxious Xia family members quickly surrounded them. The leader was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. Oh my young lady, where have you been? The family head is almost dead from worry. Uncle Zhao, I'm sorry, I made you all worry. Xia Nan Nan lowered her head, feeling somewhat ashamed. It was only after leaving the city that she realized how foolish her decision to go out alone to find the blood moon flower was. If Yichuan hadn't happened to show up, she would probably have been trapped in a goblin's lair by now. As long as you're back safely, that's good. Uncle Zhao sighed in relief, then looked at Yichuan. Who is this? Uncle Zhao, this is Yichuan, my savior. Thanks to him, I was able to return safely. Yichuan is very impressive. Xia Nan Nan introduced. Oh, I see, thank you, Yi classmate. What profession do you have? Uncle Zhao asked kindly. Pig butcher, Yichuan answered honestly. Pig butcher? Uncle Zhao was taken aback, and his expression turned much colder. He took out a card and handed it over. Yi classmate, you really are quite accomplished at a young age. This card has 200,000 on it. Consider it a reward for saving my young lady. No need, Yichuan pushed the card back. I brought your young lady back, it was just a transaction between us. I only want the agreed upon reward. Oh, Uncle Zhao raised an eyebrow, a hint of caution in his eyes. What reward do you want? Uncle Zhao, Yichuan wants to find the strongest blacksmith in Qingqing to help him forge a spirit weapon. Xia Nan Nan added from the side. I understand, young lady, leave this matter to me. Let them take you home first. The family head is almost dead from worry. Uncle Zhao advised. Well, okay. Xia Nan Nan glanced at Yichuan reluctantly but could only follow the Xia family's servants home first. If she didn't return soon, her father would probably come rushing over. After Xia Nan Nan left, the smile on Uncle Zhao's face faded, replaced by a hint of coldness. Yi classmate, I am very grateful that you saved my young lady, but you and her are not a match, so please do not have any improper thoughts. Otherwise, it may not be good for everyone. Uncle Zhao was a shrewd person, otherwise, he wouldn't be the steward of the Xia family. Just now, Xia Nanan's gaze towards Yichuan was clearly not right, and he had to nip this in the bud. Yichuan was somewhat speechless. Who would have worldly desires for a pig head? But he didn't know how to explain. He couldn't just tell Uncle Zhao that in his eyes, his young lady was a pig head, could he? No problem. I promise I won't entangle with your young lady. What about the spirit weapon? Yichuan asked. Rest assured, Miss will naturally keep her promise to you. Master Tiexin and my family have a good relationship. I will explain things to him. You can just go find Master Tiexin tomorrow. Zhao Bo nodded and advised. After you obtain the spirit weapon, please keep your distance from my young lady as much as possible. Understood. Yichuan waved his hand and turned to leave. His goal had been achieved, and he didn't want to say much more to Zhao Bo. Meanwhile, in the wilderness of Qingcheng, beside the two blood moon giant pythons killed by Yichuan, a tall, barefoot woman appeared. This woman had horns on her head, long ears, and her eyes were vertical slits, clearly not human. Her cold, beautiful eyes first glanced at the corpses of the blood moon giant pythons before she walked over to the location of the blood crystal twin flowers. The blood crystal twin flowers she had carefully cultivated were now nowhere to be found, leaving only a small pit in the ground. Her gaze grew colder as she gouged out the eyes of the blood moon giant pythons, and within the depths of their eyes, Yichuan's figure was reflected. You killed my beast pet and took my spirit plant. You human, truly have great audacity. the alien woman suddenly erupted with a dazzling, eerie bloodlight, dyeing the moon and the sky a blood-red color at that moment. As if sensing her anger, all the ferocious beasts in the wilderness of Qingcheng trembled and lay flat on the ground. "Mom, this is for you." Back home, Yichuan handed the blood crystal twin flowers to Wu Jingzhu. "This is the blood crystal twin flowers? Where did you get this?" Wu Jingzhu was somewhat surprised. "I went outside the city to see the world, and happened to stumble upon two red giant pythons fighting. They ended up perishing together, and I saw a flower on the ground, so I picked it up," Yichuan said, scratching his head shyly. "You child, is that the kind of place you can just wander into? Do you know how dangerous it is outside the city? You're not allowed to go again next time." Wu Jingzhu scolded Yichuan, but her heart was filled with warmth. The child had grown up and knew to care for his mother. The blood crystal twin flowers held unparalleled allure for every woman. "Got it, Mom, I won't dare next time," Yichuan quickly promised. As for not going outside the city, that was impossible. He had already tasted the sweetness of going out to hunt. Everyone outside the city was talented, and they spoke so nicely. Going outside felt just like going home. Wow, he loved going outside. Yichuan comfortably lay on his bed, exhausted from the whole day. The next morning, he greeted Yi Qiyuan again and then set out to find Master Tianxin. As Zhao Bo had mentioned, Master Tianxin was the most famous blacksmith in Xincheng. The spirit weapons he forged were priceless and sought after by all job changers in Xincheng. Speaking of which, he had to thank the Xia family, otherwise, even with money, it would be hard for him to find Master Tianxin to help him forge a spirit weapon. He took a taxi straight to Master Tianxin's residence. As soon as he arrived at the door, Yichuan heard a series of metallic clanging sounds from inside, like a musical composition. He knocked on the door, and a heavy metal door swung open, a wave of heat rushing out. A burly man with a pig-like head and a beard appeared behind the door, sizing up Yichuan, his muscles bulging. "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, uncle, I was sent by Zhao Bo from the Xia family to find Master Tianxin," Yichuan said. "Oh, you must be Yichuan. Come in, I'll take you to see the master." The burly man turned and led the way, and Yichuan followed him inside. Behind the door was a workshop, with roaring flames in the furnace and many strong men sweating profusely as they swung their forging hammers. After passing through the forging area, Yichuan saw a wall adorned with various spirit weapons, dazzling him. Below the spirit weapons sat an old man on a sandalwood chair. He had white hair and beard, yet not a single wrinkle on his face, and his body was as solid as a rock. "Master, young friend Yichuan has arrived," the burly man with a pig's head introduced. Master Tianxin nodded and spoke. "The housekeeper of the Xia family has already told me about your matters. Just tell me directly what kind of spiritual weapon you want to forge." Seeing Master Tianxin's straightforwardness, Yichuan did not hesitate. "Master Tianxin, I want to forge a pig slaughtering knife." Master Tianxin's hand, which was holding the tea, froze at his mouth, and he looked at Yichuan with a strange expression. "Young friend, you're not joking with me, are you? You want to forge a pig slaughtering knife?" "Master Tianxin, to be honest, I am a pig slaughterer," Yichuan paused and added, "a divine level 1. "A divine level pig slaughterer? I see, you're that kid from Qingcheng High School?" Master Tianxin suddenly realized, and it had been heard around Qingcheng that a divine level profession had emerged, but it was a pig slaughterer. Interesting. I've forged spiritual weapons all my life, but I've never forged a pig slaughtering knife. Do you have any specific requirements for this knife?" "Just one requirement, it needs to be sturdy and durable." Yichuan was very clear, his parents were ordinary people, and he didn't know when he would find a master craftsman like Master Tianxin again. So this pig slaughtering knife forged by Master Tianxin would definitely accompany him for a long time. "Sturdy and durable?" Master Tianxin laughed heartily. "What kind of requirement is that? Any low-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapon would be enough for you to slaughter tens of thousands of pigs." "Well, then I'll dare to be a bit more specific." Yichuan took out the Qingfeng knife. "I want a pig slaughtering knife that can cut this knife in half without any damage to itself." Master Tianxin was taken aback. "What kind of pig are you planning to slaughter?" Yichuan fell silent. Seeing this, Master Tianxin did not press further. "Forget it, if you're unwilling to say, I won't force you. Come back in 10 days to pick up the knife." "Thank you, Master Tianxin." Upon hearing this, Yichuan finally smiled. "No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the Xia family. Now, please leave." Master Tianxin waved his hand. After leaving Master Tianxin's residence, Yichuan did not go home but headed straight to the trading post in Xincheng. He had killed many alien beasts outside the city this time, and there were still many good things on him that needed to be dealt with. Yichuan arrived at the trading post with a large bag. This could be said to be one of the most prosperous places in Xincheng. In the Human Federation, every city has its own trading post. Not only can various materials, spiritual weapons, elixirs, and rare treasures be traded here, but even some self-defense items are available. For example, the Thunderfire Pearl that Xia Nan had used before. Yechuan saw it in the trading post, but the price made him hesitate. It could be said that there was nothing you couldn't find in the trading post. He went directly to the counter and placed the items from his bag on the table. "Hello, I'm here to sell beast materials." The young lady at the counter was slightly plump, and her professional outfit accentuated her curves. Her eyes lit up when she saw Yechuan. Being able to hunt beasts indicated a combat profession, and with such good looks, he was definitely a potential stock. "Hello, sir, please wait a moment." The young lady took out the items from the bag one by one, quoting prices as she went. The horn of the silver-horned giant rhinoceros. The buyback price is 10,000 per horn. A complete skin of the shadowless spirit cat. The buyback price is 3,000 per skin. The roots of a 100-year-old tree spirit. The buyback price is. The total buyback price for these materials in your bag is 38,000. Do you confirm you want to sell? The young lady looked at Yechuan with eyes as clear as water. Confirm. Yechuan nodded. Okay, please provide your account. The young lady began to operate on the computer. Moments later, Yechuan found an extra 38,000 in his account. He couldn't help but sigh. Killing other races really was a quick way to make money. His father swung a butcher's knife in the slaughterhouse until it smoked, and he only made a little over 20,000 in a month. After a day of hunting fierce beasts from other races, he had 38,000. And this too, I'll sell this. Yechuan placed the Qingfeng knife on the counter. The Qingfeng knife was too thin for his liking. He preferred the heavy butcher's knife, a low-grade yellow-tier spirit weapon. The young lady was somewhat surprised, her gaze on Yechuan becoming even more fervent. "Sir, exchanging a spirit weapon for money isn't very cost-effective. I suggest you directly exchange it for another spirit weapon that suits you better. How about that? It can be done like that?" Yechuan was a bit surprised. He truly didn't know this. "Of course, with just a 10,000 fee, you can exchange this knife for another low-grade yellow-tier spirit weapon," the young lady said sweetly. You take me to have a look first," Yechuan replied. "Alright, please follow me. Since this is your first time at the trading post, I've registered you as a member. In the future, you can use this membership account to take on tasks at the trading post," the young lady said as she slowly stood up, leading Yechuan to the area where spirit weapons were displayed. Hundreds of spirit weapons hung on the walls, dazzling Yechuan. His gaze drifted past the weapons and landed on the armor. He already had a butcher's knife forged by Master Tixin, so exchanging the Qingfeng knife for a piece of life-saving armor was the most cost-effective choice. Soon, Yechuan's eyes settled on a piece of soft armor. It seemed to be made from the scales of some fierce beast, its glow subtle yet rich in texture. "Bring that soft armor over for me to take a look." The young lady quickly fetched the soft armor for Yechuan. It felt extremely comfortable in his hands and was very smooth to the touch. "Sir, you truly have an eye for quality. The flame scale soft armor is made from the scales of the clawfire serpent. Besides its incredible defensive power, which can withstand sword thrusts and knife slashes, it also has a strong thermal function, capable of resisting extreme cold down to -20 degrees, the young lady introduced. Yechuan tried it on, and as soon as he put it on, the flame scale soft armor gave him a warm feeling without hindering his movements at all. "This is it. I'll exchange the Qingfeng knife for this armor," Yechuan decided immediately. "Alright, no problem. Please pay the fee over here." Under the young lady's guidance, Yechuan successfully acquired the flame scale soft armor, and with the remaining money, he bought a first-grade revitalizing pill. This thing was incredibly useful for healing injuries and could save lives in critical moments. After buying the revitalizing pill, Yechuan was once again broke. He felt a bit of a toothache. While it was easy for a transcender to make money, spending it was just as quick. Once Master Tixin finished forging the butcher's knife, he would have to head out of the city to hunt fierce beasts again. Taking advantage of his free time, Yechuan browsed the tasks available at the trading post. Seeking a branch of fire dragon bamboo, offering 500,000, high price for collecting abyss worm eggs, 3,000 each, as many as you have. Hunt a mature giant swamp crocodile and bring its corpse back intact, reward 150,000. The tasks at the trading post were varied. With everything available, Yechuan even saw a high-paying request for a child. He found a few tasks suitable for himself, but since he couldn't leave the city right now, he had to put them on hold. Just as he was about to leave, the young lady at the counter slipped him a business card and bit her cherry lips. "If you can't sleep tonight, call me. I'm a responsible woman." From Yechuan's demeanor, she had already determined that he was a potential investment. If she could catch him, she wouldn't have to worry for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, in Yechuan's eyes, she was just a well-endowed pig head. So, aside from the door of the trading post, he casually tossed the business card into the trash can. The idea of pursuing a pig head seemed a bit too neurotic to Yechuan, who was already a bit eccentric. After returning home, Yi Chuan went back to his room to rest for a while, but at that moment, a sudden argument erupted outside the room. What? You say my son stole your son's spirit weapon? Are you kidding me? My son is just a pig butcher. Wu Jingju's incredulous voice reached Yi Chuan's ears, prompting him to hurriedly push the door open and step outside. As soon as he emerged, he saw Lu Jinglong standing in his living room, next to him a middle-aged man with similar features, his expression cold and stern. This is the small one brought in the big one? Dad, it's him who stole my Qingfeng knife. Lu Jinglong glared at Yi Chuan, filled with indignation. Just as Yi Qiyuan returned home, he stepped forward to mediate. This friend, is there some misunderstanding here? My son is just a pig butcher. How could he possibly steal a spirit weapon from someone in a combat profession? I've asked Principal Zhao Ming and several students from Qingcheng High School. It was your son who stole it. There's no mistake. Lu Xing ignored Yi Qiyuan and his wife, striding towards Yi Chuan. Where's the Qingfeng knife? Hand it over. A low-grade spirit weapon was not a small matter for Lu Xing. It was only because his son Lu Jinglong had awakened a rare combat profession that he had been willing to spend all their savings to buy the Qingfeng knife, hoping for a brighter future for Lu Jinglong. Now that it was stolen, he naturally could not tolerate it. Why don't you ask your good son why he got robbed? Yi Chuan retorted. Lu Xing looked at Lu Jinglong, who averted his gaze, clearly feeling guilty. It was obvious he knew that he was in the wrong, having provoked Yi Chuan repeatedly. Seeing his son Lu Jinglong's reaction, Lu Xing began to understand the situation, and he turned to Yi Chuan. No matter the reason, you stole my son Jinglong's low-grade yellow-tier spirit weapon, and that is an undeniable fact. Hand over the knife. Your son wanted to kill me. I merely took a knife from him. If anything, he came out ahead in this situation. I've already sold the knife. You can go to the trading post to get it yourself, Yi Chuan replied. Nonsense. I never wanted to kill you. I just wanted to spar with you. Lu Jinglong quickly denied it. Yi Chuan shot him a cold glance, too lazy to say more. If he were really just an ordinary pig butcher, he would have likely been killed by Lu Jinglong by now. Sold it? What a convenient excuse. Then pay me compensation. 1 million. Once the money is in, this matter will be resolved. Lu Xing plopped down on the sofa in Yi Chuan's living room. 1 million? Yi Qiyuan was shocked. What are you joking about? A low-grade yellow-tier spirit weapon is only worth about 300,000 in the market. You don't think I'm negotiating with you, do you? A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lu Xing's eyes, and the aura of a 6th-tier transcendent spread out, overwhelming Yi Chuan's family, making it hard for them to breathe. If you know what's good for you, you'll immediately pay this amount. If you don't. Lu Xing spread his hand and slammed it down on the marble table in Yi Chuan's home. The hard marble shattered instantly, splintering into a pile of debris. This was a blatant threat. Think carefully. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. I'll give you half a month to raise the money. Son, let's go. Lu Xing stood up to leave, with Lu Jinglong following closely behind, flashing a smug smile at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. He hadn't expected Lu Jinglong's father to be a 6th-tier transcendent. Now, even dealing with a 1st-tier transcendent would be extremely difficult for him. He had to quickly elevate his own realm to transcendent within this half-month. Only then would he have the confidence to confront Lu Xing. Lu Xing had come to his home to directly threaten his parents, which had crossed Yi Chuan's bottom line. Yi Qiyuan took out a cigarette, lighting it with a flick, his brow tightly furrowed. Although their family had some savings, 1 million was still an astronomical figure for the Yi Chuan family. Xiao Chuan, what on earth is going on? Yi Qiyuan couldn't help but ask. Dad, don't worry, I'll handle it, Yi Chuan assured. You won't even tell the truth. How can I not worry? Yi Qiyuan sighed. Yeah, Xiao Chuan, if there's anything, you need to tell Mom and Dad. We can figure it out together as a family. Wu Jingju also urged from the side. Yi Chuan hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. After all, he lived under the same roof as his parents. He couldn't hide it from them forever. Dad, Mom, actually, I'm not normal. As soon as Yi Chuan said this, Yi Qiyuan and Wu Jingju's hearts sank. They exchanged glances, seeing fear in each other's eyes. Their son wasn't normal? What did that mean? It couldn't be what they were thinking, could it? You don't like girls? Wu Jingju asked tentatively. Yi Chuan nodded. Wu Jingju fell silent for a moment, then reached out to pat Yi Chuan's head, saying lovingly, It's okay, Mom is very open-minded. Go boldly pursue your happiness, just stay away from your dad. Yi Chuan? No, Mom, I not only don't like girls, I also don't like boys. To be precise, I don't like humans. Yi Chuan explained. You are into the second dimension? The couple asked in unison. Not really. Yi Chuan was searching for the right words. Could it be? Yi Chi-yuan's expression changed. Xiao Chuan, you absolutely must not follow that old Tang family's example. Humans and fierce beasts don't mix. Don't mislead yourself. No. Yi Chuan decided to lay it all out, ready to explain everything in one breath. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what wild conclusions his parents might come up with. I went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said my cervical spine is pressing on my nerves, causing me to have a mental illness, so I see all living beings as pigs. I've had this condition since I can remember, and I never dared to tell you. Yi Chi-yuan fell silent, pulling one cigarette after another, not saying a word. Wu Jingzhu didn't know what to say either. She felt like her CPU was about to burn out. You are a pig butcher. You have a mental illness, and you see all living beings as pigs. Does that mean you can treat all living beings as pigs to kill? In disbelief, Wu Jingzhu looked at Yi Chuan, who nodded. Wu Jingzhu fell silent. She snatched the cigarette from Yi Chi-yuan's hand and started smoking as well. Aren't you supposed to be unable to smoke? Yi Chi-yuan was taken aback. I quit after meeting you. Wu Jingzhu took a deep drag, 2 white columns of smoke shooting out from her nostrils. Honey, do you think Xiao Chuan's situation counts as a combat profession? It should, I guess. Yi Chi-yuan frowned deeply. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Yi Chuan quickly comforted them. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I will definitely solve the issue with Lu Xing. Trust me. Yi Chi-yuan nodded absently. Lu Xing? He didn't think much of someone at the 6th stage. What Yi Chi-yuan was really worried about was how to explain Yi Chuan's ability to see all living beings as pigs. He knew that this issue had nothing to do with him, but once the news got out, people would definitely think he had deliberately raised him this way. At that point, their peaceful family life would surely be disrupted. His son really could get him into trouble. Xiao Chuan, did the doctor say if your condition of seeing everything as pigs can be treated? Yi Chi-yuan asked. It can, but it requires surgery, and if it fails, I could be paralyzed from the neck down, Yi Chuan replied honestly. Yi Chi-yuan closed his eyes in pain. What was the difference from being untreatable? It seems this is fate, so be it, let the soldiers come and the water rise. Yi Chi-yuan opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing in them. Xiao Chuan, come with Dad. Although Yi Chuan didn't understand why, he quickly followed. Yi Chi-yuan brought him to the slaughterhouse, where it was already nightfall, and apart from the two of them, there was no one else around. After finishing a cigarette and crushing the butt, Yi Chi-yuan said, Dad has been slaughtering pigs for many years and has gained some insights. I've created a set of pig slaughtering techniques, and today I will teach them to you. Pay attention. The moment he grasped the knife, Yi Chi-yuan's entire demeanor seemed to change, and the pig slaughtering knife in his hand appeared to transform into an extraordinary weapon. The way of the great is simple, and so is pig slaughtering. The knife for slaughtering pigs doesn't need all those flashy moves. It only requires precision and speed. To simplify complexity is to grasp the true essence, so this set of pig slaughtering techniques consists of only 3 moves. The first move is called Falling Star. Yi Chi-yuan swung the knife. In an instant, a brilliant galaxy appeared before Yi Chuan's eyes. A flash of the knife cut through the sky, and the entire starry sky instantly lost its brilliance, with stars dimming and falling from the heavens. Wherever the knife light passed, the stars fell. Not a single one was spared. The overwhelming scene left Yi Chuan stunned, his eyes wide open. The second move is called Falling Moon. Yi Chi-yuan swung the pig slaughtering knife again, and suddenly countless bright moonbeams burst forth in the world, a bright full moon slowly rising, breathtakingly beautiful. In the next second, the knife light flashed. High above, that pure and untarnished full moon was actually split in 2. The divided moon veered off its orbit, falling downward, and the surrounding space twisted due to the moon's disappearance. At the moment it hit the ground, the split moon exploded into countless silver lights, stunningly beautiful. The third move is called Devouring Sun. Yi Chi-yuan's expression grew serious as he raised the pig slaughtering knife high and struck. The knife emitted an incredibly brilliant light, shooting straight into the sky. In the distant horizon, the blazing sun trembled at this strike, its light rapidly shrinking until it was completely extinguished. At that moment, all things in the world were shrouded in darkness, as if the apocalypse had arrived, the sun's brilliance completely devoured. This strike seemed to extinguish all light in the world. Yi Chuan staggered back several steps before barely steadying himself, unable to resist closing his eyes. The 3 strikes Yi Chi-yuan had just executed replayed in his mind, deeply etched into his consciousness. Whenever Yi Chuan wanted, he could start to comprehend these 3 strikes at any time. But for some reason, Yi Chuan had a premonition that he probably couldn't even execute the simplest first move, Falling Star. He looked at Yi Chi-yuan, this father who slaughtered pigs every day, who at this moment gave him a feeling of reverence. These 3 moves are my self-created pig slaughtering techniques. Once you master these 3 moves, you will have learned all my skills in pig slaughtering, Yi Chi-yuan said. Yichuan's expression was somewhat strange, and he couldn't help but ask, "Dad, are these 3 moves really for slaughtering pigs?" "Of course. I'm your biological father, how could I lie to you?" Yi Chi-yuan shot Yichuan an annoyed glance. "Why do I feel like something is off?" Yichuan scratched his head in confusion. He knew that his father, Yi Chi-yuan, had been a renowned pig slaughterer for many years and had even created his own techniques. But these 3 moves didn't seem like they were meant for slaughtering pigs at all. What kind of pig would require these 3 moves? Shu Beiji, the marshal of the heavenly canopy? Alright, stop being so wishy-washy. Focus on the 3 moves I taught you. I'm getting old and can't stay up late. I'm going back to sleep. Yi Chi-yuan stretched and transformed back into that harmless, simple-minded butcher. It was as if the person who had just executed those astonishing 3 moves was not him at all. After leaving the slaughterhouse, Yi Chi-yuan revealed a meaningful smile in the night, murmuring to himself, "Fool, do you really think those 3 strikes are the way to kill a pig? Your realm is still low. Learning those 3 strikes is like drawing a tiger by looking at a cat. When the day comes that you step into the Emperor's realm, those 3 strikes can slay celestial beings." After Yi Chi-yuan left, Yichuan clearly felt a bit restless. He casually picked up a pig-killing knife from the side, imitating Yi Chi-yuan's earlier stance, and swung it down fiercely, shouting, "Falling star." But he couldn't even see a glimmer of starlight, let alone strike out a galaxy like Yi Chi-yuan. Doubting his luck, he closed his eyes and began to recall the movements of Yi Chi-yuan's first strike in his mind, continuously swinging the knife. Gradually, Yichuan's entire focus was completely immersed in it. Once, twice, 100 times, 1,000 times. By the end, Yichuan himself couldn't remember how many times he had swung the knife. The sky had already brightened, and the first ray of morning sunlight completely tore through the pitch-black night. In that instant, Yichuan felt a sudden inspiration, as if he had grasped something, and he swung the knife down fiercely. Yichuan felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained by that one strike, and in a daze, it seemed he saw a galaxy. Then everything went dark, and he knew nothing more. When Yichuan woke up again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. As he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the face of the female doctor with frameless glasses from last time, her expression somewhat serious. At that moment, the female doctor was talking to his mother, Wu Jingzhu. "Your son is fine. He just fainted from exhaustion. His medical report shows that he engaged in extremely high-intensity exercise in a short period, leading to severe hypoglycemia and anemia, which is why he fainted." Extremely high-intensity exercise? Wu Jingzhu's face was full of confusion. Yes, the female doctor pushed her frameless glasses with one hand. From the amount of lactic acid in his body, it seems he did 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 squats, and also ran 100 kilometers all in one night. "Doctor, you're not joking with me, are you?" Wu Jingzhu was stunned. "Is that something a human can do in one night? A normal person definitely couldn't do that, but given your son Yichuan's mental state, I find it quite reasonable." The female doctor's tone was very serious. Her previous experience treating Yichuan had left a deep impression on her, and she hadn't seen such a manic patient in a long time. "Therefore, I strongly recommend that you let Yichuan be hospitalized for treatment, where I can provide him with one-on-one correction and guidance." This, Wu Jingzhu hesitated, and just then, Yichuan's voice rang out. "Mom, why am I in the hospital?" "Xiao Chuan, you finally woke up. You scared your mother to death." Seeing Yichuan awake, Wu Jingzhu couldn't hold back her tears. Soon, Yichuan learned from Wu Jingzhu why he was in the hospital. Early this morning, the workers at the slaughterhouse found him unconscious there. Seeing that he was still alive, they quickly took him to the hospital and notified his parents. "I fainted at the slaughterhouse?" Yichuan felt a bit dazed. He remembered practicing the pig-killing knife technique his father taught him all night, so how could he suddenly faint? It seemed that he couldn't practice those 3 strikes recklessly until he improved his realm. Fortunately, he fainted at the slaughterhouse. If it had been in the wild, by the time he woke up, he might have already been dragged away by a ferocious beast. "Mom, I'm fine now, let me out of the hospital." Yichuan jumped up from the bed. He had to improve his strength to a level sufficient to deal with the 6th-tier ascendant realm before Lu Xing came knocking again. Otherwise, he and his parents would definitely be in danger. "Mr. Yichuan, quickly lie back down on the hospital bed. Your mental state is not optimistic right now. You need to be hospitalized for treatment." The female doctor blocked Yichuan's path. "I'm fine, my mental state is just from playing Identity V." Yichuan ignored the doctor and pulled Wu Jingzhu out of the hospital. What a joke! If they really cured his mental illness, and he no longer saw other beings as pigs, wouldn't he be rendered useless on the spot? After leaving the hospital, Yichuan headed straight for the slaughterhouse. Master Tiexin's knife wasn't ready yet, and he couldn't go to the wild. The only way to improve his strength was to continue killing pigs at the slaughterhouse. For the next 9 days, Yichuan left early and returned late, with only 3 things left in his life: eating, sleeping, and killing pigs. In those 9 days, he killed over 500 pigs, and his level rose to the 9th tier apprentice realm. Name: Yechuan. Occupation: God level pig butcher. Level: 9th tier apprentice. 4. 8%. Strength: 50. Agility: 50. Spirit: 50. Professional talent: Nemesis of the pig race, Blade of the slaughter god. Professional skill: Blood Shadow Butcher. LV1. Nemesis of the pig race. Attacks deal an additional 1000% damage to pigs. For each pig killed, this talent's enhancement increases by 1%, and damage dealt to you by pigs is halved. Blade of the Slaughter God. Choose a weapon as your pig-killing knife. Each pig that dies under this knife will provide you with 0.1 points of free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher. The pig butcher releases his own malevolent aura, forcing pigs into a state of fear for 1 second. The gap between the 9th tier apprentice realm and the 1st tier entry realm is just too big. Yechuan sighed helplessly. In fact, he had been at the 9th tier apprentice realm since the 3rd day. However, after becoming a 9th tier apprentice, the experience gained from slaughtering a fat pig dropped from 1% to 0.1%. This also meant that the experience required to break through his realm had increased tenfold. I still need to go to the wild. Leveling up at the slaughterhouse is too slow. Although he could increase the extra damage of the nemesis of the pig race at the slaughterhouse, without a supporting realm, its effect became minimal. Assuming he could deal 5 damage as an apprentice, then 1000% extra damage would be 50 points. But if you reach the entry realm or master realm, even without that 1000% extra damage bonus, he could deal far more than 50 points of damage. To forge iron, one must be strong. The higher his realm, the greater the effect of the nemesis of the pig race. Fortunately, today was the 10th day. Today was the day he had agreed with Master Tieshin to pick up the knife. Yechuan left early and arrived at Master Tieshin's residence. This was his 2nd visit, and he was clearly familiar with the way. After knocking on the door, the pig-headed strongman appeared again. He clearly recognized Yechuan and directly brought him before Master Tieshin. Master Tieshin, sorry to disturb you, I'm here to pick up the knife. Yechuan greeted politely. You are quite punctual, the knife is ready. Shaoli, bring over that pig-killing knife, Master Tieshin said to the pig-headed strongman beside Yechuan. Yes, master. The pig-headed strongman turned and left, and after a moment, he returned holding a square, heavy sandalwood box, which he handed to Yechuan. Yechuan took the sandalwood box, and his face immediately showed surprise. This sandalwood box weighed over 100 pounds. Young friend, this is the knife you wanted. Take a look and see if you are satisfied, Master Tieshin said with a smile. Yechuan felt a surge of excitement. He took a deep breath and lifted the lid of the sandalwood box. A cold, sharp aura instantly spread out, and Yechuan even felt a pain in his skin from the onslaught of this aura. His pupils constricted sharply. Inside the sandalwood box lay a heavy pig-killing knife, quietly resting on the satin. The blade of the pig-killing knife shimmered with an astonishing cold light, with silver patterns swirling around it, containing a faint malevolent aura. The handle and blade of the butcher knife were seamlessly integrated, clearly forged from the same metal, with the sides of the handle covered in wooden material for a non-slip grip. A dark red blood groove extended from the blade all the way to the end of the handle, indicating that Master Tieshin had considered the issue of blood affecting grip, given the frequent slaughters performed with a butcher knife. Yechuan reached out and picked up the butcher knife. The touch was warm yet extremely heavy, as if he were holding a large hammer. Yechuan swung it a few times, and the air produced a sonic boom. Good knife! Yechuan exclaimed excitedly. Both were spirit weapons. If Master Tieshin's butcher knife was like Lubu, then the Qingfeng knife he had snatched from Lu Jinglong was like Xingdaorong. Yechuan had a premonition that if he were to clash this butcher knife against the Qingfeng knife, it wouldn't take long before the Qingfeng knife would be directly severed. As long as you are satisfied, my young friend, since you like it, give this knife a name. From now on, you are its master. Master Tieshin nodded with a smile. A name? Then let's call it Dragon Slayer, Yechuan said, looking at the butcher knife in his hand. Dragon Slayer? Even Master Tieshin, with his temperament, couldn't help but be taken aback at this moment. It was just a butcher knife, and you named it Dragon Slayer? What are you planning to do? Ascend to the heavens? As long as you like it. Master Tieshin and his disciple exchanged strange glances, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Yechuan was the one in charge. By the way, Master Tieshin, what level is this knife? Yechuan asked. High-grade yellow tier, Master Tieshin replied. Yechuan gasped in surprise. He had saved Xia Nannan, and the Xia family's first gesture of gratitude was a high-grade yellow tier spirit weapon? One had to admit, the Xia family was indeed wealthy. He had originally thought that having a low-grade yellow tier butcher knife would be good enough. Thank you, Master Tieshin. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. With his new knife in hand, Yichuan couldn't wait to leave the city to test it out. With this high-grade yellow-tier butcher knife, along with the flame-scaled soft armor he wore, Yichuan felt confident about venturing out again. Shall we see Yichuan off? Master Tiexin calmly nodded. After leaving Master Tiexin's residence, Yichuan headed straight for the city gate. 10 days had already passed, and he only had 5 days left from the time Lu Xing had given him. In these 5 days, he needed to at least break through to the first stage of the Ascending Realm, so he could deal with Lu Xing. As he left the city, Yichuan noticed that there were noticeably more injured job changers near the city gate. Damn it! I don't know what's going on outside lately. Those alien races and fierce beasts are acting like they're crazy, attacking anyone they see. It's too strange. Yeah, I passed by a plated earth bull, thinking that beast was herbivorous and I was far enough away, so I should be fine. But that beast chased me for dozens of miles. What bad luck! Luckily, I ran faster than my teammates. Is something big happening recently? But the higher-ups haven't notified us. Anyway, it's better to go out less these days. The fierce beasts outside not only have become more aggressive, but their numbers have also increased significantly. Going out now is like lighting a lamp in a toilet, seeking death. From those job changers, Yichuan learned that the number of fierce beasts and alien races in the wild had increased significantly, and they were particularly aggressive, killing anyone they saw. This was actually good news for him. He had been worried about finding fierce beasts outside the city. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yichuan completed his registration and directly left the city. He was eager to find fierce beasts to test his new knife. However, not far after leaving the city, Yichuan realized that he was being watched. Not far behind him, 3 people had been trailing him from a distance. Although they were hiding extremely well, they could not escape Yichuan's perception. After all, Yichuan's mental attribute had now reached an astonishing 50 points, a level that many job changers in the Ascending Realm did not possess. He remained expressionless, pretending not to have noticed anything, and continued deeper into the wilderness. The people following him were clearly waiting for him to move away from the city gate. Sure enough, as Yichuan arrived at a more secluded spot, a whoosh of air sliced through the silence behind him. He suddenly ducked his head, and a slender flying knife grazed his scalp, severing a few strands of his black hair. Oh, you actually managed to dodge my sneak attack? A curly-haired young man, around 27 or 28, stepped out, playing with a gleaming flying knife in his hand, clearly the one who had just thrown the knife. At the same time, a short, chubby man and a flat-headed youth also emerged. The aura emanating from these 3 was unmistakably that of peak 9th-tier apprentices. Brother Lu Xing really didn't guess wrong. This kid actually dared to leave the city. It seems he's planning to abandon his parents and run away, the chubby man sneered. Kid, you really have some patience. We waited at the city gate for 10 days just to finally catch you. The flat-headed youth stretched his neck. What did Brother Lu Xing say? If this kid dares to leave the city, we should directly sever his tendons and bring him back? The curly-haired youth licked his flying knife, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Then what are we waiting for? Let's make our move. The chubby man brandished a wolf-toothed club and charged directly at Yichuan. Yichuan calmly glanced at the 3, and a radiant smile gradually spread across his face. I originally thought that the first blood drawn by my dragon slayer knife would be that of a fierce beast from another race, but I didn't expect it to be human blood. Yichuan reached into his backpack, grasped the hilt of the dragon slayer knife, and slowly drew it out. A terrifying aura instantly spread, as if a weapon accustomed to countless bloodshed was about to make its appearance. The sharpness of the blade's aura even stung the skin. The 3 were momentarily stunned. Such a terrifying presence, combined with the imposing name of the Dragon Slayer knife, made it hard not to think twice. Even the chubby man hesitated, momentarily afraid to advance. Under the uncertain gazes of the 3, Yichuan fully revealed the Dragon Slayer knife from his backpack. Clang! A gleaming butcher's knife shone brilliantly in the sunlight. Looking at the brand new butcher's knife, the curly-haired youth and his companions were first taken aback, then burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, you call this a dragon slayer? Isn't this just for slaughtering pigs? No way, buddy. I get up early every day to practice abstract concepts, but I still can't compare to your innate talent. You're too abstract. Using a butcher's knife as a dragon slayer, buddy, do you have some kind of mental illness? The 3 laughed uncontrollably. The contrast between Yichuan's demeanor and the situation was simply too great. Whoosh! A dazzling flash of the knife cut through the air. One of the men's laughter abruptly stopped. The flat-headed youth's eyes widened, staring blankly at Yichuan, disbelief written all over his face. And at his throat, a fine line of blood appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Trembling, he reached out to touch his neck. Just like the last straw that broke the camel's back, as soon as he touched it, blood gushed forth, and he fell backward, instantly silent. Butcher Yichuan used the butcher's knife to slaughter a 2-legged pig, leveling up by 5%, with an additional 1% damage boost against the pig race and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Yi Chuan raised an eyebrow. It seemed that treating people like pigs yielded different experience points depending on the individual. The higher the realm and strength of the person, the greater the boost to his own power. At this moment, the curly-haired youth and the chubby man were completely stunned. Their smiles froze on their faces as they stared blankly at the corpse of their companion, the flat-headed youth, their expressions utterly comical. He's dead? The curly-haired youth murmured, almost unable to believe his own eyes. It seems like. The chubby man's throat bobbed up and down, and his hand gripping the wolf-toothed club trembled slightly. One must know that the strength of the flat-headed youth was about the same as theirs. Yi Chuan swung a pig-killing knife and directly slaughtered the flat-headed youth like a pig. They couldn't even see how Yi Chuan made his move. Did that not mean that Yi Chuan could just as easily kill them with a single blow? Run! The curly-haired youth turned and fled without hesitation. No one wanted to joke with their own life. You bastard! Seeing the curly-haired youth abandon him and run, the chubby man panicked. He wanted to escape too, but at that moment, Yi Chuan had already arrived in front of him, bringing down his knife. The chubby man raised his wolf-toothed club to defend, but facing the yellow-grade superior dragon-slaying knife, the metal club in his hand was as useless as paper. Swish! With one stroke, the wolf-toothed club in the chubby man's hand was split in two, the cut smooth as a mirror. Along with it, the chubby man's body was also split in two. The curly-haired youth was terrified and fled for his life. But he hadn't run far when a heavy pig-killing knife pierced through his heart, nailing him and his body to a tree. Blood slid down the blood groove of the pig-killing knife, dripping to the ground. Yi Chuan stepped forward and pulled out his knife. He hadn't expected Lu Xing to send people to ambush him at the city gate. Fortunately, he had a new knife, otherwise, dealing with 3 peak 9th tier apprentice-level pigs at the same time would have been quite tricky. After killing the 3, Yi Chuan began his first ever looting. All 3 were job changers, so they should have quite a few good items on them. The curly-haired youth had a bunch of flying knives and hidden weapons, but Yi Chuan wasn't skilled in those, so he didn't pick them up. The only good item on the chubby man was the wolf-toothed club, which was a yellow-grade inferior spirit weapon, but unfortunately, it had already been damaged by Yi Chuan's strike. The items on the flat-headed youth were even more disappointing to Yi Chuan. This guy was a lecher, covered in aphrodisiacs and similar items. Yi Chuan even found a third-grade xianin pill on him. This thing was said to explode the xianin energy within a person if swallowed by the opposite sex, causing their mind to become chaotic. Even a strong opponent of the opposite sex would become weak and easily manipulated. Yi Chuan put away the xianin pill. Although he couldn't use it, it was still a third-grade pill that could fetch a good price if sold. Just when Yi Chuan thought his haul was limited to the xianin pill, he suddenly noticed that the flat-headed youth's clothes seemed to be bulging. He stepped forward and tore off the flat-headed youth's clothes, and sure enough, he found a skill scroll hidden in the lining. There's actually this good stuff? Yi Chuan was excited. Generally speaking, every time a job changer advanced a major realm, they would unlock a profession-related exclusive skill. Besides that, there were only 3 ways to obtain new skills. One was to create one's own, but without years of experience, that was nearly impossible. The second was to be taught, like how his father Yi Qiyuan taught him the pig-killing knife technique. The third was skill scrolls. A skill scroll is a way for predecessors to seal their insights on a skill for future generations to learn. Once a skill scroll is used, one can immediately master a new skill. The flat-headed man hadn't used it, which was a benefit for Yi Chuan. Without hesitation, Yi Chuan directly used the bundle of skill scrolls. Acquired intermediate movement skill, Nether Shadow. Nether Shadow, minor completion when activated, increases agility by 30% for 30 seconds. Just an intermediate movement skill? That's not bad, after all, it's free. Yi Chuan smiled. Skill levels, like profession levels, are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. For a poor soul like Yi Chuan, getting a mid-level skill scroll for free was a tremendous stroke of luck. After finishing off the 3 men with crew cuts, Yi Chuan didn't leave. Instead, he climbed up a nearby tree to hide. Using the strong smell of blood from the 3 corpses, it wouldn't be long before the surrounding ferocious beasts were drawn over. Rather than exhaust himself searching, it was more efficient to wait here for the prey to come to him. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a spiked demon was attracted. The spiked demon was a low-level group among the demon race, moving on all 4s like a gorilla, its body covered in exposed bone spikes. When faced with deadly danger, the spiked demon would shoot all its bone spikes at once. The one before him was clearly also at the 9th tier apprentice level. The spiked demon approached the 3 corpses, sniffed around, and then cautiously scanned its surroundings before opening its large mouth filled with fangs and biting down on the crew-cut youth's head, chewing it with delight. Crunch, crunch. The sound of teeth grinding against bone echoed as the spiked demon ate, remaining vigilant of its surroundings, completely unaware that a figure had already leaped down from the tree. By the time the spiked demon noticed Yichuan, it was too late. Startled, the spiked demon let out a roar, and its bone spike shot out, trying to force Yichuan back. But how could Yichuan let it have its way? He suddenly twisted his waist, turning his back to the spiked demon, curling his body into a ball. The bone spikes struck Yichuan's back but couldn't penetrate at all. The flame scale armor played a significant role at that moment. After withstanding the spiked demon's wave of bone spike attacks, Yichuan turned around and slashed with his knife. The series of movements flowed seamlessly, instantly ending the life of the spiked demon. Butcher Yichuan used the butcher knife to slaughter a special pig, leveling up by 5%, with an additional 1% damage increase against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. After dealing with the spiked demon, Yichuan climbed back up the tree. He was like a fisherman here, with the corpses of the 3 crew-cut men serving as his bait. More and more ferocious beasts were drawn in by the smell of blood. However, what awaited them was not food, but Yichuan's butcher knife. Yichuan believed in treating all equally. No matter what ferocious beast came, regardless of its strength, he would only use one knife. With a 1000% bonus against the pig race, no ferocious beast had yet withstood his second strike. After all, this area wasn't very deep, and the strongest ferocious beasts encountered were only at the 9th tier apprentice level. He had yet to see any beasts at the ascendant level. Gradually, as the corpses of the ferocious beasts piled up into small mountains, no more dared to approach. After all, the ferocious beasts weren't foolish. A place with a smell of blood indicated food, and a place with an especially strong smell of blood meant they were the food. I can't keep waiting here. It seems I have to venture deeper. Yichuan stretched, having squatted in the tree all day, his waist sore from the position. At this moment, he was not far from breaking through to the ascendant level. He still needed to kill these powerful pigs to level up quickly. However, what he didn't know was that just as he set off to delve deeper into the wilderness, a pair of red vertical pupils suddenly opened in the distant mountains. According to Yichuan's estimation, if he killed another 9th tier apprentice level beast, or 4 or 5 8th tier apprentice level beasts, he should be able to break through to the ascendant level. Yet, he had advanced several kilometers without encountering a single beast. Logically, with nightfall, it was the time when ferocious beasts were most active, making this situation clearly abnormal. Yichuan tightened his grip on the dragon-slaying knife, becoming alert. He vaguely felt that he might have accidentally wandered into the territory of a powerful ferocious beast. Only this could explain why there were no beasts around. Just then, the ground beneath Yichuan suddenly shook violently, as if a dragon was turning over. A golden spider leg burst through the ground, stabbing towards Yichuan. Yichuan swung his knife but couldn't sever it. He only managed to push it away, causing a flurry of sparks to erupt in the darkness. What a hard leg! Yichuan was somewhat surprised, and the next moment, 8 crimson eyes lit up. Before Yichuan appeared a gigantic spider, about 4 to 5 meters in diameter, with 8 long legs gleaming like metal, incredibly sharp. A 3rd-tier beast, the golden-legged wolf spider. Yichuan's pupils constricted sharply. No wonder he hadn't encountered any beasts on his way here. The golden-legged wolf spider is an omnivorous beast that not only eats humans but also preys on other beasts. If he had encountered this creature when he first left the city, Yichuan would have undoubtedly turned and fled without hesitation. But now, a trace of murderous intent rose in Yichuan's eyes. If he killed this golden-legged wolf spider, he would definitely advance to the next tier. The next tier meant stepping into the realm of true cultivation. Only those who entered this realm could be considered to have truly embarked on the path of cultivation. The golden-legged wolf spider was evidently furious at the human daring to intrude into its territory. It propped its massive body up with its back 4 legs, while its front 4 legs jabbed at Yichuan like long spears. The dragon-slaying knife clashed with the spider's legs, creating a series of sparks. Yichuan knew he had to dodge the spider's legs to attack the spider's body. The golden-legged wolf spider had no poison. Its attacks and hunting relied entirely on its 8 rock-solid long legs. He forcefully pushed away a spider leg and charged toward the golden-legged wolf spider. The spider realized Yichuan's intentions. Beasts of the next tier already possessed a certain level of intelligence. The golden-legged wolf spider immediately crouched low, its 2 front legs sweeping toward Yichuan like scythes. Yichuan leaped up, evading the strike. A sinister glint appeared in the spider's 8 small eyes, and then another spider leg lunged at Yichuan. Yichuan's expression changed. At that moment, he was suspended in midair with nowhere to dodge. He could only position the butcher's knife in front of him, relying on its sturdiness and the toughness of his flame scale armor to withstand the blow. He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several ancient trees before finally stopping. If it weren't for the pig clan's nemesis weakening the golden-legged wolf spider's attack, he might have broken a few bones. This beast's strength is truly terrifying. Yi Chuan grimaced in pain. If the third-tier golden-legged wolf spider was this difficult to deal with, he couldn't imagine how terrifying Lu Xing at the 6th tier would be. As the spider's legs lunged at him again, Yi Chuan decisively activated the shadow of the underworld. It was as if a dark veil covered him, merging with the night, turning him into a ghost in the darkness. His agility attribute was already at 50 points, and with the 30% boost from the shadow of the underworld, he became so fast that the golden-legged wolf spider was dazzled. Before the spider could lock onto Yi Chuan's moving figure, Yi Chuan struck first, a terrifying murderous aura surging forth. The Blood Shadow Butcher activated. Even though the spider was a whole tier above Yi Chuan, under the influence of this god-level skill, it inevitably fell into a state of fear. A second passed, just a blink of an eye. For Yi Chuan, who had activated the shadow of the underworld, a second meant he could advance 65 meters. Just as the golden-legged wolf spider emerged from its state of fear, Yi Chuan was already before it. He reversed his grip on the butcher's knife and delivered a clean, decisive strike. This move was one he had practiced thousands of times in the slaughterhouse, and he was already incredibly skilled at it. The spider's body was clearly not as hard as its legs. Moments later, the massive body of the golden-legged wolf spider fell to the ground, its 8 legs drooping weakly. Butcher Yi Chuan used the butcher's knife to slaughter a special pig, leveling up by 15%, with an additional damage increase of 1% from the pig clan's nemesis, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Acquired god-level skill, soul-slaying knife intent. After slaying the golden-legged wolf spider, Yi Chuan finally succeeded in breaking through from the apprentice realm to the entry-level realm. This breakthrough in realm also allowed him to successfully unlock his second-class specific skill, and he eagerly checked his current attribute panel. Name, Yi Chuan class, God-level pig butcher level, first stage entry-level realm, 6. 2%, strength, 102 agility, 102 spirit, 102 class talent, nemesis of the pig race, god-slaying blade class skills, blood shadow butcher, LV2, soul-slaying blade intent, LV2, other skills, nether shadow, beginner, nemesis of the pig race, attacks deal an additional 1015% damage to pigs. For each pig killed, this talent's enhancement increases by 1%, and damage dealt to you by pigs is halved. God-slaying blade, choose a weapon as your pig slaughtering knife. Every pig that dies under this knife will provide you with 0.1 points of free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher, the pig butcher releases his own murderous aura, forcing pigs into a state of fear for 2 seconds. Soul-slaying blade intent, the pig slaughtering knife in the butcher's hand carries blade intent, allowing it to ignore 20% of the pig's defense when striking. After breaking through to the entry-level realm, Yi Chuan's 3-dimensional attributes doubled. The class skills unlocked by the entry-level realm also delighted him. Ignoring 20% of defense was akin to having built-in armor-piercing effects. Class-specific skills would improve as the class holder's realm increased. For example, the Blood Shadow Butcher skill, after Yi Chuan's breakthrough to the entry-level realm, changed from a 1-second control effect to 2 seconds. Once his realm increased further, wouldn't the soul-slaying blade intent be able to directly ignore defense? Yi Chuan felt a surge of excitement. The gap in strength before and after the breakthrough was immense. If he were to face that golden-legged wolf spider again, he was confident that he could kill it with just one strike now. Now, I have the confidence to deal with Lu Xing. A glint of determination flashed in Yi Chuan's eyes as he lit a campfire, planning to rest for a while and fill his stomach before heading back to Qingcheng. He had killed 3 of Lu Xing's subordinates, and he feared that if he didn't return, Lu Xing would retaliate against his parents. Yi Chuan skillfully chopped off a leg of the golden-legged wolf spider and began roasting it over the fire. The difference between this creature and a king crab was simply that one lived in the sea and the other on land. When roasted, both were high-quality protein. Just as Yi Chuan was focused on grilling, a woman with long horns and slender ears approached him, her long, voluptuous legs striding gracefully, and she squatted down with a smile. "Little brother, your roast smells so good. Can you share some with me?" A chill ran up Yi Chuan's spine, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He hadn't even noticed when this woman had come to his side. This meant that either she was extremely skilled in stealth or her strength was exceptionally formidable, far beyond his own. "Of course. Just a moment, let me sprinkle some seasoning," Yi Chuan replied with a grin, pretending not to notice anything unusual. He took out a third-grade Xianin Dan from his pocket, crushed it into powder, and sprinkled it like cumin on the spider leg before handing it over. He even thoughtfully cracked open the shell of the spider leg, and while passing it to her, he got a clear look at the woman's appearance. Below her horned pig head was a graceful figure, and wine-red stockings wrapped around her fair legs. From the curved horns, Yi Chuan guessed her race. Demon race succubus. "Thank you," the woman smiled as she took the spider leg and began to eat it in small bites. While eating, she chatted with Yi Chuan, and he learned from her that her name was Maritis. By the way, little brother, have you seen a blood-red flower nearby? There are two of them, growing together. Maritis suddenly asked. Blood-red flower? Blood crystal twin flowers? Yes. Yichuan nodded. Oh, then where is the flower? Maritis asked hopefully. That flower was dug up by a despicable human named Lu Xing. He even killed two lovely little snakes that were guarding the blood crystal twin flower. Do you want revenge? I can help you lure him out of the city. Yichuan said earnestly. Do you take me for a fool? You want to use my hands to deal with your enemy? Maritis's rosy lips twitched slightly. I advise you to tell the truth. My beast pet memorized your appearance before it died, otherwise, do you think I could have found you? Oh, so you knew. You should have said so earlier, Yichuan said with an awkward smile, scratching his head in embarrassment. In the next moment, he launched an attack, swinging the dragon-slaying blade down towards Maritis's head. Whoosh! The sharp dragon-slaying blade passed straight through Maritis's body, producing a series of sonic booms. Maritis's figure swayed and then vanished from sight. Illusion? Yichuan's expression changed. The textbook mentioned that succubi were extremely skilled in illusions, so he had been staring at Maritis's long legs the whole time, not daring to look into her eyes. Yet even so, he had unknowingly fallen into an illusion. I'll ask you one last time, where is my blood crystal twin flower? Maritis's cold voice rang out, but Yichuan couldn't see where she was. As long as you return that flower to me, we can settle this matter. As a succubus, the blood crystal twin flower was extremely important to Maritis. The source of nutrition for their race came from continuous mating with other races, so remaining youthful was crucial for succubi. An aging succubus meant death was not far away. The flower is in the city. Let me go back, and I'll get it, Yichuan replied. It seems you're still not being honest. No worries, I'll make you tell the truth, Maritis said. And as soon as her words fell, a puff of pink smoke rushed towards Yichuan. Even though Yichuan had already held his breath in advance, he still felt dizzy, and then everything went black. He knew nothing more. When he woke up again, Yichuan found himself shackled by iron chains, hanging from a wooden frame. Maritis was holding two long iron skewers, looking at him with a smile. Awake? Do you know? I have a kind of torture here called playing the violin, which involves piercing your testicles with these two iron skewers and then pulling back and forth. The harder you resist, the faster I will pull. After hearing the introduction to this torture, Yichuan's face turned pale instantly. At that moment, he even recalled the answer to the security question he set when he was 8. I'll tell you. My dad is Huang Jun, my mom is Zhang Meili, I live at 1001 Fando Garden, Fando Street. What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. Is that so? Then where did my blood crystal twin flower go? Maritis asked, gripping Yichuan's chin. It was taken by the Xia family, it should have already been eaten, Yichuan replied truthfully. Maritis's expression changed instantly. Even though she had known that her blood crystal twin flower might not come back, the confirmation at this moment still filled her with rage. In that case, I'll take you to accompany the flower in death. Maritis lunged at Yichuan with the iron skewer. Your mother! Yichuan's face changed dramatically. He struggled hard, and with his strength attribute exceeding 100, the iron chains were instantly torn apart. He fell down, and the iron skewer in Maritis's hand stabbed into the wooden frame. You actually managed to break free from those chains? Maritis was somewhat surprised. How could a mere first-tier entry level have such great strength? But even with Yichuan's impressive power, it was still not enough in front of her. Just as Maritis was about to continue her attack, she suddenly felt a wave of heat within her, as if a strange force was rampaging inside her body. She felt her body losing strength and couldn't help but stagger a few steps. Finally effective. Yichuan let out a sigh of relief. He almost thought that the Xianing Dan was fake. The effect was taking too long to kick in after being crushed into powder. What did you do to me? Maritis asked, a bit flustered. I gave you something good to eat. How do you feel now? Is your body particularly hot? Do you especially need a strong man? Yichuan smiled kindly at Maritis. It was that spider leg. You drugged me. Maritis quickly realized what was happening, forcing herself to stand straight. But as a succubus, she was already heavy with yin energy, and with the effect of the Xianing Dan kicking in, the scene before her began to blur. Maritis curled up in the corner, clearly struggling against the drug's effects. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Yichuan striding toward her. Maritis bit her red lip. She wasn't a child, and she had already guessed what Yichuan intended to do, nothing more than to take advantage of her. Well, she could use this human boy to relieve the drug's effects before killing him later. Maritis decided to stop resisting, her cheeks flushed, her gaze hazy as she looked at Yichuan. Come here, I want you. Maritis spoke seductively. In this state, even an experienced man would know it was extremely tempting. Coupled with Maritis's exquisite features, there was no man who could resist her at this moment. it would surely awaken the most primal instincts within him. Yi Chuan was no exception. His gaze instantly burned with desire, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He lunged at Maritas. Maritas even began to tear at her own clothes, completely immersed in the ocean of lust. But at that moment, a flash of white light suddenly snapped Maritas back to reality. For the figure lunging at her was not holding a Beijing chicken roll, but a gleaming butcher's knife. Swish! The sharp blade flashed by. Without hesitation, Yi Chuan swung the knife, confident that he could sever Maritas' head with the strike, empowered by the intent of the soul butcher knife. After all, while a succubus's body could take a beating in bed, once out of bed, it was much weaker than many other demon races. Maritas screamed, using all her strength to dodge to the side. Even so, Yi Chuan's butcher knife still left a deep, bone-visible gash on her face. "I will kill you! I will kill you!" Maritas glared at Yi Chuan with venomous slit pupils, the intense pain on her face and the effects of the Xianin Dan constantly affecting her. Seeing that his sneak attack had not killed Maritas, Yi Chuan felt a bit disappointed, but he knew he couldn't linger with Maritas any longer. Her strength was too terrifying. While she was still under the effects of the Xianin Dan, he had to escape quickly, or else when Maritas recovered, he would definitely be caught and made to play the violin. Yi Chuan grabbed his bag and activated the shadow of the underworld, charging straight out. He realized he was in Maritas' lair. As he ran out, he encountered many emaciated corpses, some human, some beastmen, and even a large group of goblins. There was no doubt that these corpses were remnants left by Maritas after her feasting, succubi fed on essence. Yi Chuan dashed out, only to find that he had been led to a mountain by Maritas. Damn! Where do I run? Yi Chuan was dumbfounded, surrounded by towering ancient trees in every direction, with no point of reference in sight. If he chose the wrong direction and headed away from Qingcheng, he would be doomed. As a first-tier entry-level cultivator, venturing too deep into the wilderness would surely result in being devoured by a powerful beast. But if he stayed here, he would be doomed when Maritas recovered. It seems I can only use my trump card now. Yi Chuan's gaze was resolute. Throwing the knife to ask for directions, he tossed the butcher knife into the air, and as it fell, he charged in the direction the knife pointed. He could only leave everything to luck now. Yi Chuan plunged into the dense jungle. However, misfortune struck. Luck did not seem to be on his side. He had barely run for a while when a ferocious giant beast emerged, letting out an angry roar at him. The beast stood nearly 5 meters tall, its fur resembling burning flames, its body packed with explosive muscles. A 9th-tier ferocious beast, the wind and fiery ape. Yi Chuan's face turned extremely grim. Encountering such a beast while fleeing was akin to receiving a death sentence. The wind and fiery ape roared and swiped a paw down at Yi Chuan. At that moment, Yi Chuan noticed something was off. The speed of the wind and fiery ape was unreasonably slow. Not good. This guy is seriously injured. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed, quickly realizing that although the wind and fiery ape had no visible wounds, many parts of its body were sunken in, as if it had suffered blunt force trauma. In its prime, the wind and fiery ape would be no match for Yi Chuan's current strength. But a severely injured, dying wind and fiery ape, with only a fraction of its power left, was a different story. Yi Chuan made a quick decision, activating the shadow of the underworld to enhance his speed, narrowly dodging the enraged strike of the wind and fiery ape. He then leaped forward, landing in front of the beast. Blood Shadow Butcher. Yi Chuan unleashed his skill, forcing the 9th-tier ferocious beast into a 2-second state of fear. With the butcher knife in hand, he struck out, and with the enhancement of the soul-cutting blade's intent, the wind and fiery ape could not withstand Yi Chuan's blow. Butcher Yi Chuan used the butcher knife to slay a special pig, leveling up by 12%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Watching the wind and fiery ape's corpse crash heavily to the ground, Yi Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this wind and fiery ape was in a severely injured state, otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. You actually managed to kill this wind and fiery ape? From behind the trees, a man in his 40s emerged, carrying a large hammer. He stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, his tiger-like eyes curiously sizing up Yi Chuan. He could tell at a glance that Yi Chuan was only at the first tier, and even though the wind and fiery ape was severely injured, it shouldn't be something a first tier could handle. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he cautiously stepped back a few paces. He didn't think encountering a human meant he was safe. Moreover, the man opposite him was definitely at a much higher level, and Yi Chuan sensed an extremely dangerous aura from him. Uncle Qian, what's going on? A girl carrying an ancient zither slowly walked out. She wore a white dress, her curves elegant, but her face had a somewhat naive charm. The contrasting qualities of sensuality and cuteness appeared in the same woman. Miss Jiang, the wind and fiery ape that just escaped from us was killed by this kid, Chen Li Gong said as he approached the corpse of the wind and fiery ape, clicking his tongue in amazement. A single strike to the throat. Good fellow, your knife skills are quite precise. Jiang Shiyan's beautiful eyes turned to Yichuan, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. Thank you for your assistance. May I ask your name? I'm Yichuan, no need for thanks. Can you tell me which direction to Qingcheng? Yichuan asked. You're from Qingcheng? Then why not come with us? We happen to be heading back to Qingcheng, and we can look out for each other on the way. By the way, we are from the Nine Heavens Alliance, Jiang Shiyan said with a smile. The Nine Heavens Alliance? Yichuan was somewhat surprised. The two alliances, Shang and Xia, included the Nine Heavens Alliance, which was the top force in Qingcheng, not at all weaker than the Xia family. In that case, I will gladly accept your offer. Yichuan readily agreed, a kind smile on his face. Although he didn't know the exact strength of Maritiz, if that guy were to chase after them, the people from the Nine Heavens Alliance, even if they couldn't hold him off, should be able to buy him some time to escape. Alright, once we deal with this windfire monkey, we'll head back. Jiang Shiyan nodded, already considering recruiting Yichuan. This young man dared to venture alone into such a place. If he could be brought into the Nine Heavens Alliance, given time, he would surely become a pillar of the organization. At that moment, Qian Lijiang was jumping onto the windfire monkey with 3 others, all of them busy and heated. Are you going to skin it? Yichuan couldn't help but ask after watching for a while. Yes, Jiang Shiyan replied, the skin of the windfire monkey is very special. With a little refining, it can become immune to the high-temperature burns of flames. How about I do it? Yichuan, feeling a bit anxious, suggested. Although Qian Lijiang and the others were stronger than him, their skinning speed was painfully slow. If this dragged on, Maritiz would probably catch up soon. You can? The skin of the windfire monkey must be removed intact, Jiang Shiyan explained. Don't worry, I've got this, Yichuan said as he walked over with a pig-killing knife. For him, a master pig butcher, skinning a pig was as simple as eating and drinking. He leaped onto the windfire monkey, taking Qian Lijiang's place. Then, the knife in his hand began to dance, each cut precisely severing the connections between the monkey's skin and muscle fibers. His fluid movements were pleasing to the eye, like an art exhibition. Qian Lijiang and Jiang Shiyan instinctively held their breath, afraid that their breathing would disturb Yichuan. 10 minutes later, a complete piece of beast skin appeared in Yichuan's hands, untouched by any blood, as if it had naturally fallen off. Hiss! Qian Lijiang gasped. Yichuan, your skinning technique is incredible. Did you learn this specifically? Skinning the windfire monkey wasn't difficult, but doing it so quickly while keeping it intact was particularly challenging. At least Qian Lijiang believed he couldn't do it. I learned a bit from my dad. Yichuan handed the beast skin to Qian Lijiang. Next time, let your dad teach me too. This skill is really impressive. Qian Lijiang patted Yichuan's shoulder vigorously. In such a short time, Yichuan had already surprised him twice. Alright, Uncle Qian, since we've got the windfire monkey's skin, let's head back, Jiang Shiyan said. Qian Lijiang grinned. Finally, we've gathered all the materials, everything is ready. This time, we will definitely be able to enter the Burning Sky Valley. Let's hope so, Jiang Shiyan nodded. But with the sudden emergence of the Flame Blade King's inheritance in the Burning Sky Valley, it will surely attract many strong individuals, and even if we get in, we might not gain anything. Yichuan quietly listened to their conversation, not intending to interject, which made Jiang Shiyan a bit anxious. She had originally wanted to mention the Burning Sky Valley to pique Yichuan's interest and draw him into the Nine Heavens Alliance, but Yichuan showed no reaction at all. Was this guy really that dense? Seeing this, Jiang Shiyan had no choice but to be straightforward and asked directly, Yichuan, aren't you interested in the Flame Blade King's inheritance? Yichuan's eyes were very clear as he blinked. Who is the Flame Blade King? Jiang Shiyan. After a moment of silence, Jiang Shiyan began to explain to Yichuan. The realms of a transcendent are divided into apprentice, entry, master, and grandmaster levels, each of which is further divided into 9 minor stages. Breaking through to the 9th stage of the grandmaster level allows one to become a king. The Flame Blade King is a king-level powerhouse. Yichuan suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No one had ever told him about these things. After all, under normal circumstances, a pig butcher might spend a lifetime slaughtering pigs without ever breaking through to the entry level. Are you willing to take me with you? Yichuan asked. Of course, as long as you join the Nine Heavens Alliance, Jiang Shiyan said, taking advantage of Yichuan's interest. I'll think about it. Yichuan did not agree immediately. Firstly, he was still being hunted by Maritiz. Secondly, even if he did join the Nine Heavens Alliance and managed to obtain the legacy of a king-level powerhouse, it was highly likely that it wouldn't fall into his hands. After all, looking across the entire Qingcheng, there were probably only a few Grandmaster-level powerhouses, let alone King-level ones. To put it bluntly, Jiang Shiyan was painting a grand picture for him. Alright, once you've made up your mind, you can come directly to the Nine Heavens Alliance to find me, or look for Uncle Qian. Jiang Shiyan was not in a hurry. After all, the olive branch had already been extended. The group began their return journey, and with Jiang Shiyan and the others accompanying them, Yichuan had no opportunity to make a move. Shenligong walked at the front with a large hammer. Any fierce beast that dared to appear in front of their group was either scared away or smashed to pieces by his hammer. Yichuan guessed that Qianligong was likely already at the master level. As they exited the mountain, an astonishing killing intent rushed towards them. Yichuan initially thought it was Maritis, the succubus, who had caught up, and was ready to flee. But soon he realized that the source of the killing intent was not from an alien race, but from humans. A grey-clad man with a kind smile led a group of people and surrounded Yichuan and the others. These people were all dressed in uniform attire, with a vividly embroidered lion, standing on thunder, on their chests. Shenligong, I heard that your Nine Heavens Alliance not only obtained the glazed fire lamp but also successfully hunted a wind-firely ape? The grey-clad man asked with a smile. Looking at the suddenly appearing members of the Thunder Lion Alliance, Shenligong's expression turned somewhat grim. The Thunder Lion Alliance was also a top force in Xinjiang, and they were in a hostile relationship with the Nine Heavens Alliance. The fact that they could find them so precisely and know what they had obtained could only mean that there was a traitor in their ranks. Shenligong first looked at Yichuan, but he quickly realized it wasn't him, not to mention that Yichuan had encountered them by chance. The glazed fire lamp was something they had obtained before meeting Yichuan, so he couldn't possibly know. Do you dare to betray the Nine Heavens Alliance? Shenligong glared at the other three in the group. One long-haired man actively distanced himself from Yichuan and the others. Boss Qian, the Thunder Lion Alliance said that as long as I pass the message to them, they will give me a high-grade yellow-tier spirit weapon and a bundle of advanced skill scrolls. People must look out for themselves. Jian Yen, are you not afraid of having a life to take but no life to use? Shenligong stared fiercely at the traitor in the group. You should worry about yourself, Jian Yen sneered. You're seeking death. Shenligong shouted, swinging his hammer towards Jian Yen. Jian Yen's face turned pale. He was only at the 9th level entry level, while Shenligong was already at the 1st level master level. If Shenligong hit him with that hammer, he would surely die. Lord Lei Gang, save me. Jian Yen called for help from the Thunder Lion Alliance members. Just as Shenligong's hammer was about to fall, Lei Gang extended a right hand and directly struck Shenligong's hammer. A flash of lightning shone, and it actually forced Shenligong back several steps. You've already broken through to the 2nd level master level? Shenligong's face changed dramatically. What's wrong? Are you scared? Then hand over the glazed fire lamp and the wind-firely ape skin, so we can all save face, Lei Gang advised with a cold smile. I care about your face. Do you think just because your realm is 1 level higher than mine, I would be afraid of you? Shenligong roared, swinging his hammer fiercely at Lei Gang, his momentum like a rainbow, as if one man could hold back 1,000. Li Nan, Su Wanxin, you two quickly take Miss Jiang and brother Yichuan away, don't worry about me. After saying this, Shenligong charged towards the members of the Thunder Lion Alliance with a hammer in each hand, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. Leave? None of you from the Nine Heavens Alliance can escape today. Thunder strike! Lei Gang's gaze sharpened, and a violent force of thunder erupted from his hands, directly attacking Shenligong. Faced with Lei Gang's onslaught, Shenligong had to respond cautiously, as his realm was already lower than Lei Gang's. Without Shenligong's obstruction, the dozen or so members of the Thunder Lion Alliance immediately chased after Yichuan and the others. All of these people were at the ascendant level, with several even at the peak of the 9th stage. We can't escape, let's face them. Jiang Shiyan's delicate face was covered in frost, and she then took down the guqin from her back. Yichuan was somewhat speechless at this moment. He had joined Jiang Shiyan and the others to seek their help against Maritis' pursuit, but how had it turned into him helping Jiang Shiyan deal with the Thunder Lion Alliance's pursuit? He was at a loss. 10 slender, jade-like fingers fell onto the semi-transparent strings of the guqin. Jiang Shiyan's fingers brushed lightly, and a melodious sound like heavenly music resonated, akin to the tinkling of spring water in the mountains, beautiful and enchanting. However, beneath this heavenly sound lay an indescribable killing intent. With each stroke of the guqin, dozens of sound waves transformed into tangible blades, slicing towards the members of the Thunder Lion Alliance. One member of the Thunder Lion Alliance failed to dodge in time and immediately bore a deep, bone-revealing wound on his chest. Stop her! Don't let her keep playing! Several members skilled in long-range attacks from the Thunder Lion Alliance immediately launched their spells, fireballs, frost, and vines raining down towards Jiang Shiyan. Li Nan and Su Wanxin protected Jiang Shiyan behind them, resisting the relentless bombardment from the Thunder Lion Alliance. Meanwhile, Yechuan had already used his shadow of the underworld to distance himself from the crowd, his gaze fixed on the battlefield between Lei Gang and Qian Ligong. Yechuan knew very well that the skirmish on Jiang Shiyan's side was merely a distraction. Only the two masters, Lei Gang and Qian Ligong, could truly determine the outcome of this battle. Only by assisting Qian Ligong in defeating Lei Gang could the situation be truly resolved. Seeing that Yechuan was not helping to fight back but instead wandering off to the side, Li Nan and Su Wanxin were immediately exasperated. They were fighting for their lives, while Yechuan had the audacity to sit back and watch? Yechuan, what are you doing? Help us! Su Wanxin anxiously stamped her foot, her dark red leather armor only covering her chest, failing to hide her impressive abdominal muscles. When she was angry, she resembled a fierce female leopard. Forget it, Wanxin, he is not one of us from the Nine Heavens Alliance, and besides, he is only at the first stage of the Ascendant Realm. It would indeed be difficult for him to intervene in this battle. Jiang Shiyan shook her head and said. Although Su Wanxin and Li Nan were somewhat dissatisfied, they had to relent since Jiang Shiyan had spoken. At this moment, the battle between Qian Ligong and Lei Gang had reached a fever pitch, with Qian Ligong clearly at a disadvantage. Each strike of Lei Gang's thunderous attacks left Qian Ligong feeling increasingly numb. As time passed, Qian Ligong's muscles grew more and more sore, and his movements slowed down. If this continued, Qian Ligong would undoubtedly be defeated. Qian Ligong was well aware of this, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he tightly gripped his hammer. Mountain-breaking hammer. Qian Ligong swung his hammer down with tremendous force, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Even a towering mountain would be smashed open by this blow. Clearly, Qian Ligong intended to settle the outcome with one decisive strike, not wanting to drag the fight out any longer. Finally, you've fallen for it. But upon seeing this, Lei Gang showed no signs of panic. Instead, a smile of triumph spread across his face. Qian Ligong, I'm just waiting for you to throw yourself into the net. Thunderbolt electric net. Lei Gang shouted angrily, and countless bolts of lightning spread out like spirit snakes, forming a large net woven from electricity, the crackling sound of the current piercing the eardrums. Qian Ligong's face changed wildly. He didn't know if this strike could defeat Lei Gang, but one thing was clear: if he fell for Lei Gang's move, he would definitely suffer a heavy blow. But at this point, he had no way out and could only charge forward, hoping for both he and Lei Gang to be mutually injured. Just at this critical moment, an indescribable, astonishing killing intent seemed to solidify and rushed directly towards Lei Gang. God-level skill, Blood Shadow Butcher. Yechuan made his move. Under the impact of this terrifying killing intent, even though Lei Gang was at the second stage of the Master Realm, he inevitably fell into a state of fear. Yechuan knew very well that the only skill he had that could threaten Lei Gang was the control of the Blood Shadow Butcher, so he had been waiting for an opportunity. With Lei Gang in a state of fear, the Thunderbolt electric net fell apart on its own. Although Qian Ligong still hadn't figured out what was happening, as an old hand, he naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. Seeing Lei Gang's defenses wide open, Qian Ligong struck directly at his chest with a hammer. Puff! Lei Gang spat out blood on the spot, and his whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Upon closer inspection, one would find that his chest had caved in from Qian Ligong's blow. Oh no! The members of the Lei Shur Alliance, who were originally besieging Jiang Shiyan, suddenly changed their expressions drastically. If Lei Gang was gone, then Qian Ligong attacking them would be like playing whack-a-mole, one hit for each. They couldn't continue to besiege Jiang Shiyan and the others and rushed directly towards Lei Gang. My lord, are you alright? Someone helped Lei Gang up and hurriedly fed him a healing pill. It's you! Lei Gang, sitting up, stared fiercely at Yechuan. You clearly are only at the first stage of the entry realm. Why can your skills affect me? Are you a legendary combat profession? That's impossible. In these years, Xingqiang has only produced one legendary combat profession, and she's a woman. Confusion and shock filled Lei Gang's eyes. After all, they were separated by a whole major realm. Only the skills of a legendary profession could possibly cross a major realm to affect him. Because the exclusive skills of a profession are tied to the profession's level, a legendary combat profession means that all exclusive skills are also legendary. On what basis do you define my gender? Yechuan retorted. Lei Gang was taken aback for a moment, then spat out another mouthful of blood. Jiang Shiyan looked at Yechuan with sparkling eyes. The surprises he brought her were simply too many. What other surprises could this seemingly younger boy have that she didn't know about? Retreat! Lei Gang shouted unwillingly. Now he had been heavily injured, and continuing to fight would only lead to mutual destruction with the Jotian Alliance. Qian Ligong and the others understood this logic as well. Even though Lei Gang was heavily injured, he was still a second-stage master, and a dying camel is bigger than a horse, so they had no intention of pursuing the members of the Leisure Alliance. The members of the Leisure Alliance came quickly and left just as fast. The traitor Jian Yan from the Jotian Alliance mixed in with the Leisure Alliance's group trying to leave together, but Xian Ligong charged directly at him. They can leave, but you dog, cannot. Xian Ligong roared. They were already in a hostile relationship with the Leisure Alliance, and it was perfectly normal for the other side to deal with them. But Jian Yan, as his teammate, had directly stabbed him in the back, which Chen Ligong could no longer tolerate. If it weren't for Yi Chuan, they would have been in danger this time, and perhaps all of them would have perished here.
Brother Qian, spare me, spare me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong.
I just got married. My wife is already pregnant. Please spare me. Seeing he couldn't escape, Jian Yan knelt down with a thud, crying bitterly. If I had known that the people from the Thunder Lion Alliance couldn't kill Chen Ligong, I wouldn't have dared to betray him no matter what he said. Don't worry, just because you called me big brother, I will definitely take good care of your wife. I promise to squeeze some shampoo for your child every night. Bang! With one blow, Jian Yan's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. For a traitor like this, Chen Ligong showed no mercy. If Jian Yan could sell them out once for profit, he could do it a second and third time. Such a person must not be kept alive. After dealing with the traitor Jian Yan, Chen Ligong's eyes burned with excitement as he walked over to Yi Chuan and gave him a big hug.
Ha ha ha, brother Yi Chuan, this time I owe it all to you. When we get back to Qingcheng, I'll treat you to a foot bath. A 98.
If anything happens in Qingcheng in the future, just give me a shout, and I'll definitely be there. Chen Ligong knew very well that if it weren't for Yi Chuan's crucial control skill, it would have been him who was seriously injured, not Lei Gang.
Uncle Qian, you can wash your own feet. Stop leading Yi Chuan astray. Jiang Shiyan shot Chen Ligong mid-lair, annoyed. What kind of wolfish words was he saying? There were two girls still here. Alas! You are mistaken. A boy becoming a man is marked by the composure he shows when wearing the badge, Chen Ligong said with a grin. Su Wanqin stepped forward, casually wrapping her arm around Yi Chuan's neck. Yi Chuan immediately felt a heavy sense of suffocation.
I'm sorry, Yi Chuan. I was too impulsive earlier and wronged you.
I thought you were just watching the show on purpose. Consider it a favor owed to you.
Don't take it to heart, Su Wanqin said somewhat shyly. Not just you, we all owe Yi Chuan a favor, and it's a life-saving grace.
Jiang Shiyan spoke up.
The others nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Yi Chuan, they would have definitely been in danger just now.
Brother Yi Chuan, may I ask what level your profession is? Li Nan couldn't help but ask.
God level. Yi Chuan, still caught under Su Wanqin's arm, answered truthfully. The others gasped in shock. This level of profession, even among the 9 major special zones of the human race, is among the top super geniuses.
Wait a minute, aren't you from Qingcheng? If a god-level profession appeared in Qingcheng, the Jotian Alliance would definitely have received the news.
Jiang Shiyan questioned, puzzled.
Miss, we actually received the news. Considering Brother Yi Chuan's knife, haven't you thought of anything?
Qian Ligong coughed lightly to remind her.
God level? Knife? The confusion in Jiang Shiyan's beautiful eyes turned into astonishment. You are that god-level pig butcher? Li Nan and Su Wanqin's expressions also became strange. Good news, god-level profession. Bad news, it's a pig butcher. But isn't a pig butcher only supposed to butcher pigs? How could Yi Chuan, this pig butcher, chop down a wind-fire separation ape with one knife? However, they all tactfully chose not to pursue the matter further. Everyone had their own secrets, and digging too deep would seem inconsiderate. Let's rest here for a while. Running around now would make it easier for the Thunder Lion Alliance to ambush us again. I've already sent out a distress signal, and the Jotian Alliance will come to our rescue soon. Chen Ligong shifted the topic. Everyone agreed. Li Nan and Su Wanqin took the initiative to keep watch around them to prevent any sudden attacks from fierce beasts. Yi Chuan, feeling a bit bored, approached Jiang Shiyan and said, Miss Jiang, could you use that sound wave attack you just used on the Thunder Lion Alliance people on me? Just call me Shiyan. You want to use the dense sound wave attack to hone your movement skills?
Jiang Shiyan saw through Yi Chuan's intention.
Yes, Yi Chuan nodded.
The Shadow of the Underworld was a skill he learned from a skill scroll, and it couldn't be improved with his level. It could only be enhanced through continuous practice. The sound wave attacks were dense and swift, perfect for honing agility skills.
Are you sure?
My realm is much higher than yours. If you're not careful, you might get hurt, Jiang Shiyan asked with some concern.
I'm sure, Yi Chuan replied.
Alright then, just be careful. I'll gradually increase the speed, and you mustn't overexert yourself. Seeing Yi Chuan's insistence, Jiang Shiyan took down the guqin she had been carrying on her back, which was clearly an extraordinary spiritual weapon, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. As Jiang Shiyan began to play, the melodious and enchanting sound of the guqin resonated, and the sound waves coalesced into a sharp blade, slicing towards Yi Chuan.
Yi Chuan easily dodged with a swift movement. Shurian, you can go faster. Jiang Shurian nodded, and when she struck again, the blade transformed from 1 into 3. Faster, 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 a little faster. Jiang Shurian's playing became increasingly urgent, and the sound wave blades had already surpassed 20. Any ordinary first-stage practitioner facing such an onslaught would have been severely injured or even killed. Yet Yi Chuan moved leisurely, as if those sound wave blades posed no danger to him at all. Jiang Shurian's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise, and Shen Ligong, Su Wanxin, and Li Nan looked at Yi Chuan in astonishment. You can go a bit faster. I'm fine, Yi Chuan urged. Jiang Shurian nodded and increased the number of sound wave blades again. With a twang, the strings vibrated, and 25 sound wave blades sliced towards Yi Chuan. Phantom of the Nether. Yi Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he immediately activated the Phantom of the Nether skill. With a surge in speed, he was able to dodge Jiang Shurian's attacks at extremely tricky angles. Jiang Shurian and the others were dumbfounded. After all that, Yi Chuan hadn't even used his agility skills? Jiang Shurian realized she couldn't view Yi Chuan through the lens of common sense. Taking a deep breath, she decided not to hold back this time and directly used 70% of her strength. With the tinkling sounds of the guqin like flowing water, dozens of sound waves continuously slashed towards Yi Chuan. Under such intense pressure, his proficiency with the Phantom of the Nether increased. As time passed, beads of sweat had soaked Jiang Shurian's bangs, yet Yi Chuan showed no signs of stopping to rest. At this point, several blood marks had appeared on Yi Chuan's body. If it weren't for the protection of the flame-scaled armor, he might have been injured even more severely. Still, he had no intention of resting and instead actively approached Jiang Shurian. The closer he got to her, the shorter the distance he had to react and dodge. Yi Chuan was deliberately putting himself in a dangerous position, but Jiang Shurian soon realized that although Yi Chuan was getting closer, his speed was increasing. He even began to leave afterimages. As a series of afterimages appeared, Yi Chuan directly evaded her attack range and stood behind her. Thank you. Yi Chuan cupped his hands in gratitude towards Jiang Shurian. Under the pressure she exerted, he had mastered the Phantom of the Nether to a great extent. Phantom of the Nether, great mastery when activated, increases agility by 40% for 1 minute. While moving quickly, it can leave a series of afterimages to confuse opponents. Not only had the increase risen by 10%, but the duration had also doubled, and an additional afterimage effect was added, which was a significant boost to Yi Chuan's strength. Jiang Shurian wiped the sweat from her forehead. You, this guy, are really a freak. It's exhausting to be your sparring partner. Yi Chuan was about to express his thanks when he suddenly sensed something, turning to look behind Jiang Shurian, awkwardly smiling. Don't rush, something even more exhausting is coming. Something more exhausting? What do you mean? Jiang Shurian asked, puzzled, as she followed Yi Chuan's gaze and turned to look behind her. A tall woman with long horns was slowly walking towards them, her aura of killing intent so thick it was almost tangible. A deep scar, visible to the bone, extended from the corner of her eye down to her jaw, with fresh blood seeping out from time to time. A succubus? Jiang Shurian's expression changed slightly, and Qian Ligong also raised his hammer, vigilantly staring at Maritas. My target is him, all of you get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. Maritas pointed at Yi Chuan, her vertical pupils filled with a scarlet killing intent. Oh, what a big mouth. Then go ahead and kill one for me to see. Qian Ligong snorted coldly, directly blocking Yi Chuan's path. Li Nan and Su Wanxin also prepared for battle, clearly having no intention of handing Yi Chuan over. In that case, you can all die with him. Maritas danced her fingers, and a pink light radiated from her, enveloping Yi Chuan and the others. Damn, this succubus is at least a 5th-tier master. Yi Chuan, how did you provoke this monster? Run, run. Qian Ligong was startled, swinging his hammer down to the ground, causing a tremor that made Maritas lose her balance, and then hurriedly led the four to flee. Although Yi Chuan had the lowest cultivation level among the 5, thanks to his exaggerated three-dimensional attributes, his speed was even subtly approaching that of Qian Ligong, the master. Yi Chuan, how did you provoke this succubus? Su Wanxin asked. I accidentally dug up her blood crystal twin flower. She wanted to kill me, so I gave her a knife. Yi Chuan briefly recounted the events. Qian Ligong frowned upon hearing this. Succubi are extremely concerned about their appearance. You dug up her flower that grants eternal youth and ruined her looks. This is already a situation of no turning back. What if we split up? That succubus's target is me. She won't make things difficult for you, Yi Chuan suddenly suggested. What do you take us for? Jiang Shurian rolled her eyes. You just saved us. We haven't repaid you yet. If we abandon you and run away, wouldn't we be ungrateful? Miss Jiang is right. Yichuan, you don't need to worry. As long as we can hold on a little longer, reinforcements from the Nine Heavens Alliance should arrive soon. Qian Ligong nodded. Hearing their words, Yichuan felt a bit disappointed. He had thought that if Jiang Shiyan and the others wanted to sell him out, he would just activate his perfected shadow of the underworld and escape. He didn't need to run faster than Marites, just faster than Qian Ligong and the others. But unexpectedly, Jiang Shiyan and the others were quite loyal. Uncle Chen, if I can freeze that succubus like I did with Lei Gang just now, do you have the confidence to kill her? Yichuan asked. Qian Ligong's eyes lit up at his words. How long can you freeze her? 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Qian Ligong's expression turned thoughtful. We can give it a try. It might be impossible to kill this succubus, but we should be able to buy some time to escape. After all, succubi are skilled in illusions, and their physical strength is quite average. Alright, when that succubus catches up, we'll strike, Yichuan said calmly. The five continued to run, with the murderous Marites closely following them, and the distance between them growing shorter. Attack! Just as Marites was about to catch up to the last Li Nan, Yichuan shouted and stopped in his tracks. Blood Shadow Butcher. An astonishing killing intent solidified and charged directly at Marites. Marites' figure paused, and in a state of fear, she instinctively lunged forward. Good opportunity. Mountain-crushing hammer. Qian Ligong seized the moment, swinging his hammer like a baseball bat, directly smashing it towards Marites. This strike might not deal fatal damage to Marites, but it was enough to send her flying hundreds of meters away, buying them time to escape. Bang! Just as Qian Ligong had anticipated, Marites was indeed sent flying. Just at that moment, Qian Ligong was astonished to find that Yichuan had appeared on the path that Marites would inevitably take to fly out. And beside him, Yichuan was nothing but an afterimage. Yichuan, what are you doing? Come back, don't seek death, that's a 5th-tier master demon. Qian Ligong shouted anxiously. Yichuan said nothing, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. If he didn't deal with this demon, he feared he wouldn't be able to leave the city again. The Soul Slayer knife intent coalesced on the Dragon Slayer knife, and with the 20% armor-piercing effect, leveraging the power of Qian Ligong's hammer, Yichuan thrust the knife fiercely into Marites' back. Purple blood splattered, dyeing Yichuan's face purple. Marites, freed from her state of fear, let out a piercing scream, her eyes blazing with anger, along with a trace of barely detectable fear. I will skin you all alive. Dreamland, pink smoke spread out. This was the illusion construction that the demon clan excelled at. Those enveloped by this illusion could become trapped within it, never to awaken. Not good, this demon is going all out. Yichuan, run, stay away from that demon. Qian Ligong urged anxiously. After being enveloped by the pink smoke, Yichuan's gaze indeed became somewhat vacant, but the next second, he bit down hard on his tongue, blood seeping from the corner of his lips. The intense pain allowed Yichuan to maintain the last shred of clarity in the illusion. He gripped the butcher knife tightly and began to twist it within Marites' body. Marites screamed in agony. As a demon, she found it difficult to use many of her abilities in close combat. After all, demons were not adept at melee. She could only desperately unleash her illusions, trying to pull Yichuan's consciousness into the dream. Meanwhile, Yichuan kept stirring Marites' internal organs with the butcher knife, aiming to end this demon's life. The two were locked in a stalemate. Qian Ligong and the others watched anxiously, but they had no way to help. Yichuan and Marites were tightly pressed together, making it easy for a ranged attack to cause collateral damage. If they got closer, they would first lose their minds to Marites' illusion. In this deadlock, Marites could not hold on any longer. If this continued, she would bleed to death. Suddenly, Marites twisted her head with great effort, her neck cracking as it turned nearly 180 degrees, facing Yichuan directly. Charm technique. At that moment, Marites' eyes transformed into two pink heart-shaped peaches, radiating an unusual allure. This was the innate skill of the demon clan, capable of stirring the most primal desires in the hearts of the opposite sex. Even the strongest of warriors found it hard to resist this move, developing unusual feelings for her. But soon, Marites realized something was wrong, for there was no trace of worldly desire in Yichuan's eyes. He looked at her as if she were a piece of pork. This move might work on others, but it was clearly ineffective against Yichuan. A pig's head, no matter how charming and seductive, was still just a pig's head. People do not develop desires for pig heads. They cannot, at least they shouldn't. Unaffected by the charm technique, Yichuan directly pulled the butcher knife out from Marites' back. At that moment, Marites appeared to him no different from the pigs he had slaughtered before. Just a slightly stronger pig. Whoosh! The sharp blade flashed by, leaving a fine blood mark on Marites' long, fair neck. Her head slowly fell, her face still bearing an expression of disbelief, as if she couldn't believe she would die at the hands of a human who was only at the first-tier entry level. Yichuan, the pig butcher, used his slaughtering knife to kill a special pig, increasing his level by 150% and enhancing his extra damage against the pig race by 1%, along with an increase of 0.1 in his free attributes. The decision to counterattack Marites, though incredibly risky, brought Yichuan exceedingly exaggerated benefits. His realm directly broke through to the second stage of the Ascendant Realm, and he was only a few steps away from the third stage. It was also thanks to Qian Ligong's assistance that Yichuan dared to make such a bold decision. If it were just him alone, encountering this succubus would have definitely meant running away. At this moment, Jiang Shiyan and the other three were dumbfounded. Their eyes were vacant, their expressions dazed, looking at Yichuan as if he were an alien. Ascendant Realm first stage, counterattacking a master at fifth stage? What kind of nonsense is this? Even novels wouldn't dare to write such a thing, right? Although the succubus was not good at close combat and was caught completely off guard by Qian Ligong's full-force strike, she was still a fifth-stage master. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have cursed anyone who told them such news as talking nonsense. Yichuan squatted in front of Marites' corpse, beginning his skilled looting. He calmly dissected the succubus. A master-level succubus should have already condensed a magic crystal within her body. Sure enough, after Yichuan removed and arranged Marites' internal organs one by one, he found a crystal glowing with a peculiar light. This crystal was entirely black, oval-shaped, resembling a black agate stone, warm to the touch and somewhat soft, containing terrifying power. The cultivation methods of other races differ from those of humans. They condense an energy crystal within their bodies. For example, high-level demons condense magic crystals, while high-level monsters condense monster crystals. These energy crystals have many uses. They can be used to enchant spiritual weapons or refine medicine, and after special processing, combat professions can absorb the energy within. A magic crystal from a master-level demon can easily rival a high-quality yellow-grade spiritual weapon in price. I've made a profit. Yichuan smiled brightly. Just this magic crystal was worth the huge risk he had just taken to deal with Marites. He turned around, wanting to share his joy with Qian Ligong and the others, only to see them looking at him warily, fear evident in their eyes. Uncle Qian, Shiyan, what's wrong with you? Yichuan asked in confusion. And no, it's nothing, Yichuan. You go ahead, do your thing. Qian Ligong's throat bobbed. When they saw Yichuan skinning the windfire monkey earlier, they felt nothing. After all, the windfire monkey was just a beast. But witnessing Yichuan disassemble Marites, a humanoid being, piece by piece like a butcher, they couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. There was no way around it. Yichuan's speed in dismembering Marites was too fast, his technique too elegant. It was so elegant that they even began to suspect whether Yichuan had experimented on living people before. Yichuan seemed to guess something, awkwardly touching his nose. It seemed normal for a pig to be scared upon seeing another pig being dismembered in front of it. Just then, several figures rushed in and appeared before Yichuan. They knelt on one knee before Jiang Shiyan, the leader having short hair standing up like steel needles, exuding an aura that even Qian Ligong found oppressive. Miss, we are late, please punish us. This is not your fault. We didn't expect someone in the team to betray the Nine Heavens Alliance. You arrived quickly enough, escort us back. Jiang Shiyan nodded and then looked at Yichuan, asking, Yichuan, are you coming with us? No, I already know how to return to Qingcheng. You all go ahead. Yichuan shook his head. Previously, he had teamed up with Jiang Shiyan and the others to deal with Marites, but now that Marites was dead, there was no need for him to continue traveling with them. Alright, just be careful. If you change your mind and want to join the Nine Heavens Alliance, you can come find me directly. As long as you join the Nine Heavens Alliance, you will definitely have a spot to go to the Burning Sky Valley in 6 months, Jiang Shiyan promised. As soon as these words were spoken, the few members of the Nine Heavens Alliance who had just arrived looked at Yichuan in surprise. A spot in the Burning Sky Valley was a significant promise. Many young talents within the Nine Heavens Alliance fought tooth and nail for a single spot and still couldn't get one. Thank you, I will think it over, Yichuan replied calmly. For combat professions, joining a major force indeed had many benefits. For instance, there were more resources to enhance strength, strong individuals to guide you, opportunities to hunt fierce beasts and alien races outside the city, and teammates to look out for you. But the problem was, Yichuan was not a combat profession. He was just an ordinary pig butcher. He only needed to keep slaughtering pigs to grow stronger. Joining a faction would instead be a form of constraint for him. After watching Jiang Shiyan and their group leave, Yichuan did not choose to return to Qingcheng. Instead, he shouldered his pig slaughtering knife and headed towards Marites' lair. Just obtaining a magic crystal was not enough. A 5th-tier master-level succubus must have plenty of good things in her lair. Relying on his memory, Yichuan quickly returned to Maritus's lair and slipped into an inconspicuous cave. There was nothing around the cave, just some corpses drained by Maritus. These corpses were enough to make any lost fierce beasts and humans understand that this cave was not a place to tread lightly. Once inside the cave, Yichuan first arrived at the torture chamber where Maritus had hung him up. Beyond the torture chamber was where Maritus's true lair was located. Drip, drip. The sound of dripping water reached Yichuan's ears. After passing a stone pillar ahead, a small pool came into view. The pool's black-purple water flowed slowly, and droplets hitting the surface created ripples, radiating strange energy fluctuations. Could this be the Nether Demon Pool? Yichuan pondered for a long time before finally recalling a description of this pool he had seen in the library of Qingcheng High School. Each time a demon race ascended a realm, they needed to temper their bodies with the water from the Nether Demon Pool to accommodate more demonic energy. The water from the Nether Demon Pool also had the effect of refining the bodies of humans, which is why many trading posts in major cities sold it. A small jar of Nether Demon Pool water could sell for tens of thousands of coins. This large pool before him was probably worth no less than the magic crystal in his hand. He never expected that the succubus Maritus was actually a little rich woman. Without a second thought, Yichuan stripped off his clothes and jumped straight in, submerging his head in the pool while extending a hollow tube for breathing. The pool water was icy cold, and as soon as he entered, Yichuan shivered, his lips turning blue from the cold. A prickling sensation coursed through him, as if countless steel needles were simultaneously stabbing at every pore of his body. The intense pain began to twist Yichuan's face, but he gritted his teeth, showing no intention of coming out of the Nether Demon Pool. Yichuan could clearly feel that under the stimulation of the Nether Demon Pool, his body's strength was gradually increasing. The enhancement of physical strength not only provided him with greater defense and vitality but also granted him terrifying explosive power. Time passed slowly. Yichuan had no idea how long he had been soaking in the Nether Demon Pool. The pain brought by the waters of the Abyssal Pool began to diminish little by little, and it was only when the waters of the Abyssal Pool no longer stimulated his body in the slightest that Yichuan stood up. Dark purple droplets slid down his muscular physique, slowly dripping onto the surface of the pool. His flesh, under the baptism of the Abyssal Pool, emitted a metallic sheen. As he gently closed his fingers, a powerful force surged from his fists to his limbs. Feeling the overwhelming power within him, Yichuan grinned. He was confident that even bare-handed, without a butcher's knife, he could still kill a third-tier ferocious beast with sheer physical strength. Such a large abyssal pool, it can't go to waste. Yichuan rubbed his chin, then he searched through all the containers that could hold water in Maritus's lair, filling them all before stuffing them into his bag. Even so, he only managed to take away a third of the pool's water. If only I had a storage spirit weapon, or even a pair of yoga pants would do. Yichuan looked at the remaining bulk of the abyssal pool, feeling regretful. Although the energy of the water had diminished after soaking, it could still fetch a good price if taken out. Since he couldn't take it all, Yichuan stopped insisting and began to rummage through Maritus's lair again. Soon, he found several bundles of skill scrolls, but unfortunately, they were inscribed with demonic script that Yichuan couldn't understand at all. He could only stuff everything into his backpack haphazardly. By now, he had nearly scavenged all the valuable items in Maritus's lair. What remained was either worthless or something he couldn't take with him. With a backpack that was about to burst, Yichuan walked out of the cave, satisfied. After returning to Qingcheng, Yichuan went straight to the trading post. As soon as he walked in, all eyes in the trading post were on him. The reason was simple. The bag he was carrying looked utterly ridiculous, like an ant carrying a grain of rice. "Hello, I'm here to sell something." When Yichuan placed the backpack on the counter, the entire counter shook. The one attending to him was the slightly plump black lady from last time, who looked at Yichuan with a somewhat resentful gaze. "Am I very ugly?" "Ha?" Yichuan was taken aback. "I said, am I very ugly?" She pressed on. "Not really." "Not ugly," Yichuan said, betraying his conscience. He saw everyone as pig heads. How could he tell which pig head was prettier? "Then why haven't you contacted me?" She had worn a complete set of sexy lingerie waiting for Yichuan these past few nights, but he never showed up. I've been quite busy these days. Can you help me process these items first?" Yichuan took out a teapot from his bag, the spout already sealed. "What is this?" she asked, puzzled. "Water from the abyssal pool." Yichuan's words surprised her. She opened the teapot lid to inspect it. "Not bad. Although there are quite a few impurities, it is indeed water from the abyssal pool." "Is this the only one?" "There are 5 barrels, 4 cups, 3 basins, 2 spittoons, and 1 nightpot." Yichuan kept pulling out various containers filled with pool water from his bag, leaving everyone around the counter dumbfounded. "No way. Dude, you're using this scrap metal to hold the water from the abyssal pool? This is like putting Mao Tai in a red plastic bucket. Sir, please wait a moment, I need to find someone to test this. The lady took the teapot and left, returning to the counter a moment later. This pool water is fine, it's just that there are a lot of impurities, so we can only buy it at 70% of the market price. Is that acceptable? She asked. Sure, Yichuan nodded. The abyssal pool had been soaked by both him and Marites, so it was normal for there to be many impurities. Selling it for 70% of the price was already beyond Yichuan's expectations. I've calculated it. You have a total of 78.5 liters of pond water here. According to the market price of 35,000 per liter with a 30% discount, I'll charge you 25,000 per liter, which totals 1,962,500. Do you see any issues? No problem, just transfer the money. Soon, Yichuan received the notification that the money had been credited. Suddenly becoming a millionaire, he felt a sense of unreality. Your exchange should have someone who can read magic scripts, right? How much does it cost to hire a translator? Yichuan asked. We charge by the word, just 1 yuan per word, fair and square, the young lady replied with a smile. Alright, please help me translate these 4 bundles of skill scrolls. Yichuan took out the 4 bundles of skill scrolls he had found in Marites' lair and handed them over. A moment later, the young lady returned, and all 4 bundles had been translated into human language. Hello, sir, the translation is complete. In these 4 bundles of scrolls, there are 3 intermediate skill scrolls and 1 advanced skill scroll. Yichuan took a glance. The skills recorded in the 3 intermediate scrolls were all charm skills. These skills might be quite good for succubi, but for Yichuan, they seemed somewhat useless. Compared to charming a pig's head, he preferred to just chop it down directly. He decided to sell all 3 intermediate skill scrolls to the exchange, and with the sale of the 3 intermediate scrolls, another 1,500,000 was credited. However, the advanced skill scroll piqued Yichuan's interest. Illusory strike? He didn't want to learn the succubus's charm techniques, but he was quite interested in their illusion techniques. Illusion is the most unique skill among all skills. Sometimes it can be considered a divine technique, and other times it is worthless. It mainly depends on how the user applies it. After all, the lethality of illusions is extremely limited, but if used well, it can achieve surprising results. Yichuan tucked the last skill scroll into his pocket. As for the magic crystal, he didn't plan to sell it. He already had 3,500,000 on him, so he wasn't short on money for now. He preferred to use Marites' magic crystal to enhance his own strength, like enchanting his Dragon Slayer sword. With his current financial resources, even if he couldn't hire Master Tai Xin, he could still afford a well-known blacksmith. As Yichuan turned to leave, the young lady hurriedly chased after him, once again handing him a contact number. Sir, remember to contact me. I can do hot water, jelly, and popping candy. After saying this, the young lady shyly returned to the counter. Yichuan's 2 transactions made her more convinced that he was a potential stock. The corners of Yichuan's mouth twitched slightly. Was that supposed to be a joke? He turned around and directly tossed the contact number into the trash can. It was easy to adjust, but AI was just one word, and he could say it once. Moreover, he couldn't develop worldly desires for a pig's head. Yichuan went straight home, wanting to share his joy of sudden wealth with his parents. He pushed open the door. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Yichuan's excited expression suddenly froze on his face as he discovered that his home was in complete disarray. The sofa was overturned, the television was smashed on the floor, and there were fragments of various furniture everywhere. The whole house looked as if it had been ransacked by bandits. Dad? Mom? Yichuan's heart sank, and he instantly panicked. He frantically searched the house, but there was no sign of his parents. Yichuan's eyes turned red in an instant. No, calm down, just calm down. Yichuan took deep breaths of fresh air, forcing himself to calm down. His father was a somewhat well-known pig butcher, and his mother was a cook. Both of them had practical jobs, and their social relationships were simple. They hadn't offended anyone and had good relations with their neighbors. They couldn't have disappeared for no reason. Unless, Lu, wake up! Yichuan suddenly raised his head, his crimson eyes swirling with furious killing intent, like a beast ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. Unsurprisingly, his parents' disappearance was closely related to Lu Xing. Yichuan brandished a butcher's knife and charged directly towards Qingcheng High School. The security guard at the gate couldn't stop Yichuan, who had already reached the second stage of the Ascendant Realm. He simply crossed the school gate and headed straight for the archives room. The teacher in the archives room tried to block him, but Yichuan knocked him out cold. He then began to sift through the files of their class and quickly found Lu Jinglong's address. Following the address, Yichuan rushed over. Lu Jinglong's home was located in the affluent area of Qingcheng, filled with standalone villas, each with its own yard, and guarded by security. Seeing Yichuan's aggressive approach, several security guards attempted to stop him, but they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Their speed was far too inferior. Yichuan arrived directly at Lu Jinglong's doorstep. Bang! Without a word, he kicked the iron gate of Lu Jinglong's yard, sending it flying. Damn! Which dog dared to kick my Lu Xing's door? The commotion at the entrance quickly alerted Lu Xing inside, who came out with Lu Jinglong. Upon seeing Yichuan, Lu Xing was momentarily stunned, then sneered. It's you, kid? I thought you had already run away. You've got some guts to dare kill my people? Cut the crap. Where are my parents? Yichuan's eyes burned with rage. His parents were his only family in this world, his most important bottom line. This bottom line was like the reverse scale of a dragon. Touching it meant death. Your parents? Ha ha ha. A child not taught is the father's fault. The mistakes you've made, of course, your parents have to bear the consequences. Where are they? I've chopped them up and fed them to the fish. If you calculate the time, they should be coming out soon. Lu Xing crossed his arms, looking at Yichuan with a mocking expression, his eyes filled with derision. This is the consequence of bullying my son, understand? Lu Jinglong hid behind Lu Xing, his eyes also filled with excitement. A buzzing sound filled Yichuan's ears. From the moment Lu Xing said he had chopped up his parents, he could hear nothing else, only seeing a pig's head in front of him chattering incessantly. Dead? His parents. Dead? Yichuan felt his hands and feet turn cold, his eyes a void. He had caused his parents' deaths. He didn't know how to accept this fact. It wasn't until 5 security guards wrestled him to the ground that Yichuan's consciousness finally returned to his body. As he regained his senses, Yichuan's eyes turned red with fury. Get off me! Like a furious beast, Yichuan threw the 5 security guards off him. After being tempered in the abyssal demon pool, his physical body had already reached an extremely formidable level, far beyond what these guards could compare to. Yichuan's gaze was fixed on Lu Xing, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Xing, the grudge of killing my father and mother cannot be forgiven. I will use the blood of your entire family to comfort my parents' spirits in the afterlife. As soon as he finished speaking, Yichuan charged at Lu Xing. Heh, what a joke, just you. Lu Xing's face was filled with disdain. He had heard such threats countless times and was still living well, wasn't he? Survival of the fittest is an eternal law from ancient times to the present. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak. Yichuan clenched his fist and smashed it towards Lu Xing's head. Lu Xing casually raised a hand, intending to block Yichuan's strike. In his view, with his 6th stage of the Ascendant Realm strength, blocking Yichuan was a piece of cake. But at the moment their fists connected, Lu Xing's expression changed, his pupils constricted sharply, and his face was filled with terror. An unparalleled force surged from his palm, driving his hand to smash brutally against his own face. Bang! Lu Xing's body flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the house behind him. In an instant, debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. This sudden scene left Lu Jinglong, who was nearby, stunned in place, mouth agape, staring foolishly at Yichuan. His father, Lu Xing, was a 6th-tier expert in the Ascendant Realm. How could Yichuan, barehanded, have sent a 6th-tier Ascendant flying with a single punch? Wasn't this guy just a pig butcher? How could a pig butcher possess such terrifying combat skills? Crash! Lu Xing crawled out from the pile of rubble with a grim expression, his eyes filled with uncertainty. He had definitely not held back. He truly could not withstand Yichuan's punch. His arms still throbbed with pain, as if a large truck had crashed into him. 2nd-tier Ascendant Realm? It was only at this moment that Lu Xing finally realized something was off. His pupils constricted sharply. The aura emanating from Yichuan had indeed reached the 2nd tier of the Ascendant Realm. A pig butcher? How could he level up so quickly? Even if he slaughtered all the pigs in Xincheng, it wouldn't be possible to reach the Ascendant Realm so fast, right? Ignited by the flames of hatred, Yichuan ignored Lu Xing's astonishment and charged at him again. He wanted revenge. He didn't want Lu Xing to die too easily with a butcher's knife. He wanted to beat Lu Xing to death, punch by punch. Yichuan closed in again, a suffocating sense of pressure crashing down on Lu Xing, as if what was rushing at him was not a person, but a ferocious beast. Yichuan's fingers curled, aiming a powerful punch at Lu Xing. Lu Xing raised his hand to block. This time he was prepared, but he was still knocked back several meters before he could steady himself. His feet left long grooves in the ground. Before Lu Xing could catch his breath, Yichuan's figure once again pursued him like a ghost. Lu Xing gasped. This kid not only had incredible strength, but his speed was also outrageously fast. But he had no time to be shocked. Yichuan's whip kick was already aimed at his head. Lu Xing was once again kicked away, and after landing, he was filled with rage. Kid, do you really think I'm Lu Xing made of clay? Rock armor. Lu Xing finally unleashed his true power. As a mid-level combat profession, his entire body began to be covered in hard granite armor, turning grayish-white. The tough granite almost enveloped Lu Xing completely, leaving only his eyes, nostrils, and mouth exposed. Yi Chuan's punch struck Lu Xing's body again, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. But this time, with the protection of the granite armor, Lu Xing suffered almost no injuries. "Kid, don't waste your effort. As a pig butcher, you can't break through my defense," Lu Xing roared, and after Yi Chuan landed another punch on him, Lu Xing retaliated with a punch to Yi Chuan's chest. The tremendous impact sent Yi Chuan crashing heavily against the iron railing behind him, severely deforming it. If his body hadn't been strengthened in the abyssal demon pool, that punch would have left him seriously injured. Lu Xing leaped high, aiming a flying knee strike at Yi Chuan. Boom! The knee strike passed right through Yi Chuan's body, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a deep pit. After image? Lu Xing was momentarily stunned, while Yi Chuan had already appeared behind Lu Xing, propelled by the speed granted by the shadow of the underworld. Bang! Yi Chuan's fist struck the nape of Lu Xing's neck, followed by a second punch, a third punch, and a fourth punch. Yi Chuan was like a robot programmed to execute a task, his eyes devoid of any emotion, rapidly delivering punch after punch. Each of his punches landed in the same spot, until his hands were bloodied and bruised, yet he showed no sign of stopping. Lu Xing was stunned by the onslaught like a raging storm, not even realizing he needed to fight back. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a series of shattering sounds came from the back of his neck. Under Yi Chuan's powerful punches, the granite armor on the back of his neck actually shattered. What? Lu Xing was taken aback, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. To crush his granite armor with bare hands, just how strong was this kid's body? Lu Xing clenched his fists and swung them back. Yi Chuan raised his hand to block, but was still sent flying. Even with the damage reduction from being a nemesis to the pig tribe, under Lu Xing's reckless fighting style, blood still seeped from the corner of Yi Chuan's mouth. But he didn't care at all. He charged forward again, bracing himself against Lu Xing's elbow strike with his back, then suddenly threw a punch at Lu Xing's abdomen. In an instant, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the granite armor covering Lu Xing's abdomen. "Madman! You crazy madman!" Lu Xing's pupils constricted sharply. Yi Chuan was fighting recklessly, not hesitating to trade injuries for injuries. He struck fiercely, trying to force Yi Chuan back, but Yi Chuan stood his ground as if he had steel spikes under his feet, not retreating an inch. When Lu Xing kicked him, he responded with a knee strike. When Lu Xing punched him, he countered with an elbow. The two stood their ground, continuously exchanging blows, and Lu Xing's granite armor gradually shattered piece by piece. The more Lu Xing fought, the more alarmed he became. This guy in front of him was a monster, a reckless monster. He had never seen a life profession with such a formidable body and close combat ability. Lu Xing was truly frightened. His granite armor was breaking too severely, no longer sufficient to protect him. Terrified, Lu Xing seized the opportunity to turn and flee, but how could Yi Chuan give him that chance? The moment Lu Xing turned to escape, Yi Chuan charged forward, delivering a powerful left kick to Lu Xing's back, sending him staggering. Immediately after, a right whip kick struck Lu Xing's head, and he fell to the ground like a mountain collapsing. Yi Chuan directly mounted him. One punch, two punches, three punches. The sound of pounding echoed continuously. At first, Lu Xing still had the strength to use his arms to protect his head, but as Yi Chuan's punches grew heavier, his arms gradually fell weakly, his forearm twisted at an odd angle, clearly broken. After a few punches, the granite armor on Lu Xing's face shattered, and then Yi Chuan's fists began to make intimate contact with Lu Xing's head. In no time, Lu Xing's head had swollen into a massive pig's head. Lu Xing could even hear the painful creaking of his skull. Yi Chuan was not in good shape either. His fists were already a bloody mess, and one could see the stark white bones beneath. Yet Yi Chuan showed no sign of stopping, expressionless, continuing to pound Lu Xing's head. The terror in Lu Xing's swollen eyes shone through. Yi Chuan truly intended to beat him to death. Frightened, Lu Xing screamed in panic. "Wait! Just wait! I didn't kill your parents, it has nothing to do with me, they might not even be dead." Lu Xing's words halted Yi Chuan's fists, and a flicker of life appeared in his dead eyes. "Then where are my parents?" Yi Chuan spoke, only to realize his voice had become hoarse without him noticing. I don't know." Lu Xing shook his head. As Yi Chuan's fists were about to fall again, Lu Xing screamed in fear. "I really don't know. That day when I found out you killed my 3 subordinates, I did want to capture your parents. But when I got to your house, besides your parents, there were a few men in black robes." "Men in black robes? What kind of men in black robes?" Yi Chuan frowned. He couldn't remember ever seeing a man in a black robe at home growing up. "I couldn't see clearly, those people were all hidden under their hoods, and I couldn't tell if they were male or female, but one thing I can be sure of." A flash of extreme fear crossed Lu Xing's eyes, like a domesticated sheep encountering a wild tiger. "Those black-robed people are very strong. Extremely strong. Just the aura they unintentionally exude is enough to make it hard for me to breathe. Xingqing definitely doesn't have any experts of that level. Yi Chuan's frown deepened. His parents were just ordinary people. How could they have attracted such powerful beings? Those black-robed people seem to have some conflict with your parents. They were arguing, but I couldn't hear what they were fighting about. Oh right, there was a ghost face emblem on their black robes. Lu Xing spoke rapidly, like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. I wanted to get closer to hear what was going on, but at that moment, one of the black-robed people noticed me. He looked at me, and I just fainted. When I woke up again, there was no one left in your house, just a mess. I swear everything I said is true. Your parents' matter has nothing to do with me. Lu Xing desperately explained, his face filled with terror under the threat of death. Black-robed people, arguing, missing. Yi Chuan's frown deepened. He couldn't understand. Could it be that his parents were hiding something from him? But fortunately, there was still a chance that his parents were alive, which eased the tension in his heart. He looked down at Lu Xing, who was pinned beneath him, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Although Lu Xing didn't kill his parents, it was clear that he and Lu Xing had already become mortal enemies. As the saying goes, when will grievances be resolved? Crushing bones and scattering ashes brings no worries. If Lu Xing didn't die, he would probably continue to cause trouble for him in the future. Lu Xing was startled by Yi Chuan's gaze, which felt like being looked at as a piece of pork. He stammered, "Why you? Don't do anything reckless. There are cameras here, and so many people are watching. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape." Yi Chuan looked up and realized that their fight had already attracted the attention of the neighbors, who were curiously peeking out to watch the commotion. He released Lu Xing, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and silently got up to leave. Killing someone in broad daylight in the city would be very troublesome. After Yi Chuan left, Lu Xing, who had survived a close call, gasped for breath. Lying on the ground, he stared blankly at the sky. He had never felt so close to death before. How could a butcher have such terrifying combat power? Was that reasonable? After a moment, Lu Xing's expression gradually turned ferocious. This matter could not be easily settled. If he couldn't deal with Yi Chuan, he would find someone who could. He couldn't believe that even a second-tier master-level class changer couldn't kill Yi Chuan. Stumbling to his feet, Lu Jinglong hurried over to support him. "Dad, are you okay?" Lu Jinglong's face was filled with shame because he had lacked the courage to step forward and stop Yi Chuan when he saw him beating Lu Xing just now. At that moment, Yi Chuan was like a beast gone mad. Lu Jinglong wanted to intervene, but his legs wouldn't obey him. Yi Chuan's presence had clearly become an insurmountable mountain in Lu Jinglong's heart. "It's fine, you don't need to worry about this. Dad will handle it. Go get my phone." A fierce look flashed in Lu Xing's eyes. After Lu Jinglong brought the phone, Lu Xing dialed a number. The moment the call connected, he endured the intense pain in his body and said very flatteringly, "Cousin, it's me, Lu Xing." "Oh, Lu Xing? What's up?" Lei Gang sat carelessly on the soft sofa, with two delicate young girls attending to him, while Wei Lei and Klaus were constantly in contact. "Cousin, I almost got killed. You have to stand up for me," Lu Xing said angrily. "Oh, is there someone in Qingcheng who dares to kill you? What's their background?" Lei Gang's brows furrowed. "They don't have much of a background, just an ordinary family, but this guy is really strange, a pig butcher, with a physique that's shockingly strong. I suspect he has something good on him, cousin." Lu Xing's eyes darted as he spoke. "Oh, a pig butcher who almost killed you, a sixth tier in the ascending realm? Now I'm a bit interested." "Just wait, I'll come to you tonight," Lei Gang said before hanging up the phone directly and turning to the girl. "Have you found that brat who messed up my Lei Lion Alliance's plans?" The girl looked up. "Lord Lei Gang, not yet, but the people below are already investigating urgently." Hurry up. This matter cannot be easily settled. I want that brat to pay a bloody price." A fierce killing intent flashed in Lei Gang's eyes. The Lei Lion Alliance, had finally found such a good opportunity to encircle and kill the people of the Nine Heavens Alliance, only to be ruined by some wild brat that appeared out of nowhere. Even if Lei Gang could swallow this anger, the people of the Lei Lion Alliance could not. On the other side, Yi Chuan went straight home. The house was empty. At this time in the past, his mother would have already prepared a steaming pig bone soup waiting for him. Yi Chuan began to clean up the house bit by bit, believing that his parents would not leave without reason. Even if they had to leave, they would surely leave him some clues. Yi Chuan cleaned very carefully, not even sparing the overturned trash can, taking out the garbage piece by piece. In the large house, only the sound of Yi Chuan tidying up could be heard. Finally, while cleaning the dining table in the living room, Yi Chuan discovered a letter pressed under the marble slab. Yi Chuan was instantly excited, but a hint of fear crept into his heart. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chuan's gaze calmed down as he opened the envelope and pulled out a piece of letter paper. But when he saw the content on the paper, Yi Chuan's pupils shrank sharply, his eyes filled with disbelief. The wind rustled the leaves outside, slicing the bright sunlight into mottled shadows that fell on Yi Chi-yuan's table. A ballpoint pen spun on Yi Chi-yuan's thumb. He had so much to tell his child, but he didn't know where to start. After hesitating for a moment, the pen tip landed on the letter paper in front of him. Xiao Chuan, Dad thought you were an ordinary pig butcher, and that our family of 3 could live a stable and peaceful life. Until that day, when you told Dad that you could kill all living beings like pigs, Dad realized that fate was playing a joke on him. Dad and Mom can no longer accompany you. The road ahead, you need to walk on your own. You've always been a sensible child. Dad believes you can take care of yourself. Don't try to find us. You are not their match. As long as you live happily and joyfully, that's enough. Yi Chi-yuan. Yi Chi-yuan sighed softly and stopped writing. Wu Jingju gently hugged Yi Chi-yuan from behind, her eyes red, clearly having cried once. Chi-yuan, is it too cruel for us to do this to Xiao Chuan? Chuying, only by leaving their parents can young eagles truly spread their wings and fly. Yi Chi-yuan spoke in a deep voice. Moreover, our child is not a young eagle, but a young dragon. I have never heard of any profession that can grow stronger just by killing. Yi Chi-yuan turned his head and embraced Wu Jingju. Xiao Chuan has grown up. Let him choose his own path. If he wants to step onto the highest peak, as his father, I will pave the way for him. If he is tired of killing and wants to be an ordinary person, then let me, as his father, bear all the storms. Yi Chi-yuan placed the letter he had written on the table. At that moment, the letter appeared in Yi Chuan's hands. Yi Chuan clutched the paper, his brow furrowed. The they his father mentioned must refer to the black-clad figures Lu Xing had seen. Who exactly are they? Why can they slaughter all living beings like pigs, while his parents must leave? A multitude of questions intertwined in Yi Chuan's mind, like a tangled ball of yarn. Yi Chuan took a deep breath and carefully tucked away the letter left by Yi Chi-yuan. Although he couldn't come up with answers to those questions, the only clue he had was what Lu Xing said. The black-robed figures had a ghostly face emblem on their black clothing, but at least he had received 2 pieces of good news. The first good news was that his parents were still alive. The second good news was that Yi Chuan had 2 fewer vulnerabilities. This meant that from now on, he only needed to unleash his potential to increase his strength. As long as his strength rose to a level where he could defeat those black-clad figures, he would surely be able to see his parents again. With this realization, Yi Chuan's expression calmed significantly. He took out the bundle of high-level skill scrolls he had found in the succubus lair and used one directly. Acquired high-level illusion skill, Bewitching Strike. Bewitching Strike, minor completion. Conceal oneself and generate an illusion 1 meter in front to confuse enemies. Those with lower mental strength than the user cannot see through the illusion. Yi Chuan was somewhat surprised. With the passive skill God-Slaying Blade, it was hard to find anyone of the same realm with higher mental strength than him. Although this skill had no lethality, if used properly, it could produce unexpected effects. After using the high-level skill scroll, Yi Chuan continued to clean up his messy home. By the time night fell, the originally chaotic house had become clean and tidy, though it felt a bit empty without any furniture. Yi Chuan boiled a bucket of instant noodles to fill his stomach, then tucked the dragon-slaying blade into his coat and went downstairs. He neither took the stairs nor the elevator. Leaping down from the balcony, Yi Chuan landed steadily and then disappeared into the night. Dressed in a loose trench coat, wearing a hat and mask, he wrapped himself tightly and returned to the affluent area where Lu Xing lived. Having been there once during the day, Yi Chuan now moved with ease, and even the security guard failed to notice him slipping in. Arriving at Lu Xing's doorstep, Yi Chuan knocked on the door. "Hurry and open the door, it must be your uncle." Lu Xing's voice came from inside, followed by hurried footsteps. Lu Jinglong quickly opened the door, but as soon as it swung open, a sharp pig-killing knife was pressed against his neck. Feeling the chill on his neck, Lu Jinglong's muscles tensed in fear, and his throat bobbed nervously. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, Yi Chuan swiftly ended all his life force with a single stroke. Lu Jinglong fell to the ground like a pig in a slaughterhouse, unable to let out a single scream, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was a rare-level combat profession with a bright future. How could he die in a place like this? Yi Chuan calmly closed the door and walked inside. "Cousin, you finally came. Quick, have some tea." Lu Xing came out holding a cup of hot tea, only to see a figure completely wrapped up, holding a bloodied pig-killing knife. "Who are you?" Lu Xing immediately became alert. This person clearly meant no good, and when he caught a glimpse of Lu Jinglong's corpse at the door, he instantly collapsed. "Jinglong, my son!" Lu Xing's eyes instantly turned red. "I will kill you." Rock armor. Granite armor instantly covered Lu Xing's entire body, granting him astonishing defense. However, what responded to him was Yi Chuan, who activated the shadow of the underworld and rushed in front of him with a deadly strike. In just one blow, a fine line of blood appeared on Lu Xing's neck. That hard granite armor was no different from tofu in front of Yi Chuan's butcher knife. The moment Yi Chuan activated the shadow of the underworld, Lu Xing recognized that the person before him was Yi Chuan. Feeling his life force continuously draining away, he clutched his neck and stared intently at Yi Chuan. How could this be? They had fought to a standstill in the afternoon. Why was it now that he couldn't withstand even one of Yi Chuan's strikes? Lu Xing's body fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close in death. What are you two doing? Why such a commotion? A wealthy woman, holding a facial mask, walked out from the inner room. Upon seeing the two corpses in the living room, she gasped in shock, about to scream, but Yi Chuan swiftly delivered another blow, ensuring their family was neatly taken care of. It's done. Yi Chuan nodded in satisfaction. A pig that could attack people naturally couldn't be left alive, so it was best to take care of it early. After resolving the trouble with Lu Xing, Yi Chuan set a fire, flames soaring into the sky, the blazing fire consuming the luxurious villa, appearing particularly dazzling in the night. In an instant, everyone around was startled by the fire. With the matter settled, he left quietly, hiding his achievements and name. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Chuan slipped into the darkness, wanting to escape. But at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck directly at him. This strike was extremely terrifying, clearly something Yi Chuan could not withstand. Illusory strike. Yi Chuan left behind an illusion, identical to himself, while the real Yi Chuan was behind this illusion. The violent thunder crashed into the illusion in front of him, creating a large pit in the ground. If he had taken that hit head-on, Yi Chuan would have likely been severely injured. Realizing that the opponent was not something he could handle, Yi Chuan turned and fled without hesitation, disappearing into the darkness with a few quick movements. Don't run! Blue arcs of lightning danced between Lei Gang's fingers as he quickly pursued, but he still lost sight of Yi Chuan. Lei Gang's brows furrowed into a shape. For some reason, Yi Chuan's back just now gave him an extremely familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Moments later, the fire at Lu Xing's house was extinguished, and 3 charred corpses were carried out. Lei Gang's eyelids twitched slightly. Although he had no feelings for his cousin Lu Xing, seeing Lu Xing's family wiped out like this stirred anger within him. Investigate! I want to see who is so bold, Lei Gang shouted sternly. On the other side, Yi Chuan, who had escaped, let out a sigh of relief. He recognized that Lei Gang was the second-tier master who had ambushed him in Jiang Shiyan that day in the wilderness. Fortunately, Lei Gang's mental strength was not strong. The illusory strike successfully confused him, otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to escape. Once entangled with a second-tier master, Yi Chuan had almost no chance of winning. After all, he was a whole realm below Lei Gang. How could Lei Gang appear there? Could it be he is the cousin Lu Xing mentioned? Yi Chuan's expression was somewhat strange. Could it be that he had a conflict with Lu Xing's family? Destroying all the clothes on him, Yi Chuan changed into a pair of shorts and returned home from the balcony. A big fire was enough to burn many things clean. It would not be so easy for Lei Gang to trace it back to him. After all, who would believe that a butcher could silently eliminate a 6th-tier master if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? In the following days, Yi Chuan kept a low profile. Every day was a monotonous routine, waking up, going to the slaughterhouse to kill pigs, and returning home to sleep once he was done. Although killing ordinary fat pigs didn't improve his skills much, it didn't hinder his ability to enhance the extra damage against the pig race nemesis or his own attributes. However, 5 days later, Yi Chuan was visited. But it wasn't the Thunder Lion Alliance that came knocking, it was investigators. Holding an apple, Yi Chuan opened the door to find 2 investigators standing at his doorstep, a man and a woman, both exuding a strong presence. Yi Chuan's gaze sharpened. The investigators were from the Human Federation's organization dedicated to maintaining public order, and their visit indicated that Lu Xing's case had led to suspicions about him. Mr. Yi Chuan, hello. We have a few questions we'd like to ask you. Is it convenient for us to come in? The tall female investigator spoke in a deep voice, showing her credentials. Sure. Yi Chuan welcomed the 2 investigators inside. Please, have a seat. The 2 investigators fell silent, as Yi Chuan's home had no chairs. The living room was empty, with nowhere to sit. Thank you, we can stand, the female investigator, Huang Meilin, said as she took out a notebook and pen. Before coming, she had thoroughly investigated all of Yi Chuan's information. Yi Chuan, 1, 78 meters tall, weighing 72 kilograms, with attributes, strength 5, agility 3, spirit 2, was a life profession, a god-level pig butcher. His father, Yi Qiyuan, and mother, Wu Jingzhu, were both in life professions, as a senior pig butcher and a mid-level chef, respectively. Lu Xing had visited Yi Chuan's home before, clashing with his family, and Yi Chuan had 2 records of leaving the city, each time returning with valuable spoils. After the second trip,
for some unknown reason, he suddenly charged into Lu Xing's home and fought him fiercely. In front of many witnesses, a life profession pig butcher, unarmed, had beaten a 6th-tier combat profession to a pulp.
More critically, this Yi Chuan was mentally unstable.
Huang Meilin had reviewed Yi Chuan's medical records, noting that cervical spine compression had caused him to experience hallucinations, and his mental state was severely abnormal.
It could be said that Yi Chuan's file was riddled with suspicious anomalies.
A mentally ill pig butcher, after leaving the city twice, had beaten a 6th-tier life profession. This was as absurd as a eunuch visiting a brothel twice and then being adored by the brothel's top courtesan to the point of obsession.
Yi Chuan, you don't need to be nervous. I'll ask, and you answer. Do you understand? Huang Meilin said patiently.
Seeing Yi Chuan nod, she began her questioning.
Where were you 5 nights ago? At home, Yi Chuan replied. Is there anyone who can prove that? Huang Meilin pressed.
No, Yi Chuan answered honestly.
So, no one can prove you were at home 5 nights ago. What were you doing at home? Huang Meilin seized this crucial clue, meaning Yi Chuan had the opportunity to kill Lu Xing.
I was looking for my mom and dad. They're missing.
Can you help me find them?
Yi Chuan looked up, his face innocent, his wet eyes resembling a stray puppy waiting for adoption.
Huang Meilin felt uneasy under Yi Chuan's intense gaze and quickly changed the subject. So your parents didn't tell you where they were going and mysteriously disappeared? Huang Meilin asked.
Yes, I couldn't find them after I returned from the city, Yi Chuan replied.
Huang Meilin's eyes showed signs of contemplation. Could Yi Chuan's parents' disappearance be related to the death of Lu Xing's family?
She felt she was on the verge of uncovering the truth. If Lu Xing was indeed the culprit behind Yi Chuan's parents' disappearance, then Yi Chuan had a complete motive for killing Lu Xing's family. Motivation, time, and this moment are all present. But there's still one question. The data shows that Yi Chuan is a lifestyle profession, and how could someone in a lifestyle profession quietly kill Lu Xing, who was at the 6th level of the Ascendant Realm? This is clearly nonsensical. Moreover, in the afternoon before Lu Xing's death, Yi Chuan had beaten Lu Xing up, which makes it even more incomprehensible. Seeing Yi Chuan munching on an apple, Huang Meilin quickly seized the opportunity and pressed on. Yi Chuan, can you tell me what you were doing during those 2 trips out of the city? I went to kill pigs, Yi Chuan replied honestly.
Are there pigs outside the city for you to kill?
Yes, but the pigs outside the city are particularly fierce. There are many that I can't beat.
Yi Chuan answered. Many pigs? You can't beat them?
Huang Meilin narrowed her eyes and continued to question him.
Besides killing pigs, what else can you do?
Put. Yi Chuan tilted his head back and spat out a piece of apple.
I can also watch TV. The piece of apple, dripping with saliva, landed squarely on Huang Meilin's head.
Her expression darkened, but considering that Yi Chuan was a mental patient, she ultimately refrained from losing her temper.
Yi Chuan, do you know Lu Xing? Huang Meilin patiently continued to ask.
I know him, he's a bad person. His son bullied me, and he came to find me, saying I stole his son's things.
He even demanded compensation from my family.
Yi Chuan gritted his teeth, rubbing the hem of his clothes, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Seeing this, Huang Meilin narrowed her eyes and then asked straightforwardly, So, did you kill Lu Xing?
As soon as the question was asked, both Huang Meilin and another investigator felt a surge of tension, both ready for a confrontation.
If Yi Chuan was indeed the murderer of Lu Xing, it would mean he had at least the combat power of the 6th level of the Ascendant Realm. No, 2-legged pigs can't be killed, only 4-legged pigs can be killed. Yi Chuan looked at Huang Meilin and the other investigator, tilting his head and revealing a chilling smile. You are both 2-legged pigs. Both Huang Meilin and the other investigator felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being targeted by a natural enemy, causing an involuntary sense of fear to arise from the depths of their hearts.
All right, I understand.
Don't worry about your parents. We will send someone to investigate and find them. Huang Meilin closed her notebook, her instincts urging her to leave this place immediately.
After leaving Yi Chuan's home, the other investigator couldn't help but ask Huang Meilin, why not arrest him?
This Yi Chuan is very suspicious. We currently have no substantial evidence, and from his recent behavior, he indeed suffers from severe mental illness.
If you take him back for questioning, you won't get anything useful. Huang Meilin looked at the other investigator.
Think about it, even if we get something out of him, the testimony of a mentally ill person who has no capacity for action or responsibility can't be used as evidence, can it?
The other investigator fell silent. Huang Meilin made a valid point.
Given Yi Chuan's current condition, even if he confessed to killing Lu Xing, without substantial evidence, it would be ineffective. A contemplative look appeared in Huang Meilin's beautiful eyes. To get to the bottom of this, we still need to investigate where Yi Chuan's parents went. I have a feeling that as long as we can find Yi Chuan's parents, the truth will be revealed.
Alright, then let's start from the direction of Yi Chuan's parents. The other investigator nodded. After Huang Meilin and the other investigator left, Yi Chuan's figure slowly emerged from the dark corridor. This plan has gone exceptionally smoothly, not in vain for him to take the great risk of exterminating Lu Xing's family. Aside from the unexpected appearance of Lei Gang midway, there were basically no other incidents. The 9 major special zones of the human race all have the presence of investigators, making it perfectly suitable for this organization to help him find the whereabouts of Yi Qiyuan and Wu Jingzhu. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, even if his strength improved in the future, finding his parents in the vast sea of people would not be an easy task, essentially like searching for a needle in a haystack. Next, it's the Thunder Lion Alliance. A serious look flashed in Yi Chuan's eyes. If the investigators could find him, the people from the Thunder Lion Alliance would likely track him down soon as well. I can't stay in this house. Yi Chuan glanced at his home, feeling a twinge of reluctance. The people from the Thunder Lion Alliance wouldn't be as courteous as the investigators. After quickly packing his things, Yi Chuan set off from his home. The only path before him was to seek refuge in the Nine Heavens Alliance. Of course, he could leave Qingcheng, but after Huang Meilin had just asked him questions, he ran off immediately, which somewhat implied he was fleeing from guilt. To allow Huang Meilin to pursue leads on his parents without worry, Yi Chuan decided to stay in Qingcheng. He first went to Master Tai Xian's residence and found him again. Is it you? Master Tai Xian recognized Yi Chuan at a glance. Having forged spirit weapons his entire life, it was the first time he had seen someone use a spirit weapon to kill pigs, so he had a very deep impression of Yi Chuan. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the knife I forged for you? No, I came here this time to boldly ask Master Tai Xian for help, Yi Chuan replied politely. Oh, what do you want me to help with? It wouldn't be to forge a pig-killing knife again, would it? Master Tai Xian raised an eyebrow and picked up a nearby pipe, puffing away. No, Master will understand once you see it. Yi Chuan took out the magic crystal. A magic crystal from a master-level demon? You actually managed to get such a good thing? Master Tai Xian's gaze sharpened, unable to help but look at Yi Chuan again. This guy only exuded the aura of a second-tier entry realm. Wait, second-tier entry realm. Master Tai Xian choked on the smoke and began to cough uncontrollably. He clearly remembered that when Yi Chuan came to him last time to forge a knife, he was just an 8th-tier apprentice. Did this guy ride a rocket? Upgrading so fast? Master Tai Xian looked deeply at Yi Chuan. This kid was probably not simple. Do you want to use this magic crystal to enchant your pig-killing knife? Master Tai Xian asked. That's right, Yi Chuan nodded. Master Tai Xian stepped forward, took the magic crystal from Yi Chuan's hand, and examined it carefully. The magic crystal of a succubus, based on the energy fluctuations, was probably between the 4th and 6th tiers of the Master Realm when it was alive. The effect of enchanting with this type of magic crystal has extremely limited enhancement to lethality, but it can make your attacks more diverse. In my experience, it will likely make your knife elusive and unpredictable. Are you sure you want to enchant this thing onto your pig-killing knife? Master Tai Xian's expression was somewhat strange. Killing a pig had to be so fancy? I'm sure, Yi Chuan replied. Alright, the processing fee is 3 million. Master Tai Xian quoted the price. Yi Chuan gasped, his face showing some shock. Master Tai Xian, are you joking with your junior? 3 million could buy another high-grade yellow-tier spirit weapon. What would I gain from lying to you? This thing isn't guaranteed to enchant successfully. If it fails, I would have to find another magic crystal to make up for it. 3 million is already the price after deducting your magic crystal. Master Tai Xian tapped his copper pipe. Fine, please help me, Master Tai Xian. Yi Chuan gritted his teeth. He had saved 350,000 after 2 trips out of the city, and he didn't expect that enchanting would cost 3 million. Don't worry, if it succeeds on the first try, I'll refund you 1 million. Now, take out your pig-killing knife. Master Tai Xian did Yi Chuan a favor. Making friends with such a talented young man could only be beneficial. Thank you, Master Tai Xian. Yi Chuan handed the pig-killing knife to Master Tai Xian. After taking the pig-killing knife, Master Tiexin held the magic crystal in his other hand. An astonishing flame suddenly surged from his palm. The magic crystal slowly melted in Master Tiexin's hand, transforming into a pool of colorful black liquid. Then, guided by Master Tiexin, the black liquid enveloped the pig-killing knife, gradually forming a pattern on the blade. This pattern was extremely alluring, presenting a seductive pink heart peach with black wings sprouting from either side. Just a glance at this pattern changed Yi Chuan's expression. My hot horse, isn't this a lewd pattern? Yi Chuan couldn't hold back anymore. Although he did use a succubus's magic crystal to enchant the pig-killing knife, there was no need to brand it with a lewd pattern, right? Every time he drew the knife in the future, a lewd pattern would flash before his eyes. Just thinking about that image made Yichuan feel a bit broken. He suddenly hoped that Master Tiexin's enchantment would fail this time. But the more he feared it, the more it came true. Under Master Tiexin's superb forging skills, the lewd pattern became increasingly dazzling, ultimately merging completely with the pig-killing knife. Enchanting successful. Looks like you're quite lucky, young friend Yichuan. Master Tiexin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes filled with surprise. Yichuan, what's wrong, young friend Yichuan? You don't seem very happy, Master Tiexin asked in confusion. Nothing, I'm very happy. Yichuan forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Master Tiexin thought Yichuan was unhappy about the price he charged and began to explain. Young friend Yichuan, don't be misled by how quick the enchanting process is. It may seem expensive, but this thing is mainly costly due to the technique. It's like picking a lock. After all, you can't find a more skilled enchanter than me in Xingcheng. Master Tiexin, I didn't mean to say it was expensive. I just thought of something sad. My wife is getting remarried, Yichuan said casually. I didn't expect young friend Yichuan to have such rich experiences at such a young age. Truly, after sailing through 1,000 sails, one still returns as a youth. Master Tiexin sighed deeply. Master Tiexin, what is the enchanting effect of this knife? Yichuan asked. It was one thing to have a lewd pattern carved on the blade, but if the enchanting effect was poor, Yichuan would really break down. Why don't you try it for yourself? Master Tiexin chuckled, raising the pig-killing knife and swinging it at Yichuan. Yichuan quickly dodged, but he didn't notice any difference in the knife compared to before. Until Master Tiexin struck the 9th blow, the pig-killing knife burst forth with an enchanting pink glow, and the pattern on the blade seemed to come to life. The black wings danced lightly, and the pink heart began to beat rapidly, filled with an irresistible allure. The scene before Yichuan changed. What appeared before him was no longer the burly, muscular, white-haired Master Tiexin, but a pair of beautiful legs. A pair of long, fair legs tightly wrapped in white stockings, crossed together, exuding a captivating magical power. The top of the stockings was hidden beneath a pair of super short shorts featuring a cartoon dog, while the upper body was similarly adorned with a white spaghetti strap top, revealing snowy skin and a sexy collarbone. And continuing upwards, there was a pig's head. Moreover, this pig's head had rosy cheeks at that moment, lightly biting its cherry lips, gazing affectionately at Yichuan. My hot horse! Yichuan instantly woke up, and the moment he regained his senses, everything before him returned to normal, and the white-stockinged pig's head vanished. He quickly dodged to the side, avoiding Master Tiexin's strike. Ha! Master Tiexin exclaimed lightly, not expecting Yichuan to awaken from the illusion so quickly. So, how does it feel? Are you satisfied with the enchanting effect? He handed the enchanted pig-killing knife to Yichuan. Yichuan took the pig-killing knife and finally understood the effect of the enchantment on it. Enchantment effect, charm. After swinging the knife 9 times in succession, a random charm illusion will be generated. Yichuan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that Meritus's magic crystal enchantment effect would be so good. He had personally experienced the intensity of that charm illusion, and if it weren't for the fact that he saw a pig's head at the last moment, he really would have been unable to resist pulling out an old Beijing chicken roll. If, during a battle, the enemy suddenly fell into such an illusion, it would undoubtedly be fatal. Yichuan stroked his chin. With this enchantment effect combined with the charm strike, most of the techniques he was good at were about confusing the enemy. Unknowingly, he had transformed from a pig butcher into a trickster. Thank you, Master Tiexin. Yichuan readily handed over 2 million. Let it be a lewd pattern, as long as the enchantment effect is good. What more could a poor guy like him want? After putting away the charmed dragon-slaying knife, Yichuan prepared to head straight to the Nine Heavens Alliance. But halfway there, he was suddenly stopped by someone. Yichuan, I finally found you. I was so worried. Zhao Ming, the principal of Qingcheng High School, rushed up to Yichuan, panting. Yichuan stepped back warily. What's wrong, principal? Yichuan, my alma mater has nurtured you for 3 years, and now that it is in trouble, you must help. Zhao Ming grasped Yichuan's hand. I'm sorry, principal, I'm quite busy. Yichuan pulled his hand back. I'll pay more. Zhao Ming shouted. Principal, I suddenly have some free time. Yichuan smiled. What he needed most right now was money. Seeing Yichuan relent, Zhao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could talk, he was afraid Yichuan wouldn't agree to help. Here's the thing, do you know about the Dragon Breath Training Ground? Zhao Ming asked. Yichuan nodded. The Dragon Breath Training Ground was one of Qingcheng's iconic buildings, located next to the Qingcheng Trading Center. On ordinary days, it could be used by combat-type professions to hone their skills and accumulate combat experience. If one could afford the price, the Dragon Breath Training Ground would also provide equally skilled sparring partners. This year, the college entrance examination competition will be held at the Dragon Breath Training Ground, But, Lu Jinglong unfortunately passed away, so there is a vacancy at Qingcheng High School. The principal wants you to fill in and help Qingcheng High School secure first place in the competition." After hearing Zhao Ming's words, Yi Chuan was somewhat puzzled. "Isn't there Su Lingxian? She's the only legendary combat-type profession at Qingcheng this year. Who else can compete with her?" "You're not a combat-type profession, so you wouldn't know," Zhao Ming said with a wry smile. "Su Lingxian will certainly take first place in this competition, but that will only be her personal first. The college entrance examination competition tests the overall strength of the school, so a points system is used. First place will earn 10 points, second place 9 points, and so on, with the 10th place only earning 1 point. Those who do not make the top 10 will not have their points counted, with a total of 55 points available. In simple terms, even if Su Lingxian takes first place, if no one else from Qingcheng High School enters the top 10, Qingcheng High School still cannot win the championship." Yi Chuan nodded. He understood Zhao Ming's point. There were 4 high schools in Qingcheng, and if Zhao Ming's hypothetical situation came true, with Su Lingxian taking first place and no one else from Qingcheng High School making the top 10, Qingcheng High School could even end up in last place. After all, if the 45 points were evenly distributed among the other 3 schools, each school would get 15 points. "But are you sure that a life-type pig butcher like me can participate in the college entrance examination competition? It seems like the entire human federation has never had such a precedent," Yi Chuan said with a strange expression. Zhao Ming, upon hearing this, looked at Yi Chuan seriously and said, "Is that what you should be considering? Yi Chuan, let me tell you, you are different from others. Don't waste your time on pig butchering." The life profession has never participated in the college entrance examination competition because no school would engage in such an abstract endeavor. To have life professions compete on the same stage as combat professions is akin to asking Ben Borba to take down Tang Sang and his disciples. Even if the life professions are at the same level, they would only be beaten up by the combat professions. Deep down, Zhao Ming felt extremely helpless. If it weren't for the fact that apart from Su Lingxian and Lu Jinglong, Qingcheng High School had no other standout students this year, he wouldn't have sought out Yi Chuan. That time in the wild, Yi Chuan defeated Lu Jinglong with a single punch, indicating that Yi Chuan's combat power shouldn't be much worse than Lu Jinglong's. Now, he could only treat a dead horse as a live one. "Alright, as long as the life profession can take the stage, I have no problem on my end. Now we should discuss the matter of compensation?" Yi Chuan smiled brightly. "As long as you can make it into the top 10, the compensation is negotiable. What do you want?" Zhao Ming pressed. "I want a spirit weapon with storage capabilities." Yi Chuan stated his demand. A spirit weapon with spatial storage was the most scarce item he needed at the moment. With storage space, not to mention anything else, just the various beast materials he could bring back every time he left the city would increase significantly, and that would be a lot of money. "Classmate Yi Chuan, aren't you asking for too much?" Zhao Ming grimaced. A spirit weapon with storage capabilities was something no blacksmith in Qingcheng could forge. Each one was quite valuable, and Zhao Ming himself didn't even have such a good item. "Then you can find someone else." Yi Chuan shook his head. He didn't lack other things, and he could easily get some by hunting pigs outside the city. "Wait, don't!" Zhao Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. "How about this? If you can place in the top 3, I'll get you a spirit weapon with storage capabilities. If you make it into the top 10 but not the top 3, I'll give you a bonus of 500,000. How does that sound? As long as Yi Chuan could make it into the top 10, combined with Su Lingxuan's first place, the championship for Qingcheng High School would be almost guaranteed. As for the top 3, it wasn't that Zhao Ming looked down on Yi Chuan, but this was definitely not an easy feat. Anyone who could make it into the top 4 of the college entrance examination competition was no ordinary person. A life profession, relying on an early lead in realm, could aim for the top 10, but to think about the top 3? That was just a dream. Deal. Yi Chuan beamed. He naturally saw through Zhao Ming's little scheme, but he didn't expose it. The top 3? He remembered that the first place in the Qingcheng College entrance examination competition awarded a bundle of rare-level skill scrolls. "I thank you on behalf of my alma mater for your timely assistance." Zhao Ming excitedly shook Yi Chuan's hand. 500,000 would settle the matter, which was undoubtedly a huge profit for Zhao Ming. Both of them wore smiles, feeling they had struck a great deal. The college entrance examination competition starts in 10 days. Just come to school to gather then. During these 10 days, remember to hunt more pigs and make sure to elevate your strength to the first stage of the ascendant realm before the competition, understood? Zhao Ming instructed. Got it, principal. Yi Chuan's expression was a bit strange. Elevate to the first stage of the ascendant realm? But he was already at the second stage. After sending Zhao Ming off, Yi Chuan headed straight to the Nine Heavens Alliance. Along the way, he clearly felt someone following him, and that feeling of being secretly watched only disappeared when he reached the entrance of the Nine Heavens Alliance. If nothing unexpected happened, those hiding in the shadows were naturally members of the Thunder Lion Alliance. That was quick. Yi Chuan squinted, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. The Nine Heavens Alliance was located in the central area of Qingcheng, in a towering building that was entirely owned by the Nine Heavens Alliance. "Hello, could you please announce my arrival? My name is Yi Chuan, and I'm looking for Jiang Shiyan." Yi Chuan approached the guard at the entrance respectfully. "You are young Master Yi Chuan? Miss Jiang has instructed that you do not need to announce your arrival at the Nine Heavens Alliance. I will take you in." Hearing the name Yi Chuan, the guard immediately broke into a smile and led Yi Chuan inside. He brought Yi Chuan to a door and gently knocked. "Miss Jiang, young Master Yi has arrived." "Oh, please let him in." The guard opened the door, and behind it stood Jiang Shiyan in a long dress, a golden phoenix hairpin adorning her head, exuding both grandeur and elegance. "Yi Chuan, have you come to a decision?" Upon seeing Yi Chuan, Jiang Shiyan's face clearly showed surprise. "Well, not exactly. It's mainly because I've been forced into a corner. If I don't come to the Nine Heavens Alliance, I reckon I'll be dead in the streets in a couple of days," Yi Chuan said with a bitter smile. "Forced into a corner?" Jiang Shiyan narrowed her eyes. "Is it the Thunder Lion Alliance?" Yi Chuan nodded. "I'm sorry. It's our fault for dragging you into this," Jiang Shiyan said somewhat apologetically. "Don't worry, the Nine Heavens Alliance will definitely not treat you poorly. If one day you become powerful and want to leave the Nine Heavens Alliance, I will not stop you." "Then thank you, Miss Jiang, for taking in this homeless person," Yi Chuan said with a smile. "Didn't I say last time? Just call me Shiyan." Jiang Shiyan shot Yi Chuan an annoyed glance. "You're just in time. The Nine Heavens Alliance has just procured a lot of water from the underworld demon pool. This water is extremely beneficial for the physical bodies of job changers. I'll take you there." "Water from the underworld demon pool?" Yi Chuan was taken aback, then asked with a strange expression, "Bought from the Qingqing trading post?" "Ha, how did you know? You're quite well informed," Jiang Shiyan asked in confusion. "It's nothing, you go soak." "I won't," Yi Chuan quickly refused, knowing full well that the water from the underworld demon pool at the Qingqing trading post was what he had sold after soaking in it. "You really are a strange person. You won't even soak in the underworld demon pool's water? Then let me take you to get familiar with the Nine Heavens Alliance." Jiang Shiyan led Yi Chuan out the door, starting to show him around the Nine Heavens Alliance. The interior of the Nine Heavens Alliance had everything, resembling a small city. The first floor was basically a reception hall, the second floor was a cafeteria, and by the third floor, powerful energy fluctuations began to emanate. The third floor is the skill practice area. You should know that aside from the innate skills that come with your profession, other skills need to be practiced continuously to improve proficiency and control, Jiang Shiyan explained patiently like a tour guide. The fourth floor is the combat area. If you want to gain combat experience, you can come to the fourth floor. There will be strong individuals stationed there to guide you. As for the fifth floor, you are not allowed to go to the fifth floor. Jiang Shiyan pursed her lips, her delicate earlobes slightly flushed. Yi Chuan was initially unaware of the situation until they passed the fifth floor, where strange sounds came from inside. "Brother Tong, didn't you say we were classmates before? Why are you starting to learn with me now?" Yi Chuan's expression turned peculiar. It seemed that the fifth floor of the Nine Heavens Alliance was an entertainment and relaxation area. Jiang Shiyan quickly pulled Yi Chuan away from the fifth floor, cutting off those indecent sounds. The people of the Nine Heavens Alliance often had to leave the city to hunt ferocious beasts, living a life on the edge. The fifth floor had some playful and raucous activities to provide a better outlet for the people of the Nine Heavens Alliance. Above the sixth floor, it's all residential areas. "Where do you want to live? Higher up or lower down?" Jiang Shiyan asked. "I'm fine with either, as long as I don't have to share with others," Yi Chuan replied. "Then I'll arrange for you to stay on the 8th floor." Jiang Shiyan took Yi Chuan to the 8th floor, and as she entered a password on the door lock, a fingerprint lock appeared on the door. "Please register your fingerprint." Yi Chuan raised his hand and pressed it against the lock. It flickered and finally lit up green, and at the same time, the door clicked open. "All right, from now on, you'll live in 803. No one else can enter without your permission." Yi Chuan walked in. The room was spacious, and the view was nice. Standing on the balcony, one could see a small part of Qingcheng. "What do I need to do to join the Jiutian Alliance?" Yi Chuan asked. "You are at the ascending stage, so every month, you must complete a task of 2 stars or above. It can be a team task or an individual task. Tasks will provide contribution points, which can be exchanged for anything you want within the Jiutian Alliance," Jiang Shiyan said, counting on her fingers. For example, spiritual weapons, skill scrolls, one-on-one guidance from strong individuals, these can all be exchanged for points within the Jotian Alliance. If you want to exchange for money, you can do that too. 1 contribution point equals 1,000 yuan. I understand, Yi Chuan nodded. The Jotian Alliance was essentially like a large company, except all the employees were job changers. The Leisure Alliance is definitely keeping an eye on you, so for now, don't take on any tasks. I'll have someone add 100 contribution points to your card first. Just lay low in the Jotian Alliance for now and take a good rest. Zhang Shiyan smiled at Yi Chuan and kindly closed the door for him. Yi Chuan lay on the bed, starting to think about his next plan. There were 10 days left until the college entrance exam competition, and during these 10 days, he definitely couldn't leave the city to hunt fierce beasts, otherwise, he would likely be ambushed by Lei Gang and his men. The only thing he could do in these 10 days was to improve his proficiency in the shadow of the underworld and the illusory strike within the Jotian Alliance. As for the rest, he would wait until the college entrance exam competition was over and then make plans after getting a storage function spiritual weapon from Zhao Ming. After thinking it through, Yi Chuan got up and wanted to go to the skill practice area on the 3rd floor. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Qian Ligong standing at the door with a smile. Yi Chuan, my little brother, you finally came. Qian Ligong hugged Yi Chuan tightly. Here, this is your identity card. You'll need it for task handovers and to swipe for contribution points. If you lose it, go to the 1st floor to get a replacement. Qian Ligong handed Yi Chuan something that looked like a work badge and then winked. How about it? Let me take you to the 5th floor to experience the joys of being an adult man? Don't worry, it's on me. No need, Uncle Qian, I have super sensitive skin, Yi Chuan quickly refused. Oh, you child, you don't know a good person's heart. In a few years, you'll understand how rare it is to have a friend willing to treat you to a foot bath. Qian Ligong shook his head, thinking Yi Chuan was too young to understand the true meaning of affection. So what are your plans next? I want to go to the 3rd floor to practice skills. By the way, how many contribution points can I exchange for a bundle of skill scrolls in the Jotian Alliance? Yi Chuan asked. Since he was going to participate in the college entrance exam competition, he needed to learn some skills with lower lethality. After all, he usually aimed for a quick kill. Low-level skill scrolls cost 100 contribution points, intermediate ones 300, advanced ones 1,000, and rare-level ones can't be exchanged. Some special skills require an additional fee. Qian Ligong, clearly an old hand in the Jotian Alliance, reported the prices without hesitation. Yi Chuan awkwardly touched his nose. He only had 100 contribution points, which would be completely spent on a low-level skill scroll. What? You need skill scrolls? Just tell me, what type of skill scroll do you want? Qian Ligong pressed. I want sword techniques or melee-type skill scrolls. As soon as Yi Chuan finished speaking, Qian Ligong asked, what level? Do you have any requirements? None, Yi Chuan shook his head. Alright, you go to the 3rd floor and wait for me. I'll bring it over to you, it's on me. Qian Ligong patted his chest. Thank you, Uncle Qian, Yi Chuan said. What are you thanking me for? If you say thank you again, I'll get angry. Qian Ligong pretended to be angry and acted as if he would kick Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan went alone to the skill practice area on the 3rd floor and asked the front desk. Hello, may I ask where the area for practicing agility skills is? Hello, the agility skills practice area is in Zone C. 1 contribution point can be used for 24 hours, the receptionist said with a smile. I'll start with 1 day. Yi Chuan handed over his identity card, and with a beep, his contribution points dropped to 99. He walked towards Zone C and casually entered a room. The room wasn't very large, about 50 square meters, and there was a screen in front that allowed him to adjust the difficulty of the dodging exercises. Yi Chuan cautiously selected the lowest difficulty. Suddenly, a magic circle lit up in front of him and behind him, and then 2 wind blades slashed towards him from the front and back. With his agility attribute exceeding 100, Yi Chuan effortlessly dodged them. Seeing that the lowest difficulty was so easy, he immediately began to increase the difficulty. As the difficulty rose, the number of wind blades increased as well. But this was still not Yi Chuan's limit. He unhesitatingly raised the practice difficulty to the highest hell level. The screen lagged for a moment, and then magic circles lit up around him, front, back, left, right, as well as the ceiling and floor. Seemingly realizing what was about to happen, Yi Chuan's expression changed instantly. My goodness! Sure enough, the next second, countless wind blades slashed towards him from all directions. The 50 square meter room was instantly filled with wind blades. Even though Yi Chuan had pushed the shadow of the underworld to its limits, leaving behind a series of afterimages, he still couldn't avoid being cut by several wind blades, leaving him with numerous blood marks. However, there was no fear in Yi Chuan's eyes. Instead, there was a hint of excitement. Under this terrifying pressure, he could clearly feel his proficiency with this skill continuously improving. At this rate, in just a few days, he would be able to master the shadow of the underworld to perfection. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of dense wind blades whistling from Yi Chuan's room left the transmuters practicing agility skills in Zone C dumbfounded. Such a commotion undoubtedly indicated that the Hell level practice difficulty had been activated. Looking across the entire Nine Heavens Alliance, there were very few transmuters capable of handling Hell level practice difficulty. Who is that big shot practicing inside? Mo Chang or Huang Xinyang? Only those two master-level assassins can handle Hell-level practice difficulty, right? I don't know, but it must be a profession extremely skilled in speed. That's true, at Hell-level practice difficulty, wind blades will fly out in all directions. If you're not careful, you'll be sliced into potato shreds. Let's just wait and see, right? At Hell-level practice difficulty, the person inside definitely won't last long. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even the two fastest in the Nine Heavens Alliance, Mo Chang and Huang Xinyang, could only last 1 or 2 hours at Hell-level practice difficulty. After all, such high-intensity training requires maintaining a high level of mental concentration to dodge the wind blades, which is a severe test for mental strength in addition to agility attributes. Prolonged mental concentration can quickly lead to fatigue if one's mental attributes aren't high enough. Everyone thought they would soon see the person in the room come out, but they ended up waiting for 3 hours. No way. Dude, what's going on? It's been 3 hours. That person can't be dead in there, right? How could a normal person last 3 hours at Hell-level difficulty? Let's get someone to check. We can't let this turn into a life-or-death situation. Everyone started to panic. Just then, the door to the room opened, and Yi Chuan slowly walked out, with dozens of blood marks from wind blades on his body, and his clothes soaked in sweat. Seeing a crowd of people gathered at the door, Yi Chuan was startled. "Brothers, what are you all doing?" Yi Chuan asked warily, wishing he had brought a butcher's knife with him. At this moment, the members of the Nine Heavens Alliance looked at Yi Chuan as if he were a monster. This guy stayed in Hell-level difficulty for a full 3 hours? When he came out, he had barely any external injuries? Some couldn't help but approach to check the room Yi Chuan had been in, wondering if the formation had malfunctioned. Hey, move aside. What are you all crowding around for? Got nothing better to do? So what if he stayed in hell difficulty for 3 hours? What's so strange about that? Xian Ligong's rough voice rang out, directly dispersing the crowd. It's really rare to see such a fuss. Xian Ligong muttered to himself, compared to what Yi Chuan did outside the city, this was nothing. If they had seen the master-level succubus being beheaded by Yi Chuan due to underestimating him, that would have been shocking. Yi Chuan, my brother, I've brought you the skill scrolls you wanted. Xian Ligong handed 2 bundles of skill scrolls to Yi Chuan. Both were intermediate level, one for melee skills and one for sword techniques. Thanks. As the first word of thanks left Yi Chuan's lips, Xian Ligong immediately glared at him, and he hurriedly swallowed the second thank you. That's more like it. I told you, no need to say thank you to me, unless you don't consider me your friend anymore. Xian Ligong laughed heartily. Alright, you must want to practice your new skills, so I won't disturb you. If you want someone to spar with after learning your new skills, you can find me. I'm off. Watching Xian Ligong's departing figure, Yi Chuan couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Xian Ligong was indeed an interesting person. He looked down at the 2 bundles of skill scrolls and used them directly. Acquired intermediate sword technique, Cloud Break Slash. Cloud Break Slash, minor achievement, increases attack power by 50%. The sword strikes with the force of breaking through clouds, swift and fierce. If used properly, it can kill instantly. Acquired intermediate melee skill, Stone Shattering Fist. Stone Shattering Fist, minor achievement, gathers all body strength on the fist's edge within 3 seconds, striking out in an instant. Capable of shattering stones and collapsing mountains. Yi Chuan's eyes were filled with surprise. These 2 bundles of skill scrolls were undoubtedly the types he needed most right now. With the Stone Shattering Fist, even without using the butcher's knife, he could unleash terrifying combat power with his exaggerated 3-dimensional attributes. And the Cloud Break Slash, combined with the Soul Butcher's intent, would undoubtedly elevate his already terrifying sword techniques to another level. Yi Chuan immediately went to the front desk and rented 2 practice rooms, one for practicing sword techniques and the other for fist techniques. For the next 10 days, apart from eating and sleeping, Yi Chuan spent almost all his time on the 3rd floor, continuously practicing the Cloud Break Slash, Stone Shattering Fist, and Phantom Shadow skills. The Illusionary Strike was a high-level skill, and mastering it was not an easy task, so he focused all his energy on these 3 intermediate skills. His relentless practice style caused a stir among the members of the Nine Heavens Alliance. Even Xian Ligong and Jiang Shiyan specifically came to check on Yi Chuan, fearing he would exhaust himself with such intense training. Yi Chuan smiled but didn't explain anything. The enemies he would face in the future might be far more terrifying than he imagined. He had to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Late at night 10 days later, with stars hanging high and silver moonlight enveloping the Nine Heavens Alliance building, in a practice room for movement skills on the 3rd floor, 6 formations were constantly flashing, and dense wind blades howled out, almost filling the entire practice room. At this moment, there were actually more than 10 people in the practice room. The wind blades struck those people but passed through them without causing any harm. Moments later, the formations gradually dimmed. The 10 or so people disappeared, leaving only Yi Chuan's figure. Who? Phantom Shadow has reached perfection. Yi Chuan's eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, were full of joy. In these 10 days, through his relentless practice, both the cloud-breaking slash and the stone-shattering fist had reached a realm of great mastery, while the shadow of the underworld had also been perfected to the highest level. Cloud-breaking slash, great mastery increases attack power by 80%. The blade strikes with the force of breaking through clouds, swift and fierce, if used properly, can kill instantly. Stone-shattering fist, great mastery gathers all body strength on the fist's edge within 2 seconds, delivering a blow that can shatter stones and mountains. Shadow of the Underworld, perfection once activated, increases agility by 70% for 3 minutes, leaving a series of afterimages to confuse opponents during rapid movement. Although Yi Chuan's realm and 3-dimensional attributes had not changed since he joined the Nine Heavens Alliance 10 days ago, still at the 2nd stage of the Ascending Realm, the combat power he could unleash was undoubtedly worlds apart. The current Yi Chuan could easily defeat his past self from 10 days ago. There's still some time before school starts, and I can't break through anymore, so why not find someone for a real battle? Yi Chuan pondered. He had only practiced skills for these 10 days, and if he could find a master to spar with, it would undoubtedly deepen his understanding of his skills. With this thought, he sought out Qian Ligong on the 9th floor, who was also awake, and they fought on the 4th floor. The first ray of sunlight tore through the black night, bathing the entire Qing city in a golden hue. Yi Chuan packed his things and walked out of the Nine Heavens Alliance's door. I'm off. Today was the day of the college entrance examination, and Yi Chuan was still thinking about Zhao Ming's storage spirit weapon. Zhang Shiyan and Qian Ligong, who had a swollen panda eye, were at the door to see him off. Uncle Chen, what happened to your eye? Zhang Shiyan asked curiously, looking at Qian Ligong. Don't mention it, that kid is a monster, and this eye was given to me by him. Qian Ligong cursed in annoyance. He had been sleeping soundly when Yi Chuan pulled him up. With bleary eyes, Qian Ligong arrived at the 4th floor battle area, thinking that with Yi Chuan at the 2nd stage of the Ascending Realm and himself at the Master Realm, it would just be a form of self-torture for Yi Chuan to seek him out for practice. But the moment they engaged, Qian Ligong realized he was wrong. Yi Chuan's movements were incredibly strange, leaving afterimages behind with every shift. And not just behind him, when Qian Ligong tried to counterattack, he found another illusion appeared in front of Yi Chuan. This left Qian Ligong unable to discern where the real Yi Chuan was. Not daring to underestimate him any longer, Qian Ligong began to go all out. Seeing him serious, Yi Chuan also took out his knife, each strike sharp and fierce, making Qian Ligong not dare to underestimate him. Just after the 9th slash, Qian Ligong suddenly saw his first love from when he was 18, and she was wearing a full set of QQ lingerie, which left him momentarily stunned. The next second, Yi Chuan delivered a stone-shattering fist directly to his eye socket. This left Qian Ligong feeling extremely frustrated. Although he hadn't used his spirit weapon and could only exert about 60 to 70% of his strength, being injured by a 2nd stage Ascending Realm practitioner was too embarrassing to admit. Zhang Shiyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, when they had killed that succubus outside the city, it was because Qian Ligong had assisted, and the succubus was not good at close combat, allowing Yi Chuan to sneak attack. But this time, Yi Chuan had genuinely injured a Master Realm expert in a direct confrontation. To injure a Master Realm expert as a 2nd stage Ascending Realm practitioner was undoubtedly monstrous. Uncle Chen, what do you think would happen if we took Yi Chuan to that place? Zhang Shiyan suddenly said. Qian Ligong frowned and advised, Miss Zhang, although I quite like that kid Yi Chuan and recognize his strength, this matter cannot be rushed. One wrong step could lead to an abyss. Well, I understand. Let's talk about it after we return from Burning Sky Valley. If he really is suited for that place, I believe he will shine brilliantly there. Zhang Shiyan smiled, a beauty that was breathtaking. After entering the school, Yi Chuan encountered the teacher in charge of the archives. I remember you. You are the one from last time. The teacher pointed at Yi Chuan in terror, and without a word, Yi Chuan knocked him out again, then headed straight to the principal's office. When Yi Chuan revealed his strength at the 2nd stage of the Ascendant Realm, Zhao Ming couldn't stop smiling. Even for a life profession, being at the second stage of the Ascendant Realm would likely secure a spot in the top 10. Alright, Yichuan, you go downstairs together. We'll set off together to the Dragon Breath training ground in 20 minutes. Zhao Ming excitedly patted Yichuan on the shoulder. Yichuan nodded and went directly to the gathering place downstairs. In the college entrance examination competition, each school would send out 30 of its most outstanding students. The other 29 had already been waiting there. Some were resting with their eyes closed, some were whispering, while others looked somewhat self-conscious as they gazed at the girl standing quietly in the middle of the crowd, holding a long sword. The girl was like a snow-capped mountain, pure and serene, untouched by the flames of the world, untainted by worldly dust. Her white dress accentuated her radiance, like a cold fairy dwelling alone in the moon palace. A gentle breeze brushed against her hair and skirt, revealing her snow-white calves, evoking strange thoughts. After transitioning to the legendary combat profession of Snow Spirit Sword Immortal, Su Lingxuan's aura had become much colder. Ordinary people would feel a sense of inferiority just standing in front of her. When Yichuan arrived, all eyes turned to him. Shock, confusion, bewilderment, disdain, complex emotions filled their gazes, and they were puzzled as to why a pig butcher like Yichuan would appear here. But when they caught sight of Su Lingxian, who stood apart from the crowd, they suddenly understood. This Yichuan still wanted to cling to Su Lingxian? Su Lingxuan's eyes swept over Yichuan without any emotion, her gaze showing no ripples. No matter what Yichuan did, he could no longer catch her attention. Knowing that these people did not welcome him, Yichuan did not seek to make a scene and simply found a corner to lean against while waiting for Zhao Ming to come down. However, his desire to avoid trouble did not mean those people would let him be. Yichuan, as a grown man, are you really this shameless? Lingxian has already told you several times that she doesn't like you. Why do you still insist on pestering her? Exactly, last time you even chased her outside the city and brought a girl to provoke Lingxian. What, since that didn't work, you're trying a new tactic? So disgusting. Lingxuan's only dark history is having you as a childhood friend. Why don't you hurry up and leave? You're just an eyesore here. Their faces were filled with indignation, as if they were about to write "We don't welcome you" on their foreheads. Yichuan didn't waste words with them. First, he showed them his psychiatric history. Then he stepped forward, fingers clenched, and punched the pillar. The thick stone pillar was instantly smashed into a large pit, spiderweb-like cracks spreading out. This terrifying destructive power made everyone shut their mouths, their eyes filled with a hint of fear, and no one dared to speak another word. A madman was already terrifying enough, but a madman with such destructive power was utterly horrifying. At the same time, everyone was puzzled as to why a pig butcher like Yichuan could unleash such terrifying destructive power. Wasn't a pig butcher a life profession? Just trying to show off? Clueless, Su Lingxian couldn't help but shake her head, her eyes filled with disappointment as she looked at Yichuan. Yichuan, how did you become like this? How many times do I have to tell you that showing off in front of me is useless? As soon as the words fell, several sword lights, swift as lightning, struck the stone pillar that had just been hit by Yichuan. The hard stone pillar suddenly broke into 4 or 5 segments, the smooth as a mirror, perfectly even. The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment as they looked at Su Lingxian. For many of them, it was their first time witnessing Su Lingxian make a move. A legendary-level combat profession, terrifying indeed. Su Lingxian hadn't even drawn the long sword in her arms, yet she could unleash such horrifying sword light. They couldn't imagine how terrifying the scene would be if Su Lingxuan's long sword were to be drawn. Perhaps all of them combined wouldn't be a match for Su Lingxian alone. Despair was evident on everyone's faces. If Su Lingxian was the bright moon in the sky, then they were merely fireflies on the ground. At the same time, their disdain for Yichuan grew even stronger. A mere firefly dared to dream of standing shoulder to shoulder with the light of the moon? Fourth stage of the Ascendant Realm, Yichuan squinted slightly. From the aura Su Lingxian exuded when she made her move, he sensed her realm. However, legendary-level professions were indeed extraordinary. Although Su Lingxian was only at the 4th stage of the Ascendant Realm, her displayed strength was far more terrifying than Lu Xing at the 6th stage. In front of Su Lingxian, Lu Xing would probably struggle to last even 10 rounds. Seeing Yichuan silent, Su Lingxian thought he was intimidated by her strength and coldly asked, "What are you still doing here?" If Yichuan continued to pester her, she wouldn't mind actually teaching him a lesson. "Principal Zhao Ming sent me. If you have something to say, tell him. He told me to leave, and I promise I'll leave immediately." Yichuan shrugged nonchalantly. "What does Principal Zhao Ming want with you?" Su Lingxuan's beautiful brows furrowed. "I don't know, maybe Principal Zhao Ming has a pig at home that needs me to kill," Yichuan said lazily, walking over to sit on the steps. Su Lingxian looked at Yichuan's back and didn't speak again. She wanted to see what tricks he was up to. Soon, 20 minutes passed in a flash. Zhao Ming, slicked back hair and dressed in a suit, walked down. "Alright, I'll call out names, and once confirmed, we'll head to the Dragon Breath training ground. Su Lingxian, here. Wu Song, present. Wen Jin, I'm here.
Soon, Zhao Ming finished calling out the names of the first 29 people, and when he called out the last name, everyone was stunned.
Yi Chuan, here. Yi Chuan stood up.
Zhao Ming nodded and said loudly, very well, the 30 students present are the most outstanding of this year's Qingcheng High School. You will represent Qingcheng High School in this year's college entrance examination competition. I hope you can all unleash your full potential.
No regrets. If there are no other questions, let's set off.
Just as Zhao Ming was about to lead the team out, a voice suddenly rang out.
Principal, I have a question. Isn't Yi Chuan a pig butcher? You're letting a life profession butcher take a spot in the college entrance examination competition? A student stepped forward, and others quickly chimed in. Yeah, how did a life profession get mixed in? What will other schools think of us? And what about Lu Jinglong? He's a rare-level combat profession, isn't he coming? How can Yi Chuan take Lu Jinglong's spot? Isn't that ridiculous?
These students were not well informed. Many of them didn't even know that Lu Jinglong's family had already left in full. Zhao Ming's face darkened, and he was about to explain when Yi Chuan took the initiative to speak.
Principal, let me handle this.
I'll explain to my classmates why you sent me.
Zhao Ming nodded. That's fine, then.
Before Zhao Ming could finish his sentence, Yi Chuan had already charged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. He had long found these people displeasing. His physical body had been enhanced by soaking in the abyssal demon pool, and combined with his exaggerated three-dimensional attributes, Yi Chuan fought these people as if they were elementary school students. With a single Iron Mountain strike, 4 or 5 people flew out. Then, he almost knocked out one person with each punch. Those hit by his fists felt as if they had been struck by a truck. Some even attempted to sneak up on Yi Chuan from behind, but he turned around and delivered an elbow strike that left one of them unconscious. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen people lay on the ground, bruised and battered.
Yi Chuan, stop!
Zhao Ming exclaimed in shock.
He hadn't expected that Yi Chuan's explanation would come in the form of fists.
Don't worry, Principal, I didn't go too hard. It's all just superficial injuries. Now they definitely won't question why I'm on the list, Yi Chuan said shyly, scratching his head like a bashful neighbor boy.
Zhao Ming's mouth twitched slightly.
He looked at the other students, and sure enough, the fear in their eyes when they looked at Yi Chuan was palpable.
Well,
I suppose that's fine, let's head out, Zhao Ming said as he led the students onto the bus, which drove toward the Dragon Breath trial grounds. Everyone began to disembark in an orderly fashion, with Su Lingxian leading the way and Yi Chuan closely following. After they got off, the others dared to follow suit.
Principal, I'll head up first, Su Lingxian said.
All right, Zhao Ming nodded. Su Lingxian had already been recommended to the Sky Dome Academy, so students like her didn't need to participate in the first round of the college entrance competition. As Zhao Ming guided the students into the venue, he explained the rules of the competition. The first round would use a Swiss system, where everyone would draw lots randomly. Accumulating 3 wins would advance a student, while 3 losses would lead to elimination, and students from the same school would not be drawn against each other. The second round would adopt a knockout format, divided into winners and losers groups. Losing one match would place a student in the losers group, and losing 2 would result in direct elimination. Once in the losers group, the best individual result would only be second place. As he spoke, Zhao Ming had already led everyone into the Dragon Breath trial grounds. By this time, many spectators had gathered in the stands, cheering loudly. The college entrance competition had always attracted a lot of attention, and this year, with a legendary combat profession emerging from Qingcheng, even more people were interested. Many internet celebrities had even rushed from other cities to Qingcheng to livestream the event. Journalists from television stations had already occupied the best spots. Zhao Ming first took them to the registration area and then turned to pat Yi Chuan on the shoulder.
Chuanzi, this time it all depends on you. About the storage spirit weapon, Yi Chuan inquired.
Don't worry. I'm the principal of Qingcheng High School. I wouldn't go back on my word. As long as you can place in the top 3, I'll do whatever it takes to get it for you. Go register now, Zhao Ming assured, thumping his chest.
Okay, thank you, Principal.
Yi Chuan flashed a bright smile, revealing 8 pearly white teeth, and walked directly to the registration desk.
Name?
The staff members sat up straight, adjusted their glasses, and looked at Yi Chuan.
Yi Chuan. School? Qingcheng High School. Profession?
Pig butcher. The staff member began to write pig butcher on the registration form, but halfway through, they suddenly realized something was off.
Wait. No, hold on.
The staff member frowned and looked at Yi Chuan. Student, I advise you not to mess around.
If you fill this information out incorrectly, it could ruin your life. The college entrance competition was not only about bringing glory to the school but also about showcasing the students' abilities, giving them a chance to be noticed by top universities. For instance, Su Lingxian, who went to Sky Dome Academy, had never produced a weakling. "I'm not messing around, I really am a pig butcher," Yichuan said helplessly. "Why are you participating in the college entrance competition as a pig butcher? Are you looking for trouble?" The staff member was somewhat angry. "What do you mean? Can a pig butcher not participate in the college entrance examination? Who made that rule?" Yichuan retorted. The staff member was taken aback. He pulled out a book of examination regulations and flipped through it from cover to cover. It seemed there was no mention in the regulations that a pig butcher, as a vocational profession, could not participate. But which vocational profession would come to compete with combat professions? Was it crazy? In the end, under Yichuan's strong insistence, the staff member could only scowl and complete the registration for him. After all, setting aside the vocational attributes, in terms of academic status, Yichuan fully qualified as a graduating high school student this year. More importantly, Yichuan said he would file a complaint if he wasn't registered. After completing the registration, Yichuan successfully entered the main venue of the Dragon Breath Trial Ground. At that moment, the Dragon Breath Trial Ground was set up with a total of 60 large battle arenas, clearly prepared for the first round. As everyone finished registering, a stern-looking middle-aged man stepped onto the stage and spoke in a deep voice. "Please prepare yourselves, adjust your emotions and state. The first match of the first round is about to begin. Give it your all and showcase your talents." The teachers from the three major academies, Sky Vault Academy, True Martial Academy, and Primordial Academy, are all watching you from the battle seats. If you are like gold, then let your brilliance shine so that the academy teachers can see you. Only then will you have a chance to enter the highest institution for further studies. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gaze ignited with fervor, turning towards the three imposing figures in the battle seats. Sitting in the middle was naturally a teacher from Sky Vault Academy. A middle-aged beauty sat there, her gaze cold, exuding an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Su Lingxian and another handsome man stood behind this middle-aged beauty, both presumably students of Sky Vault Academy. The teacher from True Martial Academy was tall and rugged, clad in golden battle armor, under 40, with terrifying fierceness in his tiger-like eyes. The representative from Primordial Academy was a very young woman, her face veiled, making her features unclear, but her amber eyes sparkled like gems, drawing people in. Just being noticed by them and receiving an acceptance letter would be like defying fate for these candidates. Although Primordial Academy and True Martial Academy were not as prestigious as Sky Vault Academy in the 5th Special District, they were still formidable forces not to be underestimated. The aura emanating from these three individuals made Yichuan feel a sense of oppression. Unsurprisingly, these three were definitely the strongest people Yichuan had ever encountered. He couldn't even discern what realm they were in. Was it the Master Realm? Or perhaps even higher, the King Realm? The teachers from the three major academies clearly ignited the fighting spirit within everyone, with many eager to showcase their talents. The Dragon Breath Training Ground did not delay, as the first round was merely an appetizer. The second round was the main event. Soon, the large screen in the center began to roll, and after a series of rotations, the random draw was completed. Yichuan quickly found his match information on the big screen. Arena 15, Elite High School Lu Kai, Profession, Advanced Thunder Eagle Gunner, vs. Xingcheng High School Yichuan, Profession, God-Level Pig Butcher. He stood up and walked directly towards Arena 15. The previously quiet Dragon Breath Trial Ground suddenly erupted. Everyone ignored the other 50 matches and focused their attention on Arena 15. No way. Dude, what kind of joke is this? A pig butcher is going on stage? Am I seeing too many deer and hallucinating? What the hell? A pig butcher is going to fight. Is he out of his mind? Even if he is a god-level pig butcher, he is still a pig butcher. There are no pigs for him to butcher on the arena. Is this crazy? What's the difference between this and a eunuch traveling across the sea to a country where life is good, making romantic action films? The crowd was abuzz with discussion, their faces filled with strange expressions. Even Qin Yan, a teacher from Jinwu Academy, couldn't help but speak up. "Hey, I've been to so many cities for recruitment, and this is the first time I've seen someone from the life sciences take the stage. Truly a sight to behold. What does this kid mean by this?" Lu Jingya, a teacher from Tianxiong Academy, lowered her gaze and said, "Perhaps it's just a whimsical idea. Don't you men enjoy doing such nonsensical things?" Lu Jingya looked at Su Lingxian behind her. "Lingxian, he should be the so-called childhood sweetheart you mentioned, right?" "Yes, Teacher Lu, I've made it very clear to him. so please don't worry, Su Lingxian replied. Lu Jingyan nodded and turned to the handsome boy with sword-like eyebrows beside Su Lingxian. Xiaoyu, if that kid still can't recognize that he shouldn't be entangling with your junior, you should step in and teach him a lesson, make him see reality. Hee, alright, Teacher Lu, I promise I won't let him even dare to look at Su Jr. again, Lin Yu said with a smile. Teaching a clueless pig butcher a lesson was as easy as pie for him. On the 15th arena, Lu Kai was almost going crazy with joy. All the spectators in the Longxi trial ground were focused here. Such high exposure was a godsend opportunity for him. He had been feeling down, wondering how he could stand out among so many people and be remembered by the 3 academy teachers. Unexpectedly, he didn't even have to think of a way. Yi Chuan had already helped him out. As long as he showcased his powerful strength and swiftly dealt with Yi Chuan, half the battle would be won. Lu Kai couldn't help but quickly walk up to Yi Chuan, grasping his hand with a face full of gratitude. Brother, thank you. Really, thank you so much. After the match, I'll treat you to a meal. Lu Kai from Yinkai High School. Warning once, please return to your position, or your qualification will be revoked. The examiner in the center of the arena warned. Sorry, examiner, I was just too excited. Lu Kai quickly returned to his position, winking at Yi Chuan. Remember, brother, after the match, I'll treat you to a meal. You're quite a nice guy, Yi Chuan scratched his head. They were clearly rivals, yet Lu Kai was so eager to treat him to a meal. Are all the people from Yinkai High School this friendly? Are you all ready? The examiner asked sternly. Ready. X2 The first match of the 15th arena, begin. With the examiner's command, a black long spear appeared in Lu Kai's hand, accompanied by the sound of an eagle's cry, blue arcs of electricity flickering out, creating an impressive momentum. Lu Kai leaped high, swinging the long spear down towards Yi Chuan, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Lu Kai could even see a bright future waving at him. In the audience, Lu Wanlei, the principal of Yinkai High School, looked at Zhao Ming with a teasing expression. I say, old Zhao, is there really no one left at Qingcheng High School? How come even a pig butcher has come out? If you have no one, just say so. I can lend you a few from Yinkai High School. Ha, exactly. If not, I can lend you some from Qingyan High School too. Why let a pig butcher go up there to seek attention? Another principal, Xiao Xian, couldn't help but chime in with a laugh. You two stop laughing. That might be old Zhao's secret weapon. After all, he is a god-level pig butcher, even higher than legendary level. The last principal, Wen Zhangwei, chimed in sarcastically. Just wait and see, Zhao Ming said with a smirk. He ignored the three's mockery. He knew very well that they were just jealous that Qingcheng High School had produced Su Lingxian this year, which was why they jumped at the chance to ridicule him. So what if he was a pig butcher? He was a pig butcher at the second stage of the ascending realm. On the arena, Lu Kai's black long spear was smashing down towards Yi Chuan's head. As the strike was about to land directly on Yi Chuan's head, he still showed no sign of moving. Is this butcher scared silly? Doesn't he know to dodge? Lu Kai is already an 8th tier apprentice. If he hits that butcher like this, he won't die but will definitely be crippled. Well, he deserves it. What is a life profession doing in a college entrance exam competition? Isn't he just making a fool of himself? The crowd murmured, and seeing Lu Kai's fierce attack, everyone thought Yi Chuan was doomed. Bang! With a dull thud, a figure flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Everyone was frozen in place because the figure that flew out was not Yi Chuan, but Lu Kai. In the blink of an eye, Lu Kai was sent flying, and not only that, but his spear was also bent at a strange angle, as if it had been forcibly smashed. Lu Kai lay on the ground, confusion written all over his face. How did he suddenly end up on the ground? He tried to get up, but the sharp pain in his chest made him gasp. The examiner walked up to him, checked his injuries, and then announced directly, Yi Chuan from Qingcheng High School wins. The crowd erupted in astonishment once again. What a joke! Most people in the Dragon Breath trial arena hadn't even seen what had just happened. And then, in the next second, it was suddenly announced that Yi Chuan had won? Ha ha ha! Zhao Ming laughed heartily, looking at the other three principals and asking, so, what do you think? Still looking down on the butcher? Don't forget, this is a god-level butcher. Although he may not become a strong fighter in the future, for now, he can easily crush others with his realm. The faces of the other three principals looked somewhat grim, their expressions downcast and unwilling to speak. They all realized that Yi Chuan had already reached the second tier of the Ascendant Realm. With this, the kid was almost guaranteed a spot in the top 10, and with Su Lingxian, this year's champion would likely fall to Qingcheng High School. This butcher has such formidable strength. Xin Yan's eyes lit up slightly. As a master of body refinement, he could naturally see what Yi Chuan had just done. Just now, Yi Chuan had thrown a punch that directly collided with Lu Kai's spear, sending it flying. The speed and force of that punch were so fierce that even those in the Ascendant Realm would not dare to underestimate it. Alas, what a pity that he is a butcher. If only he were a combat profession. Xin Yan slapped his thigh, looking frustrated. If Yi Chuan were a combat profession, based on his performance just now, he would definitely recruit him into the Jinwu Academy. The higher the realm, the more difficult it is for life professions to improve. For a profession like butcher, after reaching the master realm, one would need to slaughter tens of thousands of pigs to advance a tier, and in the grandmaster realm, it would reach a terrifying hundreds of thousands. Even if those pigs cooperated fully, lining up for Yi Chuan to chop, he could only kill about 80,000 in a day, working non-stop for 24 hours. So far, the highest realm butcher in human history had only reached the Grandmaster realm, and that was when he was 70 years old. Just another self-important person, Lu Jingya said lightly. She had seen many who became life professions but refused to accept their fate, trying to become strong with a life profession identity, and none had succeeded. Alas, it's just a bit regrettable. If he were a combat profession, he would definitely be a good seed. Xin Yan shook his head. Amid their discussion, the first match of the first round came to a close. Yi Chuan stepped down from the stage, calmly waiting for his opponent in the second round. After a half-hour break, the big screen rolled again. On Arena 15, Xiao Jiji from Qingyan High School, Intermediate Fire Cloud Mage, versus Yi Chuan from Qingcheng High School, God-Level Butcher. With Lu Kai's earlier experience as a warning, clearly no one dared to underestimate Yi Chuan anymore. After the examiner announced the start, Xiao Jiji distanced himself from Yi Chuan, clearly intending to use the kite-like Yi Chuan to maximize his output as a mage. But he clearly underestimated Yi Chuan's speed. Once Yi Chuan activated the perfected level of the Nether Shadow, he left a series of afterimages behind him and instantly appeared in front of Xiao Jiji, followed by a powerful kick. Mages primarily focus on mental attributes, and the moment Yi Chuan closed in, Xiao Jiji's fate was sealed. With Yi Chuan's kick, Xiao Jiji was sent flying off the stage. Yi Chuan from Qingcheng High School wins. He has now accumulated 2 victories. Hearing the examiner's voice, the expressions of those present turned somewhat strange. Winning 2 consecutive matches meant that if Yi Chuan won one more, he would successfully advance to the second round. A butcher. Breaking through the first round, it sounded quite bizarre, yet it was happening right before their eyes. In the third match, Yi Chuan continued to sweep through, directly entering the second round of the college entrance competition. With 3 consecutive victories, he no longer needed to participate in the upcoming 4th and 5th matches and simply sat aside to watch. 2 hours later, the 4th and 5th matches concluded, with more than half of the participants eliminated and unable to advance to the second round. Those who made it to the second round looked straight ahead. 3 individuals slowly descended from the high platform, with the one in front being the ethereal Su Lingxian. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became lively, and cheers erupted throughout the Longxi trial ground. A large portion of the people who had come today were there to catch a glimpse of the legendary combat profession, Su Lingxian. Xingcheng had not produced such a super genius in many years. Behind Su Lingxian were a man and a woman, both students who had already been granted direct admission, and they would participate in the second round of the college entrance competition together. Yi Chuan looked up and was momentarily stunned because he recognized the girl behind Su Lingxian. Xia Nan Nan? Yi Chuan did not expect to see the young lady of the Xia family again at this moment. Xia Nan Nan had clearly spotted Yi Chuan as well and was playfully winking at him. Yi Chuan smiled and shook his head. This little girl still looked like she would never grow up. With the addition of Su Lingxian and her companions, the entire Longxi training ground became somewhat agitated. However, the mood of the other students turned quite heavy, and they couldn't help but silently pray that they wouldn't draw Su Lingxian and her companions. All 3 were at the Ascendant level, with Su Lingxian being at the impressive 4th tier of the Ascendant level. Drawing any of them would almost guarantee a spot in the losers bracket. If luck was bad and someone drew them consecutively, even if their own strength was not weak, they would still be directly eliminated. Amidst the anxious feelings of the crowd, the draw for the second round began. Second round of the college entrance competition, first match. Platform 1, Xiu Yuan from Qingyan High School, a low-level ice mage, versus Su Lingxian from Qingcheng High School, a legendary snow spirit sword immortal. Platform 2, Inkai High School. Platform 3, Lu Waner from Lingyun High School, a rare-level blood warrior, versus Yi Chuan from Qingcheng High School, a divine-level butcher. Platform 4. As the draw concluded, the students who drew Su Lingxian and her companions instantly turned pale. The student facing Su Lingxian directly conceded, not even daring to step onto the platform, fully aware that he could never be Su Lingxuan's opponent. Rather than stepping up to humiliate himself, it was better to conserve his strength and aim for a good result in the losers bracket. Aside from Su Lingxian and her companions, the most watched individual was undoubtedly Yi Chuan, the unexpected butcher. When they saw who Yi Chuan was up against, everyone began to gloat. He's finished, he drew Lu Wanner, he's going to the losers bracket. Lu Wanner is a hot seat candidate from Lingyun High School, almost guaranteed to be in the top 5. If it weren't for his profession being only rare level, he would have been directly admitted. Even Zhao Ming had a pained expression at this moment, secretly thinking that Yi Chuan's luck was simply too bad. How could he draw such a tough opponent in the first match of the second round? If his luck were any worse and he drew one of the 3 guaranteed spots, Yi Chuan wouldn't just miss the top 10, he would be eliminated outright. Yi Chuan stepped onto the third arena and sought his opponent. Across from him stood a girl who was less than 1 meter 60 tall and looked somewhat delicate. She was wrapped in a loose coat, gazing at Yi Chuan with a pitiful expression. "Brother, could you please go easy on me later? Don't worry, I've got this, you can completely trust me, Yi Chuan." Yi Chuan patted his chest. "Thank you, brother." Lu Wanner's voice was sweet, making one feel extremely comfortable. The moment the examiner announced the start, Lu Wanner took off her coat, revealing a remarkably strong physique. Yi Chuan's pupils constricted sharply, he felt as if his worldview had been shaken. "No way, dude, are you Neza?" "Brother, don't say such embarrassing things. If you keep this up, I might easily fall for you." Lu Wanner's voice remained sweet, but her gaze had turned sharp, her muscles bulging as she stepped forward and threw a punch at Yi Chuan's head. Second stage of the ascending realm? The moment Lu Wanner struck, Yi Chuan sensed that her realm was the same as his. "With all that muscle, you should be pretty tough, just right to test my new skill." Yi Chuan showed no intention of retreating, instead, he closed his fingers, and all his strength instantly converged towards his fist. Shattering stone punch. The moment Yi Chuan threw his punch, all his power was unleashed, colliding heavily with Lu Wanner's fist. Lu Wanner's expression changed instantly, shock evident on her delicate face. The next second, her entire arm twisted at a bizarre angle, clearly broken by the explosive force of the shattering stone punch. Lu Wanner clutched her arm, letting out a painful scream, cold sweat streaming down her delicate face. The entire Dragon Breath trial arena fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. A butcher had just broken Lu Wanner's arm with a single punch? Just from appearances, Yi Chuan's thigh was even thinner than Lu Wanner's arm. How was this any different from a pet cat suddenly jumping up and biting off a T-Rex's neck? This is impossible. Principal Wen Zhongwei of Lingyun High School stood up abruptly, his face filled with shock. Both Lu Wanner and Yi Chuan were at the second stage of the ascending realm, but the problem was, Yi Chuan was a life profession. The previous 3 matches could be explained as a realm crush, but how could this be explained now? In the same realm, how could a life profession possibly defeat a combat profession? This was simply absurd. "I suspect Yi Chuan used banned substances. I demand a drug test, urine test, and blood test," Wen Zhongwei said loudly. His words brought the audience in the Dragon Breath training ground back to their senses. The way they looked at Yi Chuan was somewhat off. Indeed, if he hadn't used banned substances, how could a life profession exhibit such terrifying combat power? Many pills could temporarily boost a transmuter's combat power dramatically, but afterward, they would cause severe irreversible damage to the martial artist. Because of this, those pills were classified as banned substances by the Human Federation. Selling, buying, or using banned substances would lead to the arrest by investigators. The examiner frowned and looked at Yi Chuan, saying, "Yi Chuan, it seems we need to trouble you to come with us." "No problem." Yi Chuan nodded. Banned substances? He didn't need that stuff. What he had just done was already him holding back. If he hadn't, with the 12 times extra damage boost against the pig race, that punch could have turned Lu Wanner into Lindayu. Soon, the Dragon Breath trial arena arranged for several staff members to begin drawing blood samples from Yi Chuan, as well as collecting his saliva, urine, and prostate fluid for testing. Half an hour later, when the test results came out, the examiner's expression was somewhat strange, but he still announced, "All of Yi Chuan's tests show no issues. The second round of the college entrance examination continues." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience erupted in an uproar. No drugs? This meant that Yi Chuan, the butcher, had truly relied on his own strength to break the arm of a rare-level combat profession of the same realm with a single punch? What kind of terrifying story was this? In Xincheng, at the Dragon Breath trial arena, all the spectators' gazes were now focused on the No. 3 arena. To be precise, they were focused on Yi Chuan. Their eyes were filled with shock. For a butcher to break the arm of a bloodthirsty warrior of the same realm with one punch was akin to provoking a first-grade elementary student and ending up with a broken leg. The most shocked of all was clearly Lu Wanner, the person involved. He didn't take drugs? How is that possible? Can't defeat a butcher? Lu Wanner felt her worldview had been severely shaken. With her strength, she could at least hold her own against a third-tier expert in the Ascendant Realm. But now, she had her hand broken by a butcher. This was simply outrageous, beyond outrageous. You should just give up, Yichuan couldn't help but advise. Since his tests showed no problems, their fight should naturally continue. However, he didn't want to continue fighting Lu Wanner. It was meaningless. Fighting her was like an adult bullying a child. You wish. There's no way I could lose to a butcher. Lu Wanner gritted her teeth. After all, she was one of the top talents at Lingyun High School this year. Losing to a butcher was simply unacceptable. Blood frenzy! Lu Wanner shouted, her entire body turning a deep red, resembling a boiled shrimp. The right arm that had been broken began to slowly recover at this moment. This was the innate skill of the bloodthirsty warrior profession. After activating blood frenzy, not only could it enhance her attributes and reduce damage from enemies, but it also allowed her injuries to heal. Lu Wanner let out a roar, charging at Yichuan like a true beast. If you don't want to save face, then I'll help you save face. Yichuan shook his head in directly activated Shadow of the Underworld. A series of afterimages appeared on the arena, and Lu Wanner couldn't even touch the corner of Yichuan's clothing. He circled behind Lu Wanner and then lifted his foot, delivering a powerful left kick right into her body. With Yichuan's speed, Lu Wanner had no chance to react at all. Her body traced a beautifully parabolic arc in the air, flying directly toward the audience. Not good. The examiner's face changed dramatically as he rushed to catch Lu Wanner, but when he saw her flying speed, he silently lit a cigarette and took a puff. He understood that with his speed, he would definitely not catch up to Lu Wanner's backward flight. It would be pointless to try. It didn't matter, someone would intervene. Sure enough, just before Lu Wanner was about to crash into the audience, a gentle force caught her, preventing her from making intimate contact with the spectators. It was the veiled woman from Taichu Academy who intervened. After catching Lu Wanner, she slowly placed her on the ground, where Lu Wanner had already fallen into a coma. Xinqiang High School's Yichuan wins. The examiner extinguished his cigarette and announced Yichuan's victory. The entire Dragon Breath trial arena fell into an eerie silence. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a butcher could defeat a bloodthirsty warrior. The key was that Yichuan had only used 2 moves from start to finish, one punch to break Lu Wanner's arm and one kick to send her flying off the arena. As long as one isn't foolish, it's clear that Yichuan wasn't using his full strength. His realm is clearly at the second stage of the Ascendant Realm. That much is certain. The only explanation for how easily Yichuan defeated Lu Wanner is that his three-dimensional attributes have reached an extraordinarily exaggerated level. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Yichuan changed slightly. Perhaps they had underestimated this pig butcher. It's so strange, how did Yichuan manage to do this? Could he really be worth investing resources to cultivate? Xin Yan was clearly intrigued by Yichuan now. After all, judging by Yichuan's current performance, his three-dimensional attributes are extremely high, his physical strength is astonishing, and his combat power is terrifying. Aside from being a pig butcher, Yichuan has almost no flaws. Shiran, they say you have a keen eye for talent. What do you think of Yichuan? Xin Yan asked the teacher from Taichu Academy beside him. Left Shiran's amber eyes showed curiosity as she looked at Yichuan. I can't quite tell, but I have a vague feeling that he seems different from other pig butchers. The way he looks at people, it's very strange. A pig butcher is just a pig butcher after all. A lifestyle profession isn't worth cultivating. This has been verified countless times by the Human Federation. Lu Jingya suddenly poured cold water on them. Xin Yan calmed down a bit. Despite his burly appearance, he was quite sharp-minded. After some thought, he shook his head. Sigh, that's true. A lifestyle profession is ultimately just a lifestyle profession. When Yichuan stepped down from the arena, the students on site looked at him with different eyes. If before they were hoping to draw Yichuan, now they were praying not to draw him. After all, this guy could knock Lu Wanner out in just 2 moves. Probably aside from Su Lingxian and her 2 super geniuses who were directly admitted, no one could match this pig butcher. In the knockout rounds, Yichuan enjoyed the same treatment as Su Lingxian. His opponent hadn't even stepped onto the stage before conceding. It wasn't until the quarterfinals that a first-stage Ascendant Realm student fought him, but for Yichuan, it was just a matter of 1 punch. He easily won all the way through the winner's bracket, securing a spot in the top 4. Zhao Ming was almost going crazy with joy. If he weren't in the audience, he would have rushed down to kiss Yichuan. Making it to the top 4 was already a success. Even if Yichuan didn't win another match, he would still secure 4th place. 4th place gives 7 points, and with Su Lingxuan's 1st place, that's 17 points. Xinqiang High School was almost guaranteed to sit on the champion's throne. At worst they could still fight for 2nd place. He really made the right choice in having Yichuan replace Lu Jinglong. Zhao Ming was now hoping Yichuan would stop at 4th. As long as Yichuan didn't make it to the top 3, he would only need to pay each one 500,000, and he could save on the storage spirit weapon. This year there were 3 directed myths, and the gap in strength between the directed myths and others was almost like a chasm. This was also why Zhao Ming dared to promise Yichuan a storage spirit weapon if he made it to the top 3. He was certain Yichuan wouldn't make it. At this moment, looking at the top 4 list, many spectators at the Longxi training ground had extremely strange expressions. It was no surprise that Su Lingxian and her 2 classmates made it to the top 4. After all, their strength was on a completely different level from others, or they wouldn't have secured their spots so early. But the last person in the top 4 was a pig butcher. What was that about? A pig butcher participating in the college entrance competition was one thing, but now he had actually made it to the top 4? It felt like the world had turned upside down. After the top 4 list was announced, the extra arenas were quickly removed by the staff. Next, only the largest arena was needed to hold the semifinals and finals. When a large arena was ready, the draw for the top 4 also began. Many people stared intently at the screen, eager to see who would compete in the semifinals. The screen slowly revealed a series of bold, black characters. Semifinal Match 1, Su Lingxian from Qingqing High School, Legendary Level Snow Spirit Sword Immortal, versus Lu Chun from Enkai High School, Epic Level Frost Moon Sword Saint. Many widened their eyes, instantly intrigued. It should be noted that up until now, Su Lingxian had not made a single move. All her opponents had willingly surrendered. Her cool and elegant demeanor made some people feel too ashamed to even look at her for long. This time, facing Lu Chen, another sword cultivator, they would finally witness Su Lingxian, this year's top genius, draw her sword. The entire Longxi training ground erupted in excitement, with applause, cheers, and shouts ringing out. Su Lingxian, come on! I want to see just how big the gap is between a legendary level and an epic level. The fighting spirit in Lu Chen's eyes surged as he slowly drew his sword. The sword gleamed like frost, shining with a moonlike brilliance, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees at that moment. As you wish. Su Lingxian drew her long sword, its blade slender and cold. The moment the sword was unsheathed, heavy snow began to fall from the previously clear sky. Flakes of pure white snow drifted down beside Su Lingxian, breathtakingly beautiful. That is a mystic-level spirit weapon, the Frost Sword. Someone in the audience recognized the origin of Su Lingxuan's long sword and gasped in shock. It should be known that even if one searched all of Qingcheng, very few mystic-level spirit weapons could be found. Lu Chen's expression turned extremely grim. Not only was Su Lingxuan's professional level higher than his, but her spirit weapon level was also superior, and even her realm was a tier above his. How could he fight? Lu Chen had already foreseen his defeat. All he wanted now was to showcase his strength and make an impression, even in loss. But the moment Su Lingxian drew her sword, every hair on Lu Chen's body stood on end. He couldn't even see how Su Lingxian had drawn her sword. The blade was already at his throat. In other words, if Su Lingxian had wanted to kill him, he would already be a corpse. The faint chill emanating from the frost sword made Lu Chen shiver involuntarily. You lost, Su Lingxian said coldly. I lost. Lu Chen finally realized that the difference between a legendary level profession and an epic level profession was not just superficial. A deep sense of loss swept over him, as it did everyone in the Longxi training ground. Su Lingxian hadn't even regarded Lu Chen as a rival, as if she had casually kicked a stray dog to death. Despair was written all over Lu Chen's face. He knew he couldn't win against Su Lingxian, but he hadn't expected her to be this strong. In front of Su Lingxian, he couldn't even withstand a single strike. A wave of gasps echoed throughout the Longxi training ground. In their eyes, Lu Chen was already a remarkable genius, an epic-level combat professional who had reached the 3rd tier of the Ascendant Realm at such a young age. Such a person, as long as he didn't perish prematurely, would surely become a dominant figure in the future. Yet, this so-called genius Lu Chen was actually defeated in a single strike by Su Lingxian? Just how terrifying must Su Lingxuan's true strength be? Your Tianqiong Academy has really picked up a good seedling. That girl could probably defeat someone at the 9th tier of the Ascendant Realm, Xing Yan said, a hint of envy in his eyes. Tianqiong Academy had acted too quickly, otherwise, their Jinwu Academy could have contended for her. Indeed impressive, paired with that mystic-level spirit weapon, the Frost Sword, she could probably outmatch even a slightly weaker 1st-tier Master Realm expert. Even the usually reticent Zhou Shiran couldn't help but praise Su Lingxian. This child Lingxian, given time, will surely become a renowned sword immortal within the Human Federation. No need to say more. Lu Jingya smiled and spoke. After Yijian defeated Lu Chen, Su Lingxian coldly walked down the arena without even glancing at Yichuan. Yichuan didn't take it to heart. Su Lingxian had finished her match, and now it was his turn. In the second match of the semifinals, Lingyun High School's Xianannan, an epic-level Yulan mage, faces Qingqing High School's Yichuan, a god-level butcher. Looking at the graceful Xia Nan Nan on the opposite side of the arena, each one felt a surge of emotions. Who would have thought that such a super genius, who had been directly admitted to the school, had almost been filled up in a goblin's lair just over a month ago? Life truly is a wondrous thing. Yichuan, long time no see. Xia Nanan's voice carried a hint of resentment. Only now did she finally have the chance to talk to Yichuan. Yeah, long time no see. Yichuan greeted her, feeling the atmosphere was a bit awkward, and then added, how's your mom? She's doing well. She was very happy to receive the blood crystal twin flower. Xia Nan Nan was somewhat speechless. Who asks a girl about her mother right after a long separation? That's good. Yichuan nodded, and the atmosphere became awkward again. What have you been doing for over a month? Why didn't you come to find me even once? Xia Nan Nan asked. After sneaking out of the city, she had been locked up at home by her father, and she had thought Yichuan would come to play with her. Who knew Yichuan seemed to have really treated their encounter as a transaction. I've been busy butchering. I didn't come to find you because your family wouldn't let me. Yichuan answered honestly. My family wouldn't let you? Why? Xia Nan Nan was puzzled. Her family had never restricted her from making friends. They're afraid I would carve you up. Carve me? Xia Nan Nan was taken aback, and then her face turned bright red as she realized what he meant. Although he spoke bluntly, Yichuan's words were indeed too crude. Are you two going to fight or not? The examiner, waiting on the side, was somewhat speechless. Were these two here to chat on the arena? I'm not fighting, I concede. I can't beat him. Xia Nan Nan decisively stepped down from the arena. The examiner was stunned, Yichuan was stunned, and the audience in the stands was also stunned. Concede? Concede? An epic-level combat profession directly conceded against a butcher? Is this a joke? Considering how long Yichuan and Xia Nan Nan had been chatting, making her face flush, they could only assume that Xia Nan Nan didn't want to fight Yichuan and was deliberately conceding. It's over. No matter how I guard against it, I didn't guard against the fact that the young lady is a love-struck fool. In the audience, the steward of the Xia family, Zhao Bo, held his head, feeling a tremendous headache. He thought that by keeping Yichuan away from Xia Nan Nan, everything would be fine, but it turned out he was too naive. Except for Xia Nan Nan herself, everyone present believed that her statement of not being able to beat Yichuan was because she liked him and was deliberately giving him face. Only Xia Nan Nan knew she was speaking the truth. She had witnessed Yichuan's true strength. This guy hadn't even taken out his butcher knife, which meant he hadn't used his full strength until now. She was very clear that she wouldn't be his opponent. Moreover, this guy showed no mercy. He would hit anyone, regardless of gender, and Xia Nan Nan didn't want to get inexplicably beaten up. Yichuan smoothly advanced to the finals of the college entrance examination competition. The finals had already become an internal battle for Qingcheng High School. In the audience, Zhao Ming felt so happy he was about to faint. It's stable. It's stable. Securing the first and second places individually meant that Qingcheng High School would definitely be first in total points this year. This meant that for the next year, in terms of educational resources, enrollment, and so on, Qingcheng High School would surely enjoy the best. Although he felt a bit pained at the thought of having to give Yichuan a storage spirit weapon, overall, it was still very worthwhile. I'm not playing anymore. The corpse is uncomfortable. I'm leaving. The principal of Qingyan High School, Xia Xian, walked away in her high heels, not wanting to endure this humiliation. This year, Qingyan High School ranked last, failing to place even in the top 4. Don't rush off, Principal Xia, stay and chat with us. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I just remembered something happy. My wife is about to give birth. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ming laughed loudly, and as he laughed even more, Xia Xian walked faster, soon disappearing from sight. The audience at the Longxi trial ground began to rise in 2s and 3s, wanting to leave. The finals were an internal match between Qingcheng High School, and Su Lingxian was guaranteed to win. There was even a high probability that the pig killer, Yichuan, would concede without a fight. To them, there was nothing left to see here. A match without suspense was utterly meaningless. Zhao Ming thought the same and turned to Yichuan, smiling broadly. Alright, Yichuan, your task is complete. First and second place are both ours at Qingcheng High School, just concede. I don't think so. Only the first place can get the rare level skill scroll. Why don't you let Su Lingxian concede? Yichuan said with a grin, looking innocent. Little did he know, as soon as he said this, the entire Longxi training ground fell into an eerie silence. Many who had intended to leave were frozen in place as if under a spell. All eyes were suddenly focused on Yichuan. What does this pig killer mean? From what he just said, does he really want to fight Su Lingxian? Has he lost his mind? Has he really gained that much confidence? Zhao Ming's smile froze on his face. Yichuan, stop joking around. This isn't funny. Just concede and let's end this. I'll go get you a storage spirit weapon. Principal, I'm not joking. I really want that rare level skill scroll, Yichuan said earnestly. Zhao Ming pinched his own philtrum, barely keeping himself from fainting on the spot. Does this guy even know what he's saying? Brother, that's Su Lingxian, the only legendary combat class this year, who can take out another guaranteed student, Lu Chen, with a single sword strike. You actually want to fight her? Why don't you say you want to fly to the sky? Get down here right now. Zhao Ming was anxious. Principal, it's fine. Since he wants to fight, I'll accompany him for a match. Su Lingxuan's cold voice rang out as she held her sword and slowly walked up to the arena. Yi Chuan jumped up onto the stage as well. Zhao Ming's expression changed, and he sighed slowly. Forget it, Ling Xian, don't take his life. Zhao Ming knew a bit about the past between Yi Chuan and Su Lingxian. They had grown up together, innocent and carefree. Before their class changes, Su Lingxian had always followed Yi Chuan closely, inseparable. It was only after Su Lingxian awakened her legendary combat class that they began to drift apart. In Zhao Ming's view, Yi Chuan's desire for the rare level skill scroll was a lie. He truly wanted to prove himself in front of Su Lingxian. Sigh. Silly boy, it's useless. In the eyes of someone who doesn't love you, everything you do is wrong. Zhao Ming said no more. He had been young once too, and some lessons could only be learned through experience. Don't worry, Principal, I'll be careful. Su Lingxian nodded, raising her eyes to look at Yi Chuan, her expression complex. Once upon a time, although she had decided to leave Yi Chuan, she still held a trace of affection for him deep down. After all, Yi Chuan was someone she had genuinely liked during her youth. But with Yi Chuan's series of attention-seeking actions, all that was left for Su Lingxian now was disdain. As the fight was about to begin, those who had originally wanted to leave returned to their seats. They were curious to see where a butcher found the courage to confront a legendary combat profession. Is this Yi Chuan crazy? With the strength Su Lingxian just displayed, even against someone at the 8th or 9th stage of the Ascendant Realm, she would have no problem. Why is he still going up to fight? What you don't know is that I am also a student of Qingcheng High School. Yi Chuan and Su Lingxian are actually childhood sweethearts. As soon as this was said, the crowd at the Longxi trial arena widened their eyes, sensing the gossip. And then, what happened next? Hurry, continue. Under the crowd's urging, the person who spoke first clearly recounted the events before and after the job transfer ceremony, detailing Su Lingxuan's transformation and his own analysis. In my opinion, Yi Chuan insists on going on stage because he is unwilling to let things end with Su Lingxian like this. He wants to catch her attention and reignite old feelings. After hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. It made sense why a butcher would insist on competing with a legendary profession. I didn't expect it. Yi Chuan is actually a pure love warrior. Sigh, he just wants to win back the one he loves. What's wrong with that? The one who should feel regret is not him, but the one who stepped onto that stage with sincerity and courage. It's a pity that fate plays tricks. The white moonlight of youth is ultimately a regret. If his god-level profession were not a butcher but a combat profession, then they would surely be a perfect match, a pair of celestial lovers. Sigh, I feel you. Many boys empathized, feeling a bit sad. A butcher and a legendary snow spirit sword immortal are destined to have no outcome. The story of a princess marrying a poor boy only exists in fairy tales. It's okay, brother, at least you were brave. You're a good guy. Someone in the audience couldn't help but cheer for Yi Chuan, but this undoubtedly ignited the anger of another group. Don't get involved, okay? Childhood sweethearts only mean growing up together. It doesn't imply anything else. Su Lingxian is progressing. What about Yi Chuan? Women's safety. In public, he dares to cling to Su Lingxian. Who knows if he secretly stalks her or something? A scheming man, I think he only clings to her because he saw Su Lingxian become a legendary profession. Who understands, family? This is clearly a toad harassing a swan. What kind of pure love warrior is this? Someone should arrest Yi Chuan. As the two groups argued more fiercely, even hinting at physical confrontation, the staff hurried over to maintain order. Hearing the discussions on stage, a hint of disgust flashed in Su Lingxuan's eyes as she coldly spoke. Yi Chuan, you shouldn't have come on stage. What you're doing won't catch my attention. It will only make me dislike you even more. Why are you talking so much? Can we start fighting? Yi Chuan's eyes held no other emotions, only a desire for the rare skill scroll. Su Lingxian shook her head. It seems you still don't realize the gap between us. How about this? I won't draw my sword. If you can last a minute against me, I will automatically concede. Holding her long sword, Su Lingxian was pure and cold, like a fairy residing in the Moon Palace, breathtakingly beautiful. You said it! Yi Chuan beamed with joy. Was there such a good deal? He didn't want to showcase too much of his strength in public, and Su Lingxuan's words undoubtedly struck a chord with him. Yes, I said it, but I have one condition. If you lose, please never come to. Before she could finish her sentence, a terrifying killing intent surged toward Su Lingxian, almost solidifying into substance. Yi Chuan activated the skill Blood Shadow Butcher, forcing Su Lingxian, the pig, into a state of fear. He charged forward, swung his arm in a full circle, and slapped Su Lingxuan's face with a 360-degree motion. Fuck you! Smack! Su Lingxian spun like a top from the force of the slap. The white hem of her dress fluttered romantically as she twirled. Although the slap landed on Su Lingxuan's face, it left everyone in the Dragon Breath trial arena speechless. The two groups that had been arguing heatedly fell silent. Wait, isn't this guy a pure love warrior? Wasn't he trying to win back his childhood sweetheart? Is this how he does it? Just slapping her? No, dude, did you learn this method of reconciliation from Liao Fan? Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the arena below. No one expected that in a battle between the legendary combat professional Su Lingxian and Yi Chuan, the butcher, Yi Chuan would directly slap her. Lu Jingya's expression darkened. This slap not only struck Su Lingxuan's face but also tarnished the reputation of their Tianqiang Academy. After all, Su Lingxian had already been guaranteed admission to Tianqiang Academy. Yi Chuan truly had some nerve. As the party involved, Su Lingxian was clearly the most bewildered one. After being slapped by Yi Chuan, her eyes seemed much clearer. She covered the swollen side of her face, looking at Yi Chuan with a mix of surprise and confusion. You dare slap me? Yi Chuan ignored her and glanced at the clock below. Great! 1 minute is up. Yi Chuan was very pleased. The force of the slap was just right, leaving Su Lingxian dazed for a full minute before she could react. Su Lingxian, according to the condition you just mentioned, I've lasted a minute against you, so hurry up and admit defeat, Yi Chuan urged. Seeing Su Lingxian remain silent, he tilted his head and asked, with so many people watching, you wouldn't want to go back on your word, would you? Su Lingxian slowly stood up, her eyes fixed on Yi Chuan. At this moment, she no longer resembled the aloof and pure figure she had at the beginning. With one side of her face swollen, she looked more like a furious woman. Yi Chuan, I admit, I underestimated you. From now on, I will treat you as a true opponent and use all my strength against you. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Lingxian drew her frost blade, which seemed to sense its master's fury, gleaming with cold light. Hey, wait, how can you go back on your word? Didn't we agree that if I lasted a minute, you'd admit defeat? Liars have to swallow 1,000 needles. Yi Chuan looked at Su Lingxian with disdain. Su Lingxian gritted her teeth. Don't worry, after I knock you down, I will admit defeat. I, Su Lingxian, am not someone who goes back on my word. Clang! Su Lingxian lunged at Yi Chuan with her sword, snowflakes swirling around her, the murderous intent of her strike aimed directly at Yi Chuan's throat. From a distance, Yi Chuan felt a chilling sensation at his throat. Without hesitation, he activated the shadow of the underworld, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. Su Lingxuan's furious thrust only pierced through the afterimages, leaving countless intersecting sword marks on the arena. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan had taken the opportunity to close in on Su Lingxuan's side, gathering his strength for a powerful rock-shattering fist. The terrifying explosive force behind that punch made Su Lingxuan's expression change slightly. Snow dance, flying frost. The long sword in her hand danced into a beautiful flower of swordplay, and the surrounding snowflakes seemed to come alive, flying toward Yi Chuan. As the snowflakes brushed against his cheek, a fine line of blood appeared on Yi Chuan's face. Those seemingly harmless snowflakes were actually sharper than a fine blade. The rock-shattering fist struck out, shattering countless snowflakes, but soon more snowflakes surged toward Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan had no choice but to rely on the speed advantage brought by the shadow of the underworld to dodge again. The people in the audience were stunned. They never expected that Yi Chuan, a mere butcher, could actually exchange blows with Su Lingxian. It should be noted that even Lu Chen, an epic-level combat class, was taken down by Su Lingxian with a single sword strike. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that Yi Chuan's strength is even greater than that of Lu Chen, this epic combat class? On the arena, Yi Chuan dodged left and right, countless afterimages intertwining, making it impossible for Su Lingxian to discern which one was the real Yi Chuan. During this time, Yi Chuan kept looking for an opportunity to land a punch on Su Lingxian to end the fight directly. But every time he tried to make a move, those annoying sharp snowflakes would cling to him like maggots, preventing him from having any chance to strike. Yi Chuan, are you just going to scurry around like a mouse, dodging everywhere? Su Lingxian gradually lost her patience and directly mocked him. Yi Chuan finally stopped. Well, it seems that fighting you barehanded really won't work. A legendary class, indeed extraordinary. I guess I have no choice but to bring out my big treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chuan reached into his pants. What are you pulling out? I ask you, what are you pulling out? Su Lingxuan's expression changed. With Yi Chuan's lewd action combined with his mention of a big treasure, it was hard for her not to think inappropriately. Yi Chuan, calm down. Don't be reckless. So many people are watching. The examiner also spoke up in fear, trying to persuade him. Too late. I've already got it. Come out, my big treasure. Yi Chuan sneered and began to slowly pull it out. Then, under the terrified gazes of everyone, he pulled out a shiny butcher's knife. A chill swept through, and everyone present fell silent. The examiner, who was ready to cover Yi Chuan with a blanket to prevent him from revealing inappropriate images, froze in place. Is this it? So this guy spent so long pulling out what he called a big treasure, and it was just a butcher's knife? No. Which good person hides a knife in their pants? The key point is, what is that mark on the blade? Demon pattern? Isn't this usually branded on the lower abdomen? How could someone carve that kind of thing on a butcher's knife? Yi Chuan originally wanted to hide his strength, but now it seemed that without taking out the butcher's knife, it would be hard for him to defeat Su Lingxian. Feeling the perfect fit of the knife handle in his palm gave Yi Chuan an indescribable sense of security. Don't worry, this time I won't dodge. Yi Chuan lifted the butcher's knife and charged towards Su Lingxian. Su Lingxian felt a chill run down her back. She felt as if she were being targeted by a natural enemy, making her extremely uncomfortable. She forced herself to endure the discomfort and slashed out several swords, the sword light like frost and snow, creating a blinding white haze. Yi Chuan swept the butcher's knife horizontally, colliding with the sword lights and shattering them all. Then, with a sudden downward strike, he aimed directly at Su Lingxian. Su Lingxian raised her sword to block. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, a series of sparks erupted. Su Lingxian staggered back several meters before barely stabilizing herself, her sword hand trembling slightly. Yi Chuan's strength was astonishing. That last strike made her feel as if she had been hit by a speeding bullet train. How could this guy's strength be so terrifying? Before Su Lingxian could come up with an answer, Yi Chuan was already in front of her again, aiming for her throat. This strike showed no mercy, heading straight for Su Lingxian's fair neck. A chill rose from Su Lingxian. She sensed that Yi Chuan was not just bluffing, he truly wanted to kill her. In a flash, Su Lingxian could only lower her head sharply. Whoosh! The blade passed closely over her head, cutting off a large handful of her black hair, which flew in the wind. Seeing that this strike missed, Yi Chuan swung the knife at Su Lingxian. Just now, it was Su Lingxian chasing him around, but now the roles have reversed, and it has become Yi Chuan pursuing Su Lingxian, making her jump up and down. This scene left the audience in shock. Isn't he a pure love warrior? Why do I feel like that knife just now was aimed at Su Lingxian's life? Do you think it's possible that love turned to hate? Is that the point? The point is, this butcher really has the strength to fight Su Lingxian. He's a life profession. The audience gasped. If the initial slap was the result of Yi Chuan's sneak attack, now it was a genuine display of overwhelming strength. Su Lingxian had always wanted to create distance from Yi Chuan before counterattacking, but Yi Chuan gave her no chance, pressing in step by step, sticking to her like a leech with his incredible speed. Su Lingxian's face flushed red, a strong sense of humiliation rising in her heart. Since becoming a legendary combat profession, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? Yi Chuan, I want your life. Su Lingxian was clearly losing her mind. She no longer dodged and thrust her sword toward Yi Chuan's heart. If Yi Chuan's knife were to fall, her sword would surely pierce his heart as well. Crazy. Yi Chuan couldn't help but curse. Su Lingxian actually wanted to take them both down together. Who would risk their life in a college entrance exam competition? Yi Chuan had no interest in accompanying Su Lingxian in a tragic end. He dodged back, evading the sword. Gasping for breath, Su Lingxian felt the immense pressure Yi Chuan had put on her. She couldn't lose. How could she lose to someone she had always looked down upon? A resolute look flashed in Su Lingxian's eyes, as if she had made a decision. Sword sound, Bodhi Frost Moon. Around Su Lingxian's delicate figure, sword energy surged, and the hard bluestone arena was left with deep sword marks from the slicing energy. The temperature around her dropped continuously, even forming a layer of frost. Lingxian, don't be reckless. Using this move is too taxing on your body. Lu Jingya in the audience suddenly stood up. Sorry, Teacher Lu, I must win. The frost sword in Su Lingxian's hand burst forth with a sharp sword light. Yi Chuan also felt a strong threat from this sword. Not only was the sword in Su Lingxian's hand a mysterious level spirit weapon, but the skill she was using also seemed to be of a high level. Yi Chuan, you still have time to admit defeat. In Su Lingxian's eyes, it was as if snowflakes were dancing. According to our bet, haven't you already lost? Yi Chuan retorted. Su Lingxian pursed her lips in silence. Then the long sword slashed toward Yi Chuan with the force of thunder. Where the sword light passed, a chilling air surged, freezing even the surrounding air. Yi Chuan immediately activated the shadow of the underworld, a series of afterimages appearing behind him. He had pushed this skill to its limits, making it seem as if there were a dozen Yi Chuans on the arena. But upon closer inspection, one could still distinguish which was the real body. Su Lingxian charged toward Yi Chuan's real body without hesitation, but her full-force sword directly pierced through Yi Chuan's body. Su Lingxian was stunned. Little did she know, the so-called real body she struck was merely an illusion conjured by Yichuan using a deceptive strike. Cloud Break Slash. Yichuan unleashed the perfected Cloud Break Slash, aiming to end the battle with one blow. Su Lingxian wanted to dodge, but this strike was precisely the ninth. The demonic patterns on the blade suddenly lit up, emanating a breathtaking charm. A look of confusion appeared on Su Lingxuan's face as a strange scene unfolded before her eyes, making her blush and unable to resist wanting to look a few more times. That image contained humanity's most primal desires. The charm was not only effective on boys, it was equally lethal to girls. With a swift stroke, Yichuan's blade struck down, causing Su Lingxuan's long sword to clatter to the ground. Just as that blow was about to take Su Lingxuan's life, Yichuan suddenly changed his move, slamming the heavy blade against Su Lingxuan's delicate face, sending her flying and crashing heavily outside the arena. Yichuan was not foolish enough to kill someone in front of so many witnesses, especially with that teacher from Tianqiang Academy watching him closely. If he truly attempted to kill Su Lingxian, he would likely face the wrath of Lu Jingya immediately. A deathly silence spread like a plague. The entire Longxi trial arena was now eerily quiet, so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Yichuan had won? A butcher had defeated a legendary combat profession? The faces of the spectators were filled with disbelief. Not only had Yichuan won, but throughout the match, it seemed Su Lingxian hadn't even managed to injure him once. This was no simple victory. It was a one-sided crushing. If this weren't a tournament, Yichuan could have even killed Su Lingxian without taking any damage. How could a butcher from a life profession achieve such a feat? Did he treat Su Lingxian like a pig? Examiner, did I win? Yichuan's voice broke the stunned silence of the examiner, who quickly announced, yes, the winner of the finals. Yichuan from Qingcheng High School. The crowd erupted in an uproar. The examiner's declaration that Yichuan had won snapped them out of their daze. It was real, they were not dreaming. A butcher had truly defeated the legendary combat profession Su Lingxian. All eyes were now on Yichuan below the stage, filled with shock, as if they were looking at a monster. Is this guy really just a butcher? Qin Yan was thoroughly intrigued. Do you think it's possible that Qingcheng miscalculated during the assessment? That Yichuan is actually a combat profession? He found it more believable that there had been an error in the data when Yichuan was assessed for his profession. There is indeed that possibility. We might as well test him again. Zhou Shiran nodded in agreement, noting that such occurrences had happened a few times in human history. With their input, staff from the Longxi trial arena quickly came up to reassess Yichuan's profession and level. However, the results were the same as those from Qingcheng High School, a divine-level life profession, butcher. Qin Yan fell silent, his brow furrowed, clearly conflicted. He was torn about whether to extend an olive branch to Yichuan and recruit him into Jinwu Academy. If he said Yichuan was a bad seed, he had just crushed Su Lingxian with overwhelming force. If he said Yichuan was a good seed, he was undeniably a life profession butcher. Throughout human history, no life profession had ever become a formidable force. As realms advanced, the gap in combat power between life professions and combat professions would only grow larger. Zhou Shiran's fingers tapped lightly, clearly also grappling with the matter. As recruitment teachers, they too had performance metrics to consider. Bringing Yichuan into the academy would place immense pressure on them. You two don't intend to recruit this Yichuan, do you? At that moment, Lu Jingya suddenly spoke up. What do you mean, Teacher Lu? Qin Yan squinted, asking. This Yichuan has made an enemy of my Tianqiang Academy, Lu Jingya replied coldly, her gaze fixed on the disheartened Su Lingxian below the stage. Lingxuan's defeat today will undoubtedly become a thorn in her heart, and in the future, she will surely seek to kill him herself to remove the thorn. After hearing Lu Jingya's words, Qin Yan and Zhou Shiran found their answer. Although they were not afraid of Tianqiang Academy, it was clearly not worth offending them over a life profession butcher. Lu Jingya stood up and took a step to Su Lingxuan's side. A step in mid-air. A strong presence at the king level. Someone in the audience exclaimed. In Qingcheng, a master-level expert was already considered the pinnacle of the pyramid. As for a king-level expert, it was unlikely to find anyone in all of Qingcheng. Su Lingxian sat there in a daze, her eyes vacant and unfocused, as if she had lost her soul. She had lost. She had actually lost to Yichuan. How could she possibly lose to Yichuan? Seeing Su Lingxian like this, Lu Jingya felt a pang of sympathy and quickly spoke to comfort her. Lingxian, winning or losing is common, you don't need to take it too much to heart. Once you enter the Tianqiang Academy, in less than half a year, no, in less than 3 months, Yichuan will find it hard to keep up with you. After all, he is just a vocational student in the life department. Teacher Lu, you don't need to comfort me, losing is losing. Su Lingxian shook her head sadly. While I am comforting you, what I say is also the truth. My students at Tianqiang Academy are definitely not inferior to others. Lu Jingya looked at the boy who had been standing next to Su Lingxian. Your senior brother Lin Yu has only been studying at Tianqiang Academy for a year and is just 1 year older than you. Although he is only an epic-level combat profession, do you believe that he could defeat Yi Chuan in less than 3 moves? Lin Yu grinned, and a terrifying aura spread from him. The crowd's pupils constricted sharply. Master level 7? Is this the strength of a student from Tianqiang Academy? How terrifying! To reach master level in just 1 year of enrollment, then a student who graduated after 4 years from Tianqiang Academy could very well be at the master level or even king level? Is this the foundation of the strongest university in the 5th district of the Human Federation? They could probably send out any student and easily overpower our entire Xinjiang. Master level 7 was already a well-known strong presence in Xinjiang, but at Tianqiang Academy, he was just a student who had been enrolled for a year. Ling Xian, don't be sad. I'll teach him a lesson for you, Lin Yu said, flexing his wrists as he walked coldly toward Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes. At master level 7, he indeed had no confidence in winning. If it came to a life and death struggle, he would only have a 30% chance of killing Lin Yu. Moreover, there was a king-level expert, Lu Jingya, watching closely beside him. If Lin Yu truly intended to make a move, he would have no choice but to slip away. Just as Lin Yu was about to act, a light laugh rang out. Teacher Lu, your Tianqiang Academy is the strongest in my 5th district. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to let a student who has been enrolled for a year bully the younger ones? Zhang Shiyan, dressed in a white dress and carrying a guqin, walked out with a smile. Her aura was somewhat unstable, clearly having just broken through to the master level not long ago. Following her were several master-level experts from the Nine Heavens Alliance, including Qianli, who winked at Yi Chuan. Hee, so what if I bully you? Lin Yu sneered at Zhang Shiyan and her companions. Since you want to help that stinky pig killer, how about this? All of you come at me together. I, Lin Yu, can crush you all by myself. Lin Yu, don't be rude. Lu Jingya admonished sternly, then turned to Zhang Shiyan with a smile. Miss Zhang, what brings you to Xinjiang? As a recruitment teacher for Tianqiang Academy, Lu Jingya had traveled extensively through various human cities and was well aware that the girl before her was not someone simple. What? Do I need to report to Teacher Lu about where I go? Zhang Shiyan replied with a smile. Of course not. Since Miss Jiang has stepped in, this matter will naturally come to an end. Lu Jingya smiled, pulling Su Lingxian away. Lingxian, you also saw that senior brother Lin Yu's talent is below yours, yet he has reached master level 7 in just 1 year. With your talent, after a year, at the very least, you'll be at the 9th level of the master realm, and breaking through to the grandmaster level isn't impossible either. Why must you be so fixated on the victories and defeats of the present? A tiger, would it give up on itself just because it lost to a house dog in its youth? As long as the tiger grows up, it will ultimately roar in the mountains as the king of beasts, and the house dog, in the end, is just a guard dog. After hearing Lu Jingya's words, Su Lingxuan's expression finally improved a bit. However, there was still some embarrassment on her face. After all, she had lost to Yi Chuan, the very person she looked down upon, in front of so many people. If she was not as good as Yi Chuan, didn't that mean her decision to leave him resolutely was wrong? That was impossible. She, Su Lingxian, would not be wrong. She was no longer the clingy follower of Yi Chuan from back then. Thank you, Teacher Lu, for your guidance. I understand now. Su Lingxian picked up her sword, regained her composure, and coldly looked at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan, today, I lost, but I did not lose to you. I lost to my own arrogance and underestimation. A year from now, I will return to Qingqing to find you. By then, I will not be careless or underestimate you. I will bring all my skills to battle you. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. By then, I will prove to you that my choice was right. The fighting spirit reignited in Su Lingxuan's eyes. Teacher Lu was right. She did not need to be fixated on the present victories and defeats. Her journey was the stars and the sea. Do as you wish. Yi Chuan did not want to say much to her. He only wanted to obtain the storage spirit weapon that Zhao Ming had promised him and the rare level skill scroll that could only be obtained by winning first place in the college entrance examination. As for Su Lingxuan's claim of finding him for a rematch in a year, Yi Chuan could only laugh at that. Not to mention whether Su Lingxian could find him a year later. She was not even his match now, and the gap between them would only widen in a year. Teacher Lu, let's go. Su Lingxian restored her cold demeanor. As they left, Lin Yu brushed past Yi Chuan, sneering, "Today you were lucky to hide behind a woman, otherwise, I could have killed you with just one move." Perhaps, Yi Chuan shrugged. After the people from Tianqiang Academy left, the others began to leave in small groups, all with a look of lingering interest in their eyes. After all, when they came today, no one expected that Yi Chuan, a mere butcher, could actually defeat the super genius Su Lingxian. It was simply unbelievable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a bizarre thing. Thank you. Yi Chuan looked at Zhang Shiyan. If it weren't for her help today, he would have probably been forced to flee by Lu Jingya. What are you thanking me for? Since you've joined the Jotian Alliance, you are one of us, helping you is only right, Jiang Shiyan said, her eyes sparkling. Yichuan didn't say much, he just kept this favor in his heart. One must repay kindness, and even more so, revenge. The King Realm? He didn't know how many pigs he would have to slaughter to behead someone at the King Realm. Soon, Yichuan received the reward for first place, a bundle of rare-level skill scrolls. Looking at the scrolls before him, Yichuan couldn't help but feel excited. The reason he revealed his strength and aimed to defeat Su Lingxian was precisely for this. The value of a bundle of rare-level skill scrolls was enough to equal 10 bundles of advanced skill scrolls. The difference in value was not even comparable. After obtaining the rare-level skill scrolls, Yichuan approached Zhao Ming to claim the reward they had agreed upon earlier. Sigh, Yichuan, you were too impulsive. By doing this, you've completely offended both Tianqiong Academy and Su Lingxian. Zhao Ming shook his head helplessly. He had thought Yichuan would go up to persuade Su Lingxian, but unexpectedly, he went up to beat her. What kind of situation was this? Zhao Ming finished speaking and took out an ancient bracelet, handing it to Yichuan. The bracelet emitted a faint glow, its surface marked by the passage of time, with mysterious patterns entwined around it. After receiving the bracelet, Yichuan used his mental power to probe it, discovering that it contained a space of its own, roughly the size of half a basketball court and a floor high. Although the space was not large, it was sufficient for Yichuan, as the bracelet undoubtedly alleviated his urgent needs. This is what you wanted, the flowing light arm, a top-grade yellow-tier spirit weapon. Take it and go. Zhao Ming waved his hands repeatedly, fearing that he would be implicated by the Tianqiong Academy due to his association with Yichuan. Shoo! Yichuan slipped the flowing light arm onto his wrist and returned to the Jotian Alliance building with Jiang Shiyan. Once back in the building, Yichuan first used the bundle of rare-level skill scrolls. Acquired rare-level movement skill, Wind Walk Without Trace. Wind Walk Without Trace, minor completion when activated, walk on the wind, increasing agility by 50% for 5 minutes. When moving with the wind, the increase rises to 100% for 10 minutes. Hiss! Yichuan inhaled sharply. Compared to Wind Walk Without Trace, the shadow of the underworld was utterly inferior. The gap between intermediate skills and rare-level skills was indeed significant, and it was worth it for him to have specifically gone on stage to beat Su Lingxian. After using the rare-level skill scroll, Yichuan set off to procure supplies, bottled water, canned food, vegetables and fruits, and healing elixirs. He only stopped when he had nearly filled the storage space within the flowing light arm, feeling a bit reluctant to stop, as if he filled it completely, he would have no room for beast materials. With these supplies, even if the Thunder Lion Alliance sent someone to hunt him down outside the city, he could easily hide in the deep mountains for 10 days or half a month. After preparing to leave the city, Yichuan went directly to the first floor to accept a task from the Jotian Alliance, quickly finding a suitable one. 2-star task, hunt a giant armored crocodile lion and bring its corpse back intact, reward 900 contribution points. Note, this task is best undertaken by a transcendent at the 8th stage or above. If completed in a team, the members should ideally be above the 5th stage and no fewer than 5 people. The giant armored crocodile lion had thick armor on its skin, making it extremely defensive. Even 3 or 4 transcendent individuals bombarding it might not leave a scratch, making it a recognized tough opponent. However, for Yichuan, who was skilled in pig-killing techniques and had armor-breaking skills, the giant armored crocodile lion was actually a good choice. The Jotian Alliance had been helping him, and he should do something in return. Yichuan accepted the task directly and then turned to leave the city. He had been cooped up in the city for too long. During the days he couldn't go out to hunt pigs, he was almost going crazy. Little did he know, the people from the Thunder Lion Alliance were also nearing their breaking point. Just as Yichuan exited the city, Lei Gang, who was busy with a woman, received the news. You mean that kid finally came out of the Jotian Alliance? And he left the city all alone? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The attribute report confirmed. Good, good, good. That's great. A strong killing intent flashed in Lei Gang's crimson eyes. In that case, I want that kid to stay outside the city forever. Yichuan walked straight out of the city. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. By the 3rd time leaving the city, Yichuan had shed the naivety of his first time and became quite familiar with the route. The giant armored crocodile lion loves water, except when eating, it generally stays near the water. The closest river to Qingchang is this vortex green river. Yichuan quickly locked onto his target on the map. As long as he followed the river, he would surely find the giant armored crocodile lion. Yichuan set off and had not walked far when he encountered a tall giant goblin. This goblin was not short and sneaky like other goblins but stood nearly 3 meters tall, with muscles bulging all over. The giant goblin is a mutated species of goblin, with terrifying strength comparable to a 5th-tier practitioner. Unfortunately, in Yi Chuan's eyes, a 5th-tier practitioner is simply not enough. Yi Chuan activated the wind walk technique he had just learned. He felt the wind beneath his feet, and his speed instantly surged, arriving before the giant goblin in the blink of an eye. The giant goblin swung its wolf-toothed bone club, aiming to smash Yi Chuan's head. But Yi Chuan was faster. The butcher's knife flashed, and in one clean stroke, he severed its throat. The giant goblin clutched its neck, eyes wide, as its towering body crashed backward with a thud. Butcher Yi Chuan used the butcher's knife to slay a special pig, leveling up by 6%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig race and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Yi Chuan stored the giant goblin's wolf-toothed bone club in the storage space of his flowing light arm, as it was excellent material for refining weapons and could fetch a good price when sold. On his way to the winding green river, Yi Chuan pushed through effortlessly. Butcher Yi Chuan used the butcher's knife to slay a special pig, leveling up by 5%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig race and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Butcher Yi Chuan used the butcher's knife to slay a special pig, leveling up by 4%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig race and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Butcher Yi Chuan used the butcher's knife to slay a two-legged pig, leveling up by 8%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig race and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Yi Chuan quickly reached the 3rd tier of the practitioner realm, rapidly advancing toward the 4th tier. The increase in damage against the pig race was already terrifying, and coupled with the time he had spent solidifying his skills in the Nine Heavens Alliance, Yi Chuan was now nearly unmatched among practitioners. The ferocious beasts that appeared before him were merely pigs waiting to be slaughtered. With the flowing light arm, these pigs would not go to waste after death, their materials could be well utilized. Holding a butcher's knife, he cut his way from the entrance of Qingqing to the banks of the winding green river without even blinking. Feeling his eyes a bit dry, Yi Chuan took out eye drops and applied them, then began searching for the traces of the giant armored crocodile lion along the river. The journey was eerily quiet, with not a single ferocious beast encountered. However, Yi Chuan did not let his guard down. Instead, he became even more alert. In the wild, a quiet environment only meant that one had intruded into the territory of a powerful beast. The formidable beast that might appear in the winding green river was likely the giant armored crocodile lion. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Yi Chuan heard a beastly roar. This sound was a warning to him. The corner of Yi Chuan's mouth curled up. He had come specifically for the giant armored crocodile lion, so how could he willingly leave? Yi Chuan activated Wind Walk again and rushed toward the direction of the roar, soon catching sight of the true form of the beast. It resembled a lion but was hairless, its body covered in thick scales, and it had a tail like an iron whip. The beast had half of its body submerged in the water, its bloodthirsty eyes fixed intently on Yi Chuan. The giant armored crocodile lion did not expect that upon hearing its warning, the small human would not flee but instead dared to approach. Seeing this, the giant armored crocodile lion let out an angry roar and lunged at Yi Chuan with its massive jaws. The crushing power of its gaping maw was terrifying. Even a practitioner specializing in defense would be crushed and swallowed whole. Yi Chuan swiftly dodged to the left, evading the attack of the giant armored crocodile lion, and began looking for an opportunity to strike. After all, the task required him to bring back the complete corpse, so Yi Chuan planned to aim for a single fatal blow. This giant armored crocodile lion was comparable to an 8th or 9th tier practitioner, and even for Yi Chuan, it would not be an easy task to slay it in one stroke. The giant armored crocodile lion had terrifying defense and strong attack power. Its only flaw was its speed. Yi Chuan's greatest strength at the moment was precisely speed. With the alternating use of Wind Walk and Shadow Flicker, he had the massive armored crocodile lion panting heavily, yet the beast couldn't even touch Yi Chuan once. "Keep going, big guy, is that all you've got?" Yi Chuan's smile was full of provocation. Although the armored crocodile lion couldn't understand what Yi Chuan was saying, his attitude had clearly infuriated the creature. It suddenly whipped its head, and its iron whip-like tail swung down towards Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he closed his fingers of the other hand. Shattering Stone Fist. He struck fiercely at the armored crocodile lion's tail, unleashing a powerful force that sent the tail flying back. The armored crocodile lion, in pain, opened its massive jaws wide, gathering terrifying energy within. This was the armored crocodile lion's innate skill. The energy column it expelled was as powerful as molten lava. However, Yi Chuan showed no signs of panic. Instead, he smiled. "I'd been waiting for this move." Blood Shadow Butcher. The powerful malevolent energy transformed into a tangible shockwave, directly plunging the armored crocodile lion into a state of fear. causing the energy it was gathering to dissipate instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Yichuan charged forward with the dragon-slaying blade in hand. At that moment, the armored crocodile lion opened its mouth wide, and there were no scales covering its maw. To ensure that this strike would definitely slay the armored crocodile lion, Yichuan even used the Cloud Break Slash. With the attack power boost from the Cloud Break Slash, combined with the armor-piercing effect of the Soul Butcher Blade and the additional damage increase against the pig race, this strike was without any surprises. The armored crocodile lion was instantly killed, dead beyond recovery. Butcher Yichuan used the butcher's knife to slay a special pig, leveling up by 10%, with an additional 1% damage increase against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Done. Yichuan smiled, having dealt with the armored crocodile lion. What awaited him next was a frenzied slaughter to elevate his realm. It must be said, the wild was the most suitable place for him. Just as Yichuan was about to store the armored crocodile lion's corpse in the flowing light arm, a human scream suddenly echoed nearby. "Brother Yuan, come quick! There's a dead adult armored crocodile lion over here." A hunting team appeared in Yichuan's line of sight. The team consisted of 3 women and 2 men, with 1 at the 8th stage of the Ascendant Realm, 2 at the 9th stage, and 2 masters. The Yichuan couldn't tell their exact stages. The one who had screamed was a long-haired girl among the masters, with black eyes and white teeth, her front light extremely dazzling, staring in amazement at the corpse of the armored crocodile lion. Yu Xiaojuan's small face was filled with surprise. After all, the armored crocodile lion's defense was incredibly formidable. Even if their team of 5 worked together, it would take considerable effort to deal with this beast. The person she called Brother Yuan, Wang Yuan, looked at Yichuan with some astonishment. "This friend, may I ask your name?" Wang Yuan initiated a greeting. "Yichuan." As he spoke, Yichuan had already stored the armored crocodile lion's corpse in the flowing light arm. Storage spirit weapon. Wang Yuan's gaze grew more wary. The other party was so young yet possessed a storage spirit weapon, his background must be extraordinary. Seeing Yichuan prepare to leave after storing the armored crocodile lion, Wang Yuan quickly called out to stop him. "Brother Yichuan, wait a moment. Is there something?" Yichuan looked at the pig-headed man before him. "What about the others in your team?" Wang Yuan inquired. "I don't have a team, I'm alone," Yichuan answered truthfully, while his right hand quietly rested on the flowing light arm. If the other party intended to kill and rob him, at this close distance, he was fully confident he could severely injure or even directly kill Wang Yuan in a sudden burst. "You're alone?" Wang Yuan's gaze held a hint of skepticism. In his view, given Yichuan's identity and background, he must have the protection of a strong ally, which suggested that the other party did not fully trust him. "Here's the thing, we discovered an entrance to a secret realm up ahead, but that realm is located within the territory of a golden-eyed water lion beast, which is comparable to a 5th-tier master." Wang Yuan elaborated on his intentions. "So we want to collaborate with you to slay that golden-eyed water lion beast. Of course, once we enter the secret realm, any rewards will be based on our own abilities. In this world, there are many secret realms, some left behind by deceased powerful beings, while others are naturally formed small spaces. What lies within a secret realm is unpredictable, some are even desolate, devoid of life. A newly discovered secret realm is a tremendous temptation for many. If the news spreads, they likely won't have a chance, which is why Wang Yuan and the others were so eager to find someone to help deal with the golden-eyed water lion beast." "A secret realm?" Yichuan also became interested. "Alright, let's not delay any further. Let's go. Is it really just you alone?" "Brother Yichuan, don't joke around, let that friend who can deal with the giant armored crocodile lion come out," Wang Yuan pressed, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had already noticed that Yichuan's realm was only around the 4th tier of the entry stage, at most the 5th tier. Such strength would only hold them back. The one who could slay the giant armored crocodile lion must be someone else. Yichuan did not offer any explanations. He was well aware that the other party looked down on his strength. Yichuan brought his 5 fingers together, exerting force from his waist, channeling all his power into his fist within 2 seconds, and unleashed a perfected shattered stone punch. Wang Yuan was taken aback and quickly raised his hand to block. But how could the 10-fold extra damage from the nemesis of the pig clan be easily blocked? Even though Wang Yuan was at the master stage, he was sent flying by that punch, staggering back dozens of steps before barely stabilizing himself, his hands trembling uncontrollably. What a powerful force! Wang Yuan looked at Yichuan in shock. "So, do I now qualify to collaborate with you?" Yichuan asked. "You do." Wang Yuan nodded. With the strength of their team, combined with Yichuan's abilities, they should be able to deal with the golden-eyed water lion beast. "Brother Yuan, you're not joking, are you? Really looking for a 4th-tier entry stage person to collaborate with?" Another boy in the team, Tang Yingyi, who was at the 9th tier of the entry stage, asked with some confusion. Cough, cough, just try it yourself and you'll know. Wang Yuan coughed twice, hiding his already bruised arms behind his back. I want to see what an entry stage can do in battle. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Yinyi was sent flying back by Yi Chuan's punch. Tang Yinyi instantly became obedient. The others quickly understood that they absolutely could not judge Yi Chuan by ordinary standards of realm. This guy probably had a professional level above epic, and challenging higher tiers was a common occurrence for him. Yi Chuan, welcome to temporarily join our team. Wang Yuan extended his hand to shake with Yi Chuan. Let's set off. Yi Chuan nodded. The 6-person team headed southeast, and along the way, Yi Chuan got to know these people. The other 2 women were named Ho Xia, at the 8th tier of the entry stage, and Jian Pan, at the 9th tier. Wang Yuan and the others needed to find someone to collaborate with, not only because the golden-eyed water lion beast was terrifyingly powerful, but also because another master stage member, Yu Xiaowan, had no combat ability. Her profession was a fortunate star. This profession itself had no combat power but could amplify the combat abilities of others, greatly enhancing their fighting capabilities. For example, Tang Yinyi and Jian Pan, both at the 9th tier of the entry stage, could even engage in battle with a first-tier master opponent without falling behind, thanks to Yu Xiaojuan's amplification. Originally, Wang Yuan, who was at the 2nd stage of the master realm, with Yu Xiaojuan's blessing, could now match the combat power of someone at the 4th stage of the master realm. Yi Chuan nodded. He was also curious about how much his combat power would increase under Yu Xiaojuan's blessing. About 20 minutes later, the speed of Wang Yuan and the others slowed down. A few hundred meters ahead is the territory of that golden-eyed water lion beast. That creature's strength is extremely terrifying, and its golden eyes are incredibly sharp, Wang Yuan reminded. Yi Chuan didn't waste words. He took out a pig-killing knife from the flowing light wrist and gripped it in his hand. As soon as the knife appeared, a faint aura of menace spread out, sending chills down everyone's spine. Wang Yuan and the others couldn't help but shiver, looking at the knife in Yi Chuan's hand with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. From this knife, they felt an indescribable sense of threat. Yi Chuan, why does this knife look so much like a pig-killing knife? Yu Xiaojun couldn't help but ask. Yi Chuan raised an eyebrow and then explained, in the slaughterhouse, you call it a pig-killing knife. I won't argue with you about that. But now, outside the city, you have to call it a dragon-slaying knife. Dragon-slaying? Wang Yuan and the others had strange expressions. The name was indeed quite imposing, but that knife looked unmistakably like a pig-killing knife. They all had doubts in their hearts. Did they really choose to cooperate with someone who might lead them into a pit? What kind of good person would use a pig-killing knife as a weapon? But now that they were here, they could only choose to trust Yi Chuan, especially since the strength he had just displayed was genuine. The group began to cautiously move forward. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind, a group of people was hiding in the shadows, watching them like venomous snakes. That creature has appeared. Be careful. Wang Yuan suddenly spoke in a low voice. A fierce beast, entirely deep blue with mane-like tentacles waving, and only its pair of eyes shining with golden light, appeared before them. The beast stood nearly 5 meters tall, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. Master Realm, 5th stage. Golden-eyed water lion beast. Tang Yinyi, you are fast. You will be responsible for restraining that creature later. Jian Pan, you will handle long-range harassment. Try to obscure the golden-eyed water lion beast's line of sight, and prevent its golden-eyed attacks from hitting us. Ho Xia, you just need to protect Yu Xiaojun as usual. Wang Yuan issued orders methodically. It was clear that their team had gone through many adjustments and had developed enough tacit understanding. As for Brother Yi Chuan, since you were able to deal with the armored crocodile lion, it shows that your attack power shouldn't be too bad. We need you to inflict as much damage as possible on the golden-eyed water lion beast. Yi Chuan nodded. If there are no problems, let's get ready to act, Yu Xiaojun, Wang Yuan urged. Yu Xiaojun raised her hand, and a gentle orange-yellow light began to gather in her palm, transforming into 4 light seals that flew towards Yi Chuan and the others. Resonance Spirit Light. The moment the light seals enveloped him, Yi Chuan clearly felt his 3-dimensional attributes begin to increase at a terrifying speed. Name, Yi Chuan. Occupation, God level pig butcher level, 4th stage, entry realm, 11. 2%, strength, 217. 5 plus 82. 5, agility, 217. 5 plus 82. 5, spirit, 217. 5 plus 82. 5, occupational talent, pig clan nemesis, slaughter god blade. Occupational skills, blood shadow butcher, LV2, slaughter soul blade intent, LV2, other skills, wind walk without trace, minor completion, nether shadow, perfect, illusory strike, minor completion, shattering stone fist, major completion, breaking cloud slash, major completion, pig clan nemesis. Attacks deal an additional 1,450% damage to pigs, For each pig killed, this talent's enhancement increases by 1%, damage dealt to you by pigs is halved. God-slaying blade, choose a weapon as a slaughter knife. Every pig that dies under this knife will provide you with 0.1 points of freedom attribute. Blood Shadow Butcher, the pig butcher releases his own malevolent aura, forcing the pig into a state of fear for 2 seconds. Soul-slaying knife intent, the slaughter knife in the butcher's hand carries its own knife intent, allowing it to ignore 20% of the pig's defense when striking. His original 3-dimensional attributes were all 145, but with Yu Xiaojun's enhancement, they instantly soared to 217. Although Yu Xiaojun herself had no combat power, she could boost her teammates' 3-dimensional attributes by 50%. No wonder she appeared in Wang Yuan's hunting team. This Yu Xiaojun was simply a human walking amplifier. Yichuan had a feeling that in this state, if he faced Su Lingxian again, he wouldn't even need to use the dragon-slaying knife. He could knock Su Lingxian into a half-paralyzed state with just one punch. Just as Yichuan was feeling the boost from Yu Xiaojun, Tang Yingyi had already charged out. His speed was incredibly fast, flashing past the golden-eyed water lion beast and instantly attracting its attention. The golden-eyed water lion beast let out a roar, its sharp claws coming down directly at Tang Yingyi's head. Swim against the current. Jin Pan, a mid-level windwalker, could manipulate the surrounding airflow. At the moment of attack, a powerful current surged upward from below, forcefully resisting the claws of the golden-eyed water lion beast. Wang Yuan seized the opportunity to strike, a silver spear darting forward like a golden snake emerging from its hole, piercing the golden-eyed water lion beast and leaving a bloody hole. In pain, the golden-eyed water lion beast let out an angry roar, its golden beastly eyes becoming even more brilliant, reflecting Tang Yingyi's terrified face. It's over. Brother Yuan, this beast has its eyes on me. Tang Yingyi's face changed drastically. The most terrifying aspect of the golden-eyed water lion beast was its pair of golden beastly eyes, from which energy beams shot forth, so intense they could melt even golden stone, let alone a mere mortal body. At that moment, a figure stepped through the wind, instantly sweeping past Tang Yingyi. Tang Yingyi was stunned. His expression was like that of the Flash, running at high speed, seeing Superman turn his head. The person who rushed past him was none other than Yichuan. Tang Yingyi was even more surprised to find that Yichuan's speed was actually above his own. Tang Yingyi felt as if his worldview had been shattered. After all, not only was his realm higher than Yichuan's, but speed was his specialty. But then, an even more shocking scene unfolded before him. Just as the golden-eyed water lion beast was about to shoot energy beams from its eyes, Yichuan suddenly leaped into the air. He knew that once he was in the air with no leverage, there would be no way to avoid it. Brother Yichuan, get back! The golden-eyed water lion beast's eye attack is extremely terrifying. You could lose your life. Wang Yuan quickly shouted a warning, but Yichuan turned a deaf ear and continued to charge toward the golden-eyed water lion beast. The golden-eyed water lion beast's eyes had already become dazzling. At this rate, Yichuan's only outcome would be to be instantly burned to a charred corpse by the intense energy beams. Sure enough, the golden-eyed water lion beast showed no mercy, and 2 golden beams shot directly at Yichuan. But what left Wang Yuan and the others dumbfounded was the scene that unfolded. The 2 golden beams shot from the golden-eyed water lion beast's eyes actually passed straight through Yichuan's body without causing any harm, not even scorching his clothes. That is an illusion? Wang Yuan's pupils constricted sharply as he instantly realized what had happened. Yichuan continued to charge at the golden-eyed water lion beast, then swung the slaughter knife horizontally. Cloud break slash. This strike was as fast as lightning, incredibly precise. In almost an instant, the golden-eyed water lion beast let out a scream of extreme pain. The golden beams vanished in an instant, and 2 streams of blood tears erupted from the golden-eyed water lion beast's eyes. The intense pain drove the golden-eyed water lion beast completely mad, but its most proud golden eyes were now utterly blind. The golden-eyed water lion beast had become the blind water lion beast. Using the windwalk technique to quickly close the distance, then employing a deceptive strike to lure out the golden-eyed water lion beast's attack, and finally delivering a cloud break slash that directly blinded the beast. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Wang Yuan and the others all gasped in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. They truly believed now that the giant armored crocodile lion was killed by Yichuan alone. Although this guy was only at the 4th stage of the entry realm, the combat power he displayed was enough to make many masters feel ashamed. Stop dawdling. Take its life while it's down. Let's finish this beast off. Wang Yuan shouted, waking Tang Yingyi and the others from their stupor. The golden-eyed water lion beast was blind, and now was the best opportunity to deal with it. Coming back to their senses, Tang Yingyi and Jianpan quickly launched their attacks on the golden-eyed water lion beast. Several wind blades slashed towards the beast, and Tang Yingyi moved like a swimming dragon, leaving a deep blood mark on the golden-eyed water lion beast in an instant. A silver spear appeared in Wang Yuan's hand, the patterns on the spear perfectly fitting his palm. Dragon Rising Overlord Spear. Wang Yuan thrust the spear forward, and a dragon's roar echoed, as if a true dragon soared into the sky, ferociously biting towards the golden-eyed water lion beast. With Yu Xiujuan's enhancement, Wang Yuan's strength reached the 4th stage of the Master Realm, and this thrust pierced the golden-eyed water lion beast clean through. Blood gushed out, instantly staining the originally azure body of the golden-eyed water lion beast red. First, it had its eyes blinded by Yichuan, and then it was severely injured by Wang Yuan and the others. The beast's aura clearly weakened, but it did not sit idly by. A 5th-stage master beast was not so easy to deal with. The golden-eyed water lion beast let out a piercing roar, and then its azure body erupted with an even more dazzling blue light. The blue light formed a vortex, and at the center of the vortex was the beast's foul, gaping maw. At that moment, Yichuan and the others felt a powerful suction pulling at their bodies. Under this pull, they felt as if their blood was about to be drawn out of them. Be careful! The golden-eyed water lion beast, besides its golden eyes, also has the ability to control water. Keep your distance, don't get too close, Wang Yuan shouted loudly. That beast is already heavily injured. As long as we hold it off, the blood loss will be enough to kill it. Tang Yinyi and the others nodded, preparing to drag the golden-eyed water lion beast down. But just then, Yichuan charged out again. What a joke! As a pig butcher, if he didn't actively go out to kill pigs, how could he become stronger? Blood Shadow Butcher. The malevolent energy on Yichuan suddenly solidified and charged directly at the golden-eyed water lion beast. The beast instantly fell into a state of fear, and the blue vortex that could pull at its blood was shattered at that moment. Yichuan used Wind Walk, sweeping past the neck of the golden-eyed water lion beast like a gust of wind. Pig Butcher Yichuan used a pig slaughtering knife to kill a special pig, increasing his level by 150%, with an additional damage boost against the pig race of 1% and increasing 0.1 points in free attributes. Under the stunned gazes of Wang Yuan and the others, the massive body of the golden-eyed water lion beast slowly fell to the ground. A fine line of blood appeared at its neck, clearly from the throat that Yichuan had just cut as he swept past. Yichuan couldn't help but marvel. Yu Xiujuan's blessing was indeed useful. Without the enhancement she provided, killing this golden-eyed water lion beast would have been far from easy. Damn! Wang Yuan and the others were dumbfounded. Was this guy really only at the 4th stage of the entry realm? A 4th stage entry realm cultivator could not only blind the golden-eyed water lion beast with one strike but also kill it with a single blow? Even a cornered beast will fight back. Despite the heavily injured golden-eyed water lion beast being on the brink of death, its final desperate struggle is precisely the most terrifying aspect. Wait, 4th stage of the Ascendant Realm? Wang Yuan suddenly looked at Yichuan. He realized that the aura Yichuan was exuding at this moment was clearly that of the 5th stage of the Ascendant Realm. No wonder, brother Yichuan, you're so fierce. It turns out you've been hiding your strength. Wang Yuan suddenly understood. Many spiritual weapons and skills have effects that conceal the specific realm of the wielder. If Yichuan also had something similar, everything would make sense. Yichuan touched his nose, tacitly agreeing. After all, he couldn't just tell Wang Yuan that he had just killed the golden-eyed water lion beast and leveled up, could he? Normal transmuters cannot level up by killing ferocious beasts. With the golden-eyed water lion beast dealt with, all obstacles were cleared. Wang Yuan and his group brought Yichuan to a cliffside. Below the cliff, a space crack about 10 centimeters wide had appeared at some point. Through the crack, one could vaguely glimpse another world beyond it, with a chilling aura wafting out. In a daze, Yichuan seemed to see countless skeletal corpses drifting past from behind the space crack. Yichuan shivered. This space crack gave him an extremely ominous feeling. This is the secret realm we discovered. When we first found it, this space crack was only a few centimeters wide. At this rate, in 1 to 2 days at most, it will crack open wide enough for a living person to enter, Wang Yuan explained, then added, Brother Yichuan, we don't know what exactly is in this secret realm, so once we enter, let's part ways. I wish you good fortune. Yichuan nodded. He and Wang Yuan's group weren't particularly close, and if they insisted on teaming up, it could lead to conflict over any treasures they might find. They stood at the entrance of the space crack, quietly waiting for the secret realm to open. As the spatial fluctuations grew more intense, the crack widened. Just when Wang Yuan and the others thought they could enter the secret realm, a pure white beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. The flowing clouds high above were dispersed by this beam. The white beam was extremely conspicuous, even from 1,000 miles away, it could be seen clearly. Suddenly, a chilling wind howled, and a cold aura rushed toward them, with waves of black energy continuously eroding the white beam. In the end, the white beam vanished, and day turned into night in an instant. Damn it! Wang Yuan's face changed drastically. Such a terrifying phenomenon would surely attract all the powerful beings in the vicinity. Those who came might not necessarily be human, even strong beings from other races could appear. But at the same time, Wang Yuan felt a bit of excitement. The emergence of such a phenomenon indicated that there might be incredible treasures within this secret realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan quickly looked at Yichuan and asked, "Brother Yichuan, I admit I spoke too soon. Shall we continue to cooperate?" Wang Yuan had originally planned to share the treasures of this secret realm with Yichuan. In this situation, they should naturally part ways. But now that the situation had changed, countless powerful beings would soon rush here, and teaming up to secure the treasures first would be a better choice. Once we enter the secret realm, regardless of what we encounter, we'll distribute according to our contributions to ensure fairness. What do you think? Wang Yuan pressed. Sure, Yichuan nodded. The blessing from Yu Xiaojun was a significant boost to his combat power. Moreover, it was clear that Wang Yuan and the others were seasoned veterans who had spent years in the wild. It was undoubtedly a good choice to team up with them for Yichuan's first venture into the secret realm. These veterans might not excel in other areas, but their survival skills were definitely top-notch. Alright, while the others haven't arrived yet, let's get in quickly. Wang Yuan charged ahead towards the spatial rift, which had widened to half a meter, easily allowing a person to pass through. Be careful, don't touch the edges of the spatial rift, otherwise, even a spiritual weapon would be sliced apart. Wang Yuan reminded. Yichuan cautiously made his way through the rift, feeling a slight sensation of weightlessness as he passed through. Once he fully emerged, he found himself in a brand new world. Just as Yichuan and the others disappeared into the rift, a group appeared at the entrance, each adorned with an emblem of a lion with a foot on thunder. A newly discovered secret realm that hasn't been found yet. Yichuan's luck is truly outrageous. Lei Gang grinned, his smile chilling. He had originally intended to chase Yichuan into the wild and kill him to avenge a previous grudge. However, he didn't expect Yichuan to team up with Wang Yuan, which made him hold back from acting. But now, fortune had smiled upon him, as he happened to see Yichuan and the others uncovering a brand new secret realm. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yichuan, no matter how lucky you are, you're just a treasure-seeking rat for my Thunder Lion Alliance. Lei Gang sneered and sent a distress signal to the Thunder Lion Alliance. A brand new secret realm with such terrifying phenomena was enough to mobilize the true top-tier experts of the Thunder Lion Alliance. As long as they could seize the opportunity, everything within this secret realm would belong to them. Silence, desolation, ruin, lifelessness. This was Yichuan's first impression of the world before him. The ground exhibited a strange brown hue, and as the wind blew, it stirred up waves of black mist that sent chills down one's spine. Looking into the distance, he could vaguely see the remnants of crumbling walls. Everyone be careful, if anything seems off, we retreat immediately, Wang Yuan said, his expression vigilant. This new secret realm, untouched by anyone, could sometimes harbor unspeakable dangers. The group nodded in agreement, forming a triangular formation as they advanced. Tang Yingyi, skilled in speed, took the lead to scout ahead, while Wang Yuan and Jian Pan followed closely behind to support him. Yichuan, on the other hand, flanked Yu Xiaojun on either side with another girl, Xia, protecting her in the center. After all, among the group, Yu Xiaojun had the weakest self-defense capabilities. At that moment, Yu Xiaojun suddenly felt something bump against her backside. Her face instantly flushed, and she shot a fierce glare at Yichuan, who was walking beside her. You lecher! The three of them were at the back, with no one behind them, and Xia, being a girl, wouldn't randomly touch her. So by process of elimination, the only person who could have done this was Yichuan. Yichuan looked at Yu Xiaojun in confusion, wondering why this pig-headed girl was scolding him for no reason. However, he didn't take it to heart, thinking Yu Xiaojun was just acting crazy. Seeing that Yichuan ignored her, Yu Xiaojun felt a bit indignant but said nothing more, forcing herself to endure it. Being in an unfamiliar secret realm, internal strife was clearly not a good idea. But soon, Yu Xiaojun felt another bump against her rear. Then came a second, a third, and a fourth. Yu Xiaojun was instantly furious. There was a limit to what she could tolerate. The first bump, she could consider it unintentional, but after so many, did he really think she was easy to bully? Yichuan, that's enough. Yu Xiaojun shouted coldly, ready to settle the score with Yichuan. But as she turned her head, she realized, the one that just bumped into her backside was not Yichuan's hand at all, but a floating, cold corpse. The expression on the corpse's face was twisted, as if it had suffered inhuman pain before dying. Its skin, resembling old tree bark, wrapped around its bones, sending chills down one's spine. Ah! Yu Xiaojun was startled and leaped onto Yichuan. She never expected that the thing that had been bumping into her from behind was actually a corpse. With Yu Xiaojun no longer blocking the way, the corpse continued to float forward. Wang Yuan and the others were also drawn to it, gasping in shock, feeling a chill in their hearts. Despite being vigilant and alert since they arrived, none of them had noticed when the corpse had floated by. Wang Yuan, mustering his courage, used his spear to block the corpse and began to observe it closely. "Don't be afraid, this corpse poses no threat to us, it has been dead for many years, and it seems this corpse isn't human." Wang Yuan furrowed his brow as he made his judgment. Although the corpse appeared humanoid, it had wings sprouting from its back, as if they extended from its spine. Humans cannot grow wings on their backs. This corpse is from the celestial race. A glint of insight flashed in Wang Yuan's eyes. Among all the races, only the celestial race looks exactly like humans but has wings on their backs. The purer and nobler the bloodline, the more wings they have. A two-winged celestial is merely the most ordinary existence among them. As Wang Yuan spoke, he scanned the surroundings. This secret realm was undoubtedly related to the celestial race. "I don't care what race it is, I only care about where it came from." Yu Xiaojun, still shaken, thought Yi Chuan was taking advantage of her, only to find it was a corpse that had been dead for who knows how long. She would have preferred if Yi Chuan had taken advantage of her, at least he was alive and not bad-looking. "I don't know either. This secret realm is very strange, very eerie." Wang Yuan took a deep breath, his expression serious. Just as he spoke, a second corpse slowly floated out, and it was also from the celestial race. Following that, a second, third, fourth. In no time, a dense tide of corpses began to float in from all directions. Wang Yuan and the others felt a chill creeping up their backs. Although these celestial corpses posed no threat to them, seeing so many corpses floating around was still incredibly unsettling. They tried to avoid the corpses, but they seemed to have automatic navigation, continuously drifting toward Wang Yuan and the others. Still clinging to Yi Chuan like a koala, Yu Xiaojun suddenly uttered a chilling remark. "Why do I feel like these corpses are alive?" Her words sent shivers down the spines of Wang Yuan and the others. Jin Pan couldn't help but cover Yu Xiaojun's mouth. "Don't say such things." They looked around at the floating corpses with a hint of fear, as if the next moment, those corpses would suddenly open their eyes. At that moment, Yi Chuan took action. Under the puzzled gazes of Wang Yuan and the others, Yi Chuan approached the nearest corpse with a butcher's knife in hand. "Brother Yi Chuan, don't do anything reckless, those corpses are a bit strange." Before Wang Yuan could finish his sentence, Yi Chuan had already struck. He first separated the corpse's limbs at the joints, then opened its belly and cut off its head, placing it aside. Only when it came to removing the wings did Yi Chuan encounter some difficulty. After all, it was his first time dissecting a winged pig. But this was no challenge for Yi Chuan. A pig with wings was still just a pig. Yi Chuan quickly removed the pair of wings as well. Watching Yi Chuan perform the art of dissection like a butcher carving up an ox, Wang Yuan, Yu Xiaowan, and the others were left dumbfounded. Before they could recover from their shock, Yi Chuan had swiftly completed the dissection process. A corpse of the celestial race had been dismantled into a neat pile of parts. After being disassembled, the corpse no longer floated, it lay quietly. The corpses that had been drifting around suddenly paused for a moment. Then, as if receiving some command, they suddenly scattered in all directions. These corpses came quickly and left just as fast, disappearing without a trace in no time. These corpses were scared away? Wang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He never expected to witness a day when corpses would be scared off, and by a human no less. Looking at Yi Chuan's calm expression, he couldn't help but swallow hard. "What are we waiting for? Let's move on," Yi Chuan urged, puzzled. "Move on, move on." Wang Yuan and the others nodded repeatedly. At that moment, the level of fear Yi Chuan instilled in them was no less than that of the corpses they had just seen. What kind of good person could perform dissection with such ease? The group headed towards the architectural complex deep within the secret realm. The dilapidated ancient buildings did not resemble human architectural styles. Many of the shattered tiles on the ground were carved with lifelike feathers. This continuous complex of buildings, although many were completely ruined, still revealed how glorious it once was. At the very center of the complex, Yi Chuan and the others discovered a grand ancient hall radiating white light. While the other buildings had long since fallen into disrepair, that ancient hall remained magnificent, as if untouched, emanating a sacred and inviolable brilliance. It was likely that the white pillar of light they had seen earlier came from this ancient hall. "Brother Yi Chuan, it seems that the good stuff must be inside that ancient hall." The faces of Wang Yuan and the others were somewhat excited. Discovering an ancient hall in such a place was undoubtedly precious, perhaps hiding the true treasures of the celestial race. Just as Yi Chuan and the others rushed towards the Hall of White Light, the suddenly appeared secret realm had attracted all the powerful beings in the vicinity. The closest to this place, the Qingqing Alliance, had all its members rush out. The Leisure Alliance, having received news from Lei Gang, was the first to arrive at the secret realm, where the spatial rift could now accommodate 7 or 8 people entering simultaneously. The Leisure Alliance members stepped into the secret realm without hesitation. Besides the human race, other races not far from here also hurried over. The first to arrive were the powerful goblins. 2 3-meter-tall goblins, their muscles bulging, were clad in heavy battle armor, each shouldering a large axe stained with blood. However, the most daunting presence was a small goblin only 1 meter tall, slightly hunched over, standing in front of them. This small goblin was covered in various mysterious runes. Everyone knew that this was a goblin priest, a being that only appeared in goblin tribes of over 10,000. Goblin priests could command other goblins and possessed the power to manipulate natural elements, with the lowest realm being that of a master. Following them, several incredibly burly giants appeared, their bodies adorned with black manes and topped with 2 massive horns. The Minotaur tribe had also arrived at the entrance of this secret realm. Their arrival made the human powerhouses of Qingqing feel a sense of vigilance. Those who were not of our kind must have different hearts, especially concerning such a newly emerged secret realm. If any treasures appeared within the secret realm, these foreign races would undoubtedly be the greatest opponents. The strong warriors from the Jotian Alliance and the He family exchanged glances, both understanding each other's thoughts. If precious treasures truly appeared in the secret realm, they would first join forces to eliminate all the foreign races before competing for the treasures. Besides these major powers, many solo job changers who received the news rushed towards the spatial rift. The once silent secret realm gradually became lively with the influx of people. "We need to hurry." Hearing the distant commotion, Wang Yuan's expression turned grave. It was clear that others had already begun to enter this secret realm. The group quickly accelerated towards the ancient hall and soon arrived at its foot. The entire hall was enveloped in white light. Wang Yuan stepped forward, attempting to pass through the white light, but was directly knocked back. Shock filled Wang Yuan's eyes. What a terrifying power! No wonder the other buildings had turned to ruins. This ancient hall still stood tall, not even a speck of dust visible, likely related to the white light surrounding it. Brother Yechuan, although this white light is powerful, it has already begun to wane with the passage of time. Let's work together to tear a hole in it, Wang Yuan said. All right. Yechuan nodded and took out his pig-killing knife. At the same time, Yu Xiaojun also activated Resonance Spirit Light, beginning to enhance the combat power of Yechuan and the others. The 5 of them launched their attacks simultaneously, even Hosea joined in. The moment their combined attack struck, the white light enveloping the ancient hall suddenly brightened. Countless pure white feathers floated down from the sky, like a heavy snowfall, breathtakingly beautiful. Meanwhile, the ancient hall slowly rose into the air, radiating a dazzling brilliance, like a blazing sun. Everyone in the secret realm saw this mysterious ancient hall. No one hesitated, everyone rushed towards the hall at once. They firmly believed that there must be a treasure within this hall. After the mysterious ancient hall drew everyone's attention with its radiant light, it descended back to the ground, and the white radiance that had been guarding it completely vanished. What the hell? Wang Yuan's face darkened immensely. They had initially held the advantage, but with this sudden turn of events, their edge had diminished significantly. However, complaining was pointless now. Wang Yuan charged towards the hall, with Yechuan using Windwalk to follow closely behind. Wang Yuan threw a punch at the hall's door, aiming to force open the bronze door. With Yu Xiaojuan's enhancement, Wang Yuan's strike was comparable to that of a 4th-tier master job changer. As his fist landed, the heavy bronze door slowly creaked open, stirring up clouds of dust and releasing a whiff of decay. Go! The group rushed into the ancient hall. The hall was entirely forged from bronze, incredibly heavy. Upon entering, Yechuan distinctly felt a suffocating sensation, as if something within the bronze hall was watching him. Inside the vast hall, there were 8 passageways, all leading into darkness, with no indication of where they led. Let's take the first passage, Wang Yuan said without hesitation, heading towards the first passage. They currently held the advantage, and rather than waste time deliberating which passage to take, it was more efficient to choose one at random. Yechuan did not refuse, as he could not discern the differences among the 8 passageways either. They delved deeper into the first passage. Along the long passage, there were ancient bronze houses, one after another, embedded within the bronze hall. Xiaojun, enhance us. Brother Yechuan, you and Jianpan handle the right ancient house. Tengyi, you and I will take care of the left ancient house. Wang Yuan, being the seasoned veteran, quickly devised a strategy. A group of people began to pound on the doors of the bronze ancient houses. With the continuous sound of banging, one by one, the doors of the bronze houses were opened. Most of the bronze houses inside were empty, or the things inside had completely decayed, revealing nothing usable. Wang Yuan and the others were initially a bit disappointed until Yichuan split open a new bronze house, revealing a burst of colorful light. Inside this bronze house was a small pond that could only accommodate one person, and the water in the pond shimmered with vibrant colors, dazzling to the eyes. "Is this the colorful source pond?" Wang Yuan exclaimed, also surprised by Yi Chuan's good fortune. It is known that the colorful source pond is a genuine treasure for combat professions. As long as one soaks in it for a while, their body will automatically absorb the power of the pond, enhancing their realm. "Brother Yi Chuan, since you discovered this colorful source pond, it should belong to you." Although Wang Yuan felt a bit envious, he had no intention of competing with Yi Chuan for it. Yi Chuan did not speak, stepping forward to reach into the colorful water. The water rippled with his movements but showed no other changes. It should be noted that when he entered the underworld demon pool earlier, Yi Chuan had sensed it instantly. As expected, Yi Chuan squinted. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could enhance the realm for combat professions had no effect on him. After all, Yi Chuan was not a combat profession, he was just an ordinary pig butcher. Unlike combat professions that could absorb heavenly materials and cultivate to enhance their strength, for Yi Chuan, the fastest way to increase his power was still through butchering pigs. "Brother Wang Yuan, you can have the colorful source pond. I don't want it." Yi Chuan stood up and said, "You don't want it?" Upon hearing this, not only Wang Yuan but also Tang Yingyi and Yu Xiaojun looked at Yi Chuan in astonishment. Such a large colorful source pond could at least enhance 2 to 3 levels of strength for someone at the entry realm, and he actually didn't want it? "Brother Yi Chuan, do you not know the value of the colorful source pond?" Wang Yuan was about to explain to Yi Chuan when he was interrupted. "I know, but I really don't want this. I believe there must be something more valuable in this ancient palace." Wang Yuan looked deeply at Yi Chuan and promised, "Alright, since that's the case, if we find anything else later, we'll let you choose first." Wang Yuan and Yu Xiaojun discussed among the 5 of them, and after a round of discussion, Wang Yuan finally took off his clothes and soaked in the colorful source pond. The moment Wang Yuan entered, the colorful source pond instantly boiled, and the colorful light rushed into Wang Yuan's body, causing his aura to rise rapidly. "Get out of that pond!" A dazzling flash of lightning appeared, and seeing the colorful source pond, Lei Gang, who had been hiding in the shadows, could no longer hold back. Although the support from the Thunder Lion Alliance had not yet arrived, he could not bear to watch such a colorful source pond fall into someone else's hands. This thing was extremely precious even to him. The violet lightning surged directly towards Wang Yuan, whose face changed dramatically. He was busy absorbing the energy from the colorful source pond and was completely unprepared. "Swim against the current." Jian Pan tried to stop Lei Gang, but her skills had little effect against the raging lightning. The lightning was like a large net, directly descending upon Wang Yuan. Cloud break slash. At this critical moment, Yi Chuan came rushing in, directly striking the lightning net in half. However, although the net was broken, the terrifying current still caused Yi Chuan to suffer, his body going numb. "Yi Chuan, you dared to jump out on your own. Fine, since that's the case, we'll settle both new and old accounts together." Lei Gang's body erupted with dazzling blue and white lightning. "Yu Xiaojun, give me a boost." Yi Chuan let out a light shout, and Yu Xiaowan did not dare to be negligent, quickly applying the resonance spiritual light onto Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan's gaze sharpened, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. With Yu Xiaojuan's enhancement, he could confidently say that he was absolutely unafraid of Lei Gang, who was at the second stage of the Master Realm. Since Lei Gang had chosen to confront him now, Yi Chuan had no qualms about resolving the matter swiftly. After all, there's no way to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. As he saw Lei Gang conjuring lightning in his hand, hurling it towards him, the violent lightning crackled with a sizzling sound. Yi Chuan activated Wind Walk, and with the wind at his feet and Yu Xiaojuan's spiritual light enhancing him, his speed was astonishing, even surpassing many masters. When the violet lightning struck, it merely brushed past Yi Chuan, unable to harm him in the slightest. How can someone at the 5th stage of the entry realm have such speed? Lei Gang's pupils constricted sharply, and then he seemed to realize something, suddenly looking at Yu Xiaowan. He raised his hand, pointing at Yu Xiaowan, and coldly commanded his subordinates behind him, "Kill that woman immediately." Under Lei Gang's orders, the experts from the Thunder Lion Alliance rushed towards Yu Xiaowan. Lei Gang had already discerned that Yu Xiaojuan's profession was likely one that could amplify her teammates' combat power. Eliminating Yu Xiaowan first would undoubtedly make things much easier. After all, those who could enhance their teammates' combat abilities often lacked strong combat power themselves. Jian Pan and Tang Yingyi naturally would not stand by and watch Yu Xiaowan in danger. The moment Yu Xiaojuan's enhancement fell upon them, Tang Yingyi charged out first, engaging in battle with the Thunder Lion Alliance members. Jian Pan continuously manipulated the airflow behind him to assist Tang Yingyi, while Hosea directly carried Yu Xiaowan on his back to prevent the Thunder Lion Alliance from launching a surprise attack on her. The battle was about to erupt, and with the Thunder Lion Alliance's numbers, Tang Yingyi was finding it extremely difficult to fight. Wang Yuan watched anxiously, but he had no way to help, only desperately accelerating his absorption of the energy within the colorful source pool. Yi Chuan frowned slightly and then took the initiative to charge towards Lei Gang. "You're seeking death." Lei Gang saw Yi Chuan daring to approach him and did not hesitate to strike to kill him. The violent power of thunder gathered around Lei Gang, pouring down towards Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan used Illusion Strike, and Lei Gang's attack passed right through his body. "You think you can trick me with the same move twice?" Lei Gang shouted coldly. Thunderbolt. The thunderous power spread out like a spider web in all directions. This was an indiscriminate area attack, giving Yi Chuan no room to dodge. Hit by the thunder, Yi Chuan couldn't help but grunt. Even though the Pig Clan's nemesis could reduce half the damage, the sensation of being electrocuted still left him feeling sore and numb all over. "I've got you." Lei Gang charged at Yi Chuan, his moves ruthless, targeting Yi Chuan's vital points with every strike. Each collision between them sparked flashes of lightning. Yi Chuan's blade momentum had now accumulated to the 8th layer. With one more strike, he could trigger the enchanting effect of the pig slaughtering knife. Yi Chuan knew very well that when dealing with a seasoned fighter like Lei Gang, he had to aim for a one-hit kill. Otherwise, even if he managed to kill Lei Gang, he would likely be injured himself. At this moment, Lei Gang was also on guard against Yi Chuan's Blood Shadow Butcher, as he had been successfully ambushed by this move last time, resulting in severe injuries from Qian Ligong's hammer strike. Yi Chuan did not rush to deliver the final blow. Instead, he held the pig slaughtering knife in his left hand, his right hand's fingers coming together. Stone-shattering fist. The power around him concentrated at the tip of his fist, bursting forth like a dam breaking. With Yu Xiaozhuan's enhancement, Yi Chuan's strength attribute had already surpassed the 200 mark. This stone-shattering fist directly sent Lei Gang flying, a surge of blood and energy churning within him, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yi Chuan did not give him a chance to catch his breath and directly launched a Blood Shadow Butcher attack. However, Lei Gang was already on guard. Just before he fell into a state of fear, he let out a furious roar, and the thunder surrounding him lashed out like long whips. The violent thunder circled around Lei Gang, ensuring that Yi Chuan would not have the opportunity to attack him. Yet, Yi Chuan completely ignored the terrifying thunder serpents surrounding Lei Gang and focused on delivering his 9th strike, cleaving the thunder in half, followed immediately by the 10th strike. The moment Lei Gang escaped from his state of fear, he was immediately entranced again into an illusion. 3 or 4 stunning beauties appeared before him, completely naked, causing Lei Gang's breath to become heavy. The exquisite beauties were very proactive, wrapping themselves around his body. Lei Gang knew very well that he absolutely could not fall into the gentle embrace of this illusion, otherwise, he would be doomed. Just as he was about to bite his tongue to wake himself up, 2 of the stunning beauties attacked him from both sides. The double sensation of pleasure made Lei Gang's eyes widen. Meanwhile, the world before him began to slowly fade into darkness, for Yi Chuan had already severed all his chances of survival with a single strike. This master-level second-tier powerhouse of the Thunder Lion Alliance died directly in the illusion. Yi Chuan, wielding the butcher's knife, felt no surprise at all. The dual control of the Blood Shadow Butcher combined with the charm effect made it strange if Lei Gang did not die. Butcher Yi Chuan used the butcher's knife to slay a 2-legged pig, leveling up by 120%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig race and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Lei Gang's death caused Yi Chuan's realm to soar, directly reaching the 7th tier of the Ascendant Realm. Then, Yi Chuan, holding his knife, walked towards the remaining members of the Thunder Lion Alliance. Since he could only increase his strength by slaughtering pigs, these pigs naturally could not be wasted. With a swift motion, Yi Chuan struck down, and these members of the Thunder Lion Alliance, who were only at the Ascendant Realm, were no match for him. With the incredible bonus against the pig race, Yi Chuan dispatched them one by one, sending them all to reunite with Lei Gang. Seeing how effortlessly Yi Chuan killed, without even blinking, Yu Xiaojun and the others were quite astonished. This guy seemed to have no psychological discomfort about killing, as if it were just like eating and drinking. After dealing with Lei Gang and his group, Yi Chuan skillfully began to loot, collecting everything into his flowing light realm wrist. He was in a great mood because after killing these people, he had obtained a total of 11 spirit weapons. Although 8 of these spirit weapons were only low-grade yellow tier, even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat, and selling 6 low-grade yellow tier spirit weapons could fetch a good price. What pleased Yi Chuan the most was the high-grade yellow tier spirit weapon he found on Lei Gang. This spirit weapon was a ring, entirely silver white, with a silver lion with bared fangs and claws at the top. Yi Chuan had already studied it. This ring could allow a Clash Changer's attacks to carry a lightning effect. Having been struck by Lei Gang's lightning several times, Yi Chuan had already experienced the power of the lightning element. Even if it couldn't cause fatal damage, it could paralyze the opponent's body, reducing their speed and strength. Without hesitation, he slipped the silver lion ring onto his hand and then raised the butcher's knife, slashing forward with great force. Zing! In the instant the gleaming blade flashed, a dazzling bolt of lightning followed, emitting an astonishing wave of thunder. What a treasure! Yichuan exclaimed in delight. Indeed, a butcher who loves to kill pigs wouldn't have bad luck. With the enhancement of the silver lion ring, Yichuan's combat power would undoubtedly rise to another level. Splash! Accompanied by a sound of water, Wang Yuan leaped out from the colorful source pool. The originally colorful pool water had now turned transparent, looking no different from ordinary pond water. Wang Yuan's realm had directly risen from the second stage of the master realm to the peak of the third stage, just a step away from the fourth stage. Brother Yichuan, those people just now, are they from the Thunder Lion Alliance? Wang Yuan asked. Yes. Yichuan did not hide it and nodded directly. I have a grudge with the Thunder Lion Alliance. They are here to hunt me down. The expressions of Wang Yuan and the others changed slightly. As a hunting team that scavenged nearby, they had naturally heard of the Thunder Lion Alliance's reputation. It was one of the top 4 forces in Qingcheng. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and dispose of these bodies. We can't let the Thunder Lion Alliance trace us. Wang Yuan called over Tang Yingyi, preparing to destroy the evidence. Yichuan was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Wang Yuan, upon learning the identities of Lei Gang and the others, would not choose to quickly distance himself from them. He said nothing more and stepped forward to help deal with Lei Gang's group. Moments later, Lei Gang and his companions completely disappeared from this world, and the bloodstains on the ground were cleaned up. Unless someone specifically came to search here, it would be difficult to discover that Lei Gang and the others had perished. After finishing all this, figures began to catch up behind Wang Yuan and the others. After all, they had spent some time dealing with Lei Gang and had also taken time to handle the bodies. The pursuers glanced at Wang Yuan's group but did not intend to provoke them. After all, the aura emanating from Wang Yuan was clearly that of the third stage of the Master Realm. Without any interests entangled, there was no need to engage with someone at that level. The pursuers headed straight for the ancient bronze houses on either side of the passage. Let's go! The group continued to explore ahead, but unfortunately, their good luck seemed to have run out. Next, they did not find anything as good as the colorful source pool inside the bronze houses. The open ancient houses were either empty or the items inside had already decayed. It wasn't until Wang Yuan attempted to open a bronze house door and it bounced back that a look of joy appeared on his face. Here, there's a seal. While the other bronze houses were easy to open, this bronze house door had a seal. If nothing unexpected happened, there must be good things behind this door. Everyone, step back. Just having broken through to a new realm, Wang Yuan drew his spear and thrust it fiercely at the door in front of him. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of shattering sounds, the seal on the door slowly cracked open. As the door opened, a powerful wave of energy spread out. Wang Yuan's face lit up. Indeed, there were good things. The group walked in, and once inside, they discovered that this bronze house was filled with floating crystals radiating a peculiar glow, densely packed, numbering over 100. Magic crystals. So many magic crystals. We're rich. Wang Yuan's eyes instantly turned red. Only high-level demons could condense such things within them, which had endless uses and considerable value. The uses of these crystals were numerous. They could be used for enchanting spiritual weapons, alchemy, and after processing, combat-type job changers could absorb the energy within to enhance their own realm. For example, the charm enchantment effect on Yichuan's pig-killing knife came from a Master Realm succubus magic crystal. With so many magic crystals, they could become wealthy overnight. Quickly collect all these magic crystals, we'll divide them after we get out. Wang Yuan shouted, hurriedly starting to gather the magic crystals. Yichuan was not idle either. He used Windwalk to begin sweeping up the crystals. Among the group, he ended up collecting the most magic crystals, getting as many as 30. Yichuan felt a surge of joy. He had already experienced the wonderful uses of these crystals. This time, getting 30 was undoubtedly a huge windfall. Without hesitation, Yichuan stored the 30 magic crystals in his flowing light wrist. At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly echoed. Friends of the human race, aren't you a bit too greedy? With so many magic crystals, do you plan to keep them all for yourselves? Yichuan turned around and discovered that 3 goblins had appeared at the entrance of the bronze ancient house, though he didn't know when. 2 of the goblins were wielding battle axes and stood nearly 3 meters tall, yet they both seemed to defer to a smaller goblin in front of them. Goblin priest. Yichuan's expression grew serious. This creature was much more troublesome than an ordinary goblin. The goblin priest grinned, revealing an unpleasant smile. Don't worry, I'm very fair. I only want half of those magic crystals, and while you're at it, give us a woman, and we'll leave immediately. Upon hearing the goblin priest's demands, a glint of killing intent flashed in the eyes of Yi Chuan and his companions. Did this goblin really think they were easy to bully? Yi Chuan assessed the strength of the three goblins. The two towering warrior goblins were likely at the second to third tier of the master realm. As for the goblin priest in front, his strength was undoubtedly above the fifth tier of the master realm. If a fight broke out, while they weren't afraid, it would still be quite troublesome. After all, the most important thing now was to see what treasures lay within this ancient temple, not to waste time with three goblins. Yi Chuan exchanged a glance with Wang Yuan, and they immediately understood each other's thoughts. Clearly, Wang Yuan had the same idea. Let's do it! Yu Xiaojuan's resonant spiritual light instantly empowered everyone. Yi Lin wasted no time and smashed a blood shadow butcher down onto the goblin priest's head, sending the strongest combatant into a state of fear. Then, the silver lion ring activated, and amidst the flashing lightning, he slashed out with his sword. One of the warrior goblins raised its massive axe to block, but although it managed to withstand Yi Chuan's strike, the accompanying lightning paralyzed it. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chuan kicked it aside, preventing it from blocking the entrance. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan had already shot the other warrior goblin into the air with a single shot. The group rushed past the three goblins and headed deeper into the ancient temple. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the goblin priest reacted, Yi Chuan and his companions had already vanished without a trace. The goblin priest's expression was extremely grim. What a cunning human! But do you really think you can escape from my grasp? How laughable. The three goblins also hurried towards the depths of the ancient temple. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Those three goblins really are delusional. They actually thought they could steal our magic crystals. Wang Yuan laughed heartily, clearly very pleased. Brother Yuan, don't celebrate too early. The goblin race holds grudges. We need to be careful of their retaliation, Yu Xiaojun said with some concern. When soldiers come, we block. When water comes, we cover. Besides, if we weren't in a hurry to find treasures, we might have been able to take down those three goblins just now. Wang Yuan snorted coldly. Yi Chuan didn't say much. He had no fondness for goblins, and if he had the strength, he wouldn't mind wiping them all out. With the experience from just now, they were too lazy to explore every bronze ancient house. They would only open and check those that had seals. This way, their speed increased significantly. About half an hour later, Yi Chuan and his group emerged from the first passage into an incredibly vast hall. The ends of the other passages also clearly led to this hall, as they had already noticed other people gathered there. Those individuals were all working together to break a light curtain seal with all their might. Behind that seal was a stone the size of a human head, entirely gray-black, emanating a chilling aura. That is nether cold iron. Upon seeing the stone, Yi Chuan's expression turned excited. The nether cold iron is a top-tier material for upgrading spiritual weapons. If such a large piece of nether cold iron could be integrated into his pig-killing knife, it would undoubtedly transform into a profound-grade spiritual weapon. No wonder so many people were gathered there. A glint of determination flashed in Yi Chuan's eyes. He was determined to obtain this piece of nether cold iron. Brother Yi Chuan wants that piece of nether cold iron? Wang Yuan noticed Yi Chuan's excitement. Yes. Yi Chuan did not hide it and nodded directly. Good. I'll help you. I'll break that light barrier seal, and you conserve your strength to seize it. Wang Yuan took out his spear. Just now, Yi Chuan had given him the colorful source pool, and now it was his turn to return the favor. Wang Yuan thrust his spear fiercely, and the light barrier seal dimmed under his attack. The people around, seeing this, revealed a hint of vigilance in their eyes, secretly gathering their strength, wanting to snatch that piece of nether cold iron for themselves. Wang Yuan seemed oblivious to their small movements, focusing solely on attacking the light barrier seal. After a moment, the seal became unstable. With a loud shout, Wang Yuan thrust his spear with all his might, and the light barrier seal could no longer hold up, instantly shattering. Make your move. The many job changers around immediately sprang into action, rushing towards the piece of nether cold iron, their eyes filled with greed. But at that moment, another figure was faster than them. Yi Chuan stepped lightly, quickly approaching the piece of nether cold iron, and then directly stored it in the storage space of his flowing light bracelet. Kill this kid. The others, seeing this, were not surprised at all, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. Being the first to obtain the nether cold iron meant nothing. Whether they could keep it was another matter. Various attacks rained down on Yi Chuan like a storm, yet they passed right through his body. With the illusory strike, Yi Chuan successfully dodged the strongest first wave of attacks, and the blessing from Yu Xiaojun also fell upon him at that moment. Without hesitation, he drew his pig-killing knife and attacked the nearest ninth-tier job changer of the Ascendant Realm. Yi Chuan showed no mercy, directly slashing the throat, cutting off all life from this 9th-tier ascendant job changer. Pig Butcher Yichuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a two-legged pig, leveling up by 5%, with an additional 1% damage increase against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 free attribute points. The death of this 9th-tier ascendant job changer left the others momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected that Yichuan, who appeared to be only a 7th-tier ascendant, would have such astonishing combat power, able to defeat a 9th-tier ascendant in a single move. But before they could recover from their shock, Yichuan had already activated Windwalk and charged towards them. Under the effect of the Silver Lion Ring, this strike unleashed a dazzling blue-white electric light, instantly slashing down 3 Ascendant Realm opponents. Pig Butcher Yichuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a two-legged pig, leveling up by 18%, with an additional 3% damage increase against the pig race, and gaining 0.3 free attribute points. Kid, that nether cold iron is not something you can take, hand it over. A first-tier Master Realm expert launched a fierce attack, terrifying flames sweeping towards Yichuan, distorting the surrounding air under the high temperature. However, facing the threat of a first-tier Master Realm, Yichuan showed no intention of retreating. His response was still a single strike. Cloud Break Slash. This strike was as fast as lightning, directly splitting the incoming blazing sun in two. The Master Realm expert's face changed dramatically as he sensed the threat of death from Yichuan's strike. He gathered flames to form a defense in front of him, but before the flames could coalesce, the blade had already sliced past his neck. Yichuan, the pig butcher, used his slaughtering knife to kill a two-legged pig, increasing his level by 110% with an additional 1% damage boost against the pig race. He gains 0.1 points in freedom attributes. In an instant, Yichuan leveled up again, advancing to the 8th stage of the Ascendant Realm. He excitedly licked his lips. Indeed, slaughtering pigs was the fastest way to level up. Seeing that even the Master Realm had fallen, the people around him were so frightened by Yichuan's ferocity that they retreated repeatedly, no longer daring to covet the nether cold iron in his hands. Although nether cold iron was precious, one needed to be alive to use it. A true expert could tell the difference with just one move. This guy killed with a single stroke. Each strike was a precise throat-cutting blow without any hesitation. Even when killing, his expression never changed. This could no longer be described as a killer. He was clearly a butcher. A human butcher. Seeing the crowd retreat, Yichuan felt a hint of disappointment. He hadn't had enough fun yet. If these people continued to charge at him, he wouldn't mind giving them a few more cuts. Soon, all the treasures in the hall were completely divided among the people. However, in the center of the hall, there remained a bronze door. The crowd's eyes were filled with fervor. They firmly believed that behind this bronze door lay even more precious treasures. However, the seal on that bronze door was much stronger than the others, and for a moment, they couldn't break it. But it didn't matter. If they couldn't break it, could those top-tier experts not do it? The crowd quietly waited for something. After a moment, a tall, robust man strode into the hall. The crowd instinctively parted to make way for him, as they all understood that this man was not someone they could provoke. The head of the Xia family, Xia Beihai. Yichuan couldn't help but take a few more glances at the man, dressed in black, with a tall and sturdy figure that clearly showed years of training. This man was Xia Nan's father, right? Yichuan only looked at people's physiques, not their heads, because in his eyes, all heads were like pig heads, with no significant difference. Not long after Xia Beihai arrived, a hearty laughter rang out. Ah, Xia Beihai, you old dog, your hands are quite nimble. You snatched the Qingyu Tianchao and ran. A bald man in a trench coat strode over, exuding an arrogant aura. Although he laughed, his eyes were filled with hostility towards Xia Beihai. Shangguo, if you can't match my skills and can't snatch it from me, how did it turn into me snatching it and running? Xia Beihai coldly glanced at the bald man. The Xia family and the Shang family had always been rivals in Xinjiang. Moreover, there were clearly 8 pathways just now, yet Shangguo insisted on taking the same one as him. Wasn't that just looking for trouble? Humph. It's just a Qingyu Tianchao. Do you think I care about it? Shangguo didn't back down verbally, but inside, he was bleeding. The Qingyu Tianchao was the most important medicinal ingredient for refining master-level pills. Both he and Xia Beihai were at the peak of the 9th stage of the Master Realm, just one step away from the Master Realm. If Xia Beihai obtained the master-level pill and successfully broke through to the Master Realm, then the Shang family would be in danger. Just as the two were arguing, a woman carrying an ancient zither walked in slowly, followed by a middle-aged beauty. The woman in front, carrying the zither, was tall and elegant, with a youthful and delicate face that revealed a hint of girlish innocence. The middle-aged beauty behind her wore a black lace long dress, accentuating her skin like sheep fat jade, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. If one had to find a comparison, it would be a new Model A5 and an old Model A8. As soon as these two women appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Many men's eyes revealed a hint of greed, but no one dared to act rashly, because everyone was very clear that the middle-aged beauty was the leader of the Nine Heavens Alliance, Chi Chunyu, while the young girl was someone they did not recognize. The young girl calmly scanned the crowd with her eyes, and then she couldn't help but let out a soft "Oh." "Yechuan, what are you doing here?" Jiang Shiyan asked, somewhat surprised. I happened to pass by," Yechuan said, scratching his head with a finger. "Shiyan, your friend?" Chi Chunyu asked with a smile. "Yes, he's also from the Nine Heavens Alliance." Jiang Shiyan nodded. "So young, and already at the 8th level of the Ascendant Realm? Not bad talent." Chi Chunyu's red lips curved into a beautiful arc, and then she boldly reached out and pinched Yechuan's arm. "Your muscles are well trained, keep it up." Yechuan took a strange step back. He, a pig butcher, was actually being touched by a pig. "Oh, little brother is shy?" Chi Chunyu thought Yechuan was bashful, laughing so hard she shook. "Sister, you, stop teasing him." Jiang Shiyan shot Chi Chunyu an annoyed glance. Alliance leader Chi, you look even more beautiful now." Shangguhao rubbed his hands, his eyes filled with unabashed heat as he looked at Chi Chunyu. Chi Chunyu was clearly used to such gazes, showing no anger, but instead smiling brightly as she said, "Master Shang, are you lusting after me? Why not bring all the masters from the Shang family to join my Nine Heavens Alliance? I promise to let you share my bed." "No thanks, just looking is enough for me." Shangguhao quickly declined, fully aware that Chi Chunyu was not someone he could toy with. She was a man-eating enchantress, and he wanted to live a few more years. Moments later, the last major force in Xinjiang, the members of the Thunder Lion Alliance, also arrived. The leader was a man with a very dark expression, his narrow eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Oh, isn't this our Thunder Brave Qian, the great leader? What happened to make your face so sour? Speak up and let us have some fun." Chi Chunyu asked with a smile. "Get lost." Lei Yongqin shouted angrily, his mood already terrible, not wanting to waste words with Chi Chunyu. "Who here is Yechuan? Step forward." Originally, the Thunder Lion Alliance had the upper hand, but following the information provided by Lei Gang, he entered the first passage only to find nothing. All the good things in that passage had been swept clean by Yechuan and Wang Yuan's group. More critically, Lei Yongqin discovered that he could no longer contact Lei Gang. This could only mean one thing: Lei Gang and his group had been taken out, and the prime suspect was clearly Yechuan, whom Lei Gang had mentioned to him before. Wang Yuan and the others' expressions changed. They had done their best to clean up the bodies of Lei Gang and the others, never expecting that Lei Gang had already leaked the information. Yechuan signaled to Wang Yuan and the others with his eyes, indicating that they should not step forward. Their hunting team made a living near Xinjiang, and offending the Thunder Lion Alliance was tantamount to cutting off their means of survival. "I am Yechuan." Yechuan stood up voluntarily. "You are? Fine, then go die." Lei Yongqin launched an attack, a terrifying blue lightning forming a massive lightning blade, slashing down at Yechuan. At that moment, a delicate, bone-like white hand gently waved out. The hand seemed to have no strength at all, yet it directly shattered the lightning blade, scattering it into a sky full of lightning sparks. "Great leader Lei Yongqin, I know you're very angry, but hold on, Yechuan is one of my Nine Heavens Alliance members. When did it become your turn to deal with him?" Chi Chunyu looked at Lei Yongqin with a bright smile. "He dares to kill my Thunder Lion Alliance members. I naturally have to avenge them." Lei Yongqin's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Oh?" Chi Chunyu looked at Yechuan, winking at him as she asked, "Yechuan, tell your sister the truth, did you kill any members of the Thunder Lion Alliance?" "No." Yechuan's response was clear and powerful, showing no signs of guilt. "Look, the great leader Lei Yongqin, he said he didn't kill." Chi Chunyu spread his hands. "Shun, do you really think my Thunder Lion Alliance is easy to bully? Do you dare to play tricks on me?" Lei Yongqin's black hair stood on end, and there was a storm brewing in his eyes. "Lei Yongqin, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? You say Yechuan killed someone from your Thunder Lion Alliance, where's the evidence?" Chi Chunyu's expression also turned cold. "Good, very good. You insist on protecting him, huh? Let's see how long you can protect him. I will definitely kill this Yechuan, not even Jesus can save him, I swear." Lei Yongqin shot a cold glare at Yechuan, then his sharp aura retracted. If he fought with Chi Chunyu now, it would only allow others to reap the benefits. "Gentlemen, peace is precious. Why don't we join forces to open the bronze door in front of us? Isn't it better for everyone to work together and prosper?" Xia Beihai acted as the mediator. "Just us joining forces won't be enough." Shangguhao's sharp gaze swept towards the corner of the hall. "Aren't our friends from the other races planning to lend a hand, or do they want to pick the fruit from behind?" Of course not, we just move a bit slower." The goblin priest who had wanted to snatch Yechuan's magic crystal stepped forward slowly. The strong man from the barbarian bull tribe crossed his arms and snorted, releasing 2 puffs of white air from his nostrils. At the same time, a man with fair, smooth skin and an alluring demeanor appeared beside them. Although he looked somewhat human, he had horns and very long ears. Succubus. Yi Chuan recognized the man's identity at a glance. After all, he had nearly died at the hands of a female succubus the second time he left the city. The top experts from the human and other races quickly reached a consensus to join forces to open the bronze door first, and what they could obtain beyond that would depend on their own abilities. Jiang Shiyan waved at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan, come over here. When Sister Yu and the others open the bronze door, we can be among the first to enter. Okay. Yi Chuan did not refuse. He had gained a lot from this trip, first obtaining the silver lion ring from Lei Gang, then 30 magic crystals and some nether coal iron. But who would complain about having too much? He was also very curious about what lay behind the bronze door. Let's get started. Xia Beihai was the first to act, a massive halberd radiating an astonishing chill appearing in his hands. The moment the halberd appeared, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Xia Beihai wielded the halberd and smashed it directly against the bronze door. At the same moment Xia Beihai acted, Shang Guhao was not idle either. He drew a 9-ringed broadsword, and with a series of crisp sounds of iron rings clashing, the blade's light shot out, piercing towards the bronze door, causing the surrounding air to explode with sound. Qi Chunyu and Lei Yongqin followed closely, unleashing a wave of astonishing sound waves and brilliant thunder towards the bronze door. The goblin priest from the barbarian bull tribe and the succubus also joined in, and the attacks of the 7 powerful beings all struck the bronze door. A light curtain lit up in front of the bronze door, and under the attacks of Xia Beihai and the others, the curtain began to distort. This is promising. Seeing this, Xia Beihai and the others put in even more effort, and the light curtain began to sway precariously under their relentless bombardment. What level of expert set this seal? Even after all these years, it can still withstand our bombardment for so long? Shang Guhao couldn't help but say. No matter who said it, after so many years, it should be time to open it. Lei Yongqin's eyes sparkled with lightning, and a powerful thunderous punch struck the light curtain. Break for me. With this roar, countless dense cracks truly appeared on the light curtain. The bronze door is about to open. The crowd in the hall was somewhat agitated, all eager to try their luck. Although the bronze door had opened, it was certain that Xia Beihai and his companions would be the first to enter, but even if they couldn't get the meat, they could at least have the soup. With so many treasures in the 8 passageways outside, how could the treasures behind the bronze door be any less? Crack, crack, crack. The ceiling light curtain appeared with countless cracks, then exploded with a loud bang, a strong shockwave sweeping through like a hurricane. With the seal gone, the bronze door could no longer block the crowd. As Xia Beihai struck down with his spear, the bronze door thunderously swung open. Behind the bronze door was a vast hall, shrouded in darkness. Nothing was visible. But in the blur, it seemed that everyone could see a magnificent throne in the center of the hall, and on that throne, there appeared to be a figure sitting majestically. Charge! Seeing this, everyone in the hall rushed forward, afraid of falling behind, gathering all their strength to push ahead. Yechuan, let's go. Jiang Shiyan pulled Yechuan, wanting to be among the first to enter the hall, but at that moment, Yechuan suddenly stopped. Wait! Yechuan's expression was extremely serious. His instincts as a butcher told him that there seemed to be something terrifying lurking in this hall. Just as Jiang Shiyan was about to ask what was going on, she felt every hair on her body stand on end. She clearly sensed that something was rapidly rushing out from behind the bronze door. Run! Yechuan forcefully threw Jiang Shiyan out, then activated his windwalk to escape. The others also realized something was wrong. They saw translucent black shadows rushing out from both sides of the throne, sweeping towards them. A first-tier master-level class changer drew his weapon and struck at the black shadow in front of him. However, the shadow not only remained unaffected but instead directly burrowed into the class changer's body. Ah! The class changer let out a piercing scream, and then his body visibly began to wither away. Yechuan gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. The floating corpses of the celestial race they had seen outside were likely the work of these black shadows. What on earth were these shadows? Retreat! Realizing that what lay behind the bronze door was not treasure but countless dangers, Xia Beihai and his companions immediately began to withdraw. They didn't need to run faster than the black shadows, just faster than the other class changers. Although these powerful 9th-tier masters were initially at the front, they managed to escape in the blink of an eye. However, those class changers who had desperately charged forward were not so lucky. Once the shadows burrowed into their bodies, they faced the fate of being drained into corpses. Yechuan ran at full speed, but 2 shadows seemed to have locked onto him, closely following behind. Damn it! The 2 shadows were getting faster, closing in on Yechuan. With no other choice, Yechuan turned around and slashed out, but the shadows seemed to fear nothing from physical attacks. His full-force strike had no effect on them. Instead, the two shadows took the opportunity to burrow into Yechuan's body. Yechuan.
Jiang Shiyan's expression changed, wanting to rush forward to help Yechuan, but she didn't know what to do. Yechuan's face was extremely pale. He could already feel the two shadows taking root inside him, beginning to absorb his flesh and blood. Yechuan raised his head, locking his gaze on the throne in the center of the hall. A closer look revealed that all the shadows were circling around that throne, seemingly terrified of it. Now, Yechuan could only treat a dead horse as a live one and hope for the best. Perhaps there would be a way to counter these shadows at the throne.
You go, don't worry about me.
Yechuan swam upstream, not only refusing to flee but instead charging towards the dark shadow swirling in the grand hall.
Yechuan, don't! Jiang Shiyan exclaimed in shock, while Qi Chunyu held her tightly. Run! That kid is beyond saving. Even if I am invaded by that shadow, I will undoubtedly die. This place is too strange. We need to get out of here. Qi Chunyu pulled Jiang Shiyan away. The others, seeing Yechuan's reckless act akin to a moth to a flame, couldn't help but sneer.
However, Yechuan's actions attracted much of the shadow's attention, giving the others a chance to escape. Yechuan's figure grew increasingly gaunt. If it weren't for the pig tribe's nemesis weakening the shadow's ability to drain his flesh and blood, he would have been dead by now. He dashed directly into the grand hall, and at that moment, the two bronze doors slowly closed, sealing all the shadows back inside. The people in the hall were still filled with lingering fear. The shadows were terrifying, their attacks were ineffective, and being invaded meant being drained into a desiccated corpse. What exactly were these shadows? It was simply unheard of. At the same time, the crowd silently sentenced Yechuan to death for charging into the shadow's lair. Being trapped in that hall with so many terrifying shadows was undoubtedly a dead end. Whoosh! Yechuan slid towards the throne, arriving right in front of it. Only then did he see clearly that seated on the throne was a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor. He had 6 wings sprouting from his back, exuding a sacred and powerful aura that instilled fear in those who beheld him. If it weren't for the fact that life had clearly left him, Yechuan might have thought that the man on the throne was still alive. Strangely, as he approached the corpse of this man, the restless shadows within him suddenly fell silent. They seemed to have been frightened, actively fleeing from Yechuan's body, keeping their distance from the throne.
Ha! Yechuan let out a sigh of relief. He knew he had made the right gamble.
If he hadn't decisively rushed to the throne side, he would likely be dead by now. But at the same time, Yechuan began to feel a headache,
because surrounding the throne were countless strange and eerie shadows, roughly numbering in the hundreds.
In this situation, Yechuan had no way to escape. Although his luminescent realm wrist contained plenty of food and water, it was ultimately just consuming resources. If he couldn't escape, he would either starve to death or be drained into a desiccated corpse by those eerie shadows, forever trapped here.
Damn it! Yechuan sighed helplessly.
But he was not one to give up easily. After taking a rejuvenation pill to heal his injuries, he stood up, brushed himself off, and began to examine the throne and the man seated upon it. If he could figure out why those shadows feared this place, perhaps he could find a way to escape.
A 6-winged celestial being?
Yechuan recalled what he had read about the celestial race in books. The celestial race looked like humans but had an extra pair of wings from birth, hence the name. The more noble the bloodline, the more wings a celestial being had. The celestial being before him had 6 wings. Even if he wasn't the leader of the celestial race, he was likely among the top tier of their hierarchy. How could such a powerful being die here? Yechuan wondered, stepping closer to inspect where the 6-winged celestial being might have sustained a fatal injury. But no matter how he searched, he found no wounds on the 6-winged celestial being. Moreover, the body still had warmth.
Strange. Could it be that this isn't a corpse, but a living being?
Yechuan poked the 6-winged celestial being's head, but there was still no reaction. Then Yechuan leaned down to the ear of the 6-winged celestial being and whispered a devilish murmur.
Fuck your mother, did you hear that? Fuck your mother.
The next second, the 6-winged celestial being suddenly opened its eyes wide. A terrifying pressure spread out, and Yechuan was instantly forced to the ground.
The might was too overwhelming, he simply couldn't withstand it. What the hell? It's really alive?
Yechuan was almost scared out of his wits. From the crumbling ruins outside, it seemed that this secret realm hadn't been stepped into by anyone for at least hundreds or thousands of years. How could this 6-winged celestial being still be alive after sitting on this throne for so long?
Didn't it fear lumbar strain?
But the next second, Yechuan realized he was wrong, because after the 6-winged celestial being opened its eyes, it made no move at all. Instead, a faint white light began to rise from the 6-winged celestial being, gradually condensing into a semi-transparent, illusory figure. That figure was clearly the 6-winged celestial being.
Human? Just an 8th-level human in the Ascendant Realm? How did someone so weak like you manage to get in here?
The illusory figure of the 6-winged celestial being looked at Yechuan with some surprise.
By luck.
Yechuan felt a bit of a chill.
he truly felt like he was seeing a ghost this time. The six-winged celestial being couldn't help but shake its head, muttering, "I thought the first one to return would be a descendant of my celestial race, how could it be a human?" Yichuan dared not speak. "Well, perhaps this is fate." The six-winged celestial being carefully examined Yichuan, and in front of it, Yichuan felt as if he had no secrets left. 18 years old, bone age, 8th level strength in the ascendant realm, not too bad. "Kid, are you willing to make a deal with me?" Facing the inquiry from the six-winged celestial being, Yichuan calmly took a half step back and placed his hand on the wrist of his flowing light realm. What kind of deal? His small movement naturally did not escape the eyes of the six-winged celestial being, which merely smiled. "Kid, you don't need to be so nervous. Right now, I am just a remnant soul left from my lifetime, and I will probably soon turn to ashes." The six-winged celestial being ignored Yichuan's reaction and continued speaking. "This place was once the old site of my celestial race, where we lived and thrived. As for those shadows you saw, they are the Nightmare Clan. The Nightmare Clan has no physical body, they are born in a soul form and survive by devouring the flesh and blood of other beings. My celestial race fought a great war with the Nightmare Clan, and we were defeated. Only a branch of the direct bloodline managed to escape, and this place was completely abandoned." Yichuan suddenly understood. No wonder there were so many ruins outside. It turned out that a tremendous battle had once taken place here. "So what is the deal you mentioned, senior?" Yichuan asked. The six-winged celestial being smiled faintly, and a black token flew out from its body, landing in Yichuan's hand. Yichuan caught the token. It was neither gold nor jade, feeling incredibly smooth to the touch. The sides of the token were engraved with 8 outspread feathers, and in the center, the words "celestial being" were inscribed in a swirling script. "What is this?" Yichuan raised his head in confusion. "This is the token of the leader of my celestial race," the six-winged celestial being said, its eyes showing a hint of sadness. "I want you to deliver this leader's token to the direct bloodline of the celestial race." "Me?" Yichuan pointed a finger at himself. This six-winged celestial being was overestimating him. As an 8th level ascendant, how could he find the celestial race? What was the difference between that and asking him to fight a nightmare? "Of course, I'm not asking you to go right now." The six-winged celestial being shot Yichuan an annoyed glare. If it weren't for its limited time, it wouldn't have sought Yichuan for a deal. There was no choice. After all, Yichuan was the only living person it had seen in so many years. "I mean, once your strength is sufficient, return this clan leader token to the celestial clan's direct lineage in the outside world. Rest assured, as long as you deliver the token, the celestial clan will not treat you unfairly." Yichuan smiled bitterly upon hearing this. "Senior, you think too highly of me. I can't even get out of this great hall right now, and you expect me to deliver the token? Since I dare to give you the clan leader token, I naturally won't let you die here." The six-winged celestial turned around and pointed at his own corpse. In an instant, a terrifying blaze erupted from his corpse, and even more astonishingly, the flames burning on the six-winged celestial's body were pure white. Yichuan was stunned by this sudden action, staring blankly at the other. What was going on? He was cremating himself? Just as Yichuan was filled with confusion, the six-winged celestial glanced at him. "You have the aura of nether cold iron on you. You obtain nether cold iron, right? Take it out, along with your spirit weapon, and put them into this flame." Yichuan hesitated for a moment but decisively took out the pig-killing knife and the nether cold iron. With the identity of this six-winged celestial, he wouldn't stoop to calculating his yellow-grade superior spirit weapon and nether cold iron. The pure white flames emitted an astonishingly high temperature, and before long, the nether cold iron melted into a mass of gray-black metallic liquid. As the six-winged celestial waved his finger, the metallic liquid began to erode the original pig-killing knife, completely enveloping it. During the fusion process, the white flames burned even more fiercely. "You are quite strange. Why use a pig-killing knife as a spirit weapon?" the six-winged celestial asked, somewhat puzzled. "It's just more convenient to use this knife," Yichuan casually replied, not elaborating further. As the flames burned, the nether cold iron and the pig-killing knife completely fused together, and a brand new pig-killing knife flew out from the white flames, appearing before Yichuan. Yichuan was quick to grab the pig-killing knife. The appearance of the knife had not changed much. The blade was still covered with demon patterns, but when he held it, it gave Yichuan a very cool feeling, sharpening his mind a bit. "Good knife. Thank you, senior." Yichuan quickly expressed his gratitude. Even he could see that the six-winged celestial was helping him enhance the pig-killing knife by integrating the nether cold iron into it. The current pig-killing knife was likely comparable to a low-grade mysterious spirit weapon. After integrating the nether cold iron, this knife now has a trace of nether cold aura, which should be able to harm those Nightmare Clan creatures. "You can give it a try," the six-winged celestial reminded him. "I'll give it a try." Yichuan nodded, gripping the pig-killing knife and walking towards the nearest shadow. The shadow, seeing him dare to leave the six-winged celestial's throne, immediately lunged at him. Yi Chuan was quick and directly swung the pig-killing knife down. This time, the pig-killing knife did not pass through the shadow but instead cut directly into its body. The shadow seemed to be in extreme pain, twisting in agony, yet it still did not give up on the idea of burrowing into Yi Chuan's body. Seeing this, Yi Chuan no longer held back and struck 3 more times, directly chopping the shadow into pieces. Pig butcher Yi Chuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a soul-body pig, leveling up by 3%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig clan's nemesis, and gaining 0.1 free attribute points. It really works! Yi Chuan's eyes lit up with excitement. As long as he could kill those shadows, he would have a chance to leave here. This was undoubtedly great news for Yi Chuan. He stood up, ready to continue attacking those nightmares, but the six-winged celestial smiled and quickly called out to him. "Little one, don't be in a hurry. I have one more gift for you." "Another one?" Yi Chuan was somewhat surprised. The six-winged celestial had already helped him enhance the pig-killing knife to a low-grade mysterious level, which was a huge help. It is only natural. When I, a celestial being, ask someone for help, I cannot be too stingy. Unfortunately, I have been dead for many years, and I have nothing of value to give you. However, this item will surely be useful to you. The six-winged celestial spoke with a smile, as the pure white flames burning on his corpse slowly extinguished. His physical body had been reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind, but on the throne, a black feather appeared. "Go, pick up that feather," the six-winged celestial instructed. Yi Chuan obediently complied, holding the black feather in his hand, which seemed no different from an ordinary feather, just appearing glossy and smooth. "Hold on to this feather and truly comprehend this skill," the six-winged celestial said, extending his hand to touch Yi Chuan's forehead. A massive torrent of information surged into Yi Chuan's mind, causing a throbbing pain in his temples. Yi Chuan immediately sat down, beginning to digest the complex information transmitted by the six-winged celestial. It wasn't until 3 hours later that he fully absorbed the information. What the six-winged celestial had imparted to him was actually a legendary skill. This legendary skill was called feather transformation. It could only be learned in conjunction with the black feather left behind after the six-winged celestial's cremation. One could say that the black feather was a necessary condition for learning feather transformation. Once mastered, it would allow him to sprout wings and fly. His speed would also increase dramatically. Yi Chuan couldn't help but feel excited. It was known that only those at the king level could walk on air. To move through the sky as if on solid ground, only those at the emperor level could achieve that. If he diligently practiced the feather transformation skill and used it properly, he could even traverse the skies like an emperor-level expert while still at the entry level. It must be said that the six-winged celestial had indeed given him a truly great gift. Without any hesitation, Yi Chuan immediately began his training. The black feather slowly withered, transforming into a stream of black energy that merged into Yi Chuan's body. In an instant, he felt a warm current surge within him, gradually gathering towards his shoulder blades. His back became unbearably itchy, as if something were trying to break free from his flesh. The intense discomfort caused cold sweat to bead on Yi Chuan's forehead, but he gritted his teeth and continued to operate the feather transformation. The six-winged celestial also reminded him, "Kid, the first time you sprout wings is the most important. You must endure the discomfort, otherwise, all your efforts will be in vain." Yi Chuan clenched his jaw, a sharp pain radiating from his back, causing him to let out a low growl. Accompanied by his roar, a brilliant light burst forth from his back. Within that light, black and gold intertwined, and when the brilliance faded, a pair of black and gold wings suddenly unfurled. The edges of the wings shimmered like stars, and as they gently flapped, Yi Chuan soared into the air. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world was beneath his feet. Is this the feeling of flying? Yi Chuan looked at the wings on his back, his expression filled with excitement. Then, as if he thought of something, he muttered to himself with a strange expression, thank goodness, it's not like I grew 2 Orleans chicken wings." The black and gold wings, combined with Yi Chuan's tall figure, made him look like an angel descending. Filled with a sense of novelty, Yi Chuan couldn't help but fly around the hall, getting familiar with his newly grown wings. But after a moment, his face turned pale, and he quickly landed beside the throne. This feather transformation is really too exhausting. After just a short while, Yi Chuan felt as if he had fought several fierce beasts for an entire day and night. "Kid, don't take advantage and then act coy. For someone at the entry level, Being able to fly is already impressive. Do you still want to conserve energy? The six-winged celestial chided with a laugh. Yi Chuan awkwardly touched his nose. That's true. He retracted the feathered wings, and the pair of black gold wings immediately vanished into his body, leaving a black feather mark on his back. As long as he wished, with just a thought, he could summon the feathered wings again. With the feathered wings, whether in battle or escape, they would provide him with immense help. To put it bluntly, as long as he wanted to run, he could soar into the sky, and even a master-level expert would have no way to stop him. Thank you, Senior. Yi Chuan cupped his hands in salute to the six-winged celestial. No need to thank me. This is merely a transaction. If you truly wish to thank me, then return the clan leader's token to the celestial clan's direct line outside. The six-winged celestial waved his hand and said, When my strength is sufficient, I will certainly do my duty. Yi Chuan immediately agreed. While I have not completely dissipated, hurry and deal with those nightmares, otherwise, if they swarm you later, it will be quite troublesome with your current strength, the six-winged celestial reminded. Yi Chuan nodded, then picked up his pig-killing knife and began to deal with the nightmares. With the help of the six-winged celestial's throne, killing these nightmares became extremely simple. As soon as Yi Chuan stepped outside, a nightmare flew towards him. Having just slain a nightmare, he felt no fear at all. Instead, he raised his knife and cleanly chopped off the nightmare's head. Pig butcher Yi Chuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a soul-body pig, leveling up by 3%, with an additional 1% damage increase against the pig clan, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Seeing that other nightmares were about to swarm him, Yi Chuan hurried back to the side of the six-winged celestial's throne, scaring off those nightmares. Yi Chuan then began to repeat this process continuously. First, he would step out to attract the nightmare's attention, slay one or two, and then quickly return to the side of the six-winged celestial's throne before the other nightmares could surround him. Using this method, Yi Chuan kept slaying the nightmares in the Great Hall, and their numbers were rapidly decreasing. An hour later, there were hardly any nightmares left in the hall. He even left the throne directly and swept through the hall. Yi Chuan's level also rose again, reaching the 9th stage of the Ascending Realm. At this rate, he wouldn't be far from breaking through to the Master Realm. Little fellow, I entrust you with the matter of the clan leader's token. Rest assured, once you deliver the token, the Celestial clan will surely prepare a generous gift for you. This token is of little use to others, but it is extremely important to the Celestial clan. The six-winged Celestial instructed Yi Chuan, and at the same time, the ethereal figure of the six-winged Celestial along with the throne began to slowly dissipate. Senior, may I ask your name? Yi Chuan, seeing this, hurriedly inquired. My name? The six-winged Celestial smiled freely. The 127th clan leader of the Celestial clan, Healy. The voice of the six-winged Celestial echoed in the Great Hall, but his figure had already vanished. The entire Great Hall was empty, devoid of any sound. Yi Chuan took a deep breath and then bowed in the direction of the throne. Junior Yi Chuan respectfully bids farewell to Senior Healy. Afterward, Yi Chuan tidied up his pig-killing knife and directly pushed open the bronze door to step outside. He had already searched for nightmares earlier and found nothing in the Great Hall. As he left, Yi Chuan specifically chose another passage, hoping to see if he could find something else. Unfortunately, the bronze ancient houses on both sides of the passage had already been completely opened by others. Seeing this, Yi Chuan no longer wasted time there and activated Windwalk to rush out. After leaving the Great Hall, Yi Chuan headed straight for the exit of the Secret Realm. Not far from the exit of the Secret Realm, 3 goblins were dealing with a human hunting team. Many passing forces saw this, but no one extended a helping hand. For a hunting team without any powerful background, offending a 9th-tier goblin priest of the Master Realm was clearly not worth it. Wang Yuan shouted angrily, thrusting his silver-white spear towards one of the tall goblins. Logically, with his strength and the boost from Yushaowan, dealing with this warrior goblin should have been no problem at all. However, the issue was that this warrior goblin had been put into a berserk state by the goblin priest, losing all sense of pain and gaining an extremely terrifying boost in both strength and agility. Wang Yuan's spear pierced into the warrior goblin's body, yet the goblin roared as if nothing had happened, swinging its massive axe down towards Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan quickly released the spear and dodged repeatedly. As a spear user, his strength was clearly greatly diminished without his spear, and after only a few dodges, he was struck in the chest by the axe shoulder of the warrior goblin. With a powerful blow, Wang Yuan's chest instantly caved in, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, his body flying back like a kite with a broken string. Brother Yuan! Yushaowan rushed over to support him, feeding him a healing pill, which saved Wang Yuan's life. However, in his current state, it was clear he had lost his combat ability. On the other side, Jian Pan and Tang Yingyi were facing another warrior goblin, and the situation was not optimistic, they were soon heavily injured. What are you all doing this for? The short goblin priest revealed a smug smile. I just told you, hand over half of your magic crystals and a woman, and this matter would be settled. You were unwilling. Now look, not only are the magic crystals ours, but all the women are ours too, and all the men are to die. The smile on the goblin priest's face turned from smug to cruel. Go, chop off the men's heads, and bring the women back to the nest. With his command, 2 tall warrior goblins slowly approached Wang Yuan and his group. Yu Xiaojuan's face turned pale with fear, but she had no combat ability and could only watch helplessly as the warrior goblin drew closer. No, no! The warrior goblin reached out and grabbed Yu Xiaojuan, hoisting her onto its shoulder. For goblins, females were a breeding ground. As its gaze swept over Wang Yuan, the warrior goblin raised its massive axe and swung it down violently. Seeing the axe blade enlarging in his vision, Wang Yuan instinctively closed his eyes. He thought he was doomed, but the expected excruciating pain never came. Unable to resist, Wang Yuan opened his eyes and found that a butcher's knife had been plunged into the neck of the warrior goblin. He didn't know when it had happened. The knife gleamed coldly, emanating a faint chill. Half of the blade was already embedded in the goblin's throat. The warrior goblin clutched its throat, eyes wide, stepping back 2 paces. The berserk state only made it fearless of pain, not immune to death. Suddenly, a figure rushed in, grasping the handle of the butcher's knife and slicing it forcefully, completely ending the life of this warrior goblin. Butcher Yichuan used a butcher's knife to slay a special pig, leveling up by 5%, with an additional 1% damage increase against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 free attribute points. Sorry, brother Wang Yuan, I'm late, Yichuan said in a deep voice. Yichuan? You're still alive? Wang Yuan was astonished, and Yu Xiaojuan also covered her red lips, looking at Yichuan in disbelief. They had seen Yichuan enter the bronze door, only to be swallowed by countless shadows afterward. Everyone thought Yichuan was surely dead, but now he had come back alive and well. How did you escape? Wang Yuan was puzzled. After all, even the several 9th-tier masters like Xia Beihai couldn't do anything about those shadows. Good luck, I managed to escape by chance. Yichuan smiled faintly, not offering much explanation. Alright, let's chat later. I need to deal with that goblin priest first. Yichuan raised his knife and looked at the small goblin priest, who was also observing him with uncertainty. You actually came back alive from behind that bronze door? And your level has even risen to the 9th stage of the entry realm? The goblin priest suddenly showed a greedy expression as if he had thought of something. So, you must have obtained something from behind the bronze door, right? Although he didn't know what was behind the bronze door, the presence of so many terrifying shadows made the goblin priest firmly believe that whatever was behind it was definitely a treasure. What do you think? Yichuan blinked and charged at the goblin priest with his pig-killing knife. Yu Xiaojun, give me a boost. Okay. Yu Xiaojun quickly cast Resonance Light, which fell upon Yichuan. With the enhancement, Yichuan's speed reached its peak as he rushed towards the goblin priest. The goblin priest did not panic. Instead, he cast Frenzy on the remaining warrior goblin again. The warrior goblin let out a roar and swung its giant axe down towards Yichuan. Yichuan countered with a knife strike, directly cleaving at it. The clash of knife and axe produced a series of sparks and the sound of metal striking metal. Yichuan felt a numbing shock in his hands. The strength of this warrior goblin clearly exceeded his expectations. However, he did not rush, relying on the speed granted by Windwalk. He quickly circled behind the warrior goblin, leaping high to deliver a fatal blow from behind. At that moment, the goblin priest struck again. He raised his wooden staff, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, directly striking down at Yichuan. Yichuan was caught off guard and was hit by the thunder. Crack! The violet lightning exploded on his chest, sending a fierce current coursing through his body, causing intense pain that made the veins on his forehead bulge. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by a series of shattering sounds, pieces of broken scales fell from beneath Yichuan's clothing. This flame-scaled soft armor, which had accompanied him for a long time, was clearly rendered completely useless after blocking this blow. Yichuan was instantly enraged and activated Illusion Strike, charging towards the goblin priest. Clearly, he intended to deal with this goblin priest, who was not good at close combat, first. Despite the goblin priest being at the 9th stage of the Master Realm, if Yichuan got close, it would only take a few strikes to take him down. It was precisely because the goblin priest was extremely poor at close combat that he had 2 warrior goblins following him. Seeing Yichuan continuously approaching, the goblin priest summoned lightning again, striking at Yichuan. However, this time, the lightning passed right through Yichuan's body, only hitting his illusion. The goblin priest squinted his vertical pupils slightly and waved his wooden staff again. Wind come! A strange gust of wind suddenly blew fiercely towards the goblin priest, briefly lifting him into the air. At the same time, the warrior goblin rushed over to protect him, swinging its axe down towards Yichuan with great force. Clang! The pig-killing knife and the battle axe collided, producing a deafening sound of metal clashing. Yichuan's heart sank. If his pig-killing knife hadn't just fused with nether cold iron and been enhanced to the low-grade mystic level, such a collision would likely have left the knife damaged. Yichuan, be careful! Wang Yuan shouted loudly, as the goblin priest, who had successfully escaped, launched another attack at Yichuan. This time, a massive fireball was hurtling towards Yichuan. The fireball emitted an astonishing heat, causing the surrounding temperature to rise continuously. Yichuan dared not take it head-on and could only activate Nether Shadow, using his afterimage to confuse the goblin priest's eyes. He successfully dodged the attack, and the fireball exploded with a loud bang not far from Yichuan. The goblin priest squinted his eyes and then revealed a sinister smile. So good at dodging? Then I want to see if you can dodge this time. For the next fireball, he directly aimed it at Yu Xiaojun. Yu Xiaojun's face turned pale because Wang Yuan and the others had just been severely injured by the warrior goblins, and there was no one to save her now. Just when she thought she was doomed, a figure rushed past her. Breaking Cloud Slash. Yichuan swung his knife, splitting the fireball in two, the intense heat singeing the tips of his hair. He clearly underestimated the goblin priest. Even with Yu Xiaojun's support, dealing with this 9th-tier master goblin priest was not an easy task. Impressive, but how many fireballs can you block? The goblin priest's smile grew more smug. As long as he attacked Yu Xiaojun, Yichuan's speed advantage would vanish, turning him into a living target. Just as the goblin priest was about to launch his third fireball, Yichuan moved. The murderous aura from slaughtering countless pigs became tangible as he charged towards the goblin priest. Blood Shadow Butcher. The goblin priest instantly fell into a state of fear. At the same time, Yichuan gripped his pig-killing knife, activating Windwalk, and actively charged towards the goblin priest. He knew very well that this was his only chance. The warrior goblin let out a roar, wanting to attack Yichuan. But at this moment, Yichuan's pig-killing knife had already stacked up to the 9th strike. He slashed at the warrior goblin, instantly putting it into a state of enchantment. The warrior goblin, lost in the enchanting illusion, wore a foolish smile. Yichuan ignored it, stepping on its head and charging directly towards the goblin priest. As long as he dealt with this goblin priest, killing the warrior goblin would be a piece of cake. Yichuan silently counted the time in his heart. The feared duration of Blood Shadow Butcher was 2 seconds. When Yichuan finished counting down in his mind, the goblin priest's eyes regained clarity. He was somewhat shocked because he never expected that Yichuan, a 9th-tier entry level, could actually hard control a 9th-tier master. This was simply absurd. But now, the goblin priest couldn't afford to think about how Yichuan did it. He had to create distance from Yichuan. The goblin priest remained calm and waved his wooden staff again. Wind come! A strange wind blew, lifting him into the air. The goblin priest coldly looked at Yichuan. He knew very well that he could easily be ambushed, but how could anyone sneak up on him so easily? As long as he used the raging wind to temporarily hover in the air, who could get close to him? Just when the goblin priest felt invincible, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Behind Yichuan, a pair of black golden wings unfurled. The wings emitted a metallic sheen, and with a gentle flap, Yichuan instantly soared into the sky, appearing right in front of him. How is this possible? You are a human. How can you have wings? The goblin priest was baffled, and Yichuan naturally wouldn't explain anything to him. He tightened his grip on the pig-killing knife, and with a swift motion, he slashed, severing the goblin priest's throat and cutting off all his life force. The goblin priest clutched his neck, seemingly unable to believe that he would die at the hands of a 9th-tier entry level. His eyes widened as he fell from nearly 10 meters in the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Pig Butcher Yichuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a special pig, leveling up by 9%, with an additional 1% damage increase against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Yichuan retracted his ethereal wings and slowly descended to the ground. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the feathered wings that allowed him to temporarily soar into the sky, solving the goblin priest today would not have been an easy task. After dealing with the goblin priest, Yichuan turned back and effortlessly eliminated the warrior goblin. Without the frenzy boost from the goblin priest, this warrior goblin was no match for Yichuan, and in just a few moves, he was directly slain by Yichuan. Butcher Yichuan used his butcher knife to slay a special pig, leveling up by 5%, with an additional 1% damage increase against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Wang Yuan and his group were completely stunned. They never expected Yichuan to suddenly sprout wings and fly into the sky. Moreover, the 9th-tier goblin priest of the Master Realm was actually killed by someone at the 9th tier of the entry realm. Brother Yichuan, what exactly is your profession? How can you be so terrifying? Wang Yuan couldn't help but ask. Me? I'm just a pig butcher, Yichuan replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Forget it, if you don't want to say, we won't force you. Everyone has their own secrets. Seeing that Wang Yuan and the others didn't believe him, Yichuan felt a bit helpless. He was clearly speaking the truth. He really was a pig butcher, just one who could treat all living beings as pigs to slaughter. Yichuan checked his attribute panel. Name, Yichuan. Profession, God-level pig butcher. Level, first tier master realm, 0. 2%, strength, 324, agility, 324, spirit, 324, professional talent, nemesis of the pig race, blade of the godslayer, professional skills, blood shadow butcher, LV3, soul-slaying knife intent, LV3, slaughter frenzy, LV3, other skills, feathered wings, minor completion, windwalk, minor completion, shadow of the underworld, perfect, illusory strike, minor completion, shattering stone fist, major completion, cloud break slash, major completion, nemesis of the pig race, attacks against pigs deal an additional 1500% damage. For each pig killed, this talent's enhancement increases by 1%. Damage dealt to you by pigs is halved. Blade of the Godslayer, designate a weapon as the butcher knife. Every pig that dies under the butcher knife will provide you with 0.1 points in free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher, the pig butcher releases his own murderous aura, forcing pigs into a state of fear for 3 seconds. Soul-slaying knife intent, the butcher knife in the pig butcher's hand carries knife intent, allowing him to ignore 30% of the pig's defense when striking. Slaughter frenzy, when the pig butcher begins to continuously kill pigs, killing 10 pigs will temporarily provide a 9% boost to all attributes. Thereafter, for every additional 10 pigs killed in succession, this boost increases by 9%, up to a maximum of 90%. After killing the goblin priest and the 2 warrior goblins, Yichuan successfully advanced to the first tier of the Master Realm. His 3-dimensional attributes doubled again, the fear duration of Blood Shadow Butcher reached 3 seconds, and the defense value that Soul-Slaying Knife Intent could ignore increased to 30%. More importantly, Yichuan unlocked his 3rd exclusive professional skill. This skill was simply a divine technique for him to take on multiple foes. With the existence of Slaughter Frenzy, as long as he continuously killed 100 pigs, Yichuan's 3-dimensional attributes would receive a 90% additional boost. It should be noted that only by breaking through to a higher realm would the 3-dimensional attributes double. A 90% additional boost was equivalent to elevating Yichuan by a whole realm. Wonderful! Excitement filled Yichuan's eyes. The exclusive skills of the pig butcher profession always brought him immense surprises. Moreover, exclusive skills would improve alongside the advancement of the profession. Once his realm broke through to a higher level, the bonuses from Slaughter Frenzy would only become more terrifying. At this moment, Wang Yuan and the others also sensed something was off. You've broken through to the first tier of the Master Realm? Wang Yuan and the others all gasped in surprise. For other combat professions to break through to the first level of the Master Realm, they would need to find medicinal pills for assistance, or at the very least, a quiet place free from disturbances. But Yichuan actually fought a goblin priest and broke through directly? It was just luck, Yichuan nodded. Wang Yuan and the others looked at Yichuan as if he were a monster. Yushawan couldn't help but ask, Yichuan, with your age and talent, why haven't the teachers from Tiansheng Academy, Taichu Academy, or Jinwu Academy taken you away? This doesn't make sense. There's nothing I can do, they just didn't see me, Yichuan replied honestly. Impossible, Wang Yuan and the others exclaimed in unison. With Yichuan's extraordinary talent, if those 3 academies didn't want him, then there wouldn't be many people in the entire 5th district of the human race qualified to enter those academies. Yichuan shrugged helplessly. Sigh, it's really hard to be an honest person these days. No one believes the truth. Alright, brother Wang Yuan, let's part ways here. After resting for 3 days, once Wang Yuan and the others' injuries had mostly healed, Yichuan bid farewell to them. Sending someone off 1,000 miles means parting ways at last. He wanted to return to Qingqing first to find out where the celestial race was currently located, while Wang Yuan and the others seemed to have other plans. Okay, then take care on your journey, brother Yichuan. Wang Yuan cupped his hands towards Yichuan. We all owe you our lives. If you ever need our help in the future, just let us know. Sure, if I need anything, I won't be polite with you. Yichuan waved his hand and activated Windwalk, disappearing into the distance. Brother Yuan, do you think we will see Yichuan again? Yushawan couldn't help but look in the direction Yichuan had left. Probably not, Wang Yuan said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Can't you see? He and we are not from the same world. Xingchen can't hold him. his future belongs to a much broader place. A hidden dragon will eventually soar above the 9 heavens. Yi Chuan flew all the way back to Qingcheng. He first went to the Qingcheng trading post and exchanged all the materials from the ferocious beasts for cash. With the flowing light arm, this trip was clearly a great success for Yi Chuan. Just from the ferocious beast materials, he sold nearly 3 million. Moreover, his flowing light arm contained a full 30 magic crystals. However, Yi Chuan did not plan to sell these 30 magic crystals. Instead, he intended to trade them all for succubus magic crystals. The enchantment of spiritual weapons can be further enhanced, but to continue enhancing them, the same type of magic crystal used in the first enchantment must be used. In the end, the Qingcheng trading post provided him with 8 succubus magic crystals. "Sir, I'm sorry, but we can't find that many magic crystals for you right now. Would you like to exchange for cash or other types of magic crystals?" The staff member had a hint of apology on their face. Succubus magic crystals are hard to come by because very few people would directly kill a succubus. Most people who encounter a succubus choose to capture it alive, then find a sealing master to seal all its powers, treating it like a pet at home. After all, succubi have a unique charm compared to human women, and no matter how you play, it's hard to ruin them. "You don't have that many? Then please help me post a task, saying I'm offering a high price for succubus magic crystals. I'll take as many as you have," Yi Chuan said. "Sure, I'll post your request to the task hall right away. The Qingcheng trading post will charge a 5% service fee based on the value of the items. How would you like to pay?" the staff member asked with a smile. "Just deduct it directly from my account. Also, I want to purchase information about the celestial race," Yi Chuan continued. "No problem." A staff member took out a stack of documents and handed them to Yi Chuan. "This is the information about the celestial race compiled by the Qingcheng exchange. Please keep it safe. The price is 8,000. Yi Chuan opened the documents and began to flip through them. The celestial race is a species very close to humans. Apart from their naturally born wings on their backs, they have almost no differences from humans, hence the name celestial. It is rumored that in ancient times, the celestial race was a branch of humanity, although the celestial race itself does not acknowledge this. In more recent times, the celestial race suffered a near-extermination catastrophe, and after that disaster, their status among the myriad races plummeted. Since then, the celestial race has begun to live in seclusion, their presence becoming extremely rare, only occasionally seen near the 9th Special District of Humanity. After Yi Chuan finished reading, the document suddenly ignited spontaneously, quickly turning to a pile of ashes that scattered with the wind. "What a scheming merchant," Yi Chuan muttered, his lips twitching. No wonder it was only 8,000, it was a one-time document. Fortunately, he had already memorized the information on it. The catastrophe described in the document was likely the invasion of the nightmare race, during which the 6-winged celestial leader, Healy, perished. Yi Chuan also learned an important piece of information. The area where the celestial race was active was in the 9th Special District of Humanity. "Well, I guess I won't be looking for the celestial race for now," Yi Chuan said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. The distance between the 5th and 9th Special Districts was more than 1,000 miles. With his current strength, crossing such a distance to reach the 9th Special District was simply a fantasy. However, knowing about the celestial race eased his mind. With the speed at which he was improving, in a few years, he would have the confidence to head to the 9th Special District. After leaving the Qingcheng exchange, Yi Chuan returned to the Jotian Alliance, partly to hand over the task of the giant armored crocodile lion, and partly to report his safety to Jiang Shiyan and the others. Otherwise, they would probably think he had died behind the Bronze Gate. Upon stepping into the Jotian Alliance building, Yi Chuan keenly sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. The people in the Jotian Alliance seemed to be in low spirits, as if they had just suffered some distressing event. Yi Chuan didn't think much of it and went directly to hand over the task. During the handover, he overheard 2 Jotian Alliance transferees, one fat and one thin, sighing. "Sigh, the people from the Thunder Lion Alliance are really ruthless. Only one person returned alive from the whole team. The key is that the Thunder Lion Alliance acted very cleanly, leaving no evidence behind. Sister Yu has no reason to confront them. The Thunder Lion Alliance is clearly out for revenge against our Jotian Alliance. It's a pity for Qianli Gong, such a good man. His injuries are too severe, he probably won't make it through today." Whoosh! Yi Chuan instantly rushed in front of the two. What happened to brother Qianli Gong? Seeing Yi Chuan, who looked like a beast with a terrifying aura, the faces of the fat and thin transferees turned pale. "Qianli Gong. He was severely injured by the people from the Thunder Lion Alliance and is currently recuperating on the 9th floor, the fat transferee stammered. Yi Chuan didn't make things difficult for them but dashed straight to the treatment area on the 9th floor. "Yi Chuan, you're still alive?" Upon seeing Yi Chuan, Jiang Shiyan covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. Shi Chunyu also looked at Yi Chuan with uncertainty. If it weren't for the blazing sun outside, she would have suspected she was seeing a ghost. They had witnessed Yi Chuan being engulfed by those incredibly strange shadows. I survived by luck. Where is brother Qianli Gong? Yi Chuan pressed on. He's inside. As soon as Qianli Gong was mentioned, Jiang Shiyan's mood instantly fell. Yi Chuan took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself before cautiously pushing open the door, making no sound. However, even with his preparations, when he saw Qianli Gong lying on the bed, Yi Chuan's pupils couldn't help but constrict sharply. Qianli Gong's eyes were tightly closed, and his once recognizable face was now completely unrecognizable, resembling a charred pig's head. His entire body was covered in burn marks from being struck by lightning, with not a single patch of healthy flesh to be found. Some of his skin had been completely burned away, revealing half-cooked muscle fibers underneath. If it weren't for the nearby machine still showing signs of life, Yi Chuan would have suspected that the figure lying on the bed was a long-dead charred corpse. Yi Chuan's fists clenched involuntarily, a chilling light flickering in his eyes. He had thought that after killing so many pigs, his heart had grown as cold as the slaughtering knife, but seeing Qianli Gong's tragic state ignited a fierce anger within him. After his parents left, Qianli Gong was one of the few people who still cared for him. Yi Chuan carefully closed the door and turned to Jiang Shiyan, asking, "Can Uncle Qian still recover?" "It's very difficult," Jiang Shiyan said, pursing her lips, her expression somewhat sorrowful. "He suffered a severe lightning strike, and the high temperature has cooked his internal organs. Unless we can obtain a 5th-grade rejuvenation pill within half a day, otherwise." Jiang Shiyan didn't finish her sentence. Given her status, it wouldn't be difficult for her to find a 5th-grade rejuvenation pill. But the problem was that this pill had to be delivered to Qingcheng within half a day. "Where can we find a 5th-grade rejuvenation pill in Qingcheng?" Yi Chuan took a deep breath and pressed further. A 1st-grade rejuvenation pill could already sell for over 100,000. A 5th-grade rejuvenation pill was something that could bring the dead back to life, almost priceless, as only a king-level alchemist could refine such a pill. Even if it existed, no one would sell it. "As far as I know, only the Xia family has a 5th-grade rejuvenation pill, but Sister Yu has already asked, and the Xia family is unwilling to lend us this favor," Jiang Shiyan said with a bitter smile, shaking her head. "I understand." Without saying another word, Yi Chuan turned and walked outside. He had to save Qianli Gong. If the Xia family was truly unwilling to help, then he would take it by force. "Yi Chuan, don't be impulsive." Jiang Shiyan tried to stop him, but Yi Chuan moved like the wind, directly bypassing her. "You've broken through to the Master Realm?" Jiang Shiyan gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The first time she met Yi Chuan, he was only at the first stage of the entry realm, while she was at the 9th stage. How long had it been, and he had already caught up to her, advancing to the first stage of the Master Realm. Although her situation was special and her progress was slow, Yi Chuan's speed of advancement was simply astonishing. "Don't stop me, I must save Uncle Chen." After leaving the Jotian Alliance building, Yi Chuan headed straight for the Xia family. The Xia family's mansion was located in the central area of Qingcheng. It was a vast, ancient mansion built from unknown wood. At this moment, the gates of the Xia family were tightly closed, with guards stationed at the entrance. Yi Chuan showed no hesitation and called out loudly at the gate, "I, Yi Chuan, dare to ask the head of the Xia family to lend me that 5th-grade rejuvenation pill." His voice was loud and quickly echoed deep into the Xia family. "How dare you!" The guards at the Xia family's entrance instantly erupted in anger. "Who do you think you are, asking to borrow? Can you even afford it? Brothers, take action and drive this kid away." For guards at the entry realm attacked without mercy, as Yi Chuan's actions were no different from provoking the Xia family. It was like a stranger coming to your doorstep and asking to borrow all your savings. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks from the 4 guards came one after another, but Yi Chuan did not dodge or evade, allowing their strikes to land on him. The 4 guards began to murmur among themselves, showing no signs of holding back. Yet, even so, their attacks couldn't force Yi Chuan to take a single step back. How was this guy managing it? "Master Xia, please come out and meet." Yi Chuan spoke again in a deep voice. He had to get his hands on that 5th-grade revitalizing pill today. The young people nowadays really are becoming more and more unaware of their own limitations. Xia Beihai's cold voice came from behind the door, and then the Xia family's gate slowly opened. Xia Beihai's fierce eyes locked onto Yi Chuan, and he couldn't help but frown. "You are that kid who went through the bronze door back then? You're actually still alive?" "That's right, it's me," Yi Chuan replied. Xia Beihai, who had originally planned to take action directly, restrained himself and asked, "So it seems you've obtained something from behind the bronze door?" Yi Chuan fell silent. "How about this, if you show me what you got from behind the bronze door, and if it satisfies me, then that 5th-grade revitalizing pill won't be impossible for you to get," Xia Beihai said. Yi Chuan couldn't help but smile wryly, the six-winged celestial had only given him two benefits. One was helping him fuse the nether cold iron with the pig slaughtering knife, raising the knife's grade, and the other was teaching him the feathered celestial wings. However, that black feather had already been refined by Yi Chuan, and even if he handed over the feathered celestial wings, Xia Beihai wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Master Xia, I can't take it out, Yi Chuan said truthfully. Can't take it out? And you still have the nerve to come and ask for my Xia family's 5th grade revitalizing pill? Do you know what the 5th grade revitalizing pill represents? Borrow? Can you even repay it? Xia Beihai's eyes were filled with barely concealed anger. Humph, get lost. While I'm still in a decent mood, don't force me to take action. Master Xia, I apologize, Yi Chuan sighed softly. It seemed today he would have to confront Xia Beihai. Having already advanced to the first stage of the Master Realm, with his exaggerated 3-dimensional attributes and the 15-fold extra damage bonus against the Pig Clan, he was confident he could defeat Xia Beihai head-on. What do you mean? You, a first-stage master, want to take action against me? Xia Beihai laughed in anger. It seems my Xia family has been too low-key lately. Even a piece of trash at the first stage of the Master Realm dares to come and provoke us. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. Just as the two were about to clash, a graceful figure rushed out from behind Xia Beihai, heading straight for Yi Chuan, crashing into his arms and shoving a small square box into his embrace. Yi Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He had already vaguely guessed what was inside the box. Daddy, don't fight. Yi Chuan is the one I told you about. The person who saved me outside the city last time, Xia Nannan quickly explained. Oh, no wonder the name Yi Chuan sounds somewhat familiar. Xia Beihai frowned slightly, and his tone softened considerably. In that case, since you saved my daughter, I won't hold today's matter against you. Let's go. I know you must have someone very important to save, but the 5th grade revitalizing pill is one of the most precious things even for my Xia family. I can't give it to you today, so don't make unreasonable demands. Xia Nannan turned to look at Yi Chuan, giving him a meaningful glance. Did you hear that, Yi Chuan? Don't make a scene. Yi Chuan remained silent for a moment, then bowed to Xia Beihai. I'm sorry, Master Xia. I was just too eager to save someone, which led to my recklessness. I will definitely apologize properly to the Xia family for today's matter in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chuan turned and left. What nonsense! Do you really think my Xia family is a charity? Xia Beihai snorted coldly. Dad, please don't be angry. Yi Chuan is just young and impulsive, Xia Nannan said, clinging to Xia Beihai's arm and acting cute. Only then did the frown on Xia Beihai's face slowly ease. That's enough, he saved you. Can I really hold a grudge over such a small matter? It's all in the past. After walking away, Yi Chuan took out the square box that Xia Nannan had given him. Upon opening it, he found a perfectly round green pill lying quietly inside, its surface shimmering with fluorescence, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Just the smell made Yi Chuan feel his cells within come alive. He was instantly excited. Without a doubt, this pill was a 5th grade rejuvenation pill. He didn't rush to leave but quietly waited in place. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Xia Nannan caught up with him. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and save him, Xia Nannan urged. Thank you. Yi Chuan looked at Xia Nannan with sincere eyes. For the first time, he felt a good impression towards a pig-headed person. Oh, what are you thanking me for? This thing is just a decoration in my Xia family, and it's only borrowed. You have to return it with interest, Xia Nannan said, hands on her hips. All right. Yi Chuan nodded. Not only will I return it with interest, but I also owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, I, Yi Chuan, will not hesitate. Okay, but hurry up and save him. Just remember, you have to return this 5th grade rejuvenation pill within a month, or else if my dad finds out, I'll be in big trouble. Xia Nannan stuck out her little tongue, looking scared. Yi Chuan couldn't help but smile. Aren't you afraid that I might be lying to you, that I might just take it and not return it? Not afraid. I believe you're not a bad person. You are a bad person. When I was trapped in the goblin's lair, I was already doomed. Xia Nannan pouted. She was still confident in her looks and figure. At that time, she had been tied up and unable to move, yet Yi Chuan didn't take advantage of her predicament but instead saved her. From this, it was enough to see that he was a gentleman. Thank you for your trust. Don't worry, I will definitely return it. Yi Chuan said no more, turned, and left directly, as he couldn't delay too long with Qian Li Gong. After returning to the Jotian Alliance building, Yi Chuan went straight to the 9th floor and arrived at the treatment area. Shurien, I got the 5th grade rejuvenation pill. How do we save Uncle Qian? Yi Chuan asked urgently. Zhang Shurian's beautiful eyes widened, then she took the square box from Yi Chuan's hands and opened it to take a look. It really is a 5th grade rejuvenation pill. How did you do it? Zhang Shurian's eyes were filled with disbelief. even she couldn't obtain a 5th grade rejuvenation pill in such a short time. Don't worry about how I did it, just save him, Yi Chuan urged. Oh right, save him first. Jiang Shiyan, realizing, also looked a bit excited. With this 5th grade rejuvenation pill, Uncle Qian's life would definitely be saved. Call all the healers up here. With Jiang Shiyan's command, several healing masters rushed over. The ward of Qianli Gong immediately became lively. Hours passed quietly, during which Yi Chuan stayed in the treatment area, not leaving for a moment. It wasn't until the healers came out that Yi Chuan quickly stood up and asked, "How's Uncle Chen? How is he?" The faces of the healers showed some fatigue. His life is saved, he can live like a normal person, but Qianli Gong's injuries were too severe, and he will have many aftereffects. In the future, it will be very difficult for him to become a combat-type class changer again. Yi Chuan took a deep breath. Can I go in to see him now? Yes. Seeing the healer nod, Yi Chuan pushed the door and entered. Qianli Gong had already woken up. The 5th grade rejuvenation pill truly lived up to its reputation for bringing the dead back to life. Many of his burn injuries had healed, and the new skin was as smooth as a baby's. However, his aura still seemed a bit weak. Uncle Qian, how are you feeling now? Yi Chuan hurriedly asked. I'm doing well, don't worry. I'm eating well, and if those therapists hadn't stopped me, I would have gone down to the 5th floor to wash my feet. Qianli Gong forced a smile on his pale face, clearly not wanting Yi Chuan to worry. You don't need to worry about me, not being a transmuter is fine too. I've long been tired of that life of fighting and killing. Qianli Gong waved his hand nonchalantly, as if he were carefree. Uncle Qian. Yi Chuan's mood became somewhat heavy. He could see that Qianli Gong was putting on a brave face. A master-level combat transmuter was considered a superior being in Xincheng, able to eat first wherever he went. But now, in the blink of an eye, he was about to become an ordinary person again. It was like being a rich second generation, driving your sports car to pick up girls, only to receive a call from your dad telling you that your family has gone bankrupt and owes tens of millions. For anyone, that would not be a happy thing. Seeing Yi Chuan's reaction, Qianli Gong fell silent, then revealed a bitter smile. Yi Chuan, I really don't deserve you doing this. The 5th grade rejuvenation pill is too precious. Even if I were at my peak, I might not be able to repay this kindness, let alone now that I'm a useless person. At this point, Qianli Gong's eyes reddened slightly. He had never imagined that it would be Yi Chuan who brought him a 5th grade rejuvenation pill to save him. Although he had indeed helped Yi Chuan before, those were merely small favors in his eyes. Uncle Qian, just focus on recovering. The moment I decided to save you, I never thought about wanting anything in return. Seeing that Qianli Gong's mental state was good and his injuries had mostly healed, Yi Chuan finally felt relieved. It's just formalities. I'm not good at saying such things. In any case, my life from now on belongs to you, Qianli Gong. If you ever need me, I will never refuse. Qianli Gong's expression was extremely serious, like an ancient warrior. Alright, then I'll give you your first task now, Yi Chuan said. You speak. Qianli Gong nodded. Take good care of your injuries. There are debts to repay, and enemies to kill. A hint of concealed killing intent flashed in Yi Chuan's eyes as he left the hospital room. Now that he had saved Qianli Gong, it was time to settle accounts with the Thunder Lion Alliance. Shiyan, Yujie, I'm a bit tired, so I'm going back to my room to rest. Yi Chuan nodded at Shi Chunyu and Jiang Shiyan, then directly returned to his room in front of them. After Yi Chuan left, Shi Chunyu curiously asked, Miss, how do you think Yi Chuan got that 5th grade rejuvenation pill from the Xia family? I personally approached Xia Beihai, and he didn't give me any face. How he got it isn't important. What's important is that he was willing to use such a precious pill to save Uncle Chen, which shows that Yi Chuan is indeed a trustworthy person. Jiang Shiyan's beautiful eyes were filled with interest. I even have a feeling that Yi Chuan's future might not be any worse than those geniuses in Yuning City. Miss, you're going too far with that. Shi Chunyu shook her head, clearly not agreeing with Jiang Shiyan's statement. As far as I know, some of the top geniuses in Yuning City have probably already reached the master level. Where is Yi Chuan compared to them? If it weren't for the fact that the skill you cultivate is somewhat special, he probably wouldn't even be able to catch up to you. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Shiyan's lips. Perhaps. But Yujie, don't forget that those geniuses in Yuning City have their families or forces fully supporting their training, while Yi Chuan has nothing and relies entirely on himself. With Jiang Shiyan's reminder, Shi Chunyu's expression also became a bit more serious. The achievements of equally talented job changers born into noble families and those born into ordinary households are indeed worlds apart. After returning to his room, Yi Chuan lay directly on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. He was very calm, so calm that his breathing was exceptionally even. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderclap outside exploded, illuminating half of Yi Chuan's face in blue. dark clouds loomed over Qingcheng.
Moments later, accompanied by another thunderous roar, torrential rain poured down from the sky, with large raindrops pounding against the window.
However, Yichuan was completely unaffected, sleeping soundly.
In the early hours, the rain had lessened somewhat, and the moon peeked out from behind the dark clouds, with rainwater and moonlight flowing freely on the streets of Qingcheng. At this moment, Yichuan finally opened his eyes. Calmly, he took out a few pieces of clothing from the luminescent realm wristband, tore them into strips, and used the strips to cover his head, leaving only a pair of pitch-black eyes visible, wrapping his neck tightly as well. Then, he wrapped his entire body in the strips, even covering the pig-killing knife with them, making him look like a mummy from a distance.
As long as I leave no evidence, it should be fine, right? Yichuan opened the window of the room and half-squatted on the windowsill. In the next second, a pair of black and gold wings spread out in the night. With a powerful flap, Yichuan disappeared into the darkness. Moments later, Yichuan appeared in a small alley some distance from the Thunder Lion Alliance. Like the Nine Heavens Alliance, the Thunder Lion Alliance also used a building as its main base. Guards were taking turns at the entrance, and the level of security was extremely strict. Clearly, after killing a small team from the Nine Heavens Alliance and nearly killing Qian Ligon, the Thunder Lion Alliance was also on guard against retaliation from the Nine Heavens Alliance. Yichuan observed for a while. The patrol frequency of the guards at the Thunder Lion Alliance's entrance was too dense, and they were in groups of 4. It was obviously an impossible task to silently eliminate the guards at the entrance and infiltrate the Thunder Lion Alliance. But it didn't matter, since the front door was not an option. Yichuan would enter from the rooftop. Yichuan once again activated his feathered wings, this time landing directly on the top floor of the Thunder Lion Alliance building. There were no guards here, after all. The Thunder Lion Alliance would never expect that one day they would face an enemy who could fly. Entering the stairwell through the iron door on the top floor, Yichuan encountered no resistance as he infiltrated the interior of the Thunder Lion Alliance. He arrived at the highest level of the Thunder Lion Alliance, which seemed to be a residential area, with long corridors lined with room doors. Yichuan walked to the first room's door, which had a magical array on it. Forcing his way in would only alert others. So, Yichuan politely began to knock on the door. Inside the room, a wonderful spring drama was unfolding. A stark contrast was formed by two figures, one white and one black. One was a fair-skinned beauty, with a stunning figure and elegant demeanor, her fitted qipao torn and hanging loosely, adding a touch of charm to her. The other was a muscular man with dark, rough skin, sweat sliding down his well-defined muscles, dripping onto the fair figure. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock on the door came, and the busy muscular man instantly cursed impatiently. Damn it, I'm busy, get lost. Whatever it is, wait until I'm done. After cursing, the muscular man grabbed the woman's neck, intending to continue his activities. But then, the knocking sounded again. Damn it! The muscular man suddenly stood up, fury burning in his eyes, vowing that no matter who was knocking outside, he would make them pay. He flung open the door, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. The person outside the door was faster than him. A flash of sharp cold light flickered by, and the strong man only felt a slight itch at his neck before his consciousness began to fade into a blur. The butcher Yichuan used a slaughter knife to kill a two-legged pig, leveling up by 0.5%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig race, and an increase of 0.1 in free attributes. The strong man's body instantly went limp, and Yichuan supported him, gently laying him on the ground before continuing into the room. On the soft white bed, the woman in the qipao was still twisting her delicate body. Hearing the footsteps, she thought the strong man had returned and immediately pressed herself against him. Master, you finally came back. But when she opened her hazy eyes, what she saw was Yichuan, looking like a mummified monster. The woman was instantly frightened awake, opening her mouth to scream, but Yichuan clearly wouldn't give her that chance. With a swift motion of the slaughter knife, he cleanly sent this woman to reunite with her master in the underworld. After confirming there were no other living people in the room, Yichuan knocked on the door of the second room. When the door opened, Yichuan repeated the process, slaughtering everyone in the second room, and then knocked on the door of the third room. Yichuan moved like a reaper, knocking on one door after another. Whoever opened the door would die. After finishing off the fifth room, Yichuan felt a sudden boost in his three-dimensional attributes. The Slaughter Frenzy skill has been triggered, current bonus 9%. Have I killed enough pigs yet? Yichuan murmured, as the slaughter knife, infused with ghostly cold iron, remained free of any bloodstains. Blood would coagulate on the knife and then slide off automatically. Yichuan kindly closed the door behind him and walked toward the next room. Even the members of the Thunder Lion Alliance had not anticipated that on the top floor of their building, a terrifying reaper was silently reaping the lives of everyone. Moments later, Yichuan left the top floor and arrived at the second top floor. At this point, the bonus from the slaughter frenzy had risen to 54%. It should be noted that even when Yu Xiaojun had blessed him, the bonus was only 50%. Now, Yi Chuan was as if he had a constant blessing from Yu Xiaojun. In the corridor of the second top floor, there were two people who seemed to have drunk quite a bit, swaying as they walked. Yi Chuan silently approached them. The soft carpet in the corridor served as his best ally, perfectly muffling his footsteps. As he got closer, Yi Chuan overheard their conversation. "Bro, don't be sad. It's not worth it for a woman. It's just a breakup, right? You can find someone better." "But bro, I cheated, and that's why she broke up with me." "Well, that's okay. You can cheat with someone prettier." Yi Chuan, who was ready to strike, was stunned in place by their words. What were they talking about? Was this even human conversation? At that moment, one of them suddenly turned around and, upon seeing Yi Chuan dressed like a mummy, sobered up a bit. "Who are you?" Yi Chuan didn't respond but directly slashed the other man's neck. The man's body crashed to the ground, hitting the carpet with a dull thud. The other person thought his companion had just drunk too much and passed out, pointing at the body and laughing. "Bro, you can't hold your liquor, you need to practice." Just as he finished speaking, he caught sight of Yi Chuan in his mummy disguise. Just as he was about to shout, Yi Chuan sent him to join his friend. After dealing with the two, Yi Chuan slung one over his shoulder and dragged the other, planning to find a room to dispose of their bodies to avoid alarming anyone. But just then, the door next to them creaked open. Yi Chuan and the person who opened the door locked eyes, both momentarily frozen in place. The man rubbed his eyes, looking at Yi Chuan with some confusion. "Brother, what are you doing? Carrying one while dragging another, cosplaying as a hellish soldier?" But when his peripheral vision caught sight of the two men's necks, he was instantly terrified, as these two were clearly corpses. "There's an enemy!" The man pressed a button in the room in panic, and a piercing alarm immediately rang throughout the entire Thunder Lion Alliance building, waking everyone up. Yi Chuan sighed helplessly. He knew he would be discovered by the Thunder Lion Alliance sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Since that was the case, he had no need to continue pretending. Yi Chuan directly tossed the two drunkards' bodies aside and charged at the man who had triggered the alarm. The man wanted to resist, but a pig at the entry level was no match for Yi Chuan, a first-tier master butcher. The 15 times extra damage bonus from being a pig's nemesis meant he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yi Chuan before being cleaved in two. At that moment, hearing the alarm, the members of the Thunder Lion Alliance rushed out of their rooms, armed. The entire Thunder Lion Alliance building was brightly lit. They didn't even need to discern who the enemy was. Yi Chuan, wrapped like a mummy with only his eyes showing, looked anything but friendly. The person is on the second to top floor. Currently, it's just him, and his level should be at the first tier of the Master Realm. I don't know if there are others on different floors, so be careful. Not on the 9th floor. Not on the 8th floor. After a brief exchange of information, the members of the Thunder Lion Alliance realized one thing: there was only one intruder. This eased everyone's tension. A first-tier master? Daring to invade the Thunder Lion Alliance? This was not an invasion, it was clearly delivering food. "Kid, just surrender obediently." One of them, crackling with lightning, arrogantly reached out to pat Yi Chuan on the shoulder. Whoosh! Yi Chuan showed no hesitation. His butcher knife transformed into a flash of cold light, slicing through the throat. After dealing with this man, Yi Chuan activated Windwalk, his terrifying speed allowing him to approach the next person like a ghost. After advancing to the first tier of the Master Realm, this was Yi Chuan's first time going all out. The people on the second to top floor didn't even realize Yi Chuan had gotten close to them. The butcher knife swung elegantly, and with each strike, a pig would crash to the ground. No delays, no unnecessary movements. This was a pure exhibition of the art of pig slaughtering. Butcher Yi Chuan used the butcher knife to slaughter a two-legged pig, leveling up by 0.8%, with an additional damage increase of 1% from being a pig's nemesis, adding 0.1 to free attributes. Butcher Yi Chuan used the butcher knife to slaughter a two-legged pig, leveling up by 3%, with an additional damage increase of 1% from being a pig's nemesis, adding 0.1 to free attributes. Butcher Yi Chuan used the butcher knife to slaughter a two-legged pig, leveling up by 1%, with an additional damage increase of 1% from being a pig's nemesis, adding 0.1 to free attributes. Moments later, on the second to top floor, corpses lay everywhere, each one with a clean cut to the throat. Only one person, responsible for communicating with other floors, survived, but he was now so scared that he had collapsed to the ground, a foul liquid seeping down his pants. On the second to top floor, dozens of Thunder Lion Alliance transmuters couldn't even hold Yi Chuan off for 3 minutes. What on earth was this guy, human or ghost? "Hey, skinny monkey, what's going on over there? I hear sounds of fighting?" a voice inquired over the intercom. Yi Chuan's knife was already pressed against this skinny monkey's neck, causing him to shudder in fear, and he quickly steadied himself to say, "Don't worry, we've already captured the person." What kind of storm can a first-tier master cause in the Thunder Lion Alliance? That's good. After dealing with the person opposite him, the thin monkey respectfully handed the walkie-talkie to Yi Chuan. "My lord, are you satisfied?" Yi Chuan took the walkie-talkie, a smile appearing on his face. "You're quite clever." The thin monkey showed a flattering smile. Just as he thought he might survive, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. "It's a pity that your luck isn't very good. You ran into me. If it were someone else, they might have let you go." The thin monkey's consciousness gradually blurred. He opened his mouth, using lip reading to greet Yi Chuan's female relatives, and then completely lost his life. Yi Chuan calmly stood up and walked down to the next floor. Although the infiltration plan had temporarily failed, as long as he could kill everyone inside the Thunder Lion Alliance building, it could still be considered an infiltration. Yi Chuan continued to kill his way down, one floor at a time. The bonus from the slaughter frenzy had already stacked up to a maximum of 90%. With this boost, Yi Chuan's three-dimensional attributes had surpassed 600 points, and his total three-dimensional attributes had directly broken 2,000. For a first-level Master Realm to have such terrifying three-dimensional attributes was utterly absurd. What was even more frightening was that this first-level Master was a butcher from the life system. Now, Yi Chuan treated everyone in the Thunder Lion Alliance building as pigs to be slaughtered. After killing down 5 more floors, the people of the Thunder Lion Alliance finally realized something was wrong. They began to mobilize real powerhouses to encircle Yi Chuan's position. However, it was useless. Whether they were in the Master Realm, Entry-Level Realm, or Apprentice Realm, they were all just one slash away from death in front of Yi Chuan. His killing speed was simply too fast. To him, the members of the Thunder Lion Alliance were no different from fat pigs in a slaughterhouse. Almost every second, someone in the Thunder Lion Alliance building was losing their life. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, as no one could have predicted that a single person could cause such terrifying destruction. By the time the Thunder Lion Alliance members reacted, nearly half of the people in the building had already been killed by Yi Chuan. "You have guts." Just as Yi Chuan finished slaughtering another floor and was about to go down to the next, a loud shout rang out. A shocking bolt of lightning struck down towards Yi Chuan, who activated the illusion strike, causing the lightning to explode against the ground in front of him. The carpeted marble floor was instantly blasted into a large pit. Lei Yongqin's face darkened, his narrow eyes filled with murderous intent, the aura of a peak 9th-level Master Realm fully revealed. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my Thunder Lion Alliance?" Yi Chuan did not answer him but directly activated the Blood Shadow Butcher skill. The murderous aura condensed into a tangible force and surged forward, instantly putting Lei Yongqin into a state of fear. However, Yi Chuan did not attack Lei Yongqin. Instead, he chose to pass by him. Yi Chuan knew very well that Lei Yongqin was the leader of the Thunder Lion Alliance, the spiritual pillar for all its members. If he killed Lei Yongqin, the others would surely scatter. Yi Chuan was just a butcher, he was not a god, and if so many pigs ran away, he couldn't guarantee he could catch them all to slaughter. But as long as Lei Yongqin was alive, the other members of the Thunder Lion Alliance would not run amok. Sure enough, as Yi Chuan rushed past Lei Yongqin, several members of the Thunder Lion Alliance, eager to achieve merit, charged forward to try to block him. "Oh, coming straight at me? Not choosing to run, but instead approaching me?" A glint flashed in Yi Chuan's eyes, and then he swung the butcher knife fiercely. Cloud break slash. The sharp blade seemed to tear the air apart, and the few job changers rushing towards Yi Chuan widened their eyes, instantly severing all life. Then, Yi Chuan continued to kill towards the members of the Thunder Lion Alliance, knife in hand. Those people didn't even have time to escape when Yi Chuan appeared before them, his knife flashing down, and several more corpses instantly littered the ground. At that moment, Lei Yongqin also snapped out of his state of fear. Seeing Yi Chuan actually bypass him to continue slaughtering the members of the Thunder Lion Alliance, his first reaction was that Yi Chuan considered him no match, which was why he chose to attack others instead. "No matter who you are, you dare to slaughter my Thunder Lion Alliance members like this, I, Lei Yongqin, will definitely skin you alive today." Lei Yongqin roared, surrounded by thunder, like an enraged tiger, charging directly at Yi Chuan. However, Yi Chuan had already killed everyone on this floor and turned to rush down to the next level. "Stop him." With a command from Lei Yongqin, the people on the next floor didn't even need Yi Chuan to find them, they actively surrounded him. Yi Chuan almost laughed at the sight. One might think Lei Yongqin was his teammate given their level of cooperation. Faced with the fat pigs delivered to him for slaughter, Yi Chuan naturally showed no mercy, his butcher's knife almost sparking from the intensity of his strikes. Watching the members of the Thunder Lion Alliance fall like cut straw, they didn't even have time to scream. Lei Yongqin's eyes turned green with rage. Yet, he still couldn't catch up to Yi Chuan. Yes, Lei Yongqin was shocked to discover that despite his full sprint, while Yi Chuan was killing and running, he couldn't keep up with him. This was simply outrageous. How could this guy's speed be so infuriatingly fast? Kid, do you dare to fight me head-on? Lei Yongqin's roar echoed. Unmoved by Lei Yongqin's poor provocation tactics, Yichuan held his butcher's knife and headed straight for the next floor. Lei Yongqin could only follow behind, eating dust, watching Yichuan continue his massacre within the Thunder Lion Alliance. At that moment, Lei Yongqin felt like he had all this strength but nowhere to vent it. Stop right there! Lei Yongqin was furious, chasing closely behind Yichuan. Blinded by rage, Lei Yongqin didn't realize how long he had been chasing Yichuan. He only knew that if he didn't kill Yichuan today, he would have to wake up in the middle of the night and slap himself twice. Just then, Yichuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Lei Yongqin was instantly overjoyed. Running? Why aren't you running anymore? Go on, keep running. The smile on Lei Yongqin's face twisted into a grimace, bolts of lightning slithering from his body, exuding a destructive aura. Not running anymore, your Thunder Lion Alliance building doesn't have a basement. Yichuan calmly turned back, now standing on the first floor of the Thunder Lion Alliance. No basement? Lei Yongqin was momentarily stunned, then he thought of a very terrifying hypothesis, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. The other members of the Thunder Lion Alliance couldn't have all been killed by Yichuan, right? And Lei Yongqin's guess was not wrong. Aside from the guards at the entrance, there were only 2 living people left in the entire Thunder Lion Alliance building. One was Yichuan, and the other was Lei Yongqin. Everyone else had already turned into dead pigs under Yichuan's butcher's knife. Who exactly are you? What grievance does my Thunder Lion Alliance have with you? Lei Yongqin shouted loudly. Yichuan calmly raised his butcher's knife. I'm your father. Yichuan would never do something as foolish as introducing himself. At this moment, with a 90% boost from the slaughter frenzy, Yichuan was not afraid of Lei Yongqin at all. Facing the thunder Lei Yongqin unleashed, Yichuan stepped lightly, easily dodging it. Then, he swung his butcher's knife directly at Lei Yongqin's head. Lei Yongqin's face changed drastically with fear, as he felt a genuine threat of death from that strike. He dared not take it head-on and quickly sidestepped to avoid Yichuan's blow. Then, gathering power in one hand, the force of thunder converged in his palm, and he suddenly hurled it at Yichuan. Yichuan similarly gathered his strength, channeling it rapidly into the tip of his fist. Shattered stone punch. The 2 fists collided with tremendous force. The skin on Yichuan's knuckles was instantly scorched by Lei Yongqin's thunderous power. After receiving Yichuan's punch, the calm expression on Lei Yongqin's face vanished without a trace, replaced by an incredulous look. His right arm had twisted into an extremely bizarre arc, resembling a twisted donut. The sudden, intense pain contorted Lei Yongqin's face. He couldn't understand why, as one of the strongest members of the Thunder Lion Alliance and a 9th-tier master, he would have his arm broken by a 1st-tier master. But Yichuan didn't care about that. The butcher's knife swung down once more. Lei Yongqin hurriedly distanced himself from Yichuan, fear and madness flickering in his eyes. He knew very well that if he wanted to survive today, he had to fight with all his might. The more he feared death, the faster he would die. This mummified figure before him was simply terrifying. 10,000 thunder summon. Lei Yongqin roared, unleashing a terrifying thunderous power from his entire body, but he struggled to contain such fierce energy, his skin beginning to crack. Yet, Lei Yongqin didn't care. Being backfired was better than being hacked to death by Yichuan. Just as he was gathering his strength, Yichuan charged forward. The butcher's knife had stacked up to the 9th strike, and in that instant of a fierce slash, the enchanting effect instantly manifested, the demonic patterns on the blade glowing brilliantly. A hint of pink appeared in Lei Yongqin's eyes, and various inappropriate images flooded his mind, causing his heart to race and blood to surge. But Lei Yongqin reacted quickly. He bit down hard on his tongue, severing a small piece. The intense pain pulled him out of the illusion. At that moment, Yichuan's butcher's knife was about to make intimate contact with his head. Seeing he couldn't dodge, a fierce look flashed in Lei Yongqin's eyes, and he braced himself with his already fractured right arm to take the blow. Swish! The strike was as fast as lightning, slicing through Lei Yongqin's arm as easily as cutting tofu. The wound was smooth as a mirror, blood gushing out. Seeing this, Lei Yongqin immediately summoned the thunderous power, using the high temperature from the lightning to cauterize the wound and stop the bleeding. Yichuan couldn't help but frown. No wonder Lei Yongqin could rise to become the leader of one of the 4 major forces in Xinjiang, the Thunder Lion Alliance. This guy was ruthless, absolutely merciless. If he treated himself this harshly, one could only imagine how he dealt with his enemies. After forcibly stopping the bleeding, Lei Yongqin was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, but his gaze was like a beast driven to a dead end, filled with bloodthirsty ferocity. In Xinjiang, no one has ever pushed me to this extent. You are the first. Lei Yongqin stared fiercely at Yichuan. So, who exactly are you? I told you, I'm your father. Yichuan raised the butcher's knife again and charged at Lei Yongqin. Although Lei Yongqin was left with only one arm,
the thunderous power within him grew even more violent, each punch and kick carrying terrifying electric damage.
Yichuan's hair was styled into an ionic perm.
Then, Lei Yongqin let out a roar, swinging his single arm at Yichuan.
Seeing the terrifying thunderous power, Yichuan squinted and leaped up, dodging the punch.
However, at that moment, a fierce smile appeared on Lei Yongqin's face.
I want to see how you dodge in the air. You won't be able to escape today. Thunder explosion.
Lei Yongqin gathered all his thunderous power together, the raging thunder emitting a piercing hum. He clearly intended to use this strike to completely annihilate Yichuan. No matter how fast Yichuan was, at that moment he had no place to gain strength in the air. No matter how fast he went, there was nowhere to exert it. Just when Lei Yongqin thought this strike would surely kill him, he saw a mocking expression in the only exposed eye of Yichuan. It was like a butcher laughing at a pig that didn't know its own limits. Lei Yongqin felt a bad premonition in his heart, but now that the arrow was on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. He could only brace himself and continue to attack.
He couldn't believe that Yichuan could dodge this strike even in the air.
But at that moment, a scene that shattered Lei Yongqin's worldview appeared. Behind Yichuan, a pair of black and gold wings actually unfolded, and with a gentle flap, Yichuan's figure instantly vanished. Lei Yongqin's full-force strike did not harm Yichuan in the slightest. It merely turned the first-floor hall of the Thunder Lion Alliance into a war-torn scene. Yichuan, using the flying ability and terrifying speed brought by the wings of transformation, had already arrived behind Lei Yongqin. With a swift motion of the butcher's knife, he directly severed Lei Yongqin's neck.
Lei Yongqin's eyes widened as he leaned against the wall, slowly collapsing.
He never expected that with his identity, status, and strength, he would be killed in his own headquarters.
Who exactly are you? Tell me, please.
This question troubled Lei Yongqin, preventing him from closing his eyes. Clearly, Xingqiang should not have such a monster like the mummy before him. He could never remember offending such a terrifying existence.
Why? Why would such a terrifying being suddenly invade the Thunder Lion Alliance and take his life?
Even in death, Lei Yongqin wanted to die clearly, not as a confused ghost. This strong obsession sustained him even as his throat was cut, yet he still did not breathe his last. Yichuan stepped forward and slowly squatted in front of Lei Yongqin. With the last glimmer of hope in his eyes, Lei Yongqin looked at him, just as he thought Yichuan was going to reveal his identity.
Yichuan raised the butcher's knife and severed Lei Yongqin's head.
Lei Yongqin's eyes were wide open, like copper bells. Yichuan's expression was calm as he tossed the head aside, as if he had done something trivial. After all, some pigs do have a stronger vitality than others. Even with their throats cut, they can still struggle and resist. This was not surprising, nor was there anything to be taboo about. A quick follow-up strike would suffice.
Thus, there were no living souls left in the entire Thunder Lion Alliance building. The leader of the Thunder Lion Alliance, a top-tier master at the 9th level, died on the first floor of the Thunder Lion Alliance building.
The guards outside were still diligently patrolling, but they had no idea that inside the building they were guarding, there were no living people left except for Yichuan. Speaking of which, they had to thank Lei Yongqin for making the soundproofing of the building so effective. Otherwise, with such fierce fighting, they would have attracted the attention of the guards outside long ago. Yichuan got up, casually found a bathroom, and washed away all the bloodstains on him. He removed the bandages wrapped around him and the shoes he was wearing, then set them all on fire. Not only did he ignite his clothes, but he also set the entire Thunder Lion Alliance building ablaze.
As he descended, Yichuan killed his way down floor by floor. As he ascended, he set fire floor by floor. Soon, the entire Thunder Lion Alliance building was engulfed in roaring flames.
The guards at the entrance noticed something was wrong and tried to rush in to extinguish the fire.
But it was already too late. The terrifying flames surged up, igniting the entire building.
Yichuan changed into his original clothes and appeared on the top floor, then activated the wings of transformation and soared into the sky. Looking at the Thunder Lion Alliance building burning fiercely, he flapped his wings and flew directly back to his room in the Nine Heavens Alliance building. He then lay on the bed, stretched lazily, closed his eyes, and began to sleep soundly. Killing so many pigs tonight had exhausted him.
He slept soundly, but many people in Xingqiang could not. The fire at the Thunder Lion Alliance building burned all night long. The towering building stood like a giant torch, attracting the attention of many in Xingqiang last night.
The eyes of the crowd were filled with uncertainty, for they had all seen that the raging flames engulfed the headquarters of the Thunder Lion Alliance. The two alliances, Yishang and Isha, represented the largest forces in Xingqiang.
But now, one of the alliance's strongholds had caught fire? It wasn't until dawn the next day that the flames of the Thunder Lion Alliance building were completely extinguished.
Most of the members of the Thunder Lion Alliance, who had been slain by Yichuan, had turned to char, with some even reduced to a handful of ash. Many areas inside the building were still emitting white smoke. The investigators from Xingqiang quickly arrived at the scene.
Huang Meilin frowned as she walked through the interior of the Thunder Lion Alliance, the stench of burnt flesh assaulting her nostrils, making her feel nauseous. She had just returned to Qingcheng after investigating leads on Yi Chuan's parents when she encountered this scene. She couldn't bear it and left the site, leaving the interior to the forensic examiner. Moments later, the forensic examiner emerged from the building. "What did you find?" Huang Meilin asked. The forensic examiner removed his mask and replied, "I examined 3 bodies from each floor, and the results were identical. They were all killed first by a sharp weapon and then burned. So that means the people of the Thunder Lion Alliance were all murdered, and this fire was just to destroy the evidence." Huang Meilin felt a chill run down her spine. Although there were often casualties among the transmuters outside the city, such a malicious event hadn't occurred within the city for a long time. It was important to note that the dead included everyone from the Thunder Lion Alliance, including Lei Yongqin, who was at the peak of the Master Realm. This was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Even the Nine Heavens Alliance and the Shang and Xia families could not quietly eliminate everyone in the Thunder Lion Alliance. The key was that while waiting for the forensic examiner, Huang Meilin had already questioned the few guards at the entrance of the Thunder Lion Alliance. These were the only survivors left, but no matter how Huang Meilin asked, their answers were the same. Last night, no one entered through the front door, nor did anyone come out. The fire had suddenly ignited from within, and by the time they thought to extinguish it, it was already too late. But if no one went in, how did so many people in the Thunder Lion Alliance die? Surely the murderer wasn't some ghost that could walk through walls? Huang Meilin's head throbbed. She couldn't even analyze how many perpetrators there were or how they infiltrated the Thunder Lion Alliance. At that moment, another investigator looked up at the top of the building and slowly said, "Meilin, do you think, if someone could fly, they could directly infiltrate from the rooftop?" The investigator's words sparked a realization in Huang Meilin, but the next second, she shook her head. "Jie Good, don't joke with me. To be able to fly, one must at least be a powerful figure at the Emperor Realm. If a powerful Emperor Realm expert wanted to crush the Thunder Lion Alliance, wouldn't it be as easy as squashing an ant? Would they even need to do it themselves?" "That does seem to be the case." The investigator scratched his head. The strongest person in all of Qingcheng was only at the peak of the Master Realm. If a powerful Emperor Realm expert acted personally, it wouldn't just be about destroying the Thunder Lion Alliance. Annihilating Qingcheng would be a matter of a single slap. Forget it, let's not dwell on that. Let's go find Yi Chuan and resolve the issue with Lu Xing first. Huang Meilin set off for Yi Chuan's home, as she had grasped a very important lead regarding Yi Chuan's parents. But when she arrived at Yi Chuan's house, it was already empty. Stunned, Huang Meilin immediately began to retrieve information about Yi Chuan within Qingcheng. It was only then that she realized Yi Chuan had joined the Nine Heavens Alliance long before she left, and he had even defeated the legendary combat professional Su Lingxian, securing first place in this year's Qingcheng College entrance examination competition. Huang Meilin was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was this? A pig butcher defeating the legendary combat professional Su Lingxian? And he had actually joined the Nine Heavens Alliance, one of the 4 major forces in Qingcheng? Coupled with the important clue she had uncovered about Yi Chuan's parents, Huang Meilin could now be 100% certain that Lu Xing's family had definitely been killed by Yi Chuan. Although this guy was just a life profession pig butcher, he could display terrifying combat power that was by no means inferior to that of combat professionals. Jie Good, gather people. We're going to the Nine Heavens Alliance building to bring Yi Chuan back. Lu Xing's family must have been killed by him. Huang Meilin acted decisively, ready to capture Yi Chuan. But at that moment, the investigator she referred to as Jie Good did not move, instead furrowing his brow. "Meilin, do you have substantial evidence?" Huang Meilin was stumped. Although she could be 100% sure from recurrent deductions that Yi Chuan was the murderer, she really couldn't produce substantial evidence at that moment. Jie Gu seemed to notice Huang Meilin's predicament and kindly reminded her, "Without substantial evidence, are you sure you want to make a big fuss and go after someone in the Nine Heavens Alliance? That person surnamed Zhang is still with the Nine Heavens Alliance." Upon hearing this, Huang Meilin also frowned. "In that case, I'll trouble you, Jie Gu, to accompany me. I have a feeling that Yi Chuan definitely has a major secret." Huang Meilin and Qian Xiujie quickly arrived at the Nine Heavens Alliance. At this moment, the Nine Heavens Alliance was also in shock. The Thunder Lion Alliance had been wiped out overnight, which was earth-shattering news for anyone in Qingcheng. After all, the murderer could silently eliminate the Thunder Lion Alliance overnight,
and could just as easily do the same to any force in Xinjiang.
Miss, did you send someone to take action? Chi Chunyu asked Jiang Shiyan.
Jiang Shiyan smiled wryly and shook her head.
It really wasn't me. But besides you, who else in Xinjiang could do this? Could it be that the Thunder Lion Alliance offended some powerful person passing through Xinjiang? Chi Chunyu was puzzled.
In her view, the only one capable of doing this in Xinjiang was Jiang Shiyan. As long as she gave the order, not to mention one Thunder Lion Alliance, even 10 would be nothing to worry about.
Others might not know Jiang Shiyan's true identity, but she was very clear about it. Just as the two were in doubt, Huang Meilin and Xian Xiujie, the two prosecutors, walked into the Nine Heavens Alliance building.
Hello, I am Xinjiang investigator Huang Meilin, and this is my colleague Xian Xiujie.
We need to find your member Yichuan. Looking for Yichuan?
Jiang Shiyan frowned, then relaxed.
Sure, I'll help you call him down.
Jiang Shiyan glanced at Chichunyu, who immediately understood her meaning and arranged for someone to call Yichuan down. When Yichuan came down, still groggy, he yawned. Jiang Shiyan and Chichunyu were perceptive. As soon as Yichuan arrived, they stood up to leave, giving Huang Meilin and the others a chance to talk to Yichuan alone. Although they weren't afraid of the investigators, no one wanted to offend this organization if they could avoid it.
Miss, what's going on? The Thunder Lion Alliance just got wiped out, and the investigators are here? It can't be that this kid did it, right?
Chichunyu's beautiful eyes were filled with suspicion.
I don't know.
From Yichuan's reaction when Uncle Qian was gravely injured, he indeed had the motive to do this, but with his strength,
he shouldn't be able to pull it off, right?
Jiang Shiyan was also uncertain at this moment.
What if it really was him? Chi Chunyu asked. Then I will protect him. Hello, Yichuan, we meet again.
Huang Meilin smiled as she extended her hand towards Yichuan.
So it's Investigator Huang.
The moment Yichuan saw Huang Meilin, he became excited and quickly stepped forward to hold her fair little hand, rubbing it directly.
Investigator Huang, have you found out about my parents' whereabouts?
A chill ran through Huang Meilin, and her smile instantly faltered. Any young woman would find it hard to remain calm when being touched so lewdly by a man. Huang Meilin stepped back a few paces, pulling her hand away.
Yichuan, please behave yourself. Sorry, Investigator Huang, I was just too excited. So, have you found out about my parents' whereabouts? Yichuan asked innocently.
Seeing Huang Meilin nod, Yichuan became instantly thrilled. This time it wasn't an act, he genuinely wanted to know where his parents had gone. Through our investigation, we found that after your parents went missing in Xinjiang, your father, Yi Qiyuan, appeared once in the 9th Special Zone.
Huang Meilin stared intently into Yichuan's eyes. Yichuan, you said your parents are just ordinary people, so can you explain why your ordinary father would appear in the 9th Special Zone? There are 9 special zones for humans, and the distance between each zone is like a chasm.
Ordinary people cannot withstand the spatial pressure from the teleportation arrays, and to go directly from outside the city is even more absurd. The alien races and ferocious beasts outside the city are no joke.
An ordinary person could not possibly run from the 5th Special Zone to the 9th Special Zone. This was also a key reason why Huang Meilin deduced that Yichuan could have killed the Lu family. This Yichuan not only had the motive but also the capability to do so. If his father could cross the chasm from the 5th Special Zone to the 9th Special Zone, how could his son be any simpler?
Yichuan's pupils constricted at this moment.
The 9th Special Zone? Isn't that where the celestial race appeared? His father actually appeared in the 9th Special Zone?
Originally, he went to the 9th Special Zone just to return the clan token of the celestial race, but now he had a reason he couldn't ignore.
Please answer me directly, Yichuan.
Huang Meilin stood up, leaning forward, giving Yichuan a strong sense of pressure from above. This tactic effectively breaks through the opponent's psychological defenses during questioning, and Huang Meilin had always found it successful. But this time, she encountered Yichuan.
Yichuan's eyes widened, staring intently at her chest, unblinking. You bastard!
Huang Meilin instantly gritted her teeth, wishing she could slap Yichuan right then and there. But thinking of her identity and that Yichuan was a mental patient, she forcibly suppressed her anger.
Yichuan, I'm asking you a question. I don't know.
Yichuan shook his head, this time speaking the truth. He genuinely did not know why his father, Yi Qiyuan, would appear in the 9th Special Zone. In his memory, his father had always been a timid and cowardly pig butcher. Several times when conflicts arose with others, even when they were in the wrong, Yi Qiyuan would still smile and offer cigarettes to apologize, just to keep the peace. Yichuan speculated that his father's appearance in the 9th Special Zone must be related to that group of mysterious men in black. At the same time, a hint of worry crept into Yichuan's heart. The fact that even the investigator organization could not find out the specific whereabouts of his parents, only discovering that his father had appeared once in the 9th Special Zone, indicated that the terrifying nature of that group of mysterious men in and black might far exceed Yichuan's imagination.
You don't know? What a convenient ignorance. Then you must have killed the Lu family. Huang Meilin was completely enraged. Do you have evidence? If you have evidence, then arrest me. If not, I'm going back to sleep. Yilin stretched lazily and yawned.
Since the investigator couldn't find any news about his parents, Huang Meilin no longer saw any value in him, and naturally, she was too lazy to continue the pretense. Huang Meilin fixed her gaze on Yichuan, and at that moment, she finally realized.
You don't have a mental illness at all. You're more normal than anyone.
Just wait, Yichuan.
Don't you want evidence? I will definitely find it. Now, please come back with me to the investigation bureau. As a key suspect, I have the right to detain you for 24 hours.
Today's conversation had dispelled all of Huang Meilin's doubts. The murderer of Lu Xing's entire family was Yichuan.
Everything was ready, just waiting for the right opportunity.
As long as she could find crucial evidence, she could send Yichuan to the sewing machine. Such a heinous case of family annihilation hadn't occurred in Qingqing for a long time. Once Lu Xing's case was resolved, she could wholeheartedly devote herself to investigating the reasons behind the extermination of the Leishui alliance.
Then let's go.
Yichuan showed no fear. He was confident that he had left no evidence when he killed Lu Xing. The only witness, Lei Gang, had already been chopped up and buried by Yichuan in the secret realm.
Moreover, Huang Meilin was indeed mistaken about one thing: he was a mental patient.
Seeing everyone as pigs, killing people was no different from killing pigs, and he felt no psychological burden. This was indeed a genuine mental illness. As Yichuan was taken away by Huang Meilin, Zhang Shiyan's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She made a phone call, sent a message to the Qingqing Investigation Bureau, telling them to release someone named Yichuan. Soon, Yichuan was locked up in the Investigation Bureau. He took it all in stride, eating and drinking as usual, not letting anything bother him. He was merely a suspect, so no one dared to do anything to him. As long as Huang Meilin couldn't find evidence, he would be released after 24 hours. And indeed, things went as Yichuan expected. Huang Meilin first ran to Lu Xing's house, then to Yichuan's house. But no matter how she investigated, she couldn't find any evidence. Yichuan's hands were too clean, leaving no traces at all. Meanwhile, Zhang Shiyan's phone call began to take effect. When a dejected Huang Meilin returned to the investigation bureau after finding nothing, she learned that Yichuan, who had been detained for 6 hours, had already been picked up.
What? Who let him go?
Huang Meilin's eyes widened in shock, filled with anger. I let him go. A man with slightly graying hair and a spirited demeanor stepped out slowly. The surrounding investigators looked at this man with respect in their eyes. The reason was simple. This man was the director of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau, Gao Jianxiang.
Director, how could you let him go? He is the murderer of Lu Xing's family. Huang Meilin was anxious. Then why don't you bring out the evidence?
Gao Jianxiang shot her a displeased glance.
The calls from Yuning City have all come to me. You have no evidence. What else can I do but release him? Yuning City? Is it that woman with the surname Jiang?
Huang Meilin gritted her teeth, but she had no way to counter it.
All right, let's put this matter aside.
The urgent task now is to investigate who was behind the extermination of the Leishui alliance. Compared to this, Lu Xing is simply not worth mentioning. Gao Jianxiang waved his hand.
There are priorities, Investigator Huang. I hope you can distinguish between them. Yes, Director. Huang Meilin lowered her head, somewhat unwilling.
But at this point, she could only temporarily give up on pursuing Yichuan and shift her focus to the matter of the Leishui alliance. However, what everyone in the Qingqing Investigation Bureau didn't know was that the murderer of Lu Xing's family and the killer of all members of the Leishui alliance was actually the same person. After returning to the Jotian alliance, Yichuan did not idle away his time. Knowing that Zhang Shiyan had pulled him out, he first went to thank her, and then began to inquire about where he could obtain a 5th-grade rejuvenation pill.
He had promised Xia Nannan that the pill was borrowed.
Now that Qian Ligong had been saved and the Leishui alliance had been destroyed, he needed to consider returning the pill.
Yichuan did not want to lose credibility.
In just 3 days, Yichuan had run all over Qingcheng. But not to mention the 5th-grade rejuvenation pill, he couldn't even find a 4th-grade one. However, there were quite a few 3rd-grade pills available. Since there was a master-level alchemist in Qingcheng, 3rd-grade pills, while scarce, were still not completely unavailable.
This is tough. Do I have to go to other cities?
Yichuan scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless. If he couldn't find it in Qingcheng, he would have to go to other cities to look. Xia Nannan had given him a month. He should still have time to go to another city and come back. After making the decision, Yichuan returned to the Jotian alliance to bid farewell to Zhang Shiyan, indicating that he needed to go on a long trip. When Zhang Shiyan learned that Yichuan was looking for a 5th-grade rejuvenation pill, she looked a bit surprised, then smiled and took out a square box from her storage space.
You should have said your 5th grade rejuvenation pill was borrowed. I thought you were busy these days. Here, take it. Yi Chuan took the box and was instantly stunned. Inside the box lay a 5th grade rejuvenation pill. It dawned on him that Jiang Shiyan's identity was likely not simple. Being able to pull him out of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau and casually produce a 5th grade rejuvenation pill was definitely not something a mere member of the Jotian Alliance could do. I started looking for a 5th grade rejuvenation pill when Uncle Qian was injured, but the delivery to Qingqing was a bit late, so I couldn't save Uncle Chen in time. Now it just happens to come in handy, Jiang Shiyan said with a smile. Thank you. Yi Chuan smiled. This 5th grade rejuvenation pill indeed solved his urgent problem. After all, even if he went to other cities, he might not be able to obtain a 5th grade rejuvenation pill. No need to thank me. If you really want to thank me, how about you accompany me to Yuning City after we visit the Burning Sky Valley? Jiang Shiyan looked at Yi Chuan with a bright smile. Yuning City? Yi Chuan was slightly taken aback. Yuning City was a much larger human city than Qingcheng, also located within the 5th Special District. It was said that there were truly living emperor-level powerhouses in Yuning City. Sure, Yi Chuan nodded. With his strength, there was indeed no need to stay in Qingqing any longer. Don't worry, when we get to Yuning City, I won't treat you poorly. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Jiang Shiyan's eyes. Just then, a furious roar came from the entrance of the Jotian Alliance building. Yi Chuan, get the hell out here. Bang! With a dull sound, the 2 large doors of the Jotian Alliance building were kicked open. A burly man appeared at the entrance, his face dark enough to drip water. It was none other than Xia Beihai, the head of the Xia family. Xia Nannan was pulling at him from the side. Dad, stop it. Yi Chuan said he just borrowed it, he will return it. Bullshit, what is he going to use to return it? I've investigated him, their whole family of 3 can't even afford a single 3rd grade rejuvenation pill. Let go. I must settle this with him today. Xia Beihai angrily shook off Xia Nannan. Yi Chuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Xia Beihai to find out so quickly. It was only the 4th day, and Xia Beihai had already discovered the theft of the 5th grade rejuvenation pill. The moment his gaze landed on Yi Chuan, Xia Beihai's anger finally found an outlet. You shameless little thief. How dare you use gratitude to deceive my daughter into stealing a 5th grade rejuvenation pill for you? If I don't tear you into pieces today, I, Xia Beihai, will take your surname. Xia Beihai was furious and directly took out his famous weapon, a low-grade spiritual weapon of the Xian rank, the Frost Moon Halberd. The chilling aura of the Frost Moon Halberd combined with Xia Beihai's peak 9th level master strength was enough to instill fear in every job changer from Qingcheng. Dad, please calm down. Xia Nannan tried to dissuade him, but Xia Beihai was beyond listening to anyone's advice. Losing the 5th grade revitalization pill was already enough to infuriate him. The fact that it was stolen by his own daughter made him even angrier. He would rather it had been Yi Chuan who stole it than his own daughter. This meant that the cabbage he had nurtured for so many years might be eaten by someone else. Calm down. I can't calm down at all. Yi Chuan, come and take my life. Xia Beihai swung the Frost Moon Halberd and struck directly at Yi Chuan's head. Yi Chuan raised his butcher's knife and blocked the blow. Ha! Xia Beihai was momentarily stunned. This kid, judging by his realm, was only a 1st level master, yet he could actually withstand his furious strike? It should be noted that this strike did not use any skills, but Xia Beihai had not held back at all. Uncle Xia, I apologize. Yi Chuan's expression turned serious. He knew very well that in Xia Beihai's current state, even if he returned the 5th grade revitalization pill, the other party would definitely not let it go easily. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. Yi Chuan drew his knife in an instant, each strike sharp and aimed directly at Xia Beihai. Seeing this, Xia Beihai quickly countered to block. The butcher's knife and the Frost Moon Halberd clashed repeatedly, producing a series of metallic clangs and sparking friction. The more Xia Beihai fought, the more shocked he became. He realized that Yi Chuan's strength seemed to be on par with his own. This discovery made Xia Beihai's eyes widen in disbelief. After all, he was a peak 9th level master. How could a 1st level master fight him to a standstill? Good kid. If at first Xia Beihai wanted to teach Yi Chuan a lesson, now he was truly stirred by Yi Chuan's competitive spirit. He couldn't believe that as a peak 9th level master, he couldn't defeat a 1st level master. Frost Snow Halberd Shadow. Xia Beihai became serious. With each thrust, he infused it with frost power, and countless afterimages appeared with the long halberd. In the end, all the afterimages merged into one and struck directly at Yi Chuan's head. Meanwhile, Qi Chunyu's expression turned grave. For every additional afterimage of the Frost Snow Halberd Shadow, its power increases. Xia Beihai's single strike has produced 24 halberd shadows. He has already mastered this technique to perfection. As a fellow peak 9th level master, even she had to choose to avoid the brunt of Xia Beihai's strike. But at that moment, Yi Chuan did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward towards Xia Beihai, seeking death. Xia Beihai shouted angrily, his long halberd crashing down with great force. At that moment, the murderous aura around Yi Chuan solidified and surged outward. The Blood Shadow Butcher plunged Xia Beihai into a 3-second state of fear. Yi Chuan timed the use of the Blood Shadow Butcher perfectly. In a state of fear, Xia Beihai's full force strike lost its accuracy and landed in empty space. Boom! The ground was smashed into a huge pit by Xia Beihai's halberd, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out continuously. Cloud break slash. Yi Chuan did not hold back at all, taking the opportunity to slice Xia Beihai's Frost Moon halberd away. The long halberd traced a beautiful parabolic arc in the air before embedding itself in the ground not far away. By the time Xia Beihai regained his senses from the fear, Yi Chuan had already placed the butcher's knife against his neck. The chilling aura emanating from the butcher's knife made Xia Beihai's scalp tingle. He knew very well that if Yi Chuan had not held back, he would have already lost his head. The scene before them left everyone in shock. The head of the Xia family, Xia Beihai, had actually lost? Xia Nan covered her rosy little mouth in disbelief, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. The first time she met Yi Chuan, he was facing a blood-red giant python at the first level of the ascending realm, and it was a perilous situation. How long had it been? Yi Chuan had actually managed to defeat her father, Xia Beihai. Just how monstrous was Yi Chuan's talent? Yi Chuan calmly retracted his pig-killing knife and said, "Sorry, Master Xia, I didn't mean to attack you. It was just that you were a bit too emotional earlier, and this was a forced action. I hope you won't take it to heart." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chuan took out the 5th grade revitalizing pill that Jiang Shiyan had just given him. This 5th grade revitalizing pill is a return gift for your Xia family. I hope Master Xia can forgive my impudence. Xia Beihai took the box, opened it, and saw that indeed, there lay a 5th grade revitalizing pill. Moreover, this pill seemed to be of even better quality than the one their Xia family originally had. Good means, good depth. Xia Beihai took a deep breath and began to seriously assess Yi Chuan before him. This kid, clearly possessing a 5th grade revitalizing pill, had kept it hidden, first defeating him head-on, and then sparing his life before presenting the pill. In this way, even if he had many grievances in his heart, he could only swallow them down. After all, Yi Chuan had demonstrated with his strength that if he didn't want to return this 5th grade revitalizing pill, the Xia family had no way to deal with him. Master Xia is overpraising me, Yi Chuan said with a shy smile. However, Xia Beihai no longer dared to underestimate this young man, who was about the same age as his daughter. Kid, a glint of sharpness flashed in Xia Beihai's eyes, as if he had made an important decision. Are you willing to help my Xia family with a task? You say, Yi Chuan nodded. Xia Beihai took a deep breath and slowly began to explain. Previously, in a secret realm not far from Qingcheng, I obtained a Qingyu Tianchao. Qingyu Tianchao is the most important medicinal ingredient for refining the master pill, while the other two main ingredients, the poison butterfly vine and the heavenly calamity bud, are in the hands of the Shang family. After negotiating with the head of the Shang family, we decided to determine the ownership of the medicinal ingredients through a duel. If I lose, I will hand over the Qingyu Tianchao. If the Shang family loses, they will give the other two ingredients to my Xia family. This duel will be best of 3, and I am confident I can defeat the head of the Shang family, but I am not sure I can win another match. Yi Chuan understood Xia Beihai's meaning. Currently, there was not a single master realm expert in Qingcheng, and Xia Beihai and the Shang family were like fire and water. Once the head of the Shang family advanced to the master realm, he would definitely not spare the Xia family. Yi Chuan was about to agree. After all, he owed a favor to the Xia family. But then, Xia Beihai's next words left him stunned in place. If you are willing to help with this, then I will agree to your marriage with Nan. Dad, what are you talking about? What marriage? Xia Nan was both shy and angry, her delicate little face instantly turning bright red. Humph, do you think your father is blind? You can steal the 5th grade revitalizing pill from home, and your elbow is almost bending out into outer space. Xia Beihai snorted coldly. That's because Yi Chuan saved me before. Xia Nan's voice grew smaller as she spoke, until it was barely a whisper, her fair hands twisting the hem of her clothes. She wasn't even sure what she felt deep down at that moment. Enough! Do you really think your father hasn't been young before? Xia Beihai rolled his eyes. Master Xia, I can help with this task, but as for the marriage, let's forget about that. Yi Chuan protested softly from the side. Xia Beihai immediately glared at him. Do you think my daughter is not worthy of you? No, I didn't mean that. It's just that the girl I like is quite special. Yi Chuan waved his hands repeatedly. How special? Tell me about it. Xia Beihai raised an eyebrow. I like rainy days when she holds the umbrella for me and then flies home with her flower hands. Yi Chuan said seriously. Xia Beihai, Xia Nan. Although she wasn't sure if she really liked Yi Chuan, When she heard that Yi Chuan had come up with such a lame excuse to refuse her, Xia Nannan only felt a hollow ache in her heart. Yi Chuan was also troubled. Who could stand marrying a pig's head? He had never seen a butcher so twisted as to get involved with a pig. Do you really not like my daughter? If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another, Xia Beihai asked with a frown. Seeing Yi Chuan nod, Xia Beihai almost couldn't help but grab the Frost Moon halberd and give him a whack. In Xincheng, he didn't know how many talented young men were vying to become his son-in-law. Now that he had taken the initiative to offer his daughter to someone, he was actually rejected? In that case, once the matter is settled, you'll get a share of the master pill that is refined. Xia Beihai spoke in a deep voice. Although he was angry, he wouldn't really fall out with Yi Chuan over this matter. After all, Yi Chuan had already shown Xia Beihai his worth. Okay. Yi Chuan nodded. The master pill was a 4th-grade elixir, a true panacea for those below the master realm. Taking one could easily elevate a person's level by 1 to 2 stages. When does the monks' competition start? Yi Chuan asked. In 5 days. Xia Beihai replied. Alright, then I'll come to the Xia family to find you on the morning of that day. Yi Chuan nodded. After sending off Xia Beihai and his daughter, Yi Chuan returned to the Jotian Alliance building and went to the skill practice area on the 3rd floor. Since there were still 5 days until the monks' competition, he might as well take this time to further improve his skills. Without hesitation, he stepped into the movement skill practice area and directly set it to hell level difficulty. The wind blade that had previously forced him into a corner now seemed somewhat inadequate to Yi Chuan. Perhaps once his strength improved further, the Jotian Alliance's skill practice area would become completely ineffective for him. For 5 whole days, aside from eating and sleeping, Yi Chuan immersed himself in the skill practice area. He was very clear that whether he wanted to return the clan leader's token to the Tianren tribe or find his parents, he needed greater strength. Under his efforts, both his swordsmanship and movement skills saw significant improvement. The breaking cloud slash reached perfection, and the wind walk without trace advanced to great success. Breaking cloud slash perfection increases attack power by 120%. The blade strikes with the force of breaking through clouds, swift and fierce, and can instantly kill if used properly. Wind walk without trace, great success when activated. Walk on the wind, increasing agility by 80% for 5 minutes. When moving with the wind, this increase rises to 150% for 10 minutes. Yi Chuan was confident that with his current agility, combined with the boost from wind walk without trace, there were probably very few in this world who could match his speed below the master realm. Moreover, he still had the trump card of feathered sky wings. It could be said that Yi Chuan was now most adept at speed. On the morning of the 6th day, after a good rest, Yi Chuan exhaled a breath of turbid air and set off for the Xia family. The 4th-grade master pill was also a solid good thing for him. When he arrived at the Xia family, Xia Beihai was already waiting for him in the hall. Beside Xia Beihai stood a middle-aged man, whose neck bore a hideous scar from a knife, adding a few more points of ferocity to his presence. Upon seeing Yi Chuan arrive, the middle-aged man frowned, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Brother, is this the helper you mentioned? 1st stage of the master realm? You gave up on Gufeng, who is at the 8th stage of the master realm, for him. Beiyue, do you think I would joke about this matter? Rest assured, he is stronger than Gufeng, not weaker. Xia Beihai spoke in a deep voice. But even with Xia Beihai saying this, skepticism was already written all over Xia Beiyue's face. How much combat power can a master at the 1st stage really have? It should be known that the Xia family originally planned to seek help from Gufeng, who is a laid-back transmuter in Xincheng, not belonging to any faction, with a strength reaching the 8th stage of the master realm. If they could invite Gufeng to join, the Xia family would have a master at the 9th stage and 2 masters at the 8th stage, making their lineup almost unbeatable against the Shang family. But now, with Gufeng replaced by Yi Chuan, Xia Beiyue felt a sudden loss of confidence. Alright, enough talk, let's set off. Xia Beihai waved his hand. He had personally verified Yi Chuan's strength, so he naturally trusted him. Seeing his older brother say this, Xia Beiyue could only close his mouth in dissatisfaction. The Xia family headed directly to the Longxi training ground, which was the most suitable place for combat in Xincheng. When the Xia family arrived, the Shang family had not yet shown up, and Xia Beihai was not in a hurry, quietly waiting. Xia Beihai, you old dog, came so early. Are you eager to hand over the Qingyu Tianchao to me? After a moment, a bald man in a trench coat appeared, laughing heartily. It was Shang Guhao, the head of the Shang family. When Xia Beiyue caught sight of the people accompanying Shang Guhao, his expression changed instantly. Because Gufeng was standing behind Shang Guhao, it was clear that since the Xia family had abandoned Gufeng, he had turned against them and sided with Shang Guhao. At this moment, Gufeng also revealed a sinister smile. Xia family's friend, we meet again. Xia Beihai's expression darkened as he looked at Gufeng. Gufeng, didn't you take a sum of money from my Xia family and decide not to help either side? Gu Feng chuckled at this, a hint of mockery on his face. I did promise your Xia family that, but what can I do? The Shang family offered too much. If you wanna blame someone, blame your Xia family for replacing me. Xia Beihai and Xia Beiyue's expressions turned ugly, and there was a hint of killing intent in their eyes as they looked at Gu Feng. If Gu Feng hadn't taken their money, then helping the Shang family would have been his freedom. But this damned Gu Feng took a large sum from them and then turned around to help the Shang family. It was simply playing with the Xia family. What's wrong, Xia Beihai? You old dog look like you want to eat someone. Don't scare my esteemed guest. Shang Guhao laughed, blocking Gu Feng with a grin, clearly in a good mood. While they were arguing, Yi Chuan's gaze fell on a figure in black behind Shang Guhao. The person in black was wrapped in a large black robe, making it impossible to see their appearance or figure, nor could one tell their gender. Yet, the person gave Yi Chuan a familiar feeling. Not to the point of eating someone. Since you all are here, let's begin the duel. Xia Beihai's eyes sparkled with cold light. Once this matter was settled, he would slowly settle the score with Gu Feng. The money of the Xia family was not so easy to take. He, then let's go. Shang Guhao shouted, leaping onto the stage. Xia Beihai said nothing more, taking out the Frost Moon halberd and stepping onto the platform as well. This first battle would undoubtedly be fought between the heads of their two families. The first battle between Xia Beihai and Shang Guhao not only concerned the outcome of the first match but also the morale of both families. After all, if even the family heads lost, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the morale of the other side. Therefore, both Xia Beihai and Shang Guhao's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Two powerful auras erupted almost simultaneously from the two family heads. The peak aura of the ninth stage of the Master Realm was evident. Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The strength of these two was not much different from Lei Yongqin. Ding dang! The nine-ringed broadsword slashed down fiercely, the iron rings on the blade clashing together, producing a crisp sound of metal. Shang Guhao took the initiative, launching a series of wide and powerful strikes towards Xia Beihai. Xia Beihai was not intimidated by Shang Guhao. He swung the Frost Moon halberd, clashing continuously with Shang Guhao. The techniques of both fighters were fierce and domineering, and at this moment, they were unwilling to give an inch. The ground of the arena was marked with deep gorges carved by the intersecting blade lights and spear shadows. Xia Beihai fought while furrowing his brows. He suddenly realized that, despite both using blades, the pressure from Shang Guhao was nowhere near that of Yi Chuan. If fighting Yi Chuan, Xia Beihai felt he was facing a ferocious tiger. With Shang Guhao, he could only consider him a wolf at most. This realization sent a chill down Xia Beihai's spine. He had always thought that his loss to Yi Chuan that day was due to his carelessness, but now it seemed Yi Chuan might truly have the strength to easily defeat a ninth-tier master. Seeing Xia Beihai's expression, Shang Guhao assumed he had been overwhelmed and sneered. Xia Beihai, just admit defeat. Moonlit blade. Shang Guhao raised his long knife high, and it seemed to transform into a crescent moon, crashing down towards Xia Beihai from the heavens. Admit defeat? You think you deserve that? Shang Guhao, you think too highly of yourself. Shang Guhao's words pulled Xia Beihai back to reality. He scoffed coldly, and the Frost Moon spear in his hand immediately shone with light. Frost Snow Spear Shadow. The Frost Moon spear transformed into countless afterimages, which finally converged into one, thrusting towards Shang Guhao with a thunderous force. The clash of blades and spears erupted with intense energy fluctuations, raising clouds of dust. Amidst the thick smoke, a figure was the first to be sent flying out, retreating dozens of steps before barely stabilizing himself. It was Xia Beihai. Put! As soon as he steadied himself, Xia Beihai spat out a mouthful of blood. Dad! Xia Nannan instantly became worried. Don't worry, I'm fine. The one in trouble is Shang Guhao. Xia Beihai slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Shang Guhao's iconic bald head emerged from the dust, directly falling off the stage. It was clear that in the recent clash, Xia Beihai had gained the upper hand. Xia Beihai! Shang Guhao gritted his teeth, his emotions surging, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. What's wrong? Don't want to admit defeat? Xia Beihai said coldly. Humph. Shang Guhao's expression changed several times before he reluctantly said, in the first match, my Shang family lost. The people from the Xia family breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes unable to hide a hint of joy. As long as they won one more match, the poison butterfly vine and the heavenly calamity bud would belong to them. Once they refined the master pill, Xia Beihai would break through to the master realm in one go, and at that time, Xinqiang would be dominated solely by the Xia family. Yi Chuan. Xia Beihai was just thinking about letting Yi Chuan take the stage for the second match when Xia Beiyue directly walked onto the arena. Xia Beihai's eyes widened in surprise. Beiyue, what are you doing? Big brother, let me take the second match. As long as I win, the Xiao family will win today's competition.
I really don't trust this first-tier master you brought in. Xiao Beiwei glanced at Yi Chuan, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain, not knowing what kind of charm this kid had cast on his brother.
Get down, stop messing around.
Xiao Beihai was about to persuade Xiao Beiwei to step down when Shang Guhao interrupted.
Xiao family head, why are you having internal strife? Why don't you handle your internal conflicts at home before coming out?
My Xiao family's matters are not for someone with the surname Shang to dictate. Although Xiao Beihai was seething with anger, now that Xiao Beiwei had already stood on the stage, he could only choose to trust him. After all, if the two brothers really started arguing here, it would only give the Shang family something to laugh about.
Gu Feng, this Xiao Beiwei is up to you.
Shang Guhao sneered.
No problem. I will definitely take good care of this second young master of the Xiao family.
Gu Feng chuckled coldly, stepping onto the arena one step at a time.
You little man,
today, I will let you know the consequences of going back on your word with my Xiao family. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred.
Upon seeing Gu Feng on stage, a fierce glint flashed in Xiao Beiyue's eyes.
He took out a completely black long spear from his storage spirit weapon and slammed it down onto the ground. In an instant, countless spiderweb-like cracks spread out, revealing the weight of the spear. Gu Feng, however, showed no fear. He flicked out a dark red whip, its body adorned with sharp barbs. The money your Xiao family gave me is merely my compensation for mental distress.
Besides, do you really think your Xiao family is the only power in Xincheng?
Shut up!
Xiao Beiwei shouted angrily, his long spear shooting forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, heading straight for Gu Feng.
Faced with Xiao Beiyue's furious thrust, Gu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly.
He then swung the whip, directly hooking Xiao Beiyue's spear and yanking it hard.
Xiao Beiyue stumbled back a few steps, his expression changing slightly. Gu Feng's strength clearly exceeded his expectations. Seizing the advantage, Gu Feng swung the whip again, like an angry python striking its tail at Xiao Beiyue.
Xiao Beiyue hurriedly raised his spear to block, but the moment the whip struck the spear, the tail of the whip lashed against Xiao Beiyue's body.
Hiss!
Xiao Beiyue's eyes widened in shock as he gasped, the barbs of the whip digging deep into his flesh.
With a strong pull from Gu Feng, the whip tore away a large chunk of flesh from Xiao Beiyue, causing his face to contort in pain.
The second master of the Xiao family is nothing but this.
Gu Feng sneered, mocking Xiao Beiyue. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Beiyue roared, thrusting his spear directly at Gu Feng's face.
Gu Feng fought while retreating, giving Xiao Beiyue no chance to clash head-on.
Instead, each strike of his whip left Xiao Beiyue with increasingly gruesome wounds. Before long, Xiao Beiyue's clothes were soaked in blood.
Although these were just superficial wounds, excessive blood loss could incapacitate even a master-level expert. Xiao Beiyue's face looked grim. If nothing unexpected happened, he was bound to lose.
On the surface, it seemed that Xiao Beiyue was relentlessly pursuing Gu Feng, while Gu Feng was being forced to flee in a disheveled manner. In reality, Xiao Beiyue had not inflicted any effective damage on Gu Feng at all.
Instead, Gu Feng was continuously wearing Xiao Beiyue down, and if this continued, Xiao Beiyue would undoubtedly be defeated.
Beiyue, stop fighting.
We concede this match.
Xiao Beihai spoke solemnly.
No way.
Brother, believe me, I can defeat this Gu Feng.
Xiao Beiyue gritted his teeth. If he lost, their Xiao family would have to send out Yi Chuan, a first-tier master, for the third match, which he could not accept.
Xiao Beiyue grew increasingly anxious, his spear strikes fierce and relentless, countless spear shadows rushing towards Gu Feng. However, the more anxious he became, the more openings he exposed, and Gu Feng seized the opportunity to leave several bloody and mangled wounds on him.
You coward, can you only hide?
Xiao Beiyue felt extremely frustrated. He had all this strength but couldn't land a single hit on Gu Feng. It felt like a situation where a champion couldn't catch a nimble opponent, unable to hit or escape, and if he took a hit, he would be blown away, while not taking a hit would mean losing troops.
If you can't hit me, isn't that just your own incompetence?
Gu Feng continued to provoke Xiao Beiyue with words, and indeed, Xiao Beiyue fell for it, his eyes turning red with rage.
Heavenly Net Spear.
Xiao Beiyue knew that if he continued like this, he would surely be worn down by Gu Feng. Therefore, he decided to concentrate the outcome of the battle into this one strike. The black long spear in his hand seemed to transform into a giant black python, rushing towards Gu Feng. Xiao Beiyue attacked without defense. As long as Gu Feng wanted to counterattack, he would have to take this spear head-on. Gu Feng's expression grew serious. Facing Xiao Beiyue's full-force strike, he dared not be the slightest bit careless. After all, both of them were at the 8th level of the Master Realm.
Although he was stronger than Xiao Beiyue, it wasn't by much.
If he were to take that shot, he would either die or be severely injured. At that moment, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on Gu Feng's face. He then flicked his long whip, directly attacking Xiao Beiyue's lower regions.
Despicable. Xiao Beiyue's face changed dramatically. Although he cared about the outcome of this battle, he certainly wouldn't joke about his own happiness for the rest of his life. Forced into a corner, Xiao Beiyue could only turn his gun and dodge Gu Feng's whip. But at that moment, Gu Feng also changed the direction of his whip, wrapping it around one of Xiao Beiyue's legs. Xiao Beiyue's face turned pale, but before he could react, Gu Feng swung the whip and heavily smashed him down from the arena. Xiao Beiyue was defeated. "You despicable scoundrel." Xiao Beiyue's face flushed red, so angry that he was almost steaming. "Despicable? You should blame your own stupidity," Gu Feng sneered, leisurely walking down from the arena. "Alright, Beiyue, losing just means you are outmatched. Come back," Xiao Beihai sighed helplessly. After all, this was his younger brother. Xiao Beiyue returned to the Xia family, seething with anger, and when he saw Yichuan, he immediately scolded, "Kid, you better win. If you lose, you'll know my methods." "Beiyue!" Xiao Beihai shouted angrily. Seeing his elder brother truly furious, Xiao Beiyue reluctantly sat back in his place. The healer hurried over to treat Xiao Beiyue's wounds. "Yichuan, it's your turn." Xiao Beihai took a deep breath, his face showing some tension. "Alright," Yichuan nodded and turned to walk up to the arena. The people from the Shang family were momentarily stunned when they saw Yichuan, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Beihai, you old dog, can't you find anyone better? You brought up a first-level master realm?" Shang Guhao laughed recklessly. "If you need someone, just let me know, I can lend you a few." Hearing Shang Guhao's mocking, Xiao Beiyue, already filled with anger, clenched his fists in humiliation. "Big brother, why did you have to find such a little brat to fill in? You'll know when you see it. If I had known you were so useless, I should have kept Gu Feng and swapped you out." Xiao Beihai lost his temper at Xiao Beiyue's repeated provocations. Xiao Beiyue wanted to argue, but thinking of just losing to Gu Feng, he silently closed his mouth. He raised his head and stared hard at Yichuan, wanting to see what made this kid so valued by his elder brother. "Master Ma, it's up to you now." Shang Guhao looked at the man in the black robe behind him. The man calmly responded. "Remember our agreement. Don't worry, as long as my Shang family gets the Qingyu Tianchao, I will definitely fulfill my promise." Shang Guhao nodded with a cold smile. He had invested heavily for today's match. The person he invited would surely win. The black-robed man floated up to the arena like a ghost, the oppressive aura of a peak 9th-level master realm rampantly spreading. The faces of the Xia family members instantly changed dramatically. How could this be? There were only a few peak 9th-level masters in Xincheng. Where did this guy come from? Xiao Beiyue's face turned pale. "It's over. It's all over. The Shang family actually had another 9th-level master, and the Xia family couldn't possibly win this match." The black-robed man extended a slightly pale hand, and strange energy gathered in his palm. "Just admit defeat, or if I make a move, you'll either be dead or crippled." "Then go ahead and make your move," Yichuan calmly replied, drawing out his butcher's knife without saying much. Seeking death, the black-robed man let out a dry, eerie laugh, and then from beneath the black hood, a pair of pink-purple eyes lit up. The moment he locked eyes with those orbs, the surrounding scenery shattered like a fallen jigsaw puzzle. As the image before him reassembled, Yichuan realized he had arrived in a completely unfamiliar place. Yichuan frowned slightly. The black-robed figure was skilled in the art of illusions. Wasn't this something that succubi were typically adept at? Before Yichuan could react, a flash of cold light shot straight towards his face. Relying on his terrifying three-dimensional attributes, he dodged the cold light in an instant and swung his knife down. However, the butcher's knife passed right through the cold light. It was clear that this cold light was merely an illusion. "Right here!" The black-robed figure cackled, piercing Yichuan's shoulder with a finger, leaving a bloody hole. Yichuan frowned. This black-robed figure was indeed troublesome. To defeat him, he first had to break this illusion. Yichuan swung his knife at the air, the heavy chill slicing through the atmosphere, instilling fear, but it failed to inflict any harm on the black-robed figure. The scene of Yichuan wildly swinging his knife on stage caught the attention of the crowd below. "Ha ha ha, old dog Xia, you brought a first-tier master to the stage, and I thought you were hiding something big from me, but it turns out you just brought me a big pile of nothing." Shang Guhao laughed recklessly, doubling over in amusement, and the Shang family behind him joined in the mockery. "Old dog Xia, I think you might as well hand over Qingyu Tianchao. That way, your Xia family can at least save some face." Faced with Shang Guhao's ridicule, many from the Xia family clenched their fists tightly. Yet, they couldn't refute Shang Guhao because Yichuan on stage looked like he had lost his mind, swinging his knife aimlessly. "Big brother, I told you finding a first-tier master was unreliable, but you insisted. Just look, that kid is a total waste." Xiao Beiyue, already hot-tempered, was flushed with anger. "No rush, let the bullets fly for a while." Xiao Beihai squinted slightly. He believed Yichuan would not be so simple. Just as they were arguing, Yichuan had already swung his knife 8 times in succession. As the 9th strike fell, the enchanting effect of the butcher's knife was triggered, and the succubus pattern on the blade lit up, pink heart-shaped peaches pulsing rapidly. You dare to use a succubus's magic crystal for enchantment? The black-robed figure was furious, but as Yi Chuan's ninth strike landed, he too was momentarily enchanted. The illusion that had trapped Yi Chuan was shattered at that moment. The black-robed figure quickly regained his clarity, but what awaited him next was a fierce malevolence that plunged him back into a state of fear. Yi Chuan initially wanted to take this opportunity to slay the black-robed figure with a single strike, but suddenly he seemed to think of something else and changed his mind, delivering a punch to the black-robed figure's chest, shattering Stone Fist. The terrifying boost from the nemesis of the pig tribe sent the black-robed figure flying, crashing heavily onto the stage. The crowd was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Only Xia Beiwei, reacting the fastest, quickly performed a change of face, clapping and laughing. Well done, Yi Chuan. I'm the useless one. Xia Beihai looked at his younger brother with a mix of speechlessness. Just moments ago, he had been the one mocking Yi Chuan, and now he was the one flattering him. After sending the black-robed figure flying, Yi Chuan stepped forward and directly tore off the black robe. A man with fair skin was revealed to the crowd. This man had a delicate yet handsome face, rivaling the hottest young stars, but what truly made everyone's gaze turn serious was the pair of horns atop his head. His ears were also extraordinarily long. Succubus! Many people gasped in shock. This was the city. How could a succubus appear here? Shangguhao, you dare to collude with the demon race and bring their people into Qingcheng. Your actions are a betrayal of the entire human race. Xia Beihai shouted, his voice booming. As soon as Xia Beihai spoke, the crowd's expressions changed. Even the monks of the Shang family, who had their doubts about Gu Hao, kept their distance. They disliked the Xia family, but they would never collude with outsiders. Xia Beihai, don't slander me. This guy has been hiding his identity. I didn't know he was a succubus. At this point, Shang Guhao had already cursed the ancestors of that succubus. This damned waste. A 9th-level Master Realm cultivator couldn't even defeat a 1st-level Master Realm opponent and was publicly exposed. If he had known this waste was so useless, he would never have collaborated with this succubus. At that moment, Yi Chuan looked down at the male succubus from the stage. Speaking of which, he had seen this guy once before in front of the bronze door in the secret realm of the celestial race. I'm not sure whether this succubus has collaborated with the head of the Shang family, but it definitely has something to do with the extermination of the Thunder Lion Alliance. As soon as Yi Chuan said this, everyone was taken aback, considering the abilities that succubi excel in, creating illusions. If a peak Master Realm succubus were to act, it would indeed be possible to silently slaughter everyone in the Thunder Lion Alliance overnight. The key point is that the Thunder Lion Alliance had just been exterminated, and a peak Master Realm succubus appeared in Qingcheng right after. It was hard not to think too much about it. Shang Guhao's expression changed repeatedly because he truly had no knowledge of this matter. Only the succubus, who had already been severely injured by Yi Chuan's punch, was confused. What extermination of the Thunder Lion Alliance? When did he do such a thing? Bang! Before the succubus could react, Yi Chuan had already punched him in the face, instantly making him see stars. Speak! Why did you want to exterminate the Thunder Lion Alliance? Did you do this alone, or do you have accomplices? Yi Chuan pressed in a deep voice. The succubus's face was filled with question marks. What the hell was this? When did he exterminate the Thunder Lion Alliance? Not going to say, huh? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as the succubus was about to defend himself, Yi Chuan punched him in the mouth. Several teeth flew out, and then Yi Chuan landed a few more punches, leaving the succubus's mouth a bloody mess, unable to speak anymore. You damn thing, still not willing to talk, your mouth is really tough. Hearing Yi Chuan's words, the succubus's eyes widened, filled with grief and anger. Was it that he didn't want to say? Yi Chuan hadn't given him any chance to speak at all. After this beating, his jawbone was already shattered. The succubus desperately tried to defend himself. Seeing this, Yi Chuan raised an eyebrow. It seems you are determined not to speak. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Chuan raised the butcher's knife and instantly ended the succubus's life. Butcher Yi Chuan used the butcher's knife to slaughter a special pig, leveling up by 9%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. After killing the succubus, Yi Chuan's level also rose by 1 tier, reaching the 2nd tier of the Master Realm. Then, he calmly extracted the magic crystal from the succubus's body and looked up at Shang Guhao. Head of the Shang family, I believe you were also deceived by this succubus, right? Ah, yes. Shang Guhao nodded repeatedly, he could only swallow his words. Yi Chuan had directly killed the succubus, leaving no evidence against him, which was a good thing for him. In that case, shouldn't the 2 medicinal materials be handed over, head Shang? Shang Guhao gritted his teeth. Someone, hand over the poison butterfly vine and the heavenly evil bud to the Xiao family.
Shang Guhao could only treat it as a financial loss to avert disaster. After all, if they really got involved with the succubus, the Shang family would be in serious trouble. The Xiao family members who received the poison butterfly vine and the heavenly evil bud were still a bit dazed. No one expected that Yi Chuan could actually defeat a stronger opponent with a weaker one. They never expected that the master-level 9th-tier powerhouse was actually a succubus. The third match was truly a roller coaster, making their hearts race. Master Xia, I have not failed you. Yi Chuan smiled faintly. He was quite satisfied with today's outcome. The appearance of a master-level 9th-tier succubus was enough to draw the attention of the investigation bureau entirely. The matter of the Thunder Lion Alliance was considered completely settled. Rest assured, the master elixir I promised you will not be shortchanged. Xia Beihai nodded in satisfaction, then couldn't help but ask, do you really not want to be my Xia family's son-in-law? Dad, Xia Nan was genuinely angry this time. Why did this old man always want to push her away? She had already felt embarrassed enough after being rejected by Yi Chuan last time. Thank you for your kindness, Master Xia. I'm just a kid with limited fortune, so I won't indulge in such hopes. Yi Chuan smiled awkwardly. Sigh, fine. Xia Beihai sighed helplessly. Had he known this kid had such incredible potential, he shouldn't have stopped them when he first saved Nan. Xia Beihai felt a bit regretful. With his sharp eye, he could see that if Yi Chuan could be brought into the Xia family, in time, he would surely elevate the Xia family to a whole new level. Compared to the Xia family, the mood on the Shang family's side was much lower. Shang Guhao didn't even dare to say much and left with his people in a dejected manner. Wait! Xia Beihai shouted. Shang Guhao, your Shang family can leave, but he must stay. Xia Beihai pointed at Gu Feng. Do as you wish. Shang Guhao was too lazy to bother with Gu Feng and left with his people. Gu Feng's face turned pale instantly, and he began cursing inwardly. Shang Guhao had told him that with 2 master-level 9th-tier fighters on their side, victory was guaranteed, and that was why he would join the Shang family's team. Who would have thought that after 3 matches, he was the only one who won? Master Xia, what happened just now was my fault. Look, I will refund all of the Xia family's money. Is that acceptable? Gu Feng said with a forced smile. Acceptable. Xia Beihai took out the Frost Moon Spear. You take 1 strike from me, and this matter will be settled. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Beihai struck Gu Feng with the spear. Gu Feng hurriedly swung out his long whip, but Xia Beihai's strength was not something Xia Beihai could compare to. His whip was instantly frozen stiff by the cold aura of the Frost Moon Spear, and the strike heavily hit his chest, sending him flying. Put! Gu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning ashen. Thank you, Master Xia, for your mercy. Even after being severely injured, Gu Feng had no choice but to bow his head to Xia Beihai. Now that Xia Beihai had gathered all the materials to refine the master elixir, in time, he might even become the first master-level practitioner in Qingcheng. He dared not defy him. Get lost, Xia Beihai said coldly. Watching Gu Feng flee like a stray dog, Yi Chuan turned to Xia Beihai and said, Master Xia, I will take my leave first. Alright, once the master elixir is refined, I will send someone to notify you. Xia Beihai nodded. 3 days later, Yi Chuan received news from Xia Beihai. Upon arriving at the Xia family, he was greeted by Xia Nan. Xia Nan had clearly dressed up for the occasion. A white dress accentuated her tall figure, highlighting her curves, and her smooth, jade-like calves peeked out from beneath the hem, adding a touch of allure. Her sexy figure paired with her youthful face created a striking contrast. Yi Chuan, you're here. Her smile was confident, bright, and filled with youthful vitality. Dad has already taken the master elixir and is in seclusion. Come with me. Xia Nan led Yi Chuan into the Xia family's reception room and pushed a sandalwood box in front of him. Yi Chuan opened it to find a round, translucent elixir quietly lying inside, radiating a faint wave of dark energy, exuding an enticing glow. Yi Chuan's gaze was instantly drawn in, his eyes lighting up. Seeing this, Xia Nan bit her red lip in frustration. Was she really that unappealing? Was it possible that she, Xia Nan, was not even as attractive as a pill? She had specially dressed up today, yet Yi Chuan merely glanced at her before shifting his attention elsewhere. Instead, he kept staring at a pill, which made a sense of defeat rise within Xia Nan, and she cast a slightly resentful look at Yi Chuan. Little did she know, in Yi Chuan's eyes, a well-dressed pig and a pig without makeup were actually no different. When the head of the Xia family finishes his retreat, please thank him for me. Yi Chuan put away the master pill. With his background, even if he gathered the herbs, he wouldn't be able to find a 4th-grade alchemist to help him refine such a precious pill. When Dad finishes his retreat, I will let him know. Xia Nan's mood had noticeably dropped. Yi Chuan noticed the change and asked, what's wrong?
Are you unhappy? Is there anything I can help you with? After all, Xia Nan Nan had helped him before, and if she was in trouble, he wouldn't mind stepping in to help. Yi Chuan was confident that in Xingcheng, he should fear no one. Hearing Yi Chuan's question, Xia Nan Nan was so angry she almost wanted to pounce on him and bite him. This guy ignored her, who had spent 4 hours getting ready, and was now asking if she was unhappy? For a moment, she didn't even know if Yi Chuan was genuinely clueless or just pretending. It's nothing, my relatives are here. Xia Nan Nan clearly didn't want to engage with Yi Chuan anymore. Yi Chuan suddenly realized and nodded. Oh, then drink more hot water. At that moment, Xia Nan Nan suddenly had a new understanding. A straight man like this should just line up and be mowed down with a machine gun. Alright, you can go now, it's fine. Xia Nan Nan was completely exhausted. Okay, bye. Remember to find me if you need anything. Yi Chuan was eager to try the effects of the master pill and quickly dashed away. Yi Chuan returned to the Jotian Alliance building. After locking the door to his room, he took out the master pill and swallowed it whole. The master pill melted in his mouth, and Yi Chuan immediately felt a powerful energy erupting within him, pushing his level upward continuously. Master Realm Stage 3. Master Realm Stage 4. After rising 2 levels, the medicinal power of the master pill was finally exhausted. This pill is indeed a good thing. Yi Chuan smacked his lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Some descendants of major powers could treat various pills like candy, so it was no wonder they leveled up like they were on a rocket. However, Yi Chuan was not discouraged. Although he didn't have as many resources, he was fortunate to have a mental illness. Yi Chuan was confident that with the terrifying damage brought by the nemesis of pigs and his already perfected pig-slaying technique, he should be invincible in the Master Realm. As for the pigs in the Master Realm, he had yet to encounter them, so Yi Chuan didn't dare to make any rash conclusions. But even if he couldn't win, escaping would definitely not be a problem, especially since he still had the trump card of the feathered wings. Unknowingly, Yi Chuan had grown to become a top existence in the pyramid of Xingcheng. At that moment, Zhang Shiyan approached him, her expression a mix of urgency and excitement. Yi Chuan, I have good news. The valley fire in the Burning Sky Valley has suddenly weakened a lot recently. The valley, which was originally expected to open in 6 months, will open ahead of schedule. Is your timing okay? No problem. Yi Chuan nodded. He had originally planned to go out of the city again, but since the Burning Sky Valley was opening, he could visit it first. Just in time, he also wanted to see what the so-called king-level power inheritance was like. Alright, then I'll make arrangements. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Jiang Shiyan nodded. After regaining his energy, the next morning, Yi Chuan saw Jiang Shiyan dressed in a full set of combat gear. The Burning Sky Valley was not located within the territory of the human race, but rather in the Heike mountain range, 300 kilometers outside the 5th Special Zone, an area that was truly desolate and belonged to the alien races. Beside Jiang Shiyan stood a middle-aged man with a deep aura, carrying a long knife on his back, clearly a skilled knife user. The last member of the group was Qi Chunyu, the leader of the Nine Heavens Alliance, making a total of 4 people. Zhang Shiyan took out a piece of beast skin and handed it to Yi Chuan. Here, this is made from the skin of a wind-fire-leaving ape. It has fire-repelling properties. Yi Chuan nodded and accepted the beast skin. After all, he had personally skinned that wind-fire-leaving ape. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. The group headed straight for the Heike mountain range. Along the way, Yi Chuan learned about the identity of the middle-aged man through Zhang Shiyan's introduction. His name was Cui Xingxing, a genuine first-tier master. If Yi Chuan guessed correctly, this man was likely sent by the force behind Zhang Shiyan. Yi Chuan didn't ask many questions and directly took the lead with his knife. The butcher was about to start his job. On the way to the Heike mountain range, Zhang Shiyan and the others had no opportunity to make a move. At the slightest disturbance, Yi Chuan would charge out with his butcher knife. Many of the fierce beasts and alien races they encountered were killed by Yi Chuan before Zhang Shiyan and the others even had a chance to see what they looked like. Qi Chunyu watched with sparkling eyes. This little guy is fiercer than the livestock. He really is putting in a lot of effort. Zhang Shiyan felt a bit embarrassed. Yi Chuan was working so hard to protect them that she felt a little shy. The three had no idea that protecting them was just a side task for Yi Chuan. His main goal was to stack the passive ability of the Pig Clan's nemesis. Miss, do you think this kid has a bit of a crush on you, deliberately showing off in front of you? Qi Chunyu asked with a smile. Sister you, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Shiyan shot Qi Chunyu a glare. What nonsense? As someone with experience, I can tell you that a boy like Yi Chuan, at his age, only puts an extra effort when the girl he likes is around, like a peacock spreading its feathers. Qi Chunyu chuckled. Then how could it not be showing off for you? Jiang Shiyan retorted. Me? Qi Chunyu's smile became even more charming. If that little guy likes you, I wouldn't mind an old cow eating tender grass, a young man at this age has strength to spare. How shameless. Jiang Shiyan's face turned red, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation with Qi Chunyu, the seasoned driver. Uncle Chui, go help him. All right. Chui Xingxing nodded, drew his knife, and stepped forward to assist Yi Chuan. Don't come over. I can do it myself. Yi Chuan was immediately anxious. Was he trying to steal his kills? No way. Chui Xingxing was taken aback and turned to Jiang Shiyan for her opinion. See, I told you he was deliberately showing off. Miss, this Yi Chuan isn't bad looking, and his strength and talent are decent. Why don't you consider him? Qi Chunyu asked with a smile. Sister Yu, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you back to Qingcheng. Jiang Shiyan threatened, grinding her teeth. All right, I'll keep quiet. Qi Chunyu wisely shut her mouth, but there was still a smile in her eyes. Yi Chuan was unaware that his actions had been misunderstood by the two women behind him. At that moment, he was in the heat of battle, and his killing spree had already stacked up to a 90% bonus. At this rate, by the time they reached the Heike mountain range, he might just break through to the 5th tier of the Master Realm. The Heike mountain range. This was truly a desolate place, and as far as the eye could see for hundreds of kilometers, there were no signs of any human habitation. Only a few hunting teams come here to hunt specific exotic beasts. At other times, the Black Qi mountain range is a paradise for these creatures. However, everything changed recently when someone discovered that the flames in the burning sky valley had weakened. Not only Qingcheng, but even several nearby cities saw powerful individuals rushing towards the Black Qi mountain range. After all, within the burning sky valley, there are various rare materials, making it an excellent training ground for fire-type practitioners. Most importantly, there is a king-level powerhouse within the valley, the legacy left by the Flame Blade King. Rumor has it that this Flame Blade King is not an ordinary king-level powerhouse but a peak 9th-tier king, just one step away from the legendary emperor. This Flame Blade King came to the burning sky valley to use the surging valley flames to break through his shackles and step into the emperor realm. Unfortunately, he failed and died within the valley, leaving behind only a legacy. We're almost there. Ahead is the Black Qi mountain range. Yi Chuan raised his head and looked in the direction Jiang Shiyan indicated, his expression somewhat serious. Not far away, several mountains were connected, and strangely, even though it was daytime and the sun had not completely set, casting golden rays on the ground, those mountains were pitch black. The main trees in the Black Qi mountain range are Black Qi trees, which are entirely black, hence the name, Jiang Shiyan explained, seemingly sensing Yi Chuan's confusion. The Black Qi mountain range is also a habitat for the Earth-Fire Demon clan and many dark-loving beasts. Their numbers are vast, so we must be cautious. Yi Chuan nodded. He only heard one thing from Jiang Shiyan's lengthy explanation. There are many exotic beasts. A hint of anticipation appeared in Yi Chuan's eyes as he looked towards the Black Qi mountain range. Having traveled from Qingqing to here, he was just one step away from reaching the 5th tier of the Master Realm. Let's enter the mountains. The four of them stepped into the Black Qi mountain range, heading towards the burning sky valley. This place was originally rarely visited, but now many people had emerged, and along the way, Yi Chuan encountered several vigilant teams. Occasionally, a piercing scream would echo from the depths of the mountains, clearly indicating that some unfortunate soul had become food for the beasts. Jiang Shiyan and the others did not interfere, but Yi Chuan could not sit still. He drew his pig-killing knife and began to clear the way ahead. Along the way, whether it was the beasts blocking their path or other teams encountering beasts, Yi Chuan did not hesitate to draw his knife to help, kindly assisting other teams in slaughtering the beasts. This scene not only left Jiang Shiyan and her group dumbfounded but also astonished the members of other teams. As practitioners, once they left the territory of the human race, without the constraints of law, everyone was wary of each other. How could there be someone so altruistic? Miss, isn't he showing off a bit too much? Qi Chunyu was somewhat stunned. Jiang Shiyan shook her head. It's not showing off. I've observed him. After he kills the beasts, he doesn't even glance our way. It seems Yi Chuan isn't trying to attract anyone's attention. He simply enjoys killing beasts. With Jiang Shiyan's reminder, Qi Chunyu also realized. How strange. Who enjoys killing beasts for no reason? A normal practitioner would avoid beasts as much as possible unless driven by profit, trying to minimize conflict. Why would this guy actively seek out beasts to kill? But then again, men's hobbies are often strange. I once met someone who liked to eat my feet. Compared to that, Yi Chuan seems quite normal. Qi Chunyu suddenly understood. Ahem. Chui Xingxing awkwardly coughed twice and quickly distanced himself from Qi Chunyu. Jiang Shiyan's face also flushed. This Rain Sister really had a way of bringing up all sorts of inappropriate topics. The group continued towards the burning sky valley. Gradually, news spread within the Black Nest Mountains about a great benefactor. It was said that if anyone encountered a ferocious beast, as long as the benefactor was nearby, he would suddenly appear and help them by slaying the beast without charge. He helped men, he helped women, he helped good people, and he helped bad people. In short, he helped anyone he came across. When this news spread, many scoffed, thinking it impossible for someone to be that foolish, until they themselves encountered a ferocious beast, and Yi Chuan descended upon them like a divine soldier, slaying the beast with a single strike, then leaving quietly, concealing his achievements and name. After witnessing this firsthand, people finally believed that a great benefactor had indeed come to the Black Nest Mountains. Meanwhile, the great benefactor Yi Chuan was looking at his attribute panel, his face showing surprise.
Name, Yi Chuan. Occupation, God level pig butcher level, 5th stage master realm, 0.
17%, strength, 369 agility, 369 spirit, 369 occupational talent, nemesis of the pig race, blade of the slaughter god, slaughter frenzy. Occupational skills, blood shadow butcher, LV3, soul slaughter blade intent, LV3, slaughter frenzy, LV3, other skills, feathered heavenly wings, minor achievement, wind walk without trace, major achievement, phantom shadow, perfection, bewildering strike, minor achievement, shattering stone fist, major achievement, cloud breaking / perfection. After this period of good deeds, he had successfully advanced to the 5th stage of the master realm. In fact, if he weren't afraid that large-scale slaughter of humans would provoke a joint attack from other teams, Yi Chuan would have wanted to slay those teams as well. That would certainly be more efficient. In Yi Chuan's eyes, the difference between alien ferocious beasts and humans was not significant. One was a bizarre pig, and the other was a two-legged pig. After advancing to the 5th stage of the master realm, Yi Chuan's desire for slaughter had noticeably decreased, as it was impossible for him to break through to the 6th stage in a short time. The group focused on their journey and soon reached the depths of the Black Nest Mountains. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding temperature rose increasingly, and beads of sweat glistened on the foreheads and thighs of Jiang Shiyan and Qi Chenyu. After climbing over another mountain, a vast valley appeared before Yi Chuan and the others. The valley was ablaze with fierce flames, and even from a distance, they could feel the heat waves rushing towards them. At the entrance of the valley, the flames were completely blocking the way, and the ground was covered with slowly flowing high-temperature lava, causing the surrounding air to begin to distort under the extreme heat. Seeing this scene, Yi Chuan couldn't help but gasp in shock.
Are you sure this is the scene after the valley fire has weakened? Yi Chuan asked Jiang Shiyan.
Yes, Jiang Shiyan nodded gravely. If the valley fire were at its peak, we would probably be roasted into dried corpses just standing here. Yi Chuan was even more alarmed upon hearing this.
The Flame Blade King had sought a breakthrough in such a place? What kind of existence must a king-level expert be to withstand such terrifying heat?
Yi Chuan and the others continued to approach the entrance of the Burning Sky Valley, where many people had already gathered.
Upon seeing Yi Chuan, many people's eyes lit up. Wasn't this that big fool? Oh no, the great benefactor?
Yi Chuan's glorious deeds had long spread among the human race's job changers, and many had remembered his appearance. Now, upon seeing Yi Chuan, many immediately thought of recruiting him into their teams. After all, a teammate who would rush to help you in times of danger was priceless.
Hello, can I talk to you? This friend. I come from the Flying Frost Guild. Let's team up. Your name is Yi Chuan, right? Please be sure to join my team.
As soon as Yi Chuan appeared, it caused a stir, with many people rushing forward, eager to invite him to form a team. To put it bluntly, they saw Yi Chuan as a scapegoat. They believed that as long as they teamed up with Yi Chuan, he would definitely be the first to charge into danger. Seeing these people entangled and relentless, Cui Xingxing snorted coldly, his master-level aura fully revealed, which finally drove everyone back. However, they still looked at Yi Chuan with some reluctance, clearly still hoping he would shield them from harm. A smile involuntarily crept onto Yi Chuan's face. These two-legged pigs really thought of him as a good person? If these pigs truly believed that, this butcher wouldn't mind giving them a little surprise later.
With Cui Xingxing's strength, Yi Chuan and his group approached the entrance of the Burning Sky Valley without obstruction.
When they reached the front of the crowd, Yi Chuan discovered that there were far more master-level experts present than just Cui Xingxing. In fact, a few individuals seemed to be even stronger than Cui Xingxing. Miss, the people from the Red Rainbow sect have also arrived, Cui Xingxing said, his expression somewhat grave.
Jiang Shiyan frowned slightly. Yuning City is so far from Burning Sky Valley. How could they come here? What is the Red Rainbow sect? Yi Chuan asked curiously.
The Red Rainbow sect is a major force in Yuning City, and they have true king-level experts among them,
Jiang Shiyan explained. Yi Chuan curiously looked in the direction Jiang Shiyan indicated.
The group from the Red Rainbow sect was dressed luxuriously, and the young man in the center, with phoenix eyes and thin lips, looked only a few years older than Yi Chuan, probably around Jiang Shiyan's age. However, the aura emanating from this young man was extremely terrifying, clearly at the peak of the 9th stage of the master level. Yi Chuan's expression became serious. The peak of the 9th stage of the master level was considered a top-tier existence in Qingcheng, yet in Yuning City, he was merely part of the younger generation? He felt a bit more anticipation for Yuning City. Jiang Shurian? Just as Yi Chuan and the others were sizing up the people from the Red Rainbow sect, the young man with phoenix eyes also noticed them. Didn't you say you were unwell and needed to find a place to recuperate? How could you appear here? And your strength? The 3rd stage of the master level? Upon sensing Jiang Shurian's realm, the young man's face showed a look of astonishment. It shouldn't be. Based on what he knew of Jiang Shurian's talent, she shouldn't only be at the 3rd stage of the master level. Fang Wenwen, my matters are none of your business, just take care of yourself, Jiang Shurian said coldly. However, Fang Wenwen seemed oblivious to the disdain in Jiang Shurian's eyes and instead looked her up and down with a broad smile. How could it be? How could you only be at the 3rd stage of the master level? Suddenly, Fang Wenwen seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up. Wait, could it be? You learned that skill from your Jiang family? Jiang Shurian bit her lip, a hint of concealed killing intent flashing in her eyes. Oh, there's killing intent? Looks like I guessed right. No wonder you wanted to leave Yuning City. Fang Wenwen clapped his hands. TSK, your Jiang family really knows how to scheme. Have you said enough? Jiang Shurian's gaze had turned icy. Oh, don't be so anxious. It's a pleasure to meet an old friend in a foreign land. Since you don't welcome me, I'll just leave, Fang Wenwen shrugged, turning away with an indifferent expression. But the moment he turned his back, his face darkened, a flash of greed flickering in his eyes. Miss, we might be in trouble. Should we leave first? Cui Xingxing's eyes were filled with concern. Fearing exposure for Jiang Shurian, the Jiang family hadn't sent any real experts to protect her, only sending him, a first-stage master. If Fang Wenwen truly had ulterior motives, they might not be able to stop him at all. Jiang Shurian's face showed a hint of hesitation. She had now reached the most critical moment. If she failed at this last step, but the Burning Sky Valley could expedite her progress, which made Jiang Shurian a bit uncertain. However, she was not a person who wavered easily, and soon made her decision. Everything remains the same. We will enter the Burning Sky Valley. Jiang Shurian's gaze sharpened. A mere room temperature was not enough to scare her into turning and fleeing. Yes, miss. A resolute glint flashed in Cui Xingxing's eyes. Since Jiang Shurian had decided to enter the Burning Sky Valley, he would protect her with his life if necessary. Just as everyone gathered and prepared to enter the Burning Sky Valley, a shocking roar echoed from within. Accompanied by a tremor in the ground, a group of monsters with fiery red scales and flames erupting from their bodies emerged, stepping on magma. The Earth-Fire Demon Clan, someone exclaimed, recognizing the identity of these monsters. The Earth-Fire Demon Clan was born of fire and inherently possessed the ability to control flames. The leader of the Earth-Fire Demons exuded a particularly terrifying aura, making the surrounding air seem to ignite at that moment. His gaze swept over all the human beings present, and he coldly said, "Humans, leave. This is not a place for you." Many people's expressions instantly turned serious. The leader of this Earth-Fire Demon clearly possessed strength comparable to that of a master-level transmigrator. The key was that they were now in the Burning Sky Valley, a place that held a natural advantage for the Earth-Fire Demons. They were not afraid of the raging flames and magma, rather, they thrived in it. In this place, the leader of the Earth-Fire Demons could easily handle 3 or 4 master-level transmigrators of the same realm. Many transmigrators, seeing this, cautiously took a few steps back. The tall ones watched closely. They only needed to see how the master-level experts from the human side would respond. If they fought, they would follow along. If not, they would retreat. Do you Earth-Fire Demons think you can monopolize the Burning Sky Valley? Your appetite is a bit too big. A light laugh rang out as a middle-aged man stepped forward, dressed in green, with an ancient sword on his back, showing no fear of the Earth-Fire Demons. It's the green-robed swordsman Lin Wufeng. The last time he appeared, he was already at the 3rd stage of the master level. Now his strength is even more unfathomable. Someone in the crowd recognized the identity of the green-clad middle-aged man. Brother Wufeng, why waste words with them? Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. If they won't let us into the Burning Sky Valley, then we should just kill them. A burly man draped in animal skins charged out, looking filthy, like a savage who lived off the land. His temper was incredibly volatile, and he swung his knife toward the leader of the Earth-Fire Demons. The blade's light cut through the air, striking down directly. The fiery red scales of the Earth-Fire Demon stood up, blocking the blow, but it was still forced back several steps into the magma. Xinfei, your temper is still so explosive. Lin Wufeng couldn't help but chuckle. Humph, what's there to say to these aliens? Xinfei glared angrily at the Earth-Fire Demons, holding his knife. Get out of my way, do you hear? Otherwise, I'll kill you all. The Earth-Fire Demons looked at Shinfei with murderous intent in their eyes. The leader of the Earth-Fire Demons swept a dark gaze over the faces of the crowd, then suddenly revealed a shadowy smile. If you dare to come in, then come. With that, he led all the Earth-Fire Demons and turned to disappear into the burning Sky Valley. It was clear that this Earth-Fire Demon knew very well that in a head-on confrontation, he would struggle against so many master-level transmigrators. But once they entered the burning Sky Valley, it would be a different story. After all, that was the territory of the Earth-Fire Demons. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Shinfei charged in first, and the surrounding flames parted to create a path for him to enter. It is evident that Shinfei possesses a treasure that can ward off fire. Seeing that Shinfei has successfully entered, the others could no longer sit still and hurriedly took out their own means of fire protection to rush into the burning Sky Valley, fearing they would fall behind. After all, within the burning Sky Valley lies a legacy left by a king-level job changer. Unless one is a prodigy with extraordinary talent from a prominent family or powerful faction, which job changer would dare to claim they could definitely step into the king-level realm? Everyone rushed towards the burning Sky Valley in a frenzy. However, among them were some unfortunate souls whose fire protection methods were insufficient. As soon as they stepped into the valley, they were ignited by the high temperature, letting out piercing screams before plunging into the boiling lava, instantly devoured, leaving no trace behind. Let's go too! Zhang Shuryan and the others took out the beast skin of the wind-fire separation ape and draped it over themselves, and Yichuan was no exception. The moment he put on the beast skin, he not only did not feel the heat but instead felt a cool sensation, as if the beast skin had isolated him from the surrounding high temperatures. Just having the wind-fire separation ape's skin isn't enough, you need to swallow this, Zhang Shuryan said, handing 3 crystal-clear beads to each one. These are cold condensation pearls. Swallowing one can resist the intense heat for about 2 hours, 3 for 6 hours, that should be enough. Thank you. Yichuan nodded and swallowed one of the cold condensation pearls. In an instant, he shivered. With the combination of the beast skin and the cold condensation pearl, Yichuan surprisingly felt a hint of coldness in this land of blazing fire. After making sufficient preparations, the group directly stepped into the burning Sky Valley. Not far away, Wenwen wore a faint smile as he watched Zhang Shuryan's back. Zhang Shuryan, oh Zhang Shuryan, meeting you is my fortune. You can't escape. Let's go too. The temperature inside the burning Sky Valley was terrifying, with the air constantly twisting and deforming. The lava flowed slowly like winding rivers. If an ordinary person were to appear here, they would likely be roasted to a crisp in no time. However, with dual protection, Yichuan strolled leisurely in this place, feeling no disturbance from the high temperature at all. Yichuan, my purpose for coming here isn't the legacy of the Blade King, but a place within the burning Sky Valley called the Solitary Moon Tomb. How about you accompany me to the Solitary Moon Tomb first, and then I'll accompany you to the Blade King's legacy? Zhang Shuryan asked. Or should we split up? Yichuan blinked. Can you manage alone? There was a hint of worry in Zhang Shuryan's eyes. No problem, don't worry. Yichuan made an okay gesture. Alright, Zhang Shuryan took out a map and handed it to Yichuan. This is the map of the burning Sky Valley. The black dots indicate the location of the Blade King's legacy, and the blue dot is the Solitary Moon Tomb. If you encounter any trouble at the Blade King's legacy, come find me at the Solitary Moon Tomb. Okay. Yichuan nodded and glanced at the map. The Blade King's legacy and the Solitary Moon Tomb were indeed not in the same place. The Blade King's legacy was located to the right at the entrance of the burning Sky Valley, while the Solitary Moon Tomb was in the very center of the valley. Then I'll head off first. Yichuan stored the map in his flowing light realm wrist and set off towards the direction of the Blade King's legacy. The number of people heading to the right was also the largest, as most were attracted by the Blade King's legacy. These people were almost all blade cultivators. Seeing Yichuan separate from the master-level expert Cui Xingxing, many couldn't help but stir. Soon, someone could no longer hold back and approached Yichuan to greet him. You must be Brother Yichuan. Truly, seeing you in person is better than hearing about you. You are indeed a well-known good person. Even your appearance is so friendly. I am Jin Baby. May I invite Brother Yichuan to join me? Looking at the somewhat insincere smiling guy in front of him, Yichuan smiled and nodded. Sure. Seeing Yichuan agree to Jin Baby's request, others quickly rushed over, eager to team up with him. Soon, a large group of people from all walks of life gathered around Yichuan. Their thoughts were remarkably unanimous. They wanted Yichuan, a well-known good person, to help them as a vanguard to scout ahead. Yichuan cooperatively took the lead, acting as the scout. As they walked, they encountered no real danger. Occasionally, a few ferocious beasts charged out, only to be swiftly dispatched by Yichuan, earning cheers from the crowd behind him. They increasingly felt that teaming up with Yichuan was indeed a very wise choice. They didn't even need to lift a finger. Whenever something happened, Yichuan was the first to step up. Soon, Yichuan discovered a cave within the burning sky valley. The entrance to the cave should have been sealed, but now that seal had been torn apart. From the lingering aura, it seemed to be the handiwork of the recently encountered Shinfei. Brother Yichuan, this should be the place of the Flame Blade King's inheritance. Let's hurry inside, Jinbaby urged. Alright, Yichuan nodded and walked in directly. After passing through a narrow mountain path, the scene before them suddenly opened up, revealing a hidden world within the cave. With the flowing magma from the rock crevices, they could barely make out the interior of the cave. It was spacious enough to accommodate thousands of people, and the first to enter, Shinfei and Lin Wufeng, were already there, working together to attack a fiery red seal. Damn it! If the Flame Blade King doesn't want to give the inheritance, he should just say so. Why are there seals one after another? Shinfei cursed. As time passed, the power of the seal had weakened considerably, but it was still left by a king-level expert, and even facing the strong attacks of two master-level fighters, it remained steadfast. Yichuan had no intention of helping. After all, he was a butcher, and breaking seals was not his forte. But at that moment, Yichuan's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that with Shinfei's and Lin Wufeng's bombardment, a fiery red shadow silently emerged. Without a word, Yichuan immediately shielded the others in front of him. Everyone be careful. There's something behind you, Yichuan shouted as he charged towards the back. Jinbaby and the others were startled. They hadn't even noticed anything unusual behind them. At Yichuan's warning, they quickly turned to look in his direction. Just as they turned, a streak of fiery red flame surged up. Upon closer inspection, they found that hidden beneath the flames was a pair of bloodthirsty vertical pupils. Clang! Yichuan struck the stone with his butcher knife, and with its sharpness, he easily split the boulder in half. Damn it, the beast dodged. Everyone be careful, Yichuan urged anxiously. At that moment, the fiery red shadow opened its massive mouth and swallowed several people in one gulp. Accompanied by a chilling swallowing sound, those people were clearly already submerged in stomach acid. Burning Soul Blood Flame Python. The crowd's faces changed drastically. This creature was comparable to a master-level transmuter. Don't be afraid, let me deal with this beast, Yichuan shouted as he charged forward. Since he was at the back of the crowd, his charge inadvertently pushed everyone towards the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python. Damn it! Don't push! The people in front were nearly driven mad. Facing the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python, they had no time to escape, and getting closer was akin to seeking death. Sure enough, seeing that the crowd dared to approach, the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python opened its massive mouth and spewed forth a torrent of blazing blood flames. The first dozen people to be touched by the blood flames let out piercing screams. The blood flame was extremely strange, even water could not extinguish it, and the temperature was incredibly high. In just half a minute, it burned all those people into charred corpses. Everyone, don't panic. Let's work together. No one should think about being sneaky, otherwise, we will all die here. This Burning Soul Blood Flame Python is too terrifying, Jinbaby shouted loudly, as the front line had been wiped out, and the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python had clearly set its sights on him. Under Jinbaby's persuasion, many of the job changers calmed down, and various attacks began to rain down on the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python. Although the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python was comparable to a master-level being, facing the siege of over 100 job changers, it was somewhat overwhelmed. After all, it was not good at defense, and its massive body became the best target. The crowd's attacks clearly enraged the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python. It rose up, its towering 5-meter body giving everyone a terrifying sense of oppression. The Burning Soul Blood Flame Python opened its mouth again, and terrifying fiery energy gathered within it, causing the already high temperature around to rise at an exaggerated speed. Jinbaby's face turned pale with fear. He couldn't care about anything else and quickly dove to the side, hiding behind a large rock. Once hidden, the panicked Jinbaby suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Yichuan was also hiding here. Brother Yichuan, what are you doing here? Aren't you saving people? Jinbaby asked anxiously. Shoo, Yichuan raised a finger. Brother baby, don't make a sound. I precisely wanted to save everyone, which is why I'm hiding here. Yichuan gripped his pig-killing knife tightly, his gaze as firm as someone who had lost something before. This Burning Soul Blood Flame Python is so powerful, rushing in would be seeking death. I'm waiting for the moment this Burning Soul Blood Flame Python lets its guard down. That's when I'll have the chance to strike it down in one blow. Jinbaby was stunned. He vaguely felt something was off, but he also thought Yichuan made a lot of sense. Ahead, the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python's charged attack had already fallen. The terrifying energy ball distorted the surrounding air, and at the moment the energy ball descended, the horrific high temperature spread like a wave. Countless people let out piercing screams, unable to escape in time. The rock where Yichuan and the others were hiding instantly turned red, showing signs of melting. Almost half of the people lost their combat ability under the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python's charged attack. Even if they didn't die, they were severely burned, gasping for breath. After dealing with these people, the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python turned its direction and charged towards Shinfei and Lin Wufeng, who were still attacking the seal. It seems this beast is specifically guarding the tomb here. Brother Wufeng, let's take care of this beast first, Shinfei shouted coldly, drawing his knife and slashing at the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python. Alright, Lin Wufeng nodded, also drawing an ancient sword from his back. His sword looked strange, resembling an iron ruler, with no blade at all. Yet, with this unsharpened sword, every strike left a blood mark on the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python. The two master-level powerhouses engaged in a fierce battle with the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python. At this moment, Yichuan also emerged from behind the rock with his pig-killing knife. Looking at many of his fellow humans who were still alive but tormented by burns, their faces twisted in pain, Yichuan sighed softly. Sigh, we are all compatriots. I have a kind heart and can't bear to see others suffer. Let me give you a quick end. Don't worry, my knife is swift and won't hurt. With that, Yichuan raised his knife and began to send those severely injured and dying individuals to the underworld, one by one. He wasn't lying. No matter who it was, Yichuan only needed one strike to end it. Those who had been screaming in agony due to their burns instantly fell silent, their expressions becoming peaceful. No one thought there was anything wrong with Yichuan's actions, as many of these people had their limbs melted by the high-temperature blood flames of the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python. Even if they barely clung to life, their remaining years would only be spent as useless individuals confined to a bed. Their teammates were also unwilling to carry such a burden forward. After all, they still needed to go into the Blade King's inheritance to reap benefits. Yichuan's actions resolved their concerns and spared them the shame of abandoning a teammate. Brother Yichuan is indeed a good person. Hey, Brother Yichuan, you can't be blamed for this. You're only at the 5th level of the Master Realm. It's normal that you couldn't defeat that Burning Soul Blood Flame Python. Brother Yichuan, thank you for giving them their last dignity. You truly are a good person. Listening to the exaggerated praises from everyone in his left ear and the constant notification sounds from the pig slaughtering in his right, Yichuan's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. But he still suppressed the joy in his heart, showing a look of self-reproach on his face, and said with deep sorrow, "Don't say that. This is definitely my fault. I didn't protect them well. I, Yichuan, am a sinner. I owe everyone an apology." Hearing Yichuan's heartfelt confession, everyone quickly comforted him again. It's okay, life and death are fated, wealth is in the hands of heaven, they won't blame you. That's right. Those who dare to come to the Burning Sky Valley are certainly prepared in their hearts. You didn't kill them, blame that beast. Exactly. Brother Yichuan, this is not your fault. Don't worry, no one here blames you. Even though everyone was trying their best to comfort him, Yichuan still held his neck high, his face filled with anger. No, even if you don't blame me, I will blame myself. Today, I must personally kill that Burning Soul Blood Flame Python to avenge my fallen comrades. As soon as he finished speaking, Yichuan charged forward with his knife towards the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python, and no one could stop him. Everyone present was dumbfounded. After all, the ones currently fighting that Burning Soul Blood Flame Python were all masters. How could Yichuan, at the 5th level of the Master Realm, so boldly rush in? Everyone exchanged glances, and a consensus formed in their hearts. This kid is truly a tiger. At this moment, the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python was already covered in wounds from the attacks of Lin Wufeng, Shinfei, and the other 3 newly joined masters. But as the saying goes, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Even a severely injured Burning Soul Blood Flame Python was still a fierce beast of the Master Realm, not something an ordinary fierce beast could compare to. Seeing a 5th-level Master Realm individual rushing in, Lin Wufeng frowned and scolded, "Kid, if you don't want to die, get lost." However, Yichuan couldn't hear his advice. In his eyes, there was only the long, pig-like figure of the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python. The Burning Soul Blood Flame Python also noticed Yichuan, but it would never consider a 5th-level Master Realm human a threat. Seeing Yichuan charge over, the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python opened its massive mouth, intending to swallow Yichuan to replenish its lost strength. When the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python bit down, it only caught the illusion created by Yichuan's illusory strike. With increased usage, this skill had already reached a high level of mastery for Yichuan, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. The real Yichuan activated Windwalk, directly rushing towards the vital points of the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python, and swung the pig slaughtering knife fiercely. With the additional damage boost of 200 times against the pig race, the Burning Soul Blood Flame Python couldn't resist at all. This knife sliced through the vital area of the burning soul blood flame python like lightning, instantly freezing it in place. Moments later, the flames burning on the burning soul blood flame python slowly extinguished, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, completely silent. Brothers, I avenged you. Yi Chuan's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. This time it wasn't an act, but genuine exhilaration. He had successfully claimed this Master Realm Pig Head. Kid, your knife skills are quite impressive. Are you interested in joining my crazy blade hall? Shin Fei looked at Yi Chuan with great interest. As a fellow master of the blade, he could naturally see the finesse in Yi Chuan's recent strike. That blow was aimed directly at the life, with not a single unnecessary movement, just like the most skilled butcher. Such knife techniques cannot be honed without countless real combat experiences. Although Yi Chuan had only ambushed and killed a severely injured and near-death burning soul blood flame python, let's not forget, Yi Chuan is only at the 5th stage of the Master Realm. Such talent, in Shin Fei's eyes, already qualified him to join the Crazy Blade Hall. As soon as Shin Fei spoke, the others present looked at Yi Chuan with a hint of envy. It's worth noting that the Crazy Blade Hall is not just home to Shin Fei as a master, he ranks only 3rd within the hall. In the southern region of the 5th special district of the human race, the Crazy Blade Hall also has a certain reputation. But just when everyone thought Yi Chuan would agree, he flatly refused. No, thank you for your kind offer, senior, but I have already joined another force. Shin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly but said nothing more. Very well, everyone has their own aspirations. If you change your mind, you can come find me in Lunan City. With that, Shin Fei turned and continued to deal with the seal. Brother Yi Chuan, you're being foolish. Even if you've joined another force, you can still withdraw and join the Crazy Blade Hall. Jin Baby exclaimed, slapping his thigh. He was from Lunan City and knew very well how terrifying the Crazy Blade Hall was. How many people wanted to join the Crazy Blade Hall but couldn't find a way in? Brother Baby, in my life, I only wish to do good deeds, build good relationships, and be a chivalrous hero. What good would it do to join a large force? Yi Chuan couldn't help but shake his head. I'm not saying this to criticize you, Brother Baby. Your awareness is still too low. Jin Baby was taken aback by Yi Chuan's words, scratching his head in confusion. Could it be that his awareness really was too low? At that moment, Shin Fei and Lin Wufeng had successfully broken open the seal. The few Master Realm experts rushed into the space behind the seal, with others following closely behind, fearing they would miss out on the benefits. No more talking, Brother Baby, think it over yourself. I need to go save someone. I have a feeling there will be great danger behind this seal. Without another word, Yi Chuan dashed toward the area behind the seal. Behind the seal was a hall about the size of a basketball court. In the center of the hall, 10 knife-shaped spiritual weapons floated in mid-air. The crowd's eyes immediately lit up. They could tell that all 10 weapons were of the Xian rank. It's important to know that the difference between Xian rank and Huang rank spiritual weapons is not trivial. For ordinary job changers, obtaining a Xian rank spiritual weapon is as difficult as climbing to the sky, yet here were 10 of them, and each one was a knife. Most of the people present were knife practitioners, and upon seeing this scene, they could no longer contain themselves and rushed toward the 10 spiritual weapons. Among the 10, the most powerful one was clearly the large knife in the center. The blade of that large knife was entwined with red patterns, resembling fierce flames clinging to the blade. Just from a distance, one could feel the heat emanating from the knife. Those with weaker strength could barely look at it without feeling their eyes might burn. Undoubtedly, this large knife was a standout even among Xian rank spiritual weapons. However, very few dared to fight for this strongest large knife. Everyone knew that this knife belonged to those Master Realm experts. At this moment, Shin Fei had already approached the fiery large knife, reaching out to grasp it. After countless readings, he had already realized that this knife was the personal blade of the Flame Knife King during his lifetime, the Flame Red. As long as he held this knife, his chances of obtaining the Flame Knife King's legacy would greatly increase. But just as Shin Fei's hand was about to touch the Flame Red, a shocking blade light came slicing through the air. If Shin Fei insisted on seizing the Flame Red, that blade would chop off his hand as well. Damn it! Shin Fei gritted his teeth, but could only unwillingly retract his hand, turning around to angrily scold, "Which dog is it?" When Shin Fei turned back, he realized the attacker was someone he knew. It was another master-level knife practitioner, Yin Fengyu, who had also set his sights on the Flame Red. Brother Shin Fei, don't speak so harshly. Such a treasure is desired by everyone. Whoever can obtain it will naturally rely on their own abilities. Yin Fengyu held his long knife, showing no intention of retreating. Competing with me? You think you're worthy? Shin Fei shouted, swinging his long knife fiercely towards Yin Fengyu. As long as he could drive Yin Fengyu back, he believed no one else present would dare to compete with him for this knife. Yin Fengyu showed no intention of backing down either. All the knife practitioners who came to the Burning Sky Valley were definitely here for the Knife King's legacy, and no one was willing to give way. The two master-level knife practitioners unleashed their full power, and for a moment, the entire Great Hall was filled with terrifying blade energy. Others who wanted to seize the spiritual weapon quickly avoided this side, not daring to come close, fearing they would be caught in the aftermath of the battle between the two. Yi Chuan glanced at the flame red, then withdrew his gaze. It wasn't the right time yet. If he tried to seize the knife now, Xin Fei and Yin Fengyu would likely team up against him. He needed to wait a little longer, hoping they would both suffer injuries. Yi Chuan turned his attention to another knife-shaped spiritual weapon. This weapon was also fire attribute, adorned with vivid fire clouds. Yi Chuan took out his pig-killing knife and charged forward. Many others had also set their sights on this knife, and seeing someone else join the fray, especially someone at the 5th stage of the master level, they wasted no time in attacking Yi Chuan. Several blade lights came slicing towards Yi Chuan from all directions, but he broke through them one by one. These people couldn't stop Yi Chuan at all. Since they dared to strike, he didn't mind returning the favor. Each swing of his pig-killing knife took a life. Yi Chuan's terrifying strength immediately frightened others away, not daring to approach him any closer. This guy was too ruthless, his blade strikes were lethal. The key was that the knife in his hand looked extremely strange, not at all like a normal knife practitioner's weapon, but rather, a pig-killing knife? This realization made the expressions of those present somewhat peculiar. Which good person would practice knife techniques with a pig-killing knife? After driving the others back, Yi Chuan became the closest person to the fire cloud knife. Kid, get away from me. This knife is mine. Just as Yi Chuan was about to seize it, a first-stage master-level buzzcut youth slashed at him with a knife. He believed his strength couldn't compare to Xin Fei and the others, so he didn't compete for the flame red but instead set his sights on the fire cloud knife in front of him. Seeing Yi Chuan trying to lay claim, he naturally struck without hesitation. Yi Chuan was forced back by this slash, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Coincidentally, he had never truly fought against a master-level practitioner before. Cloud break slash. Yi Chuan showed no signs of testing the waters. He unleashed a full-powered strike. The slaughter frenzy had already accumulated a certain boost, and at this moment, he was not afraid of the buzzcut youth in front of him. With the 20-fold enhancement against the Pig Clan's nemesis, this strike made the buzzcut youth's face change dramatically. He clearly hadn't expected that a mere 5th-stage master could unleash such a terrifying blow that made him wary. The buzzcut youth instinctively raised his knife to block, and with a crisp explosion, he was sent retreating dozens of steps, his face flushed. The sweet and bloody taste in his throat was forcibly swallowed down. At this moment, the young man with a buzzcut was filled with shock, clearly not expecting that Yi Chuan, a master-level expert, could be so terrifying. He took a deep look at Yi Chuan, then turned to seize other spiritual weapons. There were 10 spiritual weapons in total, and with his master-level strength, he was sure he could claim one of them, so there was no need to fight Yi Chuan to the death here. After repelling this master-level opponent, Yi Chuan successfully grasped the fire cloud blade. The moment he held the fire cloud blade, a wave of scorching heat surged into Yi Chuan's body, almost burning his palm. What a domineering power! Yi Chuan was somewhat surprised. This fire cloud blade was actually a mid-grade spiritual weapon of the mysterious tier, a level higher than his pig-killing knife. Yi Chuan swung the fire cloud blade a few times, and the blade's aura was as fierce as a raging fire, almost igniting the invisible air around him. However, Yi Chuan couldn't help but frown. Using an ordinary knife felt a bit awkward for him, far less effective than his pig-killing knife. It was like trying to fit a size 48 shoe on a size 43 foot. Although the fire cloud blade was of a higher grade than the pig-killing knife, it was clearly not as easy to use for Yi Chuan. But it didn't matter. This thing was a mid-grade spiritual weapon of the mysterious tier, valuable whether sold or traded. Yi Chuan stored the fire cloud blade in his flowing light realm wrist. He had initially thought about seeing if he could snatch a few more spiritual weapons, but at this moment, the clash between Xin Fei and Yin Fengyu was nearing its conclusion. Xin Fei had several knife wounds on his body, one of which was particularly horrific, almost exposing his bones. However, Yin Fengyu's condition was evidently worse than Xin Fei's. He had a blood hole that pierced through his chest, blood staining his torso, and excessive blood loss had turned his face pale. Given the situation, within 10 moves, Yin Fengyu was bound to suffer a crushing defeat. Yi Chuan squinted. Although the two hadn't fought to a standstill as he had anticipated, Xin Fei had exhausted his stamina and was injured, which was already enough. Yi Chuan was determined to obtain the Fire Cloud Blade. After all, it was related to the legacy of the Fireblade King, and he was eager to see what treasures lay within the legacy of this king-level expert. You think you can compete with me for something? Get lost! Xin Fei shouted coldly, his arm muscles bulging as he raised his long knife and struck down at Yin Fengyu. At this moment, Yin Fengyu was already at the end of his strength. Although he raised his long knife to block, Shinfei's terrifying power caused the back of the knife to smash directly into his shoulder. With a crack, Yin Fingyu's collarbone instantly shattered, and he was sent flying, his face as pale as paper. Yin Fingyu pressed his lips together, showing no intention of advancing to fight for the weapon. Shinfei did not pursue him either. Yin Fingyu was also a third-tier master-level expert, and if he were to kill Yin Fingyu, the latter might retaliate fatally, and he wouldn't come out unscathed. Repelling his opponent was already enough. As long as he had driven Yin Fingyu back, no one would dare to compete with him for the Fire Cloud Blade. Just when Shinfei thought he was certain of victory, he turned around to find a tall young man had stealthily grasped the Fire Cloud Blade in his hand. Shinfei's nose flared in anger. After fighting for his life, someone dared to snatch his prize? You brat! Are you looking for death? Shinfei shouted angrily, raising his knife and charging at Yi Chuan. Despite having fought with Yin Fingyu for a while, dealing with a 5th-tier master-level expert was still a piece of cake. Feeling the sharp blade aura approaching from behind, Yi Chuan did not hesitate to turn and slash out a knife. The two blades clashed, producing a series of sparks and the sound of metal striking metal. Yi Chuan's strike was surprisingly on par with Shinfei. Good kid, turns out you have some skill, no wonder you dare to touch the knife I, Shinfei, have my eyes on. I was even thinking of recruiting you into the Mad Blade Hall. Shinfei was somewhat surprised by Yi Chuan's strength, but soon the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. However, if you think that once I'm injured you can play the trick of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits in the back, you are gravely mistaken. Ling Long Badeo. Shinfei's aura surged, and the large knife in his hand seemed to transform into a hurricane at that moment, continuously slashing towards Yi Chuan with terrifying blade light. His moves appeared grand and sweeping, yet every strike aimed directly at Yi Chuan's vital points, each one incredibly precise. Yi Chuan activated Wind Walk, stepping on the wind, and with his terrifying speed, he continuously dodged Shinfei's attacks. He was well aware that Shinfei had already fought a battle with Yin Fingyu, and his physical stamina would definitely be depleted. There was a technique to killing a big fat pig: first, exhaust the pig's stamina, and when it was weak, then pin it down and slaughter it. Just as Yi Chuan expected, seeing that his powerful strikes had failed to even touch the corner of Yi Chuan's clothes, Shinfei's heart sank. The reason he used his strongest skill right from the start was simply to resolve the matter quickly and eliminate Yi Chuan. But Yi Chuan seemed determined not to engage him directly, instead continuously pulling him along. If this continued, he wouldn't even need Yi Chuan to strike, he would lose his combat ability due to excessive internal consumption. Brother Wufeng, what are you waiting for? Shinfei shouted. As soon as his voice fell, a sword light surged towards Yi Chuan. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chuan's eyes, and the blade light of his pig-killing knife shone brilliantly as it clashed with Lin Wufeng's ancient sword, creating ripples of airwaves and stirring up dust around them. The onlookers were dumbfounded, even forgetting to snatch the other spiritual weapons. This Yi Chuan, wasn't he just a super benevolent person? Why was his strength so terrifying? Something's not right. One must know that Yi Chuan's realm was only at the 5th stage of the Master Realm. Yet this guy could actually engage both Shinfei and Lin Wufeng, 2 3rd-stage Grandmasters, at the same time. It was simply absurd. A typical 5th-stage master would probably not last 3 moves against either Lin Wufeng or Shinfei before losing their head. Jin Baby was even questioning his life. Which brat spread the word that this guy was a great person? This guy dared to snatch the blazing fire right under Shinfei's nose. How is that different from stealing food from a tiger's mouth? You call that a great person? Young friend, as someone who has been through it, I must advise you, your talent is exceptional, and you have a bright future ahead. Do not lose your life for a trivial gain, Lin Wufeng said calmly, his sword-like eyes staring directly at Yi Chuan. Wufeng, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just chop him down. Shinfei charged at Yi Chuan with his knife. With Lin Wufeng attacking from behind, it was clearly impossible for Yi Chuan to treat Shinfei like a dog as he had just done. Shinfei's full-force strike solidly chopped towards Yi Chuan, who countered with a knife to block it, and then he attempted to retaliate. But at that moment, Lin Wufeng also struck, thrusting a sword towards Yi Chuan's back. The two clearly knew each other well, and their cooperation was incredibly seamless, making it difficult for Yi Chuan to cope. If it were one-on-one, he was confident he could face either Lin Wufeng or Shinfei without fear, but their teamwork left him struggling to find a way out. If he attempted to forcibly kill either Lin Wufeng or Shinfei, the other would surely take the opportunity to stab him. Yi Chuan did not want to experience that feeling. He was not a masochist. Seeing this, Yi Chuan decided he must not get entangled with them any longer. The 9th strike was unleashed, the charm of the demon pattern lit up, directly controlling Shinfei. At the same time, the Blood Shadow Butcher gathered malevolent energy and charged towards Lin Wufeng, putting him into a state of fear. After controlling the two, Yi Chuan turned and rushed deep into the main hall. With the flame blade in his hand, it was crucial for him to obtain the inheritance of the Flame Blade King as soon as possible, He didn't want to get entangled with these two guys here. The people in the Great Hall understood what Yi Chuan intended to do, their eyes flashing with sharp light, and they hurriedly followed him deeper into the hall, no longer caring about Lin Wufeng and Shin Fei. That was the inheritance of the Blade King. Once obtained, it would be an opportunity for them to defy fate and change their lives. Even if the hope was slim, no one was willing to give up. After all, stories of useless kids seizing opportunities to turn their fates around were often told. By the time Lin Wufeng and Shin Fei reacted, Yi Chuan's figure had already been swallowed by the crowd. Damn it! How can this kid's methods be so strange? What exactly is his profession? Shin Fei was furious. I can't tell either. Logically, he should be a blade cultivator or something related, but his methods are truly baffling. Lin Wufeng shook his head. Forget it, no matter what his profession is, if he dares to compete with me for the Blade King inheritance, he must die. Shin Fei shouted as he charged directly into the depths of the Great Hall, with Lin Wufeng closely following. Upon reaching the depths of the hall, Yi Chuan discovered a stone door in front of him, adorned with a fiery red seal that radiated a sharp blade aura. The power of that seal made Yi Chuan's expression change. If he were to force his way in, that seal could easily obliterate beings like Shin Fei and Lin Wufeng. Yi Chuan felt a headache coming on. After all, he was only good at dealing with live pigs, not at handling seals like this. However, Yi Chuan quickly noticed a vertical hole right in the center of the stone door seal, seemingly just the right size to accommodate a blade. Yi Chuan's gaze sharpened, and without any hesitation, he took out the flame blade and thrust it directly into the hole. The size of the hole perfectly matched the blade, and at that moment, the stone door trembled, the seal began to dissipate little by little, and then the stone door slowly opened. Without any hesitation, Yi Chuan slipped through the door. Behind the stone door was a simple cave, empty and devoid of any extra furnishings. A withered skeleton sat cross-legged in front, long since decayed. If Yi Chuan guessed correctly, this skeleton should be the Flame Blade King. Just as Yi Chuan stepped in, the skeleton, which had been dead for who knows how many years, slowly raised its head. What the hell? Even as a skeleton, it can still rise? How creepy. Yi Chuan was startled by the skeleton's movement. However, the skeleton seemed to have lost its consciousness. After raising its head, it mechanically lifted its bony arm, and a red stream of light shot out from its fingertips. In an instant, terrifying flames erupted from all directions in the once silent cave, inching closer to Yi Chuan. These terrifying flames also blocked Shin Fei and the others who were rushing in from behind. Damn! This kid still got through. Shin Fei was furious, slapping his thigh. But the flames before them seemed extraordinary. Their fire avoidance methods lost all effectiveness in the face of this orange-red blaze. No worries. This place has no other exits. Even if he obtains the Flame Blade King's inheritance, he can't escape. We'll just wait for him here, Lin Wufeng said coldly. With Lin Wufeng's reminder, Shin Fei suddenly understood. You're right, brother Wufeng. You see things clearly. I'll recover from my injuries first. Without another word, Shin Fei took out healing pills to treat his wounds. Many other job changers shared the same thought as Shin Fei and Lin Wufeng. They quietly guarded the stone door, ready to catch the turtle in the jar. Yi Chuan was still unaware that he had become a thorn in everyone's side. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, the sweat sliding down his forehead, evaporating instantly due to the high temperature. Watching the flames approach, Yi Chuan began to feel anxious. What did the Flame Blade King mean? Is it to erase those who disturb his rest? But if that were the case, the Flame Blade King would not have designed his sword to be the key to opening the tomb. At that moment, Yi Chuan suddenly noticed that a fiery red skill scroll had appeared atop the Flame Blade King's withered bones. The flames isolated Yi Chuan from the scroll, like a chasm. I think I understand. A look of realization flashed in Yi Chuan's eyes. This flame was not meant to eliminate those who entered, but rather the final test left by the Flame Blade King for his successors. Only those who could step past this fiery barrier would be qualified to touch the Blade King's legacy. Understanding this, Yi Chuan took out his pig-killing knife. The Blade King's test, of course, had to be broken with a knife. Yi Chuan inhaled a breath of scorching air, adjusting himself to his best state. Cloud Break Slash. Although Cloud Break Slash was only a mid-level skill, Yi Chuan had already perfected it. This strike was the strongest he could currently deliver. Whoosh! A brilliant blade light erupted from the pig-killing knife, slicing through the approaching raging flames with a howling sound. This strike was extremely sharp, directly splitting the searing flames in two. However, the next second, the flames quickly reformed, continuing to advance toward Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan's expression changed dramatically. The fact that he could split the flames in front of him with his knife proved that his guess was correct. The raging flames blocking his path were indeed the test left by the Blade King for his successors. But the problem was, Yi Chuan couldn't break through. The firewall before him was not a living being. The nemesis of the Pig Clan had no effect on it. Yi Chuan suddenly felt overwhelmed. If his full-strength strike couldn't break this firewall, what was he supposed to do? Should he activate the feathered wings and run away, waiting for others to obtain the legacy before he killed them for their treasures? No. Cloud break slash. Perhaps it isn't the strongest strike I can deliver right now.
Yi Chuan suddenly remembered the pig-killing techniques his father, Yi Chi-yuan, had taught him. Ever since the last time he had unleashed a strike that drained all his strength and caused him to faint, Yi Chuan had not dared to attempt those 3 strikes again. But now, his strength was worlds apart from before. Perhaps he could give it a try? Yi Chuan closed his eyes, beginning to recall the moment when Yi Chi-yuan had taught him. His eyes were tightly shut, and golden starlight gradually began to emerge. The starlight continuously gathered together, gradually forming a dazzling and magnificent star river. In that instant, Yi Chuan opened his eyes, gripping the pig-killing knife tightly in his hand.
The first strike of the pig-killing technique, Meteor,
Yi Chuan slashed out. In that moment, he felt as if the power within him had been drained by something, his face turning pale instantly. Yi Chuan estimated correctly, he could indeed barely execute the first of the 3 strikes taught by Yi Chi-yuan. However, the burden on his body was immense. After the strike, Yi Chuan felt as if his legs would give way beneath him. Nevertheless, the effect of this strike was unparalleled. The blade light cut through the sky, the star river losing its brilliance, the stars dimming, and the constellations falling. Wherever the blade light passed, no star dared to shine again. This streak of blade light directly plunged into the firewall, disappearing from sight. The raging flames suddenly paused, as if someone had pressed the pause button on time, freezing everything. The next second, the scorching flames parted like waves, revealing a path to the heavens. It worked! Yi Chuan felt a surge of excitement. He hurried over, wanting to grab the fiery red skill scroll.
But at that moment, a scene that left Yi Chuan dumbfounded unfolded.
The corpse of the Flame Blade King slowly split in half from the middle, the cut smooth as a mirror.
Holy crap!
Yi Chuan's expression changed, and he rushed over to support the Flame Blade King's corpse. He did not expect the power of the falling star to be so exaggerated. After splitting the firewall, it even cleaved the bones of the legendary Blade King.
Senior, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to. You can't blame me for your sins.
Yi Chuan repeatedly apologized, and when he saw that the Flame Blade King was not angry, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Senior, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your forgiveness." Yi Chuan bowed to the Flame Blade King and then laid his bones flat. After doing all this, Yi Chuan reached for the fiery red skill scroll. But the skill scroll seemed to have a mind of its own, suddenly flying out and directly plunging into the flames, burning away completely.
Senior, if you have a problem with me, you can't do this, right? Yi Chuan panicked. After all this, he had gained nothing?
Just then, the flame red blade in Yi Chuan's hand suddenly became scorching hot, uncontrollably flying out. Immediately after, the blazing flames began to transform, gradually forming a humanoid figure of fire. The humanoid flame grasped a blade in its hand. Yi Chuan stood ready, thinking that this humanoid flame was about to attack him. However, the humanoid flame wielded the flame red blade and slashed at the air. Not just the first slash, but the second and third slashes followed suit. Yi Chuan suddenly realized, he understood that this humanoid flame was demonstrating a sword technique for him. Yi Chuan then comprehended that the inheritance method of that fiery red skill scroll was somewhat special. If one did not pass the Blade King's test, even if they obtained the fiery red scroll, they would not be able to learn the Blade King's techniques. The Blade King had truly gone to great lengths to ensure that his inheritance fell into the hands of the right person. The humanoid flame, holding the long blade, continued to demonstrate one slash after another. Yi Chuan counted a bit. There were a total of 13 moves in the humanoid flame sword technique. These 13 moves kept repeating, seemingly determined to make Yi Chuan learn them. Yi Chuan stared at the humanoid flame for more than half an hour. Then he took out a butcher's knife and began to mimic the humanoid flame, gradually replicating those moves bit by bit. At first, Yi Chuan's techniques were somewhat awkward and clumsy, looking like a fledgling bird learning to fly for the first time. But as time passed, Yi Chuan's every move began to become more proficient, until he reached a level of mastery. Immersed in the profound sword techniques of the Blade King, Yi Chuan had long forgotten the passage of time. Meanwhile, outside the stone door, Shen Fei and the others were starting to get restless.
Damn it, it's been 3 days. Is this kid dead in there? If he's already dead, have we been waiting for nothing? Shen Fei cursed.
It shouldn't be the case. If he were dead, the flames blocking us should have dissipated. Lin Wufeng shook his head. The Flame Blade King clearly wanted to leave behind his inheritance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set up so many seals and tests.
Damn, how much longer is this kid going to take to come out?
Shen Fei anxiously tugged at his hair. He was naturally impatient, and this feeling of waiting made him even more irritable. Having to wait without knowing how long it would take was an indescribable torment for anyone with a bad temper. Haste makes waste. Don't worry, that kid won't escape, Lin Wufeng said calmly.
In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Behind the stone door, the humanoid flame had completely dissipated. At this moment, Yichuan, with his eyes tightly closed, had replaced the humanoid flame, executing each move just like it. The next second, Yichuan opened his eyes, and in his black pupils reflected a blazing firelight. 13 consecutive slashes, each one bursting forth with raging flames, as if what Yichuan held was not a butcher's knife, but a fireball. This flame 13 blades, I've mastered it. Yichuan's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. This skill of the Flame Blade King was indeed of epic level. Flame 13 blades, minor completion. The Flame 13 blades inflicts 30% of the user's power attribute as flame damage, with each blade stronger than the previous one by 20%. Even at the minor completion stage, the damage of the 13th blade reached a terrifying 260%. Coupled with Yichuan's already exaggerated three-dimensional attributes and the additional damage against the pig tribe, the Flame 13 blades in his hands would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Thank you, Blade King. Yichuan sincerely bowed to the remains of the Flame Blade King. After all, he had indeed gained benefits from him. Now that the Flame 13 blades had been completed, Yichuan saw no need to waste any more time here. The raging firewall could no longer hinder him in the slightest. With a swing of his blade, he directly split the flames apart. Just as Yichuan stepped out from the stone door, a terrifying blade light and another terrifying sword light rushed towards him. Following closely were several other job changers attempting sneak attacks, all of whom were extremely eager for the inheritance of the Flame Blade King. Kid, you finally crawled out. We've been waiting for you. Shinfei's face was twisted, but the first round of sneak attacks and assaults from the crowd passed right through Yichuan's body. Phantom? Lin Wufeng instantly saw through the trick. Yichuan stretched his muscles and bones, looking at the pig-headed figures before him with a bright and sincere smile. It seems you all really want the inheritance of the Flame Blade King? Good to know. If you're willing to hand it over obediently, I might consider sparing your life. Shinfei squinted and said, Really? Then thank you. Yichuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Since you all want it, then just stay here and don't leave. Let me show you what it means to unleash the Flame Blade's explosion. One blade 9,999. Yichuan took out the pig-killing knife, stepping lightly as he charged directly into the crowd. Although Yichuan was alone, he now felt as if he had an army of thousands behind him, actively plunging into the throng. The crowd instantly felt a surge of joy. If Yichuan didn't charge over, they wouldn't have a chance to touch the inheritance of the Flame Blade King. After all, Lin Wufeng and Shinfei had already teamed up, and their strength was nearly invincible in this place. But with Yichuan rushing into the crowd, their chance to fish in troubled waters had come. Many people quickly surrounded Yichuan, hoping to seize the opportunity to claim the inheritance. Meanwhile, the pig-killing knife in Yichuan's hand could no longer be restrained. The blazing flames erupted from the blade, and Yichuan directly activated the Flame 13 blades. Whoosh! The first blade struck out, directly slicing the throat, severing all life from the opponent, and the high-temperature flames attached to the pig-killing knife instantly scorched the wound, not a drop of blood escaping. The person's face remained flushed, but all vitality within was utterly destroyed. Yichuan swung the pig-killing knife, the flames trailing behind like flowing light. With each strike, he could instantly kill a job changer, without exception. Soon, everyone realized something was wrong. This guy's strength was simply beyond what they could withstand. Watching Yichuan move as if in a realm of his own, the crowd felt a wave of horror and began to have thoughts of retreat. After all, no matter how good the inheritance of the Flame Blade King was, one needed to be alive to use it. But how could Yichuan let them go? These people were all walking experience bags. Yichuan, the pig butcher, used his slaughtering knife to kill a two-legged pig, increasing his level by 2.6%, enhancing the extra damage against the pig race by 1%, and adding 0.1 to his free attribute. Yichuan then killed another two-legged pig, raising his level by 3.1%, boosting the extra damage against the pig race by 1%, and adding another 0.1 to his free attribute. After killing yet another two-legged pig, his level increased by 1.5%, with the extra damage against the pig race again rising by 1%, and another 0.1 added to his free attribute. Yichuan was having a great time, and his strength unknowingly increased again, reaching the 6th stage of the Master Realm. At that moment, as he continued his slaughter, a familiar figure appeared before him. Brother Yichuan, calm down, it's me, Jin Baby. Have you forgotten me? Seeing Yichuan, who was wielding his knife with fierce intensity, getting closer, Jin Baby turned pale with fear and begged for mercy. Yichuan squinted his eyes. This guy appearing here undoubtedly had designs on his inheritance. If he were weak, this guy would surely strike him without hesitation. Jin Baby? Not familiar at all. Yichuan swung his knife down without a moment's hesitation. Jin Baby's face was filled with disbelief as his head flew high into the air. He remembered. He had followed Yi Chuan because he thought he was a good person. In the end, he was killed by the very person he admired. Watching Yi Chuan, who resembled a god of slaughter, the crowd fled in panic. Unfortunately, their speed was no match for Yi Chuan. In the end, only a few managed to escape, while the rest fell under Yi Chuan's blade. A faint smell of burning filled the air. Looking at the horrifying scene before them, Shen Fei and Lin Wufeng were also taken aback. They had thought to let the other job changers wear Yi Chuan down before they made their move, but they never expected Yi Chuan to single-handedly send everyone into chaos. At the same time, Shen Fei's eyes grew increasingly fiery. He could see that Yi Chuan's strength had changed significantly compared to a few days ago. This was undoubtedly due to the inheritance of the Blade King. If a mere Master Realm could achieve such a transformation with the Blade King's inheritance, what would happen if he, Shen Fei, obtained it? Wouldn't that be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate? Wu Feng, let's attack together. After we succeed, I promise to give you what I owe you, Shen Fei said greedily. We can't underestimate him, this kid is not simple. Lin Wufeng nodded and drew his ancient sword. Clearly, the two were preparing to surround Yi Chuan again. Yi Chuan smirked. Before obtaining the Blade King's inheritance, these two might have posed a significant threat. But now, they seemed somewhat lacking. Moreover, he had just chosen to kill Jin Baby and the others to stack the bonuses of the Slaughter Frenzy. At this moment, the bonus from the Slaughter Frenzy had already reached an exaggerated 90%. Facing the two's assault, Yi Chuan did not retreat but charged forward towards Lin Wufeng and the other. Good courage! Lin Wufeng shouted, his 3-foot green peak sword bursting forth with a sharp swordlight, aimed directly at Yi Chuan's heart. Yi Chuan flicked his slaughtering knife, deflecting the sword, and then ignited his slaughtering knife in blazing flames, striking down directly at Lin Wufeng's head. Lin Wufeng blocked with his ancient sword, but at the moment of impact, he was sent staggering back several dozen steps before barely stabilizing himself. What terrifying power! Lin Wufeng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and the grip of his sword split open, blood continuously oozing out. With his strength at the third stage of the Master Realm, he was actually unable to withstand even a single blow from a Master Realm, which was simply shocking. At this moment, Shen Fei also made his move. He seized the opportunity perfectly, striking at Yi Chuan's throat just as Yi Chuan's blade was cleaving Lin Wufeng. He clearly intended to exploit the gap in Yi Chuan's attack, aiming to eliminate him while Yi Chuan was still recovering from his previous exertion. However, he had evidently underestimated Yi Chuan's speed. Yi Chuan activated Wind Walk, effortlessly dodging the strike, and then swung his butcher's knife, engulfed in flames, towards Shen Fei. Clang! With a crisp sound of metal clashing, Shen Fei's fate was no better than Lin Wufeng's. Under Yi Chuan's terrifying power, Shen Fei felt as if he had been hit by a train. The back of the knife slammed into his shoulder, producing a dull thud. Undoubtedly, Shen Fei's shoulder blade had shattered, and his expression twisted in pain. Lin Wufeng attempted to take advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack, but Yi Chuan countered with a Blood Shadow Butcher, immobilizing Lin Wufeng in place. The butcher's knife swept through a graceful arc, its sharp edge aimed directly at Lin Wufeng. By the time Lin Wufeng freed himself from his state of fear, he could no longer evade the strike. Whoosh! A gash appeared on Lin Wufeng's abdomen, and his intestines spilled out, reeking of blood. Lin Wufeng's face turned pale with terror as he clutched his intestines, trying to shove them back inside while retreating repeatedly. After being struck by Yi Chuan, Lin Wufeng's eyes cleared, and he no longer cared about Shen Fei. He turned to flee. His life was the most important thing. If the Green Hills remained, he wouldn't worry about firewood. Seeing Lin Wufeng escape, Shen Fei dared not linger any longer and turned to run in another direction. They both realized they were no match for Yi Chuan. As long as they ran in different directions, Yi Chuan could only chase one of them. Unfortunately, reality is often less ideal than one hopes. Seeing the two flee in separate directions, Yi Chuan revealed a gentle smile. Then, a pair of black golden wings emerged from his back. With a slight tremor of the wings, Yi Chuan's figure vanished from his spot and instantly appeared before Lin Wufeng. Upon seeing the black golden wings behind Yi Chuan, Lin Wufeng was left dumbfounded. Damn it, can a Master Realm practitioner really grow wings and fly? Isn't this cheating? Before Lin Wufeng could react further, Yi Chuan swiftly ended his life. Immediately, the celestial wings lifted again, and Yi Chuan appeared before Shen Fei. Shen Fei's reaction was not much different from Lin Wufeng's. It was common knowledge that only a King Realm practitioner could hover briefly, and only an Emperor Realm practitioner could fly freely. Yet now, he was witnessing a Master Realm practitioner sprout wings and take flight. This was utterly absurd. Yi Chuan, please let me explain. Before Shen Fei could finish his sentence, Yi Chuan's knife had already fallen. Shen Fei clutched his throat, his eyes wide as he staggered back a few steps, collapsing to the ground, clearly without a chance to say more. After finishing off Shen Fei and Lin Wufeng, both of whom were at the third stage of the Master Realm. Yichuan, who had just recently broken through, ascended to the seventh stage of the Master Realm. At the same time, he collected all the spiritual weapons from Xinfei, Lin Wufeng, and the others into his flowing light realm wrist. This time, Yichuan had a bountiful harvest. Not only did he obtain the Blade King inheritance, but he also acquired numerous spiritual weapons, including several profound grade ones. Even if Yichuan couldn't use these profound grade spiritual weapons himself, selling them or exchanging them for refining materials would undoubtedly bring him immense wealth. Describing Yichuan's current state as an overnight fortune could not be more fitting. His eyes sparkled with excitement. My brother didn't lie to me, the flame blade's explosion rate is really high. With the existence of the flame blade technique, Yichuan wouldn't have to worry about lacking offensive means at least until he reached the Emperor realm. After thoroughly searching the bodies of everyone present, Yichuan attempted to contact Jiang Shiyan and the others. However, neither Jiang Shiyan nor Qi Chunyu could be contacted by Yichuan. This made Yichuan furrow his brows in concern. Could something have happened to them? Yichuan took out a map. He vaguely remembered that Jiang Shiyan and the others mentioned they were going to Gloomy Moon Tomb. Following the markings on the map, Yichuan set off towards Gloomy Moon Tomb, preparing to see if Jiang Shiyan and the others were still there. Gloomy Moon Tomb. This is a wonder located in the extremely hot place known as Burning Sky Valley. As the saying goes, extremes lead to opposites. Where there is great heat, there is also cold. The entire Burning Sky Valley is filled with terrifying high temperatures, with magma and flames visible everywhere, as common as daily meals. Yet, in the very center of Burning Sky Valley, there lies a cold pool of less than 10 square meters, which is Gloomy Moon Tomb. The water in this cold pool is an icy blue. As soon as one approaches, the scorching heat of Burning Sky Valley is instantly blocked out. Instead, one feels a terrifying chill that can freeze a person's marrow, with the breath condensing into ice crystals. It is like nature's most miraculous masterpiece, completely at odds with the surrounding heat. The pool water flows quietly. However, at this moment, Gloomy Moon Tomb is anything but peaceful. A middle-aged man, covered in blood, lies by the edge of the pool, his blood having congealed into crimson crystals, leaving his fate uncertain. A young man with phoenix eyes and thin lips, leading a large group, has surrounded two women inside Gloomy Moon Tomb. This young man is Fong Wenwen from the Red Rainbow sect. Jiang Shiyan, stop resisting. Since I found you here, it must be my fortune. Be obedient and become my woman, and I won't mistreat you, Fong Wenwen said, his gaze devoid of any distraction, filled only with worldly desire and greed. You wish. Fong Wenwen, the Jiang clan will not let this matter rest. Jiang Shiyan gritted her teeth, a strange flush appearing on her face. Heh, as long as I break you today, your yin-yang fusion technique will be rendered completely ineffective, and at that time, you will be a useless person. Fong Wenwen sneered. Do you really think the Jiang clan would risk everything for a useless person like you against me, a rising genius? How laughable. The Jiang clan possesses a secret technique known as the yin-yang fusion technique. Once practiced, it suppresses the advancement of a transferee's realm, making their progress extremely slow. During this time, the yin-yang fusion technique continuously accumulates power to achieve a thick accumulation for a thin release effect. When the yin-yang fusion technique reaches perfection, the originally suppressed realm will double back. Just like Jiang Shiyan, although she is currently only at the third stage of the Master Realm, once the yin-yang fusion technique reaches perfection, she could instantly break through to the Grandmaster Realm and soar upwards. However, this yin-yang fusion technique, while seemingly extraordinary, has a fatal flaw. First, to learn the yin-yang fusion technique, one must be a virgin. Secondly, if one is broken before the yin-yang fusion technique reaches perfection, it is equivalent to making a wedding dress for someone else. All the power accumulated during this time will transfer to the other person. In other words, before the yin-yang fusion technique is perfected, Jiang Shiyan is merely a walking human furnace. This is also why she fled from Yuning City to Qingcheng. After all, even within the Jiang family, it is not absolutely safe. Jiang Shiyan initially thought this trip would be uneventful. After all, as long as she stepped into Gloomy Moon Tomb, she would only need a short 10 minutes to use this natural wonder to break through the shackles of the yin-yang fusion technique. But she never expected Fong Wenwen to appear at this moment. Even more despicable, this guy actually poisoned her with the profoundine poison, causing her desires to surge within, making it impossible for her to calm down and use Gloomy Moon Tomb to push the yin-yang fusion technique towards perfection. Cui Xingxing had been severely injured while trying to protect her, and Qi Chunyu was also covered in wounds at this moment. Jiang Shiyan felt that today, she might really not escape. A resolute look flashed beneath her beautiful eyes. If she truly could not escape from Fong Wenwen's grasp today, she would rather die here than let him succeed. Shiyan, why struggle so hard? I'm not that bad, you know, Fong Wenwen said with a bright smile. Jiang Shiyan was already a great beauty, and sleeping with her would only enhance his own strength. Such a win-win situation was something Fang Wenwen naturally relished. Despite Jiang Shiyan's current appearance, as if she were ready to burn everything to the ground, once the xianin poison within her erupted completely, she would be begging him to save her. It's about time. Fang Wenwen slowly curved his lips and stepped towards Jiang Shiyan. Get away from me! The scene before Jiang Shiyan was starting to blur. She was on the verge of succumbing to the poison's effects. Get away? Sure, then why don't we roll together? Fang Wenwen's face showed greed. As long as he could seize the power accumulated from Jiang Shiyan's yin-yang fusion technique, he would definitely break through to the master realm in one go, even becoming the top genius of the younger generation in Yuning City. Just as Fang Wenwen raised his hand to embrace the already dazed Jiang Shiyan, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold surge up his spine. Fang Wenwen uncontrollably shivered, feeling as if he had been targeted by death itself. He had no time to think. He instinctively rolled to the side, barely escaping. A heavy butcher's knife was embedded in the spot where Fang Wenwen had just stood, its blade engulfed in blazing orange flames. Fang Wenwen had a premonition that if he hadn't instinctively dodged just now, that knife would have pierced through his body. Who is it? Show yourself! Fang Wenwen, still shaken from his narrow escape, shouted angrily, while the experts from the Qihong sect quickly protected him, fearing that the hidden assailant would strike again. Before Fang Wenwen could react, a shadow flashed like a ghost and instantly appeared before Jiang Shiyan. Sorry, I'm a bit late, Yichuan said as he supported Jiang Shiyan, a hint of apology in his voice. You are Yichuan? Hurry! Run! There are 2 third-tier masters from the Qihong sect. You are no match for them. Jiang Shiyan's eyes were dazed, her breath labored, nearly unable to stand. Her body felt as if it had lost all its bones. Seeing this, Yichuan could only help her sit against a rock. Don't worry, leave it to me. Yichuan stood up, facing the people from the Qihong sect. Who the hell are you? I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. Fang Wenwen shouted. Me? Yichuan picked up the butcher's knife from the ground. I'm just an ordinary butcher. I recognize you. You were the one who stayed beside Jiang Shiyan at the beginning. Fang Wenwen narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in his gaze. He had been curious why there were 4 people in Jiang Shiyan's group at first, but now it had become 3. He had been worried that the last person would go inform the Jiang family, but seeing each one appear, he felt relieved. You dared to ambush me just now. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking the Qihong sect. Fang Wenwen coldly shouted and charged directly at Yichuan. As a genius of the Qihong sect, there were few peers who could match Fang Wenwen. Now, facing Yichuan, who was only at the 7th tier of the Master Realm, Fang Wenwen didn't take him seriously at all. A burning long sword was drawn, like a red rainbow emerging to astonish the world. The burning flames seemed to mobilize the surrounding high temperatures, sweeping toward Yichuan. Yichuan squinted. If it had been before, he might have taken this sword strike seriously. But how could Yichuan regard Fang Wenwen now? The butcher's knife in his hand ignited with fierce flames, and with a swift motion, he slashed down. An arm holding the sword flew high, tracing a graceful parabolic arc before falling to the ground. The severed arm twitched even after it hit the ground. Ah! My hand! My hand! Fang Wenwen let out a hysterical scream, retreating repeatedly. He hadn't even seen how Yichuan had made that cut. All he saw was a flash of fire, and his arm was already severed at the root. Blood gushed from the stump, turning Fang Wenwen's face pale. But the next moment, an even more devastating scene unfolded. Yichuan walked over to his severed arm and directly lifted his foot. Get lost! Yichuan kicked Fang Wenwen's severed arm into the nearby lava as if he were playing soccer. The scorching lava instantly engulfed the arm, releasing a foul smell of burning protein. Hai Lao, Xiao Lao, take him down for me. I want him alive. I want to torture him for 10 days and nights. Seeing this, Fang Wenwen roared, his eyes filled with venom as they fixed on Yichuan. As long as the severed arm was still there, if he could return to Yuning City in time and find a powerful enough healer, his arm could still be reattached. If the healer was strong enough, he might even be restored to his original state. But now, with the arm burned by the lava, that hope had been ruthlessly severed by Yichuan. Only legendary healers had the ability to regenerate severed limbs, but such beings were beyond Fang Wenwen's reach. This meant he would be a one-armed hero from now on. This completely shattered Fang Wenwen's defenses. With a command from Fang Wenwen, Hai Lao and Xiao Lao, both masters at the 3rd stage, charged directly at Yichuan. At such a young age, acting so ruthlessly, I will make you regret offending the Qihong sect. Hai Lao shouted, raising his hand to grab Yichuan. The fire elements in the air instantly gathered together, forming a fiery claw that descended upon Yichuan. If this claw landed, it could easily take Yichuan's head off. Yichuan raised the butcher's knife and executed the 13 blades of fire, directly splitting the claw in half. Hai Lao was shocked. He hadn't held back at all with that claw, yet this kid, nearly a 7th-stage master, had managed to break through his full-strength attack? Be careful, this kid is unusual, Hai Lao warned his companion loudly. Understood, leave it to me, Xiao Lao said, narrowing his eyes and pointing. A magic array lit up with white light beneath Yichuan's feet. Clearly, Xiao Lao was skilled in formations. The combat power that such a profession could unleash was extremely terrifying. If given time to perfect the formation, they could even contend against someone from a higher realm. Yichuan narrowed his eyes, clearly understanding this. He directly released the Blood Shadow Butcher, hard-controlling Xiao Lao in place. Xiao Lao fell into a state of fear, and the not yet fully constructed magic array naturally dimmed. Seizing the opportunity, Yichuan charged toward Xiao Lao with his knife. You won't get away. Hai Lao saw that Yichuan wanted to deal with Xiao Lao first and stepped in front of him. With a clap of his hands, the surrounding flames instantly converged, forming a vividly colored fire tiger in front of him. The tiger was lifelike, roaring as its claws swept down toward Yichuan. However, at that moment, Yichuan's eyes narrowed slightly. His target had never been Xiao Lao from the beginning. The fiery tiger lunged forward but passed right through Yichuan's body. The illusionary strike successfully bewildered Hai Lao. At this moment, Yichuan's main body had already arrived in front of Hai Lao, and the 13 blades of fire struck down directly. Hai Lao's face changed wildly as he conjured a flame shield to defend himself. However, this strike contained a 20-fold extra damage bonus from the nemesis of the Pig Clan, making it far from easy to block. The flame shield was instantly cleaved apart by the butcher's knife, and then the knife continued its path unimpeded, slicing from head to tail. A fine line of blood appeared on Hai Lao's body, running down from the crown of his head. Hai Lao's eyes widened in disbelief, and as his body split along the fine bloodline, his foul-smelling organs spilled onto the ground. Butcher Yichuan used the butcher's knife to slaughter a two-legged pig, leveling up by 30%, with an additional damage increase of 1% from the nemesis of the Pig Clan, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Elder Xiao had just escaped from his state of fear when he saw that Hai Lao had already become a waterlogged mess. Young Master Wenwen, run quickly, I'll hold him off. Elder Zhao's eyes revealed terror. They had clearly underestimated Yichuan's combat power. Fong Wenwen was terrified and hurriedly turned to flee with the remaining people. Spirit binding formation. Just as Yichuan was about to pursue, Elder Xiao shouted, blood flowing from his mouth and nose, as a blood-red formation shot directly towards Yichuan to bind him. Yichuan raised his knife and struck at the blood-red formation. With each slash, Elder Xiao trembled all over. Gradually, not only was blood flowing from his mouth and nose, but even from his ears and the corners of his eyes. Yet, despite this, Elder Xiao still held on tightly. He needed to buy time for Fong Wenwen to escape. The formation, fueled by Elder Zhao's life force, was indeed very effective, trapping Yichuan for nearly 10 minutes before Yichuan finally cleaved it apart with a single blow. At the moment the formation shattered, Elder Xiao opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, his breath instantly weakening, like a candle flickering in the wind. But he revealed a gratified smile. 10 minutes was enough. Fong Wenwen and the others should have run far away. However, when he caught a glimpse of Yichuan out of the corner of his eye, Elder Zhao's eyes widened in shock as if he had been rejuvenated. He had originally thought to hold Yichuan back to allow Fong Wenwen and the others to escape. But when he saw that Yichuan had sprouted black golden wings and was slowly rising into the air, Elder Xiao fell into complete despair. How could two legs outrun wings that could fly? Who on earth are you? How can a Master Realm expert fly? Elder Zhao's eyes were filled with horror. Having lived for so long, especially in a major human city like Yuning, Elder Xiao considered himself well informed. Yet he had never heard of anyone in the Master Realm being able to fly. I told you, I'm a butcher. Yichuan's knife fell, directly severing Elder Zhao's life force. Butcher Yichuan used the butcher's knife to slaughter a two-legged pig, leveling up by 30%, with an additional damage increase of 1% from the nemesis of the Pig Clan, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. The feathered wings soared into the sky, chasing after the direction Fong Wenwen and the others had fled. Damn it! Damn it! When I return to the Qihong sect, I will definitely have my brother chop this kid into 1,000 pieces. Fong Wenwen, who thought he was safe, had veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes filled with resentment. The pain of his severed arm made him hate Yichuan to the bone. Throughout his life, he had never suffered even the slightest grievance in all of Yuning City. This kid who had suddenly appeared dared to sever his arm. How could Fong Wenwen endure this? Just then, Fong Wenwen suddenly sensed a fierce wind sweeping in from behind. He turned around and saw Yichuan had actually grown wings and was chasing after him, causing Fong Wenwen to go completely mad with fear. What kind of monster are you? Fong Wenwen screamed, disregarding his subordinates beside him, scrambling forward in a panic. Yichuan landed slowly, then raised his knife and fell, systematically dealing with the other pigs of the Chihong sect one by one. These are all walking experience points, not to be wasted. In the end, only Fong Wunwun remained as a lone commander of the Red Rainbow sect, terrified and having fallen several times, his eyes filled with fear. Seeing Yi Chuan approach him with a butcher's knife, Fong Wunwun's eyes were full of terror. He was the young master of the Red Rainbow sect. He still had a beautiful life ahead of him, he had endless enjoyment to look forward to, and he was born to be superior. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. Thud! The fear of death caused Fong Wunwun to kneel directly in front of Yi Chuan. Please, spare me. Let me live. I won't seek revenge on you. I won't tell anyone about today. Please spare me. Fong Wunwun begged desperately, and seeing Yi Chuan's indifferent gaze without a hint of fluctuation, he quickly changed his tone. As long as you spare me, I am willing to exchange a tremendous benefit for my life. Really? While speaking, Fong Wunwun hurriedly pulled something out of his storage spirit weapon, his trembling hands unsteady, and the item fell directly to the ground. Fong Wunwun quickly picked it up, carefully blowing off the dust that had settled on it. Only then did Yi Chuan see what he was holding. It was a key exuding an ancient and mysterious luster, with some rust on it. The uniquely shaped ancient key was covered in complex patterns. This is the key to unlock the king's secret vault. With this key, you can at least obtain a phenomenon ranked within the top 100. Just spare me, and this thing is yours. Due to his nervousness and fear, Fong Wunwun's voice was as sharp as a duck being choked. Don't be impulsive. If you kill me, the Red Rainbow sect will definitely not let you go. The ancient key to the secret vault is a treasure that many people can only dream of. He stared intently at Yi Chuan, trying to use this item to bargain for his last chance at survival. But in the face of his pleas, Yi Chuan showed no hesitation with the knife. In the blink of an eye, a fine line of blood appeared on Fong Wunwun's neck. His eyes widened as he slowly slumped to the ground. As long as I kill you, everything on you is mine, right? Yi Chuan said, somewhat speechless, then picked up the ancient key. Although he didn't know what the ancient key to the secret vault was or what it did, the fact that Fong Wunwun could bring it out to save his life at the last moment indicated that it should be quite valuable. Yi Chuan stored the ancient key in his flowing light arm, and he would find out what it was for by asking Jiang Shurian. Then Yi Chuan began to take Fong Wunwun's storage spirit weapon and started to loot his bag. It must be said that the young masters of the major powers in the human cities are indeed different. Fong Wunwun's inheritance was so rich and substantial that it astonished Yi Chuan, a small-town bumpkin. Inside, there were 3 spirit weapons alone. As for pills and other cultivation materials, there were countless. Yi Chuan immediately began stuffing these items into his flowing light arm, but as he was doing so, he realized that the storage space of the flowing light arm was full. Fong Wunwun is way too rich, right? Yi Chuan couldn't help but gasp. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to exchange for a larger storage spirit weapon, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fully inherit the other party's inheritance while looting. As for Fong Wunwun's storage spirit weapon, Yi Chuan naturally did not intend to use it. He didn't want others to know that Fong Wunwun had died at his hands, otherwise, he would definitely face pursuit from the Red Rainbow sect. He remembered Jiang Shurian saying that major powers like the Red Rainbow sect in Yuning City had living king realm experts stationed within. Yi Chuan did not believe that as a master realm cultivator, he could provoke a king realm expert at this stage. Therefore, he planned to find a black market to sell Fong Wunwun's storage spirit weapon directly. The black market exists in every major human city. Although the prices here are much lower than those at the trading posts, the price of the same spiritual weapon in the black market is only half that of the trading post. The advantage is that the black market doesn't care how you obtained your items, they accept anything, making it the best choice for disposing of stolen goods. After finishing with Fong Wunwun, Yi Chuan kicked his body directly into the bubbling magma nearby. There was no better place to destroy a corpse than here. Within minutes, Fong Wunwun would be reduced to ashes. Yi Chuan then dealt with the bodies of the other members of the Chihong sect, ensuring there were no witnesses around before returning to the solitary moon tomb. However, just as he returned, a soft, voluptuous body pressed against him. Jiang Shurian's warm breath brushed against Yi Chuan's ear, sending a shiver down his spine. The xianin poison from Fong Wunwun had completely erupted, causing Jiang Shurian to lose her sanity. She opened her rosy lips and bit down on Yi Chuan's earlobe, her hands becoming restless. Yi Chuan, give me, I want you. Jiang Shurian's soft, voluptuous body slithered against Yi Chuan like a spirit snake. She was burning hot, her originally fair skin now flushed with color. Friends with experience knew that this state was the most intoxicating. Coupled with Jiang Shurian's dazed eyes and exquisite face, any normal man would find it impossible to resist the temptation she presented, and Yi Chuan was no exception. Seeing that Jiang Shurian had lost her mind to the xianin poison, Yi Lin decisively took action. He lifted Jiang Shurian with one hand, while the other hand delivered several sharp slaps to her face. Normal men couldn't resist temptation, But unfortunately, Yi Chuan was not normal, he was a mental patient. To Yi Chuan, Zhang Shurian, who was doing her utmost to seduce him, was merely a pretentious fool. "Wake up!" Yi Chuan shouted as he slapped Zhang Shurian, trying to bring her back to her senses. After a few slaps, her cheeks were already red and swollen. The sharp pain on her face briefly restored some clarity to Zhang Shurian's eyes, but then the xianyin poison erupted even more violently. "So good. Hit me. I like it so much." Yi Chuan felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, cursing Fang Wenwen for being so despicable. What a heavy dose he had given. "Please, give it to me, Yi Chuan." Seeing Zhang Shurian's long, beautiful legs wrap around him, Yi Chuan decided to stop resisting. He had no other choice. He couldn't just watch as Zhang Shurian's temperature continued to rise under the influence of the poison, turning her into a fool, could he? Taking a deep breath, Yi Chuan no longer hesitated and directly lifted Zhang Shurian, striding towards the side. Splash! Yi Chuan threw Zhang Shurian into the cold pool of the solitary moon tomb, the icy water instantly engulfing her. The chilling sensation caused Zhang Shurian's temperature to drop immediately. "Calm down and talk to me." Yi Chuan's face showed no trace of worldly desire, only the indifference unique to a Sigma male. Zhang Shurian, who had fallen into the cold pool in a daze, choked on several mouthfuls of water and began to cough violently. The suffocating feeling of drowning forcibly pulled Zhang Shurian's sanity back. She desperately struggled towards the edge of the pool, climbing up, drenched. The wet fabric of her dress clung tightly to her body. "Are you awake now? If not, stay in a bit longer," Yi Chuan said with concern. Zhang Shurian gritted her teeth, wishing she could leap forward and bite Yi Chuan. When the xianyin poison had first erupted, she had been terrified. She was afraid that the yin-yang fusion technique she had been practicing for so long would fail today, and that she would lose herself in the process. However, when she realized that no matter what she did, Yi Chuan remained indifferent, Zhang Shurian truly felt a bit broken. Was she really that ugly? Ugly enough to throw herself at him, and this guy actually picked her up and tossed her directly into the cold pond? "I feel much better, thank you." Zhang Shurian felt a bit frustrated inside, but she could only endure it. After all, Yi Chuan had genuinely saved her. "What about the people from the Qihong sect?" Zhang Shurian asked in confusion. Just moments ago, she had been unclear-headed and had no idea that the Qihong sect members had been slaughtered by Yi Chuan like pigs. "They had something to attend to and left early," Yi Chuan replied honestly. "Where did they go?" "To the King of Hell's Hall." Shock was written all over Zhang Shurian's beautiful eyes. "You slaughtered them all? How did you do that?" A master at the 7th level, able to kill everyone from the Qihong sect, clearly exceeded Zhang Shurian's understanding. Although she had been trying to overestimate Yi Chuan's strength as much as possible, he always managed to bring her new shocks. "Well, I just used a knife to slaughter them," Yi Chuan shrugged, clearly unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. Zhang Shurian took a deep breath and seriously warned him, "Yi Chuan, you must remember, you have never seen anyone from the Qihong sect. The Qihong sect is not something you can provoke. If anyone finds out you killed Fang Wenwen, you will be in big trouble. Anyway, no matter who asks, you must insist that you have nothing to do with this matter, understand?" Yi Chuan nodded and then asked, "By the way, what is the King's Sealing's secret vault? You don't know?" Zhang Shurian was taken aback for a moment, but then realized that Yi Chuan was a native of Qingcheng, so it made sense. Qingcheng could hardly find a few masters, let alone know about the King's Sealing matters. Zhang Shurian patiently began to explain. "There are 6 major secret vaults in the human body. To become a King Sealer, a transferer must first unlock all 6 secret vaults within their body. Once the 6 secret vaults are unlocked, one can cultivate a manifestation. The stronger the manifestation, the more powerful the strength after entering the King's Sealing realm. And for transferers to obtain a powerful manifestation, aside from those ancient families and clans that have existed since ancient times, they can only enter the King's Sealing secret vault. You can think of it as a second job change for transferers. History is not short of cases where an awakened profession was quite ordinary, yet upon entering the King's Sealing realm, they obtained an incredibly powerful manifestation, resulting in a complete transformation." Listening to Zhang Shurian's explanation, Yi Chuan also understood what the ancient key Fang Wenwen had brought for self-preservation was for. It seemed that the ancient key corresponded to a powerful manifestation within the King's Sealing's secret vault. "Fortunately, I didn't throw it away." Yi Chuan felt a bit relieved. For someone like him, with no identity or background, the ancient key's significance was undoubtedly substantial. "You don't need to worry, there is still some distance to the King's Sealing realm. Every year, Yuning City auctions 1 or 2 ancient keys to the secret vaults, and I will help you secure one," Zhang Shurian assured Yi Chuan. After all, if it weren't for Yi Chuan today, she might have fallen victim to Fang Wenwen's poison. "Then thank you very much." Yi Chuan did not decline, Who would refuse benefits? Please help me keep watch around here for a while, and don't let any ferocious beasts or others get close. Jiang Shiyan took a deep breath. Now that the Xianying poison had been resolved, it was time for her to push the yin-yang fusion technique to perfection. Jiang Shiyan walked to the edge of the cold pond and sat cross-legged. On her right was the extreme heat of the burning sky valley, and on her left was the extreme cold of the solitary moon tomb. Between the alternating hot and cold, Jiang Shiyan's fair skin kept changing. Yi Chuan watched in amazement. He knew that for combat-type transferers to enhance their strength, they needed to utilize certain breathing techniques, which was completely different from his work as a pig butcher. For the first time in so long, he witnessed a battle-class transmuter cultivating. The surrounding cold and heat continuously surged into Jiang Shiyan's body, circulating for several cycles before being expelled as turbid energy. This continued for about half an hour before Jiang Shiyan finally opened her eyes. The moment her beautiful eyes opened, the yin-yang fusion technique successfully reached perfection, and the accumulated power began to nourish her. Jiang Shiyan's realm skyrocketed like a rocket, rapidly ascending. Master Realm 4th Stage, Master Realm 5th Stage, Master Realm 6th Stage. It wasn't until she broke through to the Master Realm 5th Stage that the speed of Jiang Shiyan's power increase began to gradually slow down. Although the yin-yang fusion technique required a long time to cultivate and had its drawbacks, the results it brought were unparalleled. A smile emerged from the depths of Jiang Shiyan's heart. Now she no longer had to fear being plotted against. She could return to Yuning City openly. Jiang Shiyan directly contacted the Jiang clan members. Before long, a large group of Jiang clan experts arrived at the burning sky valley, led by a tall, robust man whose aura was like a deep abyss. He knelt on one knee before Jiang Shiyan. "Miss, Jiang Yiqian has come to take you home." Jiang Shiyan calmly nodded, and at her gesture, the Jiang clan members immediately took the severely injured Cui Xingxing and Qi Chunyu for treatment. "Yechuan, as we agreed before, are you coming with me to Yuning City? Do you need to return to Qingcheng first?" Jiang Shiyan asked Yechuan. "No need, let's go directly." Yechuan shook his head. For him, there was no longer any necessity to return to Qingcheng. Even if he wanted to sell off all on him, Qingcheng couldn't handle that many. Yechuan directly followed Jiang Shiyan on their journey to Yuning City. With Jiang Yiqian and others escorting them, the journey was smooth, and they stepped onto the teleportation array. It was Yechuan's first time using a teleportation array. Only high-level spatial transmuters could construct such a thing, and the materials used were extremely precious, with the cost of a single use being exorbitant. As the teleportation array activated, the surrounding space twisted like rippling water. Yechuan felt as if the scene before him was breaking apart like a shattered puzzle, and a wave of dizziness hit him, as if the entire world was spinning. Fortunately, this sensation lasted only a brief moment before vanishing without a trace. Before Yechuan's eyes appeared a completely unfamiliar scene. Yuning City, they had arrived. As a major city in the 5th Special Zone for humans, Yuning City's permanent population and the number and quality of transmuters were unmatched by Qingcheng. Even if 10 Qingchengs were tied together, they couldn't compete with Yuning City. So many people. Yechuan exclaimed with simple amazement as he stepped off the teleportation array. The streets were bustling and lively. After living in Qingcheng for so many years, aside from seeing this many people during festivals, the streets were usually not so crowded. "You should come to like Yuning City." Jiang Shiyan smiled lightly, then slipped a card into Yechuan's hand. "I've been away from home for too long and have many things to handle, so I can't accompany you for now. You can explore Yuning City on your own for a few days, and I'll contact you when I'm done. This card has no limit. You don't need to be polite. My Jiang family isn't short on this." "Okay." Yechuan nodded, secretly marveling at how generous a wealthy woman could be. After bidding farewell to Jiang Shiyan, Yechuan didn't rush to sell off his goods but instead began to wander around Yuning City. This place was unfamiliar to him, and acting recklessly could easily lead to trouble. It must be said that Yuning City was indeed vast, and there were many strong individuals. Just after a day of wandering, Yechuan encountered no fewer than 10 Master Realm experts. The number of those at the Master Realm was even countless. Yechuan finally understood the saying, "There are pigs outside of pigs," and his slaughtering knife was almost unable to be restrained. If he could slaughter pigs in Yuning City, his strength would surely increase rapidly. After spending the day wandering around, Yechuan also roughly figured out the distribution of power in Yuning City. First was the Jiang family, where Jiang Shiyan belonged. The Jiang clan was a top force in Yuning City, and the current family head was already a powerful figure at the king level. It was said that the previous generation's old family head was still alive. When that old family head abdicated, he was already a terrifying existence at the 7th stage of the king level, and now his strength was even more unfathomable. Next was the Qihong sect, from which each one had already slaughtered a group of people. On the surface, the Chihong sect had only one king-level figure stationed, making it slightly weaker than the Jiang family, but no one knew if the Chihong sect had any hidden trump cards. Besides the Jiang family and the Chihong sect, the third major force in Yuning City was YSI. Don't be fooled by the pleasant name of YSI, it was a genuine assassin organization. It was said that as long as you could afford the price, there was no one YSI wouldn't dare to kill, even a king-level powerhouse was no exception. Once, a king-level powerhouse attempted to provoke YSI, but the next day, it was discovered that the head of that king-level powerhouse had been severed and hung at the entrance of YSI, fluttering in the wind. Since then, YSI became famous overnight. These three forces stood in a tripartite balance in Yuning City, with YSI being the most mysterious and feared. Many people, even if they provoked the Chihong sect and the Jiang clan, were unwilling to offend YSI in the slightest. Yi Chuan also successfully learned that the black market in Yuning City was backed by YSI. YSI, huh? That's fine, as long as it's not the Chihong sect, Yi Chuan murmured to himself. Since the black market had connections with the Chihong sect, he would never go there, that would be walking into a trap. When night fell, Yi Chuan activated his feathered wings, transforming into a shadow that merged into the night sky. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Chuan appeared silently at the entrance of the black market in Yuning City like a ghost. He had already put on a mask and draped a large black robe over his body. Many people who came to the black market dressed like this. After all, many of the items sold in the black market were not meant to be seen in the light, and many sellers naturally did not want to expose their identities. The night market was bustling, with many people coming and going. On both sides of the street, there were also many people sitting on the ground, directly spreading out a cloth to display the items they wanted to sell, calling out their wares. Half a piece of Earth-level spirit weapon. Although it's damaged, it's indeed a genuine Earth-level spirit weapon, only accepting trades. Treasure map left by a king-level powerhouse. 20 pieces each, fake ones pay 3 times. This thing is old, but it's useless and not worth anything. This thing is quite open, brother. No. How can you dare to sell this? Brother, are you really not afraid of being caught by the investigation bureau and sent to the sewing machine? If Yi Chuan hadn't known in advance that this was the black market, he might have thought he had mistakenly entered a vegetable market. There were 2 channels for buying and selling things in the black market. One was to directly find a shop in the black market, and the other was to trade directly at roadside stalls. Shop prices were kept very low, but the advantage was that the items were guaranteed to be genuine. As for the roadside stalls, it tested one's eyesight and luck. Yi Chuan wandered around those stalls for a while. The items here were a mix of genuine and fake, with some being outrageously fake. For example, the one selling the treasure map of a king-level powerhouse would give you 4 copies of the treasure map as soon as you paid. Yi Chuan chose not to set up his own stall to sell but instead walked directly into a shop on the black market street. As soon as he entered, a friendly attendant greeted him. "Hello, sir, how can I assist you?" "Selling something, a profound-level spirit weapon," Yi Chuan said in a hushed voice. "Okay, how would you like to trade?" The attendant wore a faint smile. "I want to trade. I'm looking for a storage spirit weapon with a sufficiently large space," Yi Chuan said. "All right, please wait a moment." After a moment, the waiter returned, holding a wooden tray lined with red cloth, on which a silver-white ring lay quietly. The instant the ring appeared, Yi Chuan clearly sensed that several auras had locked onto him from the shadows. It was evident that if he intended to kill, loot, or cause chaos, a thunderous strike awaited him. "Sir, this storage spirit weapon is called the Silver Dragon Ring, ranked as a top-grade mysterious tier, with a storage space close to 500 cubic meters. Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied." Yi Chuan nodded. The storage space of the Silver Dragon Ring was much larger than that of his light flow arm. He took out the Flame King's knife, the Fierce Fire Red Flame, and 2 other mid-grade mysterious tier spirit weapons he had obtained in the Burning Sky Valley. The waiter came forward to inspect them and then nodded. "Everything is in order. They are all fire attribute blade-type spirit weapons. If you have no other issues, then the Silver Dragon Ring is yours." "Good." Yi Chuan said no more, picked up the Silver Dragon Ring, and turned to leave. After putting the Silver Dragon Ring on his hand, he transferred everything from the light flow arm into the Silver Dragon Ring. Then he turned and slipped into the second shop. This time, Yi Chuan took out Shin Fei's knife and Lin Wufeng's ancient sword. Both were mid-grade mysterious tier spirit weapons. "I want to exchange for refining materials, meteorite iron sand and fierce ghost treasure flame, as much as you have." After dealing with these 2 mid-grade mysterious tier spirit weapons, Yi Chuan set off for the 3rd shop, then the 4th, and the 5th. After running through 7 or 8 shops, Yi Chuan finally sold off all the various spirit weapons and resources he had obtained in the Burning Sky Valley. He chose not to exchange for money but instead traded everything for refining materials and various pills. It was also time to have his pig-killing knife reforged by a weapon master. As his strength increased, the knife's grade was gradually falling behind his power. Just as Yi Chuan was about to leave the black market, a lazy voice echoed in the darkness. "Foolish boy, someone has their eyes on you." Yi Chuan paused, frowning slightly, and then realized that indeed, many eyes seemed to be watching him from the shadows. Disposing of stolen goods in multiple transactions is certainly cautious, but you forget that the shops and the black market are interconnected. Doing so makes it easier to attract others' attention. The voice in the darkness spoke again. "If you don't want to be slaughtered, follow me." Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and then walked straight toward the direction of the voice in the darkness. As he approached, Yi Chuan found that the speaker, like him, was wrapped up tightly, making it impossible to see their appearance. Yi Chuan's thumb gently rubbed the substantial silver dragon ring. If this person had ulterior motives, at such a close distance, as long as they weren't at the king level, Yi Chuan was confident he could strike them down in one blow. However, the person did not say more but led Yi Chuan deeper into the black market. He brought Yi Chuan to the front of a round fortress-like building, and after paying a fee skillfully, the building opened its doors to the two. The passage behind the door twisted and turned downward, clearly leading to a hidden world within the building. At the end of the passage, a heavy soundproof door appeared, and as the door opened, the sounds of clamor, screams, cheers, and applause filled the air. The scene behind the door came into Yi Chuan's view. It was a place resembling a boxing arena, where two men were fighting. Both were master-level transmuters, and their battle was extremely bloody, with both striking fiercely. The surrounding audience was filled with excited, flushed faces. "This is the black market arena, affectionately referred to as the wife fighting arena." The mysterious person who brought Yi Chuan spoke again, a hint of amusement in their tone. "This is the busiest place in the black market. If you stay here until closing and leave with the crowd, basically no one can track you. Why are you helping me?" Yi Chuan couldn't help but ask. "Don't rush, just watch the show. The wife arena is quite entertaining," the mysterious man said with a smile. Yi Chuan looked at the arena. The fight between the two men had completely entered a heated stage, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. At that moment, Yi Chuan noticed two large iron cages suspended in midair on either side of the arena, each containing a woman. The woman on the left looked younger, slender, with a hint of innocence on her face, while the one on the right was a mature and striking beauty. With a loud thud, one of the square-faced men was hit in a vital spot, collapsing to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, losing his fighting ability. The referee immediately stepped forward and raised the other man's hand. "I declare the winner of this match is Shi Dengquan." As soon as the words left his mouth, the audience in the arena erupted. Most were excited, while some hurled insults, targeting the fallen square-faced man. If Yi Chuan guessed correctly, those shouting were likely the gamblers who had bet on the square-faced man. Crack, crack, crack. The cage on the left slowly descended onto the arena. The referee opened the door, and the slender woman inside was already terrified, her face pale and tears streaming down. "Mr. Shi Dengquan, would you like to enjoy your spoils now?" the referee asked kindly. "Yes." Shi Dengquan spat out a bloodied tooth, his face smeared with blood, filled with ferocity. He walked over to the square-faced man and lifted his foot to step on the man's face. "Open your eyes wide and see clearly, this is the fate of those who challenge me." Shi Dengquan grinned savagely and walked directly towards the slender woman, causing her to tremble in fear. "Wife, I'm sorry." The square-faced man closed his eyes in pain. Moments later, the entire arena fell silent, leaving only the heavy breathing of the audience and the slender woman's screams. The victor began to shamelessly enjoy the wife of the defeated man in front of everyone. Yi Chuan frowned. He seemed to understand why this place was called the wife arena. The entire arena now exuded a scent of hormones. Shi Dengquan ravaged the slender woman for nearly half an hour before dragging her away, her tears long dried. Congratulations to Shi Dengquan for achieving a 3-match winning streak. He will now continue to enjoy his spoils. Next, let us welcome the two contestants for the next match. As the referee finished speaking, several staff members came up to carry away the square-faced man, followed by a few cleaners who began to tidy up the arena. After watching 2 matches in a row, Yi Chuan couldn't help but marvel. The city folks really knew how to have fun. He had figured out the operational rules of this black market arena. First, contestants sign up to participate in the matches. As long as they register, regardless of winning or losing, they receive a substantial prize. If they win, the prize is doubled, and the more consecutive wins, the greater the rewards. However, the registration requirements are quite strict. Either the contestant must be a female job changer or they need to bring a woman to compete. If they lose the match, the woman they brought will also become the spoils of the victor, subject to their whims. Audience members must pay an entrance fee, and during the match, they can place bets on who will win or lose, how long the match will last, etc. Such an arena undoubtedly has a terrifying ability to generate revenue. So, how is it? Is it entertaining? The mysterious man asked with a smile. It's alright, Yi Chuan nodded calmly. watching the spectacle of two pigs mating. It was just that. The mysterious man looked at Yi Chuan with some surprise. He hadn't expected that a young person like Yi Chuan could remain so calm in the face of such a sensual scene. "You're quite an interesting kid. Come with me." The mysterious man couldn't help but chuckle. As the last round of the arena competition concluded, the crowd surged toward the outside world. Yi Chuan blended into the crowd with the mysterious man and successfully left the black market. The mysterious man led him directly to a spacious courtyard. He immediately shed all his disguises, revealing a thin old man beneath the black robe. The old man looked quite aged, with all his hair and beard completely white, yet his eyes were bright and spirited. "Show me your fire 13 blades," the old man said straightforwardly, causing Yi Chuan's heart to tighten. How did this old man know he had learned the fire 13 blades? Sensing Yi Chuan's wariness, the old man continued, "Those who have learned the fire 13 blades carry a unique fiery aura. This aura can be concealed from others, but not from me." Yi Chuan fell silent for a moment, then took out a butcher's knife and demonstrated all 13 forms of the fire 13 blades. He too wanted to know what this old man was really after. Watching Yi Chuan wielding the knife continuously, the old man's face showed a look of nostalgia, as if he were seeing the person he loved at 18, standing before him in a white dress after many years. "Indeed, it is the complete fire 13 blades. It seems you have inherited its legacy." However, the old man's white eyebrows knitted together. "Why is that knife in your hand so strange? It should be a butcher's knife, and it's only of low-grade Xian rank. Where is the fire red flame blade? Who are you?" Yi Chuan did not answer the old man's question but inquired about his identity instead. "Me? You can understand that I am an old friend of the Fireblade King." The old man's words made Yi Chuan's pupils shrink sharply. To be an old friend of the Fireblade King, could it be that this old man was also a transcendent being of the king level? Time really flies. It's been nearly 50 years since that guy failed to break through to the emperor level and died in the Burning Sky Valley. The old man couldn't help but sigh. Yi Chuan remained silent, quietly waiting for the old man to continue. He felt that this old man wouldn't help him for no reason. "You, young man, are surprisingly composed for your age." The old man looked at Yi Chuan with a hint of appreciation. "Since you know the fire 13 blades, how about helping me with a favor? Goodbye." Upon hearing this, Yi Chuan turned to leave. "I can offer you a reward. Since I have fortuitously obtained the legacy of the Fireblade King, it must be fate. Please give your orders. I will not hesitate to face any danger. By the way, what is the reward?" Yi Chuan immediately turned back. The old man's mouth twitched slightly. "You can directly say what reward you want. I will definitely get it for you." "You first tell me what you want me to do," Yi Chuan countered. "The Fireblade King has descendants still living in this world. They are in Yuning City. I hope you can teach the fire 13 blades to his descendants. After all, this is the lifelong effort of the Fireblade King," the old man said. Yi Chuan pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, but I need you to help me find a weapon refiner, one who can refine spiritual weapons of mid-grade Xian rank or above." Upon hearing this, the old man revealed a strange smile. "Such weapon refiners are a bit hard to find. How about I find you one who can refine earth-rank spiritual weapons?" Yi Chuan was taken aback. A weapon refiner capable of refining earth-rank spiritual weapons would already be someone who could be crowned as a weapon king. Although a weapon king level refiner might not possess the combat power of a transcendent being of the king level, such an existence, once they made their name known, would attract countless king-level powerhouses willing to take action for them. Even a powerful king-level expert might not be able to summon a master craftsman of artifact king level. "Are you sure?" Yi Chuan's face showed a hint of doubt. "Of course I'm sure." The old man nodded firmly. "Then let's go. Let's find the descendant of the Fireblade King." Yi Chuan was eager, as if a pillow had appeared just when he felt sleepy. He had been troubled, not knowing where to find a craftsman to help him forge and upgrade his pig-killing knife in the unfamiliar Yuning City. "No rush, it's still dark out. If you go now, you'll just wake them up. If you have nothing else to do, you can sleep here with me. My bed is big enough for two, and I'll take you over when it gets light," the old man explained. However, at that moment, Yi Chuan covered his backside and cautiously took a step back. "No need, senior, I think I'll find another place to rest. I'll come back to find you tomorrow," Yi Chuan said, turning and leaving the courtyard without hesitation. Watching Yi Chuan flee in a panic, the old man was momentarily stunned, then his expression turned green with anger as he realized what had happened. "You brat! What do you take me for?" Early the next morning, not long after the sun rose, Yi Chuan returned to the mysterious old man's courtyard and knocked on his door. "Senior, I'm here." The door slowly opened, revealing the old man's somewhat resentful face. After living for so long, he never expected to be misunderstood as a lover of the broken sleeve by Yi Chuan. "Let's go." Just as the old man was about to set off with Yi Chuan, a somewhat frail girl stumbled over. She was very thin, her clothes were clean, and her features were not particularly beautiful, but she had a soft, pitiable quality about her. "Excuse me, are you Grandpa Shui?" the girl asked timidly. "I am. Are you Li Yuan's daughter?" The old man nodded, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Li Yuan was the direct grandson of the Fireblade King, and he was just about to look for them. How did they come to him instead? "Grandpa Shui, please save my father. He's about to die." Tears streamed down the girl's face as she began to sob, her eyes filled with uncontainable fear and panic. She then pulled out a peculiar piece of metal from her pocket and handed it to the old man. "Dad said that if he encounters something he can't solve, he can bring this to you. Can you help us?" The old man's expression changed instantly, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. "Li girl, stop crying for now. Take me there." "Okay." Li Siyu nodded repeatedly, clearly seeing the old man as her only lifeline. On the way, old Shui couldn't help but ask, "Li girl, tell me properly, who injured your father, Li Yuan?" "The one who injured Dad is the second in command of the Divine Eagle Pavilion, Zhao Feichen." A trace of hatred flickered in Li Siyu's eyes at the mention of the name. "My body is weak, and Dad found a piece of dragon ginseng to help me recover, but he was targeted by the people from the Divine Eagle Pavilion. They stole the dragon ginseng and severely injured Dad. He's barely hanging on now." "Divine Eagle Pavilion? What a Divine Eagle Pavilion?" Old Shui muttered, his eyes cold with fury, clearly enraged. Under Li Siyu's guidance, Old Shui and Yichuan quickly arrived at Li Yuan's home. At that moment, Li Yuan was lying on the bed, several parts of his body wrapped in bandages, which were already stained red with blood. His face was pale, devoid of color. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one might suspect he was already a corpse. "Shui, Old Shui." Seeing Old Shui, Li Yuan struggled to sit up, but Old Shui hurried forward to help him lie back down. Then, Old Shui took a pill from his storage space and fed it to Li Yuan. Although Yichuan couldn't tell what kind of pill Old Shui was feeding, the strong medicinal fragrance that accompanied its appearance suggested that its quality was likely quite high. "Didn't I tell you to report my name immediately if anything happened in Yuning City? Why are you so stubborn?" Old Shui's tone carried a hint of reproach, but more so, it was filled with concern for Li Yuan. A bitter smile appeared on Li Yuan's face. "Old Shui, you've already helped me too much. I really feel bad about troubling you again. Besides, I never expected the people from the Divine Eagle Pavilion to be so ruthless." At this point, Li Yuan fell silent, having truly walked through the gates of hell this time. If it weren't for the fact that the people from the Divine Eagle Pavilion didn't want to kill anyone in Yuning City, he would probably already be a corpse. "You should focus on recovering. Leave this matter to me," Old Shui said, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "What are you doing? You can't come in. Get out." Suddenly, Li Siyu's anxious voice rang out from outside, followed by several mocking voices. "Can't come in? He, we're just entering your house. Wait a minute, maybe we'll even enter your body, old ding. You're really hungry, you can eat anything. This little girl hasn't even opened up yet, and you can still lay your hands on her? What do you know? It's the thrill of the chase that makes it interesting." Li Siyu trembled with anger at the crude and vulgar words of the group. The burly men advanced on her, their faces filled with mockery. "Your dad has some guts, huh? Our second in command asked him to hand over the shock dragon ginseng, and he actually dared to resist? Your father really doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth, daring to offend even our second in command? So, how's it going? Is your dad dead yet? Ha 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 ha." The voices from outside made Li Yuan so furious that he almost sat up, his eyes reddening. Too much bullying. Old Shui's eyes also revealed a fierce glint. It was one thing to rob, but to come knocking and provoke was simply bullying someone to death. "Kid, do you dare to make a move?" Old Shui looked at Yichuan. Yichuan calmly stood up and took out a butcher's knife from the silver dragon ring. "Old man, can I kill?" Old Shui was momentarily taken aback by Yichuan's question. He hadn't expected Yichuan's killing intent to be even stronger than his own. "It's better not to kill in Yuning City, it can easily attract trouble. As long as you have a breath left, do as you please. If anything happens, I'll take care of it," Old Shui said. Hearing that he couldn't kill, Yichuan reluctantly put away the butcher's knife. However, he still rushed out in an instant. Having inherited the legacy of the Fireblade King, it was only right to help the descendants of the Fireblade King within his capabilities. Bang! As soon as Yichuan appeared, he kicked one of the men between the legs with a devastating blow. The man instantly turned red in the face, clutching his groin and curling up on the ground like a boiled shrimp, his features contorted in pain. With the enhancement of the Pig Clan's nemesis, this man was left with nothing but a miserable fate. "Who are you? How dare you lay hands on our Divine Eagle Pavilion people? Are you tired of living?" Another man shouted fiercely, but he didn't dare to make a move. They had already realized that Yichuan's realm was at the 7th level of the Master Realm, far beyond what they could provoke, and they could only rely on their background. However, facing the threat, Yichuan raised his hand and slapped the man, instantly knocking him to the ground. Half of the man's face caved in, clearly broken. The other two, seeing the situation was dire, tried to escape, but how could they outrun Yichuan? After just a few steps, they were heavily kicked down to the ground, crying out in pain. After dealing with the four men, Yichuan revealed a harmless smile and gently asked Li Siyu, "Do you have pliers at home?" "Yes, yes." Li Siyu, who had been scared silly, finally snapped back to reality when Yichuan asked her. She hurriedly ran back home and rummaged through the toolbox that Li Yuan often used, pulling out a heavy pair of rusty pliers. Yichuan took the pliers and weighed them in his hands. "Not bad, feels good." Yichuan looked up at Li Siyu. "Good girl, go inside. The next scene is not for children to see." Li Siyu numbly nodded and quickly ran back into the house. As soon as Li Siyu left, Yichuan stepped on one person's head and began to pull out his teeth with the pliers. "You like to talk back, huh? I'll make sure you can't talk back anymore." The man struggled desperately, but his strength was no match for Yichuan. As each tooth was pulled out, the man howled in pain, blood spraying from his mouth. After finishing the first one, Yichuan did not spare the other three either. Moments later, 3 pools of blood appeared in the yard, with teeth, some crushed and some shattered, floating in the blood. The 3 members of the Divine Eagle Pavilion were sprawled on the ground like mud, their mouths a bloody mess. At this moment, Yichuan was stepping on the last person, preparing to repeat the process. "Good boy, it won't hurt, just a little at first, then it will feel better." Yichuan wore a friendly smile, but to the members of the Divine Eagle Pavilion, that smile was like the face of a death god. "Stop it! Who are you, wild brat, to dare touch my Divine Eagle Pavilion's people?" Just as Yichuan was about to perform the final tooth extraction, a loud shout suddenly rang out. A middle-aged man strode over, dressed in black tight-fitting clothes that rustled as he moved, his sharp eyes coldly fixed on Yichuan, carrying a hint of chill. This man was Zhao Feichen, the second in command of the Divine Eagle Pavilion, and behind him followed several members of the pavilion. The last member of the Divine Eagle Pavilion, who had not yet had his teeth pulled, struggled excitedly. "Great, the second in command has arrived. He was saved." Just when he thought he was safe, a whistling sound rang in his ears, and a dark shadow rapidly enlarged in his vision. Bang! Yichuan swung the pliers and struck him squarely in the mouth, instantly shattering his upper and lower jaw. He widened his eyes, and the next second, the intense pain caused him to faint. Seeing Yichuan daring to continue in front of him, Zhao Feichen's anger surged. "You dare to lay hands on my Divine Eagle Pavilion's people in front of me? It seems you really don't take me, Zhao Feichen. Seriously, who exactly are you?" Zhao Feichen shouted angrily. Yichuan looked very young and unfamiliar, and his arrogant behavior made Zhao Feichen hesitate to act rashly. Having survived in Yuning City for so long, Zhao Feichen, the second in command of the Divine Eagle Pavilion, was certainly no fool. He was also afraid of hitting a hard wall. "My name is Yichuan. I thought about it carefully, and I believe I am a very, very good person," Yichuan said earnestly. Zhao Feichen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "What kind of answer is this? I asked who you are, and you tell me you're a very good person? Are you kidding me?" Zhao Feichen's expression immediately turned cold. "Since you refuse to say, don't blame me." He had already given Yichuan a chance to introduce himself. If Yichuan refused, then even if he had some backing, it couldn't be blamed on Zhao Feichen. Zhao Feichen's robes fluttered, revealing the aura of a 4th-tier master. Golden Fierce Tiger Fist. As Zhao Feichen threw a punch, a fierce tiger, seemingly cast in gold, pounced towards Yichuan. Faced with a 4th-tier master, Yichuan did not dare to be careless and directly took out a butcher's knife, swinging it fiercely down at the golden tiger. Surprisingly, after taking Yichuan's blow, the golden tiger did not split in half but shook its head and stood back up, as if it were alive. "Kid, you think you can turn the world upside down as a Master Realm practitioner?" Seeing Yichuan still daring to resist, Zhao Feichen sneered. "You must know that at the 4th stage of the Master Realm, one of the 6 great secret treasures of the human body has already been unlocked. Whether it's combat power or control over one's profession, there has been a tremendous enhancement. How could you possibly shake that? After the 3rd stage of the Master Realm, every breakthrough requires unlocking a secret treasure within the body. Each time a great secret treasure is unlocked, the strength of the practitioner undergoes earth-shattering changes. Only when all 6 secret treasures are unlocked can one step into the pinnacle of the Master Realm. Only by condensing an anomaly can one enter the King Realm. How many talented individuals have been stuck at this Master Realm for their entire lives without making any progress?" Yichuan ignored Zhao Feichen's mockery and focused on unleashing the 13 blades of fiery flames. Each blade struck out with even more astonishing power than the last, as if a fire dragon was soaring in Yi Chuan's hands. By the eighth blade, the golden fierce tiger that Zhao Feichen had conjured could no longer withstand Yi Chuan's fierce blade intent and was slain, transforming into a shower of golden light. Just as Zhao Feichen was about to counterattack, Yi Chuan's ninth blade had already descended. The blade of the slaughtering knife shimmered with lustful patterns, and a pink heart-shaped peach thumped wildly, instantly pulling Zhao Feichen into a realm of enchantment. But Zhao Feichen was no pushover. His reaction was incredibly quick. He bit his tongue, using the sharp pain to break free from the illusion. He clenched his fist again, preparing to strike at Yi Chuan. However, just as he raised his hand, a substantial malevolent aura surged towards him, instantly plunging him into a state of fear. In terms of true strength, Zhao Feichen could definitely pose a significant threat to Yi Chuan, but he had underestimated him, which led to him finding no opportunity to counterattack under Yi Chuan's continuous ambushes. Before Zhao Feichen could recover from his fear, Yi Chuan had already activated Windwalk and appeared before him. The slaughtering knife flipped, and the heavy back of the blade struck directly on Zhao Feichen's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhao Feichen's head swelled up instantly. Yi Chuan wielded the slaughtering knife, using the back of the blade to give Zhao Feichen a full-body spot treatment. Although the back of the blade was not as lethal as the edge, with Yi Chuan's exaggerated strength attributes and the additional damage against the pig race, each strike of the back of the blade could almost crack a bone on Zhao Feichen's body. Zhao Feichen let out a series of piercing screams, glaring angrily as he raised his fist to counterattack. Yi Chuan directly smashed the back of the knife onto his arm. Crack! With a crisp sound, Zhao Feichen's right arm twisted into a bizarre arc, rendering him unable to throw a punch. Yi Chuan recalled Li Yuan's injuries and began to return the favor, an eye for an eye. After dozens of strikes, Zhao Feichen lay on the ground like a dead dog, his pupils becoming somewhat vacant. The few people he had brought from the Divine Eagle Pavilion finally reacted and hurried over to help Zhao Feichen up. Second Vice Leader, are you okay? Yi Chuan's speed was too fast. Everything that just happened occurred in the blink of an eye. Zhao Feichen spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze filled with malice and resentment. He realized that Yi Chuan was specifically standing up for Li Yuan and his daughter. This guy was definitely not a local from Yuning City, otherwise, he wouldn't be unfamiliar with him. You can fight, huh? Why not just kill me? Is it because I'm not around? Zhao Feichen cast a venomous glance at Li Yuan and Li Siyu in the room, revealing a sinister smile. Let's see how I can kill them. Zhao Feichen's cold gaze swept over Li Yuan and Li Siyu. He had already figured out that Yi Chuan was not from Yuning City. Otherwise, if there was such a person in Yuning City, Zhao Feichen would definitely have heard of him. After Yi Chuan severely injured him, Zhao Feichen naturally held a grudge. He wanted to see how this outsider would protect Li Yuan and his daughter. Even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Yi Chuan squinted his eyes. It was not his time to shine next. Sure enough, the cold voice of old Shui, filled with suppressed anger, rang out. Your Divine Eagle Pavilion really has quite the power, huh? Where is Zhao Shenying? Zhao Feichen glanced at old Shui, vaguely feeling that the old man looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Who are you to mention our leader's name? He. Old Shui laughed in anger. You'll soon find out whether I have the qualifications. Just as Zhao Feichen was puzzled, a figure rushed in like a gust of wind. The newcomer appeared to be around 40, with a friendly and kind face, lacking any fierce aura, but the occasional glint in his eyes hinted at his extraordinary nature. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Feichen instantly became excited. Big brother, you're here. Shut up. If you keep pretending, I'll make you fly. Zhao Shenying turned around and shouted angrily, then looked at old Shui with some fear, cold sweat already forming on his forehead. Old Shui, I'm really sorry, my subordinate was rude to you, I apologize. Old Shui? Zhao Feichen was taken aback for a moment, then panicked, cold sweat pouring down. In Yuning City, the only person who could be respectfully called Old Shui by their leader Zhao Shenying was the king of Starfire artifacts, Shui Xiaoyang. Zhao Feichen's throat involuntarily rolled, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant. It's over. He's done for. This time he truly kicked a steel plate, and it was the kind with barbs. You must know, the king of Starfire artifacts is the strongest artifact refiner in Yuning City. Once he speaks, even a king-level expert would owe him a favor. Usually, with Zhao Feichen's status, he could only watch from afar when meeting the king of Starfire artifacts, unable to approach. No wonder he thought this old man looked familiar. Bang! While Zhao Feichen was in a daze, Zhao Shenying kicked him. What are you standing there for? Kneel down and apologize to old Shui. Oh. Zhao Feichen hurriedly knelt on the ground. I'm sorry, old Shui, I was blind and didn't recognize the great mountain. I offended you, I hope you can forgive me. Shui Xiaoyang coldly glanced at Zhao Feichen. How could I dare? What if young friend Yi Chuan isn't here? Wouldn't you have gotten me killed? As soon as Xue Xiaoyang said this, both Zhao Shenying and Zhao Feichen broke out in a cold sweat. It was clear that the king of Starfire artifacts was still furious. Slap! Zhao Shenying immediately slapped Zhao Feichen across the face. You idiot! How did you offend old Xue? Hurry up and confess! Zhao Shenying shouted angrily, completely confused about why his second-in-command had come to offend such a great figure. Zhao Feichen, feeling wronged, recounted how he had snatched the shock dragon ginseng from Li Yuan. Meanwhile, he had already cursed Li Yuan's ancestors 18 generations in his heart. Damn it! Why didn't you say you knew old Xue earlier? If Li Yuan had mentioned his connection with old Xue, Zhao Feichen would never have dared to provoke him. Slap! After hearing this, Zhao Shenying unhesitatingly slapped Zhao Feichen again. What have I taught you? Is it to bully the weak? Where's the shock dragon ginseng? Hurry up and bring it back to brother Li Yuan. Zhao Shenying shouted sternly. I can't bring it out, big brother. I gave the shock dragon ginseng to sister-in-law. She's already stewing it, saying it's to help you recover your health. Zhao Feichen said with a hint of grievance. The corner of Zhao Shenying's mouth twitched slightly, and in the end, he could only harden his resolve and look at old Xue. Old Xue, don't worry. Our Divine Eagle Pavilion will take full responsibility for this matter. I will find another piece of top-quality shock dragon ginseng to return to brother Li Yuan, and prepare a proper apology gift. How does that sound? Xue Xiaoyang coldly smiled. Why are you asking me? With your Divine Eagle Pavilion being so powerful, how could I dare to instruct you on how to do things? Old Xue is joking. Don't worry. I guarantee that from now on, brother Li Yuan will be the most esteemed guest of my Divine Eagle Pavilion. Anyone who goes against him is going against my Divine Eagle Pavilion. Zhao Shenying vowed earnestly. Take your people and get lost. Xue Xiaoyang couldn't be bothered to waste any more time with him. He had seen too many people like this, who just go with the wind. If he weren't Xue Xiaoyang, he would probably be eaten alive by the people of the Divine Eagle Pavilion today, leaving no bones behind. Yes, old Xue, we're leaving right now. Zhao Shenying felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly dragged the already severely injured Zhao Feichen away. After the people from the Divine Eagle Pavilion left, Xue Xiaoyang looked at Yichuan with great interest. You, young man, are not simple at all. 7th stage of the Master Realm, and you managed to fight back and defeat Zhao Feichen, who is at the 4th stage of the Grandmaster Realm. As a weapon king, Xue Xiaoyang had seen a lot, but this was the first time he had seen someone cross such a large realm and defeat an opponent by so many stages. It was just luck. If Zhao Feichen hadn't underestimated me, I probably wouldn't have won, Yichuan replied. Hey, I don't like hearing that from you, old man. Don't belittle yourself. Even if Zhao Feichen underestimated you, winning against him by so many stages is still your ability. What is your profession? Xue Xiaoyang asked curiously. To be able to fight across so many stages, one should at least be a legendary combat profession. Me? I'm a pig butcher, Yichuan said shyly, scratching his head. Xue Xiaoyang's eyes widened. Say that again? I'm a pig butcher. Xue Xiaoyang pressed hard on his philtrum to prevent himself from fainting. So you're saying that the once mighty king of fiery blades, who struck fear into countless people, passed on his ultimate skill, the fiery 13 blades, to a pig butcher? Xue Xiaoyang felt a sense of absurdity that was all too real. Is this even possible? That should be the case, Yichuan nodded. Xue Xiaoyang was stunned. Then, as if he thought of something, his eyes suddenly widened. No way! You're pulling my leg, aren't you? A pig butcher is a life profession. How could someone from a life profession have such formidable combat power? Once a refiner is crowned as a weapon king, they are actually on the same level as a combat profession's king realm expert. But if Xue Xiaoyang, as a weapon king, were to fight, let alone a grandmaster combat class, even a slightly stronger master realm expert could easily overpower him. After all, the two are skilled in completely different areas. Xue Xiaoyang, as a refiner, excels in refining, not fighting. That's why Xue Xiaoyang was curious. If Yichuan really was a pig butcher, how could he defeat Zhao Feichen? A person is just a two-legged pig standing up, right? Yichuan tilted his head and asked innocently. Xue Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. For some reason, Yichuan's words sounded somewhat philosophical in his ears. Forget it, if you don't want to say, then so be it. Xue Xiaoyang didn't press further. Everyone has their own secrets. Give me the knife. According to what we agreed upon, you teach Li Yuan the fiery 13 blades, and I'll help you reforge this knife. Thank you, old Xue. Yichuan was a bit excited. He didn't expect the king of fiery blades to still be willing to help. If it were up to him alone, he probably wouldn't have the ability to ask a weapon king to take action. Yichuan handed over the pig slaughtering knife and then took out all the demon crystals he had obtained during this time, a bit shyly scratching his head as he asked, Old Xue, since you're reforging it, could you also help me fuse these crystals into the blade to enhance the enchantment effect? You really don't hold back with me. Old Shui laughed and scolded. Alright, give me 5 days, and I will definitely return a knife that satisfies you. Thank you, Old Shui. Yi Chuan was overjoyed and quickly took out the refining materials he had exchanged for in the black market. Old Shui, take a look and see if there's anything useful. Feel free to take it, no need to be polite. You can forget it. What good spirit weapons can be forged from this scrap metal? Shui Xiaoyong rolled his eyes. Yi Chuan, just, feeling quite dejected. The refining materials he had painstakingly snatched up and treasured like a gem were, in the eyes of Shui Xiaoyong, nothing but a pile of junk. I'm leaving. I'll come back in 5 days. I've gathered all the materials, so you don't need to worry about that. Shui Xiaoyong left with Yi Chuan's pig-killing knife. Yi Chuan also prepared to keep his promise and teach Li Yuan the Fireblade 13 cuts. After all, he was the grandson of the Fireblade King. However, Li Yuan was quite injured, so for the first 2 days, Yi Chuan could only demonstrate for him. By the time Jia Shenying came back to apologize again, Li Yuan's injuries had mostly healed. Yi Chuan began to teach him the Fireblade techniques step by step. Li Yuan learned quickly. By the 5th day, he had mastered all 13 cuts. Next, he just needed some time to practice, and he would be able to wield the Fireblade 13 cuts proficiently. Thank you so much, Brother Yi Chuan. You've helped our family immensely. Li Yuan's eyes were filled with gratitude. No need to thank me, it's just returning what belongs to you. By the way, why didn't the Blade King pass down his skills? Yi Chuan was a bit curious. Logically, the descendants of the Fireblade King shouldn't be doing so poorly, especially with someone like the Shenying Pavilion riding on their backs. My grandfather didn't expect to never return when he left. He was aiming for success in becoming a king. Li Yuan sighed. Yi Chuan understood. The Fireblade King hadn't anticipated dying in the burning Sky Valley, so he hadn't made any arrangements for the future. This led to Li Yuan, the descendant of the Blade King, struggling so much. Approaching 40, Li Yuan's realm was only comparable to Yi Chuan's, at the 7th stage of the Master Realm. Such strength wouldn't even be considered top tier in a small place like Qingcheng, let alone in a big city like Yuning with a king-level expert in charge. I, Li Yuan, am not someone who forgets kindness without repaying it. Wait for me a moment. Li Yuan took a deep breath, as if making a decision. He then found a shovel and turned back into the house. After prying up a few tiles, Li Yuan began to dig. After a while, the front of the shovel seemed to hit something hard. Li Yuan dropped the shovel and started to dig with his hands. Moments later, he held a metal box in his hands, carefully blowing off the dust and placing it in front of Yi Chuan. Brother Yi Chuan, I have nothing to repay you with. This thing is of no use to me, and that girl see you won't need it either, so please take it. Li Yuan said solemnly. What is this? Yi Chuan asked curiously. The contents inside were left by my grandfather. They relate to the 9th-ranked phenomenon on the phenomenon ranking. The heaven will breaks the ages, Li Yuan said with a serious expression. Yi Chuan's eyes changed uncontrollably. From Jiang Shurian, he had already learned how important phenomena were for job changers. It could even be said to be a second job change. Even low-level professions could compete with epic or even legendary professions if they achieved a high-ranking phenomenon. Among the countless phenomena, some were so powerful that they made it onto the phenomenon ranking. Every phenomenon that made it onto the ranking possessed world-shattering, transformative power. As for the heaven will breaks the ages phenomenon that Li Yuan mentioned, being ranked 9th, such a phenomenon would definitely attract top-tier experts to fight over it. Brother Li, you're not joking with me, are you? Yi Chuan asked, somewhat skeptical. I can guarantee with my life that every word I say is the truth. Li Yuan vowed earnestly. When we obtained this thing, Grandpa had already reached the king level and manifested a unique phenomenon, while at that time, there was no other member of the Li family who showed promise of stepping into the king level. This thing has been passed down through generations. As he spoke, Li Yuan's gaze dimmed a little. He understood clearly that it would be difficult for the descendants of the Li family to replicate the glory of the Fireblade King for nearly 100 years. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Keeping this thing hidden was like a ticking time bomb. If news leaked one day, he and his daughter would likely face a tragic fate. Rather than that, it would be better to take it out and do a favor. Yi Chuan took a deep breath and opened the metal box. His mood was somewhat anxious, whether it was to find his parents in the 9th Special District or to return the clan token to the celestial race. He needed strong power as a backing. If what Li Yuan took out could truly help him cultivate the 9th-rank super phenomenon, the celestial will breaking eternity, it would undoubtedly be a great help. When the metal box opened, a small piece of peculiar fragment lay quietly inside. This fragment was neither metal nor wood. Its material looked very special, exuding an ancient aura. Yi Chuan felt that this thing looked somewhat familiar, and then he took out the ancient key to the secret treasure he had obtained from Fong Wenwen. After comparing the two, he found that their materials were quite similar. So, this is the ancient key to the phenomenon of the celestial wheel breaking eternity? It's a pity. It's incomplete. A hint of regret appeared in Yi Chuan's eyes. It was clear that this ancient key had been shattered by some terrifying external force. The remaining part in the box was only about half, and he wondered if this half of the ancient key could still be effective. Did the Blade King Sr. leave only this? Did he say where the other half of the ancient key is? Yi Chuan asked, holding on to the last glimmer of hope. No, Li Yuan shook his head. I heard Grandpa say that he obtained this thing by chance. All right. Yi Chuan nodded, and even though he knew this would be the outcome, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Thank you, Brother Li. I owe you a favor for this. Yi Chuan stored the half-ancient key into the silver dragon ring. Brother Yi Chuan, you and Elder Shui are benefactors of my Li family. Without you, I would have probably died at the hands of the Divine Eagle Pavilion long ago, and I wouldn't have been able to relearn Grandpa's Fireblade 13 knives. You don't need to say such things. Li Yuan smiled and shook his head. Humph. You still know you almost died this time? A cold snort came from outside the door as Shui Xiaoyang walked in with a dark expression. If Li Yuan had really been killed by the Divine Eagle Pavilion, he wouldn't know how to explain it to the Fireblade King 100 years later. Elder Shui. Li Yuan quickly stood up to greet him, looking somewhat awkward. Forget it, sit down. Are you still being polite with me? Shui Xiaoyang shot Li Yuan an annoyed glare. This guy was just a stubborn mule. Elder Shui. My knife. Yi Chuan's eyes were clearly excited. The appearance of Shui Xiaoyang meant that his pig-killing knife should have been successfully reforged. Sure enough, the next moment, a brand new pig-killing knife appeared in Shui Xiaoyang's hand. Don't worry, I'm at least a weapon king. If I can't even forge a pig-killing knife, I might as well jump into the furnace and burn to death, Shui Xiaoyang said as he handed the new pig-killing knife to Yi Chuan. The knife gleamed coldly. There were no unnecessary decorative patterns on the blade, only a blood groove that extended along the sharp blade to the end of the handle. Clearly, Shui Xiaoyang had considered the issue of the knife-cutting hands after Yi Lin's continuous pig-killing. The original charm demon pattern was retained, and he had even specifically enhanced the enchanting effect of this charm demon. The charm effect had directly transformed from a passive skill into an active skill. Enchantment effect, charm, the wielder infuses their mental strength into the blade, activating the succubus pattern, creating an enchanting illusion. Yi Chuan swung the newly reforged pig-killing knife a few times. It was no exaggeration to say it could cut hair and sever strands. Good knife! Yi Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to the original pig-killing knife, this one had undergone a complete transformation. Yi Chuan was confident that if he were to face Zhao Feichen again with this knife, Zhao Feichen would likely be unable to withstand a few strikes before losing his head. No kidding! This knife was personally forged by me, Shui Xiaoyang. How could it be lacking? Shui Xiaoyang replied irritably. It's just that the materials used for this knife were too poor. At most, it could only be reforged into a mystic-grade top-tier weapon. Otherwise, I could have helped you forge an earth-grade pig-killing knife. Yi Chuan nodded. This knife was originally just a yellow-grade spiritual weapon, so the materials used were naturally not very good. Now that it could be reforged into a mystic-grade top-tier weapon, he was already very satisfied. Thank you, Elder Shui. Yi Chuan respectfully cupped his hands. No need to thank me. Have you taught Li Yuan the 13 fiery blades? Shui Xiaoyang asked Yi Chuan but looked at Li Yuan. Elder Shui, Brother Yi Chuan has taught me all the 13 fiery blades. As long as I practice diligently, mastering them is just a matter of time, Li Yuan quickly replied. Shui Xiaoyang nodded and then looked at Yi Chuan. Kid, I find you somewhat pleasing to the eye. I might as well do you a favor. If you can find a piece of celestial pattern gold larger than a fist, I can use it as material to forge you an earth-grade pig-killing knife. Don't worry, no charge. Celestial pattern gold? Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Celestial pattern gold, born from celestial patterns within gold and stone, was far more precious than the nether cold iron he had obtained directly. However, since Shui Xiaoyang had already said so, if he could come across celestial pattern gold, he would definitely do his utmost to seize it. Otherwise, getting an earth-grade pig-killing knife wouldn't be easy. It was equivalent to customizing a spiritual weapon. I understand, Elder Shui. I will definitely find celestial pattern gold. A fiery glint flashed in Yi Chuan's eyes. A knife made from celestial pattern gold can even be strengthened into a heaven-grade spiritual weapon later on. It all depends on whether you have that luck, Shui Xiaoyang nodded. The rarity of celestial pattern gold made it difficult even for him, a weapon king, to find. After receiving the new pig-killing knife, Yi Chuan didn't linger at Li Yuan's house any longer and bid farewell to Li Yuan and Elder Shui. Although Li Yuan felt a bit reluctant, he understood that all good things must come to an end. Brother Yi Chuan, take care, and come over for a meal when you have time. Sure, Brotherly, I will. Yichuan waved his hand and headed towards the Jiang family. 2 days ago, he had received news from Jiang Shiyan, but he had delayed for 2 days while busy teaching Li Yuan the 13 fiery blades. The Jiang family was indeed a prominent family in Yuning City. When Yichuan arrived at the entrance, he was taken aback by the grandeur of the Jiang family's buildings. Those who didn't know would think they had arrived at a tourist attraction. Jiang Shiyan had been waiting for Yichuan at the entrance. Upon seeing him, she let out a sigh of relief. Why did you take so long? I almost thought something happened to you, Jiang Shiyan said with a worried expression. I got held up by a friend, Yichuan said, scratching his head awkwardly. You made friends in Yuning City? Jiang Shiyan was somewhat surprised, seemingly not expecting Yichuan to make friends so quickly. Yeah, Yichuan nodded, not elaborating further. You were in such a hurry to find me, is there something going on? Yes, and it's good news, Jiang Shiyan revealed a beautiful smile. In the days since returning to the Jiang family, she had successfully won over everyone with her own strength. Now, she was the leader of the younger generation of the Jiang family. What good thing? Yichuan asked curiously. Do you remember the secret treasure of the kings you asked about? Jiang Shiyan glanced at Yichuan and continued. There is an entrance to the secret treasure of the kings in Yuning City. Upon hearing this, Yichuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. You can enter the secret treasure of the kings from Yuning City? He currently possessed a half-ancient key to the treasure. That's right, but the number of entries to the secret treasure of the kings from Yuning City is limited each year, only 10 spots, and they need to be fought for. To avoid a deadly fight among the 9th-tier masters that could affect the development of their respective forces, the powers in Yuning City jointly established a rule that the allocation of spots would be decided by a competition among the younger generation. That's why I was in a hurry to find you. Listening to Jiang Shiyan, Yichuan understood what she meant. You mean you want me to help your Jiang family seize a spot for the secret treasure of the kings? Exactly. Jiang Shiyan nodded. In return, the Jiang family will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. As one of the top forces in Yuning City, the reward from the Jiang clan would certainly not be low for Yichuan. This was also why Jiang Shiyan said this was a good thing. After interacting with Yichuan in Qingcheng and Fenchen Valley, Jiang Shiyan had absolute confidence in his strength. This guy definitely had the ability to secure a spot for her Jiang family in the secret treasure of the kings. Sure, Yichuan agreed directly. Then I want to enter the secret treasure of the kings. Jiang Shiyan couldn't help but be taken aback. Yichuan was seizing a spot but wanted to enter the secret treasure himself, which meant the Jiang family still wouldn't have that spot. Kid, do you know what the secret treasure of the kings is? Is it a place that someone from a remote mountain village like you can enter? Before Jiang Shiyan could speak, a young man from the Jiang family behind her couldn't hold back. This person was Jiang Xingyu, Jiang Shiyan's cousin, whose strength had already reached the first tier of the Master Realm and was somewhat famous among the younger generation in Yuning City. At this moment, Jiang Xingyu was glaring at Yichuan with anger. To him, Yichuan's request was clearly asking for too much. Cousin, stop talking, Jiang Shiyan said in a low voice, and Jiang Xingyu finally closed his mouth in frustration. Yichuan, can you change your request? After all, the secret treasure of the kings will open in 3 months, and your current strength is only at the 7th tier of the Master Realm. Even if you enter the secret treasure, you won't be able to achieve a manifestation, Jiang Shiyan advised. Only those at the 9th tier of the Master Realm could enter the secret treasure and have the chance to achieve a manifestation and step into the King Realm. Entering the secret treasure without reaching the 9th tier of the Master Realm would just be a waste. 3 months? That's enough. Sorry, I only want this reward. If possible, I will help the Jiang family seize as many spots as I can, Yichuan said sincerely. Seize more spots? Who do you think you are? Do you know that the ones competing for the spots this time are all the young geniuses from the major forces in Yuning City? If you can secure 1 spot, you should be grateful. You still want to grab more? After hearing Yichuan's words, Jiang Xingyu almost rolled his eyes to the sky. He had never seen someone so unaware of their own limitations. Cousin, where did you find this guy? His realm is only at the 7th tier of the Master Realm, and yet he talks so out of touch. You say he saved your life. Could it be that you're just trying to flatter him? Yichuan ignored Jiang Xingyu and just looked at Jiang Shiyan. If Jiang Shiyan felt the same way, then he would leave. He didn't believe that if he left the Jiang family, he wouldn't find a way to enter the secret treasure of the kings. Yichuan, the spots for the secret treasure of the kings are incredibly precious, even for my Jiang family. Jiang Shiyan looked at Yichuan. The competition for the spots will be held in a small world. If you can really help my Jiang family secure a spot, then I promise you, I will reserve 1 spot in the secret treasure of the kings for you. Cousin, this can't be. The quota for the royal treasure is so precious, how can it be given to an outsider? Jiang Xingyu immediately became anxious. At that moment, Jiang Shiyan coldly glanced at him. Cousin, are you implying that what I say doesn't matter? Jiang Xingyu's expression stiffened, his face filled with embarrassment. He didn't dare to vent his frustration on Jiang Shiyan and could only glare at Yi Chuan with a sinister look before turning back to the Jiang family. Don't worry, I will do my best. Jiang Shiyan chose to believe him, which made Yi Chuan quite happy. Well, then you should rest well. Tomorrow morning, I'll wait for you at the Jiang family gate, Jiang Shiyan said with a smile. Yi Chuan nodded and was about to leave when suddenly a commanding voice came from behind. Wait! A middle-aged man, striding with authority and bearing some resemblance to Jiang Xingyu, stepped forward with a cold expression. Jiang Xingyu followed closely behind, glaring at Yi Chuan with a face full of resentment, looking quite pleased with himself. The middle-aged man first shot a cold glance at Yi Chuan, then turned to Jiang Shiyan and asked, Shiyan, I heard that you let a 7th-tier Master Realm brat come to compete for the Jiang family's royal treasure quota, and even presumptuously promised him a spot in the royal secret realm? Elder, you have to listen to me. Yi Chuan's strength cannot be measured by his realm. His actual power is much higher than his realm and can completely rival that of a Master Realm. Seeing the middle-aged man appear, Jiang Shiyan's expression also turned somewhat grim. Elder Jiang Bieha had always been at odds with her father, Jiang Yuchuan, the head of the family, and today's matter was likely to end poorly. Shiyan, you've been away from the Jiang family for a while, how come you've learned to lie? Jiang Bieha squinted slightly. The key is, if you're going to lie, at least make it believable. A 7th-tier Master Realm's combat power can rival that of a Master Realm? You won't find even 1 or 2 such geniuses in the entire Yuning city. Now tell me, can this brat from Qingqing do that? Jiang Shiyan frowned and retorted, neither humble nor arrogant. Elder, Shiyan is not lying. Every word I say is true. Yi Chuan's true strength can indeed rival that of a Master Realm. Not to mention, on that day at the Burning Sky Valley, it was Yi Chuan who dealt with those 2 third-tier Master Realm experts from the Red Rainbow sect, and Jiang Shiyan was well aware of this. Is that so? Rivals the Master Realm? Jiang Bieha sneered. Xingyu, I remember you are only 1st tier in the Master Realm, right? Since your cousin says this Yi Chuan's combat power can rival the Master Realm, why don't you go and exchange a few moves with him? Yes, Elder. Jiang Xingyu grinned maliciously and stepped out from behind Jiang Bieha. It should be known that he came from the Jiang family, and whether it was the spiritual weapons he used or the skills he learned, there was a significant gap compared to the outside job changers. Moreover, his profession was of epic level. Although Jiang Xingyu was only 1st tier in the Master Realm, the combat power he could unleash was definitely stronger than many 3rd or even 4th tier Master Realm experts. Jiang Xingyu took out a dark gold spear, suddenly leaping up and thrusting it directly towards Yi Chuan's face. He had been displeased with Yi Chuan since earlier, and now that the elder had spoken, he naturally had no reason to hold back. Yi Chuan, I want you to show your true form. Jiang Xingyu leaped high, the dark gold spear thrusting out fiercely, like an enraged dragon, with wind and thunder accompanying it. The spear blade sliced through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. This strike was as fast as lightning. An ordinary Master Realm expert would probably not have time to dodge and would be directly pierced through, leaving a bloody hole from front to back. Seeing this strike, Jiang Bieha nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Xingyu's Wind Thunder Spear technique has become increasingly refined. Given time, Xingyu is likely to have the potential to become a king. A Master Realm capable of delivering such a powerful thrust was considered a genius in the eyes of Jiang Bieha, the elder of the Jiang family. Swish! The incredibly powerful shot instantly pierced through Yi Chuan's body. Jiang Xingyu wore a smug smile on his face. A 7th-level Master Realm, truly just a name-seeking pretender. But soon, Jiang Xingyu's smile froze on his face. He realized that after his dark golden spear pierced Yi Chuan's body, not a drop of blood appeared. Is it an illusion? Jiang Xingyu was taken aback, and at that moment, Yi Chuan had already appeared before him like a ghost. The illusion strike had long been perfected by Yi Chuan, and now he could manipulate illusions to appear in any corner within a 10-meter radius. Yi Chuan did not kill him. Instead, he used his hand like a knife and struck Jiang Xingyu's throat. Jiang Xingyu clutched his neck and staggered back, his face turning red, veins bulging on his forehead, unable to speak as he held his throat. With that hand strike, he instantly experienced the sensation of suffocation. Jiang Bieha's expression also turned grim. He hadn't expected Jiang Xingyu to be defeated in a single move by Yi Chuan. With his keen eyesight, he could tell that Yi Chuan had clearly shown mercy just now. Otherwise, Yi Chuan had the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Jiang Xingyu. Being able to strike Jiang Xingyu's throat with his hand meant he could also have used a dagger to pierce it directly. Elder, do you still blame Shiyan for acting on her own? Jiang Shiyan performed a junior salute to Jiang Bieha, but her lips were harder to suppress than an AK. Seeing Jiang Bieha's sullen face in silence, Jiang Shiyan pressed on. Elder, does Yichuan now have the qualifications to compete for the royal treasure quota for our Zhang family? He does. Zhang Biehe's expression was as if someone had forcefully fed him 2 pounds of excrement. He couldn't understand why Zhang Xingyu, a master realm, could be subdued in one move by a 7th level master realm. Even if he had underestimated his opponent, it shouldn't have been such a humiliating defeat, right? Hearing this, Zhang Xingyu immediately panicked, clutching his painful, hoarse throat and roaring. No, I haven't lost. I haven't lost. I still have the strength to fight. I was just too careless. Yes, I was just careless. Zhang Xingyu picked up the dark golden spear. He did not feel grateful for Yichuan's mercy but instead became even angrier. Seeing this, Yichuan's gaze turned slightly colder. Just now, he had considered that Zhang Xingyu was Zhang Shiyan's cousin, which was why he had held back, but he didn't expect this guy to become even more aggressive. Wind Thunder Heavy Break Spear. Zhang Xingyu roared, unleashing all his strength in a furious strike, his face filled with madness. The spear swept out, wind rising and thunder rumbling, an astonishing might as if it would pierce through everything in its path. Yichuan slowly drew out a brand new butcher's knife, and the moment he gripped the knife, his expression changed. In the next second, flames ignited on the blade, and the 13 flames knife technique unfolded. Swish! The knife and spear collided, but there was no sound, only the tip of the spear spinning as it flew into the sky. After tracing a beautiful parabolic arc, it directly embedded itself in the ground, trembling. Zhang Xingyu was stunned. His spear was broken. His spear had actually been severed in a direct collision. This spear was a low-grade spiritual weapon of the mysterious tier. What on earth was that strange knife in that kid's hand? Before Zhang Xingyu could react from his shock, Yichuan had already kicked out. This time, Yichuan held nothing back. In an instant, Zhang Xingyu's body flew out like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the high wall of the Zhang family estate, leaving a large spiderweb-like crack in the wall. Zhang Xingyu slowly slid down the wall to the ground, completely unconscious. Zhang Biehe's pupils constricted sharply. Another encounter, and he was taken out in an instant. If the first time was due to Zhang Xingyu underestimating his opponent and Yichuan being lucky, then the second time was a solid display of overwhelming strength. How could this kid, only a 7th level master realm, possess such terrifying combat power? Could it be that he is a legendary level profession? Zhang Shiyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. This guy seems to have become even stronger. After a moment of daze, Zhang Biehe, the elder of the Zhang family, finally reacted and went to check on Zhang Xingyu's injuries. He quickly walked up to Zhang Xingyu, but the moment he looked, his expression darkened even more. Because after Yichuan's kick, at least 5 ribs were broken in Zhang Xingyu's chest. With such a level of injury, even if the best healer in Yuning City were called, it would take 3 to 5 days to fully recover. This also meant that Zhang Xingyu had no chance of participating in the competition for the quota of the King Sealing Secret Realm. It should be known that within the Zhang family, one of the important indicators for the next head of the family is the contribution to the family. If he could win a quota for the King Sealing Secret Realm for the Zhang family, combined with Zhang Xingyu's strength and the support of this elder, he would have a good chance to compete for the position of candidate for the head of the family. But now, it was all over. You dare to lay such a heavy hand on a member of my Zhang family? You have some nerve. Zhang Biehe roared, and the aura of a peak 9th level grandmaster erupted instantly, his gaze towards Yichuan already filled with killing intent. His 6 hidden chambers had been opened, making him vastly different from an ordinary grandmaster, and his combat power was extremely terrifying. Yichuan's expression also became very serious. With his current strength, if he wanted to fight Zhang Biehe, he would have to go all out, and even then, he could only manage a 3 to 7 chance. However, with the existence of the feathered heavenly wings, it was still impossible for Zhang Biehe to kill him. If he couldn't defeat him, he could at least escape. So Yichuan didn't panic too much, just ready to face whatever came. Just as Zhang Biehe was about to make a move, a voice filled with laughter came from the Zhang family. Elder, with your status and seniority, bullying a young man might not be very appropriate, right? A middle-aged man, looking not much older than Zhang Biehe, slowly walked out with steady steps. His well-tailored luxurious clothing highlighted his noble status, and he exuded a powerful aura from years of being in a high position. Behind this middle-aged man were several elder-level figures from the Zhang family. Dad! Zhang Shiyan smiled brightly upon seeing this middle-aged man. How many times have I told you to use your title when outside? Zhang Yichuan shot Zhang Shiyan a glare, but there was no trace of blame in his eyes, only doting on his daughter. Hee, I understand, next time for sure. Zhang Shiyan playfully stuck out her tongue. Only in front of Zhang Yichuan could she dare to show her innocent and carefree side. Head of the family, what do you mean by this? Zhang Biehe looked at Zhang Yichuan with a dark expression. This kid seriously injured a member of my Zhang family, and as the elder, I should teach him a lesson and seek justice for my family. What's wrong with that? What's inappropriate about it? Could it be that the head of the family is going to openly favor an outsider?
Jiang Bieha immediately placed a heavy accusation on Jiang Yuchuan. Jiang Yuchuan was not angry, he simply responded with a smile. Elder, your words are too serious. As the head of the Jiang family, I naturally will not favor outsiders, but I will not favor members of the Jiang family either. As the head, I must maintain the rules and uphold fairness. Jiang Yuchuan's tone gradually became serious. I saw the scene just now. Young friend Yichuan was initially holding back. It was Jiang Xingyu who, after losing, was unwilling to accept defeat, which led to young friend Yichuan's heavier hand. Jiang Bieha, as the elder, you should have intervened when Xingyu made his second move, but not only did you fail to do so, you instead indulged Xingyu, and after he was injured, you wanted to bully the weak. Jiang Bieha, why don't you explain what you mean? Do you want my Jiang family to gain a reputation for being unjust in Yuning City? Jiang Bieha was left speechless by Jiang Yuchuan's confrontation. After all, this matter was indeed their side at fault. However, Jiang Bieha couldn't understand why Jiang Yuchuan would completely side with Yichuan. Could it be that Yichuan was Jiang Yuchuan's illegitimate son? Seeing Jiang Bieha silent, Jiang Yuchuan did not press him further, as Jiang Bieha was still the elder of the Jiang family. If he truly forced Jiang Bieha into a corner, it would also be a slap in the face for the Jiang family. Since young friend Yichuan was able to defeat Xingyu, and Xingyu is injured, then the original quota from the King Sealing Secret Vault should be given to Yichuan. Jiang Yuchuan stated decisively, then turned to Yichuan with a smile. Young friend Yichuan, you have severely injured a member of my Jiang family, so you must redeem yourself. Do you have any objections? No objections. Yichuan was not foolish and could see that Jiang Yuchuan was helping him. Well, if there are no objections, then let's leave it at that. Please invite Master Mu over to help treat Xingyu's injuries. Jiang Yuchuan nodded, then looked at Yichuan again. Young friend Yichuan, come in and have a chat. Someone, prepare tea. Yichuan followed Jiang Yuchuan into the Jiang family residence. As soon as he sat down, someone brought in several cups of tea. Jiang Yuchuan took a sip from his cup and suddenly asked, how has Elder Shui been lately? Is he in good health? Yichuan was slightly startled. He had been wondering why Jiang Yuchuan was so unreserved in helping him, and it seemed unreasonable to attribute it solely to Jiang Shiyan. Once Jiang Yuchuan mentioned Elder Shui, Yichuan understood completely. The Jiang family was indeed the Jiang family. They had quickly found out about his connection with Elder Shui. Elder Shui is quite well, but he has been a bit troubled lately. Yichuan appeared hesitant to continue. Oh, what is Elder Shui troubled about? Feel free to share with me, Jiang Yuchuan said with interest, knowing that befriending the king of fire weapons would be beneficial for the Jiang family. Well, Yichuan's expression showed some hesitation. Jiang Yuchuan chuckled lightly and personally poured a cup of tea for Yichuan. Young friend Yichuan, both our names end with the character Chuan, which is fate. Perhaps I can help resolve Elder Shui's troubles? How about this? Alright then. Yichuan took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision. It's like this, Elder Shui has been searching for a larger piece of celestial pattern or gold, but unfortunately, he has been unable to find any. This is what has been bothering him. Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement flashed in Jiang Yuchuan's eyes. Oh, celestial pattern or gold? This is indeed hard to find. It appeared twice at the auction house in Yuning City before, but only in sizes as small as a fingernail. Jiang Yuchuan did not suspect that Yichuan was deceiving him. Firstly, he believed Yichuan did not have the audacity to do so, and secondly, he thought it was quite normal for Shui Shouyong, a king of weapons, to seek such top-tier forging materials. Little did he know, at that moment, Shui Shouyong, busy at home, suddenly sneezed. Strange. Could it be that I caught a cold from taking a cold shower last night? Shui Shouyong scratched his head in confusion. One could only imagine his reaction upon learning that Yichuan was using his name to swindle others. Meanwhile, on the Jiang family's side, after receiving the news, Jiang Yuchuan directly grasped Yichuan's hand. Young friend Yichuan, thank you for your trust. No. I should be the one thanking the head of the Jiang family. Yichuan said this sincerely. Ha ha ha, you are too polite. Jiang Yuchuan laughed. Alright, let's not thank each other anymore. Back to business, regarding the quota for the King Sealing Secret Realm. As he spoke about this, Jiang Yuchuan's expression became serious. This quota is extremely important for any force in Yuning City, as having one more quota means that a force could potentially gain another powerful figure in the King Sealing Realm. The competition for the quota is held in a small world within Yuning City. In that small world, fierce beasts roam freely, and dangers abound. Each faction will send 5 people to compete for the 10 prepared Xin Ming Pearls. Each Xin Ming Pearl represents a quota. Yichuan, being able to defeat Xingyu shows that your strength is unquestionable. What Shurian promised you may not count,
but as the head of the Jiang family, my promise is naturally binding. As long as you can bring back more than one quota, I, Jiang Yuchuan, guarantee that when you reach the 9th level of the Master Realm, you can come to my Jiang family, and we will ensure you enter the king's secret vault. Upon hearing this, Yechuan nodded. Understood, I will do my best. Get some good rest. Jiang Yuchuan smiled. After Yechuan left, Jiang Yuchuan turned to Jiang Shurian and asked, Shurian, what do you think of Yechuan? Him? Jiang Shurian paused for a moment, then spoke truthfully. His strength is unfathomable, he acts meticulously, is decisive in killing, and repays kindness. He is a very good person. Oh, your evaluation of him is quite high, but, Dad means, what do you think about him as your husband? Jiang Yuchuan blinked. Unfortunately, he hadn't figured out Yechuan's relationship with old Shui yet. If Yechuan had a good relationship with old Shui, then he would indeed be a good candidate for their Jiang family's son-in-law. Dad, what are you talking about? Yechuan and I are not that kind of relationship. It seemed that she recalled the scene in the Burning Sky Valley, where she had been deeply poisoned by the Xianyin and had thrown herself at Yechuan, but he remained completely unmoved. Jiang Shurian suddenly felt a bit lost. Besides, he might not even look at me. It's okay, as long as you like him, Dad will just kidnap him and have you marry. Jiang Yuchuan waved his hand grandly. You old rascal. Jiang Shurian angrily punched Jiang Yuchuan's arm. I won't talk to you anymore. The early morning light broke through the night like a golden sword. After a night of rest, Yechuan stepped out, and the Jiang family's servants were already waiting for him at the door. Young Master Yechuan, you're awake. The head of the family and the young lady are this way, please follow me. Yechuan followed the servant to the entrance of the Jiang family, where the Jiang family members were already waiting. Did young friend Yechuan rest well yesterday? Jiang Yuchuan chuckled. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Jiang. Yechuan naturally stood among the Jiang family members. Jiang Bia has shot him a cold glare but could only resentfully look away. Alright, since everyone is here, let's set off. With Jiang Yuchuan's words, the Jiang family members headed towards the entrance of the small world. Besides Yechuan and Jiang Shurian, the Jiang family also sent 3 other exceptionally talented individuals, who were curiously sizing up Yechuan. This is Yechuan, who is replacing Jiang Xingyu. Although he is only at the 7th level of the Master Realm, his combat power is evident to all. Jiang Xingyu was defeated by him in less than 3 rounds. Jiang Shurian took the initiative to introduce Yechuan and then looked at a tall, handsome young man with a jade-like face. Yechuan, this is Jiang Zishuan, at the 2nd level of the Master Realm, a frost mage. Jiang Zishuan nodded at Yechuan as a greeting. This is Jiang Tao, at the 2nd level of the Master Realm, a night shadow assassin. A girl with fair skin, munching on a bag of chips, looked at Yechuan with curiosity. Seeing Yechuan looking at her too, Jiang Tao offered her chips. Want some? No, thank you. Yechuan politely declined. The last person was a handsome man with a somewhat indifferent expression. Before Jiang Shurian could introduce him, he impatiently waved his hand. No need to introduce me. I'm not interested in getting to know someone from a small place. Jiang Shurian frowned slightly and then whispered to Yechuan. Jiang Jingson, a 3rd-tier master, a starry sword cultivator, is from the lineage of the Grand Elder and is quite dissatisfied with you taking Jiang Xingyu's spot. Yechuan nodded, indicating his understanding. A 3rd-tier master is not difficult to kill, it's a small problem. About 10 to 20 minutes later, a group from the Jiang family appeared at the location of the teleportation array in Yuning City. The massive teleportation array was maintained by several transmuters skilled in spatial power, and the faint spatial energy caused the surrounding objects to slightly distort. Do we need to use the teleportation array to go to that small world? Yechuan couldn't help but ask. Yes, there are coordinate anchor points in that small world, and reaching it through the teleportation array is the fastest and most convenient way, Jiang Shurian explained with a nod. Yechuan curiously examined the teleportation array before him. It was much larger than the one he had used to come to Yuning City, suggesting that the teleportation distance would certainly be greater. Can this teleportation array cross the special zone? Yechuan inquired. It can, but the cost of teleporting across the special zone is extremely high. Even the Jiang family would be severely affected. Why do you ask? Jiang Shurian asked curiously. It's nothing, just asking casually. Yechuan shook his head, silently noting this information in his mind. When the Jiang family arrived, the people from Yizai were already waiting here. The members of Yizai were all dressed in black tight clothing, exuding a faint aura of menace. It was evident that these people had blood on their hands. Yuning City has many forces, but the only ones that can truly threaten my Jiang family are Yizai and Qihongmen, especially Yizai. They all come from assassin backgrounds, are ruthless in their actions, and excel in assassination. Killing across several tiers is a common occurrence for them, Jiang Shiyan said, eyeing the people from YSI with some apprehension. Although she had successfully perfected the yin-yang fusion technique and reached the 5th tier of the Master Realm, she still did not dare to underestimate the people from YSI. Yichuan nodded and raised his head to ask Jiang Shiyan, "Can we kill people in that small world?" "In principle, no," Jiang Shiyan replied. Hearing her answer, a playful smile appeared on Yichuan's face. "In principle, no means it can be done." Suddenly, the temperature around them seemed to rise a few degrees. "Ah, friends from YSI and the Jiang clan, you all arrived quite early." A middle-aged man with fiery red hair and eyebrows laughed heartily as he strode over. The people following him radiated a scorching aura. It was clear that this group was composed entirely of fire attribute transmuters. Chi Hongman. Without Jiang Shiyan saying anything, Yichuan had already guessed who had come. The aura of these people was almost identical to that of Fong Wenwen's group. "Don't be nervous, they still don't know about the Burning Sky Valley incident, only that Fong Wenwen has gone missing," Jiang Shiyan whispered in Yichuan's ear. Yichuan nodded. At this moment, Jiang Yuchuan had already taken the initiative to greet the red-haired middle-aged man. "Why is it you, Fong Yuanlong? Where's your father, the Red Rainbow Sword King?" For such an occasion, why bother my father to make an appearance? Since everyone is here, let's activate the teleportation array." Fong Yuanlong waved his hand. Jiang Yuchuan looked at the people from YSI, and Fong Yuanlong continued, "What are you looking at them for? A bunch of useless people, just activate it." Seeing that the people from YSI did not respond, Jiang Yuchuan nodded as well. The few spatial transmuters immediately began to activate the teleportation array. The massive teleportation array emitted a violent spatial fluctuation, then formed a portal radiating white light. "Let's go." Jiang Shiyan, carrying a guqin on her back, walked directly toward the spatial portal. As one of the 3 major forces in Yuning City, the Jiang family was naturally among the first to teleport into the small world, accompanied by the people from Chihongmen and YSI. After the 3 major forces stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared, the remaining factions in Yuning City rushed towards the spatial portal in a frenzy. Although the chances of seizing the Xianming Pearl from the Jiang family, Shihong sect, and YSI were slim, what if? After all, the Xianming Pearl was randomly scattered throughout the small world, and almost every year, besides the 3 major families, there were lucky individuals who obtained the opportunity to enter the king's secret vault. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Everyone believed they could be that lucky one. As the scene before him changed, Yichuan realized he was no longer in Yuning City. Instead, he found himself in a world of ice and snow. The howling cold wind made Yichuan shiver involuntarily. Looking around, everything was a vast expanse of white. The snow had already covered his ankles, and fluffy snowflakes continued to fall. The biting cold air pierced into his nostrils, stinging the mucous membranes painfully. "Strange, why is it still snowing in the small world?" Zhang Tao said, munching on a potato chip, her face showing some confusion. Fortunately, they had all prepared for unexpected situations, each pulling out thick clothes from their storage spaces to wrap around themselves. "Snow is not good news, it means the Xianming Pearl will be harder to find," Jiang Shiyan said, and as she spoke, white mist flowed from her rosy lips. The others nodded in agreement. The Xianming Pearl was originally white, and with heavy snow everywhere, finding it would certainly be extremely troublesome. This meant that finding the Xianming Pearl would require even more luck. This was not good for the 3 major forces, as those smaller factions would have more opportunities to fish in troubled waters. "Maybe it's because the wrong person was brought along that it suddenly started snowing," Zhang Jingsong said coldly, glancing at Yichuan, clearly implying that Yichuan was that wrong person. Yichuan took out a butcher's knife from the silver dragon ring, flames burning on the blade, dispelling some of the surrounding cold. "What? Do you want to make a move against me?" Zhang Jingsong shot a glance at Yichuan, narrowing his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in his gaze. He was not Jiang Xingyu. If Yichuan dared to act against him, he wouldn't mind letting Yichuan experience the power of a 3rd-tier master-level practitioner and teach him a good lesson. Zhang Jingsong, say less. Jiang Shiyan blocked the 2 who were on the verge of confrontation. Right now, the priority is to find as many Xianming Pearls as possible. If you 2 want to fight, do it after we get out of here. "Shiyan, you misunderstood. I just wanted to help everyone ward off the cold," Yichuan said, holding the flaming butcher's knife and showing a simple smile. "Coward." Zhang Jingsong snorted coldly but did not continue to provoke. "Zhang Zishuan, you are an ice mage with high mental strength. This heavy snow is advantageous for you. Can you sense if there are any Xianming Pearls nearby?" Jiang Shiyan asked. "Let me try." Zhang Zishuan nodded, squatting down and burying his hands in the snow. Yichuan clearly sensed that Zhang Zishuan's mental strength spread out like a spider web, using the ice and snow as a medium, quickly covering an area of several hundred meters. Yi Chuan was somewhat amazed. It was the first time he had seen such a use of mental strength. Be careful, something is coming. Jiang Zixuan suddenly opened his eyes. He hadn't found the Xianning Pearl yet, but he had found a big creature first. Just as he finished speaking, a completely white ferocious beast leaped out of the snow, charging towards the group. This beast was extremely adept at concealing its presence and blended perfectly with the surrounding snow, which was why no one had noticed it at first. Frost-cracked leopard. Jiang Shiyan recognized the beast, taking down the guqin from her back, her delicate fingers poised over the strings, ready to play. Jiang Tao also put away her potato chips, transforming into a shadow and disappearing. But at that moment, a figure moved faster than they did. Yi Chuan's eyes instantly lit up. He hadn't killed a pig in almost half a month. If this continued, his pig-killing knife would soon rust. Now, seeing a plump white pig appear right before him, Yi Chuan naturally didn't want to let it go. With the activation of Windwalk, Yi Chuan's speed was on par with Jiang Tao, and like lightning, he swiftly slashed across the throat of the frost-cracked leopard. After hitting the ground, the frost-cracked leopard stumbled forward a few steps before crashing down. Scalding blood stained the snow, freezing into chunks of crimson crystal amidst the swirling snow. Witnessing Yi Chuan's clean and decisive strike, Jiang Jingsong's expression grew noticeably serious. No wonder he could defeat Jiang Xingyu, he indeed has some skill. The pig butcher Yi Chuan used his pig-killing knife to slaughter a special pig, increasing his level by 11%, and enhancing the extra damage against the pig race by 1%, adding 0.1 to his free attributes. Hearing the notification, a smile involuntarily crept onto Yi Chuan's lips. This long-lost sound was truly delightful. He immediately cupped his hands towards Jiang Shiyan and the others. Everyone, Yi Chuan, an outsider, have taken down Jiang Xingyu, and I feel quite guilty about it. How about this? From now on, let me handle all the ferocious beasts we encounter. Yi Chuan's words came from the heart, spoken with utmost sincerity. Jiang Zixuan felt somewhat moved and couldn't help but speak up. Brother Yi Chuan, there's no need to be so formal. Your strength surpasses Jiang Xingyu's, so it's only right for you to take the lead. There's no need for guilt, we can deal with the ferocious beasts together. Why should you be the only one to take action? No. Yi Chuan repeatedly refused. Zixuan, you are different from others. You must not waste time on battles. Your goal is singular, to find as many Xianning pearls as possible. Let me handle the dirty and tiring work of killing ferocious beasts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiyan and the others looked at Yi Chuan with newfound admiration. They were unaware of the existence of the pig race nemesis and thought Yi Chuan was genuinely warm-hearted. Even Jiang Jingsong couldn't help but regard Yi Chuan with a bit more respect. Yi Chuan didn't paint them a rosy picture. He truly took up his pig-killing knife and led the way at the front. As soon as a ferocious beast appeared, Yi Chuan didn't hesitate to charge forward and slay it, his knife falling without a moment's pause. While Jiang Zixuan sensed the location of the Xianming pearls, he used his mental strength to keep an eye on the surroundings, guarding against ferocious beasts hiding in the snow. Strangely, every time he pointed out where a ferocious beast was, Yi Chuan would directly rush over with his knife and take it down. This left Jiang Zixuan puzzled. He had indicated the location of the ferocious beasts to help Yi Chuan avoid them, reducing the number of battles to conserve energy. How did it turn into him pointing the way for Yi Chuan? Shiyan, was he always like this when you met him? After seeing Yi Chuan take down a ferocious beast along with its entire family, Jiang Zixuan couldn't help but ask Jiang Shiyan. It seems so. Jiang Shiyan's thoughts drifted back to the first time she met Yi Chuan outside Xincheng. At that time, they were hunting the wind fire-leaving ape, and Yi Chuan also killed any ferocious beast he encountered without hesitation. He was even quite skilled at skinning and dismembering. Jiang Shiyan still remembered the scene when Yi Chuan dismembered that succubus. That fair and beautiful body quickly decomposed into piles of parts under Yi Chuan's knife. Fortunately, he only likes to kill ferocious beasts, otherwise, I would be a bit scared of him. Jiang Zixuan couldn't help but shiver. There was no way around it. Yi Chuan's reasons for killing ferocious beasts were too absurd. On this snowy day, he saw a ferocious beast and said it was suffering from heatstroke and wouldn't live long, then just killed it with a single stroke. How could one accept that? Normal professionals, aside from honing their combat experience or obtaining materials from ferocious beasts, rarely provoke alien ferocious beasts on their own. But Yi Chuan was different. This guy seemed to be born to kill fierce beasts. Even the Jiang family members saw a smile on his face while he was slaughtering the beasts. How frightening was that? Yi Chuan was still unaware that he had already been regarded as a psychological freak by Jiang Zixuan and the others. He was already not far from the 8th level of the Master Realm, and after killing about 10 fierce beasts, he he successfully advanced to the 8th level of the Master Realm. Ever since he learned about the King Sealing's secret treasure, Yichuan felt a sense of urgency. He needed to strive to elevate his realm to the peak of the 9th level of the Grandmaster Realm by the time the King Sealing's secret treasure opened in half a year. Only then could he enter the King Sealing's secret realm and cultivate his own unique phenomenon. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait a year and a half or even 2.5 years. After all, the King Sealing's secret realm only opened once a year, and Yichuan couldn't wait that long. Just then, Jiang Zixuan let out a cry of surprise. I sensed it. The first Xinming pearl has appeared. It's over there. Jiang Zixuan pointed in a direction, and the fastest Jiang Tao immediately dashed over, leaving only half a bag of cucumber-flavored chips behind. Soon, Jiang Tao discovered a fist-sized, crystal-clear pearl in the snow, which emitted a faint glow. Jiang Tao showed a look of delight, just about to take the Xinming pearl. At that moment, a strong wind howled behind her head. Jiang Tao dared not move forward and quickly dodged to the side. A massive beast claw landed where she had just stood, causing the ground to tremble. If Jiang Tao hadn't dodged in time, she would have likely been turned into a pile of mush. A white giant bear, towering over 2 people, stood up, its body covered in a layer of metallic-looking spikes. Polar Spike Bear. Jiang Tao recognized the fierce beast before her. It was common knowledge that Xinming pearls attracted fierce beasts, and there would almost always be fierce beasts guarding them. She didn't panic but transformed into a black shadow, launching attacks from several directions at the Polar Spike Bear. Shadow 100 breaks. Facing Jiang Tao's attack, the Polar Spike Bear sensed the threat and curled into a massive spiked ball, hugging its head with its claws. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by a shower of sparks and the sound of metal clashing, all of Jiang Tao's attacks were blocked by the spikes on the Polar Spike Bear, failing to inflict any damage. What terrifying defense! This beast is probably comparable to the 3rd level of the Grandmaster Realm. Jiang Tao's expression changed slightly. You can't break its defense. Let me handle it. Jiang Jingsong stepped forward, drawing a sword-shaped spirit weapon, and as the long sword was unsheathed, a dazzling starlight flickered. Swish! With a flash of cold light, several spikes on the Polar Spike Bear were severed, injuring its flesh and causing blood to gush out. The wounded Polar Spike Bear let out an angry roar, raising its bare paw to strike at Jiang Jingsong. Ice Seal, Eternal Freeze. At that moment, Jiang Zixuan also made his move. This icy, snowy scene was the perfect battlefield for him. As soon as he acted, he directly froze the Polar Spike Bear's paw. Jiang Jingsong naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and charged straight for the Polar Spike Bear's throat with his sword. I'm coming. But at that moment, a figure moved faster than him, a fiery killing knife swiftly slashing across the Polar Spike Bear's throat. Yichuan, who was extremely eager to elevate his realm, naturally wouldn't let this good opportunity slip by. A glint of brilliance flashed in Jiang Jingsong's eyes. From his current angle, Yichuan was perfectly positioned with his back to him and had no way to gain leverage in the air. At this moment, as long as he thrust his sword forward, Yichuan would either die or be severely injured. Jiang Jingsong was originally from the Grand Elder's faction, and because of Yichuan, Jiang Xingyu had been kicked out of the team, so he naturally harbored resentment towards Yichuan. Thinking of this, a dangerous glint flashed in Jiang Jingsong's eyes, and then he said in a flustered manner, Yichuan, quickly dodge. I can't hold back this sword. How did you suddenly run in front of me? Though he said that, Jiang Jingsong's sword showed no sign of holding back. Instead, it became even more ferocious, heading straight for Yichuan's back. It was clear that with this strike, he wanted Yichuan's life. Yichuan also sensed the killing intent behind him. Since Jiang Jingsong had made his move, he had no need to hold back. Blood Shadow Butcher. Yichuan directly activated the ultimate skill of the Pig Butcher. A substantial wave of murderous energy surged forth, plunging Jiang Jingsong into a state of fear, causing the sword in his hand to lose its aim. The burning butcher's knife in Yichuan's hand swung directly towards Jiang Jingsong's head. With the enhancement of the 13 blades of fiery flames, Yichuan was confident that this strike would cleave Jiang Jingsong in two. Although Jiang Jingsong's sword could pierce his body, the position was not fatal, and moreover, the Pig Clan's nemesis would weaken the damage. One injury for one life, not a loss. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and as the two were about to clash, Jiang Tao and Jiang Zixuan both changed their expressions. At that moment, a melodious and crisp sound of a zither rang out, and two invisible sound waves solidified into form, directly slicing towards Yichuan and Jiang Jingsong. Clang! Accompanied by a clear sound, Jiang Jingsong's sword was knocked to the ground, failing to harm Yichuan. Meanwhile, Yichuan's butcher's knife was deflected, not splitting Jiang Jingsong in half, but instead chopping off Jiang Jingsong's left ear. One ear fell onto the snow, still twitching gently, blood staining the snow red. Ah! Jiang Jingsong screamed, clutching his half ear, his expression twisted with rage. blood continuously seeping through his fingers. You chopped off my ear. You actually chopped off my ear. Jiang Jingson was still unaware that he had just narrowly escaped death, glaring at Yi Chuan with a face full of resentment. Jiang Jingson, enough. Jiang Shiyan spoke coldly. She was the one who had just intervened to stop the two. If you hadn't harbored murderous intent first, how would there have been so much trouble? You help him speak, but not me? Jiang Jingsong stared at Jiang Shiyan in disbelief, like a malevolent ghost ready to devour someone. Now the one who has lost an ear is me. It's me. Jiang Jingsong roared in agitation. I have no intention of helping anyone. I'm just stating the facts. Weren't you the one who just aimed to kill Yi Chuan? Jiang Shiyan's attitude was firm, showing no signs of backing down. Good. Very good. Jiang Shiyan, I will remember this. Indulging outsiders to harm the Jiang family's direct line. Once we leave this small world, let's see how you explain this to the family head and the elder. Jiang Jingsong's eyes turned blood red, panting heavily, and he turned to leave. Stop. Jiang Shiyan called out to him. Pick up your ear, pick up your ear. Jiang Jingsong's face was filled with humiliation, but he still turned back to pick up the ear. As long as it was preserved properly and not allowed to become inactive, once they left the small world, with the Jiang family's capabilities, there was still a chance to reattach it. But if that ear was lost, he would truly only be able to live his life as a one-eared man. Yi Chuan, right? I remember you. If I don't kill you, I won't be surnamed Jiang. Jiang Jingsong suppressed his anger and walked aside. Jiang Shiyan frowned slightly. She hadn't expected Jiang Jingsong to think of killing Yi Chuan, nor had she anticipated that Yi Chuan would unhesitatingly turn around and strike, showing no regard for Jiang Jingsong's identity as a Jiang family member. The conflict between the two had escalated to a life and death level, and if it continued, it was likely that the Jiang family's team would face internal strife first. Yi Chuan, Jiang Jingsong cannot be killed. Jiang Shiyan took a deep breath. I know this may be unfair to you, but Jiang Jingsong's father and the elder are brothers. If he dies, the elder will want to kill you, and my father won't be able to intervene. After all, teaching a lesson and killing a direct descendant of the Jiang family are two different matters. Can you understand the stakes involved? Yi Chuan nodded. I understand. I'm giving you this face because you've helped me a lot after all. Though he said this, Yi Chuan had already sentenced Jiang Jingsong to death in his heart. What butcher could tolerate a pig harboring thoughts of killing him? As long as he didn't kill in front of Jiang Shiyan and the others, it would be fine. The small world was so big, there would always be an opportunity to strike. It's good that you can understand. Jiang Shiyan sighed in relief. Jiang Tao, put the Xianming pearl into the storage space, otherwise, it will attract other ferocious beasts. Ha! Yi Chuan's eyes lit up at her words, like a lifelong bachelor stumbling into a women's bathhouse. Are you saying that the Xianming pearl can attract other ferocious beasts? Yes, Jiang Shiyan nodded. The Xianming pearl emits a scent that humans can't smell, which is very beneficial for ferocious beasts. It can increase their blood energy and continuously attract them. That's great. Then don't put it in the storage space, hang it around my neck. Yi Chuan rubbed his hands in anticipation. He was worried that this small world was too vast and icy, making it too troublesome to find ferocious beasts. Now, with the Xianming pearl hanging, the beasts would automatically come running to him. This was no ordinary Xianming pearl, it was clearly Yi Chuan's automatic upgrade artifact. This, Jiang Shiyan hesitated, attracting more ferocious beasts was clearly not conducive to their continued search for other Xianming pearls. Don't worry, I'll keep a distance from you. I won't let the attracted ferocious beasts affect you, Yi Chuan added. Well, okay then, Jiang Shiyan agreed. After all, she felt guilty towards Yi Chuan because of Jiang Jingsong. Jiang Tao, give him the Xianming pearl. Sister Shiyan, are you really going to let him act recklessly? There are a few ferocious beasts in this small world with terrifying strength. What if he attracts them? Jiang Zixuan was somewhat unwilling. Yeah, Sister Shiyan, actively attracting ferocious beasts is too foolish. Jiang Tao also looked at Yi Chuan with a strange expression. Trying to actively attract ferocious beasts was like camping in the wild and hoping to draw a pack of wolves over. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Yi Chuan said he would keep a certain distance from us, so the nearby ferocious beasts will be attracted to him. Won't that make it easier for us? Jiang Shiyan countered with a smile. Besides, since I got to know him, I've never seen him do anything without confidence. Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Seeing Jiang Shiyan say this, although Jiang Tao was still somewhat reluctant, she handed over the Xianming pearl. Wait! Jiang Jingsong returned. His injured ear had clearly been simply bandaged, but the waves of pain still made his handsome face appear somewhat twisted and grim. Jiang Shiyan, what do you mean by you taking responsibility? What if this kid takes the Xianming pearl and runs off, hiding somewhere until the small world closes where the Xianming pearl is snatched by another force? Wouldn't my Jiang family lose a spot for nothing? Can you bear the consequences of that, Jiang Shurian? Jiang Jingsong shouted sternly. You don't need to worry about that, I said. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. Jiang Shurian directly handed the Xinming pearl to each one. Good. Very good. Jiang Shurian, I will definitely report this matter truthfully to the higher-ups of the Jiang family. Jiang Jingsong's gaze was filled with resentment, like a venomous snake ready to strike. Then, as if he thought of something, he suddenly said ominously, By the way, Jiang Shurian, how come you went to Qingcheng and suddenly started defending an outsider? Could it be that he is your lover? Did he make you feel good in bed, so you're defending him like this? Jiang Shurian, you really are a... Before he could finish his words, Jiang Shurian had already slapped Jiang Jingsong across the face. With a sharp slap, Jiang Shurian showed no mercy, sending Jiang Jingsong tumbling. Jiang Jingsong, I advise you to clean up your mouth, or I won't hesitate to cut off your tongue as well. Jiang Shurian's gaze was icy, her mastery at the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm evident. If Jiang Jingsong weren't also a direct descendant of the Jiang family, she would have definitely killed him for that remark. 2a. Jiang Jingsong spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, his eyes filled with malice, but he dared not say more. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan, having obtained the Xianming pearl, tied it to his chest with his clothing. The fist-sized Xianming pearl emitted a fluorescent glow, and Yi Chuan quickly experienced its terrifying power. Not long after he hung the pearl on himself, a ferocious beast dove down from the sky, heading straight for him. Yi Chuan held his breath, focusing entirely. Facing such a flying beast, unless he used the feathered wings in front of the Jiang family members, he would only have one chance to strike. As the beast drew closer, its sharp claws extended, ready to snatch him into the sky, Yi Chuan finally moved. The pig-killing knife glowed with the enchantment of the succubus pattern. His heart raced wildly. After the second enhancement by Shui Shouyong, the effect of the enchantment no longer required multiple strikes. As soon as Yi Chuan focused his mind, it would take effect immediately. Under the influence of the enchantment, the beast momentarily froze. For the beast to be stunned in front of Yi Chuan was undoubtedly fatal. He accurately sliced through the beast's neck with a single strike. Just after killing this flying beast, the ground trembled, and another beast charged toward Yi Chuan. Pig butcher Yi Chuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a special pig, leveling up by 12%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 free attribute points. Wonderful! Wonderful! Yi Chuan was extremely excited. The monster-attracting efficiency of the Xianming pearl was indeed high. With just one Xianming pearl having such a good effect, if he had a few more, wouldn't he be able to attract all the ferocious beasts in this small world? With the presence of the Xianming pearl, Yi Chuan's monster-attracting journey became incredibly smooth. It was almost like encountering a small beast every 3 steps and a large beast every 5. Yi Chuan welcomed all challengers, slaughtering them as they came, with his fiery knife striking fiercely. His leveling progress bar kept rising. Meanwhile, Jiang Shurian and the others were also pleased because Yi Chuan had drawn the beasts to him, allowing their group of 4 to move freely without any interruptions. Jiang Zixuan could fully concentrate all his energy on searching for the Xianming pearl. This wave? It was a win-win situation. Pig butcher Yi Chuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a special pig, leveling up by 14%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 free attribute points. Blood sprayed out, steaming, melting the cold snow before freezing into blood crystals. 9th level of the Master Realm. The opportunities in big cities are indeed plentiful. With another beast comparable to the Grandmaster Realm being slain by Yi Chuan, he couldn't contain his excitement. He was now just one step away from the Grandmaster Realm. In Xincheng, finding a few beasts at the Master Realm was difficult, let alone those at the Grandmaster Realm. Just then, Jiang Zixuan's voice rang out nearby, filled with excitement. I found the second Xianming pearl. Look up! Following the sound, Yi Chuan saw a cliff not far away, with a nest suspended in midair. Inside the nest lay 4 eggs the size of human heads, and beside one of them was a glowing Xianming pearl. That's the nest and eggs of the Thunderbird. Jiang Shurian's brows furrowed instantly. The nest was perched on the edge of the cliff, and just getting close was a significant problem. What's more critical is that the Thunderbird is not a beast to be trifled with. From the moment it is born, it contains a trace of heavenly thunder power within, making it a favored child of nature, with terrifying strength. It can be said that the Thunderbird is one of the most untouchable ferocious beasts in this small world. At this moment, the egg has yet to hatch. If they approach the nest, the protective Thunderbird will undoubtedly kill them without hesitation. How about we attack that cliff and see if we can shake the mystic pearl out of the nest? Jiang Zixuan suddenly had an idea. And then the egg falls and shatters, and we have to face the relentless pursuit of 2 Thunderbirds, right? Don't forget, the egg hasn't hatched yet. At this time, the male and female birds are still working together. Zhang Tao rolled her eyes and stuffed a chip into her mouth. We can go directly to the top of the cliff, lower ourselves down with a rope, and while the thunderbirds are out foraging and haven't returned to the nest, we can grab the mystic pearl and leave without provoking them. Zhang Shiyan decisively made a decision. Isn't that too dangerous? Zhang Zishuan frowned, glancing at the location of the thunderbird's nest. What if the thunderbird suddenly returns? The person going down to get the mystic pearl would become a live target. Even if they aren't killed by the thunderbird, falling from this height would likely turn them into a meat pancake. This method is a bit risky, but if we want to get that mystic pearl, it's the best way. Let's go. If we delay until the thunderbird returns, we won't even be able to use this method, Zhang Shiyan said, stepping aside to prepare to go around to the top of the cliff. Let Yechuan collect the mystic pearl and avoid attracting the ferocious beasts for now to prevent any accidents. Although Zhang Zishuan and the others felt this plan was somewhat dangerous, they could only follow Zhang Shiyan's lead. There were only 10 mystic pearls in total, and they had worked hard to find the second one. No matter how dangerous it was, they had to secure it. After all, the mystic pearl represented a chance to enter the king's secret vault, and with one more mystic pearl, the Zhang family could very well gain another top-tier powerhouse in the king's realm. All of them were at the master level, and with their swift footwork they circled to the top of the cliff in just over 10 minutes. When looking from below, they could only feel the height of the cliff, but looking down from above, they could truly sense how perilous it was. The faces of the group turned somewhat pale. From such a height, even a master would likely have no chance of survival if they fell. Soon, a new dilemma arose: who would go down? Everyone knew that going down to the thunderbird's nest to retrieve the mystic pearl was akin to tying a noose around their necks. A slight misstep could lead to a direct fall off the cliff, resulting in a gruesome death. Zhang Shiyan, Zhang Zishuan, and Zhang Tao all looked at Zhang Jingtsong. Zhang Jingtsong was a sword cultivator, and his strength and agility attributes were the highest and most balanced among them, making him the most suitable candidate for the task of descending the cliff to retrieve the mystic pearl. Why are you looking at me? Can't you see I'm injured? Zhang Jingtsong snorted coldly, pointing to his missing ear. If I weren't injured, I would naturally feel obligated to retrieve a mystic pearl for the Zhang family, but unfortunately, I am injured, so I suggest finding someone else. As he spoke, Zhang Jingtsong's gaze kept darting towards Yechuan. It was clear he wanted Yechuan to go down. Let me go. Zhang Tao stepped forward. Zhang Shiyan was skilled in musical combat, and Zhang Zishuan was a mage. Under the circumstances where Zhang Jingtsong was unwilling to go, she was the one with the best physical condition at that moment. I'll go instead, Yechuan volunteered. He was also very interested in this second mystic pearl and wanted to see how strong the monster attracting effect would be with 2 mystic pearls. Moreover, he had the feathered wings for protection. If something went wrong, he would have the means to save himself. Trying to be a hero? Be careful not to overestimate yourself and get yourself killed, Zhang Jingtsong said with a sarcastic tone from the side. Zhang Jingtsong, shut up! Zhang Shiyan shouted angrily, then took out a jade Buddha from her storage spirit weapon and stuffed it into Yechuan's hand. This is a one-time formation crafted by a formation master at the king level. Once crushed, it can block a full-force attack from a king-level expert. If the thunderbird suddenly appears later, crush it. Your life is the priority. This is too precious. I really can't accept it, Yechuan said while putting the jade Buddha into the silver dragon ring. To be able to withstand a full-force attack from a king-level expert, this is a good item. Then Yechuan whispered something to Zhang Shiyan, who was taken aback for a moment before nodding. The rope. Yechuan smiled and extended his hand. After tying the rope around his waist and looping it over his shoulder with several knots, he prepared to go down to the bottom of the cliff to retrieve the second Xin Ming pearl. Be careful, if you feel anything off, come back up quickly. Zhang Tao stepped forward to check the strength of the rope, then stuffed a piece of potato chip into Yechuan's mouth. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. As soon as he finished speaking, Yechuan descended directly along the cliff wall. Seeing this, Zhang Jingtsong narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flashing in his gaze. The snow fell heavily. The snowflakes, whipped by the fierce wind, roared like a giant white dragon. The cold wind drilled straight into people's necks. At this moment, Yechuan, hanging on the cliff, was shivering from the cold. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably freeze to death in no time. Yechuan used the fire 13 blades, warming his hands with the heat from the flames, then continued to descend. Each time he pushed off the rock wall with his legs, his body would drop several dozen meters quickly. Soon he arrived at the thunderbird's nest. The nest, built from dead wood, had faint yellow arcs of lightning flickering within. Clearly, although the thunderbird had gone out to hunt, it had still left means to protect its young. Yechuan chose not to touch the 4 eggs of the thunderbird and directly reached for the Xin Ming pearl. Got it. Yi Chuan's eyes lit up with joy. He first stored the Xianming pearl in the silver dragon ring, then paused the rope, signaling Jiang Shiyan and the others to pull him up. Soon, a tremendous force came from the rope, pulling Yi Chuan towards the top of the cliff. Just then, a fist-sized stone suddenly fell from above, moving at an incredible speed, definitely not falling naturally. Yi Chuan slightly turned to the side, dodging the stone directly. He frowned. Jiang Jingsong was indeed up to no good. But what did he mean by throwing a stone? Surely he wasn't thinking of trying to crush him with it? But the next second, Yi Chuan's expression changed dramatically. Not good. Yi Chuan looked down, and the stone was heading straight for the thunderbird's nest below. The fist-sized stone smashed into one of the thunderbird's eggs, and at that moment, the nest erupted with flashes of lightning, shattering the stone without harming the egg in the slightest. However, Yi Chuan's face darkened, for he knew that real trouble was coming. A deafening bird cry pierced the sky, scattering even the heavy snow. A massive, entirely golden bird rushed in from afar, its golden beastly eyes filled with terrifying rage, fixated on Yi Chuan, who was hanging in midair on the cliff. Each flap of its wings, which blocked out the sun, brought with it a thunderous roar, causing the sky to rumble with thunder. The thunderbird was incredibly fast, almost appearing in front of Yi Chuan in the blink of an eye. Yi Chuan's expression was grim as he considered whether to use the feathered wings when a series of urgent and frantic sounds from a zither began to ring out, the strings connecting in a very anxious manner. Waves of sound, like the sharpest blades, continuously slashed towards the thunderbird in midair. Jiang Zixuan, keep an eye on Jiang Dingsong. If he dares to act recklessly again, strike hard without hesitation. Jiang Tao, I'll hold off this thunderbird. You hurry and pull Yi Chuan up. Jiang Shiyan's anxious voice came from above Yi Chuan's head. It was clear that the stone that had just drawn the thunderbird back was the work of Jiang Jingsong. A murderous intent surged in Yi Chuan's eyes. Since Jiang Jingsong wanted to seek death so badly, he wouldn't hold back any longer. Keeping him around might lead to his own demise one day. A pull came from the rope. Clearly Jiang Tao was trying to pull herself up. In the sky, the thunderbird spread its golden wings, protecting its body. Jiang Shiyan's full-force attack landed on the thunderbird's wings, producing a series of crisp sounds and sparks, yet it couldn't harm the thunderbird in the slightest. The thunderbird's strength was terrifying, comparable even to a 7th or 8th tier master-level practitioner. After blocking Jiang Shiyan's attack, the anger in the thunderbird's eyes intensified. Its nest had been attacked, leading it to believe that these humans wanted to harm its baby. Caw! The thunderbird let out another cry, and a bolt of golden lightning, dozens of feet wide, erupted from its mouth, directly smashing towards Jiang Shiyan and the others. Crack! The astonishing golden lightning tore through the air, evaporating all the surrounding snowflakes. Jiang Shiyan's face changed dramatically as she immediately raised her guqin. Heavily Qin, reject the divine sound. A melody rang out, and this time the sound waves did not condense into blades but formed a massive shield that stood in front of everyone. Boom! The golden lightning struck heavily against the soundwave shield, and as the violent thunder raged, the shield quickly developed countless spiderweb-like cracks. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of shattering sounds, the shield Jiang Shiyan had conjured was directly shattered by the golden lightning. However, the golden lightning had dimmed somewhat after consuming the shield's energy. Jiang Zixuan noticed that the previous strike had drained Jiang Shiyan significantly, so he could only raise his hand to conjure countless translucent ice walls to block the golden lightning. For him, as a frost mage, this place was a natural battlefield. After smashing through more than a dozen ice walls, the golden lightning finally began to dissipate. Seeing that this attack had not killed Jiang Shiyan and the others, the thunderbird charged directly at them, plummeting from the sky like a meteor, heading straight for Jiang Shiyan. Shiyan! Jiang Tao's expression changed. This attack was absolutely unavoidable for Jiang Shiyan. Moreover, Jiang Shiyan had just given her life-saving items to Yi Chuan. With no other choice, Jiang Tao gritted her teeth and tied the rope to a nearby large rock. Yi Chuan, wait for me. I'll pull you up right away. After shouting, Jiang Tao transformed into a shadow, ghost-like as she approached Jiang Shiyan. Just before the thunderbird descended, she finally embraced Jiang Shiyan, pulling her away from her original position. The thunderbird's claws landed on the frozen ground, harder than stone, yet it effortlessly grabbed 2 large chunks of frozen earth as if cutting tofu. One could imagine how terrifying it would be if those claws landed on a person. Hee hee, why must you all fight to the death for an outsider? Jiang Jingsong, who had been watching from the sidelines, revealed a smug smile. Thanks to the thunderbird drawing the attention of Jiang Shiyan and the others, he successfully reached the rope binding each one. Once he's dead, we can go to the bottom of the cliff to find his corpse and retrieve the 2 Xianming pearls. Isn't that the same? Saying this, Jiang Jingsong directly slashed at the rope binding each one with his sword. Jiang Jingsong, you dare! Jiang Shiyan exclaimed in shock. Jiang Jingsong, stop. Jiang Tao also became anxious.
But it was already too late. With Jiang Jingsong's third-tier master-level strength, a thick hemp rope could not withstand his sword. With that strike, the rope snapped and fell towards the cliff below.
Ha ha ha. Jiang Jingsong walked to the edge of the cliff, laughing triumphantly. Kid, in your next life, when you see me again, remember to take a detour. Who gave you the courage to go against me, Jiang Jingsong?
The height of this cliff was such that even a master at the peak would face death if they fell, let alone someone at the grandmaster level. The moment the rope snapped, it meant Yi Chuan's life was over. Jiang Jingsong had no idea that at the instant he severed the coarse hemp rope, a string as thin as a cow's hair had simultaneously wrapped around his body. Before Jiang Jingsong could laugh any longer, he felt a suffocating sensation, as if he were wearing a sweater inside out in winter.
A tremendous force surged from the bottom of the cliff, dragging him down with it. No!
Jiang Jingsong let out a piercing scream, reaching out to grab a nearby rock to prevent himself from falling, but even as his nails shattered, he couldn't hold on, ultimately plummeting off the cliff. Jiang Shiyan's face changed dramatically. Just moments ago, Yi Chuan had suddenly asked her for a new string, and she had no idea what he intended to do. She never expected him to use it like this.
Was he trying to take Jiang Jingsong down with him?
Jiang Shiyan suddenly regretted stopping Yi Chuan earlier. Had she known from the start, she should have just let Yi Chuan kill Jiang Jingsong.
One person dying was better than two dying together.
What had started as a simple matter of opening a window in the wall had now escalated to the roof being completely blown off, maximizing the loss. Listening to the howling cold wind rushing past her ears, Jiang Jingsong's face was filled with terror. He was a direct descendant of the Jiang family, exceptionally talented, with a bright future ahead.
He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die.
Jiang Jingsong's heart had completely collapsed, and when he saw Yi Chuan not far from him, his emotions found an outlet for release.
You damned beast! Why do you have to drag me down with you? What good does it do you?
Jiang Jingsong roared in despair, wishing he could eat Yi Chuan's flesh and drink his blood.
Who told you I want to die with you?
Yi Chuan, who was also plummeting rapidly, revealed a strange smile.
Let me tell you a story. On a plane, a parrot said to a flight attendant, "Give me a glass of water."
A pig imitated the parrot and said, "Give me a glass of water." The flight attendant, furious, threw both the parrot and the pig out of the plane. At that moment, the parrot said something to the pig.
Do you know what it was?
The next second, in Jiang Jingsong's astonished gaze, a pair of black wings silently unfurled behind Yi Chuan. The speed of Yi Chuan's descent instantly slowed, and he flew up into the air.
Are you dumb? I can fly.
Jiang Jingsong was completely stunned. Why? Why could this guy, who was clearly only at the master level, grow wings and fly in midair?
Jiang Jingsong couldn't comprehend it. Wasn't flying in the air the exclusive domain of those at the emperor level?
Even those at the king level could only manage a brief hover. Yi Chuan's act of spreading his wings and flying undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to Jiang Jingsong's psyche, but it also allowed Jiang Jingsong to see a glimmer of hope for survival.
Yi Chuan, save me, please, save me. I really know I was wrong. I won't target you anymore. Jiang Jingsong desperately pleaded for mercy.
As long as you save me, women, money, spirit weapons, skill scrolls, whatever you want, I'll give it to you.
Really? I'm not lying. Really? Then should I thank you? Yi Chuan leisurely flew beside Jiang Jingsong, watching him continue to fall. Yi Chuan.
Jiang Jingsong's eyes turned red. If you dare to kill me, the Jiang family will definitely investigate the truth. By then, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, the Jiang family will hunt you down. And even as a ghost, I won't let you go.
Ah, really?
How scary! Yi Chuan's face was filled with mock terror.
Ah!
Jiang Jingsong screamed in despair. This feeling of seeing hope only to have it shattered was the most hopeless of all, especially since he knew that only he had died, and Yi Chuan would not die. This made Jiang Jingsong even harder to accept.
Bang!
Jiang Jingsong's body fell heavily to the ground, bursting into a blood-red, enchanting flower. Jiang Jingsong had not completely lost his breath. Blood kept surging from his mouth, and his pupils began to scatter. In a daze, he saw Yi Chuan flying above him, then retracting his wings, falling heavily onto Jiang Jingsong.
Puff!
Jiang Jingsong spat out another mouthful of blood.
Don't worry, I'll tell Jiang Shiyan and the others that it was you who cushioned my fall, allowing me to survive. Yi Chuan said, leaning close to Jiang Jingsong's only ear. Damn! You!
Before he could finish the curse, Jiang Jingsong's anger surged, and he instantly lost his breath.
Yi Chuan quietly lay on Jiang Jingsong's body, waiting.
After a while, Jiang Shiyan and the others finally made their way around to the bottom of the cliff. Without any concerns, they naturally no longer had to fight for their lives against the Thunderbird.
Yi Chuan.
Zhang Shurian spotted the two lying together from a distance and rushed over. She helped Yi Chuan up and, upon discovering he was still breathing, let out a huge sigh of relief and hurriedly took out healing pills to feed him. After a few pills went down, Yi Chuan finally slowly regained consciousness. He struggled to lift his head and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm still alive? Didn't I fall off the cliff with that bastard Jiang Jingsong to die together?" Zhang Shurian glanced at the unblinking Jiang Jingsong beside them and began to analyze. "You were lucky. When you fell, you just happened to land on Jiang Jingsong, which cushioned some of the impact. So that's how it is." Yi Chuan's expression turned to one of realization, but then he looked somewhat troubled.
"But if I had died, it would have been better. If I didn't die and Jiang Jingsong did, the Jiang family wouldn't let me off, right?"
Zhang Shurian took a deep breath and assured him, "Don't worry, both Jiang Tao and Jiang Zishuan can testify that Jiang Jingsong deliberately cut your safety rope.
Even if this matter reaches all the high-ups of the Jiang family, you are in the right."
Yi Chuan's eyes reddened slightly as he explained, feeling a bit wronged.
"I really didn't mean to kill him. I had no choice. I thought if I tied him up with the strings of my zither, he would pull me up with him. I didn't expect him to fall down with me. I'm sorry, it was my fault." Seeing Yi Chuan's reaction, Zhang Shurian felt a pang of sympathy.
"It's okay, this isn't your fault. You were just trying to protect yourself. You don't need to blame yourself."
Hearing Zhang Shurian's comfort, Yi Chuan nodded.
It was just as well that Jiang Jingsong was dead and couldn't hear what they were saying. Otherwise, if he had heard Yi Chuan's words, he might have been so furious that he would come back to life on the spot. Just then, Yi Chuan's expression suddenly changed.
"Watch out."
He lunged forward, knocking Zhang Shurian to the ground, just as a bolt of yellow lightning exploded at their previous position. Jiang Jingsong's body was instantly blown to a charred black corpse. A much larger thunderbird soared into the air, hovering above, its beastly eyes fixed on Yi Chuan and the others, filled with cold killing intent.
"Oh no, the male bird has returned." Jiang Zishuan's face changed.
Before the eggs hatched, the thunderbird couple took care of their young together. The one that had just attacked them from the cliff was the female, and now this one was the male. "Look, that male bird seems to be carrying something in its beak." Jiang Tao, being an assassin, had sharp eyes and quickly noticed that the male thunderbird seemed to be holding something.
"It's the third Xin Ming pearl. Damn, this thunderbird really loves Xin Ming pearls." Jiang Zishuan extended his mental energy to sense and found that the aura of the Xin Ming pearl was indeed coming from the thunderbird's mouth. This was already the third Xin Ming pearl they had encountered. As long as they could get this pearl in their hands, their mission would be considered a success. There were a total of 10 spots, and they had secured 3. No one could find fault with them. After all, the major powers in Yuning City were not limited to just the Jiang clan. The other 2 major forces were equally formidable, not to mention the many small and medium forces and lone wanderers in the small world who were hoping for a stroke of luck. Jiang Tao and Jiang Zishuan were both getting a bit restless. "Let's go first. Yechuan is still injured, and we can't get entangled with this thunderbird." Zhang Shurian decisively made the call. "No, you don't have to worry about me."
Yechuan shook his head vigorously, breaking free from Zhang Shurian's support.
"I don't want to be a burden to you. You don't have to worry. I can do this."
As he spoke, Yechuan drew out a butcher's knife, and flames immediately erupted from the blade.
"Are you sure you can handle it? Don't overexert yourself." Zhang Shurian frowned deeply. "Don't worry.
The Jiang family has helped me so much, and now the third Xin Ming pearl is right in front of me. I have to consider whether this is the only opportunity in my life."
Yechuan straightened his neck, looking resolute.
"All right, if you can't hold on, remember to speak up. Don't push yourself too hard." Seeing Yechuan's determination, Zhang Shurian didn't continue to dissuade him. After all, the third Xin Ming pearl was indeed very important to them.
"Jiang Tao, Jiang Zishuan, get ready to act."
Zhang Shurian took out her guqin, her 10 slender, pale fingers resting on the strings.
"We can't fly, so we can only lure this thunderbird down.
I'll use sound waves to draw it down, and we must strike decisively, otherwise, given the thunderbird's caution, it probably won't give us another chance to get close."
"Understood." X2 Jiang Tao and Jiang Zishuan both nodded.
Zhang Shurian lightly plucked the strings, and a melodious tune resonated, spreading through the sky like the sound of a babbling brook.
Upon hearing this music, the male thunderbird's eyes visibly reddened. Clearly, this sound was not pleasing to the thunderbird.
The male thunderbird let out a cry, and a bolt of yellow lightning struck down towards Zhang Shurian like an enraged dragon. Zhang Shurian forcefully flicked the strings, and sound waves solidified, blocking in front of her.
At the same time, Jiang Zishuan also acted, assisting Zhang Shurian in fending off the lightning while several massive ice spikes shot directly towards the thunderbird in the air.
The ice spikes were as fast as lightning, but unfortunately, while Jiang Zishuan's attack was quick, the thunderbird was even faster. The thunderbird transformed into a yellow flash, instantly dodging all the ice spikes,
which didn't even manage to knock a single feather off its body. Seeing that his lightning attack had failed, the Thunderbird flapped its enormous wings, ascending higher into the sky, then dove straight down. Its massive body felt like a meteor, and its sharp claws, like iron hooks, reached out towards Jiang Shiyan and Jiang Zixuan. If this strike landed, their bodies would surely be pierced through. Yet, there was no trace of fear on Jiang Shiyan and Jiang Zixuan's faces. Instead, there was a hint of anticipation. The Thunderbird had finally fallen for their trick. Although the Thunderbird was powerful, it was clear that it did not possess the cunning of humans. Just as the Thunderbird drew near, Jiang Shiyan shouted, "Jiang Tao, Zixuan, make your move." Heavenly chain binding. The music became frantic, and countless strings floated out like spider silk, wrapping around the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird sensed something was wrong and swept its iron claws, severing all the strings in half. At that moment, Jiang Zixuan also made his move. 1,000 miles of ice. Countless surging cold currents formed a terrifying cold wave that howled towards the Thunderbird. In an instant, half of the Thunderbird's body began to crystallize with transparent, glistening ice. The fluttering strings of the zither successfully landed on the blazing electric bird, binding it into a large yellow zongzi. At that moment, Jiang Tao leaped up and landed on the blazing electric bird, heading straight for its beak. Their goal was never to kill the blazing electric bird, but to seize the mysterious pearl from its mouth. Killing the blazing electric bird would bring no benefit to Jiang Shiyan and the others. It might even attract the female bird as well. Dealing with one blazing electric bird was already challenging. If they were attacked by two, they would be in real danger. Jiang Tao moved swiftly, like a phantom, heading straight for the bird's beak. Just as it seemed Jiang Tao was about to succeed, Jiang Shiyan and Jiang Zixuan felt a surge of excitement. We did it! As long as they obtained the mysterious pearl, they could leave immediately. But at that moment, no one noticed the hint of human-like mockery in the blazing electric bird's eyes. Just as Jiang Tao's hand was about to touch the mysterious pearl, the blazing electric bird suddenly let out a sharp cry that pierced the heavens. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a bolt of lightning descended, striking the blazing electric bird, enveloping it in a glow of thunder. The ice crystals and zither strings that had bound the blazing electric bird were obliterated by the violent fury of the heavenly thunder, and the blazing electric bird spread its wings once more. Clearly, the blazing electric bird had always had a way to escape. It had merely been acting. The terrifying lightning danced around the blazing electric bird, which showed no signs of discomfort, instead appearing to revel in it as if soaking in a hot spring. Jiang Tao, still on the blazing electric bird, was in dire straits, instantly charred and tender from the heavenly lightning, and fell unconscious. The blazing electric bird gave a powerful shake, sending the already unconscious Jiang Tao flying into the air, then opened its wide beak and swallowed Jiang Tao whole. Jiang Tao! Jiang Shiyan and Jiang Zixuan were startled by this sudden turn of events. They never expected the blazing electric bird to be so cunning. Being swallowed by the blazing electric bird was undoubtedly a grave situation for Jiang Tao. The stomach acid of a ferocious beast could corrode even metal and stone, let alone a mere mortal like Jiang Tao. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, the blazing electric bird suddenly froze in place, as if possessed, not moving at all. A figure, glowing with fire, rushed in, heading straight for the blazing electric bird. "Yechuan!" Jiang Shiyan exclaimed. At that moment, Yechuan had already leaped up, landing on the blazing electric bird. The blazing electric bird also awakened from the 3 seconds of fear induced by the blood shadow butcher. Yechuan made a quick decision. The enchanting glow from the demon pattern on his pig-killing knife forced the blazing electric bird to remain immobilized. Yechuan understood that this was a one-time opportunity. This strike had to completely slay the blazing electric bird, otherwise, Jiang Tao would surely be lost. Yechuan did not use the 13 blades of fire but suddenly closed his eyes. The image of his father, Yi Qiyuan, wielding a knife replayed in his mind over and over. After repeating it 3,000 times, Yechuan suddenly opened his eyes, which seemed to shimmer with stars. Falling star! Yechuan pushed off with great force, leaping high, and his pig-killing knife transformed into a blade of light as swift as lightning, the blazing electric bird's long neck appearing like a brilliant river of stars. In the instant the blade passed, the radiant river dimmed. At that moment, the blazing electric bird's neck and head slowly separated from its body, the cut smooth as a mirror. Pig butcher Yechuan used the pig-killing knife to slay a flying pig, leveling up by 1.8%, with an additional 1% damage increase against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Jiang Shiyan and Jiang Zixuan were utterly stunned. What a terrifying technique! The strength of this male blazing electric bird was already comparable to a 7th or even 8th tier master level transmuter. With its ability to fly, even a 9th tier master level transmuter might not be able to handle this blazing electric bird. Such a terrifying beast, yet it didn't even manage to dodge a single strike before being slain by a single blow? Even though they were all direct descendants of the Jiang family, well versed in the ways of the world, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts at that moment, asking themselves, if they had faced the same strike from Yichuan, they would surely have met their end. The Thunderbird's eyes widened, its head rolling to the ground, clearly devoid of life. Yichuan's blade had sliced through the Thunderbird's neck, and with a forceful tear along the cut, he ripped its neck apart. Inside the Thunderbird's neck, he found Jiang Tao, who had not yet been swallowed into its gullet. Jiang Tao was covered in the Thunderbird's saliva and blood, already unconscious. Yichuan grabbed her and dragged her out. The energy expended in that series of explosive strikes was immense, but fortunately, the Thunderbird had been completely dealt with. Jiang Tao. Jiang Shiyan and Jiang Zishuan rushed over, relieved to find that Jiang Tao was still alive, merely suffocated from being swallowed by the Thunderbird. Yichuan stepped forward, prying open the beak of the now-dead Thunderbird, revealing a mysterious pearl in his hand. The third one, got it. A hint of surprise flickered in Yichuan's eyes. With 3 mysterious pearls to attract fierce beasts, he was confident he could break through to the Master Realm before leaving this small world. Such a realm was something Yichuan had never dared to imagine before. In Xingcheng, he could walk with impunity. Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by a fit of violent coughing, Jiang Tao finally regained consciousness. Having just brushed with death, there was still a hint of fear on her face. I'm not dead? Jiang Tao looked at her body in disbelief, clearly remembering being swallowed by the Thunderbird. You should thank Yichuan. He killed the Thunderbird before it could swallow you into its gullet and saved you. As Jiang Zishuan spoke, his expression was quite complex. He considered himself a rare talent in Yuning City, but Yichuan's terrifying strike made him feel only 4 words, unmatched. Jiang Zishuan recalled carefully. At least in Yuning City, among all the young generation he knew, there was absolutely no one who could have taken that strike head-on. Yichuan? Jiang Tao was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting that her savior would be Yichuan. Thank you. Jiang Tao nodded earnestly, then took out a sealed bag of chips from her storage space, her expression serious as she said, "Please have this. It's all for you." Yichuan chuckled in surprise. Let's skip the pleasantries and get going. Otherwise, when the female bird discovers her mate is dead, she will likely come after us. Although the power of the falling star was immense, the physical toll and consumption were also extraordinarily exaggerated. Yichuan couldn't unleash a second strike in a short time. Alright, wait for me a moment. Jiang Shiyan walked over to Jiang Jingsong's corpse and stored it in her spiritual weapons storage space. Jiang Jingsong had died from the fall, and she had to bring his body back to the Jiang family, otherwise, the elders might think they had intentionally killed him to eliminate a rival. Let's go. The group set off. Sure enough, they had barely left when a piercing, grief-stricken shriek echoed behind them, sharp enough to shatter stone. It was clear that the female bird had discovered her mate had been slaughtered. Yichuan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions strange. I hope no unfortunate soul passes by there. After this incident, the Thunderbird would surely harbor an immense hatred for humans. If any human crossed its path, they would likely be pecked to death. After finding a safe place, the group finally dared to stop and catch their breath. Jiang Shiyan took out beast-repelling powder from her storage ring and sprinkled it at the entrance of the cave. The beast-repelling powder is made from the ground feces of powerful ferocious beasts. Ordinary ferocious beasts dare not approach once they catch a whiff of it. A cluster of campfire flames rose in the cave, and the 4 of them sat beside the warm fire, roasting themselves to dispel the chill. Should we continue searching for the Xianming pearls? Or should we just wait here for the small world to close? Jiang Zishuan suddenly asked. This question also left Jiang Shiyan silent. She understood why Jiang Zishuan would ask this. They already had 3 Xianming pearls in hand, and they had essentially completed the task assigned by the Jiang family. She had just checked Jiang Tao's injuries. Although Jiang Tao was not in danger of losing her life, the compression from the Thunderbird's esophagus had caused several fractures in her bones. Such injuries would be hard to fully recover from without a few days of rest. With Jiang Jingsong dead, their combat strength was effectively only 3.5. If they continued searching for the Xianming pearls, encountering people from the Qihong sector Yizai could lead to them having thoughts of robbery. But now, there were still at least 7 days until the small world closed, and Jiang Shiyan felt reluctant to waste those 7 days. Yichuan, what do you think? Jiang Shiyan looked at Yichuan, wanting to hear his opinion. After all, judging from that last strike, Yichuan was the strongest fighter among them. How about we split up? Yichuan suggested. Jiang Tao is injured, you stay here to take care of her, Zishuan can come with me, and we'll continue looking for more Xianming pearls. How does that sound? Just the 2 of you? That won't work. Jiang Shiyan immediately shook her head. That's too dangerous. It'll be fine. When have you seen me do something without confidence? Yichuan said with a smile. The reason he wanted to bring Jiang Zishuan was naturally because Jiang Zishuan, as an ice mage, could sense the presence of more Xianming pearls. Otherwise, Yechuan would have set off alone with his sword. Well, Zhang Shiyan hesitated. Don't worry, and besides, I still have the protective measures you gave me, right? A full-force strike from a king-level beast can be blocked. What kind of king-level ferocious beast could possibly appear in this small world? Yechuan persuaded again, and Zhang Shiyan finally nodded. Alright then, but you two must not take unnecessary risks. 3 Xianming pearls are already quite a lot. It doesn't matter if we can't get more. Okay. Yechuan readily agreed. After eating something and resting for a night in the cave, Yechuan finally fully recovered the stamina and energy consumed by the meteor strike. Feeling refreshed, he pulled Jiang Zishuan and prepared to set off. Zishuan, let's go? Are you sure just the two of us can really manage? Jiang Zishuan asked with a wry smile. Absolutely. The two stepped out of the cave, and a biting cold immediately rushed in. You two be careful, Zhang Shiyan and Zhang Tao called out from the cave entrance. Gradually, the figures of Yechuan and Jiang Zishuan began to disappear into the heavy snow. Yechuan, where are we going? After advancing several kilometers through the blizzard, Jiang Zishuan couldn't help but ask. I don't know either, but we should be far enough from Zhang Shiyan and the others now, Yechuan replied with a grin, then took out all 3 Xianming pearls and hung them around his neck. Jiang Zishuan was instantly horrified, his scalp tingling as he stared wide-eyed at Yechuan. You big fool! What are you doing? The 3 Xianming pearls together would create an attraction for ferocious beasts that was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1, it would amplify exponentially. Yechuan's action would likely draw all the ferocious beasts from several kilometers around toward them. By then, the ferocious beasts they would face would surely be comparable to a small beast tide. I'm attracting monsters, Yechuan replied sincerely. Are you crazy? We'll be torn to shreds by the beasts coming in crowds. Quickly put the Xianming pearls back in storage, Zhang Zishuan urged anxiously. I want to kill the ferocious beast, Yechuan said. So do you want to live, or do you want to kill the ferocious beast? Zhang Zishuan retorted. I want to live and kill the ferocious beast, Yechuan replied. You can't kill it. Zhang Zishuan shook his head, his face pale. Can't kill it? Can this kill the ferocious beast? Yechuan slammed a pig-killing knife in front of Zhang Zishuan. It can kill, Zhang Zishuan nodded. Can this lure the ferocious beast over to kill? Yechuan patted 3 mysterious bright pearls. It can kill, but you'll lose your life. Zhang Zishuan frowned. Yechuan then stacked the pig-killing knife and the mysterious bright pearls together. If I combine this with this, can I kill the ferocious beast and survive? I think you've completely lost your mind. Zhang Zishuan regretted running out with Yechuan. This was clearly a death wish. Stop complaining, the ferocious beast is already here. As soon as Yechuan finished speaking, the ground trembled, shaking off all the snowflakes clinging to the trees. Excitement gleamed in Yechuan's eyes. Judging by the commotion, there would definitely be a lot of ferocious beasts coming. Don't worry, you don't have to deal with the ferocious beasts, leave them to me. Just look for any new mysterious bright pearls within a few kilometers around here. With that, Yechuan took the initiative to distance himself from Zhang Zishuan, leading the ferocious beasts away to another place. In the eyes of this pig butcher, these ferocious beasts were all walking experience bags, and he certainly wouldn't let them go, nor would he allow Zhang Zishuan to take his head. Crazy! Zhang Zishuan couldn't help but curse, quickly hiding to the side. Yechuan's behavior seemed no different from seeking death in his eyes. In the distance, the ferocious beasts roughly numbered in the hundreds. Although most were at the master level, there weren't many at the grandmaster level, but even ants can kill an elephant in numbers, let alone these man-eating ferocious beasts. With this many ferocious beasts, even a peak grandmaster would have to choose to avoid confrontation. But soon, the scene before Jiang Zishuan successfully refreshed his worldview. The first ferocious beast to attack Yechuan was a clawed snow leopard. The clawed snow leopard leaped high, directly pouncing towards Yechuan, aiming to bite his throat. But at that moment, Yechuan suddenly crouched down, his feet moving like the wind, actively charging towards the clawed snow leopard. With a sliding kick, the pig-killing knife directly opened the snow leopard's belly, its bloody entrails spilling onto the ground. However, the death of the clawed snow leopard did not instill fear in the other ferocious beasts. Instead, the smell of blood successfully ignited the bloodthirsty instincts within them. In an instant, more ferocious beasts charged towards Yechuan without fear of death. Seeing this, Yechuan was not afraid. Instead, he became even more excited. 13 blades of raging fire. Flames blazed on the pig-killing knife, and with almost every strike, a ferocious beast fell. Zhang Zishuan counted carefully. Not a single ferocious beast could withstand 3 strikes in front of Yechuan. More importantly, he vaguely noticed that Yechuan seemed to grow stronger with each kill. It was as if with every ferocious beast Yechuan killed, he became a bit more powerful. And Zhang Zishuan's guess was not wrong. with the accumulation of the slaughter frenzy, Yichuan's three-dimensional attributes were indeed increasing at a terrifying speed. The blood of the ferocious beasts had stained Yichuan's robes red, yet he showed no reaction. His movements were simple from start to finish: swing the knife, kill the pig, swing the knife, kill the pig, repeating this process endlessly. The bonuses from the slaughter frenzy kept stacking higher, and Yichuan's killing speed grew faster. An hour later, all the ferocious beasts attracted by the mysterious bright pearls had been slain by Yichuan's knife. The ground was littered with the corpses of ferocious beasts, piled into a small mountain, and the blood had even dyed the surrounding white snow a dark red. Jiang Zixuan was petrified in place, his gaze hollow, his expression dazed, like a statue. Is this guy really human? Once I attract another wave of beasts of this scale, I will step into the master realm, Yichuan murmured to himself. However, after such a massacre, he needed to rest for a while. It was impossible not to get injured after fighting so many beasts. Fortunately, with the existence of the nemesis of the pig tribe, his injuries were not too severe, and a simple recovery would allow him to continue his journey. What are you dawdling here for? I've already killed all the nearby beasts. Aren't you going to look for any mystic bright pearls? Yichuan looked at Jiang Zixuan, who was dumbfounded, with some confusion. Oh, I'm going right now. Jiang Zixuan nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Yichuan appeared to him as no different from a monster. The 9th level of the Master Realm, able to slaughter among so many beasts. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jiang Zixuan would never have believed it. He finally understood why Yichuan dared to set off with just him. In Yichuan's eyes, he was probably just playing the role of a treasure-hunting rat. Realizing his position, Jiang Zixuan had no complaints and very cooperatively took on the role of the treasure-hunting rat. Unfortunately, it seemed their luck had been exhausted at the Thunderbird, and after searching around, Jiang Zixuan found nothing. It's fine, we'll just go to the next place, Yichuan said, having finished his recovery. He picked up the pig-killing knife, hung 3 mystic bright pearls around his neck, and continued forward. This time, Jiang Zixuan did not try to dissuade him but silently mourned for those beasts in his heart. The beasts of this small world were in for a tough time, and as Jiang Zixuan expected, those beasts sensed the aura of the mystic bright pearls and hurriedly rushed towards Yichuan. When they arrived, what awaited them was Yichuan's knife strike. Yichuan pushed through effortlessly, and Jiang Zixuan, following behind him, couldn't find any opportunity to strike at all. In the blink of an eye, 4 days passed. A giant armored turtle, comparable to a 7th-level Master Realm transmuter, let out an angry roar, and a water column with the impact of a cannonball shot directly at Yichuan. Yichuan remained unfazed, using an illusionary strike to dodge the attack, then swung his blazing pig-killing knife straight down onto the giant armored turtle's shell. The giant armored turtle was known for its defense. Its shell was indestructible, and unless one was a whole realm stronger, it was impossible to break through its defenses. But as Yichuan's knife fell, a deep gash appeared on the turtle's shell, revealing fresh, red flesh. The giant armored turtle was stunned. It never expected that this human, only at the 9th level of the Master Realm, could break through its defenses. The Soul Butcher's knife ignored 30% of the defense, and with the terrifying additional damage from the nemesis of the pig tribe, the turtle's proud defense was utterly insignificant before Yichuan. Yichuan swiftly moved, striking from an awkward angle with several more blows, directly splitting the giant armored turtle's shell into a damaged version. The giant armored turtle showed fear and tried to escape. But how could Yichuan give it that chance? Activating Wind Walk, he cleanly delivered a knife strike to its throat, cutting off all its life force. Butcher Yichuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a special pig, leveling up by 1.7%, with an additional 1% damage increase from the nemesis of the pig tribe, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Finally, I've stepped into the Master Realm. Yichuan's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. Choosing to come to Yuning City was indeed the right decision for him. If he had stayed in Xincheng, he would never have had such a rapid leveling speed. Yichuan eagerly checked his attribute panel, wanting to see the 4th job skill he unlocked after breaking through to the Master Realm. Name, Yichuan. Occupation, God level pig butcher. Level, 1st stage Master Realm, 0.7%. Strength, 1024. Agility, 1024. Spirit, 1024. Professional talent, Nemesis of the pig race, Blade of the God of Slaughter. Professional skills, Blood Shadow Butcher, LV4. Soul Slaughter Blade Intent, LV4. Slaughter Frenzy, LV4. Pig Slaughter Soul Severing, LV4. Other skills, Feathered Wings. Minor achievement, 13 Blades of Fiery Fury. Major achievement, Wind Walk Without Trace. Major achievement, Illusory Strike. Perfection, Nemesis of the pig race, Attack Stealin'. Additional 2,815% damage to pigs. For each pig killed, this talent's enhancement increases by 1%, and damage dealt by pigs to you is halved. Blade of the God of Slaughter, Designate a weapon as the pig slaughtering knife. Each pig that dies under this knife will provide you with 0.1 points of free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher. The pig butcher releases his own malevolent aura, forcing a pig into a state of fear for 4 seconds. Soul Slaughter Blade Intent. The pig slaughtering knife in the butcher's hand carries blade intent, allowing it to ignore 40% of a pig's defense when striking. Slaughter Frenzy. When the pig butcher begins to slaughter pigs in succession, killing 10 pigs will temporarily provide a 12% boost to all attributes. For every additional 10 pigs killed in succession, this boost increases by another 12%, up to a maximum of 120%. Pig Slaughter Soul Severing. The pig butcher can use his own spirit power to directly inflict damage on a pig's soul, with damage equal to 40% of the butcher's spirit power. For each additional pig targeted, this damage is reduced by 10%, with a maximum reduction of 80%. Yichuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. His fourth professional skill was actually a rare area of effect soul damage skill. The single target damage was 40% of his spirit power, which equated to 481.6 points. Each additional pig targeted would weaken this damage by 10%, down to a minimum of 96.32 points of soul damage. Yichuan felt a bit of a headache. This skill didn't seem that powerful, did it? Although it could ignore defense and directly damage the soul, the damage felt a bit too low. This was still thanks to Yichuan's spirit power attribute reaching an exaggerated level. Otherwise, the damage from pig slaughter soul severing would be even lower. Wait, Yichuan suddenly realized something. Inflict damage? If that were the case, then the damage from pig slaughter soul severing should be enough to stack with the 28-fold additional damage bonus from Nemesis of the pig race? Yichuan's breathing quickened. If that were true, then the pig slaughter soul severing skill would be extremely terrifying. As a fellow master realm class changer, if someone were to take his pig slaughter soul severing attack, their soul would likely be directly obliterated, turning them into a walking corpse. Yichuan couldn't wait to test it out, but the nearby ferocious beasts had already been wiped out by him, and the only living creature around was Jiang Zishuan. Yichuan's gaze involuntarily fell on Jiang Zishuan. As Yichuan's gaze turned to Jiang Zishuan, who was focused on searching for the Xianning Pearl, Jiang Zishuan suddenly shivered uncontrollably. A chill ran up his tailbone, shooting straight up to the crown of his head. This chill came quickly and left just as fast, as Yichuan soon shifted his gaze away. Although he was eager to test the effects of pig slaughter soul severing, he wasn't about to use Jiang Zishuan as a test subject. After all, he still needed Jiang Zishuan to help him find the Xianning Pearl. Strange, why is it suddenly so cold? For some reason, Jiang Zishuan vaguely felt that his name had just flashed at the entrance of the Hall of Yama. Jiang Zishuan didn't think much of it, casting aside the chaotic thoughts, and continued to focus on searching for the Xianning Pearl. In the past 4 days, they hadn't found a single Xianning Pearl. Jiang Zishuan was starting to doubt his luck. Fortunately, they already had 3 mystic pearls in their possession, so returning to the Jiang family wouldn't be too much of a failure. Just as Jiang Zishuan was preparing to resign himself to his fate, he suddenly froze in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. What's wrong? Did you find something? Yichuan noticed Jiang Zishuan's unusual behavior and asked. Jiang Zishuan nodded stiffly. I found the mystic pearls, 3 of them. 2 of them are chasing after another mystic pearl. Oh, Yichuan raised an eyebrow. In this small world, the only ones who could obtain 2 mystic pearls while chasing a third would be either the Red Rainbow Sect or the Endless Studio. Do you know which faction they belong to? Yichuan pressed. The aura from the other party is like raging fire, with a very strong fire element. They should be from the Red Rainbow Sect. Jiang Zishuan analyzed. The Red Rainbow Sect? That's great. Due to the incident with Fang Wenwen, Yichuan had no good feelings towards the Red Rainbow Sect. Since he had already offended them, he didn't care about offending them further. Are you interested in pulling off a big score and bringing back 6 spots to the Jiang family? Yichuan winked at Jiang Zishuan. Big brother, are you serious? Jiang Zishuan's eyes widened. Of course, I'm in. Jiang Zishuan nodded without hesitation. After witnessing Yichuan's terrifying strength these past few days, he was almost ready to bow down and acknowledge him as his elder brother. Just as they discovered the Red Rainbow Sect members, those members also spotted Yichuan and Jiang Zishuan. At that moment, the 5 members of the Red Rainbow Sect were chasing a very fast mystic ice white python, which contained a mystic pearl within it. The leader of the Red Rainbow Sect was an unremarkable young man, with an ordinary appearance that could easily be lost in a crowd. However, the others around him looked at this young man with eyes full of respect, tinged with a hint of fear. This young man was Fang Jin, the strongest genius of the younger generation in the Red Rainbow Sect. Fang Jin was an epic-level profession, having entered the 4th stage of the Master Realm at a young age, successfully opening a significant secret treasure within his body. Everyone in Yuning City knew that with Fang Jin's age, his entry into the king realm was almost a certainty. Brother Fong Jin, there are two people not far from us, one at the first stage of the master realm and the other at the second stage. They have 3 mystic pearls. One of the shorter members suddenly spoke up. Fong Jin's eyes also revealed a hint of astonishment upon hearing this. 2 people? 3 mystic pearls? Yes. The short member nodded. Did they get separated from their teammates? Endless Studio or the Jiang clan? Fong Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flashing in his gaze. Brother Fong Jin, we. The other 4 geniuses of the Red Rainbow sect were also somewhat tempted. After all, that was 3 mystic pearls. No rush. Li Nuo, keep an eye on those 2, don't let them escape. The rest of you continue chasing the mystic ice white python. We want all 4 mystic pearls for the Red Rainbow sect. Fong Jin's fingers slowly closed together, his words revealing a strong confidence. Understood. For the other 4 members of the Red Rainbow sect were also excited. But at that moment, Li Nuo's expression suddenly became very strange. Brother Fong Jin, there's no need to keep an eye on those 2 anymore. What do you mean? Did they escape? Fong Jin frowned slightly. No, it's just that they are coming towards us on their own. Li Nu shook his head. Coming towards us on their own? Fong Jin was taken aback. Wasn't that like sending sheep into a tiger's den? One was at the first stage of the master realm, the other at the second stage, and they had gotten separated from their 3 teammates. What gave them the courage to approach the Red Rainbow sect's team? In that case, let's not worry about them for now and focus all our efforts on the mystic ice white python. We can't let that beast escape. Although he vaguely felt that something was off, Fong Jin's formidable strength made him completely disregard Yi Lin and Jiang Zixuan, who were just 2 people. Yi Chuan's thoughts coincided with Fong Jin's. He said to Jiang Zixuan, let's not worry about those 5 from the Qihong sect for now. We'll go around to the front and block that fleeing Xianming pearl first. Alright. Jiang Zixuan nodded, and the 2 rushed towards the Xianbing white python together. During this time, Yi Chuan found Jiang Zixuan's speed too slow, so he picked him up like a chick, and their speed indeed increased dramatically. The Xianbing white python was fleeing in a panic, already covered in numerous deep wounds and some chart injuries, clearly the work of the Qihong sect members. The disciples of the Qihong sect were almost all fire attribute swordsmen. When Yi Chuan and Jiang Zixuan stood in front of the Xianbing white python, a crazed look appeared in the python's eyes as it opened its mouth and lunged directly at Yi Chuan. It had no way out and could only choose to fight to the death. However, facing Yi Chuan, who had already advanced to the master realm, the Xianbing white python had no chance to resist. With the butcher's knife drawn, it was a matter of life and death, and the knife directly opened the python's belly. The Xianbing white python's incredibly tough white scales were as fragile as paper before Yi Chuan at that moment. Butcher Yi Chuan used the butcher's knife to slaughter a special pig, leveling up by 1.5%, with an additional 1% damage increase against the pig race, and gain 0.1 points in free attributes. After slaying the Xianbing white python, Yi Chuan successfully extracted a Xianming pearl from its mouth. Just as he got the pearl, the people from the Qihong sect arrived. Brother Fong Jin, it's someone from the Jiang clan. The one next to him is Jiang Zixuan, and the other one I don't recognize, looks like an outsider hired by the Jiang family. Li Nuo immediately recognized Jiang Zixuan's identity. Fong Jin nodded expressionlessly, his gaze falling on Yi Chuan as he coldly said, "Thank you for helping our Qihong sect block the Xianbing white python. As a token of gratitude, as long as you hand over the 4 Xianming pearls, I won't make a move against you." Fong Jin's words carried a sense of confidence. 5 against 2, the advantage was naturally on their side. Yi Chuan couldn't help but be taken aback upon hearing this. He had come specifically to snatch from the Qihong sect, yet the Qihong sect wanted to snatch from him as well. What was this? It was a mutual rush. Dude, you took the words right out of my mouth, so what should I say? Yi Chuan replied with a smile. What do you mean by that? Fong Jin frowned. Jiang Zixuan stepped forward confidently and said, what Yi Chuan means is that he wants to rob you. Hand over the 2 Xianming pearls from your Qihong sect. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 members of the Qihong sect were all stunned. They exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, they burst into unabashed laughter. Ah, this guy named Yi Chuan seems to have lost his mind. Brother Fong Jin, did you hear that? They said they want to rob us. Is this guy poisoned from eating too much good food? How can he even say such things? Even if Jiang Shurian from the Jiang family came, she wouldn't dare to say she could come to rob our Qihong sect with just 1 Jiang Zixuan, right? Li Nuo and the others laughed so hard they were doubled over, looking at Yi Chuan as if he were a clown trying to attract attention. Fong Jin couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smile. It seems I've really been too quiet lately. Even the likes of you dare to jump around in front of me. A long sword about 0.5 5 meters long appeared in Fong Jin's hand, its blade a fiery red. The moment the sword appeared, the surrounding snow began to slowly melt and boil, forming thick mist. As the leader of the younger generation of the Qihong sect, Fong Jin's strength was undoubtedly formidable. With the fourth stage of the Master Realm combined with his superb Qihong sword technique, he could even defeat enemies 3 or 4 stages above him. Make your move, or else I'll strike, and you won't have a chance to act. Fong Jin spoke, his confidence radiating from deep within. Thank you. Yi Chuan sincerely expressed his gratitude to Fong Jin. His thanks came from the heart, without a hint of mockery. He had been worried about where to test if the damage from the pig slaughtering soul could stack with the pig clan's nemesis, and Fong Jin had stepped up voluntarily. What was this? This was the spirit of selflessness and dedication. Without hesitation, Yi Chuan immediately activated the pig slaughtering soul. He felt as if a massive pump had appeared in his mind, continuously siphoning his mental energy. Just when Yi Chuan thought he was about to be drained completely, that pulling force finally vanished. Following that, his mental energy coalesced into 5 invisible pig slaughtering knives, slicing towards Fong Jin and his 4 companions. The 5 of them instantly shivered, feeling as if they were being targeted by the Grim Reaper's scythe, an invisible chill enveloping them. Be careful, something's coming. Fong Jin's expression changed, and the long sword in his hand ignited with a red glow as he slashed forward. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, rampaging ahead. The terrifying sword energy obliterated everything in its path. Fong Jin poured all his strength into this strike. Even a master-level 8th-tier transmuter would not dare underestimate this blow. However, the sword energy passed directly through the invisible pig slaughtering knives, failing to block them in the slightest. After all, the pig slaughtering soul was an attack on the soul at the mental level. Whoosh! The invisible pig slaughtering knife plunged directly into Fong Jin's brow. Fong Jin stood frozen in place, like a petrified statue. Moments later, he toppled backward, lying on the ground. Although his chest still rose and fell, maintaining normal life signs, his eyes were indeed hollow, lacking any focus. The other 4 members of the Red Rainbow Gate were in a similar state as Fong Jin, reduced to mere shells. Yi Chuan stepped forward to check on Fong Jin's condition, excitement flickering in his eyes. It was clear that Fong Jin's soul had been completely obliterated by the pig slaughtering soul. Given Yi Chuan's current mental energy attributes, it was evident he couldn't achieve this. There was only one explanation: the damage from the pig slaughtering soul could indeed stack with the damage bonus from the pig clan's nemesis. Only in this way could the pig slaughtering soul produce such terrifying damage effects. With the 28-fold enhancement from the pig clan's nemesis, Yi Chuan estimated that even a king-level powerhouse would have a headache for half a day after taking a hit from his pig slaughtering soul. At this moment, Jiang Zixuan was also petrified. He had thought Yi Chuan would win, but he never expected Yi Chuan to win so easily. Clearly, in his eyes, Yi Chuan had barely moved from his spot. Yet suddenly, all 5 of Fong Jin had lost their combat ability. How many secrets did this person still hold that he was unaware of? The longer Jiang Zixuan spent with Yi Chuan, the more he felt that Yi Chuan was as strong as a monster. Just as Jiang Zixuan was lost in thought, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Yi Chuan raising his knife out of the corner of his eye. What the hell? Stop! You can't kill them! Jiang Zixuan panicked and quickly shouted to dissuade him. What's wrong? Yi Chuan retorted. If you kill these people from the Red Rainbow Gate, it would mean wiping out the entire top tier of their younger generation. This is a matter of life and death. Jiang Zixuan explained. But they've already become vegetative, there's no difference from being dead. Yi Chuan scratched his head, looking confused. It's not the same. As long as there's breath, they're just severely injured, not dead. Jiang Zixuan shook his head repeatedly. Trust me, I won't harm you. Let's find a cave, get all 5 of them inside, so they don't freeze to death outside, then take the Xin Ming Pearl and leave. Don't touch anything else. Even if the Red Rainbow Gate suspects that we are behind this, they have no evidence. At most, they can only seek revenge in secret, but if they retaliate against the Zhang family will naturally retaliate against them. This is a situation where both sides suffer. So the likely outcome is that the Zhang family will pay a large compensation to the Red Rainbow Gate, and then the Red Rainbow Gate will use this compensation to find a way to bring Fong Jin and the others back to life. Yi Chuan listened as if he were hearing a story, feeling confused. The power struggles between you big forces are really complicated. Well, to put it simply, it's just the word profit first. Jiang Zixuan waved his hand and dragged one of the Red Rainbow Gate members. Come with me, I just found a cave over here. Yi Chuan nodded. After all, he had already advanced to the first level of the Master Realm, so he wasn't in a hurry for the experience points from these 5 pigs. He hoisted Fong Jin and the other 3 onto his shoulders and followed Jiang Zixuan's lead, placing all 5 members of the Red Rainbow Gate into a cave. Jiang Zixuan thoughtfully sprinkled beast-repelling powder at the cave entrance, fearing that the 5 of them would be seen as a gift from nature by ferocious beasts. After doing all this, Jiang Zixuan found 2 more mystic pearls from Fong Jin. His face was filled with excitement at that moment. 6 mystic pearls, wow, I have to say, this is the first time my Jiang family has achieved such a good result. Jiang Zixuan looked gratefully at Yi Chuan. He hadn't forgotten that the Jiang family's acquisition of 6 mystic pearls was thanks to whom? Yi Chuan, I remember you wanted the Jiang family to give you a spot to enter the King Sealing's secret realm, right? Seeing Yi Chuan nod, Jiang Zixuan patted his chest and assured him, don't worry, this matter is settled. There isn't a single person in my Jiang family who can find 6 peak 9th level masters, so there will definitely be a spot for you. Yi Chuan nodded. After leaving the small world, the issue he needed to consider was how to raise his strength to the 9th level of the master realm within half a year. Jiang Zixuan, do you know if there are places similar to the small world in Yuning City? Yes, but such small worlds are generally private and not open to the public, Jiang Zixuan replied. Is there any place where there are more ferocious beasts from other races and not restricted by the laws of the Human Federation? Yi Chuan changed his question. A lawless land? A place with many ferocious beasts that isn't bound by laws? Jiang Zixuan tilted his head. Of course, it's the territory of the iron-eating ants. That place is full of iron-eating ants, densely packed, with no place to step. Unless someone wants to get various rare metal ores, no one would dare to provoke the iron-eating ants. Yi Chuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had heard of the iron-eating ants. This group lived in colonies and fed on rare ores. Each adult iron-eating ant was incredibly strong, with defense that was astonishing. Ordinary job changers couldn't break through even a bit. If they weren't relatively slow and unable to fly, iron-eating ants would be the ultimate all-rounders. Faced with thousands of iron-eating ants, even a King Sealing realm expert wouldn't dare to provoke them easily. Moreover, the nests of iron-eating ants often contained extremely rare precious metals, which tempted job changers to raid their nests. Of course, if one lacked the strength, doing so would surely lead to being surrounded and killed by the iron-eating ants. With the vast number of iron-eating ants, if he could wipe them all out, wouldn't that mean he could hope for the 9th level of the Master Realm? How do I get to the territory of the iron-eating ants? Yi Chuan hurriedly asked. Sensing the eager look in Yi Chuan's eyes, Jiang Zixuan shivered and quickly advised, no, dude, you don't want to provoke the iron-eating ants, do you? Have you lost your mind? Your strength is strong, but there are 3 ant kings in the iron-eating ant clan. Moreover, even without the ant king, the countless iron-eating ants are not to be trifled with. If they surround you, even a strong master in the sealed king realm would be worn down to death. Yi Chuan's expression became slightly serious. 3 ant kings were indeed not easy to deal with. Alright, then we won't go. Yi Chuan did not continue to argue with Jiang Zixuan. Once they left the small world, he could ask others and still find out where to locate the iron-eating ant tribe. Phew, that's right, don't be foolish. My Jiang family doesn't dare to provoke the iron-eating ant tribe lightly. Jiang Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, give me the Xianming pearls. Yi Chuan extended his hand towards Jiang Zixuan. What are you going to do? Jiang Zixuan had a vague sense of foreboding but still handed over 2 Xianming pearls. Just as he expected, after receiving the Xianming pearls, Yi Chuan directly hung them on himself. The 6 Xianming pearls emitted a faint glow at that moment, like guiding lights in a dark sea, attracting fierce beasts to surge towards them. 6. Jiang Zixuan gestured a 6. He should have guessed it earlier. Time flashed by. In the following days, Yi Chuan focused on luring and killing monsters, and only when the small world was about to close did he reluctantly put away his slaughtering knife into the silver dragon ring. He had originally wanted to take this opportunity to elevate his strength to another realm. Unfortunately, after breaking through to the Master Realm, the experience required was far greater than that of the Grandmaster Realm. It was no wonder that those ordinary butchers could never reach the Master Realm in their lifetime. If he were killing ordinary pigs, he would probably be at it for ages. As the small world closed, Yi Chuan successfully reunited with Jiang Shiyan and Jiang Tao, enveloped by a wave of spatial fluctuation. With a dizzying spin, everyone returned to Yuning City. Looking at the gradually clear figures, Fang Yuanlong from the Qihong sect laughed at Jiang Yuchuan. Jiang family head, I wonder if this year will replicate last year's outcome? Jiang Yuchuan snorted coldly, his gaze icy, unwilling to engage with Fang Yuanlong. Last year, the Jiang family had a stellar start, quickly obtaining 4 Xianming pearls. But just as they were about to leave the small world, they were ambushed by the Qihong sect, losing 1 Xianming pearl. This had left Jiang Yuchuan harboring a deep-seated anger. Seeing Jiang Yuchuan's silence, Fang Yuanlong continued to laugh. Why isn't the Jiang family head speaking? Are you not good with words? Or are you just naturally taciturn? I can't be bothered to talk to you. Jiang Yuchuan had already spotted Jiang Shiyan and the others, and he walked towards them. But halfway there, Zhang Yuchuan's brow suddenly furrowed. Why are there only 4 people? Where's Jingtsong? Zhang Yuchuan glanced around and noticed that Zhang Jingtsong was missing from the group. Dad, it's a long story. I'll explain it to you when we get home. Zhang Jingtsong is dead. Zhang Shiyan replied truthfully. Dead? Who did it? Zhang Yuchuan's pupils constricted sharply. Zhang Jingtsong was the second strongest among the younger generation of the Zhang family, only behind Zhang Shiyan. Before Zhang Shiyan perfected the yin-yang fusion technique, Zhang Jingtsong was the strongest among the younger generation of the Zhang family. The death of such a genius was undoubtedly a significant loss for the entire Zhang family. Ha ha ha. Before Zhang Shiyan could respond, Fang Yuanlong's laughter rang out. Zhang family head, it seems your family's luck this year is even worse than last year. Last year, you only lost a Xianming pearl, and at least no one died. This year, you've lost one and a life. Your Zhang family is truly getting worse with each generation. Hearing Fang Yuanlong's laughter, Zhang Zishuan couldn't help but exchange a glance with Yi Chuan. He wanted to laugh, but he knew it wasn't the right time. This led to his face turning red with suppressed anger. He really wanted to know what Fang Yuanlong would think if he knew that all the geniuses of their Qihong sect had turned into walking corpses. Faced with Fang Yuanlong's mockery, Zhang Yuchuan's expression was extremely ugly. He coldly turned his head and shot a glance at Fang Yuanlong, a chilling coldness flickering in his eyes. Fang Yuanlong, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Sorry, I just thought of something happy and couldn't help it. My wife is about to give birth. Fang Yuanlong laughed again, but there was a hint of malice in his laughter. If you dare to be sarcastic again, I won't mind teaching you a good lesson on behalf of the Qihong Sword King. After Zhang Yuchuan finished speaking, he turned to Zhang Shiyan and asked, Shiyan, the death of Zhang Jingtsong is definitely not a small matter. How did he die? Who killed him? Well, Dad, in a sense, Zhang Jingtsong committed suicide. Zhang Shiyan forced a bitter smile. Suicide? Zhang Yuchuan was stunned upon hearing this. Zhang Jingtsong was a genius of the Zhang family, backed by the Zhang family, with extraordinary talent and a bright future ahead. Why would he commit suicide? So I said it's a long story. I'll explain it to you in detail when we return to the Zhang family, Zhang Shiyan advised. That's fine. How many Xianming pearls did you get? Zhang Yuchuan asked about his most concerned issue, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Zhang Shiyan looked at Yechuan and Zhang Zishuan. They had left in a hurry, and she really didn't know if Yechuan and Zhang Zishuan had gained anything later. With people dead, do you still expect your Zhang family to have any great gains? Zhang family head, you are too unrealistic. Fang Yuanlong couldn't help but sneer again. At the same time, he was also puzzled. Where was their Qihong sex team? Why had they not seen them until now? Fang Yuanlong, are you taking my kindness for granted? Zhang Yuchuan shouted, and the aura of a King Realm expert surged into the sky in an instant. The terrifying pressure turned Fang Yuanlong's face pale, and he retreated several steps before barely stabilizing himself. But there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he sneered. Zhang Yuchuan, do you have the guts to try and move me? Zhang Yuchuan's anger surged, but he really didn't dare to do anything to Fang Yuanlong. This guy was the only son of the Qihong Sword King, and in Yuning City, he could have whatever he wanted, having done all sorts of bad things without anyone daring to touch him. Because the Qihong Sword King was extremely protective, anyone who dared to touch Fang Yuanlong would have to face him directly with a sword. No one wanted to provoke an old madman. This also led to Fang Yuanlong's troublemaking personality. Zhang Yuchuan didn't want to entangle himself with Fang Yuanlong any longer and turned to Zhang Shiyan, asking, Shiyan, it's fine. Just tell me honestly how many Xianming pearls you got. Zhang Shiyan looked at Yechuan. Yechuan, you say it. Oh, Zhang Yuchuan's gaze fell on Yechuan. Yechuan, it's fine. Just say it boldly. Really? Then I'll say it. Uncle Jiang, you mustn't be scared. Yechuan said seriously. Rest assured, I've seen all kinds of storms and waves. I won't be scared. Just say it. Although he said this, Zhang Yuchuan's heart had already risen to his throat. No way, no way. The number of quotas their Zhang family obtained couldn't really be pitifully small, right? Zhang Yuchuan was extremely anxious. Then I'll say it, Uncle Jiang, we only brought back 6 Xianming pearls. Yechuan said with a guilty expression. It's fine, 6 is still not bad. Halfway through his words, Zhang Yuchuan felt as if struck by lightning, standing there in a daze, as if he were a statue. What do you mean, only 6? You said only 6? 6? Zhang Yuchuan jumped 3 feet high. At this moment, even he, a King Realm expert, couldn't sit still. 6 Xianming pearls represented 6 quotas to enter the King Realm's secret treasure. This also means that, under the most ideal circumstances, the Zhang family even has the chance to produce 6 powerful kings this year. What a load of nonsense! Fong Yuanlong snorted coldly. There are only 10 Xianming pearls in total. How can your Jiang family possibly get 6? Do you think YSI and our Chihongmen are just air? Jiang Yuchuan rarely did not refute Fong Yuanlong, as this news was simply too unbelievable. Yechuan, you're not joking with uncle, are you? Jiang Yuchuan asked, somewhat uncertain, and quickly pressed on. No, everything I said is true, there are really only 6. Yechuan took out the 6 shimmering Xianming pearls. Jiang Yuchuan immediately gasped, his eyes wide. Jiang Shiyan and Jiang Tao also showed excitement in their eyes. They remembered that when Yechuan and they split up, he only had 3 Xianming pearls in hand. Ha 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 ha, good. That's great. Yechuan, you are simply the lucky star of our Jiang family. The pent-up frustration in Jiang Yuchuan's heart dissipated. Compared to the 6 Xianming pearls, the death of Jiang Jingtsong seemed not so hard to accept. Jiang Jingtsong was indeed a top genius, but even geniuses needed resources to be cultivated to serve the family. The quota for the king's secret vault could be immediately converted into value. Uncle Jiang, about the promise you made to me earlier, Yechuan began to inquire. Don't worry, since you've obtained 6 Xianming pearls, our Jiang family will naturally not be stingy with this quota. You have 1 quota for the king's secret vault, and from now on, you will be the most esteemed friend of our Jiang family. Jiang Yuchuan patted his chest and made a direct promise. There was no doubt he recognized Yechuan's potential and wanted to start winning him over. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Yechuan responded politely. Having a giant like the Jiang family as a friend was beneficial for him. Meanwhile, while some were joyful, others were worried. Compared to the laughter and joy from the Jiang family, things were quite different over at Chihongmen. This is impossible. Why has I got 3? How could your Jiang family possibly get 6? Are you saying our Chihongmen only got 1? This is ridiculous. Fong Yuanlong instantly lost his composure, shouting with a dark face. He couldn't believe that the Jiang family had actually obtained 6 Xianming pearls. Is there a possibility that your Chihongmen didn't get a single Xianming pearl? Jiang Zishuan finally couldn't hold back, speaking with a strange expression. You, shut up! Fong Yuanlong gasped angrily, his eyes bloodshot. Seeing his appearance, Jiang Yuchuan felt great satisfaction and smiled. Fong Yuanlong, don't get angry, getting upset won't help your health. It's just 1 Xianming pearl you didn't get, so let it go. I'll see your mother. Fong Yuanlong was so furious that smoke seemed to rise from his head, glaring at the crowd that had come out of the small world. Where's Fong Jin? Fong Jin, where are you? Get out here right now. Fong Yuanlong's roar echoed through the sky. However, no one responded to him. Seeing this, Fong Yuanlong became even more enraged. Good, Fong Jin. I see you really think you're tough now. You dare to ignore my words. Where are the others from Chihongmen? Come out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fong Yuanlong's roar rang out again, but still, no one responded. The crowd that had come out of the small world quickly distanced themselves from Fong Yuanlong, actively creating space and leaving in haste. No one wanted to provoke this clearly irrational second-generation heir at this moment. If someone were to annoy Fong Yuanlong now, it wouldn't be surprising if they were directly killed. Fong Yuanlong had vaguely sensed something was off, but in his fury, he didn't think too deeply. Fong Jin, do you all want to rebel? Fong Yuanlong angrily pushed through the crowd in front of him, directly squeezing in. The others could only see in anger but dared not speak, quickly leaving to give Fong Yuanlong a path. However, when Fong Yuanlong saw the scene in the crowd, he was instantly dumbfounded, because he saw that Fong Jin and the other 4 were lying neatly in the teleportation array, completely motionless. Fong Jin, Fong Yuanlong roared in grief and anger, rushing over. He found that although Fong Jin and the others were still breathing, they were unresponsive. No matter how much he called, they wouldn't wake up, just like vegetative patients. Fong Jin, what happened to you? Fong Yuanlong was extremely agitated. Who the hell did this? At this moment, everyone finally noticed the situation here, and many couldn't help but narrow their eyes. What's going on? Fong Jin is so strong. How could all 5 of them be lying here like this? I don't know. But look at the Jiang family, they took 6 Xianming pearls. If the Jiang family robbed the Qihong sect, then this makes sense. You can't say that. A Jiang family member, Jiang Jingsong, is dead. If they robbed the Qihong sect, then Jiang Jingsong's death would make sense. Everyone couldn't help but start speculating about what had happened in the small world, discussing animatedly. Shiyan, did you guys do this to Fong Jin and the others? Jiang Yuchuan couldn't help but ask. This was a serious matter. Fong Jin was extremely important to the Qihong sect. Even his surname, Fong, was personally bestowed upon him by the Qihong Sword King after witnessing his talent. 5 geniuses had become living dead, and the Qihong sect was likely to explode with anger. I don't know. Jiang Shiyan was indeed confused. after separating from Yechuan, she had been taking care of the injured Zhang Tao. As for what Yechuan and the others did after they left, she really hadn't had the chance to ask. Don't know? That's fine, as long as it's not related to you. Zhang Yuchuan breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, a sentence from Zhang Zishuan made his blood pressure spike. Master, there is still some relation. 3 of the 6 Xin Ming pearls were taken from the Qihong sect. Zhang Yuchuan's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt a toothache. Fang Yuanlong quickly suspected the Zhang family. In Yuning City, the only ones capable of targeting Fang Jin and the others, besides Yai, were the Zhang clan. With 6 Xin Ming pearls in their hands, they naturally became the suspects in Fang Yuanlong's eyes. Zhang Yuchuan, you dare let someone kill the genius of my Qihong sect, you have some nerve. Fang Yuanlong roared angrily. Hey, Fang Yuanlong, don't wrong the good people. First of all, the situation with Fang Jin and the others may not be related to my Zhang family. Secondly, they're not dead, are they? Their breathing is steady and long, clearly a sign of health and longevity. Zhang Yuchuan said without turning a hair, not even breathing heavily. Finally, if you really want to accuse my Zhang family of this, then please provide evidence, otherwise, I might have to sue you for defamation. Fang Yuanlong was so furious he felt like he could explode, his eyes fixed on Zhang Yuchuan. When had he ever suffered such a great loss in Yuning City? Good, you thick-browed, big-eared Zhang Yuchuan. Fang Yuanlong signaled his subordinates to carry Fang Jin and the others away, then shot a cold glare at Zhang Yuchuan. I will definitely report this to my father, the Qihong Sword King. You Zhang family better be prepared. How old are you to still be playing the tell my parents game? How embarrassing. Zhang Yuchuan scoffed. I'm happy to do it. Fang Yuanlong was too lazy to continue entangling with Zhang Yuchuan and left with Fang Jin and the others. Zhang Yuchuan's expression grew serious. If this matter wasn't handled well, it could become particularly troublesome. Let's go, back to the Zhang family. Zhang Yuchuan led Yechuan and the others towards the Zhang family. On the way back, Zhang Yuchuan couldn't help but look at Zhang Zishuan and ask, Zishuan, I ask you, what's the situation with Fang Jin and the others? Do they have a chance to wake up? Probably not. Zhang Zishuan quietly glanced at Yichuan, remembering that Yichuan had told him he hadn't come. Can't wake up? Isn't that just a living dead? This is more troublesome. Zhang Yuchuan frowned. Hey, you guys really are something. If you're going to steal the Xin Ming pearl, just steal it. Why go so hard? But it's good that you left them a breath. There's still room for maneuver in this matter. Once the people from the Qihong sect discover that Fang Jin and the others can't wake up, they certainly won't let it go easily. The Zhang family is likely to suffer a significant loss this time. However, compared to the 6 Xin Ming pearls, the Zhang family doesn't really lose out. Moreover, crippling 5 top geniuses from the Qihong sect is definitely a great thing for the Zhang family. Not to mention, if Fang Jin is allowed to grow, the Qihong sect will surely gain another king-level powerhouse. By the way, what happened with Zhang Jingsan's death? Zhang Yuchuan continued to ask. At this moment, with no outsiders around, Zhang Shiyan no longer hinted and detailed how Zhang Jingson had tried to kill Yichuan but ended up falling off a cliff with him and died on the spot. Zhang Yuchuan listened expressionlessly to the entire account. It seems that Zhang Jingson truly brought this upon himself. He can't blame others. If he hadn't insisted on targeting young friend Yichuan, he wouldn't have ended up dead from the fall. Did you bring the body back? Yes, it's in my storage spirit weapon. Zhang Shiyan nodded. As long as you brought it back, that's fine. Zhang Yuchuan nodded and looked at Yichuan. Young friend Yichuan, this matter is not your fault. In fact, you are the victim. However, you may have to endure a bit this time. Endure? Yichuan asked, puzzled. Yes, I can protect you, but the Grand Elder Zhang Bieha, in his rage, will definitely come after you, so we need to stage a bit of a charade. He is a 9th level master, with all 6 hidden chambers opened. You are not his match, so you just need to resist a little, let him hit you a few times, and spit out some blood, and that should be enough. Then I will step in to stop him. Don't worry, afterward I will prepare a 5th grade rejuvenation pill for you to heal. A hint of guilt appeared on Zhang Yuchuan's face. It's fine, I understand. Yichuan nodded, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. 9th level master, huh? He may not have been a match before, but now it might be different. The group quickly returned to the Zhang family. Just as they arrived at the entrance, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. Yichuan, you dare to harm my Yi family's direct line. I will make you pay in blood. The Grand Elder Zhang Bieha charged out, his 9th level master aura fully revealed. With his status and means, he had naturally learned the cause of Zhang Jingsong's death from others in the Zhang family. This only fueled his already simmering anger towards Yichuan. You little bastard, I want to see who can protect you this time. In his fury, Jiang Biehe struck out with a palm, instantly summoning a howling wind that swept through the area. Yi Chuan's gaze grew serious. Was this the peak powerhouse of the Master Realm with all 6 hidden chambers opened? He drew out his butcher's knife and executed the 13 blades of fiery fire with a single slash. If Jiang Biehe insisted on delivering that palm strike, he wouldn't mind chopping off Jiang Biehe's hand first. Jiang Biehe's expression changed, and he could only redirect his strike, slapping down on the blade of Yi Chuan's butcher's knife. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Yi Chuan's butcher's knife was deflected, and he staggered back several steps before barely stabilizing himself, showing no signs of injury. The members of the Jiang family couldn't help but widen their eyes. Jiang Biehe's previous palm strike was filled with rage, showing no mercy whatsoever. Yi Chuan was actually able to withstand a palm strike from a peak master without sustaining any damage? Perhaps among the entire younger generation of Yuning City, no one could achieve that? You have actually reached the Master Realm? Jiang Biehe was also shocked and pale at this moment. He clearly remembered that when he first saw Yi Chuan before entering the small world, he was just a 7th-tier master-level job changer. In just over half a month in the small world, this guy had actually transformed directly into a grandmaster? Could it be that he had encountered some great opportunity in the small world? Jiang Yuchuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He had not paid attention until Jiang Biehe mentioned it, and he realized that Yi Chuan was indeed already a grandmaster. Moreover, his aura was steady and solid, not at all like someone who had just advanced to grandmaster level. Shurian, what on earth did Yi Chuan do in the small world? Why has his strength increased so rapidly? Jiang Yuchuan couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. I initially brought him from Qingqing to Yuning City because I was impressed by his terrifying talent. Jiang Shurian shook her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling. What woman wouldn't want to find a man stronger than herself? With Jiang Shurian's status and talent, there wasn't a single young talent in all of Yuning City who could catch her eye. But Yi Chuan's appearance was like a sudden blow from the heavens. Her proud talent seemed insignificant in front of Yi Chuan. She was considered a top beauty. In terms of figure and appearance, the number of women in Yuning City who could be compared to her could be counted on one hand, and those pursuing her were lined up in France, even buying red wine for others. Yet, in the burning Sky Valley, when she actively offered herself to him, Yi Chuan had thrown her directly into the cold pool. One incident after another had instead sparked a strong desire for conquest and exploration in Jiang Shurian towards this man before her. From childhood to adulthood, there was nothing Jiang Shurian couldn't accomplish. Good daughter. You might have picked up a young dragon from that mountain ditch in Qingcheng. Jiang Yuchuan's eyes sparkled like 2 light bulbs. Coming from a small place like Qingcheng, with no resources at all, and yet able to increase his strength so quickly, if the Jiang family were willing to invest resources, perhaps they would see the youngest king-level figure in Yuning City. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuchuan couldn't help but rub his hands together. He had already decided that as long as Jiang Biehe injured Yi Chuan a little, he would immediately step in to uphold justice. Originally, Jiang Yuchuan wanted Jiang Biehe to hit Yi Chuan a few more times, but now, Yi Chuan's talent had changed his mind. At this moment, Jiang Biehe was also in a state of turmoil. He hadn't expected that his full-force strike would be so easily blocked by Yi Chuan. Even though Yi Chuan had already broken through to Grandmaster level, there were still 8 small realms separating them. No wonder you could kill Jing Song. You really have some ability. Since that's the case, I can't let you go. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Jiang Biehe's eyes. Song Yun palm. The wind surged, and flowing clouds gathered into a massive palm print, descending upon Yi Chuan like the collapse of heaven, aiming to crush him on the spot. Seeing this, Yi Chuan was not frightened. Instead, he calmly drew his knife, responding with the 13 blades of fiery fire. The first blade severed a finger from the giant hand formed by the flowing clouds. The second blade cut off another finger. The third blade split the palm of the flowing clouds in half. The fourth blade, accompanied by roaring flames, ignited the white flowing clouds, burning them to ashes. When Jiang Biehe saw that Yi Chuan had broken through his full-forced Sangyan palm in just 4 moves, he couldn't help but be shocked. But before he could recover from his astonishment, Yi Chuan's 5th blade was already slashing towards him. Good courage! Jiang Biehe shouted angrily. He truly hadn't expected Yi Chuan to dare to take the initiative. Wind Fury Kill. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged around Jiang Biehe, the sharp gale sharper than knives, striking Yi Chuan and directly tearing his robes, leaving bloody marks on his body. However, Yi Chuan did not retreat. Instead, he continued to bear the damage and pushed forward, a terrifying killing intent quietly gathering. At this distance, as long as he unleashed the Blood Shadow Butcher, combined with his full-force strike, he was injured, and Zhang Bieha died. Just as Yi Chuan was about to take action, a more powerful aura suddenly descended between him and Zhang Bieha, forcibly separating the two. This aura was as solid as a mountain, unbreakable, as if it belonged to a different level of power. Enough! Zhang Yuchuan shouted sternly. Zhang Bieha, as the elder of the Zhang family, I didn't want to embarrass you, but you have gone too far. The death of Zhang Jingtsong has nothing to do with Yi Chuan at all. If he hadn't cut off Yi Chuan's safety rope, none of this would have happened. Moreover, Yi Chuan is a benefactor of our Zhang family. Not only did he save Zhang Tao's life, but he also brought back 6 Xin Ning pearls for our Zhang family. How can you treat a benefactor of our Zhang family like this? Are you not afraid that no one will dare to associate with our Zhang family in the future? Zhang Yuchuan's words came in a flurry, leaving Zhang Bieha trembling all over. He has gone too far? He has only injured Yi Chuan a few times. Those minor wounds on his body didn't even require a band-aid. Is that what you call going too far? Yi Chuan directly caused the death of the Zhang family's direct descendant, Zhang Jingtsong. Zhang Yuchuan, are you really going to protect an outsider like this? Zhang Bieha questioned sharply. What outsider? I said, Yi Chuan is a benefactor of our Zhang family. If you really have any objections, bring them up after you become a king-level expert. Zhang Yuchuan replied coldly, the aura of a king-level expert forcing Zhang Bieha to retreat repeatedly. Good. Very good. Zhang Yuchuan, you are something. Zhang Bieha's resentful gaze swept over Zhang Yuchuan and Yi Chuan, but he could only leave in anger. With Zhang Yuchuan's strength, he had no chance to speak up for anyone. Young friend Yi Chuan, how are you? Are you alright? As soon as Zhang Bieha left, Zhang Yuchuan turned to Yi Chuan with concern. I'm fine, just a little skin injury, Yi Chuan said, touching his nose. Even skin injuries need to be taken seriously. It could get infected, and that would be troublesome. Zhang Yuchuan took out a sandalwood box and handed it to Yi Chuan. Here, this is the 5th grade rejuvenation pill I promised you. Take it and heal well. Yi Chuan was stunned. He had encountered 5th grade rejuvenation pills before, so he knew this was real. The 5th grade rejuvenation pills, treated as treasures by the top power, the Xia family, in Qingcheng, were being handed over so generously by Zhang Yuchuan. Uncle Jiang, I can't accept this, Yi Chuan said with a beaming smile, directly putting it into his silver dragon storage ring. Seeing this, Zhang Yuchuan laughed heartily. When it comes to giving gifts, he was not afraid of others accepting, but rather feared they wouldn't. What's there to be embarrassed about? I said, you are a benefactor of our Zhang family. You can tell me anything you need, and our Jiang family will definitely help you solve it. Actually, there is one thing. Yi Chuan climbed the ladder of conversation. Uncle Jiang, do you know how to get to the territory of the iron-eating ant clan? The territory of the iron-eating ants? That place is extremely dangerous. If you need rare metals, just say the word, and I will send someone to procure them. There's no need for you to risk going to the iron-eating ants' territory yourself, Zhang Yuchuan advised. Uncle Jiang, it's a request from a friend, and I must go there. I, Yi Chuan, cannot be a person who breaks his word, so no matter how dangerous it is, I have to go. Yi Chuan's gaze was incredibly firm. I see. Zhang Yuchuan suddenly understood, and his appreciation for Yi Chuan deepened. Then I will send someone to protect you. The territory of the iron-eating ant clan can be reached directly through the teleportation array in Yuning City. You just need to pay a certain fee. No need, Uncle Jiang, I will go by myself. I don't like to trouble others, and you have already helped me a lot. Goodbye. Yi Chuan waved to Zhang Yuchuan to say farewell. With others around, he couldn't dare to use many of his methods, which would instead limit his combat power. Going alone would actually pose no danger because the iron-eating ants couldn't fly. With the existence of feathered wings, Yi Chuan was almost inherently invincible in front of the iron-eating ant clan. This was also the reason why Yi Chuan dared to approach, even though he knew there were 3 ant kings in the clan. If it were a large group of thunderbirds, along with a thunderbird king, Yi Chuan would definitely not dare to step in. This kid. Zhang Yuchuan chuckled and shook his head. He could see that Yi Chuan did not fully trust him. On the surface, Yi Chuan seemed easy to get along with, but in reality, one would find that this guy maintained an invisible sense of detachment from everyone. It was as if no one else was human in his eyes. Shurian, if you really have an interest in this Yi Chuan, Dad will fully support you. Zhang Yuchuan looked at Zhang Shurian with great anticipation. Dad has investigated him, his background is very clean. He is the child of a butcher and a chef. If we bring him into the Zhang family, the child you two have will be the next head of the Zhang family. As long as his child becomes the head of the Zhang family, Yi Chuan will surely be loyal to the Zhang family, and we won't have to worry about the Jiang family falling into the hands of outsiders. Jiang Shiyan's cheeks flushed slightly. They hadn't even started dating, and Jiang Yuchuan was already thinking about grandchildren? Dad, you're thinking too far ahead. Ah, love is deep and plans are far-reaching. Jiang Yuchuan raised his eyes to look in the direction Yichuan had left. If we don't help and invest in him while he is still weak, locking him in tightly, in a few years, Yichuan will probably soar to great heights. Just as Yichuan was leaving, Zhang Bieha also received news. Are you sure he has left and is heading to the iron-eating ant clan's territory? Zhang Bieha's eyes sparkled with a fierce light. Yes, great elder. I heard it with my own ears. There is absolutely no mistake. A disciple of the Jiang family reported. Good, very good. A murderous intent flashed in Zhang Bieha's eyes. Yichuan, if you keep staying in the Jiang family and Jiang Yuchuan insists on protecting you, I really have no way to deal with you. But since you dare to leave the Jiang family, then you are seeking your own death. Guard the entrance. For the next few days, no matter who comes looking, say I am unwell and refuse to see anyone. Zhang Bieha commanded and then disappeared from the spot. Yes, great elder. Yichuan was still unaware that he had been targeted by the great elder of the Jiang family. At this moment, he was busy purchasing various supplies. Before the royal secret treasure opened, he planned to stay outside and hunt iron-eating ants to increase his strength. He needed to prepare enough water and food. As for medicine, thanks to the 5th grade revitalizing pill given by Jiang Yuchuan, he saved quite a bit of trouble. The 5th grade revitalizing pill was said to be able to bring the dead back to life, and it was no exaggeration. Soon, Yichuan filled his silver dragon ring to the brim. The water and food inside were enough for him to stay in the iron-eating ant territory for an entire year. After finishing his shopping, Yichuan arrived at the teleportation array in Yuning City, preparing to teleport to the iron-eating ant territory. The staff maintaining the teleportation array couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. After all, those who went to the iron-eating ant territory were usually in groups, and it was extremely rare for someone like Yichuan to go alone. Accompanied by a price that made Yichuan wince and a wave of spatial fluctuation, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, Yichuan found himself in an extremely desolate place. There were no trees, no living beings, all he could see was a wasteland. It was as if locusts had swept through here, and in the distance, he could see countless raised fortresses. Those fortresses were built of yellow mud, varying in height, with the tallest reaching several dozen meters and the shortest being 1 or 2 meters high. Occasionally, black figures flashed past those fortresses. The air was filled with the smell of rust. So this is the territory of the iron-eating ants? Yichuan murmured, his expression becoming more serious. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a subtle killing intent. Without any hesitation, Yichuan quickly turned around and slashed out with his knife. A large hand, accompanied by a fierce wind, rushed towards Yichuan and struck him, sending him flying. Yichuan's gaze sharpened, and he finally saw clearly that the person who had ambushed him from behind was actually Zhang Bieha. Zhang Bieha wore a sinister smile, with a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Yichuan, oh Yichuan, I want to see who can save you this time? Zhang Bieha advanced step by step towards Yichuan. After receiving news that Yichuan was coming to the territory of the iron-eating ants, he had come here in advance to lie in wait. Having snatched Zhang Xingyu's spot and caused Zhang Jingsong's death, how could Zhang Bieha, as the elder of the Zhang family, let him off easily? Yichuan's expression grew serious as he took a few steps back, warily watching Zhang Bieha. Is it just you? Yichuan couldn't help but ask. What? Do you think I need help to kill a first-level master? Zhang Bieha sneered. Slap. Without a word, Yichuan slapped Zhang Bieha, twisting his face to the side. Just you alone, and you're acting tough in front of me? Yichuan rolled his eyes, thinking Zhang Bieha had brought experts from the Zhang family to encircle him, but it turned out to be just Zhang Bieha himself. You dare hit me? Zhang Bieha's eyes flashed with ferocity. I see you're looking for death. Zhang Bieha's aura surged as he prepared to attack Yichuan. Yichuan, no longer willing to pretend, spread his black wings and soared into the air, leaving Zhang Bieha dumbfounded. You can fly? Damn! Zhang Bieha's eyes widened, his breathing quickening. As the elder of the Zhang family, he had seen many things, but this was something he had truly never encountered. Which master-level practitioner could fly? Yichuan looked down at Zhang Bieha from above. When he was in the Zhang family, he had been restrained and dared not use his full strength. But now, in this desolate place, Yichuan had nothing to fear. Kill the pig and sever the soul. Yichuan's mental energy surged forth, coalescing into a pig-killing knife. Then, with a flap of his black wings, he charged directly at Zhang Bieha. 2 pig-killing knives, one after the other, pierced through Zhang Bieha's body. Zhang Bieha's eyes widened in disbelief. As a peak master-level expert and elder of the Zhang family, he actually had no chance to retaliate in front of Yichuan. Zhang Bieha's corpse slowly fell backward, his life already extinguished. Pig butcher Yichuan used a pig-killing knife to slaughter a special pig, leveling up by 1.9%, with an additional 1% damage increase against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Fool. After dispatching Zhang Bieha, Yichuan began to loot him with great efficiency. Furong Wang? Not interested. Lighter? Taking it. Skill scroll? Keeping it. Can sell it later. Soon, Yichuan had thoroughly looted Zhang Bieha. He then grabbed Zhang Bieha's corpse and walked towards the rising fortifications. With a strong throw, Zhang Bieha's body arced beautifully through the air, crashing directly onto one of the yellow mud fortresses. The fortress collapsed under the impact, dust billowing. A black ant, about the size of a small calf, suddenly poked its head out from the dust. Its massive pincers dripped with corrosive liquid, exuding a metallic sheen, fierce and intimidating. Iron-eating ant. Yichuan's gaze sharpened slightly. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be dealing with these iron-eating ants for the next half-year. The first iron-eating ant crawled out and bit down on Zhang Bieha's corpse. Then came the second, third, and fourth. The iron-eating ants moved quickly, and before long, they had completely devoured Zhang Bieha, leaving no trace behind. Yichuan felt a chill run down his spine. These creatures were indeed the ultimate tool for erasing evidence. After being gnawed by the iron-eating ants, it was nearly impossible for anyone, except for the heavens, to discover that Zhang Bieha had died in this place. Time to get to work. Yichuan drew his knife, looking at the group of iron-eating ants with anticipation. He then charged directly at the nearest anteater. With so many anteaters in a single fortress, as long as he kept killing, reaching the 9th level of the Master Realm in half a year should be no problem. This was the confidence of a god-level butcher. Upon noticing someone daring to approach, the anteater raised its head, its eyes filled with fierce light. In their eyes, Yichuan was clearly an invader intruding into their home. The anteater did not hesitate to open its pincers wide and swept towards Yichuan. With a swift motion, Yichuan brought down his knife, directly dispatching the first anteater. Butcher Yichuan used the butcher knife to slaughter a special pig, level increased by 0.3%, additional damage against the pig race increased by 1%, increased 0.1 points in free attributes. The seemingly indestructible shell of the anteater could not withstand the 40% defense-ignoring effect of the Soul Slayer knife, and it was directly sliced in half. Yichuan then turned the blade and struck at the second anteater. This place was the territory of the anteaters, and there were so many of them that Yichuan didn't even need to aim. With the second strike, he killed the second anteater. However, the deaths of the two anteaters did not instill fear in the others. On the contrary, more anteaters surged out of their nests like mad, rushing towards Yichuan. Come on! Fiery 13 blades. Flames suddenly ignited on Yichuan's butcher knife, and every slash was accompanied by scorching flames. The sight of these pigs charging at him was simply delightful. Yichuan even began to enjoy it. As he swung his knife, he continuously slaughtered the anteaters. Butcher Yichuan used the butcher knife to slaughter a special pig, level increased by 0.5%, additional damage against the pig race increased by 1%, increased 0.1 points in free attributes. Butcher Yichuan used the butcher knife to slaughter a special pig, level increased by 0.4%, additional damage against the pig race increased by 1%, increased 0.1 points in free attributes. Butcher Yichuan used the butcher knife to slaughter a special pig, level increased by 0.8%, additional damage against the pig race increased by 1%, increased 0.1 points in free attributes. It wasn't until no more anteaters emerged from the collapsing fortress that Yichuan finally stopped. He walked deeper into the anteater's nest, where a massive white fleshworm, as tall as a small mountain, lay quietly, writhing incessantly. The queen ant? Yichuan was taken aback. It seemed that the presence of so many yellow mud fortresses indicated that each fortress represented a colony of anteaters, and this colony had been completely slaughtered by him, with no one left to protect the queen. Looking at the writhing queen, Yichuan sighed softly. Alas! You are also pitiful, with such a large colony, and now only you are left. I have a kind heart. I can't bear to see others lonely and miserable, so let me send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, Yichuan swung his knife down, directly slaughtering the queen before him. Green, disgusting pus flowed out, and after twitching a couple of times, the queen no longer moved. Yichuan searched the queen's nest and found some iron ore and similar metal ores, which were not particularly rare. Yichuan was not surprised. After all, this anteater colony was not very strong. Could he expect to find a prime lamb in a $5 lamb soup? After resting for a while, Yichuan left the nest and headed towards the second yellow mud fortress. It seemed that the size and height of the yellow mud fortresses represented the strength of the anteater colonies. Therefore, Yichuan did not rush but chose another fortress of similar size and height, taking things one step at a time. Once the second yellow mud fortress was opened, the anteaters inside clearly could not withstand Yichuan's slaughter. Each fiery blade struck down, and every slash resulted in an anteater falling to Yichuan's knife. The iron-eating ant clan had not encountered a human daring enough to provoke them for a long time, so every iron-eating ant was unusually furious. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, their resistance was utterly futile. Soon, all the iron-eating ants in this nest were slaughtered by Yichuan, including the ant queen without exception. Yichuan was already just a step away from the second stage of the Master Realm, and after slaughtering 2 clans of iron-eating ants, his realm rose again to the second stage of the Master Realm. The efficiency is not bad. Yichuan smiled broadly, clearly very satisfied with this upgrade speed. At this rate, reaching the peak of the 9th stage of the Master Realm in half a year would be completely unproblematic. After finishing off the 2 clans of iron-eating ants, the sky had already darkened. Yichuan did not rush to continue his actions. Instead, he had a good meal and then found a place to sleep soundly. After replenishing his energy, the next morning, Yichuan set off towards the 3rd yellow mud fortress. This time, he chose a larger yellow mud fortress. The iron-eating ants inside this fortress were evidently stronger, even spraying him with extremely corrosive ant acid. The corrosiveness of that ant acid was terrifying. Even with a 50% damage reduction against the pig tribe, it still burned his skin painfully when it touched him. His clothes were also corroded to tatters by the ant acid, making him look like a homeless person. Goodness! Seeing this, Yichuan did not hesitate to use the pig slaughtering soul. Countless pig-killing knives, condensed from mental power, flew out like rain, launching indiscriminate attacks on the iron-eating ants. The mental power of the iron-eating ants was already low, and facing such slaughter, they were instantly crushed. Although the pig slaughtering soul, transformed into a group attack, had reduced lethality, it was still enough to tear apart the souls of the iron-eating ants. Seizing this opportunity, Yichuan charged forward. Falling star. A river of stars descended from the heavens, split in two by an incredibly sharp blade light, instantly dimming. Stars fell from the sky, along with countless bodies of iron-eating ants. With this strike, Yichuan saw no living iron-eating ants before him. The 3 pig-killing techniques his father, Yi Qiyuan, had taught him allowed Yichuan to finally use the first technique proficiently after entering the Master Realm. Now, when he used Falling Star, he would no longer faint from exhaustion as he had before. However, even with mastery of Falling Star, Yichuan still had no clue about the second and third techniques. This made him unable to suppress his doubts about his father, Yi Qiyuan's true identity. Was such a technique really something an ordinary pig butcher could create? If his father Yi Qiyuan was not an ordinary pig butcher, then what was his true identity? Yichuan shook his head, casting these questions out of his mind. Perhaps when he reached the 9th Special District and found his parents, these questions would have answers. Right now, his urgent task was to continue to enhance his strength. Without strength, he could hardly move forward. Yichuan charged into the nest of the iron-eating ants before him and began another massacre. As a pig butcher, he felt no psychological burden when slaughtering pigs. With the ant queen also cleaved to death by Yichuan, the 3rd clan of iron-eating ants was completely annihilated at his hands. Time was like your salary. It seemed abundant when you looked at it, but in reality, it disappeared without you noticing. In the blink of an eye, half a month had quietly passed. During this half-month, Yichuan had become a nightmare for the iron-eating ants. Wherever he went, a large number of iron-eating ants would surely die at his hands. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a natural disaster for the iron-eating ants. In this month, Yichuan's strength had visibly increased. Not only did all 3-dimensional attributes break through the 1300 barrier, but the extra damage bonus against the pig tribe also reached an astonishing 31 times. Name, Yichuan. Occupation, God-level pig butcher. Level, 3rd stage Master Realm, 99. 9%, Strength, 1314, Agility, 1314, Spirit, 1314, Professional Talent, Pig Tribe Nemesis, God-Slaying Blade, Professional Skills, Blood Shadow Butcher, LV4, Soul-Slaying Knife Intent, LV4, Slaughter Frenzy, LV4, Pig Slaughter Soul Severing, LV4, Other Skills, Feathered Wings, Minor Achievement, Fiery 13 Knives, Major Achievement, Wind Walk Without Trace, Major Achievement, Illusory Strike, Perfection, Pig Tribe Nemesis. Attacks deal an additional 3,133% damage to pigs. 4. Every pig killed, this talent's enhancement increases by 1%, and damage dealt to you by pigs is halved. God-Slaying Blade, designate a weapon as the pig slaughtering knife. Every pig that dies under this knife will provide you with 0.1 points of free attributes. However, Yichuan was facing a problem. He was stuck at the 3rd stage Master Realm. No matter how much he continued to hunt iron-eating ants, there was no sign of improvement in his realm. It was as if the 4th stage Master Realm was an insurmountable chasm. I remember hearing Jiang Shiyan say before that to break into the Master Realm, one must unlock the 6 great treasures within the human body? Could it be related to this? Yi Chuan frowned. The problem was, he wasn't a combat-type profession at all. As a life profession pig butcher, how could he unlock the 6 great treasures of the human body? Yi Chuan felt a bit of a headache. Before him, he couldn't find many pig butchers who could elevate their realm to the Master Realm. A normal pig butcher could be grateful to elevate their strength to the Master Realm after a lifetime of slaughtering pigs. In other words, the path Yi Chuan was walking was one that no one else had ever taken. He didn't know if there would be others following behind him. In any case, it was certainly unprecedented. Everything had to rely on Yi Chuan to explore slowly by himself. Perhaps, I can only go ask old Shui. Yi Chuan thought of the Starfire Weapon King, Shui Xiaoyong. He was also a life profession. Perhaps he could provide some inspiration. Yi Chuan returned to Yuning City. After seeing pigs with 6 legs for so long, seeing 2-legged pigs again felt somewhat familiar. After all, the territory of the iron-eating ants was desolate, and it was very rare to see a living person. The last time he saw a living person was the elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Bia. Yi Chuan arrived in front of a building called Starfire Pavilion. The Starfire Pavilion was entirely forged from various metals, looking indestructible, with a faint metallic scent in the air. The name of the Starfire Weapon King was too famous. Yi Chuan hardly spent any effort finding out where Shui Xiaoyang was. After arriving at the Starfire Pavilion, Yi Chuan first registered with the guard, and after waiting a while at the entrance, he saw Shui Xiaoyang striding out. However, when Shui Xiaoyang appeared, his gaze towards Yi Chuan was clearly one of surprise. "You are Yi Chuan? You let the cannon be blown up?" Shui Xiaoyang looked up and down at the boy before him, who looked like a vagrant. Yi Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly realized that he had been living rough for half a month, constantly battling in the territory of the iron-eating ants. His clothes were already tattered, his long hair was messy, and even his stubble was 3 or 4 centimeters long, making him look like a beggar who had escaped from a disaster. "Old Shui, it's a long story. Could you let me borrow the bathroom to take a shower first?" Yi Chuan awkwardly rubbed his hands, scraping off a layer of old mud. The corner of Shui Xiaoyang's mouth twitched slightly. "Come in with me." Not only did Shui Xiaoyang arrange a bathroom for Yi Chuan, but he also arranged for 4 beautiful women to help him wash. At first, Yi Chuan was naturally unwilling, but with 4 people on the other side, he couldn't resist, and in the end, he could only let them do as they pleased. Half an hour later, Yi Chuan, who had washed himself clean and shaved, reappeared before Shui Xiaoyang. "What made you suddenly think of finding me? Did you find the celestial pattern or gold?" Shui Xiaoyang took a sip of tea and pushed another cup of tea towards Yi Chuan. "Not exactly, Shui Lao. I came here to ask you some questions," Yi Chuan replied honestly. "Oh, what questions?" Shui Xiaoyang showed some interest. For combat professions, after reaching the 3rd stage of the Master Realm, one must begin to unlock the 6 great treasures within the body. Only by unlocking each great treasure can one advance another stage. What about life professions? Do they also need to unlock the 6 treasures? Yi Chuan asked straightforwardly. "Why do you want to know this?" Shui Xiaoyang was somewhat puzzled. After all, he had seen Yi Chuan in action. With such formidable combat power, it was hard to believe he would be involved with life professions. But despite his confusion, Shui Xiaoyang began to explain to Yi Chuan. Life professions are somewhat similar to combat professions, but they are not quite the same. Life professions do not need to unlock the 6 treasures, but they do need to comprehend the 6 roots. The reason combat professions need to unlock the 6 great treasures of the human body is to allow their bodies to contain more energy, thus possessing greater destructive power and endurance. On the other hand, life professions need to fully understand the 6 roots. The 6 roots refer to the 6 sensory organs: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, which are the roots of sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and thought. Fully understanding the 6 roots allows life profession practitioners to be sharp in hearing and sight, clear in mind and vision, significantly enhancing their professional abilities. If one wants to become a master of tools or pills, fully understanding the 6 roots is also a necessary path. Yi Chuan suddenly realized he had indeed come to the right person. If he had relied on his own exploration, he didn't know how long it would take to uncover this knowledge. Then Shui Lao, may I dare to ask, how can one obtain the method to comprehend the 6 roots? Yi Chuan felt a bit anxious inside. After all, he and Shui Lao were not very familiar. The other party was only helping him because of his good relationship with the Fireblade King. "You do have quite the audacity," Shui Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh. "Do you know that the method to comprehend the 6 roots is far more precious than the method to unlock the 6 treasures? This is something that is only passed on to direct disciples of any life profession at the king level." I'm sorry, I was too abrupt." Yi Chuan awkwardly touched his nose. It seemed he could only think of other ways, like checking if he could buy it at a high price in the black market. He couldn't just go and ask Shui Xiaoyang, a tool refiner, to be his master, right? A pig butcher stopping his work to learn tool refining. Does that make sense? Thank you, Shui Lao, for informing me of this. I'll take my leave now, and when I find the celestial pattern or gold, I'll come to bother you again. Yi Chuan stood up to leave, feeling quite satisfied to have learned this key information from Shui Lao. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, Shui Xiaoyan called out to Yi Chuan with a smile. I have the method you want to comprehend the 6 roots, but you need to help me with something first. How about it? You say it, Shui Lao. Yi Chuan quickly nodded. Have you killed anyone? Shui Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes, a glint of ferocity flashing in his gaze. I guess I have. Yi Chuan thought carefully. It seemed he really hadn't killed anyone, though he had slaughtered quite a few pigs. You're quite capable. If you kill someone for me, I'll give you the method to comprehend the 6 roots. Shui Xiaoyang finished his tea in one gulp, his expression cold. Who does Shui Lao want me to kill? Yi Chuan asked directly. A being at the 7th stage of the Master Realm. Do you dare? Shui Xiaoyang asked with a smile. I dare. Yi Chuan nodded. A 7th stage master? With his current strength, that probably wouldn't even take 1 strike. Don't be too quick to agree. The 7th stage master I want you to kill is not simple. He is the nephew of the Red Rainbow Sword King, the cousin of Fong Yuan Long, Fong Yuan Luo. Shui Xiaoyang glanced at Yi Chuan and continued. A few days ago, on the eastern side of Yuning City, a family that made a living from mining unearthed a stunning piece of gold essence. After hearing the news, I sent someone to rush over that night, hoping to buy this extraordinary gold essence with money. But when I arrived, I found that the family of 7, including 3 children, had all been brutally murdered. After inquiring several times, I learned that the stunning gold essence had fallen into the hands of Fong Yuan Luo. A flash of anger crossed Shui Xiaoyang's eyes. It was clear that he despised Fong Yuan Luo's inhumane methods. He poured a cup of tea for Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan, my people cannot take action against Fong Yuan Luo. After all, the experts under my command who could kill Fong Yuan Luo are basically known to the people of Yuning City. Now it depends on whether you can do it. Once the task is accomplished, I will offer you the method of Wooligan. If the Qihong sect finds out about you, I can directly send you out of Yuning City. Wait until you are strong enough to return after stepping into the realm of kings. Shui Xiaoyan poured another cup of tea for Yi Chuan. You don't need to rush to agree with me. You can think it over carefully. After all, wanting to kill Fong Yuan Luo is not a simple matter. Yi Chuan nodded. He had heard of the name of the stunning gold essence. This material was slightly inferior to the celestial pattern gold but was still an extremely rare material for refining weapons, perfectly suitable for crafting earth-grade spiritual weapons. The only downside was that its potential for secondary forging was very limited. The grade of the spiritual weapon forged from the stunning gold essence would basically be fixed for life. I'm in. Yi Chuan agreed directly. If it were about killing members of the Zhang family or people from Yizai, he might have hesitated. But when it came to killing members of the Qihong sect, Yi Chuan had no hesitation at all. He had long been sworn enemies with them. Yi Chuan's principle was to avoid trouble, but if trouble came, he would ensure that the opponent's entire family was dealt with. After all, when would grievances end? Rooting out the problem meant no more worries. You have guts. Shui Xiaoyang gave a thumbs up. Here, this is the method of Wooligan. I'll give it to you first as a deposit. Yi Chuan took the sheepskin paper that Shui Xiaoyang handed over. Following the method recorded on it, Yi Chuan began to learn step by step. After he finished learning all the content on the sheepskin paper, he felt an uncontrollable surge of power within him, rushing towards his eyes. At that moment, his eyes felt a scorching sensation, as if his eyeballs were about to melt. Yi Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of white light burst forth from them. At that moment, Yi Chuan, who had been stuck at the 3rd level of the Master Realm, successfully broke through to the 4th level. Is this Wooligan? Yi Chuan was somewhat curious, as he clearly felt that his vision had become extremely sharp. He could even see the frequency of a dragonfly's wings flapping from a distance. Unbeknownst to him, Shui Xiaoyang, who was sitting opposite him, was already dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes, his face filled with disbelief, looking at Yi Chuan as if he were an alien. Did you really just awaken like that? Shui Xiaoyang's scalp tingled, and he scratched his head in confusion. He couldn't understand. When he first encountered Wooligan, it took him 3 days and nights to successfully open his eyes. Even then, his master praised him for his exceptional talent, saying he would one day have the potential to become a king. How could Yi Chuan just take a look and succeed immediately? This speed was simply too exaggerated. Wait! Shui Xiaoyang suddenly realized something, his eyes widening as he stared at Yi Chuan. How the hell are you a life profession? Shui Xiaoyang gasped. He had personally witnessed Yi Chuan defeating stronger opponents, crossing a major realm to achieve victory. This guy had even learned the 13 blades of the Fire King. Such a person, with such powerful combat ability, how could he possibly be a life profession? Old Shui, I told you last time, I said I'm a pig killer, but you didn't believe me. Yi Chuan replied honestly. A pig killer? Shui Xiaoyang was petrified on the spot, feeling that his worldview had been significantly shaken. A transmuter capable of crossing a major realm to defeat enemies was actually a pig killer? Alright, Old Shui, you should tell me where Fang Yuanluo is. Yi Chuan urged. I'm a bit hesitant to hand him over to you. I'm afraid you might get hung up over there. Shui Xiaoyang's expression was strange. Sending a pig killer to deal with Fang Yuanluo? That would be a tremendous humiliation for Fang Yuanluo, and if the Red Rainbow Sword King found out, he would definitely go mad. Life and death are fated, wealth and honor are in the heavens. Don't worry, I won't extort you. Yi Chuan patted his chest and assured him. After successfully obtaining Fang Yuanluo's address from Old Shui, Yi Chuan hurried over without delay. He couldn't wait to get all the methods to comprehend the 6 routes, as it was crucial for whether he could enter the king's secret vault in half a year. Yi Chuan soon arrived at the foot of a mountain. Halfway up the mountain stood a magnificent villa. This mountain was the private property of the Red Rainbow sect, and Fang Yuanluo lived in that villa halfway up. Yi Chuan didn't rush to act but quietly waited for nightfall. When night fell, Yi Chuan activated his feathered wings and flew directly into the air, overlooking the entire mountain and observing its defensive forces. In just a few minutes, Yi Chuan discovered more than a dozen hidden sentries on the mountain. These sentries were interconnected, each with 3 powerful transmuters. If he were to attack one of the sentries, it would alert the others. It could be said that trying to enter the villa where Fang Yuanluo was located under the watchful eyes of so many sentries was nothing short of a fool's dream. Moreover, in each of the 4 corners of the villa, there was a master-level expert lurking in the shadows. Inside the house, Yi Chuan sensed a presence that was not weaker than Jiang Biehe's with his powerful spiritual energy. Fang Yuanluo had taken security to the extreme, showing just how afraid of death this guy was. However, ordinary people could not possibly infiltrate silently. This ordinary person certainly did not include Yi Chuan. With a gentle spread of his black golden wings, Yi Chuan silently approached the mountainside. No one would notice that a ghostly shadow was quietly drawing near in the night sky above. After all, flying was a privilege exclusive to those at the emperor's level. Even turning Yuning City upside down might not yield a single emperor-level expert. So naturally, not many would pay attention to the situation above. Yi Chuan effortlessly bypassed the dense sentries at the foot of the mountain and successfully landed on the outskirts of the villa halfway up. From here, he couldn't rely on flying anymore. The distance was too close, and flying would alert those transmuters. So Yi Chuan did not rashly approach but quietly crouched at the base of the wall, waiting. Just moments ago in the air, he had already observed the arrangement of forces inside the villa. He waited until the night was deep and quiet before finally moving. He stepped lightly, like a ghost, over the wall and silently landed on the ground. In a dark corner by the wall, a 3rd-tier master-level guard was hiding, the night wind howling around him. He couldn't help but take out a cigarette to light. The moment the lighter's flame flickered to life, all his attention was on the flame, completely unaware that Yi Chuan, holding a pig-killing knife, had already appeared behind him. Yi Chuan did not use the Fire 13 knives. The light would be too glaring in the dark. With a swift motion, he struck, sealing the throat. The guard at the master realm, holding a cigarette, hadn't even realized what had happened before his life was extinguished. Before his body hit the ground, Yi Chuan silently caught him and gently laid him aside without making a sound. The cigarette in the man's hand was still burning, appearing from a distance as if he were squatting in a corner smoking. After Wu Shizhen opened his eyes, Yi Chuan clearly felt a significant enhancement in his vision. It was pitch dark in the deep night, yet to him, it was as bright as day, and everything was almost within his sight. He drifted through the villa's courtyard like a ghost. Approaching the 2nd Master Realm expert, he swiftly and cleanly slashed his throat. These Master Realm experts would never have imagined that a terrifying presence capable of instantaneously killing them had silently infiltrated this place. In less than a minute, 3 of the 4 Master Realm experts Yi Chuan had observed from the sky had already been dealt with by him. At that moment, the last Master Realm expert suddenly lifted his foot and walked towards the first one Yi Chuan had killed. "Old Zhao, I'm out of cigarettes, give me a few," he called out, seeking a smoke. But if he continued to approach, he would discover that the companion who appeared to be smoking was already a cold corpse. Yi Chuan, kind-hearted and unable to bear seeing others frightened, decisively used the soul-cutting blade. The blade, formed from his mental energy, slashed out, instantly erasing the other's consciousness. Thus, the 4th Master Realm expert let out a muffled groan and died in the darkness. A faint smell of blood began to permeate the night. Yi Chuan frowned. He realized he was still inexperienced, focusing solely on ensuring the pig didn't make noise while being slaughtered. forgetting to manage the blood. Fortunately, all the Master Realm experts in the villa's courtyard had been dealt with by him, otherwise, it would have easily raised alarms. Yi Chuan silently noted this, reminding himself to be more cautious next time. After wiping the blood off the soul-cutting blade, he made his way towards the main villa. As he approached, the piercing sounds of music, screams, and cheers continuously emanated from within. It must be said that the soundproofing of this villa was indeed top-notch. While in the courtyard, he couldn't hear a thing until he got close to the walls. Yi Chuan spread his wings and floated like a ghost, peering through a small window to observe the situation inside the villa. Inside, the lights were bright and the music dynamic, accompanied by a riot of colorful lights. Countless naked white pigs rolled together, with more sows than boars. There were even instances where 4 or 5 sows were simultaneously attending to a single boar. Even the booming music from the DJ couldn't drown out the lewd sounds. The scene before Yi Chuan undoubtedly left him greatly shocked. He even regretted enhancing his vision, as it allowed him to see everything so clearly. Damn it, you didn't call me for the impart, did you? Yi Chuan squinted slightly. Soon, he found Fong Yuanluo among the crowd. He bore some resemblance to Fong Yuanlong but was taller. At that moment, Fong Yuanluo was busy, sweating profusely, his eyes reflecting light, completely unaware of the pair of cold, indifferent eyes that had appeared at the small window. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan also detected the strong aura he had sensed earlier, which was not weaker than Zhang Bie's. This aura came from a grey-robed old man not far from Fong Yuanluo. The old man showed no interest in the gathering, even pushing away any sows that approached him. He was the only one in the villa fully dressed. The others either wore masks, only stockings, or were completely naked. Yi Chuan left the small window. With Fong Yuanluo holding a gathering inside the villa, it made things easier for him. The blasting music was enough to drown out all the sounds of his infiltration, and Yi Chuan effortlessly entered the villa. Once inside, the music became even more piercing. Yi Chuan stripped off all his clothes and stored the pig-killing knife and the silver dragon ring. After all, in this scene, wearing clothes would only draw more attention. He then swaggered over to the grey-robed old man and Fong Yuanluo. An extra naked man at this gathering would hardly be noticed. On the way, several curvaceous women tried to block his path, but Yi Chuan remained unmoved. Just one word, AI, he repeated. Not even a luxury brand like Zhang Shiyan's could tempt him, let alone a bus. He walked straight to the grey-robed old man, then drew the pig-killing knife and struck fiercely. The moment the knife appeared, the previously listless grey-robed old man instantly became alert, his body bristling with sweat. Who are you? The grey-robed old man was horrified, sensing an unparalleled killing intent from the man before him. How many lives had this guy taken over the years to accumulate such terrifying malice? But it was too late. At this distance, even if he were a peak master with all 6 meridians open, he was powerless to turn the tide. Falling star. As a cascade of stars appeared, the moment the stars dimmed, the grey-robed old man's life extinguished along with them. A bloodstain appeared on his chest, and then his body split in two, his foul-smelling entrails spilling onto the ground. One strike, and a peak master was killed in an instant. This sudden scene stunned everyone present, who had been enthusiastically contributing to the propagation of humanity, now driven mad with fear. They frantically tried to escape, but it was utterly futile. Killing pig, severing soul. Countless pig-killing knives formed from mental energy instantly struck into the back of those people's heads. The stronger ones merely collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing wildly. The slightly weaker ones had their souls obliterated, becoming breathing corpses, limp on the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for anyone to react. The noisy music and the villa's excellent soundproofing covered everything, drawing no attention from the outside world. By the time Fong Yuanluo, terrified, drew his gun, only he and Yi Chuan remained alive in the room. Fong Yuanluo's eyes were filled with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably, his throat rolling as he stammered, "Why you? Who are you?" I warn you, I am the nephew of the Red Rainbow Sword King. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my uncle, the Red Rainbow Sword King, will not let you go. He is a peak king-level expert." Yi Chuan ignored Fong Yuanluo's threat and got straight to the point. "Where is the world-shocking golden core?" Fong Yuanluo swallowed hard, his mind calming a bit. "You want the world-shocking golden core, right? I can give it to you, but can you let me go? After all, we shouldn't have any enmity, right?" As soon as Fong Yuanluo finished speaking, with a flash of the knife, one of his fingers flew into the air. "Ah, my hand, my hand!" Fong Yuanluo let out a piercing scream, clutching his severed finger, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. "Where is the world-shocking golden core?" Yi Chuan's tone was flat, like a robot executing a program. "You madman! Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. You're a complete lunatic." Fong Yuanluo cursed after losing a finger, but Yi Chuan paid no attention to his insults. with another flash of the knife, another finger flew into the air. Where is the world-shocking golden core? Yi Chuan kept repeating those 7 words. Every time he asked a question, Fang Yuanluo would answer incorrectly, and he would precisely cut off one of Fang Yuanluo's fingers. By the time the 6th finger was severed, Fang Yuanluo finally broke down, crying out in pain, his snot and tears flowing together. I'll tell you. The astonishing golden soul is hidden in the secret room of my villa. Please don't cut me anymore. Fang Yuanluo led Yi Chuan to his bedroom, then pushed open the wardrobe, revealing an incredibly heavy metal door behind it. After entering the password and verifying the iris, the metal door slowly opened, revealing a small room filled with a dazzling array of jewels, gemstones, and antique treasures. However, the value of these items seemed insufficient to warrant a specially built secret room for storage. Just as Yi Chuan was puzzled, Fang Yuanluo honestly walked over to an antique vase and pulled out a ring from inside. It was clear that this ring was a storage spirit weapon. With a flash of light, a gold or the size of a human head fell to the ground. Accompanied by a dull thud, the entire floor began to tremble slightly, indicating the terrifying weight of the object. Yi Chuan stepped forward and struck the gold ore with a butcher's knife, producing a crisp, muffled sound. The once indestructible butcher's knife left not even a white mark on the gold ore. Is this the astonishing golden soul? Yi Chuan was somewhat surprised. No wonder it could be used to refine earth-level spirit weapons. Its hardness was indeed remarkable. Yi Chuan stored the astonishing golden soul in the silver dragon ring. Old Shue's intention to kill Fang Yuanluo was false. His true aim was the astonishing golden soul. Killing Fang Yuanluo was merely a convenient task, as he didn't want anyone to know who had obtained the astonishing golden soul. Hand it over. Yi Chuan directly snatched the storage ring from Fang Yuanluo's hand. Undoubtedly, there were more good things inside. Sure enough, Yi Chuan found many skill scrolls and other cultivation materials within, making the trip worthwhile. Brother, big brother, you can take whatever you want. Can you spare my life? Fang Yuanluo forced a flattering smile, his body trembling uncontrollably. He held power, backed by the Red Rainbow Sword King, and in Yuning City, he was quite formidable. Even killing someone in the city would not bring him trouble. If given a choice, he certainly did not want to die. I can spare your life, but you have to answer me one question. If you answer correctly, I'll leave immediately. If you answer incorrectly, you die. Yi Chuan smiled as he took out the butcher's knife. Looking at the gleaming knife, Fang Yuanluo swallowed hard. You ask. Don't be nervous. The question is very simple. What is my name? Yi Chuan asked with a smile. Fang Yuanluo was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just moments ago, his brain was racing, predicting the various questions Yi Chuan might ask. But no matter how hard he thought, he never expected Yi Chuan would ask such a question. How could he guess the name of an assassin who had broken into his villa to kill him in the middle of the night? This was clearly meant to make him die. I'll be damned. Just as the 4-letter curse was about to escape Fang Yuanluo's lips, Yi Chuan struck with the knife, a flash of cold light. The unspoken curse was forever trapped in Fang Yuanluo's mouth. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close them. However, what Yi Chuan did not notice was that at the moment of Fang Yuanluo's death, a crack quietly appeared on the ring he was wearing. At that moment, Yi Chuan was busy destroying the evidence. He broke the gas pipe in the kitchen and then stepped outside the villa to light a cigarette. In just a few minutes, a cigarette but could set the villa ablaze. But at that moment, Yi Chuan suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand on end, a sense of deadly danger enveloping him. Yi Chuan raised his head and discovered a fiery red long rainbow breaking through the sky. Dare to kill my nephew, the Red Rainbow Sword King? I want to see who has such audacity. Before the person arrived, the sword came first. A streak of fiery red sword light slashed down from the air, carrying a terrifying might that could burn the heavens and boil the seas, illuminating the entire night. The temperature around began to rise, the sword intent blazing like fire, as if it could incinerate all things in the world. Yi Chuan's expression changed slightly. This was the first time he had witnessed a king-level expert make a move. The power was worlds apart from that of a peak master level. Even 10 peak masters tied together might not withstand a single strike from a king level. No wonder the people of Yuning City valued the quota for the king-level secret realm so highly. Once one stepped into the king level, it was almost like undergoing a transformation. Yi Chuan could clearly sense the terrifying power contained within that fiery red sword light, and without hesitation, he turned to flee. Boom! The fiery red sword light surged like a bamboo being split, directly slashing towards Yi Chuan. However, at that moment, the high temperature carried by the sword light ignited the natural gas inside the villa. With a loud explosion, a small mushroom cloud rolled up into the sky, drawing the attention of the entire Yuning City. That aura is the Red Rainbow Sword King? Wasn't he in seclusion to break through to a higher realm? Why has he suddenly appeared? What a terrifying commotion. Could it be that two king-level experts are battling? Which king-level expert is it? From the Jung family? Or from YSI? The crowd buzzed with discussion, all shocked by the appearance of the Red Rainbow Sword King. Little did they know, the Red Rainbow Sword King was even more stunned, frozen in place. For he saw Yi Chuan flying directly into the air, soaring at high speed. The Red Rainbow Sword King's expression twisted, his voice sharp like a duck whose throat was being squeezed. A king-level expert? To be able to fly in the air was a hallmark of a king-level expert. Thus, upon seeing Yi Chuan take to the skies, the Red Rainbow Sword King's face turned pale. If he had provoked a king-level expert, he would be in big trouble. No! The Red Rainbow Sword King suddenly realized. If the other party were a king-level expert, how could he just leave silently after being attacked? If you were the mayor and a little punk slapped you on the street, could you just let it go? If a king-level expert wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing a chick. Therefore, the Red Rainbow Sword King quickly deduced that Yi Chuan was definitely not a king-level expert, but rather someone who had mastered some ability to fly. The Red Rainbow Sword King's eyes instantly burned with intensity. The ability to fly freely was also a great temptation for king-level experts. If before he had rushed over to avenge his nephew Fang Yuan Luo, now he was even more eager to capture Yi Chuan and uncover the secret of his flight. Where do you think you're going? The Red Rainbow Sword King roared, bringing his fingers together and forcefully swiping across the sword body. A streak of crimson blood adhered to the sword, and in an instant, the flames on the sword turned blood red cross sword. In a flash, the Red Rainbow Sword King unleashed two strikes, the two sword lights overlapping one after the other, forming a cross, like a hunter's mark, aimed directly at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold, the sword light was too fast, and there was no way to evade. Whoosh! The two sword lights struck Yi Chuan solidly, exploding instantly, and the scattered sword energy launched an indiscriminate attack on the surrounding space, sending clouds of dust rolling. The Red Rainbow Sword King transformed into a streak of light, rushing over, but when the dust settled, Yi Chuan's figure was nowhere to be seen. He escaped? This kid actually withstood my full-strength sword strike? The Red Rainbow Sword King's expression fluctuated. You can't escape. For killing my nephew, I will turn Yuning City upside down to find you. The Red Rainbow Sword King snorted coldly and vanished from the spot. Moments later, the Red Rainbow Sword King reappeared here. He coldly scanned the surroundings before finally leaving. Cough cough, cough cough cough. Yi Chuan, hiding in the shadows, erupted into a violent coughing fit, blood surging up his throat, a salty and metallic taste spreading in his mouth. There was a chill in Yi Chuan's eyes, and in his hand, he held a shattered jade Buddha, broken into several pieces. This jade Buddha was the life-saving talisman that Jiang Shiyan had given him, capable of blocking a full-force strike from a king-level expert. If it hadn't been for this jade Buddha absorbing most of the power from the Red Rainbow Sword King's strike just now, he would have likely been gravely injured or even killed. Red Rainbow Sword King. Yi Chuan murmured the name, then turned and vanished into the night. Inside the Starfire Pavilion, the lights were bright. Xue Xiaoyang paced back and forth in the courtyard, worry etched on his face. He hadn't expected that Yi Chuan would provoke the Red Rainbow Sword King. That madman wouldn't even spare him face. Once the Red Rainbow Sword King appeared, Yi Chuan would truly be in danger. Just as Xue Xiaoyang was fretting, Yi Chuan silently appeared beside him. Old Xue, I've killed the man, and I've brought back the item. Yi Chuan took out the astonishing golden essence from the silver dragon storage ring, and with a thud, it startled Xue Xiaoyang. You're alright? Xue Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised, as Yi Chuan looked nothing like someone who had just been chased by the Red Rainbow Sword King. What? Are you hoping something happened to me, old Xue? Yi Chuan replied with a smile. No, of course not. This matter was my oversight. I didn't expect to provoke the Red Rainbow Sword King. This is a debt of gratitude I owe you, Xue Xiaoyang said earnestly. Then thank you, old Xue. Yi Chuan did not decline, as he had indeed walked a fine line with death this time. Here, take this, it's what you wanted. Xue Xiaoyang handed over the remaining methods for comprehending the 6 roots to Yi Chuan. The first 5 roots are easy, merely corresponding to the 5 senses of the human body. The most difficult is the 6th root, the intent root, which is the root of thought and contemplation. Xue Xiaoyang looked up at the night sky, a hint of nostalgia on his face. Back in the day, it took me 2 years and 6 months to fully grasp this elusive intent root. However, there is a shortcut, Xue Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at Yi Chuan. But Yi Chuan did not take the bait, merely looking at him innocently with wide eyes. Aren't you going to ask what the method is? Xue Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask. If old Xue wants to say it, he will naturally say it, Yi Chuan responded. Boring. Xue Xiaoyang shook his head. Actually, it's quite simple. You just need to first close off your own 5 senses, allowing you to focus entirely on comprehending the intent root. Here, Xue Xiaoyang tossed a bottle of pills to Yi Chuan, estimating there should be 30 or 40 inside. What is this? Yichuan examined the pills, a hint of confusion in his eyes. This is a 4th-rank spirit sealing pill. For those below the king level, taking it will completely seal their 5 senses for 24 hours, no sight, no hearing, no speech. It's an auxiliary pill for comprehending the intent root, Shui Xiaoyang explained. Yichuan nodded and stored the spirit sealing pills in the silver dragon storage ring. Thank you, old Shui. I won't stay long. Do you want me to arrange a retreat for you? Shui Xiaoyang asked. No need, Yichuan replied as he turned to leave. Shui Xiaoyang poured himself a cup of tea and savored it slowly. A mere butcher can actually challenge beyond his level and escape under the sword of the Red Rainbow Sword King. Perhaps the stage of Yuning City is too small for him. Having obtained the method for comprehending the 6 roots, Yichuan hurried towards the teleportation array. Now that everything was in place, all he needed to do was return to the territory of the iron-eating ants and discuss the coefficient of sliding friction generated by the collision of metal materials and insect limbs. On the street, there were many people from the Red Rainbow sect, seemingly surrounding someone. If Yichuan's guess was correct, these people were likely here to capture him. It had to be said that the efficiency of the Red Rainbow sect was indeed fast. Yichuan lowered his head and quickly walked past them. He didn't want to get into a dispute with the Red Rainbow sect in Yuning City, drawing attention to himself. If the Red Rainbow sect dared to chase him into the territory of the iron-eating ants, Yichuan wouldn't mind letting them know what the consequences would be when a group of pigs chased a pig butcher. But as fate would have it, when Yichuan arrived at the teleportation array, he found that there were also people from the Red Rainbow sect guarding it. Anyone wanting to use the teleportation array had to be searched by the Red Rainbow sect first. Yichuan's expression instantly darkened. It seemed he could only face whatever came his way. What do you want to do using the teleportation array? I just want to go home. I'm not from Yuning City. Where's your proof? Can't provide proof, can you? Then don't blame me for detaining you. No, Master of the Red Rainbow sect, I have proof. The man pulled out a valuable magic crystal from his pocket and stuffed it into the hands of the Red Rainbow sect disciple, smiling as he asked, Is this proof acceptable? It's acceptable, let's go. The disciple in charge of the search nodded in satisfaction and let the man into the teleportation array. Their search here was a pretense, the real deal was extorting money. After all, they didn't think they could catch someone who even the Red Rainbow Sword King couldn't capture. Taking this opportunity to gain some benefits was what mattered. Yichuan felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, his eyes wide open and unable to move. He was dumbfounded. He had imagined dozens of scenarios of outsmarting the disciples of the Red Rainbow sect, even considering a hard charge if necessary, and this was the outcome? Yichuan followed suit, stuffing a magic crystal and successfully blended into the teleportation array. He never expected it would be this easy to get in. Accompanied by a wave of spatial fluctuation, Yichuan reappeared in the territory of the iron-eating ants. At that moment, Yichuan didn't know what words to use to describe his current feelings. With such talent in the Red Rainbow sect, it could still rank among the 3 major powers in Yuning City, indicating that the strength of the Red Rainbow Sword King was indeed formidable. Yichuan shook his head, casting aside these strange thoughts. After all, this was definitely a good thing for him. Now, he was going to reunite with the iron-eating ants. With previous experience, Yichuan skillfully arrived at a yellow mud fortress, grabbed a massive rock, and smashed it down. As the fortress collapsed, more than a dozen iron-eating ants with a metallic sheen emerged, their large pincers gleaming with a sharp cold light, immediately surrounding Yichuan, looking as if they wanted to tear him apart. With his enhanced vision, Yichuan clearly saw the appearance of each iron-eating ant. He felt no panic. Instead, he took out his pig-killing knife, flames igniting along the blade. The 30-fold bonus against the pig race was enough for him to rampage here. With a flash of cold light, not a single iron-eating ant could withstand Yichuan's strike, and moments later, the ground was littered with corpses. The notification sound of the iron-eating ants being killed flooded the screen like a barrage of comments on a popular video, leaving Yichuan overwhelmed. At this rate, reaching the 9th level of the Master Realm in half a year would be no problem at all. Soon, Yichuan wiped out the entire ant nest, even taking down the ant queen with a single strike. He quickly picked up a corpse and hurled it at the second yellow mud fortress, with the iron-eating ants charging forward one after another, turning into Yichuan's experience points. Night quietly fell. After killing from dawn until dusk, Yichuan stretched lazily, his dark eyes sparkling. He had now reached the threshold of the 5th level of the Master Realm. As long as he could comprehend the second listening route, he would be able to advance to the 5th level of the Master Realm. Therefore, Yichuan did not continue to provoke the iron-eating ants. After a day of killing them, he was exhausted. After all, the shells of the iron-eating ants were quite hard. He arrived at the outermost area, where he had already wiped out the entire colony of iron-eating ants in one go. Yichuan lit a bonfire and placed the food from the silver dragon ring over the flames to roast. At the same time, he took out the method for understanding the six senses that Xue Xiaoyang had given him. Although understanding the hearing sense was a bit more difficult than understanding the sight sense, it did not stop Yichuan for long. About half an hour later, Yichuan's ears twitched slightly, and his realm broke through to the fifth stage of the master realm. He could clearly feel that his hearing had greatly improved. Every subtle sound around him could not escape his ears. He could even pinpoint the exact location of the insects chirping not far away. His ability to discern sound had already reached a remarkable level. What a wonderful feeling! Yichuan couldn't help but exclaim. This understanding of the six senses was like giving a nearsighted person the right glasses or providing a deaf person with a hearing aid. At that moment, the entire world became clear to him. Just then, a faint sound reached Yichuan's ears, instantly putting him on high alert. The sound was very soft, like a leaf falling to the ground. If Yichuan hadn't just understood the hearing sense, he probably wouldn't have noticed such a subtle sound. The person approaching was likely very skilled at concealing their presence. Those who excel at this are usually assassins. Is it the people from the Qihong sect chasing after me? Yichuan thought to himself, his fingers quietly resting on the silver dragon ring. He appeared to have no reaction, but he was already prepared to strike at a moment's notice. However, at that moment, the person in the shadows stepped forward voluntarily. Dressed in tight-fitting clothes that perfectly outlined her voluptuous figure, the mature woman's charm was fully unleashed. Even though she revealed nothing, every man who saw her felt a dry mouth and a racing heart. "Little friend, can I share some food with you?" Xu Wanqing smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, looking at the handsome Yichuan, emotion stirring in her eyes after a long time. If it weren't for an accident back then, her child would have been about the same age as the boy before her now. Yichuan said little, simply taking a roasted bun and a few pieces of grilled beef from the fire and handing them over. At that moment, every nerve in his body was taut. He realized that the pressure this woman brought him was not at all inferior to that of the Qihong Sword King. This was a powerful being at the King realm, not weaker than the Qihong Sword King. Yichuan's throat involuntarily rolled. He truly didn't know whether to consider himself lucky or unlucky to encounter a King realm expert in such a desolate place. Xu Wanqing took the bun and beef, opening her rosy lips to take small, elegant bites, her beautiful eyes curiously examining each one. "Little friend, why did you come to such a dangerous place all alone? Where are your guardians?" Hearing her refer to him as little friend with the concern of an elder made Yichuan feel a bit uneasy, especially when he noticed that she seemed to exude a hint of maternal warmth. He felt even more unsettled. If a strange woman suddenly looked at you with a mother's gaze on the street, wouldn't you feel anxious? But if that strange woman stepped out of a Rolls Royce, it would be different. Yichuan's eyes reddened slightly, like a pitiful little dog soaked in rain. His voice was a bit choked, as if he had been asked a painful question. "My family, they're all gone. I can't find them anymore." Looking at Yichuan's expression, Xu Wanqing felt as if something had struck the softest part of her heart. Over the years, she had killed countless people. Even when she had wiped out entire families, her face had shown no emotion. She had thought her heart had long since hardened like her blade. However, she never expected that the child who had failed to be born all those years ago would forever be a hurdle in her heart. If her child were still alive, he would surely be as big as the boy in front of her now. "So you are a..." Before she could finish the word child, Yichuan quickly covered Xu Wanqing's red lips with his hand. Xu Wanqing was momentarily stunned, her whole body feeling as if it had been electrocuted. Since her husband's death, it had been a long time since she had any physical contact with a man. If it had been anyone else who dared to touch her like that, she would have already severed their hand. Yet, facing Yichuan's warm hand, Xu Wanqing surprisingly felt no resistance. "Can you not say those two words? I will definitely find my family." A deep, unspoken determination shone in Yichuan's wet black eyes. "Okay, I believe you." Xu Wanqing removed Yichuan's hand, nodded, and then suddenly, as if possessed, asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Yichuan's heart leaped with joy. This was the sentence he had been waiting for. After all, she was a living powerhouse of the Sealed King realm. But Yichuan did not rush to reveal his true intentions. Instead, his eyes turned red as he looked at Xu Wanqing and said, I don't dare to say." "It's okay, just say it boldly," Xu Wanqing encouraged with a smile. You look a bit like my mother. Can I hug you?" Yichuan's voice choked with emotion. Xu Wanqing felt as if struck by lightning, her eyes misting over. "Silly child." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her arms and embraced Yichuan. In that instant, Yichuan felt a soft and elastic pressure enveloping him. The campfire crackled and burned. By the fire, Yichuan was held in Shi Wanqing's arms. The warmth of the fire combined with Shi Wanqing's body heat dispelled the chill of the night. Shi Wanqing held him for a long time. It wasn't until Yichuan was nearly suffocated by the warmth and softness that she finally released him. Shi Wanqing reached out and gently stroked Yichuan's face. "My name is Shi Wanqing. If you need anything in the future, you can come to YSI to find me, no matter how big or small. Until you find your family, you can consider me your mother." "Really? Thank you." Yichuan hugged Shi Wanqing tightly, and she did not resist, silently allowing him to hold her. After a while, Shi Wanqing was surprised to hear a steady breathing sound coming from her embrace. Looking down, she realized that Yichuan had fallen asleep in her arms, with tears still glistening at the corners of his eyes. "This silly child. I've only just met him, and he dares to let down all his defenses in front of me? Isn't he afraid I'm a bad person?" Shi Wanqing shook her head with a wry smile. She needed to teach this boy a lesson. One must always be cautious. How could one trust a stranger so easily? However, the feeling of being unreservedly trusted by Yichuan stirred a long-lost joy in her heart. Shi Wanqing quietly held Yichuan until dawn broke in the east. Yichuan's eyelids fluttered slightly before he opened his eyes. At first, he had pretended to be asleep, but then he had truly dozed off. Upon opening his eyes, he found that Shi Wanqing had leaned against a rock while he was resting his head on her thigh. After Yichuan opened his eyes, he did not see Shi Wanqing's face but two large mountains instead. As soon as he moved, Shi Wanqing noticed. "Awake?" Shi Wanqing shot him a glare. "Your vigilance is too low. If I were a bad person, you would already be a corpse. I'm usually not like this. I don't know why, but when you held me yesterday, it felt so warm that I fell asleep without realizing it," Yichuan said, scratching his head shyly. "Humph, don't do that next time. It's too dangerous." Shi Wanqing scolded, though a sense of joy bubbled up in her heart. "Sister Wanqing, then I will. Take my leave now," Yichuan said reluctantly, waving goodbye to Shi Wanqing. "Where are you going?" Shi Wanqing asked. "I want to kill all these iron-eating ants." A deep-seated hatred flickered in Yichuan's eyes. Shi Wanqing was taken aback. "Why? Do you have a grudge against these iron-eating ants?" "Yes. My best friend, Nalong, was bitten to death by these iron-eating ants." Yichuan clenched his fists. "From that day on, I swore a deadly oath. I will use the knife in my hand to personally exterminate all the iron-eating ants here. But there are 3 ant kings in this iron-eating ant colony. With your strength, dealing with 3 ant kings is like an ant trying to shake a tree, or a mantis trying to stop a chariot," Shi Wanqing said, frowning slightly. She could see that Yichuan was only at the 5th level of the Master Realm. Even with her strength, it wouldn't be easy to face 3 ant kings at once, let alone Yichuan, who was only at the 5th level. "Is hope so bleak that we shouldn't even try?" Yichuan smiled nonchalantly. "In life, there should be some goals that make us disregard life and death, right?" Yichuan's words shook Shi Wanqing's heart. She never expected that this young boy would have such insights at such a young age. "In that case, let me help you," Shi Wanqing said with a smile. "No, Sister Wanqing, with your strength, you must have many important things to do. How can you waste time on me?" Yichuan shook his head repeatedly in refusal. "It's not a waste of time. I came to the iron-eating ant territory because I had things to handle, so to be precise, we are teaming up," Shi Wanqing said, raising her hands to tie up her long black hair. "I don't believe it. You must be making up an excuse to help me." Yichuan shook his head. "Little friend, I'm really not lying to you," Shi Wanqing said with a smile, shaking her head. "I came to the iron-eating ant territory on someone else's request to obtain the heavenly calamity strong acid from the bellies of those 3 ant kings. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here." Yichuan narrowed his eyes at her words. The heavenly calamity strong acid is actually the acid found in the bellies of ant king level iron-eating ants. Ordinary containers cannot hold the heavenly calamity strong acid, so one must kill the iron-eating ant king and directly extract the acid pouch from its belly. The heavenly calamity strong acid is extremely terrifying, specifically designed to corrode metals. Even a king realm expert would be corroded if they came into contact with it, and it is particularly effective against defensive spiritual weapons. Therefore, many king realm experts hunt iron-eating ant kings to obtain the heavenly calamity strong acid for their younger generations as a means of self-defense. Yichuan's face immediately showed an expression of admiration. "Sister Wanqing, are you really that amazing? Can you handle 3 iron-eating ant kings by yourself?" Shi Wanqing clearly enjoyed Yichuan's gaze and explained with a smile. "It's just 3 iron-eating ant kings, little friend. You underestimate me too much. There are differences even among King Realm experts. There are at least 10 King Realm experts in Yuning City. Ask how many would dare to fight me?" Yichuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really, Sister Wanqing? The King Realm experts of Yizai are extremely powerful. Could this woman be the master of Yizai, the Shadowless Blade King?
From the information he had gathered, Yi Chuan had roughly deduced Shi Wanqing's identity.
What about the Red Rainbow Sword King? Yi Chuan continued to ask.
The old man of the Red Rainbow Sword King is indeed difficult to deal with, but he's only difficult to deal with. Shi Wanqing's eyes flashed with a cold light. If it really comes to life and death, he dies, and I get seriously injured.
What? Have you offended the Red Rainbow Sword King?
In response to Shi Wanqing's inquiry, Yi Chuan nodded and then shook his head. I'm just a small fry. How could I offend the Red Rainbow Sword King?
I offended his nephew, Fong Yuan Luo.
Shi Wanqing smiled and ruffled Yi Chuan's black hair. Don't worry, I'll just give a heads up later. The Red Rainbow sect will still give face to me, Shi Wanqing.
Great. Thank you, Sister Wanqing. Yi Chuan nodded obediently. By the way, Sister Wanqing, if you want to help me, could you not kill the iron-eating ants?
Just injure them heavily. I want to personally take care of these beasts.
Sure.
Shi Wanqing nodded. It was not difficult for her.
A long, slender knife, resembling a willow leaf, appeared in her hand, its blade shimmering with a bright light.
Earth-level spirit weapon. Yi Chuan's pupils contracted slightly. The knife in Shi Wanqing's hand seemed to be of a higher grade than his pig-killing knife. The only thing that could surpass the quality of a top-tier Xian-level spirit weapon was an Earth-level spirit weapon. Shi Wanqing swung her knife, and with a flash, the top of a yellow mud fortress was directly sliced off. At the same time, she struck again, sending countless blade energies downwards, heading straight for the iron-eating ant's nest. The ants had no time to resist. Their 6 legs, along with their sharp pincers, were severed by Shi Wanqing. Even the queen ant, resembling a large white maggot in the nest, was lifted by her knife.
Is this how it is, little friend? Yi Chuan was already dumbfounded.
Although he could kill these iron-eating ants like slaughtering chickens or dogs, he could never be as graceful as Shi Wanqing. At that moment, Shi Wanqing, using her knife to lift the queen ant, was no longer a pig in Yi Chuan's eyes, but a very formidable pig. It was worth the day and night he spent acting. The rewards were also extremely generous.
Ah, yes.
Without saying a word, Yi Chuan charged forward with his knife. Those iron-eating ants had already been heavily injured by Shi Wanqing and had no ability to resist. She had even kindly piled them together. Yi Chuan went up and directly struck down with his knife, and the prompt began to flood the screen. Butcher Yi Chuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a special pig. Level increased by 0.6%. Additional damage against pig race increased by 1%. Increased 0.1 free attribute. Butcher Yi Chuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a special pig. Level increased by 0.1%. Additional damage against pig race increased by 1%. Increased 0.1 free attribute. Butcher Yi Chuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a special pig. Level increased by 0.9%. Additional damage against pig race increased by 1%. Increased 0.1 free attribute. Wonderful. The corners of Yi Chuan's mouth were harder to suppress than an AK. With this kind of leveling speed, not to mention reaching the 9th stage of the Master Realm in 5 months, even if he directly became a King Realm in 5 months, he would not be surprised at all. The feeling of holding onto a big leg was just delightful. No wonder so many people risked being scrubbed by steel wool to find rich women.
Don't ask. The answer is simply that they don't want to struggle anymore.
In the following time, Yi Chuan fully enjoyed the pleasure of living off others. During the day, Shi Wanqing took him around to kill iron-eating ants, and at night he lay in Shi Wanqing's fragrant, soft embrace to sleep. Living such a fairy-like life, he would be willing to have his strength soar. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 months passed. With Shi Wanqing's help, Yi Chuan's realm shot up like a rocket. He had comprehended the roots of smell, taste, and touch one by one.
Now, he was already at the 8th stage of the Master Realm.
He was just one step away from comprehending the final root of thought, and he could advance further, stepping into the peak of the 9th stage of the Master Realm. By then, he would be able to catch up with the opening of the King's secret realm. Unfortunately, this root of thought, as Shui Shouyang said, was extremely difficult to comprehend. The first 5 roots Yi Chuan had almost all understood in a flash, but he had never found a way to grasp this root of thought. The time spent together during these days also sparked a strong curiosity in Shi Wanqing towards Yi Chuan. The reason was simple. Yi Chuan's speed of realm improvement was simply too fast. She had witnessed Yi Chuan rise from the 5th stage to the 8th stage of the Master Realm in just 2.5 months. This kind of improvement speed was unheard of. Even the strongest genius she had ever seen would take 1 to 2 months to break through a level in the Master Realm.
This boy before her was clearly a young dragon. Given time and the right circumstances, he would soar into the sky and rise to the heavens. Shi Wanqing herself had not expected that the boy she randomly picked up out of maternal instinct would turn out to be such a terrifying genius. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. The employer had given her only 3 months to obtain the heavenly fiend's strong acid. Now, 2.5 months had passed, and it was time for her to retrieve the heavenly fiend's strong acid from the iron-eating Ant King and return to Yuning City. Shi Wanqing shared the situation with Yi Chuan, who merely nodded without saying much. Suddenly, Shi Wanqing asked, "Little friend, do you want to go back with me?" "Yes, but not now," Yi Chuan replied, looking up at Shi Wanqing. "Sister Wanqing, thank you for taking care of me during this time. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. Once I break through to the 9th level of the Master Realm, I will return to Yuning City, and I will be the first to find you." Hearing this, Shi Wanqing smiled happily. "Alright, then I'll be waiting for you, little friend." She stepped forward and opened Yi Chuan's arms. Seeing the confusion on Yi Chuan's face, Shi Wanqing shot him a glance and said with a hint of annoyance, "You've been sleeping in my arms for over 2 months, my legs are almost sore from you resting on them. It's time for me to sleep in your arms for a change, right?" Okay, Yi Chuan agreed. The campfire crackled as dry branches snapped, and Yi Chuan looked at the piglet curled up in his arms with a strange expression. It was fine when it lay on Shi Wanqing's legs, as 2 mountains blocked his view, but with the position changed, the piglet was now right in front of him. With no other choice, Yi Chuan took out a blanket from the silver dragon ring, using the opportunity to cover Shi Wanqing with it, while also covering the piglet. The next morning, Yi Chuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. His enhanced hearing detected several figures in the distance. Focusing his gaze, he realized they were a hunting team of 4, seemingly searching for rare metals in the territory of the iron-eating ants. The 4 also noticed Yi Chuan and Shi Wanqing, but they did not approach recklessly. In such chaotic places, humans would be wary of each other. After all, fellow townsfolk meeting each other could lead to trouble. However, the position of Yi Chuan and Shi Wanqing appeared somewhat ambiguous. Shi Wanqing was lying on Yi Chuan's legs, covered with a blanket, making it unclear what she was doing. The hunting team immediately misunderstood. "Bro, that's impressive. You've got yourself a little vixen, starting the feeding early in the morning." The leader, a bearded man, gave Yi Chuan a thumbs up, his eyes filled with envy. "You misunderstood." Yi Chuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. At that moment, Shi Wanqing also woke up. She had slept so soundly that she drooled, leaving a wet mark on Yi Chuan's pants. This only solidified the hunting team's assumptions, and one of them exclaimed, "I'm a tax expert. This is withholding." Upon seeing Shi Wanqing's appearance, the 4 were even more envious. Only children liked Lolas, adults knew that mature women were the most exciting. The 4 gave Yi Chuan a thumbs up and then quietly left. On their way, they discovered that the surrounding iron-eating ants had been exterminated, with many ant corpses on the ground. They certainly did not think those ants had committed suicide. Therefore, the 4 chose not to provoke Yi Chuan and instead headed in another direction. "Little friend, what was that about? What were those 4 people doing?" Shi Wanqing, just waking up, was still confused and asked. "Nothing important," Yi Chuan replied, not daring to explain. Such matters would only make things worse. Shi Wanqing did not press further but instead stood up and stretched. "Then I'm leaving, okay? Remember to come find me when you return to Yuning City. Can I go with you?" Yi Chuan was eager to try, wanting to snatch some kills. "No," Shi Wanqing firmly refused. "I can agree to other things, but not this. When facing the 3 Iron Ant Kings, I can't spare any energy to take care of you, it's too dangerous there. Little friend, you need to be obedient, understand?" Shi Wanqing reached out and pinched Yi Chuan's face, then vanished from the spot like a ghost. This kind of movement made Yi Chuan's pupils constrict involuntarily, but the next second, Yi Chuan activated his feathered wings and soared into the sky. Shi Wanqing was going to kill the Iron Ant King, which was a pig-headed creature at the peak of the King realm. How could Yi Chuan miss that? Flying high above, Yi Chuan quickly spotted Shi Wanqing thanks to his advantageous view. At that moment, Shi Wanqing resembled a black meteor, gliding through the territory of the iron ants without drawing any attention from them. The iron ants only felt a gentle breeze, and Shi Wanqing had already brushed past them. Yi Chuan hurriedly followed, using his flying ability to stay far behind her. At this moment, Shi Wanqing was heading towards the location of the Iron Ant King. The 3 Iron Ant Kings in this territory were not from the same clan and would directly fight and compete with each other. However, when beings from other races entered this territory, the 3 Iron Ant Kings would unhesitatingly join forces to confront them. Therefore, for Shi Wanqing to obtain the Heavenly Calamity Strong Acid, she had to face 3 opponents and forcibly kill one of the Iron Ant Kings to obtain its acid sac. I wonder what the little friend is doing now. A hint of reluctance appeared in Shi Wanqing's eyes. As the saying goes, humans are not wood or stone, who can be heartless? After spending so much time together, she had grown somewhat accustomed to Yi Chuan's presence. However, these thoughts were quickly shaken from her mind. Overthinking during a mission could lead to serious problems. Soon, 3 towering yellow mud fortresses appeared before Shi Wanqing. Compared to the other yellow mud fortresses, these 3 were significantly taller, like 3 blades piercing the sky. As soon as Shi Wanqing arrived, the Iron Ant King noticed her presence. A massive creature, about 10 meters long and 3 meters high, crawled out from one of the yellow mud fortresses, glaring at Shi Wanqing. Human, this is not a place for you. Leave. The Iron Ant King surprisingly spoke human language, clearly possessing intelligence not inferior to that of humans. Someone is willing to pay a good price for the heavenly calamity strong acid inside you. How about you just give me an acid sac, and I'll leave right away? Shi Wanqing chuckled, but there was no warmth in her smile, only a chilling killing intent. You seek death. The Iron Ant King roared in anger. Losing an acid sac meant almost certain death for an Iron Ant King. As its aura surged, the other 2 Iron Ant Kings also emerged, their massive forms resembling 3 steel monsters forged from black metal. Shi Wanqing's expression grew serious. Since you want the heavenly calamity strong acid, then this king shall give it to you. The Iron Ant King's eyes were filled with rage, and the next moment, a dark green liquid sprayed out from the 3 Iron Ant Kings, cascading towards Shi Wanqing like a shower of flowers. Shi Wanqing dared not confront it. If this substance touched her, even the earth-grade spirit weapon in her hand would be corroded. Her figure moved like lightning, evading the overwhelming heavenly calamity strong acid. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before one of the Iron Ant Kings, and her long knife slashed down, creating a series of sparks as it scraped against the Iron Ant King's body, leaving a faint white mark. Such a hard shell. Shi Wanqing squinted slightly. Even though she had been prepared, when she truly clashed with the Iron Ant King, she realized just how solid its defenses were. An indestructible exoskeleton and a corrosive, deadly acid. The Iron Ant clan relied on these 2 advantages, along with their massive numbers, to establish themselves in this area, where no creature dared to provoke them. After being struck, the Iron Ant King was filled with pain and anger. It opened its massive pincers and slashed at Shi Wanqing, aiming to cut her in half. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. That previous strike was merely a test, and now it was time for her to unleash her full power. Humph, do you really think I can't break your shell? Shi Wanqing easily dodged the Iron Ant King's full force attack. Shadowless swift blade. Shi Wanqing vanished from her spot. In the next second, a series of cold flashes flickered, and a string of clanging sounds erupted from one of the Iron Ant Kings. Shi Wanqing's blade was too fast. So fast that the 3 Iron Ant Kings couldn't even catch the trajectory of her strikes, only passively enduring the blows. Humph, what's the use of speed? You can't hurt me. At first, the Iron Ant King was startled, but when it realized that Shi Wanqing's attacks only left white marks on its shell, it quickly calmed down. Shi Wanqing said nothing, only continued to strike. As her speed increased and the number of strikes multiplied, the Iron Ant King finally sensed something was off. It was astonished to discover that each of Shi Wanqing's strikes landed on the same few spots. With each successive strike, those areas of its shell were gradually weakened. Crack! With a faint sound of cracking, the seemingly indestructible shell of the Iron Ant King developed several cracks. Help me! The Iron Ant King roared, calling for the assistance of the other 2 Iron Ant Kings. The other 2 immediately sprayed their deadly acid at him, trying to force Shi Wanqing back. Shi Wanqing frowned, knowing she had to temporarily avoid the onslaught. Enduring the deadly acid was something only a super strong being at the sovereign level could manage. As she escaped danger, the Iron Ant King's eyes reflected a hint of fear. It had just narrowly avoided having its defenses completely shattered by Shi Wanqing. Without its solid defense and lacking speed, it would undoubtedly become Shi Wanqing's live target. This human female is very strong, let's team up. As soon as the words left its mouth, the 3 Iron Ant Kings huddled together, no longer giving Shi Wanqing the chance to take them down one by one. Shi Wanqing furrowed her brow. If these 3 Iron Ant Kings were determined to be like turtles hiding in their shells, she truly had no good way to deal with them. After all, she was not skilled in brute force. The 3 Iron Ant Kings stood their ground against Shi Wanqing, neither side willing to make the first move. Both sides understood that whoever struck first would inevitably suffer a devastating counterattack. They were both waiting for the moment the other revealed a flaw. Up in the sky, Yi Chuan also noticed this scene. Let me help you. Yi Chuan aimed at the already injured Iron Ant King and directly unleashed the Blood Shadow Butcher. A terrifying, dense aura coalesced into substance, charging straight at the Iron Ant King. At that moment, the Iron Ant King's attention was entirely focused on Shi Wanqing, completely unaware that someone above was about to ambush it. Caught off guard, the Iron Ant King was struck by the Blood Shadow Butcher and instantly fell into a 4-second state of fear. Although Shi Wanqing didn't know what had happened, as a sovereign-level expert, her eyesight and reflexes were naturally sharp, and she seized the opportunity to charge forward with her blade. The other 2 Iron Ant Kings wanted to stop her, but how could Shi Wanqing's lightning-fast movements be intercepted? With just a swift movement, Shi Wanqing dodged the 2 Iron Ant Kings. Put! This time, her knife pierced through the defenses of one Iron Ant King and plunged into its body. In pain, the Iron Ant King immediately fell into a frenzied state, attacking indiscriminately around it. Shi Wanqing wanted to withdraw her knife, but at that moment, the Iron Ant King sensed the threat of death and clearly intended to fight back desperately. It turned its head and bit down hard on Shi Wanqing's blade, preventing her from pulling it away. Immediately after, a large wave of heavenly acid surged towards Shi Wanqing. Her expression changed. If she abandoned her knife and fled, it would definitely be corroded by the heavenly acid. Although it could be repaired, finding a weapon master to fix a low-grade spirit weapon would cost a fortune, even for Shi Wanqing. But if she didn't let go of the knife, she would also be engulfed by the heavenly acid. With no other choice, Shi Wanqing had to endure the pain and temporarily give up her battle knife. Just then, a knife made of condensed mental energy brushed past her, instantly embedding itself into the already heavily injured Iron Ant King's body. The soul-cutting knife directly targeted the soul, and the Iron Ant King's proud shell defense was utterly ineffective against it, especially since Yi Chuan was hiding in the shadows for a sneak attack. The Iron Ant King let out a muffled groan, its soul severely injured, causing it to temporarily lose control of its body and release Shi Wanqing's knife. Shi Wanqing felt a surge of joy in her heart and quickly withdrew her knife, dodging the Iron Ant King's dying counterattack. At the same time, she was extremely curious about who was helping her. She remembered that there was no king-level expert in Yuning City who specialized in such techniques. Could it be a kind-hearted king-level expert passing by? Thank you, friend, for your assistance. I am Shi Wanqing, the master of Yizai. May I ask this friend to reveal themselves? Shi Wanqing called out, wanting to see the mysterious expert who had helped her from the shadows. Unfortunately, no one responded to her. Instead, a shadow descended from the sky. Seeing that the Iron Ant King was heavily injured and on the brink of death, Yi Chuan could no longer hold back. This was a huge wave of experience points. As long as he killed this Iron Ant King and successfully comprehended the last of the 6 roots, he would surely step into the 9th stage of the Master Realm. Meteor, facing the Iron Ant King, which was comparable to a king-level expert, Yi Chuan showed no hesitation and struck with all his might. Whoosh! The brilliant starry river dimmed little by little at that moment. Along with it, the life fire of the Iron Ant King also faded. Its massive head was split in two, and disgusting, foul-smelling liquid spilled everywhere. Butcher Yi Chuan used the butcher knife to slay a king-level pig, leveling up by 130%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig clan and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. With the 30-fold additional bonus against the pig clan and the soul-cutting knife ignoring 40% of the defense, this strike gave the Iron Ant King no chance to resist. One strike to death, clean and swift. When Shi Wanqing finally saw who had made the move, she was completely stunned, standing there in a daze. She had considered many possibilities, but no matter how she thought about it, she never expected that the one who acted would be Yi Chuan. This young boy was only at the 8th stage of the Master Realm. How could he so easily break through the Iron Ant King's defenses? It should be noted that even she needed to use some techniques to break through the Iron Ant King's defenses. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Even a heavily injured and dying Iron Ant King was not something an 8th stage master could handle. Yet this young man before her had done it. Shock filled Shi Wanqing's beautiful eyes as she murmured, "Little friend, how did you do it?" Shi Wanqing's mouth fell open in surprise, her face filled with astonishment. A level 8 Master Realm Transmuter had killed a heavily injured Iron Ant King with a single strike. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, even if the most trusted person beside her told her, Shi Wanqing would not have believed it. It was too unbelievable. At this moment, Shi Wanqing looked at Yi Chuan as if he were an alien. "How on earth did you do it?" Shi Wanqing couldn't help but ask. "Just lift the knife and chop down." Yi Chuan shrugged his hands. "Wait a minute." Shi Wanqing suddenly realized something even more wrong. "How did you keep up with me?" Shi Wanqing was very confident in her speed. Even among those of the same king-level strength, few could match her speed. But Yi Chuan, a mere 8th stage master, had managed to keep up so effortlessly? Well. Yi Chuan was making up excuses. At that moment, the remaining 2 Iron Ant Kings also reacted. This human killed Gabu. For Gabu's revenge, kill him. The 2 Iron Ant Kings attacked together, unleashing a torrent of corrosive acid. At the same time, they opened their pincers and swept towards them. If Yi Chuan were hit by the pincers of the Iron Ant King, given his current strength, he would likely be split in two. However, Yi Chuan was not anxious because Shi Wanqing was still there. Sure enough, upon seeing this, Shi Wanqing quickly dashed to his side, grabbed him, and they vanished from the spot, causing the attacks of the two Iron Ant Kings to land in empty space. Shi Wanqing coldly stared at the two Iron Ant Kings. If I kill one Iron Ant King, I can get enough corrosive acid. If you insist on entangling with us, I don't mind killing a couple more Iron Ant Kings. Her voice was chilling, filled with a bone-deep killing intent. The two Iron Ant Kings looked wary. To be honest, with three Iron Ant Kings teaming up, they had already lost one in a 3-on-1 situation. If it were just the two of them facing Shi Wanqing and Yi Chuan, they had no confidence. You humans dare to come deep into the territory of my Iron Ant clan to kill an Iron Ant King. This grudge, my Iron Ant clan will remember. After dropping this harsh statement, the two Iron Ant Kings showed no intention of attacking again and returned to the entrance of their lair, watching Shi Wanqing and Yi Chuan with a vigilant gaze. Shi Wanqing walked over to the corpse of the Iron Ant King, forcefully slashing her battle knife, directly splitting open its belly. Shi Wanqing rummaged through it and quickly found what she needed, the acid sac. The acid sac of the Iron Ant King looked somewhat like an oversized tripe, densely covered with tentacle-like appendages. It was bulging, clearly filled with corrosive acid. Shi Wanqing raised her knife again. It was swift, and in a flash, she sliced the acid sac into 5 palm-sized pieces. Shi Wanqing filled these 5 pieces with corrosive acid, secured them, and handed them to Yi Chuan. For me? Yi Chuan was somewhat surprised. Yes, this stuff is specifically for destroying spiritual weapons. If used for a surprise attack, even a king-level expert would suffer greatly if caught off guard. Take it. It's great for self-defense. As Shi Wanqing explained, she packed the remaining entire acid sac into her storage space. But isn't this your mission target? Yi Chuan asked. It's not a big deal. Besides, you also contributed to killing this Iron Ant King. This is what you deserve. Shi Wanqing smiled and then gestured towards the corpse of the Iron Ant King. You go collect it. The corpse of an Iron Ant King is a rare treasure, whether for selling or as material for refining weapons. Then let's split it in half, Yi Chuan said, stepping forward with his pig-killing knife. His knife wasn't as fast as Shi Wanqing's, but it was more precise. Almost every strike landed on the important joints of the Iron Ant King. He was like an artist conducting an exhibition, each slice removing a part from the Iron Ant King. Shi Wanqing looked at Yi Chuan, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity and shock. Such precise knife skills, even she could not achieve. How many surprises did this little friend still hold that she did not know about? Moments later, the Iron Ant King, resembling a small mountain, had been disassembled by Yi Chuan into 2 large piles of parts. Yi Chuan raised his hand and stored 1 pile of parts into the silver dragon ring. Sister Wanqing, the remaining half is yours. Shi Wanqing glanced at Yi Chuan, then walked towards the pile of parts and stored it in her storage space. Little friend, who exactly are you? Are you really unable to find your family? Shi Wanqing pinched Yi Chuan's chin, a hint of dangerous light flashing in her beautiful eyes. During this time, she had treated Yi Chuan sincerely. It had been a long time since she had treated someone with such genuine feelings. Therefore, Shi Wanqing could not tolerate deception. If Yi Chuan dared to deceive her, she would not mind transforming back into that ruthless female assassin. Sister Wanqing, if you want to investigate me, isn't it very simple? Yi Chuan forced a smile. My name is Yi Chuan. I'm from Qingcheng, studying at Qingcheng High School. No university wants me. My parents disappeared over half a year ago, and I have no other relatives. Sincerity was his ultimate weapon. Although he initially decided to fool Shi Wanqing, everything he told her was completely true. I will send someone to investigate. You better not let me find out you lied to me. Those who deceive me will have a terrible end. Shi Wanqing whispered in Yi Chuan's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. I won't lie to you. Yi Chuan stood there a bit awkwardly, his face already flushed to the roots of his ears. Seeing Yi Chuan like this, Shi Wanqing realized she might have been a bit too fierce just now. But she couldn't blame herself for overthinking. She had heard of Qingcheng, a remote place at the foot of a mountain, where even a few masters were hard to find. For such a place to produce a genius at the 8th level of the master realm capable of slaying the Iron Ant King was truly against all logic. It was like a gorilla suddenly appearing from the deep mountains, claiming to have mastered controllable nuclear fusion. I'm sorry, little friend, I'm a bit suspicious by nature. Shi Wanqing reached out and rubbed Yi Chuan's head. Don't worry, if you haven't deceived me, I promise to give you a satisfactory compensation. What compensation? Yi Chuan rubbed his hands together, a bit expectantly. You'll know when the time comes. I'm leaving now. Shi Wanqing waved at Yi Chuan and turned to disappear into the distance. Having obtained the Heavenly Fiend's strong acid, she was clearly going back to report on her mission. After Shi Wanqing left, Yi Chuan hurriedly left the area as well. He did not want to face 2 Iron Ant Kings alone. After killing the previous Iron Ant King, his experience points were already enough to push him to the 9th level of the Master Realm. Now, his immediate priority was to fully comprehend the root of thought in the time to come. Yichuan found an abandoned iron ant nest, then sprinkled beast-repelling powder at the entrance. He sealed the entrance with yellow mud and buried himself underground. This way, neither alien beasts nor humans would likely disturb him. After doing all this, he took out the large bottle of 4th-grade spirit sealing pills given to him by Xue Xiaoyang. Without hesitation, Yichuan swallowed the first 4th-grade spirit sealing pill. Once the 4th-grade spirit sealing pill entered his body, it quickly dissolved into nothingness, beginning to exert its medicinal power. Countless sights before him gradually began to blur, and the sounds around him slowly faded away. The smell of earth began to disappear little by little, until he could no longer move his body. Yichuan felt as if he had become a vegetative person, unable to speak, see, hear, smell, or move, yet his thoughts remained active. It was as if his body was a huge cage, trapping his soul within. This feeling was extremely mysterious, something Yichuan had never experienced before. In this state, his thoughts became incredibly active. No wonder Xue Xiaoyang had given him the 4th-grade sealing spirit pill. This thing had remarkable effects for comprehending the 6th root of intention. Yichuan was completely immersed in this wonderful state. As the first 24 hours passed, the first 4th-grade sealing spirit pill lost its efficacy. Yichuan randomly ate some food and drank some water to ensure he wouldn't starve or die of thirst, then immediately took the second sealing spirit pill. Following that were the 3rd, 4th, 5th. Gradually, Yichuan had lost count of how many sealing spirit pills he had consumed. He only knew that he was getting closer to grasping that elusive feeling. Everyone is born with a 6th sense, also known as heart perception. For instance, there are certain things for which you have no evidence, yet you just feel that it has happened or will happen soon. That is your 6th sense. The 6th sense can be strong or weak. You can feel someone staring at you from behind. You have a dream, and everything in that dream comes true. You often think of someone, and that person contacts you shortly after. You go to a strange place, yet the scenery feels familiar. These are all manifestations of the 6th sense, and also the 6th root, the root of intention. The so-called comprehension of the root of intention is to infinitely amplify these abilities. It allows one to intuitively grasp the ability to foresee the future, to seek fortune and avoid misfortune. Time passed slowly, drop by drop. Yichuan didn't know how long had passed. He only knew that the bottle of sealing spirit pills was empty, leaving only an empty bottle behind. At this moment, Yichuan was covered in yellow mud, his beard unkempt, and his hair a mess, looking like a clay figure. But he sat cross-legged in place, feeling that the world around him was incredibly clear. This mysterious feeling was as if everything in the world was under his control. A metal-eating ant was rushing towards the place where Yichuan was in seclusion. Since Yichuan had killed all the metal-eating ants in this area, other ant colonies gradually expanded their territory here. Over time, the beast-repelling powder Yichuan had scattered at the cave entrance lost its effectiveness, and naturally, a metal-eating ant came over. The ant pierced through the yellow mud at the cave entrance with its sharp pincers. At this moment, Yichuan did not open his eyes, but he raised his hands and accurately caught the 2 pincers of the ant. Yichuan's movements were very natural, as if he had rehearsed it countless times in advance. The metal-eating ant was filled with shock. If it could speak, it would surely ask Yichuan if he had awakened. The 6th root, the root of intention, has finally been comprehended, Yichuan murmured, his voice hoarse yet his eyes bright as stars. With the complete comprehension of all 6 roots, Yichuan felt that the entire world was much clearer in his perception. This feeling was hard to describe in words, like a person who had been nearsighted for many years suddenly regaining normal vision. Yichuan exerted force with both hands and directly tore the metal-eating ant in front of him in half. He slowly stood up, and the realm that had been silent for a long time rose again, instantly breaking into the 9th stage of the Master Realm. Long time no see, a smile appeared on Yichuan's face. Although he didn't know exactly how much time had passed, it certainly hadn't been half a year. After all, the effect of a sealing spirit pill lasts for 24 hours, and the maximum number of pills he had taken during this time was about 50. I've reached the 9th stage, now, I just need to reach the peak of the 9th stage. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yichuan's eyes. Only by reaching the peak of the 9th stage could he condense an anomaly. He had asked Xue Xiaoyang about this. For life-type professions to break through to the king realm, they also needed to condense an anomaly. However, the anomalies condensed by life-type professions mostly did not help in combat but rather significantly enhanced their own profession. For example, after the manifestation of Xue Xiaoyang's Earthfire anomaly, his control over flames significantly improved, greatly increasing his success rate in refining weapons. Kill the iron-eating ants? No. Perhaps I can practice on those 2 iron-eating ant kings? Yichuan stretched his muscles, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He also wanted to know after breaking through to the 9th level of the Master Realm, he could match the Iron-Eating Ant Kings, comparable to the King Realm, in a direct contest of strength. Yi Chuan followed the path in his memory and returned to the territory of the Iron-Eating Ant Kings. However, the 3 yellow clay fortresses that resembled towering swords now only had 2 remaining. The dead Iron-Eating Ant Kings clan naturally no longer had the right to occupy the best position. Yi Chuan stepped forward, drew his pig-killing knife, and cleaved the remaining 2 yellow clay fortresses in half. Countless iron-eating ants immediately swarmed out, launching an attack on Yi Chuan. Since Yi Chuan's realm was only at the 9th level of the Master Realm, he did not attract the attention of the Iron-Eating Ant Kings. In their eyes, a human of this realm was not worth their personal involvement. Facing the surging iron-eating ants, flames burned on Yi Chuan's pig-killing knife, and he unleashed the 13 blades of fiery slaughter. This gave him the opportunity to stack the bonuses of the slaughter frenzy. Yi Chuan's strikes were fierce. With each blow, an iron-eating ant fell to his blade. With the presence of the nemesis of the pig clan, combined with his 9th level Master Realm, Yi Chuan moved through the swarm as if in an uninhabited realm. His perception of various dangers was exceptionally clear, and despite being besieged by numerous iron-eating ants, he was not harmed at all. Instead, every swing of his pig-killing knife claimed the life of an iron-eating ant. As time passed, the bonuses from the slaughter frenzy increased, until they were fully stacked, reaching an additional 120% boost. With this enhancement, Yi Chuan's 3 main attributes, strength, agility, and spirit, each broke through the 2000 mark. If word got out that a 9th level Master Realm possessed such 3-dimensional attributes, it would leave countless people in shock. As Yi Chuan's slaughter of iron-eating ants increased, it finally caught the attention of the 2 iron-eating ant kings. They appeared one after the other, their sharp gazes locking onto Yi Chuan instantly. They recognized him as the human who had slain another iron-eating ant king months ago. The 2 iron-eating ant kings let out furious roars. "It's you! You dare to come back alone, I see you're seeking death." Both iron-eating ant kings were enraged and charged directly at Yi Chuan. Their massive bodies charging forward resembled 2 small mountains, causing the ground to tremble. Yi Chuan squinted slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He wanted to see if, with his current strength and the 120% bonus from the slaughter frenzy, he could take on the 2 iron-eating ant kings in a 1-on-2 fight. Yi Chuan did not hold back. In an instant, he activated the feathered wings. The black golden wings propelled him into the blue sky. Why can this kid fly? The 2 iron-eating ant kings were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Seizing the moment of their shock, Yi Chuan dove down from the sky, his pig-killing knife ablaze, slicing through one of the iron-eating ant kings. The proud, solid defense of that iron-eating ant king was directly breached by this strike. The sharp blade light and searing flames caused it to nearly leap up in pain. After landing a hit, Yi Chuan did not linger. He soared high again, not giving the iron-eating ant king a chance to counterattack. "This kid is strange. My defense can't stop him." The iron-eating ant king cried out in terror. "Use the heavenly acid, or he will fly, and we won't be able to hit him." The other iron-eating ant king said solemnly. Dense clouds of heavenly acid were sprayed by the 2 iron-eating ant kings into the sky, resembling a light drizzle. However, this rain carried terrifying corrosiveness, capable of eroding the ground into fist-sized pits. Under this acid rain, apart from the iron-eating ants hiding in their nests, it was a complete apocalyptic disaster for other creatures. Yi Chuan's gaze sharpened. With such a density of hellish strong acid, even with his feathered wings, it was impossible to completely avoid it. Since he couldn't evade it, he wouldn't. Yi Chuan fully activated the Flame 13 blades. The flames on the blade seemed to want to spread all over his body. He began to swing his blade towards the sky, and with each swing, a long line of flame defense appeared above his head. As he continued to swing faster and more frequently, a massive curtain of flames gradually formed above him. The falling hellish strong acid, only the size of raindrops, hadn't yet touched the flame curtain before being evaporated by the terrifying high temperature. The full-force strike from the 2 iron-eating ant kings caused no harm to Yi Chuan, only consuming some of his stamina. This made Yi Chuan feel increasingly confident. The King Realm didn't seem as terrifying as he had imagined. Yi Chuan dove down directly, like a meteor falling from the sky. "Be careful!" The 2 iron-eating ant kings were on high alert. They had intended to use the hellish strong acid to force Yi Chuan to the ground, but they didn't expect him to resolve it in this way. Is being careful useful? Blood Shadow Butcher. Pig Slaughtering Soul Cut. Yi Chuan unleashed 2 skills in succession. The solidified malevolent energy surged forward, firmly restraining one of the iron-eating ant kings. At the same time, a pig-slaughtering knife formed from mental energy, along with the one in Yi Chuan's hand, slashed down towards the other iron-eating ant king. Falling Star. Yi Chuan held nothing back, going all out from the start. This strike was a validation of the results of his hard training over this period. The pig-slaughtering knife formed from mental energy arrived first, directly embedding itself into the iron-eating ant king's head. The iron-eating ant king, who had been on high alert, was instantly stunned in place, clearly suffering a heavy blow to its mental world. With Yichuan's current mental power exceeding 2,000 points, the power of the pig-slaughtering soul cut was undoubtedly terrifying. Just as the iron-eating ant king was dazed, Yichuan's second strike had already arrived. A cascade of stars fell from the sky, slowly dimming as the blade light passed. The first strike severed the soul, the second strike killed the body. Whoosh! As the blade light swept by, the iron-eating ant king's proud defense failed to protect it, and its head was cleaved in two by Yichuan. Butcher Yichuan used the pig-slaughtering knife to slay a king-level pig, leveling up by 130%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig race and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. The entire battle process was clean and decisive, without any hesitation. Yichuan used all his means and swiftly killed one of the iron-eating ant kings. At this moment, the other iron-eating ant king also broke free from its state of fear. Seeing its companion killed, its eyes were filled with uncertainty. This human, who wasn't even at the king realm, could actually kill a king-level beast? It's your turn. Although Yichuan had consumed more than half of his stamina and had used most of his skills, with the 120% extra bonus from the slaughter frenzy, he was not afraid of the iron-eating ant king in a one-on-one fight. The iron-eating ant king clearly saw that Yichuan was heavily drained, even retracting its wings. You damned human, don't underestimate our iron-eating ant race. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in the iron-eating ant king's eyes as it charged directly at Yichuan. If Yichuan didn't fly into the sky, it would have a chance. Facing the ferocious charge of the iron-eating ant king, Yichuan stepped lightly, evading the ant king's storm-like attacks. Meanwhile, the pig-slaughtering knife in his hand either stayed still or, once drawn, would surely leave a mark on the iron-eating ant king. The more the iron-eating ant king fought, the more alarmed it became. The human before him had an exceptional grasp of the timing in battle. In front of his opponent, he seemed to be toyed with. Despite attacking for so long, he hadn't managed to injure Yichuan even once. What a joke! The iron ant king's sharp pincers swept toward him, forcing Yichuan to leap up to evade the strike. Just as Yichuan found himself in midair with no leverage, a cold glint flashed in the Iron Ant King's eyes as he unleashed the Heavenly Desolation strong acid. The overwhelming acid poured down like a waterfall toward Yichuan, and if it hit, it would surely corrode him to nothing but bone dust. But at that moment, Yichuan seemed to have anticipated it. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and his black golden wings spread wide once more. Whoosh! After activating the feathered heavenly wings, Yichuan's speed surged, allowing him to dodge the massive wave of acid in an instant. At the same time, his figure appeared before the Iron Ant King like a ghost. The blade shimmered with demonic patterns, and the charm effect activated immediately. The Iron Ant King was enchanted for less than a second before snapping back to reality. But 1 second was already enough. Without hesitation, Yichuan unleashed the 13 blades of fiery fury. 13 consecutive strikes, each a critical hit, left terrifying scars on the Iron Ant King's body. By the time the last blade fell, the Iron Ant King had completely lost the ability to resist, crashing heavily to the ground. His life force began to drain away bit by bit. Why? Didn't you say you couldn't fly? The Iron Ant King's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Yichuan revealed a shy smile, a bit embarrassed as he said, "If I didn't trick you, how would you fall for it?" His words made the Iron Ant King widen his eyes. Cunning. Human. Yichuan did not torment the Iron Ant King any further. With a swift motion, he ended his life mercifully. Butcher Yichuan used a butcher's knife to slay a king pig, leveling up by 120%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig race and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. After dealing with the two Iron Ant Kings, Yichuan, imitating what Yuan Qing had done earlier, opened them up and extracted their acid sacs. This Heavenly Desolation strong acid was undoubtedly a life-saving trump card. Throwing it out when someone was unprepared would surely catch them by surprise. He then stored the bodies of the two Iron Ant Kings in his silver dragon ring. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yichuan headed toward the lair of the Iron Ant Kings. As the rulers of the metal-loving Iron Ant race, their lair surely contained many valuable items. As the top of the lair was lifted, the Iron Ants rushed out without hesitation, ready to fight Yichuan. Yichuan, being kind-hearted and unable to bear the sight of orphans and widows, sent all the Iron Ants in the lair away with a single strike, allowing them to reunite with their Iron Ant King. After all, a tribe should be whole and complete. Once all the Iron Ants were dealt with, finally, nothing jumped out to disturb Yichuan's treasure hunt. He began to search through the Iron Ant King's lair, and indeed, he found many extremely rare metals, even discovering 2 pieces of the astonishing golden essence, though not as large as the one in Fang Yuanluo's possession. Among them were some rare metals that even Yichuan couldn't name, but it didn't matter, he packed them all up to take with him. Yi Chuan stuffed all these rare metals into his silver dragon ring. Later, when he found he couldn't fit anymore, he had to discard some less valuable materials to make room for the rare metals. Yi Chuan felt like a diligent miner at that moment. Just as he was happily digging, a cylindrical piece of metal, as thick as a thigh, rolled beside him. It was a stunning piece of metallic ore, covered in various golden patterns, looking mysterious and ancient. Just by looking at it a little longer, one would feel as if they were about to ride the wind and ascend to immortality. What is this? Yi Chuan's heart raced wildly. He could hardly believe it as he picked up the metallic ore. Faintly, this metallic ore seemed to exude a hint of celestial energy. Could it be? This is celestial pattern or gold? Yi Chuan instantly became excited. It truly was a case of finding something without any effort after searching high and low. He had asked the Zheng family to inquire for so long, yet there had been no news of celestial pattern or gold, and here he was, finding it in the nest of the iron-eating ants. With celestial pattern or gold, he could ask Shuexiuyang to forge him a ground-level slaughtering knife. If he had a ground-level slaughtering knife, it would definitely be a qualitative leap for Yi Chuan's strength. I hope it is. Yi Chuan felt a bit anxious. Although it looked like it, he would have to see Shuexiuyang to confirm. He stored the suspected celestial pattern or gold in his silver dragon storage ring. By now, he had nearly harvested everything from the iron-eating ant king's nest. Yi Chuan left the nest and stepped outside. The sunlight warmed his body, making him unable to resist stretching lazily. He had been sealed underground for too long, and now seeing the sunlight felt a bit blinding. He wasn't quite used to it. Time to head back to Yuning City. After returning to Yuning City, Yi Chuan realized he had spent a full 5 months in the territory of the iron-eating ants. The Qihong sect had long since given up searching for him. Now, there were only about 15 days left until the opening of the king's secret vault. Upon returning to Yuning City, he couldn't wait to go to the Starfire Pavilion to find Shuexiuyang. Yi Chuan was very anxious to confirm whether the thing he found in the iron-eating ant king's nest was indeed celestial pattern or gold. As for the promise to find Shi Wanqing after returning to the city, that was naturally cast aside by Yi Chuan. Shuexiuyang was leisurely sipping tea when he saw Yi Chuan and couldn't help but frown. If the last time he saw Yi Chuan, he looked like a wild man, now Yi Chuan resembled a freshly unearthed terracotta warrior. His hair and beard were a mess, and he was wrapped in a layer of yellow mud. How could one bear that? I say, Yi Chuan, my young friend, what's the rush? You couldn't even spare a moment to wash up before coming over? Shuexiuyang couldn't help but tease. But just after he finished, Shuexiuyang's eyes widened, and he instantly spat out all the tea in his mouth. What the hell? 6 senses fully awakened? Shuexiuyang looked at Yi Chuan as if he were a monster that had walked out of the classic of mountains and seas. You comprehended all 6 senses in less than half a year? Shuexiuyang's eyes were filled with shock. He had spent over 3 years comprehending the 6 senses. Yi Chuan's speed was almost 7 times his. The method Yi Chuan used to comprehend the 6 senses was the same as the one Shuexiuyang had given him. There was only one explanation: Yi Chuan's talent was truly monstrous. Speaking of which, I must thank you, Elder Shui, for that large bottle of 4th-grade spirit sealing pills, otherwise, I might not have been so quick. Yi Chuan first expressed his apologies, then got straight to the point. I'm in such a hurry to come over mainly to see if this is indeed celestial pattern or gold. Yi Chuan took out the ore from his silver dragon storage ring. The moment the ore appeared, Shuexiuyang's eyes went wide. He no longer pondered why Yi Chuan could comprehend the 6 senses in such a short time. His attention was completely drawn to the ore before him. Shuexiuyang looked at the ore as if he were a bachelor who had been imprisoned for 20 years suddenly encountering a stunning beauty. He stepped forward, gently rubbing the ore with both hands, feeling its texture, his face revealing an expression of obsession. Indeed, this is celestial pattern mine gold. Such a large piece. Where did you get it? Shuexiuyang's breath quickened. Just luck, Yi Chuan explained briefly, smiling shyly. Don't worry, I will keep my promise to you. Shuexiuyang's gaze became incredibly fervent. For a weaponsmith, obtaining a good material was akin to a swordsman acquiring an unparalleled sword. With such a large piece of celestial pattern mine gold, plus the astonishing golden core you got from Feng Yuanlu before, I will definitely forge you a knife that you will be satisfied with. That kid thanks you in advance, Elder Shui. Hearing Shuexiuyang's words, Yi Chuan felt a surge of excitement. Just thinking about getting a ground-level slaughtering knife made his heart race. It was like having bought your dream car, only to be told by the dealership that you had to wait a few days to pick it up. Those days would surely be filled with restless anticipation. You are so eager to break through to the 9th level of the Master Realm. It must be for the upcoming King's secret vault, right? Shuexiuyang carefully picked up the celestial pattern mine gold, as if cradling a child. Rest assured, I will do my best to forge this knife for you before the king's secret vault opens. Good. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Elder Shui. Yi Chuan nodded heavily and stood up to leave. But at that moment, he suddenly remembered that there were many resources in his silver dragon ring that needed to be dealt with. By the way, Elder Shui, do you accept rare metals? Yi Chuan asked. Of course. The more, the better, Shui Xiaoyang replied without looking back, his eyes fixed on the celestial pattern mine gold. Then you must accept beast corpses too, right? Yes. Shui Xiaoyang waved his hand impatiently. You can just go to the front desk of the Starfire Pavilion, they will handle it. Well, okay. Yi Chuan scratched his nose and turned to head to the front desk of the Starfire Pavilion. Moments later, a sharp explosion echoed through the Starfire Pavilion, followed by a scream that pierced the sky. What the hell are you shouting about? Shui Xiaoyang, who was engrossed in admiring the celestial pattern mine gold, immediately cursed. Even if it were his own father, he would still scold him for interrupting at such a time. Elder Shui, come quickly. The attendant at the Starfire Pavilion shouted at the top of his lungs. Shui Xiaoyang didn't want to pay him any mind and stuffed 2 cotton balls in his ears. But the next second, the attendant's sharp voice rang out again. Elder Shui, hurry, it's really important. I swear, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, even Jesus can't save you, I'm telling you. An enraged Shui Xiaoyang yanked out the cotton and stormed outside. He wanted to see what this dog was shouting about. When Shui Xiaoyang arrived at the front, the first thing that caught his eye was a sea of rare metals scattered all over the ground. Some pieces, though smaller, were of quality that rivaled the celestial pattern mine gold. Shui Xiaoyang was dumbfounded. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, staring at the ocean of rare metals before him. Was this heaven? He even saw a few materials he had only read about in books. It was too shocking, too beautiful. For a weaponsmith, a place filled with rare metals was the most beautiful sight in the world. After being stunned for a while, Shui Xiaoyang finally noticed Yi Chuan beside him. Did you bring all of this out? Shui Xiaoyang couldn't help but ask. Yes, I want to sell all of this. Yi Chuan nodded slightly. Let's put the things away first and talk inside. Shui Xiaoyang regretted deeply. Had he known Yi Chuan could bring out so many rare metals, he would have never let him come to the front desk. Now that the items were exposed, so many eyes had seen them, and it was clear that someone would have ideas. After all, the king of artifacts in Yuning City is not just the Starfire King. Shui Xiaoyang brought Yi Chuan back inside. Yi Chuan, these rare metals are too precious, you can't trade them for money. What do you want to exchange for? Shui Xiaoyang asked. Let's exchange for a life-saving or defensive skill, preferably an epic one. If not, a rare one will do, Yi Chuan stated his request. As his strength increased, the illusion strike was gradually becoming insufficient for his needs. For instance, when dealing with the iron-eating Ant King, the illusion strike had a hard time confusing the opponent, as the skill level was too low. Understood, I'll help you find one. If I can find an epic one, we'll trade directly. If it's a rare one, I'll find something else to compensate you, Shui Xiaoyang nodded. With so many rare metals, exchanging for an epic skill would still be a profit for him. Alright, then, Shui Lao, I also have the corpse of the iron-eating Ant King. You can take that too, Yi Chuan said. The corpse of the iron-eating Ant King? Shui Xiaoyang suddenly realized. No wonder Yi Chuan could suddenly produce so many rare metals. He must have taken down the iron-eating Ant King's lair. How many do you have? 2.5, Yi Chuan said, swiping his silver dragon storage ring, and the 2.5 corpses of the iron-eating Ant King appeared before Shui Xiaoyang. Shui Xiaoyang stepped forward to inspect them and nodded after confirming there were no issues. Indeed the iron-eating Ant King, excellent materials for refining weapons or alchemy. What do you want to exchange for this? Let's not exchange this. Consider it a reward for your help in forging my sword, Yi Chuan said with a smile. Shui Xiaoyang was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. You little rascal, you're quite the slippery one. Don't worry, I promise I'll do my utmost to forge the best sword possible. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Yi Chuan stood up and left casually. After Yi Chuan left, Shui Xiaoyang looked at the corpse of the iron-eating Ant King and the mountain of rare metals, murmuring to himself, perhaps with these, I can give you a real surprise. Meanwhile, as Yi Chuan stepped out of the Starfire Pavilion, he bumped into a voluptuous beauty. Little friend, where are you going? Shi Wanqing looked at Yi Chuan with a half-smile, a layer of indescribable emotion in her eyes. Wanqing Jie, what are you doing here? I was just about to look for you. Yilin quickly wrapped his arm around hers enthusiastically. Oh, is that so? Shi Wanqing tilted her head. I didn't expect you to remember me. I thought you had forgotten all about me. The intelligence network of YSI was spread throughout Yuning City, and the moment Yi Chuan returned, Shi Wanqing received the news. She had thought Yi Chuan would come looking for her immediately. Unexpectedly, he went straight to the Starfire Pavilion and stayed there for most of the day. Shi Wanqing felt a surge of frustration and deliberately came to block him at the entrance of the Starfire Pavilion. How could I forget you, Wanqing Jia? Yi Chuan smiled awkwardly. I was just thinking of finishing up everything in my storage ring, then taking a shower to meet you in the best possible way. Shi Wanqing pinched Yi Chuan's nose. Smooth talker, do you think you can fool me like an 18-year-old girl? Yi Chuan looked shocked. Wanqing Jia, aren't you 18? Have you turned 19 already? Upon hearing Yi Chuan's words, the corners of Shi Wanqing's mouth twitched, and her anger dissipated significantly. Although she had seen all kinds of tricks, what woman doesn't like to be complimented? Especially women over 30, who love to hear others praise them for being young. You're really a smooth talker. I wonder how many girls you'll deceive with that mouth in the future. Come with me, I'll take you to shower first. You're filthy. Shi Wanqing complained, but her body honestly pulled Yi Chuan away. With Shi Wanqing's speed, the two soon arrived at Yizai. This was Yi Chuan's first visit. He had only been to the Jiang family among the three major forces in Yuning City. The headquarters of Yizai was an ancient and elegant loft, towering over 10 stories high. As they got closer, a rich wooden fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing and uplifting. Upon seeing Shi Wanqing, everyone inside Yizai displayed respectful expressions. After all, Shi Wanqing was not only the master of Yizai but also the #1 assassin in Yuning City. Wherever a strong person went, they would be respected. At that moment, the people of Yizai also noticed Yi Chuan, who was following closely behind Shi Wanqing. They looked at him with curiosity, sizing him up. It was known that Shi Wanqing had never allowed a strange man to get this close to her. Could it be that this kid was a new favorite of their master? Even though the gossip flames were burning fiercely in their hearts, no one dared to speak a word, as Shi Wanqing's blade was not to be trifled with. Help him bathe, Shi Wanqing said, bringing Yi Chuan to the door of a room, opening it, and pushing him inside. The room contained a huge bath, and beside it stood 8 beautiful maidens waiting. Yes, master, the 8 maidens replied as they approached Yi Chuan. Young master, we will assist you in undressing. As they spoke, they began to remove Yi Chuan's clothes. Yi Chuan was taken aback, flustered as he hurriedly refused. No, I can do it myself. Seeing his reaction, Shi Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, a young boy was still a young boy. Don't worry, they are all loyal to me and are pure, very clean. If you like, they are all yours. Shi Wanqing said no more and turned to close the door behind Yi Chuan. She knew well what men liked and assumed that Yi Chuan wouldn't dare to act out with her present. Since that was the case, she would give him enough space to express himself. Men, after all, were naturally lustful. Sister Wanqing, I really don't need it, Yi Chuan quickly explained, but unfortunately, Shi Wanqing had already walked away. Yi Chuan felt a bit helpless. He was indeed lustful, but he couldn't feel that way towards pigs. Well, it was too late for regrets. He might as well take a bath first. After stripping down to just his underwear, Yi Chuan jumped into the pool. The feeling of being waited on was too uncomfortable. He was not used to such pampering. The moment he submerged in the hot water, he felt all his pores open up. It was incredibly soothing. He had buried himself underground for nearly 2 months to quickly comprehend the 6 roots, which had been a tremendous torment. Just as Yi Chuan was enjoying his bath, a splash of water interrupted him. The 8 maidens, completely unclothed, swam over to him, gazing at him with longing eyes. Young master, we will scrub your back, they said, and a dozen hands reached out to touch him. With no other choice, Yi Chuan could only knock them all out and toss them to the side of the bath. These days, even taking a proper bath is so difficult. Yi Chuan shook his head helplessly. After cleaning up, Yi Chuan shaved off all his stubble, and for his long hair, he simply grabbed a rubber band and tied it up. At that moment, Yi Chuan felt refreshed and directly pulled open the door to step outside. A shadow was waiting at the door. Upon seeing Yi Chuan come out, the shadow respectfully lowered its head, its voice hoarse and indistinguishable in gender. Young Master Yi Chuan, please follow me. The shadow led Yi Chuan to Shi Wanqing. Upon seeing him, Shi Wanqing was somewhat surprised. Little friend, where are the 8 maidens? You're done so quickly? Yi Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. I didn't touch them at all. Oh, what's wrong? They didn't catch your eye? Shi Wanqing smiled at him. Then what kind do you like? Someone like you, Sister Wanqing, Yi Chuan replied without hesitation. Smooth talker. Shi Wanqing let out a hum, but the corners of her mouth lifted into a smile. I've investigated, and you really didn't deceive me. Do you remember I said that when we return to Yuning City, I would give you a satisfactory compensation? Yi Chuan rubbed his hands, feeling a bit expectant. Shi Wanqing was not only a powerful figure at the king level but also the master of Yizai. The compensation she offered would surely be impressive. Come, get a little closer.
Shi Wanqing waved at Yi Chuan and took out a black spherical object from her storage space. The material of this object was unclear. It seemed to be a flowing liquid, gently writhing in Shi Wanqing's hand.
What is this? Yi Chuan looked curiously at the black sphere.
You'll know if you stretch out your hand, Shi Wanqing said with a smile. Yi Chuan hesitantly extended his hand, and the moment his fingertips touched the black sphere, it surged towards him like a shark sensing its prey.
Yi Chuan retreated several steps but couldn't evade it. The black sphere transformed into liquid and flowed over his body.
Moments later, the black sphere completely conformed to Yi Chuan's form, making it look as if he was wearing a tight black suit.
Protective spirit weapon?
Yi Chuan was momentarily stunned. He had been worried about lacking means for self-preservation and defense, and here Shi Wanqing was providing him with one. Yi Chuan moved his limbs slightly and found that the black sphere, once fitted to his body, did not hinder his movements at all. He then tentatively took out his knife and made a slash across his body. The moment the blade touched his skin, Yi Chuan immediately felt a force obstructing the blade, diminishing its power and preventing any harm to his body.
Do you like it? Shi Wanqing asked with a smile.
I like it.
Yi Chuan nodded.
This is a top-grade protective spirit weapon of the Xian rank, Dark Knight Phantom. It cannot be easily damaged by slashes, burns, or water, and it has a slow self-repairing ability. As long as it isn't completely destroyed in one go, given some time, Dark Knight Phantom can restore itself to its original state.
So, how about it? Are you satisfied with this compensation?
Shi Wanqing looked at Yi Chuan with a beaming smile.
Very satisfied. Extremely satisfied.
Yi Chuan nodded repeatedly. In his youth, he didn't know how good Auntie was, mistaking a lowly for a treasure.
Auntie knows everything and can even give you gold coins. How could a lowly compare? I'm glad you like this compensation.
Seeing the joy on Yi Chuan's face, Shi Wanqing's rosy lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. For some reason, seeing Yi Chuan happy made her unconsciously feel happy as well. Perhaps this was the feeling of being a parent. As long as the child was happy, anything was worth it.
Sister Wanqing, I'm going out for a bit now.
After putting on the Dark Knight Phantom snugly, Yi Chuan spoke. Remember to return to Yai at night. Don't make me come to catch you, Shi Wanqing said lightly.
Don't worry, Sister Wanqing. I'll be back before sunset.
After making Shi Wanqing happy, Yi Chuan didn't linger in Yai but went to the Jiang family. He needed to ensure that there were no mishaps regarding the quota for the king-level secret treasure. The guards of the Jiang family clearly remembered Yi Chuan. Upon his arrival, no one dared to stop him. They welcomed him in while notifying the family head, Jiang Yuchuan. After sitting in the reception room for a while, Yi Chuan saw the heavy-hearted Jiang Yuchuan walk out.
Jiang Yuchuan's brows were tightly furrowed.
He had been quite troubled lately. The elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Biehe, had mysteriously disappeared. Someone had seen Jiang Biehe heading to the teleportation array in Yuning City, and after the array lit up, he vanished.
Since then, Jiang Biehe had not reappeared.
As a 9th-level master and the elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Biehe was extremely important to them, especially now that the king-level secret treasure was about to open.
Jiang Biehe's quota was certainly guaranteed. If luck is on their side, the Jiang family might even gain another king-level powerhouse.
During this time, the Jiang family has mobilized all their resources to trace Jiang Biehe's whereabouts, but nearly half a year has passed with no leads. Jiang Biehe remains elusive, alive yet unseen, dead yet unconfirmed. Young friend Yechuan, long time no see, Jiang Yuchuan forced a smile. Shiyan is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the 9th level of the Master Realm, so she hasn't received news of your return.
I understand, head of the Jiang family.
I came this time to confirm the matter of the quota.
Yechuan did not continue.
Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. The king's secret treasure will open in half a month. Just come directly to the Jiang family. Jiang Yuchuan nodded. Yechuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was somewhat worried that Jiang Yuchuan might suddenly change his mind.
Wait, you've already reached the 9th level of the Master Realm?
A look of surprise appeared in Jiang Yuchuan's eyes. It should be noted that when he came out of the small world, Yechuan's realm was still behind Jiang Shiyan's. In just over half a year, while Jiang Shiyan was desperately trying to break through to the 9th level of the Master Realm, Yechuan had actually taken the lead in entering this realm? Just lucky, Yechuan scratched his head. If he hadn't encountered Shi Wanqing and successfully tricked her, he wouldn't have been able to step into the 9th level of the Master Realm so quickly.
By the way, head of the Jiang family, I noticed you don't look well. Has something happened to the Jiang family?
Yechuan quickly changed the subject, not wanting to dwell on his own speed of advancement.
Jiang Yuchuan's expression darkened as he nodded. Is there anything I can help with?
Yechuan asked politely.
You can't help with this.
My family's elder, Jiang Biehe, has been missing for nearly half a year, with no sign of him alive or dead. Jiang Yuchuan shook his head.
Yechuan was taken aback. Jiang Biehe? Wasn't that guy killed by him in the territory of the iron-eating ants half a year ago?
Dying in such a desolate place without leaving a body, it was normal for the Jiang family to be unable to find Jiang Bia. A strange look flickered in Yechuan's eyes. Jiang Yuchuan had no idea that the culprit behind the elder's death was sitting right in front of him. Then I really can't help, Yechuan sighed regretfully. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer, head of the Jiang family. You carry on, I'll take my leave. How can your visit be considered a disturbance? As long as you come, the doors of the Jiang family will always be open for you, Jiang Yuchuan explained with a smile. Alright, then I will definitely come more often when I have the time. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yuchuan, Yechuan planned to return to Yizai and lie down. It had been a long time since he had slept together with Shi Wanqing, and he missed it a bit. After that, he had nothing else to do but quietly wait for Shui Shouyang to help him refine a new pig-killing knife and then wait for the king's secret realm to open. In a good mood, Yechuan left the Jiang family. However, not long after he stepped outside, he felt an extremely uncomfortable sensation. As a pig butcher, he was highly sensitive to the killing intent and hostility of pigs. It seemed he was being targeted by a pig. Yechuan narrowed his eyes slightly, activating Wind Walk to move swiftly through the streets and alleys of Yuning City, trying to shake off the tail that was following him. But the other party seemed extremely familiar with Yuning City. No matter what Yechuan did, he could not shake off that prickly feeling on his back. The other party was closely following him in the shadows. A dangerous glint flashed in Yechuan's eyes. He wanted to see who had been following him all this time. His fingers were already resting on the silver dragon ring, and at the same time, his mental energy quickly extended, searching for the shadow hiding in the dark. But at that moment, the feeling of being watched suddenly vanished. Yechuan frowned slightly. Could it be that the person left? But the next second, Yechuan's expression changed drastically as he suddenly turned around, pulling out the pig-killing knife from the silver dragon ring. But it was already too late. A flash of crimson swordlight, swift as lightning, struck directly at Yechuan. A deep wound, visible to the bone, appeared on his chest, and a layer of black substance began to writhe on either side of the injury. It was the protective spirit weapon, Dark Knight Phantom, that Shi Wanqing had just given him. Yechuan's eyes were filled with lingering fear. If it weren't for the fact that the pig clan's nemesis could reduce 50% of damage from pigs, combined with the defense of Dark Knight Phantom, that sword could have easily taken his life. The angle of the opponent's strike was too cunning, and their control over their breath was terrifying. He had truly walked a fine line with death this time. Oh, a master-level class changer, and you survived my sword? A tall, slender woman slowly stepped forward. Her face bore some traces of age, but it was clear she must have been a great beauty in her youth. Her slightly curled black hair flowed behind her, and she held a 3-foot-long sword in her hand. It was evident that the sword strike just now had come from this woman. Yechuan looked at her face, and he was certain he had never seen her before. Who are you? Yechuan rasped, questioning her. The woman let out a cold laugh. Kid, you killed Fang Yuan Luo, and you still dare to ask who I am? Of course, I'm here to kill you. Yechuan's pupils constricted sharply. He had clearly handled that matter cleanly that day. Why was he still being targeted by the Red Rainbow sect? Although this woman was not as strong as the Red Rainbow Sword King, she was undoubtedly a solid king-level powerhouse. Are you from the Red Rainbow sect? Yechuan had long known that the Red Rainbow sect had more than just the Red Rainbow Sword King as a king-level entity. You're curious, aren't you, about how I could find you so accurately? The woman stepped closer to Yechuan, holding her sword. I'm also curious why someone with no background like you possesses such a precious flying skill. How about this, you give me your flying skill, and I'll only disfigure you, not kill you. How does that sound? As long as you live in hiding and change your identity from now on, I can guarantee that the Red Rainbow sect won't trouble you again. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Huang Zhuangman, but you can also call me Fire Autumn Sword King. Seeing that the woman had no intention of attacking again, Yechuan unhesitatingly swallowed a healing pill, then cautiously fixed his gaze on her. How can I trust that you'll let me go after taking something from me? Yechuan wanted to buy time for the healing medicine to take effect. Huang Zhuangman saw through his little ploy but did not expose it. She merely smiled lightly. You should know that if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to waste so many words. I'm informing you, not giving you a choice. Well, to show my sincerity, I can give you a little benefit first. Huang Zhuangman raised 2 fingers, forming a sword with them, and with a gentle swipe, a fiery red sword intent flew from Yechuan's body and landed in her hand. This is a trace of sword intent left on you by the Red Rainbow Sword King. You must have endured a sword strike from him, right? This trace of sword intent won't harm your body, but it will allow the Red Rainbow Sword King to locate you. As long as this sword intent remains, as soon as you come within a certain range of the Red Rainbow Sword King, he will know your exact position. So, how about it? Is my sincerity enough?
Huang Zhuangman said with a smile. A skill that allows one to fly is too rare and precious. Even she, a king-level powerhouse, felt a surge of greed. Yi Chuan remained silent. Huang Zhuangman continued to persuade him. If you want to survive, this is your only way out. I advise you not to entertain any thoughts that you shouldn't. Is that so? But I think I have other ways to survive. Seeing that his injuries had mostly healed, Yi Chuan no longer played along. A butcher's knife appeared in his hand. He had killed king-level opponents before. Huang Zhuangman shook her head at the sight and said with a hint of helplessness, "Why do you have to do this? Are you looking for death? The gap between the king realm and the master realm is greater than the difference between humans and dogs. Before reaching the king realm, humans of the same level are generally weaker than the fierce beasts of other races, as the latter possess naturally strong physiques. However, once one enters the king realm, humans gain the upper hand at the same level. This is the transformation that the king's phenomenon brings to humanity. While it may be possible to fight above one's level in other realms, attempting to defeat a king realm opponent while in the master realm is simply a fool's dream. If it weren't for the concern that Yi Chuan might not have brought that flying skill with him, Huang Zhuangman wouldn't have wasted so many words on him. Since Yi Chuan was being uncooperative, she could only kill him first and then search slowly. Huang Zhuangman raised the long sword in her hand and made a gentle slash, instantly filling the air with a sense of desolation. Orange-red maple leaves began to fall from the sky, each one seemingly ablaze with fire. This was Huang Zhuangman's phenomenon, the autumn of fire. A maple leaf brushed past Yi Chuan's side, leaving a blood mark on his face, and blood began to seep out, accompanied by a burning sensation. Soon, more maple leaves began to rain down on Yi Chuan like a storm. Huang Zhuangman had not yet formally launched her attack, but just the manifestation of her phenomenon was already making it difficult for Yi Chuan to move. Yi Chuan's expression was extremely grave. This battle was clearly going to be even more challenging than his confrontation with the Iron Ant King. The 13 blades of fiery flames were immediately unleashed, the blazing fire sweeping out with the butcher's knife, cutting down all the maple leaves that approached him. Your sword technique seems to come from a king realm expert. Huang Zhuangman squinted her eyes and then couldn't help but shake her head. It's a pity that you lack a corresponding phenomenon, so you can't unleash the true power of this sword technique. As soon as her voice fell, Huang Zhuangman disappeared into the sea of maple leaves. Yi Chuan continued to slash down the maple leaves while remaining vigilant of the direction from which Huang Zhuangman might appear. The previous sneak attack from Huang Zhuangman had left him with a significant psychological shadow. Just as Yi Chuan swept his blade and cleared the maple leaves in front of him, a sense of deadly danger surged from above. He immediately realized where Huang Zhuangman was about to appear. However, Huang Zhuangman's speed was too fast. Even knowing she would appear above him, Yi Chuan felt that it was highly likely he wouldn't be able to dodge. Whoosh! A sword descended from the sky like lightning, the sword light flashing by, carrying a terrifying sword aura straight down. Yet, when the sword struck, there was not a drop of blood. The long sword plunged into the ground as if cutting through tofu. Yi Chuan had already evaded the strike, and a pair of black golden wings appeared behind him, greatly increasing his speed. Since Huang Zhuangman knew he could fly, Yi Chuan naturally had no need to hide it any longer. You really have flying skills. Huang Zhuangman's eyes sparkled with surprise. Yi Chuan, I give you one last chance. As long as you hand over this skill to me, I guarantee you can leave Yuning City alive. In response, Yi Chuan unleashed a full-powered strike he had been preparing for a long time. Falling star. A brilliant river of stars fell from the sky above Huang Zhuangman, right before her eyes. A flash of blade light followed closely, dimming the stars in the sky wherever it passed. Huang Zhuangman's expression changed slightly. From this strike, she sensed an extreme threat. If she let her guard down, she could be severely injured or even killed on the spot. Huang Zhuangman was horrified. She couldn't understand why a Master Realm Transmuter could unleash such a terrifying strike, but there was no time for her to ponder now. The autumn wind sweeps the leaves. Huang Zhuangman immediately went all out, and the surrounding maple leaves began to gather together, forming a dragon of fallen leaves as she pointed her long sword. The falling leaf sword dragon swept away, colliding with a blade of light capable of severing the stars. A dazzling brilliance erupted instantly, as if two meteors had collided, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy. The commotion here could no longer be concealed, drawing the attention of the powerful within Yuning City, who realized that a king-level expert was unleashing their full power within the city. The air trembled, and maple leaves scattered. Yi Chuan staggered back several steps, a sense of desolation engulfing him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Huang Zhuangman was not faring much better. Her long sword nearly slipped from her grasp due to the shock, and she retreated several steps before barely stabilizing herself. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Huang Zhuangman's anger was fully ignited, a murderous intent flashing in her eyes. At that moment, a knife made of condensed mental energy slashed directly toward her. This strike was as fast as lightning. Huang Zhuangmun felt an extremely strong threat from this blow. She activated her king-level manifestation, Autumn Fire, and the maple leaves fell in droves, forming a wall of leaves to block the strike. But just then, a palpable aura of malice suddenly struck her, plunging her into a state of fear. The once impenetrable wall of maple leaves had a gap appear as Huang Zhuangmun lost consciousness. The knife, formed from mental energy, plunged directly into Huang Zhuangmun's mind. She let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from her mouth, nose, and ears. The terrifying power of the knife severing the soul jolted her out of her fear, her vision filled with stars, her ears ringing, and her head pounding as if it would explode. What kind of technique is this? Huang Zhuangmun was horrified. This method clearly exceeded her understanding. After all, the knife severing the soul was a direct attack on the mental realm. Yi Chuan did not answer her question but charged at her with his knife. Taking advantage of her weakness, he aimed for her life. The commotion had already attracted the attention of other powerful figures in Yuning City. If he didn't quickly deal with Huang Zhuangmun and leave, Yi Chuan himself would be exposed to others, and at that point, he might have to face the entire Qihong sect. The fire blade technique, infused with Yi Chuan's killing intent, struck fiercely at Huang Zhuangmun. At this moment, Huang Zhuangmun was already terrified by the knife severing the soul that Yi Chuan had just unleashed. She had no desire to continue fighting him. She summoned all her strength to activate her manifestation, and the sky was filled with swirling maple leaves, forcefully blocking Yi Chuan's advance. Then, Huang Zhuangmun, the Autumn Fire Sword King, turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. She knew her condition was not right. Continuing to entangle with Yi Chuan would put her in great danger. Yi Chuan's expression changed. He was unafraid of facing her directly, but if Huang Zhuangmun, a king-level expert, was determined to escape, he would not be able to stop her. Huang Zhuangmun was very skilled at concealing her presence and launching sneak attacks. Allowing her to escape would undoubtedly plant a ticking time bomb. The next time, Yi Chuan might not be so lucky. Just as Yi Chuan thought he could only watch Huang Zhuangmun escape, a figure appeared like a ghost. A knife moved at lightning speed, without leaving any afterimages, and plunged directly into Huang Zhuangmun's body. Huang Zhuangmun felt her life force rapidly draining away with that knife. She widened her eyes, staring fixedly at the person who had attacked. "You are the Shadowless Blade." The opponent did not give her a chance to continue. The knife was drawn and swept across, cleanly severing her throat. "Sister Wanqing, how did you end up here?" Yi Chuan was somewhat surprised. YSI is not only the largest assassin organization in Yuning City but also the largest intelligence organization, you fool. Shi Wanqing tapped Yi Chuan's head with her slender, jade-like finger. "Let's go. This isn't a place for conversation." Shi Wanqing raised her knife and directly hacked Huang Zhuangmun's corpse into a mangled mess before leading Yi Chuan away. As soon as they left, a fiery red pillar of light descended from the sky. The powerful fire attribute sword energy rampaged around, causing those slightly weaker among the transmuters to turn pale just from sensing its aura. The Red Rainbow Sword King had a grim expression, his eyes flashing with cold light as he fixedly stared at Huang Zhuangmun's corpse. "Good. Very good. Daring to kill a king-level member of my Red Rainbow sect." The terrifying sword energy surged from the Red Rainbow Sword King. "Whether you are from the Jiang family or the YSI, the Red Rainbow sect, will remember this debt." The tragic death of a king-level expert was a significant blow, even for the Red Rainbow sect, enough to be considered a serious injury. This kind of enmity was definitely of the level where one would not rest until the other was dead. Meanwhile, Shi Wanqing had already brought Yi Chuan back to YSI. "Kid, you've really gotten me into big trouble this time. How did you offend the Red Rainbow sect? Why would that woman Huang Zhuangmun personally hunt you down?" Shi Wanqing was in great pain. The Red Rainbow Sword King was much more difficult to deal with than the 3 iron-eating ant kings. This old fellow was the oldest king-level expert in Yuning City, with terrifying strength and battle experience. Unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to confront the Red Rainbow Sword King. "This matter is a bit long to explain." Yi Chuan forced a bitter smile. His offense against the Red Rainbow sect could be traced back to the time of the Burning Sky Valley. Yi Chuan briefly recounted the situation at that time and confessed to killing Feng Yuan Luo. Shi Wanqing listened, dumbfounded. "You have some guts. I really don't know whether to call you brave or to praise your youthful ignorance. During this time, just stay in YSI and don't run around. When the king-level secret treasure opens, if you can cultivate an anomaly and step into the king level, you won't have to fear him anymore." Yi Chuan scratched his head awkwardly. "Sister Wanqing, this should cause you trouble, right? Don't worry, YSI isn't afraid of the Red Rainbow sect, especially since they've already lost a king-level expert." Shi Wanqing shook her head. The entire Red Rainbow sect only has 3 king-level experts, and now that the Fire Autumn Sword King is dead, only the Red Rainbow Sword King and another Windfire Spear King remain. In the short term, the Red Rainbow sect won't dare to act rashly, unless they want to break the net with Yizai. From Shi Wanqing's words, Yi Chuan also roughly understood the power distribution of the three major forces in Yuning City. Both the Red Rainbow sect and Yizai had 3 king-level experts, while the Jiang family had only 2, but one of them was Jiang Tianxiong, the previous head of the Jiang family. Jiang Tianxiong was the only peak 9th-level king-level expert in Yuning City. It was said that he was only one step away from the legendary king-level realm. Because of this, the Jiang clan could rank among the 3 major forces. To avoid more trouble, Yi Chuan temporarily stayed at Yizai. Soon, the Red Rainbow Sword King also traced the cause of Huang Zhuangman's death. Although Shi Wanqing had disfigured Huang Zhuangman, in the entire Yuning City, there were very few who had the strength to kill her, and the Red Rainbow Sword King quickly locked onto Shi Wanqing after a brief investigation. Although the Red Rainbow sect did not directly attack Yizai, they used their influence to strike at Yizai's interests. During this time, any assassin from Yizai who dared to go out on a mission would be intercepted and killed by the Red Rainbow sect. To avoid escalating conflict, Shi Wanqing simply closed down the entire Yizai temporarily. After all, with the wealth Yizai had accumulated over the years, a temporary closure wouldn't affect anything. Yizai remained closed for a full half-month. As the half-month passed, the Red Rainbow sect's retaliation gradually subsided, and the entire Yuning City began to boil with excitement, because the king-level secret treasure was about to open. As the first ray of sunlight appeared in the morning, the entire Yuning City was already bustling with activity, because everyone knows that today is the day the king's secret vault opens. The opening of the king's secret vault, in a sense, represents a reshuffling of the major forces in Yuning City. If any force or family that obtains a quota successfully seals a king, then one person ascends to the heavens, and the entire force or family can leap to become a top force in Yuning City. With even one king-level figure in charge, they would only be second to the Jiang family of the Qihong sect and Yizai in Yuning City. As dawn broke, many people spontaneously gathered in the city center of Yuning. Yi Chuan did not rush to join the crowd. Instead, he went to the Xingho Pavilion, where his new knife should have been forged by now. The staff at Xingho Pavilion clearly remembered Yi Chuan, as the scene of him pulling out so many rare metals in front of everyone was truly shocking. As soon as Yi Chuan stepped through the door of Xingho Pavilion, someone went to notify Xue Xiaoyang. Moments later, Yi Chuan met Xue Xiaoyang in the reception room. "Hey, you really have patience, coming here only now. I thought you had given up on your knife." Upon seeing Yi Chuan, Xue Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh and scold him. He had completed the knife Yi Chuan wanted 2 days ago. Xue Lao might be too busy to pay attention to the recent happenings in Yuning City. "It's not that I didn't want to come, it's just that the Qihong sect keeps trying to kill me," Yi Chuan said, spreading his hands in a somewhat helpless manner. Is it because of Fang Yuan Luo?" Xue Xiaoyang paused for a moment. "Yes," Yi Chuan nodded. Xue Xiaoyang clapped his hands, and someone brought all the recent events in Yuning City to him. After reading, Xue Xiaoyang frowned. "This matter is partly my fault. Don't worry, when you come out of the king's secret vault, I will pressure the woman from Yizai together, and the king of Qihong Sword won't dare to do anything to you, unless he wants to offend both Xingho Pavilion and Yizai at the same time." "Then thank you, Xue Lao. Let's not talk about this anymore, just quickly bring out the knife." Yi Chuan rubbed his hands in anticipation. Compared to discussing the king of Qihong Sword, he was much more interested in his new knife. "Don't worry, it's not going to be less than what you expect," Xue Xiaoyang chuckled, and with a flick of his hand, a butcher knife appeared in his grasp. This butcher knife looked unremarkable, yet it exuded a restrained sharpness. If one stared at it, their eyes would feel a piercing pain. Yi Chuan reached out to take the knife, but his hand couldn't help but sink down. What a heavy knife! Yi Chuan was taken aback. This butcher knife looked plain, yet its weight was astonishing. If it weren't for his own exaggerated strength attribute, an ordinary master-level practitioner would probably struggle to wield this knife. Yi Chuan tried to swing the knife, and due to its weight and sharpness, even a simple swing could unleash terrifying power. "Good knife, Xue Lao. What grade is this knife?" Yi Chuan's eyes couldn't hide his excitement. "It's a low-grade earth tier," Xue Xiaoyang said confidently, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, then added, "However, this knife can devour rare metals to upgrade its grade." Xue Xiaoyang's words made Yi Chuan gasp in surprise. A butcher knife that can devour materials to level up? This was undoubtedly the divine weapon Yi Chuan had longed for. As his strength increased, even a low-grade earth-tier spirit weapon would gradually become insufficient. Moreover, the spirit weapons Yi Chuan used needed to be specially refined, and it was impossible to buy a low-grade butcher knife. The fact that he could have the weapon master Xue Xiaoyang forge a knife for him was already a pleasant surprise. If he hadn't obtained the legacy of the Fireblade King, Xue Xiaoyang probably wouldn't have paid him any attention. Finding a more powerful weapon master than Xue Xiaoyang was even more difficult. Therefore, the issue of spirit weapons had always been a concern for Yi Chuan. A butcher knife that could autonomously devour materials to upgrade was undoubtedly a solution to Yi Chuan's pressing problem. "Xue Lao, what is the highest grade this knife can reach?" Yi Chuan quickly asked. "Then I don't know, maybe it's a top grade earth level, or maybe a heaven level? It all depends on what materials you can feed this knife." The method of feeding materials is quite simple. Just stick the materials onto the blade. After saying this, Xue Xiaoyang concealed it in front of Yi Chuan. A small piece of astonishing golden essence appeared in his hand, which he directly pressed onto the butcher's knife. Waves rippled across the blade, directly merging the astonishing golden essence into it. After integrating this small piece of astonishing golden essence, the sharpness of the butcher's knife noticeably increased a few notches. "I understand now, thank you, old Xue." Yi Chuan nodded excitedly. "No need to thank me. If you hadn't dug up so many rare metals from the iron-eating Ant King's lair, I wouldn't have been able to forge such a knife." Xue Xiaoyang's face also showed a hint of excitement. He gained a lot from forging this knife for Yi Chuan. Give him a little more time, and perhaps his crafting skills could reach new heights. "Old Xue, I'll take my leave now. The King's Sealing's secret vault is about to open." Yi Chuan carefully put away the brand new butcher's knife and was about to leave. "Wait!" Xue Xiaoyang suddenly called out to Yi Chuan. "I didn't find the skill you wanted, but I found something else that might help you." Xue Xiaoyang handed something to Yi Chuan, who looked at it and found that it was actually an ancient secret key. "Old Xue, this is?" Yi Chuan asked in confusion. This ancient secret key corresponds to the phenomenon of that old fellow, the Fireblade King, called fire burning the sky. Xue Xiaoyang's expression was somewhat complex as he looked at the ancient secret key, clearly recalling an old friend. "If you can cultivate this phenomenon, the 13 fire blades will be able to unleash their true power." Yi Chuan nodded. "I understand, thank you, old Xue." With this, he now had 2.5 ancient secret keys. One was obtained during the encounter with Fang Wenwen, corresponding to an unknown phenomenon. The other was just given to him by Xue Xiaoyang, corresponding to the fire burning the sky phenomenon. The last half was obtained from Li Yuan, corresponding to the 9th-ranked phenomenon, Heaven Will Breaking the Ages. If the ancient secret key for Heaven Will Breaking the Ages were complete, Yi Chuan would undoubtedly choose it. But unfortunately, the ancient secret key for Heaven Will Breaking the Ages was incomplete. Thus, Yi Chuan could only enter the King's Sealing secret vault and take it step by step. He could only hope that the ancient secret key corresponding to Fang Wenwen's phenomenon wouldn't be too trashy. When Yi Chuan arrived at the center of Yuning City, the Jiang family and the people from Yizai had already gathered there, while the Qihong sect had not shown up. Because this time in the small world, the Qihong sect was completely wiped out, not obtaining a single quota. Their presence would have been in vain, so the Qihong sect simply didn't send anyone. The Jiang family, on the other hand, had too many quotas and lost a grand elder, Jiang Bieha, so they couldn't gather 6 9th-level grandmasters and had to tearfully sell 2 of their quotas to other forces. Leaving each one aside, the Jiang family only had 3 9th-level grandmasters, one of whom was Jiang Shiyan, while the other 2 were 2 elders of the Jiang family. After Yi Chuan arrived, he first nodded in greeting to Shi Wanqing, then walked towards the Jiang family. Shi Wanqing also knew that Yi Chuan needed the Jiang family's quota to enter the King's Sealing secret vault, so she didn't say much. "Yi Chuan, did you obtain a suitable ancient secret key?" Jiang Yuchuan spoke in a deep voice. "If not, my Jiang family can provide you with one." Even without an ancient secret key, there is still a chance to successfully cultivate a phenomenon and step into the King's Sealing realm. However, in that case, the strength of the cultivated phenomenon would be quite random. Throughout history, there have been many who didn't obtain an ancient secret key yet still cultivated powerful phenomena, but most ended up with mediocre phenomena or couldn't cultivate a phenomenon at all. "No need, thank you, Uncle Jiang." Yi Chuan shook his head in refusal. If the Jiang family had good resources, they would definitely be arranged for the direct descendants of the Jiang family first. The secret ancient key that could be given to him, an outsider, probably wasn't worth much, so Yi Chuan didn't want to owe this favor. "Alright, as long as you are confident, then I wish you success." Jiang Yuchuan nodded, saying no more. "You really have stepped into the 9th level of the Master Realm." Jiang Shiyan looked at Yi Chuan in surprise. Although she was also at the 9th level of the Master Realm, her starting point was higher than Yi Chuan's, and with the entire Jiang family's resources, she had managed to rise from the 5th to the 9th level in just half a year. But how had Yi Chuan done it? Jiang Shiyan found herself increasingly unable to understand this young man from Qingcheng. "Maybe I'm just lucky," Yi Chuan shrugged, offering no further explanation. "Once or twice is luck, but if it happens often, it's ability," Jiang Shiyan said, giving Yi Chuan a deep look. The first time she met Yi Chuan, he was only at the entry level. How long had it been, and he was already at the same level as her? Jiang Shiyan couldn't imagine that in another 3 to 5 years, she might not even have the qualification to spar with Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan smiled and said nothing more. At that moment, the teleportation array in Yuning City flickered. Accompanied by a wave of spatial fluctuation, a middle-aged man with a goatee and slightly graying hair stepped out of the teleportation array. His slender, pointed eyes surveyed everyone present, and at the same time, a powerful aura spread out. It was clear that this suddenly appearing man was extremely formidable, at least a high-level expert of the King's Sealing Realm. I am Zhao Tianming, the guide of the King's Sealing Secret Vault. Have you selected your 10 spots for Yuning City? The man asked in a deep voice. Yes, we have selected them, Jiang Yuchuan replied. Since you have chosen, step forward, Zhao Tianming said coldly, nodding. What does the guide do? Yi Chuan couldn't help but ask Jiang Shiyan as they moved forward. The King's Sealing Secret Vault is one of the most important places for the Human Federation, related to the future of all job changers. To enter the King's Sealing Secret Vault, you must have the coordinates provided by the guide, otherwise, you cannot enter at all. For safety reasons, Jiang Shiyan explained. After hearing her explanation, Yi Chuan nodded slowly. It was normal for the Human Federation to firmly control such important cultivation sites. Stand on the teleportation array, Zhao Tianming said flatly. As Yi Chuan and the other 9 stood on the teleportation array, Zhao Tianming took out an ancient copper mirror. A strange light emanated from the mirror, enveloping Yi Chuan and the others. Relax, don't resist. This is to confirm that all 10 of you are human and that there are no foreign bloodlines mixed in, Zhao Tianming reminded. When the light swept over his body, Yi Chuan felt as if his body was being thoroughly examined from the inside out. After the light scanned around and found no abnormalities, Zhao Tianming's expression softened a bit. All human bloodlines, no problem. Get ready, I will send you into the King's Sealing Secret Vault. After a month, regardless of whether you have achieved a manifestation or not, the King's Sealing Secret Vault will expel you. Manage your time wisely, Zhao Tianming said, producing a spatial coordinate that directly landed on the teleportation array. The teleportation array immediately began to vibrate, emitting strong spatial fluctuations. In the next second, Yi Chuan and the other 9 disappeared from the teleportation array. In Yuning City, many people's gazes instantly locked onto the teleportation array, curious about how many of these 10 would succeed in sealing the king. As the scene before him shifted, when the vision in front of Yi Chuan reassembled, he was no longer in Yuning City. What appeared before him was a realm of nothingness. Here, there was neither day nor night, only an expanse of pitch blackness. Jiang Shiyan and the others were not by his side, only clusters of strange lights floated and sank before his eyes. These lights varied in brightness and color, emitting faint waves of energy. Yi Chuan reached out to touch one of the light clusters, but at that moment, a sense of resistance emanated from it, and it drifted away to a greater distance. Could it be these light clusters are the so-called anomalies? Yi Chuan wondered, unable to discern which were strong and which were weak among the many anomalies before him. He tentatively took out the ancient key to the secret treasure that Xue Xiaoyang had just given him. The ancient key shone brightly, like a lighthouse in the night, radiating an orange-red glow. At that moment, a fiery red light cluster surged toward Yi Chuan like a massive fireball, finally hovering quietly before him. Is this the anomaly of blazing fire? Yi Chuan placed his hand on the light cluster, feeling that this time, it did not resist him. If he wished, he could absorb this light cluster immediately, cultivating the anomaly of blazing fire and stepping into the realm of kings. But Yi Chuan did not do so. The Fireblade King spent his entire life only reaching the peak of the King realm, unable to break through to the Emperor realm. This was enough to show that the anomaly of blazing fire was not particularly powerful. A good anomaly could allow a transferee to achieve twice the result with half the effort on their subsequent path. In contrast, an average anomaly would make it difficult for a transferee to ever break through to the Emperor realm. Yi Chuan planned to try the ancient key to the secret treasure from Fengwanwen. If that didn't work, he would have to settle for the incomplete Heavenly Wheel of Eternal Rupture. After all, even if the Heavenly Wheel of Eternal Rupture was incomplete, it was still a super anomaly ranked 9th. A dead camel is larger than a horse. Just as Yi Chuan was about to take out the ancient key he received from Fengwanwen, a sharp cold light suddenly shot toward him. Yi Chuan's pupils contracted, and he stepped aside swiftly, using windwalk to evade. A slender steel needle brushed past him, glinting with a strange sheen, clearly laced with deadly poison. You actually managed to dodge? A puzzled female voice rang out. Yi Chuan turned to look, and a middle-aged beauty appeared in his line of sight. This woman was voluptuous, with straight thighs, but her hair was a light green, and her eyes had a faint green hue, resembling a snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Kid, hand over your ancient key to the secret treasure. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The middle-aged beauty narrowed her light green eyes, a chill flashing from the depths of her gaze. Yi Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then a look of surprise appeared on his face. This middle-aged beauty was clearly not from Yuning City. This also meant that she had entered the king's secret treasure from another city, providing Yi Chuan with a new idea. That is, he could also steal someone else's ancient key to the secret treasure. He had completely overlooked this. If he couldn't buy a suitable ancient key, could he not steal one? It was evident that this middle-aged beauty was someone without an ancient key, intending to come in and find someone to rob. Thank you. Yi Chuan expressed his gratitude to the middle-aged beauty with the most sincere emotion. The middle-aged beauty was puzzled as to why Yi Chuan was thanking her and was about to ask when, in the next second, she was met with an extremely swift blade of light. The speed of this strike was so great that the middle-aged beauty didn't even feel any pain. She only sensed a slight chill at her throat, and then her life force began to rapidly drain away, her consciousness plunging into darkness. Yi Chuan, the pig butcher, used his pig-killing knife to slaughter a two-legged pig, increasing his level by 0.9%, enhancing the extra damage against the pig race by 1%, and adding 0.1 to his free attributes. This new knife is indeed a low-tier spiritual weapon. It's really useful. Yi Chuan weighed his new knife in his hands, unable to part with it. At this moment, everyone in the King Sealing's secret realm was at the 9th level of the Master Realm, and for a short time, no one should step into the King Realm. This also meant that Yi Chuan was currently an invincible presence within the King Sealing's secret realm. He took out a mask from the Silver Dragon storage ring and put it on to conceal his true identity. Then, his black golden wings spread out, and he flew up into the air. It was obvious what would happen when a pig butcher was locked in with a group of pigs. Holding his brand new pig-killing knife, Yi Chuan began searching for the lucky ones within the King Sealing's secret realm. Soon, he encountered the first lucky one, a young man in a black robe, who was trying to refine the light orb in front of him with the ancient key of the secret realm. The energy of the light orb began to merge into his body bit by bit. Yi Chuan stepped forward and struck the back of the young man's head with the back of his knife. With a crisp clang, the young man rolled his eyes and fainted. Yi Chuan picked up the young man's ancient key of the secret realm and examined it, only to find that the key he obtained was not much different from his own blazing fire phenomenon, at most half a pound difference. Yi Chuan felt a bit disappointed and tossed the ancient key beside the young man before turning to leave. He did not kill anyone. Those who could enter the King Sealing's secret realm were often geniuses from powerful factions, with status and background. Killing one or two was fine, but if he killed too many and exposed his identity, he would become a public enemy of the human race, and the Human Federation would no longer have a place for him, Yi Chuan. Moreover, he was unsure about the situation in the King Sealing's secret realm. It was possible that someone could see what was happening inside. Therefore, Yi Chuan refrained from indiscriminate killing and instead relied on sneak attacks to continuously snatch others' ancient keys of the secret realm. When he found that the phenomena corresponding to the ancient keys were not strong enough, he would gently place the ancient keys beside the already unconscious victims. It must be said that, in some ways, Yi Chuan was quite principled. Yi Chuan searched for suitable ancient keys of the secret realm as if he were on an outing. However, after several days, he had ambushed dozens of people and stolen dozens of ancient keys, but none were suitable. Yi Chuan simply gave up. Several days had passed, and if he continued to waste time, he would also fail to seal the king. In that case, he would have to wait until next year when the King Sealing's secret realm opened again, and Yi Chuan could not wait that long. He stopped stealing others' ancient keys and took out the one he had snatched from Fong Wenwen. Fong Wenwen, oh Fong Wenwen, if you have any spirit in the heavens, please bless me with a good phenomenon, Yi Chuan murmured, praying for a surprise. Unfortunately, as a slightly dim light orb floated before him, Yi Chuan sighed in disappointment. This was even worse than the blazing fire phenomenon. With this level of phenomenon, even if he successfully sealed the king, he would definitely be among the weakest of the King Realm experts. It seems, I can only choose the incomplete heavenly wheel of eternal rupture. Yi Chuan took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, his gaze firming up. The phenomenon was equivalent to a foundation. Although the heavenly wheel of eternal rupture he cultivated was incomplete, if he had the opportunity in the future, he might still have a chance to perfect this 9th-rank super phenomenon. If he chose the blazing fire phenomenon, the upper limit would already be fixed. For someone like Yi Chuan, who had no status or background, obtaining the incomplete heavenly wheel of eternal rupture was already a stroke of fortune. Yi Chuan no longer delayed and directly took out half of an ancient key of the secret realm. As this ancient key appeared, a light orb even more brilliant and radiant than the others rushed towards Yi Chuan. Above that sphere of light, one could faintly sense an extremely ancient and profound meaning, as if it had traversed the river of time from a distant era. Such a commotion had drawn the attention of many within the secret vault of the king. A sphere of this level was undoubtedly among the top 100 anomalies. Anyone who could cultivate an anomaly ranked in the top 100 would possess overwhelming strength after achieving the king's realm, and many gazes were filled with envy. Looking at the sphere of light before him, Yichuan took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and placed his hand upon it. Half of the ancient key to the secret vault flew into the sphere, and the sphere no longer resisted Yichuan. An ancient and profound power surged into Yichuan's body. A magnificent scene slowly unfolded before his eyes. Before Yichuan appeared a grand spectacle. He saw a circular giant wheel emerging above the river of time, covered in the marks of time, as if it had existed for countless ages, witnessing untold history. As the giant wheel slowly rotated, the surrounding space and time twisted, as if this wheel could sever the eternal. This is the super anomaly ranked 9th on the anomaly leaderboard, the wheel of heaven that severs eternity. Yichuan's expression was extremely excited. The only flaw was that the wheel before him was also incomplete, only half of it. Yet even this incomplete wheel of heaven that severs eternity emitted a breath of fluctuation far more terrifying and powerful than other anomalies like the blazing fire in the sky. Without any hesitation, Yichuan chose this anomaly to step into the king's realm. He continuously absorbed the energy within the sphere, and his king's anomaly began to take shape bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. Only one day remained until the secret vault of the king closed. At this moment, many who had the opportunity to step into the king's realm had successfully condensed their own anomalies. Those who had failed to condense an anomaly had long since given up. With only one day left, even if they were given an ancient key to the secret vault now, there would be no time left. Those who had successfully condensed their anomalies wore expressions of joy, awaiting a brand new life. Stepping into the king's realm meant that in any special district or city of the Human Federation, one would be considered a significant figure. If they went to some remote small towns, they would be a powerful presence dominating the area. Meanwhile, those who had failed to condense an anomaly wore faces of worry. At that moment, Yichuan also opened his eyes. An incredibly powerful aura spread from him. Yichuan slowly stood up, unable to suppress the joy on his face. His anomaly had manifested. He had successfully stepped into the king's realm. Is this the king's realm? It truly is worlds apart from the master realm, Yichuan murmured to himself. He was confident that after stepping into the king's realm, he would not fear the Red Rainbow Sword King. Coupled with the newly forged butcher's knife from Shuishouyang, if the Red Rainbow Sword King were to underestimate him, it was not impossible for him to die at Yichuan's hands. Yichuan eagerly began to utilize his anomaly. A river of time flowed forth, and the sky-covering giant wheel hovered above it, forcefully severing it. This wheel of heaven that severs eternity seemed to amplify the attack and destructive power of the job changers. The surrounding space began to twist and deform under the pressure of that giant wheel. Yichuan took a deep breath. If the incomplete wheel of heaven that severs eternity could wield such terrifying power, he could hardly imagine how fearsome the perfect and flawless wheel of heaven that severs eternity would be, truly worthy of being ranked 9th among super anomalies. Just as Yichuan perfected the incomplete wheel of heaven that severs eternity, in the 5th Special District, at the Sky Academy, a man opened his black eyes. He was tall and imposing, holding a pitch-black spear, resembling a demon god, exuding a domineering and fierce presence that made it hard to breathe. The man stood up and, in the blink of an eye, appeared at the teleportation array of Tianqiang Academy. His sudden appearance startled many students within the academy, who all looked up at him. It's senior brother Shi Wuxuang. I've heard he's already at the peak of the 9th stage of the King Realm, just a step away from the Emperor Realm. Wasn't he supposed to be in seclusion, focusing on his breakthrough? Why has he suddenly appeared? I don't know. How could we possibly inquire about the affairs of such a person? Besides his immense strength and talent, senior brother Shi Wuxuang has a terrifying background. It's said that his grandfather is a deeply experienced professor at Tianqiang Academy, and even the dean has to pay respects to him as a disciple. Sigh, comparing people makes one feel inferior. They always say hard work can make up for lack of talent, yet there are those who are even more talented and work even harder than you. The students of Tianqiang Academy were abuzz with discussion, their gazes towards Shi Wuxuang filled with awe and envy, along with some youthful admiration from the girls. Among them was Su Lingxian, whose beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Shi Wuxuang. Only such a powerful man was truly worthy of a lifelong commitment. After arriving at Tianqiang Academy, she realized what it meant to be outclassed. Her once proud talent was now merely above average at best. There were too many prodigies in Tianqiang Academy, not only with astonishing talent but also with formidable family backgrounds, possessing countless resources. She, with no background, could only rely on the cultivation resources provided by the academy. This led to Su Lingxian's progress being slower than that of some epic-class professions. Su Lingxian felt helpless about this and could only invest more energy and effort into her training. The year-long promise with Yichuan was approaching, and she wanted to make significant progress, striving to break through to the 5th stage of the Master Realm. By then, she wanted Yichuan to see the gap between them. As a wave of spatial fluctuation occurred, Shi Wuxuan's figure gradually disappeared from the teleportation array. A closer look would reveal that Shi Wuxuan was somewhat excited at that moment. He tightly gripped the black spear in his hand, murmuring to himself, "The other half of the heavenly will has finally appeared after countless ancient phenomena. Heaven truly treats me well." Yuning City. Countless people gathered around the teleportation array, their eyes fixed on it. Today was the day the King Realm's secret vault would close, and soon everyone would know how many of the 10 who entered from Yuning City had successfully become kings. This was crucial for the upcoming reshuffling of power in Yuning City. As the crowd eagerly awaited, the teleportation array, which had been calm for a long time, finally began to glow. Accompanied by a wave of spatial fluctuation, a young man in a blue robe appeared at the teleportation array. His expression was somewhat frustrated, his gaze a bit dejected, and his aura was only at the 9th stage of the Master Realm. The crowd sighed in disappointment. It was clear that this young man had failed to become a king. However, no one was surprised. If it were so easy to condense the phenomena and succeed in becoming a king, there wouldn't be so few King Realm experts in Yuning City. Opportunity, talent, perseverance, and effort, none could be lacking. Not long after the young man in blue appeared, another person slowly walked out, their expression still not looking good, clearly another unfortunate soul. Under the gaze of the crowd, 5 people emerged in succession, all having failed to become kings. This meant that half of the 10 from Yuning City had already fallen. As the teleportation array lit up again, the crowd calmed down considerably. At that moment, the guide Zhao Tianming stepped forward and said lightly, "The first King Realm expert from Yuning City this year is about to appear." Zhao Tianming's words caused an uproar among everyone present. The first person to step into the King Realm from the secret vault today was finally about to appear? Many people's eyes revealed a hint of envy as they turned their gazes toward the teleportation array. Under the gaze of the crowd, a graceful woman carrying a guqin slowly stepped forward. She wore a light blue long dress, and as she moved, a glimpse of her snow-white skin emerged from beneath the hem, captivating all who beheld her. "It's someone from the Jiang family, Jiang Yuchuan's daughter, Jiang Shiyan." Someone in the crowd recognized her identity and couldn't help but exclaim. The Jiang family was already one of the 3 major powers in Yuning City, and now with such a young king-level powerhouse added to their ranks, it was certain that the Jiang family could thrive for another 100 years. Many quick-witted individuals began to think about how to build good relations with the Jiang family. They had not forgotten that the Jiang family had the most slots this year. If another king-level powerhouse emerged, the Jiang family would undoubtedly become the undisputed #1 power in Yuning City. Zhao Tianming walked towards Jiang Shiyan. "Jiang Shiyan, right? What is your title?" Zhao Tianming prepared to upload Jiang Shiyan's information to the Human Federation's database. Every powerhouse above the king level must be registered, as per the rules set by the higher-ups of the human race. This was to clearly understand how many powerhouses the human race currently had. Title? Then, Snow Sound Qin King. Jiang Shiyan instinctively glanced at the guqin on her back, clearly indicating that the phenomenon she achieved in the king-level secret realm should be related to snow. Snow Sound Qin King Jiang Shiyan, good. Zhao Tianming nodded, even managing to squeeze out a rare smile. With such a young king-level powerhouse, given time, her achievements could very well surpass his, so Zhao Tianming naturally became more enthusiastic. As Jiang Shiyan appeared, soon the other 2 members of the Jiang family also showed up. Unfortunately, they had not succeeded in reaching the king level. However, Jiang Yuchuan was not disappointed. He simply smiled and comforted them. For the Jiang family, Jiang Shiyan reaching the king level was already an unexpected joy, especially since many who entered the king level secret realm had to try 4 or 5 times before successfully transitioning. At this moment, Zhao Tianming stepped forward again. The crowd immediately craned their necks as Zhao Tianming approached, indicating that another king-level powerhouse had appeared. A tall figure stepped forward slowly. He was somewhat thin, with prominent cheekbones due to a lack of flesh on his face, giving him a somewhat frightening appearance. "It's the gold medal assassin from YSI, Lu Tiansan." Someone in the crowd gasped. Lu Tiansan, also known as Lu San Tian, meant that once he set his sights on you as his target, your head could only remain on your neck for 3 days. Since becoming an assassin, Lu Tiansan had an unprecedented task completion rate of 100%. Whenever he took action, he had never missed. Such an existence stepping into the king level would undoubtedly send chills down the spines of everyone in Yuning City. "Lu Tiansan, what is your title?" Zhao Tianming asked. Wait a moment, Lu Tiansan did not answer Zhao Tianming but quickly walked in front of Shi Wanqing, directly kneeling on one knee, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. "Master of the Zhai, please grant me a title." Shi Wanqing did not look at him, her autumn-like eyes were fixed on the teleportation array. Among the 10 who entered the king-level secret realm in Yuning City, only one had yet to emerge, and that was Yi Chuan. At this moment, Xu Wanqing was entirely preoccupied with worrying about Yi Chuan, so she casually said, "Then you shall be called the Shadow King of Assassination." "Thank you, Master, for the name." Lu Tiansan immediately reported this title to Zhao Tianming, but when he turned back, he found that Xu Wanqing's gaze was not on him at all, but rather on the distant teleportation array. Lu Tiansan's expression darkened. The three from YSI had now all emerged. Aside from him, Lu Tiansan, the other two had not succeeded in reaching the king level. Who was the Zhai Master looking at? Recently, there had been rumors that the Zhai Master, who had never shown interest in men, had brought back a pretty boy from outside. Could it be true? Thinking of this, a shadow of cold killing intent flashed in Lu Tiansan's eyes. In his view, Xu Wanqing was a sacred and inviolable existence. If the rumors were true, he wouldn't mind using his skills in killing to make that pretty boy disappear from the world. Just then, the teleportation array lit up again. "Ha, there's another one who successfully became a king?" Zhao Tianming's expression showed some surprise. It seemed there were too many king-level experts emerging from Yuning City this year. Out of 10, 3 had succeeded, nearly a one-third success rate, which was already very high. In previous years, it wasn't uncommon for none to succeed at all. Accompanied by a wave of spatial fluctuations, Yi Chuan's figure appeared in the teleportation array. Everyone was a bit confused because Yi Chuan's face was completely unfamiliar to them. Who is this guy? How did he succeed in becoming a king? I've never seen him before. It seems he entered using the Zhang family's quota. What luck! The Zhang family's elder went missing, leaving a spot open. So he doesn't belong to any faction? That's great. I have a granddaughter, just 28, beautiful as a flower. Old man, give it a rest. You only mention your granddaughter's age of 28. Why not mention her weight of 208? The crowd buzzed with discussion, and many began to think about how to win Yi Chuan over. A king-level expert so young, if they could successfully pull him into their faction through marriage, it would undoubtedly be a great boost, helping them rise to new heights. Many had even started secretly contacting their daughters and sisters, urging them to dress up and come quickly. Zhao Tianming was also startled by Yi Chuan's age, as he looked even younger than Zhang Shiyan. "You're called Yi Chuan? You don't seem to be from Yuning City?" Zhao Tianming spoke more than usual. "No, I'm from Qingcheng," Yi Chuan answered truthfully. The envoy came from the Human Federation's official channels, directly connecting to the higher-ups of the human race, making it easy for lies to be exposed in front of Zhao Tianming. "Qingcheng?" Zhao Tianming was taken aback, and after a long moment of thought, he realized that there indeed was such a place in the 5th Special District. However, Qingcheng was just a small border town. He never expected such a young king-level expert to emerge from such a place. Indeed, heroes don't ask about their origins. "Now, tell me your title," Zhao Tianming inquired. "My title?" Yi Chuan was momentarily stunned, then after some thought, he revealed a brilliant smile. "Then, let's go with the Pig Killer King." Pig Killer King? What a strange title. A peculiar expression appeared on the faces of those present. The title taken upon entering the king level had to be registered and would follow the person for a lifetime. Other people would choose names that, if not flamboyant and cool, at least sounded pleasant and showcased the extraordinary nature of a king-level expert. The name Pig Killer King sounded less like that of a king-level expert and more like a butcher from a market. Yi Chuan, are you sure? Once the title is uploaded, it generally can't be changed. Zhao Tianming's expression was also a bit strange. Sure, let's go with this. Yi Chuan nodded. The name Pig Killer King clearly suited him. He had never thought about becoming stronger or anything else. What he had always done was simply to honestly kill pigs. Yi Chuan also began to check the new skills that had appeared after breaking through to the king level. Name, Yi Chuan. Occupation, God-level pig butcher. Level, first stage king realm, 25. 15%, strength, 3,141, agility, 3,141, spirit, 3,141, professional talent, nemesis of the pig race, blade of the god of slaughter, professional skills, blood shadow butcher, LV5, soul slaughter blade intent, LV5, slaughter frenzy, LV5, pig slaughter soul severing, LV5, Dawn of the Slaughter Knife, LV5, other skills, Feathered Wings, minor achievement, 13 Blades of Fiery Fury, major achievement, Wind Walk Without Trace, major achievement, Nemesis of the Pig Race, attacks deal an additional 5,001% damage to pigs. For each pig killed, this talent increases by 1%, and damage dealt by pigs to you is halved. Blade of the God of Slaughter, designate a weapon as the pig slaughter knife. Every pig that dies under this knife will provide you with 0.1 points of free attributes. Blood Shadow Butcher, the pig butcher releases his own murderous aura, forcing a pig into a state of fear for 5 seconds. Soul Slaughter Blade Intent, the pig slaughter knife in the butcher's hand carries blade intent, allowing him to ignore 50% of the pig's defense when striking. Slaughter Frenzy. When the pig butcher begins to slaughter pigs in succession, after killing 10 pigs, he will temporarily gain a 15% boost to all attributes. For every additional 10 pigs killed in succession, this boost increases by 15%, up to a maximum of 150%. Pig Slaughter Soul Severing. The pig butcher can use his own spirit power to directly damage a pig's soul, dealing damage equal to 50% of the butcher's spirit power. For each additional pig targeted, this damage is reduced by 8%, with a maximum reduction of 60%. Dawn of the Slaughter Knife. The pig butcher pours all his strength into a single strike, delivering a blow with 5 times the damage. Pigs locked onto by this strike will be unable to evade. This new skill is quite interesting, but I wonder how it compares to the meteor. Yi Chuan became somewhat curious. Seeing Yi Chuan's determination, Zhao Tianming did not persuade him otherwise, merely nodding as he uploaded the 5 characters Pig Butcher Yi Chuan into the Human Federation's database. With the completion of Yi Chuan's data upload, it also marked the end of this King Realm Secret Treasure event. Everyone felt that the trip was worthwhile. After all, 3 King Realm powerhouses had appeared in Yuning City. Witnessing this scene undoubtedly excited everyone. Just when everyone thought it was all over, Lu Tiansan suddenly walked up to Yi Chuan. He had already noticed that Xu Wanqing's gaze towards Yi Chuan was unusual, filled with affection. This ignited Lu Tiansan's jealousy. He had never seen Xu Wanqing look at anyone else with such fervent eyes. Consumed by anger, he didn't even realize that the love in Xu Wanqing's eyes was maternal. He rushed over without a second thought. He forced a fake smile at Yi Chuan. "Brother Yi Chuan, we are both newly promoted King Realm. Why don't we have a spar?" Yi Chuan was taken aback. He did not know this skinny pig in front of him, but he sensed a clear hostility and a faint killing intent from him. "Lu Tiansan, what do you want?" Xu Wanqing's beautiful brows instantly furrowed. Hearing Xu Wanqing's reprimand, Lu Tiansan's body stiffened, and at the same time, a sense of resentment surfaced in his heart. He increasingly felt that the relationship between Xu Wanqing and Yi Chuan was definitely not simple. He didn't dare to vent this resentment on Xu Wanqing, so it could only be directed at Yi Chuan. "Master, don't worry, I just saw a worthy opponent and wanted to spar with this young brother. Just a friendly match, I won't harm his life." Lu Tiansan's shadowy eyes were fixed on Yi Chuan. He wanted to prove to Xu Wanqing that this pretty boy was not worth trusting. "Go ahead." The crowd, who had originally planned to leave, immediately rushed back. This was a battle between King Realm powerhouses. Such a sight was rare. Yi Chuan frowned slightly. He did not want to fight under the watchful eyes of everyone. Firstly, he couldn't kill, and he wouldn't gain any benefits. He didn't want to expose many of his methods to the eyes of others. But just because he didn't want to take action, it didn't mean Lu Tiansan didn't want to. Seeing that Yi Chuan made no move, Lu Tiansan snorted coldly. "Since brother Yi Chuan is being courteous, then I'll take the first move." Whoosh! As soon as Lu Tiansan's words fell, his anomaly suddenly unfolded. Everything around them instantly plunged into darkness, and the originally clear daytime was shrouded in night. Lu Tiansan himself disappeared into the darkness. What a terrifying anomaly! It can actually obscure all light and even has the effect of concealing breath and form. This should be the anomaly most suited for Lu Tiansan. With this anomaly, even challenging a second-tier King Realm expert wouldn't be difficult for him. If I remember correctly, this should be the night without brightness, right? Although it doesn't make the rankings, it's still a top-tier anomaly. The spectators' expressions grew serious. This anomaly was indeed frightening. With Lu Tiansan, who was already extremely skilled in assassination, mastering this anomaly, it was undoubtedly like adding wings to a tiger. Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes. Since Lu Tiansan was persistent, he didn't mind using the other party to test his newly cultivated anomaly. Seeing Yi Chuan make no move, the crowd found it strange. What's wrong with that kid? Is he scared silly? Not really, he probably just can't find Lu Tiansan, so he doesn't know what to do. The crowd nodded in agreement, realizing that finding Lu Tiansan's exact position in the night without brightness anomaly was definitely not an easy task. And just as they expected, Yi Chuan indeed couldn't lock onto Lu Tiansan's position. But it didn't matter. If he couldn't lock it, he could just break the anomaly directly. Yi Chuan began to activate his anomaly, and a massive celestial wheel emerged from the void, severing the river of time and completely shattering the night without brightness anomaly. Without the anomaly, Lu Tiansan was instantly exposed to everyone's view, and there was a look of shock in his eyes. Lu Tiansan's night without brightness anomaly didn't even last a second before it was completely obliterated. Everyone in Yuning City widened their eyes, staring blankly at the celestial wheel that suddenly appeared behind Yi Chuan. What kind of anomaly was this? How could it be so terrifying? After a moment, an experienced elder exclaimed, "This seems to be the super anomaly ranked 9th on the anomaly rankings. the celestial will severing eternity. As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Ninth on the anomaly rankings. Such an anomaly had never appeared in a place like Yuning City. A transmuter capable of manifesting such an anomaly would be a top-tier existence even in the entire 5th Special District. Oh, but soon, the elder let out a soft exclamation. What a pity! This celestial wheel is only half. It's a defective celestial wheel severing eternity. Hearing this, the crowd was even more shocked. If a defective celestial wheel severing eternity could instantly crush and obliterate Lu Tiansan's night without brightness, then how terrifying would a complete celestial will severing eternity be? Lu Tiansan raised his head, his eyes filled with unwillingness. I don't need an anomaly, I can still win against you. Lu Tiansan knew very well that in a contest of anomalies, he had no advantage against Yi Chuan. But besides anomalies, he also had his proud assassination skills. Whoosh! Lu Tiansan appeared before Yi Chuan like a ghost. Unfortunately, in Yi Chuan's eyes, his speed was simply too slow. Yi Chuan's three-dimensional attributes had already approached 10,000, and with the enhancement of wind walking without trace, his speed had reached a terrifying level. Before Lu Tiansan's attack could land on him, Yi Chuan easily dodged with a quick sidestep. Then a heavy butcher's knife appeared in Yi Chuan's hand. He didn't use the blade but struck Lu Tiansan's head with the back of the knife. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Lu Tiansan's head spun, and he couldn't help but lurch forward. Yi Chuan raised his foot, bringing his knee into intimate contact with Lu Tiansan's face. Lu Tiansan was instantly knocked backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The entire battle was simple and quick. Lu Tiansan didn't even manage to inflict any harm on Yi Chuan before being knocked unconscious. The crowd in Yuning City was left dumbfounded. Even seasoned experts like Shi Wancheng and Zhang Yuchuan showed expressions of surprise. It was not surprising that Yi Chuan won, given his incomplete heavenly wheel and the unique phenomenon of Wan Gu. What astonished them was how easily Yi Chuan won, as if he were an old man playing with a child. If Yi Chuan hadn't turned the blade to use the back of the knife, that last strike would have decapitated Lu Tiansan. How could there be such a vast difference even among first-tier kings? Just as everyone was in shock, Zhao Tianming suddenly spoke up. Yi Chuan, are you interested in joining the sword-bearer team of the 5th Special District to serve the Human Federation? At this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The sword-bearers were the official organization of the Human Federation. Wielding a 3-foot-long sword, they struck down injustice and quelled rebellions. Anyone who could enter the sword-bearer team was undoubtedly a dragon among men, with top-tier talent and strength. The guiding envoy was a small department under the sword-bearers. Zhao Tianming extended an olive branch to Yi Chuan, which also meant that Yi Chuan had gained the recognition of this guiding envoy. It was only natural, as Yi Chuan not only cultivated the incomplete heavenly wheel but also easily defeated Lu Tiansan. Such talent and strength made Zhao Tianming's recognition quite reasonable. Shi Wanqing took the opportunity to secretly transmit a message to Yi Chuan. Kid, agree to him. As long as you become a sword-bearer, even the Red Rainbow Sword King would have to treat you with respect and wouldn't dare to touch you. Yi Chuan was somewhat tempted by her words. If he could leverage the official power of the Human Federation to investigate his parents' situation, perhaps he would uncover more clues. Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Zhao. Yi Chuan is willing to serve the Human Federation. Yi Chuan nodded in agreement. Good, then this matter is settled, and you will come with me. Zhao Tianming smiled. But just then, a cold voice interrupted. Wait! A domineering and sharp voice echoed, and a strong sense of oppression made it difficult for everyone present to breathe. A tall and majestic figure descended from the sky, landing before the crowd. His aura was terrifying, causing even the guiding envoy Zhao Tianming to change color. Peak King Realm, and he was only a step away from the Emperor Realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him half a step into the Emperor Realm. Greetings, guiding envoy. I am Shiwashuang from the Sky Dome Academy. The figure nodded at Zhao Tianming, his tone devoid of any respect. Upon hearing the name Shiwashuang, Zhao Tianming's pupils constricted sharply, and he tentatively asked, Are you the grandson of Old Stone? That's right, Shiwashuang admitted calmly, holding a black spear, resembling a deity or demon, suppressing everyone in Yuning City to the point where they dared not breathe. So it's young Master Shi. It has indeed been a long time. What brings you here today? Zhao Tianming asked, puzzled. I have come for my future. Shiwashuang raised his spear, aiming it at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan felt a sharp, piercing aura enveloping his skin, causing him pain. I want your life, Shiwashuang declared domineeringly, directly pronouncing Yi Chuan's fate in just a few words. He was not negotiating, he was simply informing Yi Chuan. At the same time, a heavenly wheel filled with the marks of time slowly rose behind Shiwashuang, severing the ages. Everyone in Yuning City gasped in shock. they finally understood why Shihua Shuang had suddenly appeared and aimed to kill Yi Chuan. Because Shihua Shuang had also cultivated the incomplete heavenly wheel and the phenomenon of Wan Gu. As long as Yi Chuan is killed and his fusion vision is seized, Shihua Shuang will truly possess the supervision ranked 9th, breaking the wheel of heaven for eternity. Zhao Tianming's face shifted between green and white, changing unpredictably. He had just considered recruiting Yi Chuan into the Swordbearers team, but now it was clearly impossible. The Swordbearers would not recruit the dead. Shihua Shuang wanted to kill Yi Chuan, and he did not dare to intervene, not out of fear of Shihua Shuang, but out of fear of the person behind him. At least for Zhao Tianming, offending the person behind Shihua Shuang for someone like Yi Chuan, who had no background, was clearly an extremely unwise decision. In that case, please proceed, young Master Shi. Zhao Tianming silently stepped aside, indicating that he would not get involved in this matter. Clearly, what he had said earlier about recruiting Yi Chuan into the Swordbearers team was now void. The people of Yuning City looked at Yi Chuan with a hint of pity, and some even began to gloat. From being on the verge of joining the Swordbearers organization, with a bright future ahead, to now hanging by a thread. Such drastic ups and downs in life were unparalleled. Zhao Tianming's retreat undoubtedly announced Yi Chuan's death to everyone. The aura emanating from Shihua Shuang was too terrifying, far beyond what a newly promoted king-level practitioner could compare to. Perhaps today they would witness the death of a king-level powerhouse. The people of Yuning City all gazed intently at the scene, eager to witness this moment. At a critical moment, Shi Wanqing was the first to step forward. Brother, Yi Chuan has never offended you. He just happened to share the same vision as you. There's no need to kill him. Can we sit down and discuss a solution? Shi Wanqing smiled and acted as a mediator, hoping to avoid this conflict. Indeed, things can be discussed. Why make it so tense? Jiang Yuchuan also spoke up, trying to defuse the situation. Seeing the master of Yi and the Jiang clan both speak for Yi Chuan, the people of Yuning City understood. It seemed that a fight was unlikely to happen today. After all, both of these speakers were also king-level powerhouses. Unexpectedly, Shihua Shuang merely glanced at Shi Wanqing and Jiang Yuchuan, and domineeringly said, "Teach me how to do things? You think you're worthy? Just two insignificant bugs." As soon as he finished speaking, Shihua Shuang struck without hesitation. The black spear in his hand swept out like a black dragon, heading straight for Shi Wanqing and Jiang Yuchuan. Shi Wanqing's expression changed, and she drew her knife to defend with all her might, but it was still difficult to withstand. She was directly sent flying by the spear, her body covered in blood, already severely injured. Yi Chuan hurriedly caught Shi Wanqing and fed her a healing pill. His face was grim, his eyes already filled with icy coldness. Jiang Yuchuan was not much better, his strength was weaker than Shi Wanqing's, and he didn't even have time to block, nearly dying under that spear, with several blood holes piercing through his body, blood gushing out. Dad! Zhang Shiyan's face changed dramatically as she rushed to help Jiang Yuchuan. Shihua Shuang's strength was too overwhelming, and his actions were too decisive. In just a moment, he had severely injured both of them. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that in the face of Yi and the Jiang clan's persuasion, Shihua Shuang would act without hesitation. What was even more shocking was Shihua Shuang's incredibly powerful strength. They had never imagined that a king-level practitioner could be so formidable. If you want to teach me how to do things, be prepared to die under my spear, Shihua Shuang coldly stated, his eyes showing no fluctuation, as if he had not defeated two king-level practitioners, but merely kicked two stray dogs aside. Young brother, you have gone too far. A voice filled with anger rang out from within Yuning City, followed by a massive hand reaching directly toward Shihua Shuang, its momentum astonishing. It's Jiang Tianxiong, the old patriarch of the Jiang family. He has made his move. He had long been at the peak of the 9th level of the King realm, and now, after such a long time without making a move, his strength must be even more terrifying. It should be that Jiang Yuchuan almost died just now, which angered this super strong person. The crowd murmured, and facing the incoming giant hand, Shihua Shuang let out a cold snort, sweeping out with his spear, directly shattering that giant hand into pieces. Do you think just because you are also at the peak of the King realm, you have the qualification to fight me? Just an old man, dare to appear and cause trouble again, and within 10 shots, I will take your head. Shihua Shuang not only showed no fear but even threatened Jiang Tianxiong. Strangely, Jiang Tianxiong really fell silent, not daring to provoke Shihua Shuang again. A giant hand came rushing in again, but this time it was not aimed at Shihua Shuang. Instead, it took away all the members of the Jiang family. Clearly, even someone like Jiang Tianxiong, at the peak of the King realm, did not dare to provoke Shihua Shuang. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying this guy's strength was, scaring Jiang Tianxiong into retreating in defeat. Is there anyone else who wants to help him? If so, feel free to come at me together. I can deal with all of you at once. Shihua Shuang's words were sharp and domineering. However, among all those present, no one dared to respond, all of them shrinking their heads like quails. They all understood that Shi Wuxuan truly had the capital to say such things. No one dares to help you anymore. Come and accept your death. Shi Wuxuan raised his black spear, aiming it at Yechuan, his eyes like cold black gems. I will send your sect master back. I can take full responsibility for today's events. Yechuan returned the unconscious Shi Wanqing to the people of Yizai. Although Yechuan did not know who Shi Wuxuan really was, the fact that even the guy Zhao Tianming had to step back and endure meant his identity and background were certainly not simple. Given that Shi Wanqing and Jiang Yuchuan were still willing to stand up for him in this situation, he was already immensely grateful. Shi Wuxuan wanted to kill him, to merge his anomaly and obtain the complete and flawless heavenly wheel of eternal rupture. But did Yechuan not want that too? He had been worried about how to complete the incomplete heavenly wheel of eternal rupture, and Shi Wuxuan had pointed him in a clear direction. Yechuan took a deep breath, his gaze firming up, and the butcher's knife appeared in his hand. He had a premonition that Shi Wuxuan would be the hardest pig to kill he had encountered since becoming a job changer. This guy, even in a talent-gathering place like the Sky Dome Academy, should be among the best. Therefore, Yechuan did not dare to be careless. You plan to fight me with that knife? Shi Wuxuan glanced at the butcher's knife in Yechuan's hand, his brow furrowing. To kill you, this knife is enough. Yechuan's tone was very calm, but his words caused an uproar in the crowd. Kill Shi Wuxuan? Was this kid out of his mind? Didn't he just see that even a seasoned powerhouse like Zhang Tianxiang was scared into retreating? To kill Shi Wuxuan was simply a dream. A smirk appeared on Shi Wuxuan's face. Very well, it has been a long time since anyone dared to say they wanted to kill me in front of me. As a sign of respect, I will take your head as a trophy. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Wuxuan charged at Yechuan, his tall and mighty figure like a city wall, giving an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. A normal person would probably be scared out of their wits just facing the charging Shi Wuxuan. The black spear shot forth like an angry dragon emerging from the sea, heading straight for Yechuan's chest. This thrust was incredibly domineering, unstoppable, and swift. Yechuan's eyes narrowed, the butcher's knife igniting with fierce flames, directly slashing towards Shi Wuxuan's face. Neither of them showed any intention of defense or evasion. At this rate, Shi Wuxuan's spear would pierce Yechuan's heart, and Yechuan's knife would cleave Shi Wuxuan's head. This was clearly a fight to the death. The air between the two was thick with gunpowder, neither willing to back down, determined to determine life and death. 3 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. As the two were about to perish together, at the critical moment, Yechuan unhesitatingly activated the Blood Shadow Butcher skill. At such a close distance, Shi Wuxuan had no chance to dodge. The solidified malevolent energy surged forth. Yechuan was now at the king level, and the control time of the Blood Shadow Butcher had reached a terrifying 5 seconds. For some faster individuals, it could even allow for a follow-up attack. Just then, Shi Wuxuan also moved. His black gun body trembled violently, emitting a fierce buzzing sound that made Yechuan see stars, his ears ringing and head pounding, his consciousness becoming somewhat hazy, and the butcher knife in his hand lost its aim and strength. Shi Wuxuan was not in a much better state. He let out a muffled groan and fell into a state of fear, nearly dropping his black spear. This first round of confrontation ended in a stalemate, with neither side gaining any advantage. As Shi Wuxuan broke free from his fear, his gaze cleared, and his expression became more serious. I underestimated you, you are indeed different from those insects. But this ends here, I will give you a quick death. A more terrifying aura erupted from Shi Wuxuan, clearly indicating that he had not even used his full strength just now. The black spear radiated a sharp cold light, heading straight for Yechuan's brow. Yechuan unleashed the fire blade 13 cuts, the butcher knife clashing continuously with the black spear, creating sparks and a series of metallic clangs. In the blink of an eye, the knife and spear had collided thousands of times. The onlookers in Yuning City were left dumbfounded. They had thought Yechuan would be quickly slain by Shi Wuxuan, but they did not expect Yechuan to be able to exchange blows with Shi Wuxuan for so many rounds. It should be noted that there were still a full 8 realms separating Yechuan and Shi Wuxuan. As the frequency of their exchanges increased, Yechuan had pushed the fire blade 13 cuts to its limit, with each slash igniting fierce flames. However, the spear techniques Shi Wuxuan had mastered were clearly more profound than Yechuan's fire blade 13 cuts. Countless spear shadows swept in, indistinguishable from real to fake. Yechuan could not dodge in time and soon found a blood hole in his shoulder, blood gushing out. If it weren't for the 50% damage reduction from the Pig Clan's nemesis and the existence of the protective spirit weapon, Dark Knight Phantom, this spear could have pierced straight through Yechuan's shoulder. The black spear in Shi Wuxuan's hand was terrifying, likely a high-grade or even top-grade spirit weapon. Yet, instead of panicking after being struck by the spear, Yechuan seized the opportunity to grab the spear shaft and swung his knife back at Shi Wuxuan. This slash came down, but instead of blood splattering, it produced a series of astonishing sparks. Yi Chuan's pupils constricted sharply as he realized that beneath Shi Wuxuan's clothing was a high-grade protective spirit weapon. His full-force slash had only left a shallow knife mark on this protective treasure. Shi Wuxuan's expression changed slightly. If it weren't for the protective spirit weapon, Yi Chuan's previous slash would have definitely injured him, something Shi Wuxuan could not accept. Facing someone of a lower realm, if he could not quickly resolve the situation without injury, how could he live up to his reputation as a genius? Get lost. Shi Wuxuan tightened his grip on the black spear and shook it forcefully, the buzzing sound returning, sending Yi Chuan flying. Overbearing shadow break gun. Shi Wuxuan roared, countless domineering spear shadows merging into one, coalescing into a terrifying black dragon that lunged at Yi Chuan. This strike was extremely terrifying. Anyone in Yuning City with slightly weaker strength found it hard to breathe. Yi Chuan gripped the butcher knife tightly, a galaxy hanging from the heavens above. Falling star. Yi Chuan slashed down fiercely, the starry river vanishing. Shi Wuxuan sensed the terror of this slash, but he had confidence in his spear and showed no intention of retreating. The blade light and spear shadows collided fiercely, unleashing an extremely terrifying wave of energy. The onlookers were so frightened that they kept retreating, afraid of being caught in the aftermath of the battle. The clash between the blade capable of extinguishing the galaxy and the overwhelmingly powerful black dragon tore the air apart, and in the end, the black dragon had the upper hand. Shi Wuxuan let out a cold laugh, his black spear becoming even more menacing, intent on completely eliminating Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan squinted, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then took out something resembling a water pouch from the silver dragon's storage ring and threw it out with force. Sizzle! The black spear pierced through the object Yi Chuan had thrown, and at the same time, a terrifying corrosive liquid splashed down, corroding the black spear in Shi Wuxuan's hand. The contents of this water pouch were none other than the acid pouch of the iron-eating Ant King, a deadly strong acid, specifically designed to counter spiritual weapons. Shi Wuxuan's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Yi Chuan to have such a treacherous item hidden away. Although Shi Wuxuan reacted quickly and shook off all the deadly acid, a portion of his black spear was still inevitably corroded, especially the tip, which had become somewhat dull. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chuan charged forward with his pig-killing knife. Do you think you can win against me with these petty tricks? Dream on! Shi Wuxuan was thoroughly enraged, and a massive heavenly wheel appeared behind him, severing the ages. Yi Chuan was equally unwilling to back down, activating the heavenly wheel that cuts through the ages. The crowd was in an uproar. They never expected to witness a clash of top 10 phenomena one day. With the enhancement of the heavenly wheel that cuts through the ages, both their attack and destructive power were significantly boosted. They clashed again, knife and spear colliding continuously, and Yi Chuan took this chance to unleash the pig-killing Soul Sever, a knife formed from condensed mental energy, slashing towards Shi Wuxuan. Soul attack? Shi Wuxuan's pupils constricted as he instantly recognized the incoming strike. He took out a small golden bell from his storage space, its surface engraved with countless intricate and profound runes, clearly another remarkable spiritual weapon. Shi Wuxuan placed the golden bell atop his head, and with a slight tremor, it formed a golden protective shield around his soul. The pig-killing knife, condensed from mental energy, struck the golden shield, instantly causing it to crack. The golden bell rang out, as if it were about to shatter. But in the end, the golden bell held firm, and Yi Chuan's full-force pig-killing Soul Sever failed to affect Shi Wuxuan in any way. Yi Chuan was so frustrated he felt like spitting blood. Not only was Shi Wuxuan's combat power formidable, but his realm was also higher than his. This guy was also a wealthy individual, possessing an overwhelming number of spiritual weapons, both for protection and against soul attacks, living in a level of luxury that was absurd. In contrast, Yi Chuan had almost nothing to show for himself aside from a low-grade pig-killing knife. What was the difference between this and fighting a Trisolaran as a primitive man? Fighting Shi Wuxuan felt like going into World War II barehanded. If it weren't for Yi Chuan's own extraordinary attributes and the additional damage bonus against the Pig Clan, he would have found it difficult to even engage Shi Wuxuan. However, Yi Chuan was quite open-minded. Unlike Shi Wuxuan, who had a powerful background providing ample resources, he could steal. Yi Chuan's eyes were fixed on Shi Wuxuan's golden bell. This item could actually withstand his full-force pig-killing Soul Sever, definitely a treasure. At this moment, Shi Wuxuan had yet to realize the seriousness of the situation. He lowered his gaze, frowning coldly at Yi Chuan. What is your profession? Your methods are surprisingly complex? Shi Wuxuan initially thought Yi Chuan was a knife cultivator, but that recent soul attack made him reconsider. Knife cultivators generally do not focus on mental energy cultivation. Me? I'm a pig killer, Yi Chuan replied candidly, but it didn't sound that way to Shi Wuxuan. His face suddenly turned cold. Yi Chuan called himself a pig killer, which was nothing but a mockery of him, Shi Wuxuan, as a pig. Biting off more than you can chew. Do you really think that having more methods is better? Today, I will use this gun in my hand to make you understand what it means to break all methods with one force. Shi Wuxuan's black hair danced wildly, like a demon god, the black spear in his hand exuding a terrifying might, pointing directly at Yi Chuan's brow. Facing Shi Wuxuan's fierce attack, Yi Chuan once again took out a jar of heavenly destruction strong acid from the silver dragon ring and threw it over. Shi Wuxuan's expression changed. Having just been corroded by the heavenly destruction strong acid once, it had already dulled the sharpness of his spear. If it were to be corroded again, he would probably have to find a weapon refiner to repair it. Shi Wuxuan retracted his spear and threw a punch into the air, the force of his punch exploding the jar of heavenly destruction strong acid mid-air. Is this all you can do, using such despicable tricks? Truly a vile lowly person. Shi Wuxuan's face was cold. You rely on spirit weapons to suppress me. Did I say anything? If it weren't for that golden little bell protecting you, your pig head would have been chopped off long ago. Yi Chuan lifted the pig-killing knife and swung it fiercely. Shi Wuxuan raised his spear and swept it out, colliding violently with the pig-killing knife. At the moment the black spear collided with the knife, an anomaly appeared in the sky, and two heavenly wheels shook the entire Yuning city, causing the ground to tremble. The crowd watching felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Is this really a battle between two king-level experts? With such fluctuations, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's emperor level. I've seen other king-level experts fight, but I feel that those I've seen before wouldn't last even 10 rounds against these two. I've heard of that Shi Wuxuan. His grandfather is a big shot in the Sky Dome Academy. It's reasonable for him to have such combat power, but who is that Yi Chuan? His realm is even lower than Shi Wuxuan's. The people of Yuning City were shocked. If they hadn't known beforehand, who would dare believe that two king-level experts could unleash such terrifying destructive power? Even Zhao Tianming was beginning to hesitate. Yi Chuan's talent and strength clearly exceeded his expectations. If such a talent could be recruited into the sword-bearer team, it would be greatly beneficial for him. But the battle between the two had already entered a heated stage. Even if he intervened, Shi Wuxuan would not give him face. Zhao Tianming squinted his eyes and could only choose to report the situation here to his superior. Not seeking merit, but hoping for no fault, the clash between Yi Chuan and Shi Wuxuan grew more intense, and they fought from the ground to mid-air. After breaking through to the king level, the Transcender gained a brief ability to hover in the air. During this time, Shi Wuxuan left several spear wounds on Yi Chuan, blood splattering and staining Yi Chuan's robes. Even with the damage reduction from the Pig Clan's nemesis and the Dark Knight, it still couldn't stop that indestructible black spear. Yi Chuan seized the opportunity to slash at Shi Wuxuan several times, but all were blocked by the protective spirit weapon Shi Wuxuan wore. This made Yi Chuan feel a sharp pain in his heart. He realized he had to find the right opportunity for a decisive strike. He couldn't continue to wear Shi Wuxuan down like this, or he would bleed to death. You cannot win against me. In the same realm, I am invincible. Shi Wuxuan roared, his black eyes flashing with brilliance, the black spear in his hand vibrating violently at that moment, as if responding to its master's fighting spirit. He charged directly at Yi Chuan, clearly just one person, yet giving the feeling of charging through 1,000 troops, the pressure overwhelming. Yi Chuan was equally unafraid, the pig-killing knife in his hand blazing with fire, directly slashing towards Shi Wuxuan. The two passed each other in mid-air, with no place to gain leverage or evade. But at that moment, behind Yi Chuan, a pair of black gold wings suddenly unfolded. Shi Wuxuan's pupils constricted sharply as he saw Yi Chuan actually fly up. Yi Chuan had always refrained from using his feathered wings, waiting for this opportunity. Taking advantage of his ability to fly, Yi Chuan dodged the deadly shot fired by Shi Wuxuan. With a swift spread of his wings, he flew directly towards Shi Wuxuan, slashing at his neck with a knife. Dawn of the Butcher's Blade. To ensure this strike would be a guaranteed kill, Yi Chuan did not hesitate and activated the fifth skill of his god-level butcher profession. The damage boost from Dawn of the Butcher's Blade was not particularly significant for Yi Chuan, but it had another effect. This strike could not be evaded. This blow was like the first ray of sunlight tearing through the pitch-black sky, heading straight for Shi Wuxuan. Shi Wuxuan's expression changed drastically. For the first time since the battle began, he felt a terrifying sense of crisis. At a critical moment, a jade talisman appeared in Shi Wuxuan's hand. He squeezed it hard, and at the moment the talisman shattered, a wave of spatial fluctuation surged, forcibly moving Shi Wuxuan several meters to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. Clearly, this was a life-saving item given to him by the person behind him. But just as Shi Wuxuan moved aside, the Blade of Dawn seemed to have a mind of its own, curving directly towards Shi Wuxuan. Shi Wuxuan's body was covered in a cold sweat. he felt as if he were being targeted by that blade of light. No matter how he tried to dodge, he could not escape this strike. As the fatal blow was about to sever Shi Wushuang's throat, he let out a furious roar and summoned the golden bell that had been floating above his head to protect his throat. Clang! The blade met the golden bell, producing a deafening chime, like the lament of the golden bell. The golden bell was sent flying by the strike, crashing heavily against Shi Wushuang's throat. Wow! Shi Wushuang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. Seeing this, Yi Chuan's eyes lit up as he rushed forward and seized the golden bell, a broad smile on his face. Thank you for nature's gift. Put! Shi Wushuang spat out another mouthful of blood. The first time was from the impact, this time it was from anger. The golden bell, named the Golden Radiance Bell, was a gift from his grandfather when he came of age, a rare Earth-grade spiritual weapon. It could defend against soul attacks while also withstanding physical attacks, making it a treasure beyond compare. But now, not only had it been snatched away by Yi Chuan, but he also had the audacity to say thank you for nature's gift, which drove Shi Wushuang into a frenzy. Yi Chuan activated his mental power, forcibly erasing the spiritual mark Shi Wushuang had left on the Golden Radiance Bell, rendering it a masterless spiritual weapon. He then took advantage of the moment to become the new master of the Golden Radiance Bell. Give it back to me. If you dare take the Golden Radiance Bell, you will face endless pursuit, with no way to escape. Shi Wushuang's eyes turned red at the sight. So this golden bell is called the Golden Radiance Bell? It truly is a good treasure. Yi Chuan was enamored. Although the Golden Radiance Bell had no offensive power, its defensive capabilities were incredibly strong. If it weren't for the Golden Radiance Bell's protection, Shi Wushuang would likely have already met his end. Yi Chuan mimicked Shi Wushuang's earlier actions, activating the Golden Radiance Bell and holding it above his head. An indescribable sense of security washed over him, like curling up in a warm blanket on a cold winter day. You seek death. Ignoring his own injuries, Shi Wushuang charged at Yi Chuan again, determined to reclaim what belonged to him. But he had forgotten that the situation had changed. Yi Chuan directly summoned the Golden Radiance Bell to protect himself. The black spear struck the bell but could not break through its defenses. Shi Wushuang was so frustrated he nearly spat blood. Yi Chuan had taken his spiritual weapon to use against him. It was utterly outrageous. Yi Chuan, however, did not care about that. He activated the 13 blades of fire, continuously slashing out. He knew that Shi Wushuang's torso was protected by a spiritual weapon, so every strike aimed at Shi Wushuang's limbs. Injured, having lost the Golden Radiance Bell, and unable to fly. Under the influence of these three negative states, despite Shi Wushuang's desperate resistance, he was quickly reduced to a bloody mess by Yi Chuan, his limbs covered in various knife wounds, almost chopped into a barcode. Ah! Shi Wushuang's eyes turned red as he let out an extremely furious roar. He had never suffered such humiliation, nor had he ever been defeated so miserably. Moreover, he was defeated by someone whose realm was far inferior to his own. How could he accept that? Overbearing Shadow Break Gun. Shi Wushuang poured all his remaining strength into this shot, determined to fight for his life. The terrifying spear seemed capable of crushing everything in front of him, countless spear shadows overlapping together, like thousands of long spears converging into a massive black dragon, viciously lunging at Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan slowly raised his knife. He did not use the meteor, because he knew very well that his realm was not as high as Shi Wushuang's, and relying solely on the meteor would not be enough to defeat this shot. He closed his eyes, recalling the scene from that night when Yi Chiyuan taught him those 3 strikes. That moment had long been etched deeply in his mind, replaying countless times in his memory. When Yi Chuan opened his eyes again, 2 beams of light as bright as moonlight shone in his gaze. Now that he had reached the king realm, perhaps, he could unleash that strike. Second strike of the pig slaughtering knife technique, Falling Moon. Yi Chuan's pig slaughtering knife swept out, and although it was daytime, countless brilliant moonlight rose and blossomed in the world. A flawless round moon rose behind Shi Wushuang like a white jade plate, mesmerizingly beautiful. In the next second, a terrifying flash of knife light suddenly appeared. That pure and untarnished round moon was forcibly split in 2 by this strike. The severed moon fell from the heavens, exploding into countless enchanting glimmers, a sight to behold. The black dragon was directly obliterated with the fall of this round moon. Shi Wushuang's body trembled, and a large cloud of blood mist erupted from his chest. This time, even the protective spirit weapon he wore could not shield him, splitting apart as well, revealing a horrifying knife wound on his chest. Flesh was torn open, exposing his white ribs, a sight that was extremely chilling. If it weren't for the formidable protective spirit weapon he wore, this strike might have cleaved Shi Wushuang's body in half. Shi Wushuang's gaze became somewhat vacant, and he fell from the air, completely devoid of any fighting capability. Everyone present looked at Yi Chuan in shock. No one expected that the ultimate victor of this battle would be Yi Chuan. This guy had just advanced to the King Realm and was able to defeat Shi Wuxuan, who was at the peak of the King Realm. It was simply astonishing. It should be noted that Shi Wuxuan was not an ordinary King Realm. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly used his Black Spear to challenge the two veteran King Realm experts, Shi Wanqing and Zhang Yuchuan. Shi Wuxuan's strength was considered top tier among the King Realm, yet he was defeated by Yi Chuan. At this moment, no one dared to mock Yi Chuan's title of the Pig Slaughtering King, because it seemed that this guy could truly treat other King Realm experts as pigs to be slaughtered. Even Zhao Tianming, who had been guiding the situation, secretly regretted, had he known Yi Chuan's combat power was so terrifying, he should have supported Yi Chuan earlier. Such a super genius would definitely be taken seriously by the higher-ups in the Swordbearer organization. Just as everyone was astonished by Yi Chuan's monstrous combat power, he did something that made them shudder in fear. Yi Chuan, holding the pig-slaughtering knife, charged straight at the already severely injured Shi Wuxuan, intending to eliminate him completely. Yi Chuan, do not take his life, Zhao Tianming shouted in terror. He knew very well who was behind Shi Wuxuan. Shi Wuxuan had lost and had the Jin Huang bell taken. That was a minor issue, a conflict between juniors. But Yi Chuan wanted to kill Shi Wuxuan, and the nature of the situation changed. It would inevitably draw out the person behind Shi Wuxuan, which would be a great terror. However, Yi Chuan didn't care about that. Shi Wuxuan was already pointing a gun at him, wanting to kill him, so he naturally wouldn't hold back. Yi Chuan was never a good-natured person. After all, in his eyes, all living beings in the world were the same, merely moving pig heads. Moreover, Shi Wuxuan possessed the other half of the celestial wheel, which made Yi Chuan's determination to kill him even stronger. If he didn't kill Shi Wuxuan, his own celestial phenomenon would not be complete. As for the person behind Shi Wuxuan, he could just run away. Feeling the almost tangible killing intent emanating from Yi Chuan, Shi Wuxuan was horrified. He never expected that there would really be someone in this world who dared to kill him. Shi Wuxuan took out a diamond-shaped pendant from his chest and shouted in terror, "Grandpa, save me." The diamond pendant shattered instantly, and in that moment, the sky above Yuning City roiled with wind and clouds, the heavens and earth changed color, and a voice filled with ancient majesty and anger echoed from the 9 heavens above. "If you dare to harm my grandson, your entire family will pay for it." The voice was vast and imposing, cold and domineering, leaving no room for doubt. The clouds continued to gather above Yuning City, eventually forming a gigantic, aged human face. This scene left everyone in Yuning City pale with fear, and some even knelt on the ground, trembling. This is the legendary divine power, transcending the heavens, a thought blooms. Up in the sky, that is a super powerhouse of the 3 realms of celestial beings. An experienced elder screamed, looking in terror at the figure appearing in the sky. The 3 realms of celestial beings. This was an existence that only lived in legends. Only a powerhouse of the celestial realm could allow their soul to transcend the heavens and kill enemies from 1,000 miles away. Such a level of powerhouse would be treated as a guest of honor anywhere in the 9 special zones of the Human Federation. Even the district leaders would have to show respect to a powerhouse of the 3 realms of celestial beings. Such an existence was terrifying. It was said that a powerhouse of the 3 realms could easily annihilate a city with all their might. No one expected that the person standing behind Shi Wuxuan would be a powerhouse of the 3 realms of celestial beings. It was no wonder that the recently appointed envoy Zhao Tianming was reprimanded by him but didn't dare to show any displeasure. Shi Wuxuan's background was too great. Faced with such a terrifying existence, everyone thought Yi Chuan would be scared into stopping. But unexpectedly, he seemed completely unaffected, continuing to raise his knife and slash at Shi Wuxuan. "Madman! You damned madman!" Shi Wuxuan was terrified, fleeing in a panic, no longer displaying the arrogance he had at the beginning. He was a top genius of the Sky Vault Academy, with an incredibly proud family background and a bright future. He didn't want to die here. If he had known Yi Chuan's strength was so terrifying, he definitely wouldn't have come alone. He would have brought along several emperor-level followers. The killer will always be killed. Yi Chuan originally intended to slice his throat, but at that moment, the aged face in the sky moved. "You really think you're a newborn calf not afraid of tigers? I was going to give you a way out, but since you were so stubborn, don't blame me for using my strength against you." Boom! The clouds coalesced into an incredibly terrifying giant hand, as if it could grasp the stars of the heavens, rushing towards Yi Chuan. Wherever the giant hand passed, the heavens and earth roared, and the space trembled, as if unable to bear such great power. If Yi Chuan insisted on pursuing Shi Wuxuan, this giant hand would surely annihilate him as well. Yet even so, Yi Chuan still showed no intention of stopping. He urged the golden Huang bell to collide with the giant hand, and at the same time, the pig-killing knife in his hand blazed with fierce fire, slashing out violently. This was a deadly strike, meant to cleave Shi Wuxuang in two. Unfortunately, at the last moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation emerged from Shi Wuxuang, forcibly pulling him half a meter to the side. A cold gleam flashed, and a right arm holding a black spear soared high, tracing a graceful parabolic arc in the air. Ah! Shi Wuxuan let out a sharp, explosive cry, his scream nearly echoing throughout Yuning City. Damn it! Yichuan couldn't help but curse. A wealthy dog was indeed a wealthy dog, with so many life-saving methods that it was infuriating. If it weren't for that old man in the sky, no matter how many tricks Shi Wuxuan had, he would still find it hard to escape death today. Unfortunately, with that old man around, this strike would not succeed, and it was likely that he would have no further opportunity to kill Shi Wuxuang today. Yi Chuan seized the black spear. It was also an extremely terrifying earth-grade spiritual weapon. At the same time, he swung the butcher's knife in his hand, directly chopping Shi Wuxuang's right arm into minced meat. Naturally, a strong person at the third realm of the celestial being could find someone to help Shi Wuxuang heal this arm, but unfortunately, the original was gone, and the replacement arm would be hard to compare to the original. Shi Wuxuang, consider this arm as interest. I will come to collect your pig life on another day. Since he couldn't kill Shi Wuxuang, Yi Chuan had no intention of lingering here. After all, he had no confidence in dealing with that old man in the sky. Another day? You won't survive today. The old man's song roared in anger. The severing of Shi Wuxuang's arm had clearly infuriated him to the extreme. The golden Huang bell could not block that large hand at all, and with a clang, it was directly swatted away. That large hand swept in, erasing everything in its path, aiming to crush Yi Chuan. At that moment, a massive wall rose from the ground, blocking the large hand. Bang! The giant hand formed from the clouds crashed heavily against the wall, instantly creating countless spiderweb-like cracks on the wall, which, though on the verge of collapse, successfully blocked the hand. Who dares to stop me? In the sky, the old man's voice spread like rolling thunder. Professor Shi Qing, why be so irritable? Why compete with the younger generation? A gentle voice emerged, and a middle-aged man with a smile floated in the air, locking eyes with the enormous face in the sky. The crowd in Yuning City was utterly shocked into silence. Floating in the air was a sign of the Emperor's realm. A super-strong person from the third realm of the celestial being had arrived, and now another from the Emperor's realm. What kind of day was it today to attract so many top figures? Leader, you finally came. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Tianming finally breathed a sigh of relief. The person was indeed his superior, the great sea sword-bearer, Yu Shu. With Yu Shu here, he should no longer have to take the blame for today's events. I don't even regard grade B sword-bearers, let alone a mere grade C sword-bearer like you. Get out of my way, or I will kill you too. Shi Qing coldly shouted, showing no regard for the face of the sword-bearers at all. Professor Shi Qing, with your strength, it's naturally no problem to disregard me, but your domineering actions might have some impact on the reputation of the Tiancheng Academy, don't you think? Yu Shu spoke lightly, his smile unchanged. This brat cultivates the same incomplete heavenly wheel of broken eternity as my grandson Shi Wuxuang. Killing him will allow my grandson's phenomenon to reach perfection, and he has also severed my grandson's arm. For both emotional and logical reasons, he deserves to die today. Shi Qing spoke coldly. So, after hearing all this, do you still intend to stand in my way? Yu Shu's brows slightly furrowed. When he arrived, Zhao Tianming only told him that they had discovered a super genius who had offended a big shot. Yu Shu became interested. Once such a person joined the sword-bearer team and received their protection, they would undoubtedly be loyal to the organization. However, what Zhao Tianming hadn't told him was that both of these individuals had cultivated the incomplete heavenly wheel of broken eternity. This meant that Yi Chuan and Shi Wuxuan could hardly coexist peacefully. Yu Shu took a deep breath, realizing the complexity of the situation. However, he was still unwilling to give up on Yi Chuan. After all, this was a top genius who could defeat the peak of the King Realm, Shi Wuxuan, with a first-level King Realm cultivation. Professor Shi Qing, you are still angry right now. Why don't we all calm down first, and then sit down to discuss a solution? What do you think? Yu Shu asked with a forced smile. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Shi Qing suddenly burst into wild laughter. My grandson's right arm is broken. I have no intention of explaining right or wrong. Today, whoever stands in my way will die. Shi Qing's words caused Yu Shu's face to change dramatically. The next moment, Shi Qing indeed acted recklessly as he had said. The clouds gathered into a giant fist, smashing downwards, dominating the heavens and the earth. Holy wall barrier. Yu Shu wanted to block it again, conjuring a massive wall that was incredibly thick, like a wall of copper and iron, but it still couldn't stop that punch. When the punch landed, not only was the giant wall smashed through, but Yu Shu was also sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even though his true body had not descended, just a divine power from afar, a being at the third realm of the celestial could still be terrifyingly powerful. The terrifying force of the punch poured out like an ocean, intent on completely annihilating Yichuan. Yichuan's expression was grave. This punch was not only terrifying in power but also incredibly fast, giving him no chance to dodge. Bang! When the punch hit the ground, a massive pit instantly appeared, and the entire Yuning city shook as if a dragon was turning over. Many people were so frightened that they dared not stay at home, fleeing to open spaces. It was too terrifying. The wrath of a third realm celestial was like it could destroy Yuning city. Many people sighed in disbelief. They never expected to witness the fall of such a brilliant genius today. No matter how monstrous the talent, if the strength was insufficient and one could not grow, it would ultimately be fleeting. To take that blow head-on, let alone a king realm, even a sovereign realm expert would be dead. No! Look at the sky! Suddenly, someone exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. In the sky, a figure stood suspended, and behind him, 2 pairs of black gold wings spread out. The feathers on those wings seemed to be forged from black celestial gold, radiating a strange luster. Yichuan's ascendant wings had reached the 4-winged realm. After transforming from 2 wings to 4, his flying speed had increased to an extremely terrifying level. With the speed boost from the 4 wings, Yichuan was able to dodge that lethal punch at the last moment. Sure, Wuxuan was taken aback by this scene. He never expected that Yichuan had been hiding his strength during their battle, clearly looking down on him. You are from the celestial race? Sure, Qing's voice held a hint of surprise. No, you are not from the celestial race. That is a flying skill from the celestial race. Sure, Qing, being a third realm celestial expert, had a keen eye and immediately recognized the origin of the black gold wings. If you think you can escape with this, you are too naive. Another giant hand materialized, and the 2 hands came down like swatting flies towards Yichuan. Yichuan's expression was serious. With the enhancement of the 4 wings, dealing with a king realm was already within his grasp. But facing Shi Qing, a third realm celestial expert, he still felt somewhat inadequate. He had to push the ascendant wings to their limit just to barely evade Shi Qing's attack. But when one is exhausted, continuing like this would eventually lead to his stamina running out, and he would be slapped to death by Shi Qing. Shi Qing could make countless mistakes. If he made one, it would cost Yichuan his life. Kid, over here! Yu Shu shouted sternly. Yichuan turned his gaze in the direction of the sound and discovered that the blood-stained corner of Yu Shu's mouth was standing next to the teleportation array in Yuning City, which he had already activated, emitting waves of spatial fluctuations. Yichuan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately understood that Yu Shu wanted him to leave through the teleportation array. Without hesitation, Yichuan dashed towards the array like a shooting star streaking across the sky. You can't escape. Shi Qing's voice was cold as ice, one large hand reaching for Yichuan while the other slammed down towards the teleportation array, intending to smash it to pieces. It was known that the construction of a spatial teleportation array was extremely costly, and the one in Yuning City was a large-scale array capable of cross-regional teleportation. If the array were destroyed, Yuning City would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Yet at this moment, no one in Yuning City dared to step forward. After all, that was a super powerhouse at the third realm of the celestial being. Thick earth barrier. Yu Shu charged towards the large hand, conjuring a shield made of stone and earth that withstood the blow. However, he was also knocked back by the recoil, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Zhao Tianming, what the hell are you still watching for? Come help! Yu Shu shouted in frustration. Oh! Zhao Tianming rushed over, joining Yu Shu to resist Shi Qing's massive hand. Kid, I've set the coordinates for the spatial teleportation array, directly leading to the headquarters of the sword-bearers. Once we get there, no one can touch you, Yu Shu said in a deep voice. There were certainly strong figures at the third realm of the celestial being within the sword-bearers. Thank you. Yichuan dodged Shi Qing's large hand and sprinted towards the teleportation array. I didn't want to kill the sword-bearers, but since you keep getting in my way, don't blame me for being ruthless. A glint of killing intent flashed in Shi Qing's eyes. Killing a sword-bearer in front of so many people would undoubtedly bring him trouble. But he had no choice now. If he didn't act, Yichuan would escape, and he couldn't swallow that anger. The 2 large hands merged into one, forming a terrifying spear that stretched for thousands of feet. Although this spear was not a physical entity but condensed from clouds, it still radiated a fierce aura. The people of Yuning City changed color at the sight. Even without the true form descending, such terrifying power was hard to imagine. If that person in the sky truly appeared, the might would be akin to a deity descending. The spear shot towards the teleportation array in Yuning City, and Yu Shu and Zhao Tianming were unable to withstand it, instantly suffering severe injuries, their bodies crashing to the ground like cannonballs, nearly dying on the spot. Shi Qing was truly ruthless this time. After sending the 2 flying, the spear continued its relentless pursuit towards Yichuan. Yichuan's face changed dramatically, the feeling of death was stronger than ever. He could clearly sense that the spear had completely locked onto him. At this moment, he was very close to the teleportation array. If he fled in another direction, he could indeed evade the spear, but that would mean the spear would directly destroy the teleportation array. If the array were destroyed, it would be nearly impossible for him to escape Shi Qing's grasp. At this point, he could only fight with all his might. Yi Chuan stood firm, activating the golden Huang bell to protect himself, and drew out the pig-killing knife in his hand. Second strike, falling moon. Even though his body was already heavily drained, Yi Chuan did not hesitate to unleash the strongest strike. The moonlight rose, a beautiful full moon ascending, which quickly split in two under the terrifying blade light, slowly descending. Only by fighting with all his strength could he have a chance to survive today. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating yourself. Shi Qing did not take Yi Chuan's resistance seriously at all, and the result was just as he expected. Even after using all his means, Yi Chuan's full-force strike still failed to shake the spear, nearly causing it to pause momentarily. Instead, Yi Chuan was knocked back by the recoil, coughing up blood, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string. However, when Shi Qing saw this, instead of feeling happy, his expression changed. Damn it! He realized that Yi Chuan was flying directly towards the spatial teleportation array. This kid was just trying to use the strike to escape. Didn't expect this, old man? This is exactly my escape route. Yi Chuan's body successfully landed in the teleportation array, which activated to transport him away. Yi Chuan fixed his gaze on the enormous human face in the sky. Tianqiang Academy, Professor Shi Qing, right? I will remember this grudge today. The teleportation array erupted with intense spatial fluctuations, preparing to send Yi Chuan away. Seeing this, Shi Qing's killing intent intensified. He had personally intervened. If he couldn't even subdue a king-level cultivator, where would he put his old face? As for Yi Chuan's threat, he didn't take it to heart at all. Who would care about the threat of an ant? You can't escape. Shi Qing roared, his long spear directly attacking the spatial teleportation array of Yuning City. Ah! A series of screams erupted, with the first victims being the spatial practitioners responsible for maintaining the teleportation array. Under Shi Qing's terrifying strength, they exploded into clouds of blood mist one after another. The teleportation array trembled violently, developing countless cracks, like a delicate porcelain about to shatter. At this moment, the spatial passage had opened, and once the teleportation array malfunctioned, numerous spatial rifts appeared instantly. These spatial rifts were incredibly sharp, leaving countless deep, bone-visible blood marks on Yi Chuan's body in an instant. He remained silent, staring intently at Shi Qing. For some reason, looking into those eyes, Shi Qing felt a chill. It was as if in Yi Chuan's gaze, he was merely a pig waiting to be slaughtered. This further solidified Shi Qing's determination to eliminate Yi Chuan here. Break for me! With Shi Qing's furious roar, the entire spatial teleportation array exploded into pieces. The spatial passage twisted, forming a chaotic spatial current that directly swept Yi Chuan in, causing him to vanish without a trace. Damn it! The heavily injured Yushu couldn't help but curse, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Shi Qing to be so ruthless, even daring to kill despite Yi Chuan's identity as a sword wielder. The higher-ups of these academies were becoming increasingly unruly. Grandpa, hurry, and bring him back. Without him, how can my heavenly will complete the ancient anomalies? Shi Wushuang panicked as he saw Yi Chuan being swept into the chaotic spatial current. My dear grandson, my true self is not here. I can't withstand the chaotic current. You go back to the academy first, don't worry, I will definitely help you retrieve his body from the boundless void, Shi Qing comforted. The people of Yuning City sighed. In the end, Yi Chuan still couldn't escape. Once the chaotic current formed, even a powerful being at the celestial realm would have to shed a layer of skin. A king-level cultivator caught in it would have no chance of survival. A miracle did not occur. In the face of family background, a genius ultimately remained insignificant. In the boundless void, there was no air, no food, no moisture, only endless darkness and silence. Everywhere were twisted spatial passages and shattered spatial rifts. For living beings, this place was an absolute forbidden zone. Once trapped within, even if one could miraculously avoid being swept into the distorted time and space, they would still be drained of their life essence and die. A bloody figure floated quietly in the boundless void. Yi Chuan's consciousness had become somewhat blurred due to excessive blood loss. A being at the celestial realm level was still too strong for him now. Even if he was a butcher, he couldn't handle all the pigs. After all, some pigs were called Zhu Ganglai. Yi Chuan tried to struggle, even using his last bit of strength to unleash the feathered wings, hoping to fly out of the boundless void. But everywhere he looked, there was nothing but an endless darkness, and he couldn't discern any direction at all. Perhaps, he really was going to die here. Yi Chuan felt his eyelids growing very heavy, as if they were about to droop at any moment. He bit down hard on the tip of his tongue, using the intense pain to keep himself from closing his eyes. I can't die here. I still have so many things to do. Yi Chuan's eyes turned bloodshot, like a beast driven to the brink of despair. The greatest difference between humans and beasts is that humans can easily be swayed by their thoughts, even willingly giving up their lives. But beasts do not. They survive by instinct, eating when hungry, drinking when thirsty, and as long as there is breath in them, even if their bones are broken and limbs severed, they will fight with all their might to live. Yi Chuan wanted to live, even if it meant living like a beast, ugly and crude. With the only thought left in his mind, he kept moving in one direction. He didn't know if that direction was right, but if he didn't try, there would be no hope at all. Yi Chuan didn't know how long he had been moving, perhaps a day, perhaps a year. In this dark void, there was no concept of time. The surrounding environment seemed unchanged, as if Yi Chuan had been treading water in place. I've tried my best. Yi Chuan sighed, a bit unwilling to accept his fate. He was already gravely injured, and now he had exhausted his last bit of strength. The boundless void felt like a massive cage, one that he could never escape from. Just as Yi Chuan was in despair, a black token floated out from the silver dragon ring. The token had 8 vividly carved wings on either side. This is the leader's token of the celestial race? Yi Chuan was taken aback. Since he had obtained this token, it had never shown any signs of activity until today. He watched as the black token floated behind him, pressing closely against his back. In the next moment, 8 black gold wings unfurled behind Yi Chuan. The black gold wings, transformed from the leader's token of the celestial race, carried Yi Chuan away at high speed. At first, Yi Chuan was happy. Perhaps he wouldn't have to die. But then he realized that the token was actually taking him towards a twisted spatial rift. Damn it! Yi Chuan's scalp tingled. If he charged in like this, he would definitely be sliced into countless pieces. The moment he rushed into the twisted spatial rift, it felt as if countless knives were cutting into him. Yi Chuan was already at the end of his strength and couldn't resist. He fainted within seconds. The leader's token of the celestial race, carrying the unconscious Yi Chuan, passed through the twisted spatial rift, escaping the boundless void and returning to the normal world. At this point, the token's energy seemed to be completely exhausted. The unconscious Yi Chuan fell straight down from the sky. In the 9th district, Baishan City, outskirts, hundreds of powerful job changers were escorting a merchant convoy towards Baishan City. The leader was a burly man with a thick beard. At the peak of the 9th stage of the Master Realm, his aura was extremely solid, clearly having remained at this level for quite some time. The 9th district is the largest and most unique of the 9 special districts of the human race, because in the 9th district, in addition to humans, there are many other races present. This is the designated trade area of the Human Federation. Any non-human race wishing to trade with humans can enter the 9th district. At the same time, because it is easy for other races to blend in, this has also led to the 9th district being the one with the worst public order among the 9 special districts. Because of this, merchant convoys in the 9th district must hire a large group of bodyguards. Otherwise, they could easily be robbed by those with ill intentions. Everyone be careful. Once we get past this stretch of road, we'll see Baishan City, the burly man said in a deep voice. Brother Liang, you're being too cautious. This is the Tianqin Merchant Guild's convoy. Who would be reckless enough to rob them? One person behind him couldn't help but laugh. The Tianqin Merchant Guild was not like those small traders. It was the largest guild in Baishan City, wielding immense power. Unless someone had lost their mind, who would dare to target the Tianqin Merchant Guild? Being careful is never a mistake, but I just have a feeling something is off. My right eyelid has been twitching fiercely today, as if something is about to happen. The bearded man vigilantly scanned the surroundings, completely unaware that a figure was plummeting from the sky like a shooting star. Thud! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the figure landed squarely on the bearded man's head. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Protect the 2 young ladies! The bearded man screamed, startling everyone, who quickly drew their spiritual weapons, on high alert. But when they saw the person lying on the ground, they couldn't help but laugh. The person was covered in wounds, dried blood staining their body, clearly already a corpse. I say, Brother Liang, why are you so jumpy? A dead person falling from the sky can scare you like this? Ha ha ha. But Brother Liang, your luck is something else. Walking down the road and getting hit by a corpse, you should go wash your feet tonight to ward off bad luck. While others have fairies falling from the sky, Brother Liang gets a corpse. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the laughter, the bearded man's face turned a bit red. Damn it, how was I supposed to know a corpse would fall from the sky? Damn! The bearded man angrily kicked the corpse on the ground. What's going on? What happened? A melodious voice rang out as a woman walked over gracefully, her demeanor elegant and refined, clearly a young lady from a prominent family. Beside her was a girl who resembled her, looking much more lively and curiously peering around. Miss, it's nothing much, just a dead person fell from the sky. The bearded man scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Fell from the sky? A dead person? Yeshua was momentarily stunned. As the daughter of the Tianjin Merchant Guild's president, she had seen a lot, but it was her first time hearing about a dead person falling from the sky. Sister, that person doesn't seem dead. Look, his chest is still rising and falling. He's breathing. Yeshua's younger sister, Yeshun, couldn't help but speak up. Yeshua stepped forward, extending her delicate fingers to check the pulse on the figure's arm. The pulse was weak, but it was indeed still beating. Then Yeshua noticed a black token on the person, with the characters Tianren elegantly inscribed on it. She calmly pocketed the black token. He's still alive. Uncle Liang, take him with us, Yeshua instructed. The bearded man's expression changed. Miss, that's not advisable. This person's origins are unknown. Bringing him along could cause us trouble. I know what I'm doing, just take him, treat his injuries, and when he wakes up, have him tell me immediately. Yeshua's tone was not forceful, but it carried an undeniable authority. Yes, miss. The bearded man could only comply, tossing the fallen figure onto the merchant convoy's cart and arranging for someone to treat his injuries. When Yichuan opened his eyes, he saw a swaying blue sky and white clouds. I'm not dead? As he spoke, he realized his voice was hoarse. A cute, delicate face appeared before him, with big, watery eyes full of curiosity. Sister, he's awake, Yeshang exclaimed in delight. Moments later, Yeshua walked over, assessing the still somewhat weak Yichuan. You all can leave, I have some matters to discuss privately with this friend. Yeshua dismissed the others, leaving only Yashuang behind. The room was left with just the two sisters, Yichuan and Yeshua. What is your name? Yeshua asked. My name is Yichuan. Where is this place? Yichuan asked hoarsely. This is the outskirts of Baishan City. We are very close to Baishan City, Yeshua replied. Baishan City? Yichuan frowned. He had never heard of this city before. Was this still within the country? Aren't you from the 9th Special Zone? Yeshua was somewhat surprised. If he were from the 9th Special Zone, he should have heard of Baishan City, which was somewhat famous as a trading city in the 9th Special Zone. Is this the 9th Special Zone? Yichuan's eyes lit up. This was indeed a blessing in disguise. He had been wondering how to get to the 9th Special Zone. After all, traveling from the 5th Special Zone to the 9th Special Zone could only be done via a spatial teleportation array, which required an extremely expensive fee and a cross-zone pass. He never expected the spatial turbulence to bring him here directly. No, it should be said that it was the token of the Celestial Clan that brought him over. Yes, the token. Yichuan began to search his body. Are you looking for this? Yeshua produced a black token in her hand. Yes, that's my thing. Please return it to me. Yichuan extended his hand, but Yeshua seemed unwilling to return the token, instead putting it away. I can return it to you, but you must first tell me your relationship with the Celestial Clan, Yeshua said, narrowing her beautiful eyes slightly. This token was a significant reason why she chose to save Yichuan. The Tianjin Chamber of Commerce had always wanted to establish trade relations with the Celestial Clan but had never found a way. If she could take this opportunity to connect with the Celestial Clan, it would be worth the effort. Yichuan fell silent, not speaking. He was currently injured and very weak, with barely any strength left, which put him in a passive position. He didn't know whether to say his relationship with the Celestial Clan was good or bad. If this woman had a grudge against them, wouldn't he be throwing himself into a trap by claiming a good relationship? Don't worry, I have no enmity with the Celestial Clan. If I did, I wouldn't have needed to save you, would I? Yeshua seemed to see through Yichuan's concerns and took the initiative to explain. The Celestial Clan has been kind to me. I came to the 9th Special Zone to repay that kindness, Yichuan said. Oh, so you have a way to contact the members of the Celestial Clan? Yeshua's tone became slightly excited. Yichuan remained silent, not answering. Yeshua was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly, placing the clan leader's token beside Yichuan. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yeshua, and I am the daughter of the president of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. I seek the Celestial Clan to establish trade relations, with no ill intentions. In light of me saving your life, once you recover and contact the Celestial Clan, I hope you can help facilitate that connection. You should focus on healing. I won't disturb you for now. The 9th Special Zone, Yeshua of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce? Yichuan murmured as he picked up the clan leader's token of the Celestial Clan. Regardless of Yeshua's motives for saving him, she had indeed saved his life. If he found the Celestial Clan later, he wouldn't mind helping the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce make that connection. Of course, Yichuan's immediate priority was to heal his injuries. He had nearly died in Yuning City, and his injuries were extremely severe. Yichuan checked himself. He had broken countless bones, and the various wounds on his body were too numerous to count. Such injuries were shocking even to him. However, he had also gained quite a bit this time. First and foremost, the news of the other half of the celestial wheel's broken eternity. As long as he could kill Shi Wuxuan, his celestial wheel's broken eternity phenomenon would have a chance to reach perfection. Next is the golden bell, a treasure essential for killing and looting. Shi Wuxuan had relied on this small bell to fend off his numerous attacks. As for the last item, Yi Chuan waved his silver dragon storage ring, and a black long spear appeared in his hand. This black spear was Shi Wuxuan's weapon, its rank higher than that of the golden bell. Although it had been corroded by the heavenly fiend's strong acid once, it was still a rare treasure. Yi Chuan might not know how to use a spear, but he could use it to feed his knife. His pig-killing knife, after being reforged by Xue Shouyong, had the ability to devour other spiritual weapons and rare metals. Yi Chuan pressed the black long spear against the blade of the pig-killing knife, and in an instant, the knife seemed to come alive, slowly swallowing the black spear into its body. The black spear emitted a tremor, as if trying to resist. But without its master Shi Wuxuan, this mere spiritual weapon could not stir up any waves. With Yi Chuan's assistance, the pig-killing knife gradually devoured the entire black spear, eventually spitting out a pile of metallic residue. A black pattern appeared on the pig-killing knife, and its sharpness was greatly enhanced, with its rank rising from low-grade to mid-grade. However, there was no excitement on Yi Chuan's face. Instead, he felt a bit of a toothache. This black long spear was a high-grade spiritual weapon. To barely elevate from low-grade to mid-grade after devouring a high-grade spiritual weapon, how many spiritual weapons and rare metals would be needed to rise from mid-grade to high-grade? Yi Chuan suddenly felt he had fallen for Xue Shouyong's trick. This pig-killing knife was simply a bottomless pit. Forget it, I can only kill a few more pigs in the future. Yi Chuan chuckled and shook his head, taking out a healing pill from the silver dragon storage ring and swallowing it directly. He then began to fully refine the medicinal power within his body, wanting to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. In such an unfamiliar place as the 9th Special District, only by recovering from his injuries could Yi Chuan feel secure. While Yi Chuan was at ease recuperating, far away in Qingcheng, things were bustling. The city lord of Qingcheng, Xin Fei, was waiting eagerly in front of the Qingcheng teleportation array with a group of people, as if waiting for some important figure. Behind him were also the prominent figures of Qingcheng, the head of the Xia family, Xia Beihai, the head of the Shang family, Shang Guao, and the leader of the Jiutian alliance, Shi Chunyu, all present. It could be said that almost all the notable figures in Qingcheng were gathered here today. As everyone waited, the teleportation array finally showed signs of activity. Accompanied by a wave of spatial fluctuations, a girl holding a long sword stepped out from the teleportation array. She resembled an ancient, unmelting snow mountain, untouched by the slightest hint of worldly dust, stunningly beautiful, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. What shocked the people of Qingcheng even more was the aura emanating from this girl, which was clearly at the 5th stage of the Master Realm. It should be noted that Qingcheng's strongest, Xia Beihai, had only just barely broken through to the 2nd stage of the Master Realm, and this girl was Su Lingxian, who had left Qingcheng for a year. Everyone felt a bit emotional. Is this the foundation of the Tianqiong Academy? In just 1 year, they could cultivate a Master Realm powerhouse. The Tianqiong Academy truly deserves to be the best academy in the 5th Special District. Lingxian, welcome back to Qingcheng. Welcome back to your home. City Lord Xin Fei immediately stepped forward, his smile incredibly warm, even carrying a hint of flattery. A young powerhouse at the 5th stage of the Master Realm, and a legendary combat profession at that. If he could build a good relationship with her, it would surely be beneficial for him. City Lord, let's skip the pleasantries. I came back this time to keep an appointment. Su Lingxian spoke, her tone carrying a coldness that kept others at a distance. An appointment? Xin Fei was taken aback. He had not heard of Su Lingxian having any agreements with anyone. Well, a year ago, I lost to Yi Chuan. We made a pact for a year, and I want him to clearly see the gap between us after this year. Su Lingxian raised her eyes, filled with coldness. For the past year, she had been training hard, just to defeat Yi Chuan fairly today and wash away her shame. Yi Chuan, the year is up. Come and fight me. Su Lingxian shouted, her voice echoing throughout Qingcheng, supported by her 5th-level Master Realm strength, as the town was quite small. The crowd gasped, recalling the battle from a year ago. As a legendary-level combat profession, Su Lingxian had unexpectedly lost to Yi Chuan, a butcher from a life profession. Losing to a butcher was no wonder Su Lingxian held a grudge. It was like scoring high enough in mock exams to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, only to end up being sent to a junior college after the college entrance exam. Who could accept that? Su Lingxian's voice resonated in Qingcheng, but unfortunately, no one responded. Su Lingxian frowned slightly. Seeing this, the city lord, Xin Fei, quickly stepped forward and said, Lingxian, don't worry, I will send all the investigators in Qingqing to help you find Yichuan. No need, I know where he lives. Su Lingxian held her sword and headed straight for Yichuan's house. They were childhood friends, and she was more than familiar with his address. Upon arriving at Yichuan's doorstep, Su Lingxian knocked on the door. When no one answered, she slightly unsheathed her sword, and a sharp sword aura burst forth, slicing Yichuan's door into several pieces. Su Lingxian strode inside. The house was empty but very clean, without a speck of dust. If a house had been unoccupied for a long time, it would have accumulated some dust. The cleanliness indicated that either someone was regularly cleaning it or someone lived there often. Su Lingxian had heard a bit about Yichuan's parents being missing, so the only one left to clean this house was Yichuan himself. Su Lingxian's expression grew colder. She instinctively felt that Yichuan had secretly fled out of fear of losing to her in their year-long pact. Su Lingxian stepped outside again, her voice echoing throughout Qingcheng. Yichuan, are you going to be a coward, a turtle hiding its head? If you are a man, stand up and fight me. A hint of suppressed anger flickered across Su Lingxian's icy face. She despised Yichuan's act of fleeing without a fight. Even if Yichuan bravely stood up today and lost to her, she wouldn't be this angry. This was purely cowardly behavior. The thought of having once liked a coward made Su Lingxian feel nauseous. Shenfei, the city lord, fearing to upset Su Lingxian, quickly instructed all the investigators under him, hurry, dig 3 feet into the ground to find out where Yichuan is. The atmosphere in Qingcheng was tense, with everyone on high alert. All the investigators were searching for Yichuan. In Qingcheng, several unfortunate souls with the same name as Yichuan were brought in, trembling in fear. However, after Su Lingxian identified them, it was clear that these unfortunate souls were not the Yichuan she was looking for. Shi Chunyu wore a slightly strange smile on her charming face. While others were unaware, she knew very well that Yichuan had long since left Qingcheng. Jiang Shiyan had taken Yichuan to the Burning Sky Valley early on, and then through another city, headed directly to Yuning City. However, Shi Chunyu naturally wouldn't say anything. She didn't need to please Su Lingxian and was content to watch the drama unfold in the crowd. Su Lingxian took a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes again, her black pupils resembled 2 unsheathed swords, revealing her 5th-level Master Realm aura. Yichuan, I give you 1 day. If you appear within this day, we will only settle the score, I will not take your life. If you are determined to hide, then you better be able to hide for a lifetime, living as a turtle with its head retracted. Otherwise, when we meet again, I will definitely strike you down with the sword in my hand. Su Lingxuan's voice echoed throughout Qingcheng, and anyone could hear the anger contained in her words. She had come to fulfill a 1-year appointment but did not see Yichuan's figure, which undoubtedly left her feeling frustrated. Little did Su Lingxian know that Yichuan had completely forgotten about the 1-year appointment. Even if he remembered, it was highly likely that he would not come. Holding her sword, Su Lingxian coldly waited in silence. Lingxian, why don't we go inside and wait? There's hot tea inside. Before Shenfei could finish his sentence, a sword energy, swift as lightning and chillingly fierce, slashed directly towards him. Shenfei had no time to dodge and was sent flying. The terrifying chill invaded his body, frost forming on his eyebrows and hair, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Get away, don't bother me, Su Lingxian said coldly, showing no respect for Shenfei, the lord of Qingcheng. Why yes, Shenfei, struck by the sword, didn't even dare to get angry and could only force a smile. Despite being a city lord with a renowned reputation, in comparison to someone like Su Lingxian, an important disciple of the Celestial Academy, he was like a firefly next to the bright moon. After the sword strike, no one dared to persuade Su Lingxian anymore. The crowd simply watched her stand there quietly, from the bright sun until it began to set in the west. It seems that Yichuan is definitely determined to be a turtle and won't come. No kidding, facing such a terrifying opponent, if it were me, I would run too. True, whether he comes or not, the outcome won't change. If he comes, he will still be defeated by Su Lingxuan's sword. If he doesn't come, he can at least save some face. Sigh, at such a young age, she's already at the 5th stage of the Master Realm. It's hard to imagine how great her achievements will be in the future. Perhaps she will become a giant among the human race. The people of Qingcheng were discussing among themselves. The sun was about to set, and this 1-year appointment was clearly going to end with a whimper. As the sun cast its last rays upon the earth, the dark night began to gradually envelop Qingcheng. After standing all day, Su Lingxian finally moved. It seemed she had made a certain decision as she turned and walked towards the teleportation array in Qingcheng. After stepping onto the array, she looked back one last time at Qingcheng. Her parents had already been taken to the family area of the Celestial Academy by her teacher. Perhaps this would be her last time seeing this city. Yichuan, you have disappointed me too much. You don't even have the courage to fight me. Su Lingxian couldn't help but shake her head. She really couldn't understand why she had ever liked such a coward. This matter was seen as a disgrace by Su Lingxian. If time could be turned back, she would definitely give her past self a hard slap to wake her up. Only someone like senior brother Shi Wuxuang, a super genius who could dominate his peers, was worthy of her admiration. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, it's all over. A wave of spatial fluctuation rose from the teleportation array, directly sending Su Lingxian back to the Celestial Academy. Yi Chuan did not have the courage to fight her. She didn't want to waste any more time on a coward. She needed to work hard to catch up with those true geniuses. However, after returning to the Celestial Academy, Su Lingxian heard a shocking piece of news from her teacher, Lu Jingya. Senior brother Shi Wuxuang was injured, and it was very serious. It was said that one of his arms had been severed, nearly leading to his demise. Fortunately, his grandfather, Professor Shi Qing, acted in time to save Shi Wuxuang. Shi Wuxuang is already at the peak of the 9th stage of the King Realm. Who could injure him so severely? Could it be a powerful figure from the Emperor Realm? Su Lingxian quickly inquired. No. Lu Jingya shook her head. It is said that he is also a genius of the younger generation, yet only at the king level. Su Lingxuan's pupils suddenly constricted. The terrifying combat power of Shi Wuxuang was evident to everyone at the Tianqiang Academy. But now, there was actually a peer who could injure him like this. It was simply shocking. Who is that person? Is he a super genius from another special district? Su Lingxian couldn't help but ask. In her mind, only a super genius from another special district could possibly defeat Shi Wuxuang. I don't know the specifics either. Professor Shi Qing has sealed off the information. It seems there is also a sword-bearer involved. Lu Jingya squinted her eyes and then said solemnly. However, one thing is certain, the person who injured Shi Wuxuang has also cultivated the super anomaly ranked 9th on the anomaly leaderboard, the celestial wheel breaking eternity. Su Lingxuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance as she suddenly thought of a phrase. There are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. He also cultivated the celestial wheel breaking eternity? No wonder he could injure senior brother Shi Wuxuang so severely. Truly, heroes are as numerous as the fish in the river. If given the chance, I would really like to meet this mysterious genius in person. Ah Chio! Yi Chuan uncontrollably sneezed. Strange, is it because of the severe injury and weakness that I caught a cold? After a few days of healing, his injuries had mostly recovered. His injuries were indeed too severe, and there was still the residual power of a celestial realm expert left in his body. Even the rejuvenation pill couldn't completely heal him. After all, the rejuvenation pill could only heal injuries, while the residual power left by Shi Qing in Yi Chuan's body could only be slowly refined by Yi Chuan himself. Tianqiang Academy. Shi Qing. Shi Wuxuang. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Yi Chuan's eyes. This time, he had nearly died in Yuning City. If he didn't take revenge for this grudge, he wouldn't be Yi Chuan. However, the celestial realm expert was not something he could deal with right now. Since he had come to the 9th special district, he could only stay here and develop for the time being. Just as he was about to doze off, someone brought a pillow. Just when Yi Chuan felt a surge of anger with nowhere to vent, a piercing scream suddenly came from outside. This time it's really an enemy attack. Protect the two young ladies. A voice belonging to a burly man with a beard suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of weapons being drawn. Yi Chuan poked his head out to check the situation outside. He saw about 10 men in black weaving through the merchant convoy, each possessing the cultivation of a grandmaster, continuously slaughtering the accompanying transcenders of the merchant convoy. They were clearly professional assassins. Every time they struck, someone would clutch their neck and fall. One of the assassins approached the position of the sisters He Yeshue and He Yexiang, intending to launch an attack on them. Just as Yi Chuan was about to make a move, a sharp ice spike suddenly shot out, piercing through the assassin's chest. He Yeshua appeared with a cold expression. She, who originally looked like a gentle young lady, now exuded a chilling and murderous aura. Yi Chuan was somewhat surprised. Previously, he had been severely injured and hadn't noticed that He Yeshua was also at the king level. Moreover, she had definitely been at the king level for quite some time, at least at the 3rd tier or above. Who dares to attack the Tianjin Merchant Association's convoy? He Yeshua coldly shouted, her beautiful eyes glancing around, exuding a chilling aura. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause suddenly rang out. As expected of the eldest daughter of He Jiqiu, the president of the Tianjin Merchant Association, truly extraordinary. A slender man in green, holding a long sword, appeared with a smile, his prominent hawk-like nose adding a hint of shadow to his smile. You are the Green Eagle Sword King? He Yeshua's expression slightly changed. The Green Eagle Sword King was a casual transcender, extremely powerful, not belonging to any faction, and usually lived a carefree life. How could he suddenly attack her? I never expected Missy to actually remember me. I truly am fortunate beyond measure. It's just a pity that today, I am here to kill you. A hint of amusement flickered in the eyes of the Chingiying Sword King. Someone has put a price on your life, and they are quite generous with their offer. Is that so? Then before you take the job, Chingiying Sword King, did you consider whether you have the ability to carry it out? Do you also know, if I do not die today, you will face the pursuit of the entire Tianjin Chamber of Commerce? I advise you to leave, that way, I can pretend today's events never happened. Yeshua's face showed no panic, despite being only at the 3rd stage of the King Realm, while the Chingiying Sword King was at the 5th stage. However, the competition among King Realm experts is not merely a clash of levels, but also a contest of phenomena. Although Yeshua was not confident she could defeat the Chingiying Sword King, leaving with her sister Yeshiang was certainly not a problem. A wary expression appeared on the Chingiying Sword King's face. To say he was not afraid of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce would be a lie. The foundation of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce is extremely terrifying, with over a dozen King Realm experts and as many as 3 Emperor Realm experts. There are even rumors that the old president of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce is still alive and has touched the threshold of the Celestial Realm. However, thinking of the person who hired him and the price that person offered, the Chingiying Sword King's gaze became resolute. Relying solely on my own strength is indeed insufficient, but Miss He, who said I came alone? Yeshua's expression changed slightly, and the next moment, a rough and hearty voice sounded behind her. Ha ha ha, Miss He, if the Chingiying Sword King alone is not enough to kill you, I wonder if adding me will suffice? A tall and robust man appeared, his body covered in solid muscle, exuding a faint metallic sheen. What was even more surprising was that this man had yellow vertical pupils, and his body was covered in fine scales in several places. The Great Strength Python King. Yeshua's pupils constricted sharply. The Great Strength Python King was not purely of foreign blood. It was said that his father was an extremely powerful demon python, and he was born of a demon python and a human woman, belonging to a half-human, half-demon lineage. Such a being would surely be directly killed in other human special zones. Only in the mixed environment of the 9th special zone could the Great Strength Python King grow. To have 2 5th-stage King Realm experts come after me at once, that person really is willing to spend big. Let me guess, is the one who hired you my good elder brother? Or my good second uncle? Yeshua's gaze turned cold. In the territory of Baishan City, aside from the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce's own people, no one else would dare to act against her. That question, Miss He, is better asked in hell to the King of Hell. As soon as the Chingiying Sword King finished speaking, a blue phenomenon spread out, and a giant blue eagle soared into the sky, clutching a massive sword in its beak, charging towards Yeshua. Chingiying, be careful with your sword, don't hurt Missy's face. I still want to have some fun with her. I never expected to have the chance to taste what the daughter of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce's president is like. The Great Strength Python King licked his crimson lips, his eyes filled with greed. The nature of a snake is inherently lewd. He clearly wanted to kill Yeshua and indulge in a passionate encounter with her. No! The Chingiying Sword King firmly refused, his sword's momentum against Yeshua growing increasingly fierce. Her sister Yeshiang is also here. You can play with her as you wish, even if you kill her, it doesn't matter. But Yeshua must die. This cannot go wrong. Her strength cannot be underestimated. Oh, the Great Strength Python King's eyes lit up. Her sister is also here? Sisters? Wonderful. Only children make choices. The Great Strength Python King's 5 fingers slowly closed, his gaze resolute as if he had lost something. I want both the sister and the younger sister. This foolish python. Foolishness is one thing, but being lecherous is another. In his heart, the Blue Eagle Sword King had already cursed the ancestors of the Great Strength Python King for 18 generations. The assassination of Yeshua was a matter of tying one's head to the waistband and risking one's life for wealth. At such a critical moment, still thinking about sneaking a peek, the bastard truly is a bastard. If the situation had allowed, the Blue Eagle Sword King would have even considered cutting down the Great Strength Python King first. It was like agreeing with someone to rob a bank, and just as you were about to grab the money after rushing in with a gun, that person suddenly says, "The teller is quite pretty, I want to have a go with her first before continuing the robbery." Who wouldn't curse in such a situation? Fortunately, although the Great Strength Python King was lecherous, he did not forget the main task. With a roar, a massive yellow python materialized, opening its gaping maw to swallow Yeshua whole. With a giant eagle in front and a massive python behind, Yeshua, caught in the middle, had an extremely grave expression. Frost and snow for 1,000 years. A chill emanated from Yeshua, spreading in all directions. On the ground, moisture began to condense into frost, and snowflakes appeared from the void, continuously falling, creating a stunning scene. As the blue giant eagle and the yellow python came into contact with the snowflakes, their figures dimmed slightly. This was the manifestation of three powerful kings clashing. It's hard for us to win against her in terms of manifestations. Let's attack directly. The Blue Eagle Sword King charged towards Hiyeshua with his sword in hand. Both he and the Great Strength Python King were casual job changers without any significant opportunities, so their manifestations were naturally not as strong as Hiyeshua's. Hiyeshua raised her hand, and a long sword made of frost appeared in her grasp, slashing directly at the Blue Eagle Sword King. In the clash of the two swords, the Blue Eagle Sword King, with a higher realm, surprisingly did not gain the upper hand, nearly matching Hiyeshua blow for blow, which caused a slight change in his expression. But at that moment, the Great Strength Python King also arrived. He brought his 5 fingers together, gathering terrifying power at the tip of his fist. Miss He, your fierce resistance excites me. I want to know if you'll still have a cold face when you're turned into a molten mooncake later. Boom! The Great Strength Python King punched out, the force roaring towards Hiyeshua. Hiyeshua's face was icy cold, her eyes filled with killing intent, as her delicate white hand raised and struck out fiercely. A torrent of cold air and snowflakes surged towards the Great Strength Python King. Hiyeshua unleashed her full power without holding back, summoning all her extraordinary weapons. But unfortunately, she was facing 2 kings whose realms were even higher than hers. Before long, she revealed a flaw and was struck in the abdomen by the Great Strength Python King's punch. Hiyeshua flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a deep pit. So fragrant, delicious, so delicious. The Great Strength Python King lifted his fist, sniffing it lightly at his nose, revealing an expression of utter ecstasy. Sister! Hiyeshua's younger sister, Hiyeshan, had worry written all over her innocent face, tears welling in her eyes. What are you doing here? Quickly let Du Chiliang take you away. Hiyeshua stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. The Du Chiliang she mentioned was the burly man with a beard at the peak of the 9th stage of the Master Realm. No, I won't go, Hiyeshan cried, shaking her head repeatedly. Be obedient. I'm not telling you to run away. I'm telling you to go get help. Only I can hold them off here. You just need to hurry back to White Earth City with Du Chiliang, find father, and inform him of the situation here to help me. Hiyeshua earnestly persuaded her. Hiyeshan understood her sister's meaning and bit her lip. Then sister, you must wait for me to come back. Okay. Hiyeshua smiled and patted her sister's head. Leave? Neither of you will leave today. The mature woman I desire, the lowly I desire, both can be had. The Great Strength Python King grinned as he charged forward, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. The stark contrast of the 2 sisters standing together excited him even more. Hurry and go. Hiyeshua stood up again, wanting to block the Great Strength Python King. A sharp eagle's cry rang out, and the Blue Eagle Sword King slashed with his sword, the blue sword energy arriving first, heading straight for Hiyeshan. Hiyeshua's expression changed. The Blue Eagle Sword King was extremely treacherous. If she turned to help Hiyeshan block this sword energy, the Great Strength Python King would definitely take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind, severely injuring her. If she did not block it, Hiyeshan would undoubtedly die. Without any hesitation, Hiyeshua immediately rushed towards her sister, holding her in her arms. So be it, perhaps this is our fate. Hiyeshua revealed a bitter smile on her face, as she could clearly sense the fierce aura behind her. The Great Strength Python King would not give up this chance to severely injure her. Neither she nor her sister would leave today. The Tianjin Chamber of Commerce had already hit a bottleneck in its development, making it difficult to grow stronger. She had been thinking about how to connect the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce with the celestial race for more development. Yet, the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce and her blood relatives were thinking about how to bring her to her demise, which was truly disheartening. Hiyeshua looked at her sister. Since they could not survive today, she must not let her sister suffer humiliation before she died. Hiyeshua prepared to trigger her Frost Snow Millennium phenomenon, completely sealing herself and her sister in ice. But at that moment, a golden little bell floated down from somewhere, hovering above the heads of the 2 sisters. Hiyeshua was taken aback. She could feel that the quality of this golden little bell was extraordinary. Even among Earth-grade spirit weapons, it was exceptional. Such a treasure was rarely seen, even by the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. Ding! Ding! 2 ringing sounds echoed, and the blue sword energy from the Blue Eagle Sword King and the rushing attack from the Great Strength Python King were all blocked by the golden little bell. Their full force strikes could not shake the golden little bell at all. The Blue Eagle Sword King and the Great Strength Python King exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of horror in each other's eyes. This method indicated that the strength of the person who intervened was not to be underestimated. The Blue Eagle Sword King cursed inwardly but still took a deep breath and said loudly, I do not know which senior has graced us with their presence. May I ask if you could show yourself? His words spread, but no one responded. Seeing that no one paid him any mind, the Blue Eagle Sword King was not embarrassed. He continued, Senior, we are also acting on the orders of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. Today's matter concerns the affairs of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. May I ask the senior not to interfere? I, the Blue Eagle Sword King, will surely offer great rewards. The response to the Blue Eagle Sword King was still silence. The Blue Eagle Sword King's brows furrowed slightly. What did the person who acted in secret mean? They saved He Yeshua and her sister but did not show themselves? He Yeshua was also very puzzled. She did not remember knowing any senior who was skilled in using a golden little bell. Just as everyone was confused, a figure with wings appeared silently behind the Blue Eagle Sword King, holding a butcher's knife. Yi Chuan's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His injuries had not yet healed, and if he confronted two 5th-level sealed kings head-on, it might worsen his condition. Therefore, he had been waiting for the right opportunity, and now, he had finally found it. Blood Shadow Butcher. The condensed, substantial killing intent surged towards the Blue Eagle Sword King. Caught off guard, the Blue Eagle Sword King fell into a state of fear. After breaking through to the Sealed King realm, Yi Chuan's control time for the Blood Shadow Butcher had reached a terrifying 5 seconds. In battles between strong opponents, a slight difference can lead to a huge disparity. 5 seconds is enough to determine the outcome of a fight. A fragmented heavenly will slowly rose behind Yi Chuan, severing the ancient, making his aura sharper. At the same time, a river of stars appeared. Falling star. The butcher's knife instantly slashed towards the Blue Eagle Sword King. The starry sky slowly extinguished under the blade's light, and along with it, the life force of the Azure Eagle Sword King also flickered out. Butcher Yi Chuan used a butcher's knife to slay a king-level pig, increasing his level by 1.5%, enhancing the extra damage against the pig race by 1%, and adding 0.1 to his free attributes. A thin line of blood spread from the top of the Azure Eagle Sword King's head. In the next moment, the Azure Eagle Sword King was split in two, his foul-smelling entrails and blood scattering through the air like a brilliant firework. The poor Azure Eagle Sword King didn't even get a glimpse of the face of the one who killed him before he died under Yi Chuan's knife. In contrast, the mighty Python King was much luckier. He clearly saw Yi Chuan's figure, a being that resembled a demon god, with wings sprouting from his back and a slaughter knife in hand. The mighty Python King's face turned pale with fear. The Azure Eagle Sword King, whose strength was similar to his, had not even had a chance to resist before dying at the hands of the other. Did that not mean that if the other wanted to kill him, it would probably just take one strike? The mighty Python King didn't even dare to utter a harsh word and turned to flee. However, how could Yi Chuan let him go? What he lacked the most was the power to return to the 5th Special District and slay Shi Qing under his knife. To Yi Chuan, the mighty Python King was merely a walking experience pack. Soul-severing butcher. The butcher's knife, formed from mental energy, shot straight towards the mighty Python King. The mighty Python King's yellow vertical pupils were filled with horror. Soul attack? He realized something and took out a spiritual weapon to defend himself, but he was not sure Wushuang and did not have such abundant resources. That spiritual weapon was instantly destroyed under the attack of the butcher's knife formed from mental energy, and then it struck the mighty Python King directly. The mighty Python King let out a muffled groan, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, his vision filled with stars. But he dared not pause for a moment and continued to run forward as if he were risking his life. My father is a mighty demon python at the emperor level. If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you go. He definitely won't. The mighty demon python threatened Yi Chuan with a fierce tone, but in reality, he had never seen what his father looked like since he was born. But at this point, facing life and death, he could only use this to threaten Yi Chuan. The bloodline hybrid of humans and demon pythons indeed has a much stronger resistance. Yi Chuan murmured to himself. If an ordinary 5th-tier king-level transmuter were to take a hit from his soul-severing butcher, they would either lose consciousness and become an idiot or be dazed for a long time. Yet, after taking a hit, the mighty Python King could still continue to flee and even speak logically. His physique was indeed different. Unfortunately, king-level experts could only hover in the air for a short time and could not fly. However, Yi Chuan could fly. His second pair of wings spread out, and with the enhancement of the 4 wings, Yi Chuan transformed into a shooting star, heading straight for the mighty Python King. In the state of 4 wings, Yi Chuan's speed was even enough to escape from Shi Qing, a super strong being at the celestial level, let alone chase down a mighty Python King. Yi Chuan's figure flashed past the mighty Python King. Butcher Yi Chuan used a butcher's knife to slay a king-level pig, increasing his level by 1.5%, enhancing the extra damage against the pig race by 1%, and adding 0.1 to his free attributes. The mighty Python King's will to survive was incredibly strong. His body was instinctively driven to run forward with all its might. But after a few steps, the mighty Python King's head separated from his body, rolling away like a round ball. The headless corpse continued to run forward, appearing particularly eerie. Yi Chuan kicked it over and then began to loot. The mighty Python King was primarily composed of refined flesh, so he didn't find many high-tier spiritual weapons from him, but a little was better than nothing. Even a mosquito was meat. Yi Chuan fed all the spiritual weapons and rare metals he found to the butcher's knife. He then approached the Azure Eagle Sword King, whose sword was a mid-grade earth-level spiritual weapon, which Yi Chuan accepted without hesitation. After devouring the things, although the butcher knife did not increase in rank, its sharpness had clearly improved a few notches. Having inherited the legacies of these two individuals, Yi Chuan felt a surge of emotions. The gap between people can sometimes be greater than that between humans and dogs. The Qingying Sword King and the Great Strength Python King together had only managed to find one mid-grade earth-level spirit weapon.
In contrast, among those of the same kingly realm, Shi Wuxuan alone could produce 3 high-grade earth-level spirit weapons. If every kingly realm expert were as wealthy as Shi Wuxuan, his butcher knife would soon become a heavenly-grade spirit weapon. On the first day without Shi Wuxuan, he thought of him. Yi Chuan raised his knife and charged at the 10 or so masters, who, in front of the current Yi Chuan, were hardly different from piglets. After dispatching them all with several strikes, Yi Chuan returned to He Yeshue. The two sisters, He Yeshue and He Yexuang, were already dumbfounded. He Yeshue's rosy lips were slightly parted, having forgotten how to close them. She never expected that the one she had inadvertently saved would turn out to be such a terrifying existence. Are you from the celestial race? He Yeshue couldn't help but ask. No, I'm from the human race. Have you ever seen a celestial race member whose wings can retract? Yi Chuan landed, and the black golden 4 wings behind him vanished at that moment. You saved my life, and I saved yours. We are even now, so let's part ways here. Rest assured, if I can find the celestial race later, I will definitely help you make connections. That's a promise I made to you. These 2 kingly realm experts were also brought in by the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce, and Yi Chuan did not want to get involved in this murky water. His injuries were not healed yet, and it was of utmost importance to hide and fully recover. After just fighting with the Qingying Sword King and the Great Strength Python King, he clearly sensed that the wounds in his body were worsening. Wait, Yi Chuan, could you escort me and my sister back to Baishan City? In return, I can find someone in the city to help heal your injuries. He Yeshue hurriedly spoke up to keep him from leaving. I'm sorry, the education I've received since childhood does not support this. You have mistaken the person. Yi Chuan refused without looking back. Add 1 more low-grade earth-level spirit weapon. He Yeshue gritted her teeth and spoke, but Yi Chuan had already walked far away. 3 low-grade earth-level spirit weapons. Whoosh! The wind swept through, and a figure appeared before He Yeshue like a ghost, startling her. What came into view was Yi Chuan's radiant smile. You really know how to pick your targets. He Yeshue still had injuries. He Yexuang was just a girl without the strength to protect herself. Yi Chuan, being upright and full of compassion, could not possibly watch the 2 sisters remain in danger. Naturally, he had to protect them closely. Of course, this had nothing to do with He Yeshue wanting to find someone to heal him or the 3 low-grade earth-level spirit weapons. Yi Chuan was simply warm-hearted and eager to help, enjoying doing good deeds. Seeing that Yi Chuan finally agreed, He Yeshue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There was still some distance to Baishan City, and whether the Qingying Sword King and the Great Strength Python King were sent by her second uncle or her elder brother, the mastermind behind it would definitely not let it go easily. Moreover, the next time someone appeared, it would only be the Qingying Sword King and the Great Strength Python King, who would be even stronger and more troublesome. He Yeshue had to be on guard. Yi Chuan, what realm are you in now? Due to her unstable aura from her injuries, He Yeshue could not see clearly what realm Yi Chuan was in. First stage of the kingly realm, Yi Chuan answered truthfully. First stage of the kingly realm? He Yeshue was dumbfounded, and He Yexuang also widened her beautiful eyes, staring blankly at Yi Chuan. First stage of the kingly realm, defeating 2 5th-stage kingly realm experts? Although Yi Chuan had the element of surprise, this was still too shocking to hear, right? Then, do you have confidence in dealing with the existence of which stage in the kingly realm? He Yeshue asked tentatively. I don't know, probably the 7th stage of the kingly realm? Yi Chuan really didn't understand. If he had no injuries, he would confidently say that as long as it wasn't someone like Shi Wuxuan, he could kill anyone at the king realm. But the injuries on his body made him hesitant to make such a guarantee. That's enough. He Yeshue believed Yi Chuan's words. Killing the Great Strength Python King so easily, she was not surprised at all that Yi Chuan said he could handle a 7th-tier existence at the king realm. Then, He Yeshue gathered all the transmuters from the merchant team. At this moment, the way those transmuters looked at Yi Chuan was completely different, filled with awe and respect. Strong people are respected wherever they go.
The burly man with a beard was so scared he trembled. When Yi Chuan fell from the sky, he had kicked him out of anger. Now he was afraid that Yi Chuan would remember this and kill him with a single strike. A King Realm expert couldn't even stir up any waves in his hands. Being killed with one blow, what was he, a 9th-tier Master Realm, worth? Du Chiliang. When Yi Shui called his name, he instinctively knelt down with a thud, terrified. Miss, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Yi Shui was baffled by his sudden action. What did you do wrong? Du Chiliang raised his head and glanced fearfully at Yi Chuan. Aren't you going to hold me accountable for offending this adult before? What nonsense are you thinking? Yi Shui glared at him irritably. I want you to lead the merchant team to continue forward to Baishan City. Du Chiliang was stunned for a moment, then quickly asked, What about you, miss? Their target is me. I will go in another direction to draw their attention, so the merchant team can arrive safely, Yi Shui said solemnly. If it were just her, she would never dare to make such a risky decision. But for some reason, looking at Yi Chuan beside her, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. No, miss. This is too dangerous. Du Chiliang's face changed dramatically. I'm not here to discuss with you, I'm here to give orders. Now, I command you to organize the merchant team and set off. Yi Shui didn't give anyone a chance to dissuade her. This young lady appeared gentle in demeanor but was decisive in her actions. Yes, miss. Du Chiliang could only agree reluctantly. Yi Chuan, let's go. Yi Shui took Yi Shuang and set off in another direction with Yi Chuan. Along the way, the two sisters were extremely curious about Yi Chuan. Not only was this guy terrifyingly strong, but his style of doing things was also quite unconventional. While ordinary people would avoid entering the territories of powerful alien beasts to prevent disputes, Yi Chuan was different. He specifically charged into their territories. He would mutter to himself, saying things like, "This one is overheated, I'll put him to rest. This one fights and bullies its kind, it can't be left alive. This one dares to drink water, if it dares to drink water today, it will dare to drink human blood tomorrow." Often, before the sisters could react, Yi Chuan would rush out with his knife. Moments later, an alien beast would meet its end under Yi Chuan's blade. As they walked, no matter the strength of the beasts they encountered, Yi Chuan did not spare any of them. Yi Chuan, why are you so obsessed with killing those alien beasts? Yi Shui finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Yi Chuan sighed deeply. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Moreover, many alien beasts feed on humans. A young man with a knife walks the world, merely to act on behalf of heaven, to uphold justice. If you don't kill, and I don't kill, one day, the alien beasts will become a disaster, and then, it will be the vast human compatriots who suffer. Yi Chuan's words were deafening, leaving Yi Shui stunned. If it weren't for her just raising the price, Yi Chuan would not have agreed to escort her back to Baishan City, and Yi Shui might have really believed it. Besides, who walks the rivers and lakes with a knife? It's a pig-killing knife. As for the naive Yi Shui, her beautiful eyes had already turned into starry eyes. Powerful strength, punishing evil and promoting good, walking the rivers and lakes, relishing in vengeance and gratitude. For a young girl, these were undoubtedly an unsolvable poison. Yi Shui noticed something was off with her sister and quickly stood in front of her. After all, Yi Chuan didn't look like the kind of hero at all. He seemed more like someone with a bit of a bottom line, but not too many. Sister, why are you blocking me? Yi Shui impatiently pushed Yi Shui aside. Yi Shui was stunned. It was the first time she had seen that expression on her younger sister's face. In the past, Yi Shui would have loved to stick by her side every day. But now, Yi Shui was showing her impatience, and it was for a man she had known for only a few days? Yi Shui felt a pang in her heart. She suddenly understood what a father must feel when he sees his daughter being taken away by a yellow-haired boy. On the way back to Baishan City, Yi Shui felt increasingly heavy-hearted. She suddenly regretted asking Yi Chuan to protect the two sisters on their way back, because she noticed that her sister Yi Shui had been trying to find topics to talk to Yi Chuan. Brother Yi Chuan, look at that cloud, doesn't it look like a plump little pig? Brother Yi Chuan, you're amazing. You actually killed that powerful magic silver wolf with just one strike. Brother Yi Chuan, this plant looks so magical, could it be some kind of heavenly treasure? Brother Yi Chuan. Yi Shui chattered on, circling around Yi Chuan. What made Yi Shui feel slightly relieved was that Yi Chuan seemed very indifferent, showing no intention of engaging with Yi Shui, which made her secretly breathe a sigh of relief. What she didn't know was that Yi Chuan was also quite annoyed. Who would like a pig head babbling in front of them all the time? Even if that pig head was pink. If Yi Shui were discussing some useful topics, that would be fine, but the key was that this little girl's words had no substance at all. If it weren't for the 3 low-grade spirit weapons Yi Shui promised and finding someone to help him heal, Yi Chuan would have already given Yi Shui a powerful Leo flying kick. By the way, why do your elder brother and your second uncle want to kill you? Yi Chuan, annoyed by He Yeshun, could only turn to He Yeshua to chat. What else could it be? They just think my existence affects their interests. When it came to this matter, a cold glint flashed in He Yeshua's eyes. Through He Yeshua's narration, Yi Chuan understood the ins and outs of the situation. The Tianjin Chamber of Commerce was a behemoth in Baishan City, absolutely a dominant force. However, the development of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce had also hit a bottleneck. Simply put, there were too many people wanting a share of the pie, and the pie was a bit too small. Thus, contradictions began to emerge within the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. With the internal injuries of the president He Jiqi from years ago flaring up, his health deteriorating, the contradictions gradually became uncontrollable. He Yeshua's elder brother He Yamang was not as talented or powerful as she was, so he had long worried that their father would pass the position of president to He Yeshua, harboring secret jealousy. He Yeshua's second uncle was one of the three powerful kings of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, so he too had his eyes on the position of president. Both of these individuals had the potential to act against her. He Yeshua's contributions to the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce over the years were evident, and her talent was not lacking. At a young age, she had already reached the fifth stage of the king realm. If President He Jiqi were to pass away, she would have a great chance of inheriting the position. As long as she was alive, neither her second uncle nor her elder brother could rest easy. It even involves the king realm? Yi Chuan couldn't help but frown. Are you scared? He Yeshua smiled. No, what I mean is. Yi Chuan slowly raised his head, his gaze as firm as someone who has lost something. You need to pay more. He Yeshua fell silent. Her beauty was quite renowned in several nearby cities, and her younger sister He Yishuan was definitely not lacking in looks either. But strangely, when Yi Chuan interacted with them, his eyes were clear, devoid of any lewd thoughts. Even in conversation, he seemed only interested in the benefits she could provide, rather than in her as a person. This was the first time she had encountered such a peculiar person. In the past, even the most pure-hearted young talents would steal a few more glances at her beauty. But Yi Chuan showed none of that, as if she were just a stone in his eyes. Don't worry, the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce has only 3 people at the emperor level. One is my grandfather, one is my father, and the last is my second uncle. If my second uncle dares to act against me openly, neither my grandfather nor my father would let him off. So you don't have to worry about anyone at the emperor level taking action. They wouldn't dare to do it openly. He Yi Shui explained impatiently. Time passed, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. The anticipated assassination did not come. Instead, a massive city appeared in the trio's view. Yi Chuan looked at Baishan City with curiosity, and the sights within excited him immensely. Because inside the city, besides humans, there were many other races: succubi, fire demons, giant lizards, serpent demons, wind tigers. These races, after transforming into human forms, still retained some of their original features, yet they walked boldly down the streets. Some even couldn't be bothered to transform and appeared in their beast forms directly. Whether it was the street vendors or the shop owners, everyone seemed accustomed to this situation, and no one was shocked to see other races. This was something completely unseen in the 5th Special District, where the appearance of a beast from another race would trigger alarms in human cities. The 9th Special District truly is the most peculiar place. Yi Chuan couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, then curiously asked He Yishui, "Are these other races protected by the laws of the Human Federation? What do you want to do? I warn you, no trouble in the city." He Yishui turned back to look, nearly panicking, as she discovered Yi Chuan had pulled out a butcher's knife without her noticing. "Sorry, it's a habit, a professional habit." Yi Chuan smiled sheepishly and quickly put the butcher's knife back into his silver dragon ring. It couldn't be blamed on him. With so many other races appearing on the streets, it was like seeing a lot of money walking around. It was only natural to want to take action. Fighting is strictly prohibited in Baishan City. If we can't even guarantee safety here, how could those other races feel secure trading with us? He Yi Shui said irritably. Just as the two were chatting, a large group of people approached quickly. Their presence was steady, clearly indicating they were all formidable fighters. The leader rode a purple beast, flames erupting from its hooves. The tall man riding such a fierce beast appeared even more imposing. The others on the street, whether human or of other races, quickly moved aside. They all knew this was the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce's team. The group came directly in front of He Yi Shui, and the man leaped down from the purple beast, looking at her with concern. "Sister, you finally returned safely. I was so worried. I haven't been able to eat or sleep well these past few days." In the face of the man's concern, He Yi Shui's heart sneered coldly. Because the Qingying Sword King and Hidali Mang King were likely sent by her elder brother, He Yi Mang. But He Yeshua did not have a cold expression. Instead, her eyes instantly turned red. In front of everyone, the act of brotherly love and sisterly respect had to be performed perfectly. "Thank you, brother, for your concern. Perhaps it was your care for your sister that moved the heavens, otherwise, I might not have returned at all. Sister, brother, the two siblings embraced and wept bitterly. Those who didn't know would think their relationship was exceptionally good. Yi Chuan scratched his head, a thoughtful look in his eyes. It seemed his acting skills still had room for improvement. At least compared to these two, he was far from their level. Since my sister has returned safely, let's hurry back. I prepared a feast to welcome you. He Yamang tightly held He Yeshua's hand and then looked at Yi Chuan. By the way, this young brother looks unfamiliar. Who is he? A faint glimmer of coldness flashed in He Yamang's eyes. He knew his sister well. With the Qingying Sword King and the Great Strength Python King working together, there was absolutely no room for error. The only variable was this suddenly appearing young man. He is a poor soul I saved on the road. Seeing he had nowhere to go and was injured, I brought him along, He Yeshua explained with a smile, not revealing Yi Chuan's background. I see, then let him join us. My Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is large, one more mouth to feed won't hurt, He Yamang said cheerfully, welcoming both He Yeshua and Yi Chuan back. Many of the industries in Baishan City belong to the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, and as He Yamang and He Yeshua walked along, people continuously called out to them as young master and young lady. Amidst the calls of young master and young lady, they returned to an ancient and elegant courtyard, looking just like a scholarly family. He Yamang did not deceive He Yeshua. After entering the gate, a lavish banquet was indeed laid out. Sister, little sister, please take a seat. Young brother, you sit too. He Yamang warmly invited the three. He Yeshua vaguely felt something was off. He Yamang would never be this kind-hearted. But she didn't know what scheme He Yamang was plotting, so she could only sit down without showing any signs. Yi Chuan was much more relaxed than her. He Yeshua had said that He Yamang wouldn't act against her openly, so the food on the table was naturally fine. Yi Chuan didn't care about anything else and sat down to start eating. He hadn't had anything good to eat in the past few days in the suburbs, and he was already starving. Watching Yi Chuan eat so heartily, He Yamang frowned slightly, but he didn't say much. Today, his focus was not on this unknown wild boy. Come, sister, let me toast you a glass to celebrate your safe return. He Yamang raised his glass and smiled at He Yeshua. Thank you, brother. He Yeshua drank it all in one go. The siblings chatted about some trivial matters. After 3 rounds of drinks, He Yamang's face was flushed. Sister, your safe return this time is truly a double joy. Oh, I wonder what this second joy is. He Yeshua frowned slightly. It was clear that her good brother was about to show his fangs. Ah, of course, it's a joyful event. Addison, come out and let my 2 sisters meet you. He Yamang laughed heartily, and suddenly the ground trembled. A towering orc slowly walked out, each step causing the ground to shake. He stood nearly 3 meters tall, with muscles like steel, and his skin glowed with a bronze hue, looking indestructible. His yellow eyes revealed a primal wildness and aggressive desire, fixating on He Yeshua and her sister He Yeshyang. He Yeshua's expression changed slightly. The Giant Strength Orc Clan. The Giant Strength Orc Clan was a branch of the orc race, known for their towering stature and immense strength. Their physical bodies could even withstand profound-grade spiritual weapons. This tribe is not friendly to humans. The Tianqing Chamber of Commerce has tried several times to establish trade relations with them but has failed. How could the giant strength orcs appear at the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce? He Yeshua suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Sister, what are you dawdling for? Quickly stand up and toast Addison. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be your future fiancé. He Yamang said with a smile. Fiancé? The anger in He Yeshua's heart could no longer be suppressed. He Yamang, are you crazy? You want me to marry an orc? Sister, that's not right. All beings are equal. What's wrong with orcs? Maybe after you try an orc once, you'll get addicted, He Yamang said with an unchanged smile. The giant strength orc said that as long as you and He Yeshyang marry over, they will establish trade relations with our Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. You know that our Tianqing Chamber of Commerce is stuck in a development bottleneck. If we can establish trade relations with the giant strength orcs, our Tianqing Chamber of Commerce will surely break through the current predicament and rise to a new level. Sister, you are a member of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. Isn't it right to sacrifice a little for the chamber? Moreover, Addison is not an ordinary orc. He is the son of the clan leader of the giant strength orcs. In terms of status, he is not beneath you, and it can be considered a match. He Yeshua's face turned ashen. No wonder she hadn't seen any assassins trying to kill her in the latter half. It turned out He Yamang had long planned how to deal with her. Forcing her and her sister He Yeshyang to marry an orc, only He Yamang could come up with such an idea. Although she and He Yamang had different mothers, the current situation still chilled He Yeshua's heart. Moreover, He Yamang dared to do this, indicating that he had already obtained permission from the higher-ups of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. The entire Tianqing Chamber of Commerce believed that sacrificing herself and her sister for the friendship of the giant strength orcs was worthwhile. They just didn't have the face to stand up, so they pushed He Yamang out to be the villain. Understanding this made He Yeshua even more despondent. "Sister, I don't want to marry an orc. I don't want to," He Yeshuan cried out in fear, sobbing loudly. The orc in front of her had arms thicker than her waist. She would die, she would definitely die. He Yamang still wore a smile. "Sister, don't you want the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce to grow strong? If you don't want to, I won't force you." He Yamang feigned concern. He Yeshua took a deep breath, her gaze gradually calming down. She knew very well that she had to stay calm to break through the current situation. Otherwise, both she and her sister would be finished. Her gaze fell on Yi Chuan, who was still eating and drinking without a care in the world. Perhaps, only this young man could help her turn the situation around. He Yeshua suddenly revealed a smile, beautiful beyond compare. The orc Addison's eyes sparkled with excitement. He Yeshua stepped forward, hugged He Yeshang, signaling her not to cry, and then slowly said, "Brother, it's not that my sister doesn't want to sacrifice herself for the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, but both Yeshang and I have already given our hearts to someone else, and we have already established a substantial relationship with that person." As she spoke, He Yeshua cast a flirtatious glance at Yi Chuan. "Me again?" Yi Chuan raised his head in confusion. He was just thinking about getting a free meal and then receiving the 3 low-grade spirit weapons that He Yeshua had promised him, healing his injuries and leaving. The script didn't say he had to be the one to take over. Addison was instantly furious. Anyone who knew that the woman they liked had already been taken by another man would be unable to contain their anger. "He Yamang, didn't you say your 2 sisters were both pure? Are you playing me?" Addison coldly questioned, his aura making it difficult for He Yamang to breathe. He hurriedly explained, "Addison, there must be a misunderstanding here. Wait for me, I will definitely give you an explanation." As he spoke, He Yamang turned to Yi Chuan and questioned sharply, "Little brother, I advise you not to bring trouble upon yourself. You better tell the truth. What is your relationship with my sister?" Yi Chuan spread his hands, just about to say that nothing had happened between him and He Yeshua, when he saw He Yeshua mouthing something to him. A mid-grade Earth-level spirit weapon, a bundle of epic-level skill scrolls. Yi Chuan's expression changed immediately, and he quickly changed his tune, vividly describing the situation. "That's right, both of them are already mine. It was a dark and windy night, and out of politeness, I didn't strip them completely. I left them with 2 pairs of socks, one white silk and one black silk." Yi Chuan elaborated on the entire process, the richness of the details and the twists of the plot making everyone turn pale. After he was tired from talking, Yi Chuan took a sip of tea and continued, "Brother, I know you really like them, but you should find 2 other people as fiancés. Otherwise, I'm afraid I might not be able to help but give you a CD from the past, to listen to our love back then." Yi Chuan's words were utterly unbearable. He Yeshua and He Yexuang were blushing furiously. If there had been a crack in the ground, they would have definitely dived in. He Yeshua was even more furious, her teeth itching. She had asked Yi Chuan to help her out, but she hadn't said to go into such detail. However, Yi Chuan's detailed account had an immediate effect. Addison's originally greenish face seemed to turn even greener at that moment. "He Yamang, who is this kid? You better give me an explanation." Addison spoke coldly, a terrifying aura spreading out. This Addison was already a powerful existence comparable to the 6th stage of the King Realm, and with his formidable physique, even the 7th or 8th stage of the King Realm would find it hard to deal with him. "Addison, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. He just wants to ruin this engagement. Whether my 2 sisters are still pure, you can find out with a test, right? I can guarantee they have definitely not done anything with a man," He Yamang hurriedly explained. But at that moment, Yi Chuan added from the side, "Still pure doesn't mean nothing else has happened. We're all men here. If we really delve into this, there are quite a few tricks involved, right?" As he spoke, Yi Chuan gave him a knowing look that all men would understand. Addison's face turned even greener. Once the seed of doubt was sown, the accusation had already taken root. "The wife you want to marry might have a 0.1% chance of having been a maid. Would you dare to gamble on that?" He Yamang's face also turned pale. "Kid, the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, have treated you well, and you're deliberately looking for trouble, right? I advise you to think twice before acting. Otherwise, putting your life on the line wouldn't be worth it." The killing intent in He Yamang's eyes was almost impossible to suppress. Yi Chuan repeatedly sabotaging his good plans was simply courting death. Yi Chuan pursed his lips, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers. "Brother-in-law, I know you look down on me, you think I'm not worthy of Yeshue and Yexuang, but I truly love both of them. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank, do not bully the young and poor. How do you know that today's nameless person won't become famous in the future? Yichuan stood straight, like a spear planted firmly in place, unmovable by poverty, unyielding to power. You bastard! He Yamang could no longer hold back. He realized this guy was determined to stir up trouble today. Someone, break this kid's legs and throw him out. As soon as He Yamang's voice fell, the guards hidden in the shadows revealed themselves one after another. They were all powerful transmuters, and they immediately intended to attack Yichuan. Let's see who dares. At this critical moment, He Yeshua stepped forward, her cold gaze sweeping across each person's face. The many guards of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce exchanged glances, and for a moment, no one dared to step forward again. On one side was He Yamang, and on the other was He Yeshua. They were in a dilemma, unable to offend either side. He Yamang, have your people step back. Since this kid wants to stick his neck out, I'll personally let him know the price of doing so. As an orc, Addison wasn't particularly clever, but he understood that it wasn't He Yamang trying to play him, it was this human in front of him who was stirring up trouble. Killing him here shouldn't cause any trouble, right? Addison asked in a deep voice towards He Yamang. Rest assured, whatever happens, I will handle it. He Yamang replied coldly. Was fighting and killing prohibited in Baishan City? That was something said to those without status or background. For He Yamang, killing a person was no different from squashing an ant. Then I can relax. As soon as he finished speaking, Addison vanished from his spot. Although he was large, his speed was completely inconsistent with his size. It wasn't until he appeared in front of Yichuan that a large pit exploded where he had been standing. A massive blue fist came crashing down towards Yichuan like a giant hammer. If that punch landed solidly, it would be enough to blow Yichuan's head apart. However, Yichuan showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he closed his fingers and met Addison's punch head-on. His power attribute, enhanced by the Slaughter God's Edge, had already reached an extremely exaggerated level. He also wanted to know how far he could go against a physically renowned giant orc in the same realm. Bang! The large and small fists collided heavily, sending waves of air swirling. Yichuan staggered back several steps before barely stabilizing himself, while Addison stood firmly in place, showing no signs of being affected. Yichuan frowned as he looked at his right arm, which was trembling slightly due to the powerful recoil. The strength of the giant orc was indeed formidable, its physical resilience was terrifying. Yichuan turned to Yeshua with a serious expression, his deep eyes gazing at her as he uttered 3 words. Need more money. Yeshua's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing Yichuan look at her so affectionately, she thought he was going to say something profound, but it turned out to be this? Miss Yeshua, you wouldn't want to see yourself and your sister marrying an orc, would you? Seeing that Yeshua didn't respond, Yichuan continued to press. More. Yeshua felt a surge of frustration inside. After all, she considered herself a beauty. How could this guy only think about asking her for more money without any other thoughts? Understood. As long as the money is right, anyone can be taken down. Only Yichuan knew how desperately he needed resources right now. Not to mention, if he wanted to kill his way back to the 5th Special District, he needed to upgrade his slaughter knife to a heavenly grade spiritual weapon and raise his strength to at least the peak of the Emperor level to have a chance against that old man Shurching. Just upgrading a slaughter knife to heavenly grade required a terrifying number of spiritual weapons. Yeshua was clearly a wealthy woman. Clinging to her long, voluptuous thighs would definitely not be a mistake. Upon hearing Yeshua agree to give him more money, Yichuan immediately took out his slaughter knife without hesitation. Flamefire 13 blades. The blade, accompanied by flames, slashed directly towards Addison. A serious expression appeared on Addison's face as he sensed a threat from that knife. You can take my punch without getting hurt, you do have some skill, but this is where it ends. Addison pulled out a 2-meter-long giant battle axe, and just looking at it made one feel an overwhelming weight. He let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, swinging down towards Yichuan. The butcher's knife clashed with the giant axe, forcing Yichuan to stagger back several steps. Yichuan frowned slightly, his internal injuries were still too much of a hindrance. If he hadn't been injured, he wouldn't have been pushed back by Addison. Seeing that he had gained the upper hand, Addison roared, charging at Yichuan like a wall. The physical advantage of the giant orc race meant they didn't need any technical assistance. With sheer strength breaking all techniques, that terrifying and unparalleled might was their greatest reliance. Ordinary king-tier transmuters would be unable to withstand even a few blows before being cleaved by his axe. Yeshua's beautiful eyes were filled with wariness. Although she felt somewhat unwilling, she had to admit that in a one-on-one fight, she was very likely no match for Addison. You're quite good. Your head deserves to hang in my bedroom. Now, let me chop it off. Addison roared, raising his giant axe high and swinging down, aiming to split Yi Chuan in half. Yi Chuan took a deep breath, and his black gold wings spread out from his back. With a surge in speed, he flew up, dodging the axe. Boom! Addison's axe struck the ground heavily, creating a long gash in the earth, the violent tremor causing those present to struggle to maintain their footing. Yi Chuan soared high with his wings. This scene not only caught the eyes of He Yimang and He Yishui, but many people in Baishan City also witnessed it. Why does that person have wings? Could he be from the celestial race? Didn't they say the celestial race is unwilling to interact with the human race? That's in the direction of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce has successfully established trade relations with the celestial race? This is a good thing. If we can really trade with the celestial race, Baishan City will definitely welcome a new wave of economic development. The crowd in Baishan City buzzed with discussion upon seeing this. And this was exactly the effect Yi Chuan wanted. Trying to find the celestial race on his own was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The 9th Special District was too vast, and it was better to let these people spread the news, allowing the celestial race to come to him. Grew wings? A look of astonishment appeared on Addison's face. Addison, don't be afraid, that's a flying skill. As the eldest son of the president of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, He Yimang had some basic insight. The Tianjin Chamber of Commerce had auctioned flying skills before. I see. Is flying useful? Get down here. Addison roared, a strange force spreading out. Yi Chuan, who was originally suspended in mid-air, suddenly felt his body become extremely heavy, beginning to sink as if he were carrying a mountain. The giant orc can also manipulate gravity? Yi Chuan was somewhat surprised. Die! Addison pushed off the ground with great force, launching himself at Yi Chuan like a cannonball, his giant axe sweeping out. Just waiting for you to come up. Yi Chuan grinned. He was injured and didn't want to clash head-on with a brute like Addison. Therefore, he flew into the air to lure Addison up, as Addison couldn't fly, leaving him with nowhere to dodge in mid-air. Blood Shadow Butcher. The murderous aura solidified and surged forward. Addison let out a muffled groan, immediately falling into a state of fear, his giant axe dropping weakly. Meteor. A river of stars appeared behind Addison, and as the blade light swept across, stars dimmed one by one. A deep wound, visible to the bone, appeared on Addison's chest, and his massive body fell from the air. Through the gaping flesh in his chest, one could even see his heart still beating vigorously. Caught off guard, Addison was severely injured by this blow, completely losing his combat ability, blood pouring from his mouth. Yi Chuan squinted his eyes. The vitality of the orc was indeed formidable. If it were another race that had taken his blow, they would surely be dead, yet Addison was merely heavily injured. The onlookers were already dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Addison had been dominating Yi Chuan, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, leaving him no choice but to flee. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, Yi Chuan had turned the tables and severely injured Addison? At that moment, Yi Chuan dove from the air, intending to deliver a finishing blow to send Addison to the afterlife. Having been paid, he naturally aimed to do the job cleanly and efficiently. Kid, how dare you? He Yimang finally snapped out of his shock and shouted angrily. Seeing that Yi Chuan ignored him, He Yimang turned to He Yishui and yelled, "Aren't you going to stop him? Do you want to ruin the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce?" He Yishui also realized the seriousness of the situation. Addison was the child of the chief of the Giant Strength Orc clan. If he died at the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, it would undoubtedly be a huge problem, and the chamber would face retaliation from the Giant Strength Orc clan. Yi Chuan, stop! You can't kill him! But even with He Yishui speaking up, Yi Chuan showed no signs of stopping. Instead, he accelerated, transforming into a black meteor racing toward Addison. Addison's eyes widened in terror. As he watched Yi Chuan charge at him, he felt for the first time how close death was. Just as Yi Chuan's blade was about to sever Addison's head, a desperate scream rang out. "I'll pay more." Swish! The deadly blade halted at Addison's throat. Just a little further, and Addison's life would have been forfeit. Addison's body tensed up completely, not daring to move an inch, not even to tremble. For the first time, he felt how close death was. The atmosphere became eerily tense. At that moment, the previously indifferent Yi Chuan suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. He then sheathed his blade and personally helped Addison up. "Hey, brother, why are you so scared? We're just sparring, just a little friendly competition. We're all buddies, how could I really kill you, right?" Yi Chuan beamed, even kindly brushing the dust off Addison's clothes. Yi Chuan's sudden change of demeanor left everyone present stunned. Only He Yishui looked pale with fear. She knew that if that "I'll pay more" had been uttered even half a beat slower, Addison would have been a goner. She had witnessed firsthand how murderous Yi Chuan had been toward those foreign beasts in the wild. Just now, he had truly intended to kill Addison. After being helped up, Addison clearly had not yet escaped the fear of death, sitting dazedly in a chair with Yichuan's support. When do we settle the bill? Yichuan gestured to Yishua, worried that she might try to avoid paying since she owed quite a bit. We'll settle it after the meal, Yishua said, gritting her teeth in anger. After all, she was the daughter of the president of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. Did she really have to worry about 5 pieces of Earth-grade spirit weapons running away? Okay. Yichuan smiled broadly. He Yimang's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Good sister, you did really well, He Yimang said, no longer pretending, standing up with a cold expression. Looking at Addison's terrified state, it's clear that establishing trade relations with the giant Strength Orc clan is impossible now. Since you are unwilling to sacrifice for the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, please lead the chamber to seek another way out. His plan to marry into the giant Strength Orc clan was a blatant scheme. If He Yishue agreed, she would be married into the Orc clan and would soon be played to death. He Yeshua did not agree, so a big hat that was not meant for the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce could be directly placed on her head. No matter what, He Yimang would still profit from this. If He Yeshua could not find a new way out for the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, then she naturally could not become the president, and the senior members of the Tianjin Chamber would not agree first. Those old fellows only cared about benefits. They wouldn't care who was sacrificed. After saying this, He Yimang waved his sleeve and left. Addison also reacted, glaring at Yechuan with resentment before turning to leave. Yechuan squinted his eyes and then asked He Yeshua, how strong is the giant Strength Orc tribe? Very strong. He Yeshua's expression was serious. Although the strength of the giant Strength Orc tribe is not as good as our Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, there are 2 old orcs in their tribe who are comparable to the realm, with physical bodies comparable to Earth-grade spirit weapons. They're our realm. Then it's fine. Yechuan felt a bit of a toothache. He was still thinking about following Addison to take down the giant Strength Orcs in one go. The matter is resolved. Now we should talk about the reward. 2 mid-grade Earth spirit weapons, 3 low-grade Earth spirit weapons, and a bundle of epic skill scrolls. I remember, do you have any requirements for the types of spirit weapons? Attack-oriented? Or defense-oriented? He Yeshua inquired. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Yechuan shrugged. Anyway, he would use them to feed his slaughtering knife, so he didn't care about the type. He had a slaughtering knife for attack and a golden huang bell for defense, so he wasn't particularly lacking in spirit weapons. Then I understand. What about the skill scrolls? He Yeshua pressed on. Movement type, preferably with a confusion effect, Yechuan said. Got it. Wait for me here for a moment. I'll take you to treat your injuries first. He Yeshua nodded and turned to leave with He Yeshuang. Yechuan obediently waited in place, but he waited for 2 hours. Just as Yechuan was getting a bit impatient, He Yeshua finally returned. In the 2 hours she had been gone, He Yeshua had clearly dressed up carefully. Her temperament was already gentle, and after washing up and changing into a white long dress, she exuded an even sweeter aura. Her jet-black hair flowed down like a fairy stepping slowly out of the moon palace. With a touch of makeup on her exquisite face, she looked glamorous and noble, enough to make every man who saw her mesmerized. However, the scene He Yeshua imagined of Yechuan staring at her did not happen. Yechuan's eyes only swept over her once before he impatiently said, "You're finally ready, where are we going?" Toughened. His fists had toughened. He Yeshua took several deep breaths to suppress the impulse to punch Yechuan in the face. She had never seen someone so lacking in romantic understanding. Little did He Yeshua know, the made-up pig head only appeared more terrifying in Yechuan's eyes. All the way, He Yeshua was sulking and didn't want to talk to Yechuan. She led Yechuan to an inconspicuous clinic in Baishan City. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted from the clinic. Although she was the daughter of the president of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, He Yeshua appeared quite respectful in front of this unremarkable clinic. She knocked on the door, then bowed to the clinic and said, "Dan Huang of Apricot Leaf, He Yeshua comes to seek medicine." Upon hearing this, Yechuan's pupils slightly contracted. Dan Huang. This was a pill master of the realm, capable of refining 6th-grade pills. No wonder He Yeshua was so respectful. The weight of a Dan Huang was enough for the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce to treat her with courtesy and regard her as a guest of honor. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs came from inside, followed by a weathered voice. "Is it the little girl from the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce? Come in." The door of the clinic creaked open, and a stronger medicinal fragrance rushed to meet them, making one feel refreshed with just a whiff. An old man hunched over a small stove, with a pot on it, bubbling away with medicinal ingredients. He was too old, with only a few sparse hairs left on his head, age spots covering his entire face, and his skin sagging down. But as long as he was alive, no one dared to underestimate him. because he was a Dan Emperor. Olji, I have a friend who is seriously injured and has not yet recovered. I hope Olji can lend a hand and treat him, the apricot leaf Dan Emperor said, raising his murky eyes to look at Yi Chuan, then opening his mouth to reveal the 3 remaining teeth. Come here, extend your hand. Yi Chuan complied, raising his hand in front of the apricot leaf Dan Emperor. The withered palm of the Dan Emperor grasped Yi Chuan's wrist, and Yi Chuan felt a gentle force beginning to flow through his body. That force had no aggression, instead, it made him feel extremely comfortable, like taking a hot bath in the middle of winter. Under the influence of that force, some of the hidden injuries in his body were slowly healing. But suddenly, the apricot leaf Dan Emperor's eyes widened, and the murky old eyes sparkled with intensity. You were actually injured by a powerful being from the 3 realms of heaven? The apricot leaf Dan Emperor looked at Yi Chuan, disbelief flickering in his eyes. His detection could not be wrong. Yi Chuan's realm was at most between the 1st and 2nd stages of the king realm. Such strength could actually be injured by a being from the 3 realms of heaven and still be alive? It was simply unbelievable. Yi Shui also looked at Yi Chuan in astonishment. She only knew that Yi Chuan had suffered serious injuries before, but she never imagined that the injuries were left by a being from the 3 realms of heaven. It was like finding out that a scar on your good brothers but was caused by a nuclear bomb. The 3 realms of heaven refer to the soul clarity, divine communication, and unity realms, also known as the lesser heaven realm, greater heaven realm, and heaven king realm. Even the weakest lesser heaven realm could easily annihilate a city with full force. How did Yi Chuan, a king realm cultivator, manage to escape from the hands of a being from the 3 realms of heaven? Originally, Yi Chuan was already extremely mysterious in her eyes, and now he was even more unfathomable. Young friend, may I ask which being from the 3 realms of heaven injured you? The apricot leaf Dan Emperor couldn't help but inquire. Each being at the level of the 3 realms of heaven was a well-known figure in the human federation. Olji, it's better not to ask, Yi Chuan said with a bitter smile. Otherwise, it will bring trouble to both you and me. I understand, the apricot leaf Dan Emperor said, giving Yi Chuan a deep look. He had lived for so long and had seen countless people, with a keen eye for character. With only the strength of the king realm, yet still alive and kicking after offending a powerful being from the 3 realms of heaven. If this child does not die prematurely, he may one day shake the entire human race. The residual power left by a 3 realms of heaven strongman is not easy to eliminate. It requires a 5th grade blood lotus Dan, a 5th grade purple jade Dan, and a 6th grade spirit fusion Dan. The apricot leaf Dan Emperor raised 3 fingers. The little girl from the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. These 3 pills combined are not cheap. Are you sure you want them? He did not look at Yi Chuan but directly at Yi Shui. With his sharp gaze, he naturally saw that Yi Shui was the one who would pay. Yes, Yi Shui answered without any hesitation. Yi Chuan, despite his injuries, could easily slay the Green Eagle Sword King and defeat the giant strength beast Addison. She could not imagine how terrifying Yi Chuan's combat power would be in his prime. Now that she was besieged on all sides in the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, Yi Chuan was her greatest trump card. Alright, since you are sure, then I will begin, the apricot leaf Dan Emperor said, pulling out 2 jade bottles and tossing them to Yi Chuan. Young friend, inside are the blood lotus Dan and the purple jade Dan. Take the purple jade first, then the snow lotus. As for the 6th grade spirit fusion Dan, I don't have it. It needs to be refined on the spot, the apricot leaf Dan Emperor said, then couldn't help but cough a few times. He walked to the medicine cabinet and gently tapped it. The cabinet responded and revealed a huge alchemy furnace nearly 2 people tall. A wave of scorching heat immediately rushed towards him. The alchemy furnace, made of an unknown material, showed no change in color even under such terrifying high temperatures. The alchemical techniques of the apricot leaf alchemist had clearly reached a realm of perfection. Although he was refining a 6th grade elixir, his movements were as casual as an old man taking a stroll in the park. Without even glancing at the medicinal herbs, he tossed them directly into the furnace. The fierce flames melted the herbs into a liquid. The apricot leaf alchemist used his spiritual energy to gather the liquid together, controlling the temperature of the flames within the furnace. Everything flowed smoothly, like an art exhibition, leaving Yi Chuan somewhat dazed. Young friend, stop watching. You need to take the purple jade pill and the blood lotus pill before you can consume the spirit melting pill, or it will harm your own realm, the apricot leaf alchemist reminded without turning his head. Thank you, senior. Yi Chuan took a deep breath and opened the first jade bottle. The purple jade pill lay quietly inside, shining with a purple luster, resembling not a pill but a round purple jade. Yi Chuan tilted his head back and swallowed it. The medicinal power of the purple jade pill began to take effect within him, but instead of feeling any restraint, Yi Chuan felt a sharp pain. Now, take the blood lotus pill, the apricot leaf alchemist urged softly. Yi Chuan did not dare to hesitate and quickly swallowed the blood lotus pill. The effect of the blood lotus pill was even more peculiar. After taking it, blood began to seep from every pore of Yi Chuan's body. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a person made of blood. The blood flowing from him gradually formed an extraordinarily beautiful blood-colored lotus, enveloping him within. Old Ji, is this really okay? He Yishui asked with some concern, fearing that losing so much blood might kill him. Little girl, look closely at the blood seeping from him, the apricot leaf alchemist said calmly. He Yishui turned to look and discovered that the blood seeping from Yi Chuan contained strands of purple light, and those purple lights seem to be entangled with a strange power. What he has is not an injury, but rather the residual power of the celestial realm's 3 stages lingering within him, continuously affecting him. You can understand it as a few drops of ink mixed into a glass of milk, the apricot leaf alchemist explained as he raised his hand, and a round pill flew out from the furnace. So, to help him recover quickly, the fastest way is to let the purple jade pill absorb the residual power within him, and then use the blood lotus pill to draw all that power out. Finally, the spirit melting pill will dissolve all the remaining power. Spirit melting pill, dissolve. The apricot leaf alchemist pushed the pill in his hand into the blood-colored lotus. As soon as the pill touched Yi Chuan's blood, it vanished like snow falling into a pot of oil. At the same time, the blood-colored lotus slowly bloomed. Yi Chuan could clearly feel that after taking the spirit melting pill, the blood throughout his body was boiling. As the blood boiled, the residual power of Shi Qing within him was gradually being dissolved. Alright, wait half an hour, and he should be able to recover completely. The apricot leaf alchemist glanced at Yi Chuan and then turned his gaze away, walking over to a nearby recliner to rest. As an old alchemist, he had confidence in himself. And indeed, as the apricot leaf alchemist had predicted, half an hour later, Yi Chuan's blood stopped boiling, and the residual power of Shi Qing disappeared completely. As the effect of the blood lotus pill faded, Yi Chuan's blood began to return to his body bit by bit. Yi Chuan opened his eyes and slowly stood up, a terrifying power surging through his limbs and bones. Yeshua's expression couldn't help but change. She had a vague premonition that if Yi Chuan wanted to kill her at this moment, it would probably just take a single strike. How could this guy, who was clearly only at the first level of the king realm, be so terrifying? Senior truly has a miraculous hand. Yi Chuan stood up and cupped his hands in thanks to the apricot leaf alchemist. He could feel that all the power of Shi Qing that had lingered in his body had completely vanished, and his injuries had fully healed, reaching peak condition. Now, if he were to encounter Addison again, even in a pure physical confrontation, he was confident he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. No problem. It's only right to get paid for services rendered. Just have that little girl beside you remember to settle the bill, the apricot leaf alchemist said calmly, waving his hand. Rest assured, senior, I would never go back on my word, Yeshua replied lightly. Hiring an alchemist of this caliber was indeed extremely expensive, but for the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Well, if there's nothing else, you can leave. Don't disturb my rest. The apricot leaf alchemist closed his eyes to recuperate, seemingly not wanting to say more to the two. Yeshua gave Yi Chuan a glance, and Yi Chuan naturally understood. The two of them walked straight out of the apricot leaf alchemist's clinic. How could this senior, as an alchemist, live in a place like this? Yi Chuan asked, somewhat puzzled. This small clinic looked too unremarkable. If Yeshua hadn't brought him here, he wouldn't have thought that the frail old man inside was an alchemist of such high caliber. Old Ji has long grown weary of worldly fame and fortune, and is devoted to seclusion. Opening this small clinic is also to treat the common people in Baishan City. If it weren't for our Tianqing Chamber of Commerce having helped Old Ji in the past, we probably wouldn't have been able to invite him to act, Yeshua explained. Yi Chuan nodded. In this world, it truly was a place where hidden talents lay in wait. Who would have thought that the old man treating them was actually in existence at the alchemist level? After returning to the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, the 5 Earth-grade spirit weapons and epic skill scrolls Yi Chuan requested were delivered, and Yeshua thoughtfully arranged a room for him. Once inside the room, Yi Chuan checked around, confirming there were no tricks, and then took out the 5 Earth-grade spirit weapons. 2 were of mid-grade, and 3 were of low-grade, all of which he fed to the butcher's knife. After a bout of devouring, the sharp aura of the knife grew stronger, yet there were still no signs of breaking through to the upper grade of Earth grade. This thing really is a bottomless pit, Yi Chuan said with a wry smile, shaking his head, then turned to examine the bundle of skill scrolls. Acquired epic level movement skill, Phantom Shadow Body. Phantom Shadow Body, minor completion when activated, creates a phantom shadow that can confuse enemies. This clone possesses half the combat power of the main body and lasts for 10 minutes. At the minor completion stage, 1 clone could be created, at the major completion stage, 2, and at the perfect stage, 3 phantom shadows could exist simultaneously. Although it only had half the combat power of the main body, it was already quite impressive. It should be noted that the clone he previously created with his illusion strike was utterly useless, having only a slight confusing effect. Next, should I continue staying at the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce? Yi Chuan frowned, beginning to ponder his next course of action. Staying at the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce and clinging to Yeshua's thigh would naturally allow him to obtain more cultivation resources, but it would also impose a significant limitation on his own strength improvement. Unlike others, combat-type professions could enhance their realm through cultivation. He was merely a butcher, and to increase his strength, he had to kill pigs. However, fighting and killing were strictly prohibited within Baishan City. If he killed one or two, Yeshua could help him smooth things over, but if he killed too many, even she, the daughter of the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce's president, wouldn't be able to protect him. Just as Yi Chuan was hesitating, a figure suddenly appeared at the door, and Yeshua's voice rang out. Yi Chuan, come out quickly, there's an urgent matter. Got it, I'm coming. Yi Chuan pushed open the door and saw Yeshua looking anxious. Yechuan, my sister has been called to the council hall by our father and the clan elders of the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be because she rejected Addison today. Why don't you escape first? My sister and I are our father's flesh and blood, so we definitely won't be in trouble, but I'm worried they might take their anger out on you. Hearing Yeshuan's words, Yechuan couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, if they wanted to deal with me, they wouldn't just sit back and watch me get treated by the apricot leaf Dan Emperor. The Tianqin Chamber of Commerce's influence in Baishan City is no joke. On the way to find the apricot leaf Dan Emperor, Yechuan noticed no less than 5 spies. If the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce wanted to act against him, there was no need to wait until now. Sure enough, as soon as Yechuan finished speaking, he saw Yeshua return with an extremely grim expression. Sister, what happened? What did father and the elders say? Yeshuan hurriedly asked. They said, whoever caused the trouble should be the one to resolve it. Yeshua took a deep breath. The giant force beastmen originally had hopes of establishing trade relations with our Tianqin Chamber of Commerce, but now with this uproar, the giant force beastmen are likely to become our enemies instead. Father and the elders mean that we must find a way to calm the anger of the giant force beastmen, otherwise. Yeshua didn't continue, but Yeshuan knew that the consequence would likely be to push out a scapegoat to take the blame. Is it enough just to calm the anger of the giant force beastmen? Yechuan suddenly asked from the side. Do you have a way? I estimate that Addison definitely won't let it go easily. Yeshua pursed her lips, and for a moment, she had no good ideas. Addison had been humiliated so greatly, if he had any chance, he would definitely retaliate, let alone reconcile. The corners of Yechuan's mouth slowly lifted as a bold idea formed in his mind. Since your father and the elders want you to calm the anger of the giant force beastmen, why don't we bring various valuable gifts and go to their territory to apologize? Can that work? Yeshua's beautiful eyes widened. She felt that doing so would more likely result in the giant force beastmen accepting the gifts and then killing everyone. Those aliens wouldn't care about any sense of righteousness. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. As long as you want to go, the road is right under your feet. Yechuan's words seemed to have a peculiar magic, causing Yeshua to nod unconsciously. For some reason, even though Yechuan's suggestion was outrageous, Yeshua felt there was a certain possibility. After all, since she met Yechuan, he had created too many miracles in front of her. Alright, I'll gather my trusted aides. We're going to the giant force beastmen. Yeshua was a decisive person. Once she decided to do something, she would act immediately. Wait! Yechuan quickly called out to her, giving her a light smack on the head. Yeshua's fair forehead instantly turned red, and she let out a muffled grunt in pain. Ouch! What are you doing? Are you a pig head? Yechuan said irritably. This time going to the giant force beastmen, although we're going to apologize, there's also a high probability of fighting with them. If you bring your own people, aren't you sending them to their deaths? So what do you mean? Yeshua retorted. Of course, I mean to have your older brother and that second uncle send people to go with us. If a fight breaks out and their people die, you won't feel as heartbroken, right? Plus, it indirectly weakens their power. Yechuan said seriously. But going to the giant force beastmen is already extremely dangerous. Using their people would only make things worse. Yeshua's face was filled with worry, as she still vividly remembered how her older brother Yamang had tried to assassinate her. It's fine, before we reach the giant strength orc tribe, they probably won't dare to do anything to us, so don't worry. Yi Chuan grasped Yeshua's shoulder, his deep black eyes gazing affectionately at her. With me here, I will surely protect you and keep you safe. Yeshua and Yi Chuan exchanged glances, her cheeks quickly flushing a deep red. What nonsense are you talking about? Yeshuang is still here. At that moment, He Yexiang was already biting her silver teeth, feeling jealous. On the way back to Baishan City, she had been constantly chatting with Yi Chuan, trying to keep the conversation going, but he had ignored her completely. Yet now, he was saying such ambiguous things to her sister? Why? Wasn't her sister just a bit taller, with longer legs, a slimmer waist, a bigger chest, and a perkier backside? What else did her sister have? What was her sister even? He Yexiang pouted in grievance, but then thought, at least it was her own sister, so it could be considered that the good water doesn't flow to outsiders. What I mean is, with me here, you don't have to worry about those monsters. If anyone wants to harm you, Yi Chuan revealed a carefree smile, then they should first step over my corpse. Yi Chuan. Tears welled up in He Yeshua's eyes. This promise was too heavy. She took a deep breath, suppressing all the surging emotions deep within her. Right now, when she was talking about love and affection, she and her sister had not yet escaped from the dangerous whirlpool. However, He Yeshua still chose to believe in Yi Chuan. Alright, I'll listen to you. I'll go ask my brother and second uncle for help. He Yeshua turned and left, not daring to meet Yi Chuan's gaze again, fearing she would lose control of her emotions. The process of asking for help went extremely smoothly. He Yexiang and her second uncle had not expected that He Yeshua would dare to use their people. It was like Liu Bei wanting to fight Sun Quan, only to come to Cao Cao for troops. Therefore, both He Yexiang and her second uncle agreed without hesitation, each dispatching 2 powerful warriors at the king level and over a dozen masters at the master level. As for whether these people would obey He Yeshua's orders, that was a matter of personal opinion. The next morning, 4 powerful warriors at the king level, 30 master level professionals, and over 100 master level professionals escorted the gifts meant for the giant strength orc tribe, following closely behind He Yeshua as they grandly left Baishan City. All these people were drawn from He Yexiang and her second uncle, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they all had their own agendas. Along the way, they mostly looked at He Yeshua's back with a playful glint in their eyes. He Yexiang had long instructed them that if they encountered danger, they should just run away, and as for He Yeshua's orders, they were optional. To apologize to the giant strength orc tribe was, in the eyes of others, almost like making a trip for nothing. Addison not only lost 2 fiancés but also nearly got killed. How could he swallow this grievance with just an apology? If things went wrong, He Yeshua might even be left behind in the giant strength orc tribe. In the blink of an eye, it had been over 3 days since leaving Baishan City, and the journey had been smooth without any disturbances. Yi Chuan, are we really just going straight to the territory of the giant strength orc tribe like this? He Yeshua couldn't help but ask. She had thought that once they left Baishan City, Yi Chuan would have some clever plan, but it had been 3 days, and Yi Chuan looked completely at ease, showing no intention of taking action. Of course, Yi Chuan nodded affirmatively. Where there is sincerity, there is a way. As long as we are sincere and go with a heart full of apologies, the giant strength orc tribe will surely feel our remorse and choose to forgive us. He Yeshua. For some reason, she felt that something was off. Was she being fooled by Yi Chuan? Ha ha ha, young lady. Where did you find this top-notch idiot? How can he even say such things? A blatant laugh came from behind. A burly man with messy hair, wielding a large knife, laughed so hard he nearly fell over, looking at Yi Chuan as if he were a lunatic. This man was the Ring Blade King, one of the 4 powerful beings of the King realm, at the 3rd stage. Ring Blade King, why are you speaking so crudely? He's already an idiot, and you're just teasing him, another middle-aged beauty chimed in with a smile. On the surface, she seemed to be defending Yi Chuan, but in reality, she was mocking him just the same. She was also one of the 4 in the King realm, the Illusion King of 10,000 realms, at the 4th stage. Where's the insult? This is just a description. Isn't idiot the antonym of wisdom? The Ring Blade King laughed heartily, completely disregarding Yi Chuan. Faced with their ridicule, Yi Chuan smiled shyly but didn't dare to retort. The other 2 King realm beings, who had remained silent, saw Yi Chuan being mocked and didn't even dare to make a sound, instantly looking down on him a bit more. Strong beings, of course, have their own dignity and temper, which should not be trampled upon. In their eyes, Yi Chuan's performance was merely a sign of insufficient strength, so he could only swallow his pride. That's enough from you, He Yeshua said coldly, her icy gaze sweeping over the 4. Seeing her anger, the 4 naturally stopped provoking her and wisely closed their mouths. Although they weren't afraid of He Yeshua, there was no need to make a scene over such a trivial matter. In the blink of an eye, night slowly descended. Darkness enveloped the earth. Under the night, the team lit a bonfire. Continuing to travel in the dark was certainly not a wise choice, as many ferocious beasts from other races become even more savage at night, so the team chose to rest temporarily. As the night deepened, most of the people in the team fell asleep, leaving only a few on watch. Under the night sky, Yi Chuan, who was lying down, suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly stood up, then used his phantom shadow technique,
leaving a clone lying in his sleeping position.
A gleaming butcher's knife silently appeared in his hand.
His gaze swept towards the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce's team behind him, his eyes cold, as if he were looking at a group of pigs.
The clone can only last 10 minutes, but that's enough. Ugh, so annoying. This godforsaken place has nothing, and we still have to keep watch. Damn it. Stop complaining. After one more day, we should be able to enter the territory of the giant strength orcs, and then we'll be free. Damn it. It's just our luck to get stuck with such a thankless task. I'm going to take a piss. One of the watchers, disgruntled, stood up and walked behind a tree. Just as he unbuttoned his pants, a knife sliced through his neck. He didn't even have time to scream before he collapsed to the ground, life extinguished. Butcher Yichuan used the butcher's knife to slaughter a two-legged pig, leveling up by 0.7%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 free attribute points. After dealing with this watcher, Yichuan gently laid him on the ground without alarming anyone. Then, 2 pairs of black golden wings unfurled, blending seamlessly with the night. With all 4 wings spread, his speed reached its peak, and another watcher was instantly killed. With the threat of these 2 watchers gone, Yichuan's subsequent actions became much easier. He began to carry out assassinations against those in the Master and Grandmaster realms while stacking the passive bonuses of the slaughter frenzy. With his current strength, the people of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce couldn't withstand a single blow from him. In Yichuan's eyes, they were all just pigs waiting to be slaughtered. He struck down one after another without mercy, as these people were also under the command of Hiyema and Hiyeshua's uncle. Yichuan was like a ghost walking in the dark night, constantly reaping lives. Almost every minute and second, someone died under his blade. Soon, all the masters and grandmasters of the Tianjin Merchant Association were completely wiped out by him. A faint smell of blood spread through the darkness, and Yichuan's slaughter frenzy had already reached its maximum level, granting him a terrifying 150% bonus. Coupled with the additional damage against the pig tribe, Yichuan was confident that even a king-level expert would find it hard to withstand a single strike from him now. He directly approached the first king-level expert in the team. Falling star. A river of stars appeared, dazzling and brilliant. At the same time, a heavenly wheel that severed eternity slowly emerged behind Yichuan. Even though it was incomplete, it was still the 9th-ranked super anomaly. With the speed boost from the 4 wings, the king-level expert didn't even have time to react before his throat was cut, dying as inexplicably as the masters before him. He didn't even see what his killer looked like before his head rolled away several meters. Yichuan wasted no time and dashed at lightning speed toward the position of the second king-level expert. But just as he got close, a blade aura capable of splitting the heavens and earth slashed toward him, exuding an astonishing aura. Yichuan couldn't help but frown. Had he been discovered? The golden ring bell flew up, hovering above Yichuan, its golden light enveloping him. Bang! The full-force strike of the Ring Blade King hit the golden ring bell but couldn't shake it even slightly. The Ring Blade King's expression changed slightly, and he immediately shouted in anger, "Who dares to kill my Tianjin Merchant Association members?" When Yichuan turned around and saw his face, the Ring Blade King's pupils instantly constricted. "It's you! You have some nerve!" The Ring Blade King was both shocked and furious. He never expected Yichuan would dare to massacre the members of the Tianjin Merchant Association. "Ring Blade King, stop wasting time with him. Let's take him down together." Another king-level expert wanted to attack, but at that moment, Yichuan's gaze locked onto him. Blood Shadow Butcher, Pig Slaughtering Soul Sever. 2 skills landed on the opponent. The solidified malevolence plunged the opponent into fear, and then the pig slaughtering knife, condensed from mental energy, instantly sliced into the opponent's mind. Puff! The king-level expert didn't even have time to react before blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he fell from the sky. Slaughter Blade Dawn. Yichuan slashed from a distance, the blade aura automatically tracking and extinguishing the last flicker of life in the opponent. "Who exactly are you? A mere first-tier king-level expert. How can you possess such terrifying combat power?" The Ring Blade King was terrified. If the first king-level expert died from Yichuan's sneak attack, then the second king-level expert was killed head-on by Yichuan. And Yichuan had taken less than half a minute to kill the opponent. Killing a king-level expert in less than half a minute could only be achieved by someone at the emperor level. "Me? I'm an ultimate big fool." Yichuan laughed, but that smile sent chills down the Ring Blade King's spine. For the first time, he felt death so close to him. "Yichuan, let's talk this out. I admit, I said some things that were indeed wrong before. I'll slap myself. I'll slap myself. Slap, slap, slap." The Ring Blade King actually began to slap his own face, each slap heavy enough to draw blood from the corner of his mouth. But Yichuan's gaze remained cold, as he sensed a pig had quietly circled behind him. Mind illusion. The Illusion King appeared silently behind Yichuan,
attempting to confuse his mind.
Yi Chuan's consciousness was instantly pulled into the illusion, his eyes becoming dazed. Good opportunity.
The Ring Blade King immediately drew his blade and charged in, wanting to take the chance to kill Yi Chuan on the spot.
A true man can bend and stretch, as long as he can counterattack. What does it matter to slap himself a few times?
The Ring Blade King raised his great sword, intending to cleave Yi Chuan in two.
Dominance slash.
The terrifying blade light seemed to split the surrounding air apart. This strike was the Ring Blade King's full power, enough to make other king-level experts change color in fear. However, in the face of such a terrifying blow, the golden bell shone brightly, directly colliding with the blade's edge.
Clang!
The golden bell was shaken but still hovered above Yi Chuan's head. The Ring Blade King's full-force attack failed to harm Yi Chuan in the slightest. You know, using a spiritual weapon to suppress others feels really good. Yi Chuan grinned, swinging his cleaver fiercely at the Ring Blade King. The Ring Blade King was terrified, desperately twisting his body to the side, but one of his arms was still chopped off by Yi Chuan, blood gushing out. He opened his mouth to scream, but Yi Chuan's second strike arrived at his throat in an instant. In that moment, the Ring Blade King was decapitated.
How is this possible? How could my illusion be ineffective against you?
The Illusion King of 10,000 Realms changed color, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. Watching three king-level beings die right before her eyes was simply too terrifying for her. Your mental strength is too weak. With your level of mental power, no matter how exquisite the illusion you cast, it is full of flaws in front of me. Yi Chuan calmly turned around, raising his cleaver to prepare to kill the Illusion King of 10,000 Realms as well. At that moment, she realized she could not possibly be Yi Chuan's opponent and fell to her knees with a thud.
Don't kill me!
Please don't kill me. I am willing to be your concubine. I can do anything. I will eat anything. Please don't kill me. The Illusion King of 10,000 Realms knelt on the ground. While clinging to Yi Chuan's thigh begging for mercy, she reached out to unbuckle his belt. Clearly, she wanted to immediately demonstrate her value. It was not easy to cultivate to the king level, and naturally, no one wanted to die while they could still live. The Illusion King of 10,000 Realms thought to use this method to seek a way out for herself. After all, she had seen many men, and at Yi Chuan's age, he was in the prime of his vigor. Men at this age find it hard to refuse a sufficiently proactive woman, especially one with some beauty. But unexpectedly, Yi Chuan was completely unmoved by her pleas.
The cleaver fell in an instant.
The Illusion King of 10,000 Realms clutched her throat, blood uncontrollably gushing through her fingers. She widened her eyes, her pupils filled with disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend that Yi Chuan would kill her, and so decisively. If you can't give a boy a future, don't try to take off his Antarctic underwear.
Yi Chuan spoke.
At this point, everyone sent by the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce, except for Yeshua, had died at Yi Chuan's hands. Yi Chuan's realm also rose a level, reaching the second stage of the king level. After reaching the king level, it becomes increasingly difficult to improve one's realm.
Yi Chuan murmured.
But it made sense. After breaking through to the king level, the experience points gained from killing beings at the master and grandmaster levels were pitifully low, and finding enough king-level beings for him to kill was not an easy task. After all, king-level experts were not common. Only 6 minutes, not bad, all done, time to go back to sleep. Yi Chuan smiled, proving he was indeed a master of time management. You humans are truly cruel, able to kill your own kind without changing expression. Just as Yi Chuan was about to return and switch with his clone, a calm voice rang out. Yi Chuan turned around and found a figure floating in the sky not far away, its back to the moonlight, making it impossible to see its features. More importantly, behind that figure were 2 pairs of wings.
You are from the celestial race?
Yi Chuan exclaimed in delight. After searching high and low, he found what he sought without any effort. He never expected to encounter a celestial being here.
What does it have to do with you? Tell me, how did you get those wings on your back? Tian Yueji coldly stared at the black gold wings behind Yi Chuan.
She recognized at a glance that these wings were definitely made from the corpses of celestial clan members after their deaths. This also meant that it was very likely one of their clan members had died at Yi Chuan's hands.
What if I said these wings were a gift from your clan leader? Would you believe me?
Yi Chuan replied with a smile.
Bullshit. Tian Yueji's cheeks flushed with anger.
Our clan leader cherishes our people the most. How could he possibly use the corpse of a celestial clan member to forge wings for you?
Just wait. I'll find someone to deal with you.
After witnessing Yi Chuan single-handedly defeat 4 kings, Tian Yueji was well aware that she was likely no match for this guy. She had to find help. Someone who dared to kill their celestial clan members and even turn them into wings would definitely not be let off easily.
Tian Yueji flapped her wings and disappeared into the distant sky. Hey, wait a minute.
Yi Chuan wanted to call out to Tian Yueji, but as soon as she heard his voice, she ran even faster.
Yi Chuan was left dumbfounded. No, you have to let me explain.
He hadn't expected Tian Yueji to be so impulsive, not giving him a chance to explain, running off halfway through their conversation. However, it was fortunate that she mentioned finding someone to deal with him, which meant she was likely to return. Well, when the Celestial clan appears next time, I'll just reveal the clan leader's token. Yi Chuan sighed with a bitter smile. This could be considered a good start. At least he had found the trace of the Celestial clan. Yi Chuan first fed all the spiritual weapons from the Ring Blade King and the others to the Butcher Knife, then walked towards the gifts meant for the Giant Strength Beastmen clan. He fed all the rare metals that could be used for forging to the Butcher Knife. As for the rest, he stored everything in the Silver Dragon Ring. Soon, Yi Chuan had cleared all the goods in just 2 minutes. After finishing this, Yi Chuan returned to where he was sleeping, lay down directly, and at that moment, his clone also dissipated. To ensure he fell into a deep sleep immediately, Yi Chuan gripped the butcher knife in reverse and struck the back of his head with it. With a crisp clang, Yi Chuan fell asleep. However, he hadn't slept long when he was shaken awake by He Yeshue. Yi Chuan, something's wrong. Wake up, everyone has been killed. As soon as Yi Chuan opened his eyes, he saw He Yeshua's terrified face. What did you say? Everyone has been killed? Yi Chuan looked confused. I don't know how to explain it to you, just get up and see for yourself. He Yeshua pulled Yi Chuan up. The scene before them was like a hell on earth. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, and blood had turned the green grass a dark red. Many people were even dismembered, with not a single complete corpse to be found. Yi Chuan's face showed terror as he trembled and pointed a finger. What happened? How could this be? I don't know. He Yeshua was equally panicked. I just heard some noise and got up to check, only to find that everyone had been killed. Quick, go check if the gifts meant for the Giant Strength Beastmen clan are still there. Under Yi Chuan's anxious urging, He Yeshua finally discovered that not only were all the people dead, but even those priceless gifts had completely vanished. Who did this? Who is so bold as to dare rob my Tianjin Chamber of Commerce's convoy? He Yeshua's face darkened. The Tianjin Chamber of Commerce's convoy hadn't been robbed for nearly 10 years, because everyone knew how powerful the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce was. Anyone who dared to rob the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce's convoy would face the wrath of the entire organization. Is there any need to think? You should have already informed the Giant Strength Beastmen clan that we were going to apologize in person, right? Think about it again. Isn't this place very close to the territory of the Giant Strength Orcs? Yi Chuan forced a smile. He Yeshua's delicate body trembled. You mean, these people were killed by the Giant Strength Orcs, and the things were also taken by them? Is there any other force nearby that could silently wipe out all the members of the Ring Blade King? Yi Chuan countered. Upon hearing this, He Yeshua fell into deep thought. In terms of both motive and strength, the suspicion against the Giant Strength Orcs was indeed very high. Think about it again. Why did they only kill the Ring Blade King and not you? Because the Giant Strength Orcs also know that if they kill you, it would be a big problem. After all, you are the daughter of the president of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. Yi Chuan continued to analyze for He Yeshua. If you die here, it would be equivalent to the Giant Strength Orcs declaring war on the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. They wouldn't be that foolish. So, they wiped out the Ring Blade King and took the things. The purpose was to give your Tianjin Chamber of Commerce a warning. At this point, Yi Chuan also showed a look of fear. Yeshua, speaking of which, I was able to survive thanks to you. My sleeping place was close enough to you, otherwise, I might have already fallen victim to the Giant Strength Orcs and died on the spot. Humph, the evil Giant Strength Orcs. Yi Chuan's analysis was logical and passionate, leaving He Yeshua in a daze. The key was that after listening to Yi Chuan, she thought about it and found that what he said indeed made some sense. The Giant Strength Orcs not only had the strength to do this but also the motive. If it were her elder brother He Yimang or her second uncle who acted, they wouldn't have left her alive. They would have killed everyone cleanly and then framed the Giant Strength Orcs. What a Giant Strength Orcs! He Yeshua's gaze grew colder. The Giant Strength Orcs clearly did not intend to accept the apology from their Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. This was definitely not good news for He Yeshua. Having failed to resolve the conflict with the Giant Strength Orcs and with so many people dead, when she returned to the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, He Yimang would surely make a big deal out of this. He Yeshua took a deep breath, revealing a hint of despair on her face. It was over. With things having escalated to this point, there was no room for maneuver. When she returned to the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, she would surely be stripped of everything she had and would no longer have the qualifications to compete with He Yimang and her second uncle for the position of president. Well, perhaps this is fate, He Yeshua said with a bitter smile, addressing each one. Let's go back to Baishan City. Back? Why go back? Yi Chuan blinked innocently. If we don't go back to Baishan City, where else can we go? He Yeshua's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Of course,
We continue to the giant strength orcs. They took the things and killed people. Do you think it can just end like this? Yi Chuan was filled with righteous indignation, his face full of outrage. Yi Chuan, don't be foolish. Even if we know it was the giant strength orcs, what can we do? Just the two of us, how could we possibly be a match for the giant strength orcs? Yi Shui shook her head. The strength of the giant strength orcs was not weak at all, and there were 2 orcs comparable to the Emperor realm stationed there. Going to the giant strength orcs with just her and Yi Chuan was no different from seeking death. How do we know if we don't try? Even if we can't win, we have to fight. Keep fighting until they are afraid. Always stay in a state of battle. Although those people are your elder brother and your second uncles, they are also members of the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce. How can we just watch them die in vain? Yi Chuan took Yi Shui's hand, looking at her with deep affection. Yi Shui, do you want to believe in me? Yi Shui's heart trembled, her thoughts were already a mess, and with Yi Chuan saying this, her mind became even more chaotic. I don't know. Yi Shui truly didn't know what to do at that moment. Then just listen to me. Don't worry, I won't take any risks. If things go wrong, I'll definitely take you and run away at the first opportunity. Yi Chuan growled, his eyes filled with fiery anger. All the blood of the brothers and sisters of the Tianqin Merchant Association over these days cannot be shed in vain. Blood debts can only be repaid with blood. Alright. Yeshua took a deep breath and agreed. Returning to the Tianqin Merchant Association now wouldn't lead to a better outcome for her. It was better to follow Yi Chuan and cause a ruckus, perhaps that would turn the situation around. The two continued on their planned route towards the territory of the giant strength orcs. A day later, the land of the giant strength orcs came into view. Countless houses built from massive stones stood before them, with doors reaching heights of 4 to 5 meters. Numerous members of the giant strength orc tribe lived here. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Yi Chuan roughly counted, his eyes shining with a red light like Azu. There were at least tens of thousands of giant strength orcs here. If he could wipe them all out, his strength would surely see a significant increase. However, charging in directly was definitely not an option. Yi Chuan's powerful spiritual sense clearly detected 2 extremely terrifying auras inside. If nothing else, those 2 auras belonged to 2 orcs comparable to the Emperor's ceiling realm. Yi Chuan had never fought against a powerhouse of the Emperor's ceiling level, so he wasn't quite sure how many moves he could exchange with them now. Yeshua, what is Addison's status in the giant strength orc tribe? Yi Chuan asked Yeshua beside him. He's quite important. Addison is his father's only son, and his father, Koloff, is the chief of the giant strength orc tribe, a formidable warrior capable of battling at the Emperor's ceiling level. Yeshua replied solemnly. Very important? Then this will be easy. Yi Chuan raised an eyebrow and boldly walked out. What are you doing? Hey, come back. Yeshua panicked and shouted, but Yi Chuan seemed not to hear and continued walking out. Yeshua gritted her silver teeth and had no choice but to run out with Yi Chuan. Who goes there? Stop! The giant strength orcs quickly spotted Yi Chuan, and 2 tall, muscular orcs strode towards him. Their muscles bulged, covered only by a piece of animal skin over their private parts. Get lost! Yi Chuan roared, sending the 2 massive orcs flying without even using a weapon. He then gathered his energy and shouted into the territory of the giant strength orcs, Addison, you defeated loser, do you not even have the courage to come out and see me? His voice boomed like rolling thunder, instantly echoing throughout the entire giant strength orc tribe. Many tribe members looked up in confusion. Addison? Wasn't that the name of their young clan leader? Their young clan leader Addison was the first warrior of the younger generation of the giant strength orc tribe. How could he possibly lose to a human? The news of Addison's defeat in Baishan City had not spread beyond a few high-ranking members of the giant strength orc tribe, as many tribe members were completely oblivious. Yi Chuan's actions were almost equivalent to directly cursing Addison to his face. Sure enough, shortly after his voice fell, Addison emerged, shouldering his giant axe, his face dark with anger. He was followed by several other orcs, all incredibly powerful, definitely high-level beings of the Emperor's ceiling realm. That day in Baishan City, he had clearly been frightened out of his wits by Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan! Addison glared at Yi Chuan, his eyes filled with hatred. I didn't even come looking for you, and you dare to come to me. You must be seeking death. It's clear, Addison, that you're really afraid of me. You need to bring so many people just to dare to come out. You know you're not my match, right? Ha 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 ha. In the face of Addison's threat, Yi Chuan laughed wildly. That arrogant laughter darkened Addison's face to the color of a pot bottom, but he did not speak up to refute it. This scene caused an uproar among the giant strength orcs. Many of the rugged faces of the orcs were filled with surprise. Their first warrior, Addison, had actually lost to a human? Noticing the change in his kin, Addison's expression grew even darker. What exactly do you want? If you seek death, I will grant it to you immediately. Upon hearing this, Yichuan smiled faintly. Nothing much, it's simple. I want to make a bet with you. A bet? Addison was slightly taken aback. That's right. Let's consider the last match as you being careless. I'll give you another chance to fight me. If I win, the giant strength orcs will establish trade relations with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce as originally agreed. If I lose, not only will I take my own life on the spot, but I also brought the daughter of the president of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, He Yeshua. She will belong to you. How about it? Yichuan said with a smile, laying out the terms of the bet. He Yeshua was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected Yichuan to use this method. However, Addison's face darkened even more after hearing this, as he had no confidence in defeating Yichuan. Even if they fought again, he felt there was a high probability he would lose to Yichuan. What's wrong, Addison? Are you afraid? Yichuan continued to provoke him. How about this? I promise you, I won't use a knife, nor any spiritual weapons. I'll fight you barehanded. You wouldn't dare, would you? Addison's expression changed slightly. The orc tribe placed great importance on courage. In fact, many orcs regarded courage as a totem. Orcs never become slaves. If he showed fear without fighting, his prestige among the giant strength orcs would undoubtedly plummet. At this moment, many of his kin were looking at him with disappointment. Orcs can lose, but they cannot show fear. What's wrong? You don't dare even if I don't use a knife? Then how about I use just one hand? Or are you saying that in the territory of the orcs, you don't dare to fight me? Yichuan continued to provoke him, even putting one hand behind his back, smiling at Addison. Seeing Yichuan's arrogance, Addison finally couldn't hold back. After all, during their previous encounter with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, he hadn't completely overwhelmed Yichuan while fighting barehanded. Alright, I'll fight you. Addison turned to speak to someone behind him, and then that person handed him a helmet. The helmet was entirely silver, embedded with several translucent red gems. After Addison put the helmet on, he instantly exuded a more imposing aura. Yichuan narrowed his eyes. He could tell at a glance that the helmet, like his own golden bell, was a spiritual weapon capable of defending against mental attacks. Addison was clearly preparing to guard against his killing intent. Come, fight! Addison let out an angry roar, instantly boosting the morale of the entire giant strength orc tribe. This was their tribe's first warrior. Addison charged at Yichuan like a frenzied bull. His massive body was the best weapon, but Addison did not know one thing. The Yichuan who had fought him that day was injured. Today's Yichuan was in peak condition and had even advanced from the first to the second stage of the King Realm. Moreover, Yichuan had never intended to truly fight Addison. Just as Addison charged forward, a slight smile curved Yichuan's lips. In the next moment, a butcher's knife appeared in his hand. Addison's face changed dramatically. Did you not say you wouldn't use a knife? You lied to me. Then go ahead and call the police, Yichuan said as the butcher's knife swung toward Addison. Addison tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Swish, 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 swish. For swift strikes, as fast as lightning, instantly severed Addison's tendons. His massive body crashed to the ground, blood gushing out as he let out a piercing scream. Young master, you despicable, damned human. You dare to plot against our young clan leader of the giant strength beastmen. You must be tired of living. No matter who you are today, even if you are the illegitimate son of the president of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce, you will die here. Tie him to the fire and roast him whole. The entire giant strength beastmen clan was instantly ignited with fury, all glaring at Yichuan with anger. If looks could kill, Yichuan would have died countless times by now. However, facing the fierce gazes of so many giant strength beastmen, Yichuan was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he smiled and pressed the knife against Addison's neck. I'm a timid person, so don't scare me. Otherwise, if I get startled and my hand shakes, your young clan leader's life will be lost. With this threat, although the giant strength beastmen were even angrier, no one dared to act rashly. Yichuan, what are you doing? He Yeshua was completely flustered at this moment. She had originally thought that Yichuan wanted to use a bet to make the giant strength beastmen obediently establish trade relations with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce. But how did it turn into Yichuan taking Addison hostage? Don't ask. Just listen to me, and I promise to give you a satisfactory result, Yichuan assured. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted among the giant strength beastmen. A majestic-looking beastman strode over, and the other beastmen showed him utmost respect upon seeing him. We meet the clan leader of the giant strength beastmen, Gukalufu. He, my human friend, is there something we can discuss properly? Why resort to taking my son hostage? After Gukalufu appeared, he did not immediately shout for Yichuan to be attacked. Instead, he revealed a smile. Isn't it just about establishing trade relations with the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce? I agree. Just let my son go first. If I let him go in the first second, he might not have a life in the next second, right?
Yi Chuan smiled shyly. He was very sensitive to the killing intent directed at him. Although Gukulufu was suppressing it deeply, it was clearly not beyond his perception at such a close distance.
Then what exactly is the purpose of this human friend? You can speak frankly. Gukulufu continued with a smile. It's simple.
I have no other purpose. I just want to have a good spar with the King Realm experts of your giant strength beastmen. Yi Chuan took out a strip of adhesive from the silver dragon ring and sealed Addison's mouth. In a one-on-one situation, I dare to assert that none of your giant strength beastmen in the King Realm can be my opponent. As soon as Yi Chuan said this, the beastmen, who had just quieted down because of Gukulufu, instantly erupted again. Yi Chuan's words were tantamount to insulting the entire giant strength beastmen clan. Damn it, clan leader, let me fight him. I want to stuff this kid's head into his own intestines. Clan leader, let me do it. I want to tear his little body in half. A mere second-tier human in the King Realm dares to be so arrogant. If it weren't for your sneak attack on the young clan leader, you would have been a corpse by now. Many giant strength beastmen rushed forward, eager to tear Yi Chuan apart.
Gukulufu raised his hand to stop the frenzied beastmen and asked Yi Chuan, "You are willing to take my son hostage just to spar with the King Realm of my giant strength beastmen?"
There was a hint of doubt in Gukulufu's eyes. This behavior was too inexplicable and logically incomprehensible. That's right, to determine both superiority and life and death. Looking at the countless angry faces before him, Yi Chuan revealed a joyful smile. If you want to save your young clan leader, then come and kill me. Seeing Yi Chuan's arrogant demeanor, the entire giant strength beastmen clan was stirred up.
Many beastmen roared, staring fiercely at Yi Chuan, wanting to tear him apart.
Yi Chuan, seeing this, was not afraid at all. Instead, he kicked Addison, sending him to Yeshua's side.
Here's a task for you.
If the chief of the giant strength orc tribe or another orc of the emperor level within their clan wants to take action, just kill this guy directly.
Got it. Yeshua took a deep breath, conjuring a razor-sharp ice spike aimed at Addison's throat.
Although she couldn't fathom what Yi Chuan intended to do, there was no turning back now. She could only choose a path that led to darkness.
Alright, now, who wants to go first?
Yi Chuan smiled at the many orcs before him.
Chief, let me do it. Chief, I'll go. Chief, let me kill him.
The members of the giant strength orc tribe were furious. If it weren't for their fear of Addison in Yi Chuan's hands, they would have rushed forward to tear Yi Chuan apart.
Enough, quiet down. A Caliphor spoke in a deep voice, and the indignant orcs finally settled down. Shisike, you go. The orc called out was instantly overjoyed, striding forward with excitement and killing intent written all over his face. Shisike, go. Turn this damned human into a meat patty.
Shisike's strength is terrifying. If he weren't a bit older, the title of the first brave of the younger generation would belong to him, not the young clan leader.
Humph. With Shisike taking action, this human is doomed.
The giant strength orc tribe erupted in excited shouts as Shisike brandished a massive metal hammer, looking down at Yi Chuan.
Human, you will pay for your arrogance.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Shisike's hammer came crashing down towards Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan raised his pig-killing knife to block, but was forced back several steps by the impact of Shisike's blow. Seeing Shisike gain the upper hand right from the start, cheers erupted again from the giant strength orc tribe. What terrifying power! Truly worthy of the giant strength orc tribe. Yi Chuan marveled. Shisike was also at the 6th stage of the emperor level, but his strength was clearly greater than Addison's. In that case, I will also use my full strength. Watch me unleash the flame fire 13 blades. Yi Chuan shouted, flames igniting on his pig-killing knife as he slashed at Shisike. Shisike did not dare to underestimate him. After all, he had just witnessed Addison being taken down by Yi Chuan's sneak attack due to carelessness. He swung his hammer, each strike powerful and heavy. Despite using the flame fire 13 blades, Yi Chuan could not gain the upper hand and was instead forced to retreat under Shisike's relentless hammering. Yes, that's it. Kill this arrogant human. Good job, Shisike. Tonight I'll warm your bed. Hit him, kill him. Encouraged by the cheers of his fellow tribesmen, Shisike grew fiercer with each blow. Heavenly Fury Hammer. Shisike roared, putting all his strength into it. At that moment, the giant hammer in his hand seemed to transform into a meteor, crashing down towards Yi Chuan with overwhelming momentum, aiming to obliterate him in one strike.
In a direct confrontation, the giant strength orc tribe had never feared anyone. But just then, black golden wings suddenly sprouted from Yi Chuan's back. The black golden wings lifted Yi Chuan into the sky. Boom! Shisike's full-force hammer struck the ground with a tremendous impact, shaking the entire earth. If that blow had landed, even a powerful emperor-level warrior would have been flattened. Unfortunately, the strike missed. And there was bad news. At that moment, Yi Chuan had already reached above Shisike's head. The feathered wings spun Yi Chuan's body around, slashing down towards Shisike. The heavenly will broke through ancient phenomena, amplifying the destructive power of this strike to its peak. Pig Butcher Yichuan used the pig-killing knife to slaughter a king pig, leveling up by 1.6%, with an additional 1% damage increase against the pig tribe, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. Gurgle. A head rolled far away, Shisike's eyes widened, unable to close in death. The blade struck like a mute button pressed on all the members of the giant strength orc tribe, and the entire arena fell into an instant silence. They never expected that Shisiko, who had been dominating the fight, would suddenly lose his life. A 6th-tier king realm was killed by my 2nd-tier king realm. You giant strength orcs really are not that impressive, Yichuan said with a hint of mockery in his smile. The previously quiet giant strength orc tribe erupted in an uproar. You despicable and shameless human. You clearly won against Shisiko through underhanded means. That's right. If you hadn't suddenly flown up, Shisiko would have smashed you to death with one blow. A coward who only knows how to sneak attack and use tricks has the nerve to boast? Akalafor remained silent, his face serious. He had realized that Yichuan's earlier display was not simple. No wonder this kid could fight above his level. Manu, you go, Akalafor spoke again. Yes, chief. The one stepping up this time was an orc clad in heavy armor, looking somewhat aged. Although there were some wrinkles on his face, the aura of this orc was even more terrifying, far surpassing that of Shisiko, having reached the 7th tier of the king realm. After Manu appeared, he wasted no words and instantly flashed to Yichuan's side, delivering a powerful punch. Yichuan's pupils contracted, and he immediately activated the golden bell. Clang! Manu's full-force punch struck the golden bell directly, and the sound echoed all around. Not only did Manu possess the brute strength of the giant strength orc tribe, but he was also exceptionally skilled in speed. Missing his punch, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he pressed both hands against the golden bell and raised his knee to slam into it. The heavy armor he wore was clearly an extraordinary spiritual weapon, allowing him to possess terrifying destructive power even when unarmed. Clang! Another bell rang as the golden bell was sent flying by the knee strike. After all, the golden bell was better suited for defending against mental attacks rather than physical ones. After knocking the golden bell away, Manu elbowed Yichuan. This elbow strike was heavy and powerful, sending Yichuan flying, crashing into an ancient tree before finally coming to a stop. After landing a hit, Manu was not willing to let up and charged at Yichuan again. A heavy punch descended from above, crashing down. With a thunderous roar, the ground shook, and dust filled the air. All the members of the giant strength orc tribe craned their necks, eagerly awaiting the outcome of this strike. As the dust slowly settled, a figure emerged, holding a severed head, the head of Manu. Yichuan bit his tongue, pretending to spit out a mouthful of blood, staggering as he walked out. In the eyes of the giant strength orc tribe, Yichuan had clearly sustained serious injuries. Yet, his expression was still filled with mockery towards the giant strength orcs. Is this the king realm of the giant strength orc tribe? Is this all you've got? Seeing Yichuan, who was already injured, still daring to mock them, the members of the giant strength orc tribe were nearly furious. It was like their opponent had been at a disadvantage, finally winning a team fight only to be wiped out, and instead of pushing the crystal, they danced in front of the spring, showing off their expressions. This human kid is simply asking for death. We must not let him die too easily. That's right, killing him outright would be too merciful. We must first torture him. I call dibs on a leg. I want to roast it and chew it up. Even after losing 2 members of the king realm, the giant strength orc tribe was not afraid. Instead, they were even angrier. Akalafor's expression turned extremely grim. A 2nd-tier king realm risking injury to kill a 7th-tier king realm today, they absolutely could not let this human leave alive. Such talent, if it became an enemy, could one day bring disaster to the giant strength orc tribe. Soon, Akalafor dispatched a second 7th-tier king realm orc. Yichuan once again engaged in a fierce battle with him, and after risking serious injury and coughing up blood, Yichuan finally struggled to slay this 7th-tier king realm orc. Yichuan, the pig butcher, used his slaughtering knife to kill a king pig, increasing his level by 1.7%, enhancing the extra damage against the pig race by 1%, and adding 0.1 to his free attributes. The injuries on Yichuan looked more severe. He was even breathing irregularly, stumbling as he walked, as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. Yet his expression remained resolute. Next, soon, a 3rd orc of the 7th rank in the king realm charged at Yichuan. After all, Yichuan already looked gravely injured and on the verge of death. It was unlikely he could take down another one, right? However, the reality was, after hundreds of rounds of combat, Yichuan once again killed a 7th-ranked giant orc. The clan leader, Gu Kalufu, was nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Including the initial loss of Shishiku, their giant orc clan had already lost a total of 4 members in the king realm, and they were all high-ranking beings in the king realm. Such losses were indeed catastrophic. If it weren't for the fact that his only son was still in Yichuan's hands, Gukulufu would have likely lost his patience and personally eliminated Yichuan. Ziching, go kill him. As soon as Gukulufu's words fell, a tall and robust female orc stepped forward. Seeing the two massive breasts approaching, which were twice the size of his head, Yichuan couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. The orc's physique was indeed different. It's Ziching, she's at the peak of the king realm. It's said that she might become the first female orc in the history of our giant orc clan to reach the emperor realm. The clan leader has sent her out, clearly wanting to end the battle decisively. The orcs, who had initially seemed somewhat dispirited, instantly regained their spirits. If each one struggled against a 7th rank in the king realm, now that they had sent out Ziching, who was at the peak of the king realm, wouldn't killing him be as easy as pie? Having killed 4 of my giant orc kin in the king realm, I won't let you die too easily. Ziching opened her mouth, revealing 2 massive fangs. A seemingly heavy and thick large cleaver appeared in her hand. Rather than a knife, it resembled a door panel. Yichuan's expression grew serious. The so-called grave injuries were merely an act to lure more orcs to their deaths. He hadn't expected that Gukulufu would disregard martial ethics and directly send out someone at the peak of the king realm. This was his second encounter with a peak king realm opponent. I will first break your limbs, then hang you at my door, covering your entire body with honey and marinating you for 3 days. During this time, nearby insect friends will be attracted, even laying eggs inside you, using you as a nursery. After 3 days, I will boil a pot of hot oil and fry you alive, then chew you up and swallow you. Ziching had clearly been holding back for a long time, swinging the door-like knife towards Yichuan. Faced with such an opponent, Yichuan dared not underestimate her, activating the golden Huang bell to block Ziching's assault. At the same time, his wings lifted him into the air, and the 13 blades of fire rushed towards Ziching's throat. Clang! The lethal strike was directly blocked by Ziching, and the collision of the 2 blades sparked a series of flames. Yichuan turned and kicked Ziching, propelling himself into the sky. There was a hint of disappointment on his face. Even among those at the peak of the king realm, there were differences. Although Ziching's strength was not weak, it still fell far short compared to Shi Wushuan. If Ziching were to duel Shi Wushuan, he could probably pierce her head within 100 rounds. Yichuan had thought that all peak king realm beings possessed the combat power of Shi Wushuan. Now he realized he had overestimated the peak king realm and underestimated Shi Wushuan. Indeed, one should not encounter 2 dazzling individuals in their youth, otherwise, the rest of their life would be restless. On the nth day without Shi Wushuan, he thought of him. After gauging Ziching's strength, Yichuan no longer hesitated and directly activated his true form. Slaughtering the pig, severing the soul. A knife formed from condensed mental energy slashed directly towards Ziching. Addison, whose mouth was blocked, struggled as he saw this. He had initially placed himself under this strike. The physical strength of the giant strength orcs was extremely powerful, but correspondingly, their mental energy was relatively weak. Addison wanted to warn Ziching, but his mouth had long been sealed by Yichuan. Ziching had not yet realized the severity of the situation and swung her large blade towards Yichuan. In her eyes, as a peak king realm warrior, what was there to fear facing a mere second-tier king realm Yichuan? But the next second, reality dealt her a heavy blow. The knife, formed from mental energy, instantly pierced her brow. Ziching let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from her 7 orifices. However, her physical constitution was evidently extremely robust. With a roar, she forcibly endured the negative effects brought by the knife. Yet what awaited her next was the solidified malevolence. The blood shadow butcher struck instantly, plunging Ziching, whose mental world was injured, into a state of fear. A galaxy slowly emerged behind Ziching, its dazzling beauty captivating. Unfortunately, the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it often becomes. Falling star. Behind Yichuan, the celestial wheel of ancient phenomena became exceptionally clear. This meant he had pushed his power to the limit, and the phenomena of the king realm were thus astonishing. Whoosh! A blade swept across, and the galaxy perished. The brilliant galaxy gradually dimmed. Along with it, Ziching's life force also faded. Faced with Yichuan's continuous and terrifying assault, she had no time to resist before Yichuan took her life. A thin line of blood extended along Ziching's crown. The next second, her massive body split in 2, her foul-smelling entrails mixed with blood splattering everywhere. The entire place fell silent. No one could have imagined that Yichuan, who had just struggled against a 7th-tier king realm warrior, could so cleanly and decisively eliminate Ziching, a peak king realm warrior. Looking at Ziching's corpse, the giant strength orcs present fell silent, and no orc dared to shout about killing Yichuan anymore. They all realized a terrifying fact. The human they looked down upon was invincible in the king realm. Even the peak king Ziching had died at this human's hands. Thus, the other King Realm warriors of the giant strength orcs would likely meet the same fate. Kolof's face was so dark it seemed it could drip water. He could hardly restrain himself from attacking Yechuan. If he had known that saving Addison would come at such a great cost, he should have acted decisively from the start and killed Yechuan directly. Pooh! At that moment, Yechuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground, his breath instantly weakening. This guy is injured. But of course, that was Zicheng. He could defeat Zicheng. Surely he must have used some extremely depleting ability. Perhaps, this time we have a chance to kill him? The orcs murmured among themselves, but for a moment, no orc dared to step forward to engage Yechuan. After all, Yechuan's recent performance was simply too astonishing. None of the orcs present dared to underestimate him anymore. However, Yechuan's next words reignited the fighting spirit of the giant strength orcs. Cough, 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 cough. Yechuan began to cough violently, spitting out blood again, then trembled as he spoke. Chief of the giant strength orcs, I have won, right? Then let the battle end here. Seeing Yechuan voluntarily wanting to cease fighting, the giant strength orcs instantly perked up. This damned human must truly have no strength left to fight. Who says you've won? We, the giant strength orcs, still have King Realm warriors who have yet to appear. That's right. Unless you defeat all the King Realm warriors of the giant strength orcs, how can it be considered a win? Human, if you are afraid, then release the young clan leader early and kneel down to admit your mistake. Looking at the giant force orc clan that was shouting again, Yechuan felt secretly pleased in his heart, but his face was filled with grief and indignation. How can you do this? I have already successfully killed a peak 9th level orc of the King Realm. Isn't that considered a win? Not considered, not considered. You said it yourself, you want to challenge all the King Realm orcs of my giant force orc clan. Seeing Yechuan's appearance, the giant force orcs became even more excited and shouted, Good, 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 good for you, giant force orc clan. Yechuan's eyes turned red, breathing heavily, his body trembling, clearly furious to the extreme. In that case, let all your King Realm orcs come at me together. Yechuan let out a roar. I want to fight 10. Yeshua, seeing this, quickly urged with concern, Yechuan, don't be impulsive. Yechuan's appearance clearly showed that he was already at the end of his strength. Facing 10 King Realm giant force orcs would surely mean death. You don't need to persuade me. Jade can be shattered but cannot change its whiteness. Bamboo can be burned but cannot destroy its integrity. Even if my body perishes, my name can still be recorded in history. Yechuan's gaze was very firm. Even if I die on the spot, I will never allow a group of orcs to insult me. Kid, you said it. One of the giant force orcs was extremely excited. Brothers, who will join me to kill this kid? As soon as he finished speaking, several giant force orcs responded. I'll do it. Me too. Yechuan saw that they were already heavily injured, and with this opportunity to attack together, the giant force orcs regained their confidence. Soon, 10 giant force orcs gathered and charged towards Yechuan. Among them, the weakest had the 2nd level of the King Realm, while the strongest had reached the 6th level of the King Realm. Facing 10 King Realm orcs with fierce eyes, Yechuan's expression was as cold as ice. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was estrangement. Since that's the case, no more pretense. I am not injured. I am laying it all on the line. Yechuan drew out his pig-killing knife, and the smile on his face gradually turned manic. To him, these 10 giant force orcs were just 10 moving experience bags. One could only say that Addison, this hostage, was quite useful. The tactic of surrounding and attacking reinforcements would never go out of style. Yechuan spread his wings and charged first at the weakest giant force orc. In the same realm, that orc couldn't even block a single strike from Yechuan. As the ancient phenomena of the heavenly wheel shattered, a beast's head fell to the ground. The other orcs wanted to take the opportunity to surround and kill Yechuan, but at that moment, another Yechuan suddenly appeared on the field. The phantom shadow technique was activated. Although the second Yechuan's strength was only half of the original, it could create a realistic effect. In the moment the orcs were stunned, Yechuan had already killed another King Realm orc. Relying on the advantage of flight, as well as the defense of the golden Huang bell and the terrifying attack power of the pig-killing knife, Yechuan was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. This battle was completely one-sided slaughter. Those orcs couldn't even injure Yechuan once, and every time Yechuan struck, he accurately took the life of an orc. Seeing that 7 out of the 10 King Realm giant force orcs had died in the blink of an eye, Kolof could no longer sit still. Enough! He roared, his sound waves condensing into substance, directly crashing towards Yechuan. The golden Huang bell shone brightly, and with a clang, it flew out, smashing into Yechuan's chest and sending him flying. Lord Clan Leader, you have made a move, but that violates the agreement, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Yechuan grinned, then without hesitation swung his knife, giving Addison a chance to cosplay as Louis XVI. Stop! Koloff shouted angrily, but Yi Chuan had no intention of stopping. Kelefer would definitely not give himself and the giant strength orcs the opportunity to duel with Addison again, which also meant that Addison had lost his value. His only worth now was to become experience points for himself. With a swift motion, he took Addison's life without any hesitation. After killing Addison, Yi Chuan's realm was once again elevated, reaching the third stage of the King realm. Yi Chuan, are you crazy? How could you kill Addison? Yeshua was shocked to see this. Without Addison as a hostage, wouldn't they be torn apart by Kelefer? Sure enough, Kelefer fell silent, like a volcano about to erupt. A murderous intent surged from weak to strong, almost solidifying as it erupted from Kelefer. You are a very brave human, but you are about to die. As soon as the words fell, Kelefer rose into the air, the aura of a sovereign realm expert fully revealed. Kelefer looked down at Yi Chuan, his gaze as if he were looking at a dead man. The characteristic of a sovereign realm expert is the ability to control the method of flight. Soaring through the sky is no longer a dream, unlike the King realm, which can only hover briefly. The sovereign realm, huh? Yi Chuan took a deep breath, his eyes gradually sharpening. He had never fought against a sovereign realm expert before. Perhaps Kelefer in front of him would be a good practice target. He did not seek to kill Kelefer, but he at least wanted to understand the extent of a sovereign realm expert's combat power. With the feathered wings, Yi Chuan flew into the sky, and the battlefield between him and Kelefer directly ascended into the air. Over the years, I have seen many talented humans, and you are the most arrogant one. I will skin you alive as a memento. As soon as he finished speaking, Kelefer moved in an instant, almost blinking to appear in front of Yi Chuan. That fist, larger than Yi Chuan's head, came crashing down like a giant hammer. Bang! Yi Chuan was sent flying, his arms numb from the impact. If it weren't for the protection of the golden Huang bell, he would have been injured by now. Is this the sovereign realm? Yi Chuan's pupils constricted sharply. Kelefer's strength should be at the first stage of the sovereign realm, but the combat power displayed was not something the peak of the King realm could compare to. Even if 10 peak King realm experts were tied together, they might not be Kelefer's match. After gaining the upper hand, Kelefer charged at Yi Chuan again, his domineering fist coming down once more. The terrifying power even penetrated the golden Huang bell, directly transmitting through the mountains and striking Yi Chuan's body, causing his internal organs to resonate. Puff! Yi Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood. This time it was not an act, but he was genuinely injured. He had clearly underestimated Kelefer's formidable combat power. As Kelefer charged again, Yi Chuan dared not hide his strength any longer. The wings on his back instantly transformed into 4 wings. With his speed fully unleashed, he dodged Kelefer's punch at the speed of light. That punch created ripples in the surrounding space, demonstrating its terrifying power. Are those wings made from the corpses of the celestial race? Kelefer immediately recognized the origin of Yi Chuan's wings. What a pleasant surprise! Killing you might also allow me to use your corpse to repay a favor to the celestial race. Kelefer's vigilance was at its peak. After unfolding his 4 wings, Yi Chuan's speed had clearly undergone a terrifying enhancement. Even he had to take it seriously. But just as he was on guard against Yi Chuan chose not to attack him but instead turned and charged towards the giant strength orcs group. Like an eagle swooping down on a chick, Yi Chuan dove from the sky, unleashing the 13 blades of fiery flames, each strike a critical hit. The blazing knife light swept out, combined with the destructive power of the heavenly wheel that could shatter ancient phenomena, continuously reaped the lives of the giant power orc clan members. You seek death! A furious Kelefer exclaimed, as the massacre of the giant power orcs unfolded before him, showing utter disregard for his presence. Dragon Fist! Kelefer got serious, unleashing terrifying fist power that poured out like an ocean, even containing a faint dragon might, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Yi Chuan activated the golden bell to defend, while simultaneously putting in more effort to slaughter the giant power orcs. He did this, of course, to stack the bonuses from the Slaughter Frenzy. Slaughter Frenzy: when the butcher starts killing pigs consecutively, after killing 10 pigs, it provides a temporary 15% all-attribute bonus. After every additional 10 pigs killed consecutively, this bonus increases by another 15%, up to a maximum of 150%. Without the 150% bonus from Slaughter Frenzy, dealing with Kelefer would clearly be an extremely difficult problem. And right in front of him were over 10,000 ready giant power orcs, so Yi Chuan naturally wouldn't hold back. As long as he killed 100 pigs, the Slaughter Frenzy would be fully stacked. Ding! With a crisp sound, the golden bell was directly blasted away by Kelefer's terrifying dragon fist, unable to continue protecting Yi Chuan. Kelefer's fist power did not diminish and continued to rush towards Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan turned and slashed down with his knife, but was also sent flying. However, the direction Yi Chuan flew was precisely where the giant power orcs were most densely packed. He here I come.
Yichuan laughed maniacally, his black golden giant wings supporting him as he charged into the orc crowd. Whoosh! Yichuan shot through the orc horde like a black meteor. Blood, entrails, and severed limbs flew into the sky. The sounds of screams, curses, and wails rose and fell. The combat power of the king-level realm had just been reduced by more than half by Yichuan, and with Califor chasing after him, there was no one in the orc crowd who could stop Yichuan. However, Yichuan did not let his guard down, as he remembered Yeshu's saying that there were 2 emperor-level orcs among the giant power orcs. After this round of slaughter, Yichuan's slaughter frenzy had successfully stacked its bonuses. His 3-dimensional attributes received a 150% boost, instantly enhancing Yichuan's strength. Although his realm remained unchanged, still at the 3rd stage of the king-level realm, the increase in his 3-dimensional attributes significantly boosted his combat power. Now, it was time for Yichuan to launch a counterattack. Facing the aggressive Califor, Yichuan chose not to continue fleeing but instead turned to counterattack. Falling Star. The knife that had just slain Zicheng reappeared, a brilliant river of stars swirling. However, Califor was not Zicheng. Facing the shining star river, Califor roared, and his already towering body instantly swelled. With a punch, Yichuan's falling star knife had not even fully struck before it was shattered by Califor. The brilliant star river also shattered into pieces. Yichuan's expression changed slightly. Indeed, the strength of an emperor-level expert was extraordinary. Seeing Califor charging again, Yichuan spread his 4 wings and directly arrived behind Califor, accurately slashing with his butcher knife. Califor turned and punched the blade directly, deflecting the butcher knife to the side. The battle between the two escalated to a fever pitch in an instant, with Califor using his fists against the knife, showing no signs of falling behind. Yichuan's exquisite offensive moves were almost all neutralized by Califor at the most critical moments. Instead, Califor's terrifying physical strength caused Yichuan to cough up blood repeatedly. Even with Yichuan's 3-dimensional attributes plus the bonus from Slaughter Frenzy, it was still difficult to match Califor's raw power in a head-on clash. After a prolonged stalemate, Califor began to grow impatient. After all, he was an emperor-level expert. To be unable to subdue a king-level human for so long would undoubtedly damage his prestige as the clan leader. Gukulufu and Yichuan created distance between them, then closed their 5 fingers together, terrifying power accumulating at the tip of his fist, and Gukulufu's gaze became increasingly sharp. The game of house is over. As soon as the words fell, Gukulufu unleashed a punch without hesitation. 10,000 Beasts Fist. In an instant, the earth trembled, as if countless ferocious beasts were charging at that moment. The fierce aura, even from a distance, could make one's face change dramatically. This was a full-force strike from a powerful being at the Emperor's Sealing Realm, capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. Yichuan urged the golden Huang Bell to crash directly into Gukulufu, but was sent flying by that overwhelming force. Yichuan could only activate his 4-wing technique, trying to create distance from Gukulufu. However, his feathered wings were clearly not as advantageous against a powerful being at the Emperor's Sealing Realm as they had been before. Although his speed was still faster than Gukulufu's, it was difficult to truly shake him off. Blood Shadow Butcher. Yichuan attempted to strike with a condensed, tangible aura of death, hoping to instill fear in Gukulufu and make him avoid the attack. But Gukulufu was evidently prepared, and the Blood Shadow Butcher missed for the first time, dodged by Gukulufu. Give it up. Since just now, I've been observing your various moves. A move I've seen once is useless against me. Gukulufu sneered. Die for me. Bang! Yichuan was smashed down from the sky, crashing to the ground like a meteor, creating a large pit and sending dust flying. Gukulufu did not rush in but instead unleashed another punch from midair. The terrifying fist force completely obliterated the dust, pouring into the pit. A figure with 4 wings burst out of the dust. Having dodged the attack, it was Yichuan. However, Yichuan's condition was not good. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he felt excruciating pain in his chest. If he wasn't mistaken, his ribs must have broken under that punch, though he didn't know how many. If it weren't for the Pig Clan's Nemesis ability that could reduce half the damage, he would have likely been severely injured by that punch. To survive my 10,000 Beasts Fist, you can indeed be proud. Gukulufu narrowed his eyes slightly. This human before him, although only at the 3rd stage of the Emperor's Sealing Realm, displayed strength that was even more terrifying than many at the peak of the Emperor's Sealing Realm. The more monstrous Yichuan appeared, the stronger the killing intent in Gukulufu's eyes became. Such a person, once offended, could not be allowed to leave alive. If Yichuan were to escape today, the giant strength beast clan might face extermination in the future. Gukulufu charged at Yichuan again, his terrifying giant fists relentlessly smashing towards him. Yichuan turned around and slashed backward with his knife. Have you lost your mind, facing death and attacking behind you?
Gukulufu sneered upon seeing this, his assault growing fiercer. Yechuan could only activate the 13 blazing knives to resist with all his might, as Gukulufu's heavy fist shook all the joints in his body, as if they would fall apart at any moment. In the midst of defending, Yechuan found an opportunity, directly condensing a pig-killing knife with his mental power and slashing towards Gukulufu's brow. Pig-killing soul sever. But as soon as Gukulufu saw Yechuan use this move, he instantly distanced himself from Yechuan. Just as he had said, a move he had seen once, he was already prepared for. Gukulufu pulled out an ancient copper mirror, which radiated divine light, colliding with the pig-killing knife formed from mental power. In an instant, a brilliant firework burst in the sky. Out of tricks, huh? Then die. Just as Gukulufu prepared to continue his assault and put Yechuan to death, this powerful beastman at the Emperor's sealing realm suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. It felt as if he had just taken a bath and was pushed outside into the northern cold. Kelifer was instantly horrified, feeling a threat of death looming over him. He turned around sharply and saw an astonishingly brilliant blade of light slashing down towards him, the very strike that Yechuan had just executed behind him. The dawn of the butcher's knife. The blade was unyielding. Didn't your teacher tell you? This world is round. Yechuan charged at Kelifer with the butcher's knife, instantly forming a pincer attack with the blade of light. Falling moon. The butcher's knife swept out, the moonlight dazzling and deadly, leaving one dizzy and entranced. Behind Kelifer appeared a round, flawless, and pure white moon. Everything looked so beautiful and wonderful, yet it concealed an unspeakable killing intent. In the moment the blade light descended, the moon fell, losing all its luster, like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Kelifer's body exploded in a spray of blood both front and back, a heart-wrenching sight. Even with the formidable physique of a giant-strength beastman, Kelifer couldn't help but let out an extremely mournful scream after enduring these two strikes. Flesh was torn, and blood almost instantly stained Kelifer's body, the two wounds forming a penetrating effect. The use of Falling Moon consumed a great deal of Yechuan's energy, yet he still unhesitatingly activated his four wings and charged at Kelifer to deliver the final blow, severing his head. Butcher Yechuan used the butcher's knife to slay a royal pig, leveling up by 11%, with an additional damage increase of 1% against the pig race, and gaining 0.1 points in free attributes. With his current strength, executing Falling Moon made it difficult to achieve a one-hit kill. This experience was something he had explored during his battle with Shi Wushuang. On the nth day without Shi Wushuang, he thought of him. After delivering this final blow to kill Kelifer, Yechuan didn't even dare to loot the body. He directly pulled up Yeshue and turned to flee. He hadn't forgotten that the giant strength Beastman clan had two emperors. Human, you seek death. Sure enough, from deep within the giant strength Beastman territory, an extremely furious roar suddenly echoed. An old Beastman with graying hair soared into the air, filled with murderous intent as he pursued Yechuan. This old beastman's strength was evidently greater than Kelifer's, having already reached the third stage of the Emperor realm. Such power was something Yechuan might not be able to handle even at his peak, let alone now when he was injured and had already exhausted most of his stamina. As one's realm increased, challenging opponents of higher levels became increasingly difficult. After all, those who could cultivate to the Emperor realm were all exceptional beings, 1 in 1,000. Even Yechuan found it hard to cross over 10 or 20 minor realms to achieve a kill like he used to. It was like self-studying elementary school subjects being easy, but how many have you heard of successfully self-studying university courses and passing graduate exams? As the distance between him and the old beastman closed, Yechuan couldn't care less. He directly picked up Yeshua in a lazy embrace, spread his four wings, and rushed back the way they came. Now, it was time to complete the final step of the plan. The entire giant strength Beastman clan fell into a deep silence. The surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Not a single Beastman thought to stop Yechuan and Yeshua as they fled. Their young clan leader was dead. Now, their clan leader was also dead. Their clan leader was a being of the Emperor level. How could he die at the hands of a mere human in the King realm? All the giant strength beastmen could not accept this, standing there in a daze as if they had lost their souls. In his four-winged state, Yechuan's speed reached its peak, the wind howling past him. However, in his arms, Yeshua heard no sound of the wind. All she could hear was her own heartbeat, which was almost like a drum. The scorching body temperature radiating from Yechuan made her feel a bit restless. Although she knew they were fleeing for their lives, Yeshua couldn't help but feel butterflies in her stomach. From childhood to adulthood, it was her first time being so close to a non-blood-related male. Yeshua. Yechuan suddenly spoke. I am. Yeshua's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I need to coordinate our testimonies, or rather, we should rehearse our lines. Yechuan's tone was coaxing, like a creepy uncle trying to lure a grown loli into eating a lollipop. Remember, we did not encounter an attack from the giant strength beastmen on the road. we were ambushed after reaching their territory without any warning. We, the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce, were forced to retaliate, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the giant strength beastmen. In the end, everyone else perished, and only the two of us managed to escape. The giant strength beastmen had no intention of establishing trade relations with us, they only wanted to wipe out the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce, and you saw through their scheme, understand? Hearing Yichuan's words, Yeshua looked up in confusion. What is the difference? There is. I don't want to expose too much of my strength, Yeshua. Only by hiding my power can I better protect you. Yichuan looked at Yeshua with deep affection, like Zisha's soul looking at Jubeiji. Okay, I understand. Yeshua nodded obediently. Very good. Yichuan nodded in satisfaction, then hurriedly set off towards Baishan City. The old beastman at the third level of the Emperor's realm was relentlessly pursuing them from behind, and even from a distance, they could feel the overwhelming rage and killing intent emanating from him. Today, I will kill you both. The old beastman roared in anger, the sound waves solidifying into a tangible force. Yichuan shielded Yeshua in his arms, but he was knocked back, blood spurting from his mouth and nose due to the shockwave. Yichuan, you don't have to worry about me anymore. I'm just a burden to you. You should run. Yeshua watched, her heart aching. I said, if anyone wants to harm you, they must first step over my corpse. Yichuan's gaze was resolute as he held Yeshua tightly and moved forward. When they were in Yuning City, he learned a lesson from Shi Wanqing. That is, living off others is truly delightful. Since Yichuan wouldn't develop feelings for a pig head, it led to his acting skills reaching an extraordinary level. When a man doesn't love a woman, his acting can reach the level of an award-winning actor. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yeshua's eyes turned red. Yichuan, she murmured softly, then stopped saying anything about him leaving her behind and began taking out various precious pills to feed him. Some of those pills healed injuries, while others restored stamina. With these pills, Yichuan's speed increased again. The old beastman chased them for a whole day and night. Until the next morning, the shadow of Baishan City finally appeared on the distant horizon. Yichuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they entered Baishan City, they would be safe. Even if Yeshua's uncle and Yeshua's second uncle were not fond of her, they would not stand by and watch her be killed by the old beastman. After all, Baishan City was the headquarters of the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce, and if their own young lady was killed there, the prestige of the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce would truly plummet. Seeing the distant human city, the old beastman seemed to understand, his eyes turning a deep red. You want to escape back? Dream on. As soon as he finished speaking, the old beastman's bronze-colored skin took on a sickly flush. Red steam continuously seeped from the pores of the old beastman's body, looking terrifying. In this state, the old beastman's speed surged dramatically, closing the distance to Yichuan in the blink of an eye. Damn it, this old guy really hates me. Yichuan felt a chill run down his spine. The old beastman clearly intended to burn his life force to take him down. For someone of his age, this method was undoubtedly a way to harm the enemy while inflicting self-damage. Come at me, blood for blood. An iron staff appeared in the old orc's hand, pitch black with swirling patterns that exuded a sense of destruction. As he closed the distance, he swung the staff, aiming at Yichuan, and struck. In an instant, the world changed color, and even the clouds in the sky were split apart by the force of the swing, creating a long gash. Falling star. Yichuan turned around and without hesitation unleashed the first strike of the pig slaughtering blade technique. The blade's radiance, capable of annihilating a brilliant galaxy, struck the staff, producing a deafening explosion, yet it failed to budge the old orc in the slightest. Instead, Yichuan himself was shaken, feeling a heavy pressure in his chest from the terrifying force of the staff. The old orc's strength was indeed far more terrifying than that of a caliphate. Yichuan did not wish to linger in battle and directly executed the pig slaughtering soul sever, a blade formed from condensed mental energy, slashing towards the old orc. He took the opportunity to continue fleeing towards Baishan City. The old orc, struck by the pig slaughtering soul sever, let out a muffled groan, feeling stars in his eyes, dizzy and nauseous, with a salty, fishy taste in his mouth. Yet he showed no intention of letting Yichuan go. You will not escape alive today. The old orc continued to burn his life force, charging towards Yichuan. Yichuan fought while retreating, needing to protect Yeshua in his arms. Under such circumstances, he quickly took several hits from the old orc. Wherever the staff struck, bones would instantly break. If it weren't for Yeshua continuously feeding him healing pills, Yichuan would have long been rendered immobile by the old orc's blows. Fortunately, during this process, they were gradually closing the distance to Baishan City. As the distance to Baishan City shrank to less than 100 meters, a bold idea formed in Yichuan's mind. He realized that Yeshua's presence was greatly hindering his performance, so he decided to send her away first. Yeshua, do you trust me? Yichuan asked. I do. He Yeshua nodded. Great, where is your home? Point me in the direction. Yi Chuan pressed on.
Although Yeshua didn't understand why Yi Chuan was asking this, she still pointed out the direction to their Tianqin Chamber of Commerce mansion. Very good, hold your legs tightly with both hands, don't let go,
Yi Chuan instructed. He Yeshua obediently complied, but the next second, fear appeared on her face,
because Yi Chuan had directly let go of her in midair. Just as Yeshua's body began to fall, Yi Chuan raised his foot, aiming for her perky backside.
Here you go. Yi Chuan aimed in the direction he Yeshua had indicated and delivered a powerful kick, accurately hitting her backside. Bang! With a muffled thud, he Yeshua, holding her legs, flew through the air like a large soccer ball towards Baishan City. Yi Chuan, I hate you.
Accompanied by he Yeshua's flustered and angry shout, her body traced a graceful parabolic arc, landing directly in Baishan City.
Great! I'm simply the golden right foot. Yi Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. Without he Yeshua, Yi Chuan's speed and mobility greatly increased.
When the old orc swung his staff again, Yi Chuan spread his four wings to dodge, seizing the opportunity to launch a blood shadow butcher towards the old orc. As long as he could instill fear in the old orc, Yi Chuan could take the chance to escape back to Baishan City. With the distance reduced to 100 meters, as long as the old orc didn't interfere, it would be a matter of a blink of an eye for Yi Chuan in his four-winged state. However, the old orc, having learned from his previous encounter with the pig slaughtering soul sever, was clearly more cautious. Seeing the solidified malevolent energy, he chose not to take it head-on but instead pulled back, swinging the staff towards Yi Chuan's head.
Old man, you couldn't stop me from that far back. Do you really think you can stop me in this last 100 meters?
Seeing that the old orc was not fooled, Yi Chuan summoned the golden Huang bell to protect himself.
Bang!
The heavy staff struck the golden Huang bell, sending Yi Chuan and the bell flying out. The tremendous force caused Yi Chuan to cough up a mouthful of blood. This blow had indeed injured Yi Chuan, but the old orc's expression suddenly changed. He realized that Yi Chuan had intentionally used the force of his strike to propel himself towards Baishan City. Coupled with Yi Chuan's own speed, he almost instantly rushed into Baishan City. You can't escape, even if you flee back to the human city, I will still kill you today. The old orc roared, his eyes blood-red, charging directly towards Baishan City. At that moment, a chessboard appeared beneath the old orc's feet. White and black pieces fell continuously, forming a wall of flags that blocked the old orc's path. Unsurprisingly, this power also came from a powerful figure at the Emperor's sealing realm. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs sounded, and a man with a slightly pale complexion rose into the air, draped in a heavy coat. His gaunt face was set with a pair of deep-set eyes, contrasting sharply with his sickly demeanor. Friend of the giant force orcs, what brings you to my Baishan City as a guest so suddenly? You didn't even give me a heads-up, making it seem like I, Hijichi, am not a good host. The president of the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce, Hijichi, calmly confronted the old orc. Although he appeared weak, an undeniable aura of authority radiated from him. Ha ha ha, you people from the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce slaughter my kin and kill my descendants, and now you pretend to be the good guys? The old orc laughed in anger. Hand over that brat from earlier, or from this day forth, my giant force orcs will be at odds with your Tianqin Chamber of Commerce to the death. Hijichi frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, my Tianqin Chamber of Commerce has also lost many people at the hands of your giant force orcs. Are their lives not worth anything? If it weren't for your giant force orcs striking first, how could things have escalated to this point? Upon hearing this, the old orc's anger flared up instantly, and he shouted furiously, You are talking nonsense. When did the giant force orcs strike first? When did they kill many people from the Tianqin Chamber of Commerce? From start to finish, it was that human brat who kept looking for trouble. The old orc was already filled with rage, and hearing Hijichi's words that turned black into white made him lose his reason entirely. Since your Tianqin Chamber of Commerce refuses to reason, I have no intention of explaining right or wrong. Today, either you die or I die. The old orc bellowed, swinging his staff and smashing it down, shaking the heavens. Hijichi's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected the old orc to erupt into violence so suddenly. Was there something he didn't know that had happened? But facing the old orc's fierce and domineering assault, Hijichi had no time to think and could only focus on dealing with the old orc. Their battle immediately drew the attention of everyone in Baishan City, as battles between those at the Emperor's sealing realm were extremely rare. A life-and-death battle between two at that level was even more uncommon. While everyone's attention was drawn to the battle in the sky, Yi Chuan activated his phantom shadow, leaving a false body in place while his true self quietly slipped away from Baishan City. Yi Chuan looked up and cast a sympathetic glance at the old orc. No one knows better than the one wronged how wronged they are.
Yi Chuan could understand the old orc's feelings at this moment. If he were in the old orc's position, he would be just as furious. Fortunately, he was Yi Chuan, not the old orc. Taking advantage of the battle between the old orc and Hijichi, Yi Chuan swallowed a few healing pills and spread his 4 wings, flying towards the territory of the giant force orcs. Drive the tiger away from the mountain? No, it was to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Yi Chuan rushed forward with all his might, transforming into a black meteor. He didn't know how long the battle between the old orc and Hijichi would last, so he had to be quick on his feet. As day turned to night, after a long journey, Yi Chuan finally returned to the territory of the giant strength orcs. Compared to his first visit, the interior of the giant strength orc tribe was shrouded in sorrow this time. Almost all the giant strength orcs wore expressions of grief. So many of their king-level orcs had died, and now they had lost a chieftain. The current state of the giant strength orcs could only be described as severely weakened. If their enemies got wind of this, the giant strength orcs could face the threat of extermination. Therefore, at this moment, no member of the giant strength orc tribe could find any joy. Just then, a figure with 4 wings appeared in the sky above the territory of the giant strength orcs. "Good morning, friends of the giant strength orc tribe," Yi Lin said with a beaming smile. 2 of the tribe's king-level orcs were gone, one dead and the other tricked into by Mountain City. Now, only a handful of king-level orcs remained in the giant strength orc tribe, making it impossible for them to stop him. This was a huge experience package. "It's that demon. He's back. Run! The demon has returned. Someone save us!" Upon seeing Yi Chuan appear again, the orcs of the giant strength tribe were terrified, fleeing in all directions in a panic. The psychological shadow Yi Chuan had left on them was far too great. Watching the chaos of the fleeing orcs, Yi Chuan took out his pig-killing knife, his face filled with a sense of tragic compassion. "My pig-killing knife doesn't harm the old or the young, but here in the giant strength orc tribe, there are no elders or children, so what am I to do?"